In this survival game where everyone has crossed over, players start with randomly assigned vehicles and talents, destined to live or die. My vehicle is the so-called King of the Road, a 100-ton behemoth, and my talent is a 1 in 10,000 hundredfold amplification. While others toil to scavenge a bottle of water or a rusty dagger from bronze treasure chests, I directly amplify a platinum water purifier and diamond tier weapons. A resource point guarded by venomous snakes? Before my 100-ton king, it's just a minor speed bump. My name is Chen Ming. Originally a customer enjoying a massage at a spa, I suddenly found myself transported to a desert beside a 4-lane highway. Became a survival game player. Where did my stunningly beautiful technician go? Chen Ming suddenly opened his eyes and found himself seated in the driver's seat of a heavy truck, facing a brand new steering wheel and a small screen. He got out of the car and looked around, standing on a straight 4-lane highway with an endless desert stretching on both sides under the scorching sun. Where the heck did this take me? He recognized his own vehicle as the mighty Hao TH7 heavy-duty truck, renowned as the 100-ton king, which instantly made him feel completely secure. Although he only had a C1 driver's license, he couldn't afford to hesitate at the moment. He hurriedly got into the car, started the engine, and turned on the AC. Welcome, players, to the Team Survival world. Vehicle unlocking is now commencing. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained a C-grade vehicle, Hao TH7 heavy truck. Ding. Personal panel is now loading. Ding! Congratulations, player. Your incredible luck has rewarded you with the supreme, unique, talent, hundredfold amplifier. A series of virtual screens appeared before Chen Ming, displaying options such as the personal panel and vehicle panel. He opened the personal panel with confusion. Player, Chen Ming. Constitution, 11 Strength, 10 Agility, 11 Intelligence, 10, Note. Male players have an average 4-dimensional attribute of 10 points, while female players have an average of 9 points. Talent, hundredfold amplification, unique, percent hundredfold amplification. All items obtained by the player will be amplified a hundredfold. Chen Ming realized that his 4-dimensional attributes were slightly higher than those of the average male player, and more importantly, he possessed the hundredfold amplification talent. This allows any supplies he obtains to directly upgrade from inferior to superior, which is utterly overpowered. He checked the vehicle panel, Hao TH7 heavy truck, level, C, speed, 90 km per hour, fuel tank. 860 plus 240L. The total fuel tank capacity of 1100L from this heavy truck gave him slight peace of mind. He then opened the regional chat interface and saw the number in the upper right corner jump from 10,000 to 9,999. Someone had already died. At this moment, the electronic voice sounded once again in my mind. Ding! Attention all players, the rules of the survival world are now being announced. Rule 1, players can only move forward, not backward. Each day, players must advance 100 kilometers, and failure will also result in punishment. Rule 2, resource points will randomly spawn on both sides of the highway. Rule 3, life is given only once, there is no coming back from death. Rule 4, at regular intervals, players will face various disasters. Rule 5, players must upgrade their vehicles to the best of their ability, as vehicles are their only guarantee in highway survival. Note, there will be a 3-day invincibility period for newly arrived players. This invincibility period means that players will be absolutely safe inside their vehicles. Note, in 15 days, players will experience the first disaster, extreme high temperatures. Please prepare accordingly. Chen Ming quickly analyzed that they must move forward, not retreat. The most crucial task now is to find resource points to store water and diesel for the impending high temperature disaster, considering the 100-ton king's high fuel consumption. He didn't dare to delay, starting the car and driving forward. Half an hour later, a striking patch of verdant green appeared in Yu Guang's line of sight, standing out distinctly against the endless expanse of desert. Chen Ming parked the car and took a closer look. It was an ancient bronze treasure chest, a resource point. After carefully ensuring no danger was around, he stepped forward to open the treasure chest. Inside lay a bottle of mineral water and a rusty dagger. Congratulations, player, you have obtained mineral water X1 and rusty dagger X1. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the hundredfold amplification. Hundredfold amplification options for mineral water. Mineral water X100 or water purifier, platinum tier, X1. Hundredfold amplification options for rusty dagger. Rusty dagger X100 or ornate dagger, diamond tier, X1. Chen Ming decisively chooses the water purifier and the ornate dagger. The water purifier can provide 10 liters of water daily, with a total capacity of 100 liters, effectively addressing water supply issues. The diamond tier ornate dagger is absolutely unparalleled at this stage. He took the items back to the car, set up the water purifier, and drank large gulps of water. The water purifier produces a large amount of water daily, with a storage capacity of 100 L. He only needs 3 L per day, and the remaining can be used for trading. Chen Ming set off once again, opening the exchange interface. Most transaction applications are aimed at water resources, as everyone wants to store water to prepare for disasters. Chen Ming began trading hard resources and soon exchanged water for 3 units of gold and 4 units of iron. along with 2 stale bread rolls and a ham sausage. Chen Ming continued driving while munching on the stale bread. After driving for 3 hours, I completed today's basic goal of 100 kilometers. At the same time, a familiar cyan light reappeared in the left front. Chen Ming parked the car firmly, took a couple sips of water, and stepped out with a dagger in hand. He cautiously approached the bronze treasure chest, carefully surveying the surroundings, and discovered a snake the same color as the yellow sand coiled around the chest. Thankfully, I was cautious. Chapter 3, Blueprints for the Gorgeous Workbench and Mobile Kitchen. Now that he'd spotted the enemy, Chen Ming found it relatively straightforward to act. He crept closer from the side, then took 2 long strides forward when the distance was right, swiftly bringing his dagger down. The sound of his footsteps alerted the earth snake slithering beside the bronze treasure chest, startling it awake. It instinctively tried to shift its body. Preparedness over caution. The earth snake ultimately failed to evade Chen Ming's strike, its entire body cleaved cleanly in 2. The shattered body twitched twice on the ground before falling utterly still. Just as Chen Ming prepared to step over the corpse, the words, "collect," suddenly appeared on it. Harvest? Chen Ming murmured in confusion. The next moment, the earth snake's corpse vanished before his eyes, replaced by a screen displaying the rewards for this collection. Congratulations! Player has obtained X3 raw snake meat, saturated with deadly venom. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have triggered a 100x multiplier. Poisonous raw snake meat X300 or golden dragon snake meat X3 available with 100x boost. This can trigger a hundredfold boost too. Chen Ming was utterly stunned. He had assumed only opening treasure chests could grant a hundredfold boost, but now it seemed there were many other methods he hadn't known about. Faced with these 2 options, Chen Ming made his choice instantly. He decisively took the 3 units of golden dragon snake meat. This wasn't poisonous meat, it was snake meat containing the golden dragon serpent's entire essence. Golden dragon snake's platinum tier creatures. What a score! After storing the 3 pieces of snake meat in his system inventory, Chen Ming opened the bronze treasure chest before him. Bronze treasure chests were the lowest tier, yielding only the most basic supplies in small quantities. Congratulations! Player has obtained Diesel X1, Workbench X1. Ding! Congratulations, player, you've triggered a 100x multiplier. 100x Diesel Boost Reward, Diesel X100. Workbench 100x Multiplier Options, Workbench X100 or Elegant Workbench X1. Diesel serves as fuel for vehicles. The 100x boost only increases quantity, not quality. As for the workbench, Chen Ming successfully secured the deluxe workbench. With such items, quality matters more than quantity. This trip proved to be a fruitful haul. Moreover, Chen Ming gained valuable real-world experience this time. Back in the vehicle, Chen Ming stowed away all his acquisitions from this outing. He had no intention of continuing forward. Today's advance mission was complete anyway. Instead, he turned his attention to figuring out how to upgrade his vehicle's components. First up was the front end, the component requiring the least materials. Currently, he only needed 2 units of gold and 1 unit of iron. With that in mind, he opened the exchange again. This time, however, he was surprised to find no iron or gold listed for sale. It was clear players had recognized the critical importance of these 2 resources. After a moment's thought, Chen Ming proactively opened the regional chat interface. The number in the upper right corner had plummeted to 9304. In just a few short hours, nearly 700 people had lost their lives. This survival game was truly brutal. In the regional chat interface, numerous players were discussing the situation. Be extremely careful when approaching resource points. I almost got ambushed by a sand scorpion while opening a treasure chest just now. I ran into a snake hardly noticeable unless you looked closely. It bit me the moment I got close. Bro, how are you still alive? Several players got bitten by that snake and are dead now. I got lucky when the snake bit me. The chest just happened to drop some serum, which neutralized the poison. Serum? You're seriously lucky. Does anyone have water? I'm dying of thirst. If I don't drink soon, I'll dehydrate to death. Where'd you expect to find water in this environment? If it comes down to it, bro, I'll give you a tip. Get lost. After reading these messages, Chen Ming finally understood why so many players had suddenly died. They'd been ambushed by the beasts guarding the treasure chests. Noticing that many players were still dehydrated, he felt even more confident about this trade. With that thought, he wasted no time. He started composing a message and sent it out. Chen Ming, I have water resources. Players with iron, gold, glass, blueprints, or rare items can PM me. The moment his message went out, it was quickly drowned out by the flood of other messages. Just as Chen Ming thought no one would notice, an electronic notification sounded in his mind. A stranger had sent him a private message. That notification sounded like a switch had been flipped. Soon, a steady stream of alerts began to chime. The private messages from strangers kept piling up. Chen Ming opened the first message first. The sender was named Song Jiang. Bro, how much water do you have? I've got 2 units of iron. As time passed and widespread player shortages intensified, water's value skyrocketed once more. Just hours ago, Chen Ming traded 500 milliliters of water for 1 iron or 1 gold. That price would now double instantly. That meant 500 milliliters of water could now fetch 2 units of iron or gold. Scarcity drives value, that's exactly how it works. Of course, Chen Ming wasn't about to be taken for a ride. He immediately countered with 400 milliliters of water. Song Jiang understood Chen Ming was taking advantage of the situation, but he had no choice. He'd seen the regional chat logs, many players were now seeking Chen Ming for trades. Clearly, the other party didn't need to deal with him specifically, they could trade with anyone. But looking at his own situation, if he walked away from Chen Ming, who knew where the next player willing to trade water resources would be? Using the same tactic, Chen Ming devoured several more units of iron and gold in quick succession. The vehicle's front end was currently undergoing upgrades. Additionally, he traded for 15 units of glass. Combining it with iron and gold, he began upgrading the windows and the front windshield. Trading continued. Soon, one player's message caught his attention. Yang Zishu, brother Chen Ming, I have a blueprint for a vehicle kitchen. Would you be interested in trading it for some water? A blueprint for a vehicle kitchen? Chen Ming's interest was instantly piqued. He replied, that blueprint is incredibly valuable. Why trade it with me? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for yourself? Yang Zishu, clearly monitoring the private chat interface, replied swiftly, this mobile kitchen has high requirements, it needs a dedicated space. My vehicle doesn't have the extra room, so I can't use it. Chen Ming finally understood the mobile kitchen likely required a fixed section for installation. But that requirement didn't seem too difficult for him, did it? His 100-ton behemoth towed a massive cargo container behind it. He had inspected it before, completely empty. The entire cargo box measured 9 meters long and 2.5 meters wide, more than enough space inside. Installing a mobile kitchen would be a breeze. With that thought, Chen Ming proactively sent a trade request. Seeing the other party place the mobile kitchen blueprints in the trade zone, Chen Ming didn't hesitate and promptly offered 2L of water. The transaction was completed. After seeing Chen Ming trade her such a large amount of water resources, Yang Zishu was completely stunned. Brother Chen, you're giving way too much. She'd seen in the regional chat that many players traded with Chen Ming for water resources, but the most anyone ever got was 500 milliliters. She had definitely scored a huge bargain. Seeing the message, Chen Ming chuckled softly and replied promptly, no problem, it's nothing. For him, water resources were currently the least important commodity. Initially, he'd only intended to trade 1L of water, roughly the price of the blueprint. But when he saw the vehicle kitchen blueprint was a silver tier design in the trading zone, he immediately upped the offer to 2L of water. Trading 2L of water for a silver tier blueprint? He was absolutely raking it in. He opened the mobile kitchen blueprint to check its construction requirements. Iron X20, Gold X10, Coal X10, Iron Pot X1, various seasonings X5. Chapter 4, Desert Marching Ants and Reputation. Damn! After reviewing these requirements, Chen Ming briefly checked the trading post. Gold and iron were now considered hard currency, and while some were available on the trading post, the exchange rates were sky high. Clearly, players had also realized iron and gold were essential resources for upgrading vehicles, so everyone was hoarding them. As for coal and iron pots, Chen Ming didn't spot a single one apparently, no player had obtained them yet. As for seasonings, Chen Ming searched for a few of the most basic ones and actually found some. He traded 200 milliliters of water for 1 packet of sugar and 1 packet of MSG. After searching for a moment longer to ensure he hadn't missed anything, he proactively sent out a trade request. Water for iron pots, coal, and seasonings. Once the trade request went out, it drew the attention of numerous players. Water, you say? The most crucial resource right now, and someone's actually trading it? When they saw the trader was Chen Ming, many players gasped in astonishment. No way! Just how much water does Chen Ming have? Unfortunately, after waiting for a while, Chen Ming received nothing but praise and gasps, not a single useful offer. It seemed no one had obtained these items yet. He knew this sort of thing couldn't be rushed, so he simply set it aside. He glanced at the time outside. It was 5:30 p.m., with an outside temperature of 39 degrees Celsius. Looking through the windshield, the sky outside showed no sign of darkening. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Ming decided to keep driving. Although today's driving mission was complete, he hadn't forgotten that he was still in invincibility mode. As long as he remained inside his vehicle, his safety was absolutely guaranteed. With this built-in invincibility cheat, he had to gather resources as quickly as possible. He drove on for over 20 kilometers. Chen Ming's pupils contracted slightly as he scanned the road ahead. A stark, earth-colored barrier suddenly appeared across the previously clean and wide highway. This earth-colored patch stretched across the highway. Upon seeing it, Chen Ming stopped his vehicle 20 meters away, got out, and slowly approached the area. He was determined to see what the hell this thing was. As he drew nearer, Chen Ming realized the earthy yellow was actually moving. Staring intently, he realized it was actually a swarm of ants. These ants were nothing like the ones he remembered. Setting aside their color, their sheer size was astonishing. Each ant was as big as a palm. If one of these bit him, he'd probably lose a chunk of flesh. Perhaps because Chen Ming had gotten too close, a small group of ants broke away from the swarm and began crawling toward him. Instantly, alarm bells rang in Chen Ming's mind and he began retreating backward. He was confident he could handle these few ants, but his real worry was whether killing them would trigger the rest of the colony to swarm him. If that happened, he might find himself trapped in a quagmire. Rushing back to his heavy truck at top speed, Chen Ming buckled his seatbelt and slammed the accelerator pedal to the metal. Roar! A deafening roar of the engine filled the air as Chen Ming's truck surged forward at breakneck speed. Hearing the roar from afar, a large group of desert army ants gathered, building a high wall to intercept Chen Ming. Crash! Chen Ming's gaze sharpened as he never lifted his foot off the accelerator. A violent collision echoed as the wall of desert marching ants was shattered by Chen Ming's impact. Dozens of massive desert army ants were instantly crushed into pulp. What a joke! Even though these desert army ants were large, they were no match for Chen Ming's 100-ton behemoth, no different from speed bumps. They shattered on contact. After driving for over 10 minutes, Chen Ming keenly spotted a bronze treasure chest appearing to his right front. The chest was very close to the road, only a few meters away. After parking the vehicle steadily, he pushed open the door and stepped out. Before he could approach the bronze treasure chest, a faint, crackling sound reached his ears. Hearing the sound, he rolled forward urgently to create distance. Turning back, he saw several desert army ants standing where he had been moments before. Seeing these ants made Chen Ming's heart skip a beat. Could it be that the main force of the army ants had arrived? Fortunately, he quickly dismissed this worry. Only 4 ants had appeared, apparently climbing onto his 100-ton king during the chaos. Only 4? That should be manageable. Chen Ming could handle 100 marching ants, so surely he could take down a mere 4? With that thought, Chen Ming gripped his dagger tightly and lunged forward, stabbing at the lead soldier ant. Caught off guard by Chen Ming's sudden attack, the ant tried to block, but its speed couldn't match Chen Ming's. It was swiftly dispatched. Seizing the momentum, Chen Ming swung his dagger, slaying the remaining 3 marching ants. As the final ant fell, a notification sounded in Chen Ming's mind. Ding! Congratulations, player, for slaying 100 desert marching ants. Reward, Spirit Coins x10, Reputation x10. What a coincidence! Chen Ming hadn't expected that slaying these 4 ants would bring his total to exactly 100. His luck was pretty decent after all. Spirit Coins and Reputation were both items he hadn't encountered before. First, Spirit Coins. According to the description, this was the currency circulating in this world, essential for trading with the local natives. From this description, Chen Ming gleaned several crucial pieces of information. The most crucial was that this world still had natives. He just didn't know when he might encounter them. As for reputation, accumulating it allowed for the exchange of supplies. However, Chen Ming currently possessed far too little reputation to qualify for any exchanges. After storing the 10 spirit coins in his system inventory, Chen Ming cautiously approached the bronze treasure chest on the other side. The chest was so close it seemed dangerous no matter how you looked at it. But when Chen Ming scanned his surroundings, he found not a single sound. Could it be that he was overthinking this? With this doubt lingering, Chen Ming began approaching the bronze treasure chest. He stood before it, reaching out to open it. Just as his hand was about to touch it, the chest moved. The bronze chest suddenly began moving, sliding straight backward about 5 meters before coming to a halt once more. Ha! Chen Ming's eyes widened in shock. No way! Has even the bronze chest become possessed now? It can actually run? Could it be a hidden version of the bronze treasure chest? The thought sent Chen Ming springing into action. He lunged forward, his right hand clenched around a dagger, thrusting it straight ahead. Clearly caught off guard by Chen Ming's sudden attack, the bronze treasure chest reacted half a beat too late, allowing Chen Ming's dagger to pierce straight through its barrier. Gah! A piercing scream echoed simultaneously. This treasure chest possesses consciousness. Chapter 5: The Elemental Emperor and the Lucky Tongue. Chen Ming instinctively stumbled backward, yanking the dagger from the treasure chest as he retreated. Ah! Another agonized scream pierced the air. The treasure chest split open from the middle and a tongue sprang out. The tongue was now twisted and trembling, clearly suffering significant damage from Chen Ming's earlier strike. Seeing its state, Chen Ming finally understood. He'd been tricked. This wasn't a treasure chest at all, it was a monster disguised as one. Damn it! To think you'd try to pull a fast one on old man Chen Ming, utterly unforgivable. Chen Ming recalled his earlier actions. Wasn't he acting like a complete clown? Thankfully, there were no other players around, otherwise, that would have been truly embarrassing. Whatever this treasure chest monster says today, it must die. Chen Ming charged forward, dagger in hand. Spotting Chen Ming closing in, the treasure chest monster leapt swiftly from the sand dunes and crashed down from the air toward him. A mountain crushing down. Chen Ming wasn't stupid. He rolled twice across the sand, dodging the attack. The monster crashed heavily into the sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, Chen Ming sprang to his feet and thrust his dagger straight toward the treasure chest monster. SSSSH. A crisp tearing sound echoed as the treasure chest monster was struck once more. The pain made it scream in agony. Chen Ming was now close enough to clearly see its tongue trembling with pain. Now! Without hesitation, Chen Ming swiftly reached out with his left hand, grabbing for the creature's tongue. Once he got a hold of it, Chen Ming yanked with all his might, wrenching the tongue right out. The treasure chest monster was utterly dumbfounded. That's not fair. That's not fair, I tell you. Chen Ming swiftly drew his dagger. With a flash of cold steel, the treasure chest monster's tongue was severed clean off. The treasure chest monster, now missing most of its tongue, staggered unsteadily before finally collapsing to the ground, literally dying from the pain. Only after seeing the collectible prompt appear over its corpse did Chen Ming breathe a sigh of relief. Collect! Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful collection. Obtained, talent slot treasure chest X1, long tongue X1. Congratulations, host, on triggering the 100x amplification. Talent slot treasure chest 100x boost, destiny slot treasure chest X1. The hundredfold boost for the treasure chest monster tongue allows selection of either treasure chest monster tongue X100 or lucky tongue X1. Chen Ming glanced at the rewards, then at the slime-covered tongue in his hand. Without hesitation, he flung it away. Destiny trait chest and lucky tongue secured. Entries? Chen Ming's eyes narrowed in confusion upon seeing the chest. Detected host possesses destiny term treasure chest. Proceed to open? Open. Chen Ming wasn't very familiar with entries, but he knew a thing or two about the innate talent entries of his previous incarnation. Wasn't his hundredfold enhancement ability essentially a talent? As soon as Chen Ming uttered those two words, the treasure chest on the wall slowly opened. A streak of purple light emerged from within. Purple light? An epic tier talent entry? Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the epic talent, Elemental Master. 100x amplification success. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the golden legendary trait, Elemental Emperor. Elemental Emperor, when casting any elemental skill effects plus 200% when mastering elemental skills, efficiency plus 200% future encounter rate with elemental artifacts plus 100% elemental attack damage suffered by host 100%. Holy crap! Golden Legend. Elemental Emperor. Forget everything else, these bonuses are just too much. In that instant, Chen Ming's grievances toward the treasure chest monster vanished completely. My savior! Not only did it grant a talent slot treasure chest, but it triggered 200-fold boosts in a row, delivering a golden legendary item outright. Chen Ming declared, "Give me a dozen of these treasure chest monsters." After reading the description of this elemental emperor, Chen Ming found himself particularly eager to explore these so-called elements. Though he currently possessed no elemental skills, hadn't he seen the description mentioning a 100% boost to encountering elemental treasures? With that attribute slot active, encountering an elemental artifact was surely just a matter of time. After equipping the attribute, Chen Ming turned his gaze to that peculiar tongue. If the treasure chest monster's tongue had been disgusting and greasy, this lucky tongue was something else entirely. This lucky tongue stretched a full meter, though length wasn't the key point. What truly mattered was that its entire surface was covered in gold. This alone made it look exceptionally luxurious. Lucky tongue, players may place it in their vehicle. Luck plus 10. Ha! Another new attribute unlocked? Luck points. The higher a player's luck points, the greater their chance of escaping danger unscathed and the higher the probability of obtaining valuable items when opening treasure chests. Wow! This is practically tailor-made for him. If he gets high-value items from chests and then applies a hundredfold multiplier, won't he just skyrocket? What a steal! Absolute gold. Chen Ming carried the lucky tongue back to his 100-ton king. He placed it in the storage compartment between the driver's seat and passenger seat, and its effects began to activate. He pulled up the system interface and glanced at the time, 7:15 p.m. Outside, the sky was steadily darkening, and the temperature was dropping fast. Seeing the sky grow darker, Chen Ming had no intention of stopping. After finishing the remaining stale bread and ham sausage, he traded for a box of compressed biscuits on the exchange. Paired with water, it made for a decent meal. With his stomach full, he continued driving forward. He had to make the most of these invincible days. Other players might worry about fuel shortages, but Chen Ming didn't need to. His system storage currently held 100 barrels of diesel fuel, each barrel holding 500 liters. A full 50,000 liters of fuel meant Chen Ming wouldn't face a shortage anytime soon. As time passed, the nighttime temperature gradually dropped. Chen Ming glanced at the system panel and saw the outside temperature had dropped from 39°C to 11°C. That's a massive drop. In the regional chat interface, players were practically suffering in agony. What the hell kind of weather is this? Scorching hot during the day, freezing cold at night that makes me shiver uncontrollably. Give me a break, this is a desert. Hot days, cold nights, isn't that common sense? Common sense is common sense, but I'm stuck on a motorcycle, what am I supposed to do? On a motorcycle? You're definitely going to get sick tonight. This constant heat and cold will give you a cold for sure. What's the difference between catching a cold and dying in this environment? Who's got cold medicine? I swear my nose is already starting to sniffle. Awesome.
My ride's an RV. It's got basic amenities, but it's got AC. Falling asleep with the AC on? How sweet is that? Dude, will your fuel and electricity really last all night? Whoa! That actually sounds like a problem. I've got warm blankets here.
Players who need them can contact me. Freeloaders, get lost. It's safe to say that people's joys and sorrows are not the same. What seemed like a crisis to other players was nothing to Chen Ming.
With diesel fuel, he never ran out of air conditioning. The AC ran 24/7 and could last for days.
But this also revealed a business opportunity to Chen Ming. If he could extract more diesel, selling a portion of it could likely fetch quite a few valuable items.
Chen Ming drove until 10 o'clock at night.
As the sky's light gradually faded, he decided not to continue forward.
Visibility was simply too low. He wouldn't even be able to spot the bronze treasure chests spawning along the roadside.
After opening the window a crack for ventilation, Chen Ming slowly reclined his seat and fell asleep peacefully with the AC running. With his invincibility timer active, Chen Ming had no worries about encountering danger during the night. The night passed in silence. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Chen Ming woke up on schedule. Looking up, he saw the sky outside was already bright. Before he could fully open his eyes, a blinding glare flared up from his right front.
Something was there.
Chapter 6 Epic Movement Technique Divine Wind Step. Instead of moving immediately, Chen Ming traded some water resources for food at the exchange. After a night of condensing water, his condenser held a substantial supply, much of which was suitable for trade. After getting off the vehicle, he performed a quick wash and ate breakfast before heading toward that direction. As he drew nearer, the treasure chest he'd imagined never appeared. Instead, a large spinning wheel stood in its place.
Yes, a giant spinning wheel.
After scanning the surroundings to confirm there was no danger, Chen Ming walked up to the wheel. The first thing that caught his eye were the large characters at the top of the wheel, Bronze Tier Courage Wheel. Simultaneously, a system panel appeared before him.
Wheel of Courage contains various beasts. After spinning the wheel, a corresponding beast will randomly appear. Defeating the beast grants the player reputation points and corresponding rewards. After reading the description, a phrase suddenly popped into Chen Ming's mind. Monster spawning cage.
Immediately, he focused his gaze on the options displayed on the wheel. It included many beasts he had encountered before, such as treasure chest monsters, desert pythons, and desert marching ants. Beyond these, there were also desert wolves, desert scorpions, and other beasts that looked downright troublesome.
Of course, there was good news too.
This courage wheel was bronze tier, meaning only bronze tier beasts would spawn. If any exceptionally formidable beasts appeared, Chen Ming would turn back without hesitation.
He wasn't about to take unnecessary risks.
After a moment's contemplation, Chen Ming decided to spin it. After all, fortune favors the bold. Besides, he now possessed the elegant dagger, whose formidable attack power made the gamble worthwhile. Even if he couldn't handle it, he still had the 100-ton king as backup. He could bolt back in a flash then, and his safety would still be guaranteed. With his mind made up, Chen Ming pressed the central button without hesitation, sending it spinning rapidly. As the pointer whirled, Chen Ming found himself utterly captivated.
Treasure chest monster. Treasure chest monster. Treasure chest monster. Ever since scoring big with the treasure chest monster yesterday, Chen Ming couldn't stop thinking about it.
If the treasure chest monster appeared more often, he could get his hands on a few more golden items.
Wouldn't life be a breeze then?
Soon, the needle slowed down and finally came to a stop.
Desert wolf. Whoa!
Chen Ming's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this option.
No way, dude. Wasn't it supposed to increase my luck stat? This desert wolf is the toughest beast on this entire wheel, right? What kind of luck is this?
No time for complaints. The moment the pointer stopped, Chen Ming sprinted toward the 100-ton king without looking back.
As far as he knew, desert wolves were all savage beasts. Going head to head with them? He might end up getting torn apart alive. Whoa. Just as Chen Ming's left foot touched the highway, two wolf howls echoed behind him. Damn it! One wasn't enough, now there were two. They weren't leaving him any chance at all? The two desert wolves locked onto Chen Ming instantly.
To them, he was nothing but a walking feast, their mouths watering uncontrollably. One in front and one behind, they charged toward Chen Ming at breakneck speed. Fortunately, Chen Ming's 100-ton king was parked not too far away, and the driver's door had been left open. Chen Ming leapt into the cab in 2 strides, slammed the door shut, ignored the seatbelt, released the parking brake, and slammed his right foot down on the accelerator pedal. The roar of the engine echoed across the entire area. The two desert wolves had already charged onto the highway, but the sheer volume of the roar startled them. They froze in place, trembling, too afraid to approach. In their minds, the 100-ton king simply didn't exist. Under the desert wolves' stunned gaze, the 100-ton behemoth charged straight toward them. One of the desert wolves even charged at the 100-ton behemoth. Boom! 2 successive crashes echoed. The 100-ton king's front bumper violently sent both desert wolves flying.
Dead as a doornail.
Chen Ming gently tapped the brakes, coasting nearly 100 meters before bringing the vehicle to a halt. He approached the two desert wolves with a dagger in hand.
Both were now mangled beyond recognition, their bodies a bloody mess. One was particularly gruesome, with multiple areas of its flesh torn completely off. Collect. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained Holy Wolf King Meat X12. After 100x boost. Ding. Congratulations. Player has completed the Warrior's Wheel Challenge. Rewards: Divine Windstep, Cold Medicine X100 after 100x boost, Reputation Points X50. With this batch of sacred Wolf King meat, Chen Ming wouldn't have to worry about meals for the next few days. The real highlight was the Divine Windstep. Divine Windstep Epic Wind Attribute Footwork. Travels on the wind, leaving a trail of whirlwinds in its wake. When a certain number of whirlwinds gather, they automatically coalesce into a hurricane to attack opponents. Epic Tier Movement Skill. Walking on Wind. This alone held an irresistible allure for Chen Ming. Pair it with a great sword later. Sword Riding Flight. That would be the ultimate finishing move. What boy on Blue Star hasn't dreamed of soaring through the skies on a flying sword as a child? How incredibly cool would that be? Of course, just having the skill doesn't mean Chen Ming can master Divine Windstep right away. It requires constant practice on his part. As for the cold medicine, each unit is one box. The moment Chen Ming saw the cold medicine, he knew he was staring at a massive business opportunity. Plenty of players must have caught colds last night, right? Without cold medicine in this environment, it'd be tough to get through it, right? Chen Ming returned to the driver's seat. He had rushed straight to the hero's wheel upon waking and hadn't yet checked on the player's current status. When he opened the regional chat log interface, his pupils dilated in shock. Surviving players in the top right corner, 8,302. In just one night, the numbers had plummeted to the 8,000s and were about to drop below 8,000. Every single digit represented a human life. Glancing at the chat window beside him. So many players died last night. Thank goodness I splurged on a thick blanket, otherwise I wouldn't have made it through the night. Catching a cold here is brutal. I feel like I can barely drive straight anymore. I'm sick, thirsty, and starving. I doubt I'll make it to tomorrow. I'm screwed. I ran the AC all night and my gas tank's almost empty. If I don't find fuel today, my car's going to break down for sure. Awesome. My luck's on fire today. Just woke up and spotted a bronze tier treasure chest in the distance. Hit the jackpot. I just ran into a treasure chest monster disguised as a chest. It nearly scared the crap out of me. Friendly reminder, never mess with marching ants. They chewed my vehicle to pieces, feels like it'll scrap any second. It was clear that gaps were starting to form among the players. The lucky ones kept raking in loot, while the unlucky ones were teetering on the brink of death. Chen Ming glanced around briefly before typing in the regional chat, cold medicine now available. Interested players can PM me for trade. Limited stock, first come, first served. Chapter 7, The Ultimate Mileage Race. The term cold medicine was now exceptionally sensitive. It was quickly picked up by many players. Someone actually listed cold medicine? What kind of crazy luck is this? Wait, this guy looks kind of familiar. Chen Ming? Isn't that the guy selling water yesterday? Now he's selling cold medicine today? Does he have that much stuff? Could he be a specially arranged NPC? What normal player could have so many urgently needed items? Chen Ming had already made a strong impression on everyone yesterday. Now, his reappearance today only reinforced that memory. Many players were green with envy over Chen Ming's wealth. Soon, private messages flooded Chen Ming's inbox. After quickly filtering out and blocking freeloaders seeking handouts, Chen Ming began negotiating prices one by one. The entire process went exceptionally smoothly. After facing the threat of death, the mindset of many players had completely changed. Especially after Chen Ming mentioned that supplies were limited. Everyone was desperate to trade every single item they had to Chen Ming, hoping to secure their chance at survival as quickly as possible. In the blink of an eye, 89 boxes of cold medicine were depleted. The remaining players with colds were either insincere or had already succumbed to their illnesses. Chen Ming didn't press the issue, saving the remaining supplies as a backup. It was still morning, and while the temperature was gradually rising, it wasn't yet unbearably hot. Instead of driving forward, Chen Ming got out of the car and began practicing the Divine Windstep. Following the instructions, he needed to draw wind elemental energy from his surroundings, channel it into his legs, and then swiftly execute several steps. Only after he could execute 5 steps fluently would he be considered to have mastered the basics of the Divine Windstep. The hardest part wasn't the final 5 steps, but mobilizing the surrounding wind elemental energy. Players must follow the technique's guidance, attempting it slowly and patiently. Rushing would easily lead to failure. This essentially tested players' sensitivity to elements. But this was nothing to Chen Ming. With the Elemental Emperor's assistance, in less than 10 minutes, Chen Ming could already clearly sense the wind elemental energy. Half an hour later, he could actively channel wind elemental energy to gather between his legs. Next came the 5 consecutive steps, a challenge that stumped Chen Ming for nearly an hour before he finally staggered through them. Congratulations! Your Divine Windstep has reached the beginner stage. Keep up the good work.
As the system notification appeared, it officially declared Chen Ming's successful mastery of the divine wind step.
It was now approaching 11 in the morning.
The sun grew increasingly scorching.
Outside, Chen Ming could no longer endure the heat.
Panting heavily, he hurried back to the driver's seat.
Practicing in this environment was clearly not ideal.
After cooling off for a while with the air conditioning, Chen Ming took out a portion of sacred wolf king meat and began eating it with relish. As the meat settled in his stomach, Chen Ming felt a warmth spreading through his body. The strength he had lost during his earlier training was rapidly returning, leaving him feeling refreshed and energetic, a far cry from his earlier exhausted state. Now, Chen Ming felt powerful enough to kill a bull with a single blow. This state lasted nearly 10 minutes before slowly dissipating. Chen Ming's first thought was that his strength seemed to have increased. He hurriedly pulled up his personal information. Player, Chen Ming. Constitution, 16. Strength, 14. Agility, 15. Intelligence, 14. Talents, Hundredfold Amplification, Elemental Mastery. Skill, Divine Wind Step. Weapon, Elegant Dagger. Seeing these absurdly high stats, Chen Ming couldn't help but marvel. He had assumed his strength would increase the most, but now it seemed otherwise. The fastest improvement was actually in his constitution. Epic grade meat truly lived up to its reputation. Beyond that, Chen Ming unexpectedly discovered another special use for this epic grade meat. It could rapidly replenish both physical stamina and mental energy. During the next intense battle, when Chen Ming was on the verge of collapse, he could pull out a piece of meat, swallow it, and then recover his stamina to continue fighting. Its endurance-boosting power was absolutely top-notch. Chen Ming activated the 100-ton king and began moving forward. While driving, he began checking the materials needed to upgrade various parts of the vehicle. The upgraded front bumper proved remarkably effective. It hadn't even scratched when it collided with those two desert wolves. This time, Chen Ming focused on two key areas. One was the fuel tank, and the other was the engine. The fuel tank required a significant amount of resources, but he had already gathered most of them during his previous cold medicine trade. Now, he only needed one more spatial fragment. The engine, however, required considerably more. Steel pipes X10, springs X5, engine core X1, cooling fins X1. None of these had been encountered yet. As for the vehicle kitchen, after some trading, only coal remains insufficient. I still need 5 more. The road ahead is long and arduous. As the clock struck 12, an electronic chime echoed in the minds of all players. Simultaneously, the system interface popped up automatically. Congratulations to all players for surviving into Day 2 of Highway Survival. Extreme heat is approaching. From this moment onward, the probability of obtaining cooling items from treasure chests will significantly increase. Note, the first round of the highest kilometer challenge has officially begun. Rankings will fluctuate in real time. Eliminating beasts along the route grants bonus points. Top-ranked players will receive tiered rewards, details available for review. Note, the strongest kilometer race rankings will be updated in real time. Seeing so many prompts appear in succession piqued Chen Ming's interest. Seeing that treasure chests now yield cooling items, Chen Ming realized the system genuinely aimed to assist players in overcoming challenges. These cooling items were neither here nor there for Chen Ming, utterly insignificant. In his view, what truly mattered was the upcoming strongest kilometer race. After thoroughly reading the competition details, Chen Ming had fully grasped the scoring system. First was the kilometer count, 1 point per kilometer, with no upper limit. Next came points for slaying beasts, which started at 10 points with no cap. Additionally, the competition had a time limit, 24 hours. By noon tomorrow, whoever had the highest score would rank highest and receive greater rewards. Rankings would update in real time, allowing participants to see their approximate position and heightening the competitive spirit. After disabling the system notification, a new mileage leaderboard option appeared next to the regional chat interface. Opening the mileage leaderboard, Chen Ming discovered he was currently ranked 17th. His current speed wasn't particularly fast, hovering around 40 km/h. Players ahead of him were traveling significantly faster, naturally accumulating more mileage. The top-ranked player, Yan Chengjun, had already reached 5 points. That's fast. Chapter 8, the top spot changes hands. Despite his lower ranking, Chen Ming wasn't disappointed. His speed might not be fast enough, but he had an advantage over the others. That advantage was ample fuel. Take the current leader, Yan Chengjun, for example. Sure, his car was fast, but could he guarantee he'd be driving non-stop for 24 hours? Under these conditions, everyone's fuel would inevitably run dry soon. Then the top spot would inevitably be handed over to him. With that thought, Chen Ming stepped on the gas. After all, he had plenty of diesel, more than he could ever use up. Meanwhile, in the regional chat interface, players were discussing the details of this race. Why did this challenge suddenly appear? Our chance to turn things around is here. How come Yan Chengjun's score is so high from the start? What gives him that advantage? I know him. His vehicle is a sports car, super fast. One stomp on the gas and he'll shoot way ahead. What? A sports car? How are we supposed to compete with that?
His speed easily breaks 200. My beat-up car would be lucky to hit 100. Silly. So what if it's a sports car? Does he have that much gas? Once he runs out, he'll be stuck. Listen up, guys. Opportunities right here. Take a chance and turn your bike into a motorcycle. Come on, everyone, charge.
If I finish high enough, this fuel will pay for itself in no time.
It's a steal.
Players had wildly differing attitudes toward this race. Some players saw this as a golden opportunity, ready to stake all their resources on turning a bicycle into a motorcycle.
Others believed caution was key.
Fuel was already scarce, and burning through too much in this race would inevitably hinder future operations.
It's a matter of perspective, really.
With Chen Ming's throttle stuck wide open, the 100-ton behemoth reached 100 km/h, still a blistering pace.
Chen Ming wasn't just driving, his eyes darted constantly from side to side.
In this challenge, slaying beasts was also of paramount importance.
Each beast yielded substantial points. Absolutely no misses allowed.
Whether it was the system's recent notification or the work of that lucky tongue in his car.
Less than 2 hours into his journey, a bronze-tier treasure chest appeared ahead on the right.
After parking the vehicle, Chen Ming cautiously approached the chest. Under the current circumstances, the treasure chest was bound to be guarded by beasts. Sure enough, under Chen Ming's careful observation, he quickly located the beast's position in a sandpit behind the bronze treasure chest. Once he confirmed its position, Chen Ming gradually relaxed. His current strength was incomparable to before. These ordinary beasts posed no threat to him.
This confidence stemmed entirely from the enhancement of his 4-dimensional attributes.
As Chen Ming drew nearer, the beast lurking in the rear pit gradually revealed its true form. The first thing that came into view was none other than a long scorpion tail. Then, the desert scorpion fully revealed itself before Chen Ming. Chen Ming sensed it instinctively. The moment he drew near, that scorpion tail would strike first, injecting its venom into his body. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming's gaze sharpened.
Divine wind step.
In the next instant, Chen Ming shot forward like a phantom. With a flash of cold light, the long scorpion tail was flung high into the air, finally dropping limply to the ground. The desert scorpion froze in place for 2 seconds before finally letting out a pained cry. The second slash fell, and it finally fell utterly silent. It was that simple. After all, Divine Wind Step was an epic tier skill. Though Chen Ming was only at the beginner stage, among this horde of beasts, it was an absolute dimension-lowering strike.
So satisfying.
Chen Ming watched the scene unfold with a satisfied smile.
Direct harvest.
After the Hundredfold Boost, Chen Ming obtained an epic tier venom sac.
Seeing the item's name, he didn't dare touch it. Without a second thought, he tossed it straight into his system inventory.
He returned to open the bronze treasure chest.
The original ice block blueprint, amplified 100-fold, transformed into a car refrigerator blueprint. And not just any ordinary car refrigerator.
It was an epic tier car refrigerator. Additionally, 5 iron items had been amplified 100-fold into iron ingots. Overall, it's pretty average. Is the epic car refrigerator blueprint worth it?
Absolutely. But the crafting requirements are incredibly demanding.
It requires a significant amount of high-tier resources, and Chen Ming still needed time to gather them. After quickly stowing these supplies, Chen Ming returned to the 100-ton king and continued driving. 2 hours flew by, and during that time, Chen Ming didn't encounter a single treasure chest. Checking the leaderboard, he found his rank had climbed to 5th place, with only 4 players ahead of him. The point gaps between them were narrow, making overtaking possible at any moment. Just as Chen Ming was about to close the leaderboard, the rankings suddenly shifted. Chen Ming's name dropped from 5th to 6th place.
Seeing this, his curiosity was instantly piqued. Could another player have surpassed him?
His gaze drifted upward. When he saw the name at the top, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Yan Chengjun, who had previously held the top spot, had now fallen to 2nd place.
The new number 1 was someone else entirely, and crucially, someone Chen Ming recognized. Yang Zishu. Wasn't this the girl who had traded with him earlier? Now she had emerged as a dark horse.
Not only had she surged all the way to the top, but she was now nearly 30 points ahead of 2nd place Yan Chengjun. The sudden shift in the rankings quickly drew the attention of many players.
Who the hell is Yang Zishu? How did she suddenly become number 1? Holy crap, she wasn't even in the top 20 before, right? Now she's jumped straight to 1st place with a huge lead? What's going on? I bet Yan Chengjun is devastated right now.
He worked so hard to hold on to 1st place, only to have it snatched away so easily. Check out Chen Ming, he's been steadily climbing. Just dropped to 6th, but now he's back up to 5th.
I'm giving up. Just completing the daily tasks is enough for me.
Chen Ming pondered for a moment before proactively reaching out to Yang Zishu with his question. Having previously traded items, they were now friends and could chat privately. Meanwhile, inside an RV,
Yang Zishu returned to the driver's seat, still visibly shaken.
She had nearly met her end just now, but luckily her reflexes kicked in at the last moment, allowing her to narrowly escape disaster.
Ding!
Just as she was about to start the RV and continue onward, another private message popped up. She already knew she'd secured first place in this competition. Since returning to her RV, the private messages hadn't stopped. Just as she assumed this was another ordinary message and glanced at it, her hand froze mid-motion when she saw the sender was Chen Ming. Big shot Chen Ming. Over the past 2 days, several elite players had emerged, and Chen Ming was one of them. After a moment's hesitation, she opened the private chat interface, composed a message, and sent it. Regarding Chen Ming, she felt it was acceptable to reveal a little information considered cultivating a good connection.
Chapter 9, Desert Antelope.
After reading the private message sent by the other party, Chen Ming was utterly astonished.
Yang Zishu's first place finish this time was pure luck. That's right. Pure luck. According to the system's rules, players received bonus points for killing beasts.
She exploited this rule to wipe out an entire nest of bloodthirsty ants in one fell swoop.
These bloodthirsty ants differ from desert marching ants.
Though much smaller in size, they are far more ferocious. If 100 desert marching ants fought 100 bloodthirsty ants, the bloodthirsty ants would always emerge victorious.
Desert marching ants stand no chance against them. Only when their numbers were small could desert marching ants easily handle the bloodthirsty ants.
Previously, any player encountering bloodthirsty ants would face a major headache. But Yang Zishu was fortunate enough to obtain a bottle of kerosene, which he used to set the entire nest ablaze.
Each bloodthirsty ant yielded 710 points. This is how Yang Zishu's score skyrocketed, surpassing many powerful players.
Upon reading this, Chen Ming couldn't help but shake his head. The method was clear, but where on earth could he find these ants now? Whether desert marching ants or bloodthirsty ants, neither was something Chen Ming could simply choose to encounter. That required luck. No choice, Chen Ming slammed the accelerator to the floor, resorting to the simplest method to boost his score. If only this car had cruise control. Maintaining the driving position for so long was incredibly exhausting. In his previous life on Blue Star, cruise control was constantly criticized, and some people had even died because of it. But here, it was different. Endless highways stretched straight ahead, with no need to worry about other vehicles. And even if there were, what difference would they make to this 100-ton behemoth? They'd be no more than speed bumps. With that thought, he began examining specific component upgrades, hoping to find the solution.
As players followed Yang Zishu against the current, many chose to abandon the attempt.
There was no way around it. The pressure they now faced was simply too immense.
With already scarce fuel reserves being drained like this, would they even be able to complete subsequent missions?
Failing this immediate mission carried no penalty, but failing the daily 100-kilometer requirement would bring consequences. And the penalty seemed severe, life-threatening. As more and more players dropped out, Chen Ming finally overtook the third-place player around 7 in the evening.
Above him now were only Yang Zishu and Yan Changjun. After hours of relentless effort, Yan Changjun had narrowed the gap between himself and Yan Zi to mere minutes. Supercars were simply too fast. But in Chen Ming's view, Yan Changjun's approach was unsustainable in the long run. Supercars guzzle fuel. He doubted the opponent could hold out until tomorrow before giving up.
By 8 p.m., the desert had grown dim. Chen Ming activated the 100-ton King's headlights and pressed forward. He was determined to claim that first place. The prolonged driving placed immense strain on Chen Ming's mental energy. Without hesitation, he pulled out a chunk of golden dragon snake meat and devoured it in large bites. His mental and physical energy rapidly recovered.
HM?
Just as he took a bite of the golden dragon snake meat, Chen Ming froze, then swiftly set it aside. Dozens of red dots appeared directly ahead of him, an eerily terrifying sight. As they drew nearer, Chen Ming recognized what was approaching him.
Antelopes.
The crucial difference was that these antelopes were unlike any he had seen before. Their coats were a desert sand yellow, and their 2 massive horns were not intact, they were broken. Paired with their blood-red eyes, these desert antelopes radiated an aura of lethality.
Ha! As the distance between them closed, the antelopes showed no fear whatsoever.
Instead, they began charging toward Chen Ming.
So aggressive?
Chen Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, but soon, his gaze hardened with savagery.
What a joke! He was the 100-ton king. Who cares about some antelopes? Why should he hold back?
After half a second of thought, Chen Ming slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The 100-ton beast roared forward, its engine bellowing as it charged ahead.
Crash!
A single impact sound was followed by a series of rapid collisions. Blood splattered across the windshield in front of Chen Ming. Beyond that, he could feel his 100-ton beast's speed gradually slowing.
The desert antelopes charged with fierce momentum, their impact proving formidable.
After plowing through nearly 20 desert antelopes, Chen Ming's 100-ton beast was finally forced to a halt. The moment the vehicle came to a halt, Chen Ming hurled himself out the driver's side window, his dagger flashing through the air with lightning speed. Empowered by the divine windstep, the remaining desert antelopes felt only a sudden pain in their throats before meeting their end in the next instant. After dispatching the remaining desert antelopes, Chen Ming confirmed the area was clear before turning his attention to the 100-ton king behind him. The front bumper of the 100-ton king showed a slight bend. Beyond that, its entire front end was drenched in bright red blood, especially the lower central section where the blood had thickened into a sticky mass. Seeing this, Chen Ming couldn't help but shake his head before beginning the collection process.
Ding! Congratulations, player. Collection successful. Obtain 32 Holy King roasted lamb after 100x multiplier.
Additionally, Chen Ming's ranking on the leaderboard shot up once more, propelling him past the 2 players ahead to claim the top spot. Of course, Chen Ming had no time to spare for leaderboards now. He was busy repairing the 100-ton King's front bumper. The repair consumed several pieces of iron. A few minutes later, the 100-ton King's front bumper was restored to normal. After confirming everything was in order, Chen Ming climbed back into the vehicle, started the 100-ton King, and pressed onward. In his view, these desert antelopes had arrived at the perfect moment. Knowing his food supplies were running low, they practically jumped at the chance to deliver meat right to his doorstep, grilled lamb, no less. This saved him a lot of trouble.
Ding! Not long after Chen Ming started driving, a private chat notification sounded.
Hearing the sound, his attention was split in two. He opened his private chat interface while driving.
The message was from Yang Zishu. Yang Zishu, bro Chen, did you also take down a pack of beasts? Did you get any good loot? I can trade with you.
Oh?
Chen Ming's interest was instantly piqued upon reading this.
He hadn't gotten any loot himself, but judging by Yang Zishu's words, she had. And it seemed to be quite valuable.
What do you have? Chapter 10, Engine Upgrade Requirements. Alloy Steel. This was the brief description Yang Zishu sent.
The function of alloy steel was straightforward, it was essential for upgrading certain vehicle components. It's also the resource Chen Ming is currently most in need of.
Must swap.
In an instant, Chen Ming made up his mind. After a moment's thought, he initiated a message. Alright, I have some high-grade food items.
Would you be interested in trading?
The most valuable item he currently possessed was this roasted lamb. There was plenty of it, so trading off a portion wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't significantly impact him.
Upon seeing Chen Ming's reply, Yang Zishu's first reaction was dissatisfaction.
Alloy steel hadn't appeared on the market yet, and as the saying goes, scarcity makes things valuable.
In her mind, her alloy steel could fetch quite a few valuable items.
She was willing to discuss it with Chen Ming precisely because she'd seen his points skyrocket. Linking that to the experience she'd shared with him earlier, Chen Ming must have slain quite a few beasts.
So many beasts must have yielded good loot, right?
That's why she was willing to trade the alloy steel.
And what did she get in return?
Chen Ming actually brushed her off.
What he offered in return was food.
Food was indeed scarce across the entire market right now, but it wasn't that desperate.
Every player encounters 1 or 2 beasts daily. Slaying them provides sustenance.
Just as she was about to politely decline Chen Ming, he sent another message, also an introduction interface, just like hers.
After a moment's hesitation, she decided to open the introduction interface anyway.
The moment she did, she was utterly stunned.
Holy King roasted lamb. The roasted meat itself wasn't the key point, it was the quality. Platinum grade.
Keep in mind that most players currently use bronze grade items, consuming ungraded goods that merely fill their stomachs.
But here with Chen Ming? He starts with platinum grade meat.
No wonder his strength is so formidable, he's fueled by platinum grade ingredients.
How could his combat power not be formidable? Swap. If it were any other food, Yang Zishu would have pondered how to decline Chen Ming without seeming heartless.
But after reading this description, she agreed without a second thought.
What was alloy steel compared to platinum grade supplies? Soon, the transaction was complete.
Yang Zishu traded 3 pieces of alloy steel to Chen Ming for a platinum grade Holy King antelope meat. After the trade, Chen Ming casually opened the nearby regional chat interface. What he saw there caught his attention. Yan Chengjun, who had previously ranked second but now dropped to third, had spoken up.
Yan Chengjun, Chen Ming, Yang Zishu, are you two cheating? Why did your scores suddenly jump so much? What gives? This competition is totally unfair. I'm reporting you.
Earlier, when Yang Zishu's score had skyrocketed, Yan Chengjun had noticed it but assumed the other player had simply gotten lucky or found some method to boost their score. Plus, at that time, over 10 players including himself had each dropped 1 spot in the rankings. Since no one else complained, he didn't want to speak up either, lest others think he was petty. But when Chen Ming's score shot up and instantly surpassed his own, it really got under his skin. Plummeting from first to third place nearly shattered his composure. He had poured his absolute everything into this race. His supercar was running low on fuel. It had stalled now, and the remaining fuel would barely last until tomorrow. If the race ended tomorrow without him getting resupplied, he'd be finished.
Below Yan Chengjun, a crowd of confused players joined in the clamor. Yeah. Those two are definitely cheating. We struggle so hard to boost our scores, why do they get it so easily? Exactly.
I drove for ages just to get a few dozen points, but look at them in a single minute, their scores skyrocketed.
Not just a little, but hundreds of points. Who can compete with that?
I bet Chen Ming and Yang Zishu have some secret method to farm points. That's how they boosted their scores so fast.
They should hand over their tricks right now. Exactly. We're all in this together, why are they screwing us over like this? They need to share that method. The players were green with envy. If only they could master this technique too, they might secure higher rankings and better rewards when the competition ends. But upon seeing these comments, Chen Ming couldn't help but snort in disdain. Frankly, the method itself wasn't worth much. But in Chen Ming's view, why should he tell them? Just because they said a few words? Even if he told them the method, they might not have the skill to kill that many beasts, nor the luck to encounter them. But he simply refused to hand it over so easily. Want to know? Then go find out for yourselves. Chen Ming decisively closed the regional chat interface before him, opened the vehicle status screen, and began examining the next component he planned to upgrade. After a quick comparison, Chen Ming quickly settled on a choice. The front end. Based on his experiences battling the desert wolf and desert antelope, the 100-ton King's ramming capability proved crucial. While the front bumper was sturdy enough, the overall strength of the front end needed to match up. Only then could the vehicle unleash its full collision potential. Check the front end upgrade requirements. What he didn't expect to discover was that the front end could be upgraded in two distinct directions. The first path reinforces the existing front end, making it even tougher. The second involves adding a spike to the existing front end. These spikes aren't ordinary, they're specialized, measuring a full 1.5 meters in length. Its penetration power is extraordinary. Few creatures can withstand such penetration. Of course, compared to simply reinforcing the front end, this spike comes with far more conditions. Requirements are as follows. Iron X100, Gold X50, Alloy Steel X20, Iron Taper X5. Given Chen Ming's current circumstances, gathering all these materials is incredibly difficult. He currently possesses less than 1/5 of what's needed. The first three items are manageable, at least he's seen them before. The problem is the iron spikes. He's never even laid eyes on them. This was a bit of a problem. It seemed he'd have to keep a closer eye out for information on iron spikes and alloy steel from now on. After briefly glancing at the leaderboard and confirming his ranking was over 180 points ahead of Yang Zishu, Chen Ming decided against driving further. He had the desire, but his mental energies simply couldn't keep up. After turning off the engine and closing all the windows, Chen Ming closed his eyes to rest. The next day, Chen Ming was jolted awake by a violent collision. He sprang up from his reclined seat, all traces of sleepiness vanishing instantly. His gaze darted through the windshield to the outside. In the sky, a vulture circled overhead. It seemed drawn by the blood on the 100-ton King's body. Chapter 11, Treasure Radar. Under Chen Ming's watchful gaze, the circling vulture suddenly dove downward, plunging toward the 100-ton King. Judging by its posture, it had clearly mistaken the 100-ton King for its prey. After a split-second freeze, Chen Ming reacted lightning fast, stomping on the accelerator. With a thunderous roar, the 100-ton King surged forward. The vulture, diving from above, heard the roar but had no time to react. There was no surprise. Both collided head-on. The result? The vulture fell lifelessly to the ground, dead on impact. Pushing open the door and stepping out, Chen Ming quickly harvested the vulture, once again obtaining a platinum-grade meat. Seeing this, Chen Ming's face was filled with dissatisfaction. Yang Zishu had slain a beast and obtained treasures, but what about himself? Besides the most basic meat, nothing else dropped at all. Just as Chen Ming turned to get back in the car, his disappointment fading, his peripheral vision suddenly caught something by the roadside. What did he see? 2 bronze-tier treasure chests were lying by the roadside. That's right. 2 whole ones. Chen Ming froze, then a thought began to form in his mind. Last night, his attention had been completely absorbed by those desert antelopes, and he hadn't noticed the bronze-tier treasure chests hidden nearby. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. Whenever beasts appeared before, treasure chests were always nearby. With so many desert antelopes, it made no sense for there to be no treasure chests. Chen Ming hurried over to the 2 bronze-tier treasure chests and opened the left one first. Ding! Congratulations, player, for opening a bronze-tier treasure chest. You have obtained titanium iron picks X3 after 100x boost. Ha! Titanium iron picks? Chen Ming was certain he still needed iron spikes, but what the heck were these titanium iron spikes? They didn't seem to be the same thing he needed. He wanted iron spikes. But after reading the description, Chen Ming understood. This titanium iron spike far surpassed ordinary iron spikes in both destructive power and attack strength. Crucially, as soon as Chen Ming acquired this titanium alloy iron spike, the upgrade requirements for the vehicle's front end changed too, shifting from the previous iron spike to the titanium alloy iron spike. Damn! Even the system had caught on. But this wasn't bad news for Chen Ming either. This titanium alloy iron spike could be obtained through a 100-fold increase, making it easier to collect than the iron spike in a certain sense. As for relying on other players? Chen Ming never entertained such thoughts. In his view, trusting others was less reliable than placing hope in himself. Not a bad haul. Chen Ming turned his attention to the second bronze-tier treasure chest. Open it decisively. Ding! Congratulations, player, on opening the bronze-tier treasure chest. You have obtained the treasure radar after the 100-fold boost. Treasure radar? Chen Ming's curiosity was instantly piqued. He hurriedly checked its description. Treasure radar can be mounted on the player's vehicle. The treasure radar can scan for treasures within a 200-meter radius and will alert the player when treasures are detected. This is awesome. Chen Ming's eyes lit up. His eyes could only see so far, forcing him to strain his vision while driving to avoid missing any treasure chests. Now with this treasure radar, it would save him a lot of trouble. His own line of sight was lucky to reach a few dozen meters at best, but this treasure radar covered 200 meters. Much wider range. For Chen Ming, this was an absolute game changer. With that thought, Chen Ming hurriedly installed the treasure radar on his 100-ton king. Only when the radar range appeared on the central control panel did Chen Ming finally relax. He'd woken up and immediately gotten into a fight. Chen Ming hadn't even had time to wash up or refuel. To ensure proper oral hygiene, he traded for toothpaste using water resources on the exchange. While other players were still fretting over survival supplies, Chen Ming had already begun pursuing a quality lifestyle. After finishing his morning routine, Chen Ming pulled out a platinum-grade meat ration and began eating. While savoring his breakfast, he didn't forget to check the current leaderboard standings. Last night, Yang Zishu and Yen Chungjun hadn't gained many points. They still lagged behind Chen Ming. However, both were steadily climbing the ranks now, their scores neck and neck as they battled for second place. As for the top spot, they had already given up on it. Closing the leaderboard, Chen Ming shifted his gaze to the regional chat interface. Compared to yesterday's resentment-filled chat, today's atmosphere was relatively harmonious. While Yang Zishu and Yen Chungjun battled for rankings, the other players weren't resting. After all, everyone had to complete today's daily quest, advance 100 kilometers. Why not finish this goal in the morning and earn some extra points? Doing so might even push their rankings higher and secure better rewards. Based on current calculations, I can reach 100 kilometers before noon. My score could jump up another 50 spots. It's not that simple. Everyone's moving forward now. Your score goes up, but so does everyone else's. This is unfair. My vehicle is just too slow. Covering 100 kilometers daily takes me from dawn till dusk. By the time I finish, it's already too late. Then you really are unlucky. Bad? It's not bad luck. It's you being lazy. I'm in the same boat with a slow vehicle, so I started driving at midnight. I calculated it from midnight to 11:30 a.m. I can finish the 100-kilometer task. Feels great. You're going all out for that ranking, huh? Not even sleeping. Man, I'm so jealous of Chen Ming. His score just jumped a few points and hasn't budged since. That top spot is definitely his now. Now I'm curious about Chen Ming's ride. He's leveling up so fast, his vehicle must be a huge help. After briefly assessing the current situation, Chen Ming finished his meal and started the 100-ton king, moving forward. Even though he was comfortably in the lead, it was still better to play it safe. After all, if Yang Zishu or Yen Chungjun got incredibly lucky and encountered another wave of beasts before noon, clearing them out could threaten his top position. Time slowly ticked by, and before he knew it, noon struck 12. The unexpected turn of events Chen Ming had imagined never materialized. By the end of the competition, he maintained a commanding lead of over 170 points over second place. In the final stretch, Yen Chungjun fell just 2 points short of Yang Zishu. It could only be described as truly unlucky. At that moment, a notification sounded in Chen Ming's mind. Ding! The first round of the Ultimate Kilometer Challenge has officially concluded. Congratulations to the player for securing first place in this competition. Rewards: Premium Physique will X1, Spirit Coins X10000, Skill Book, Blazing Holy Fist 100x Amplified. Chapter 12, Elemental Divine Physique. Whoa! Seeing these rewards instantly perked Chen Ming up. What a bounty! As expected of a competition hosted by the system itself, the rewards are truly generous. First up was the Premium Constitution Wheel, amplified 100-fold by the Constitution Lottery. This wheel actually has a special feature. It had already been boosted once, and after the spin ended, it could be boosted again. That's why Chen Ming really loves these reward-based spin mechanics. Every spin is a huge win. Without hesitation, he spun it. As the wheel spun rapidly before him, Chen Ming waited 3 seconds before silently commanding in his mind, "Stop." As the wheel gradually came to a halt, a notification appeared on the system interface before him. Ding! Congratulations, player, on obtaining Elemental Divine Body 100x Amplification. Elemental Divine Physique Legendary. After imbuing this physique, the player gains plus 100% affinity with all elemental attributes, plus 100% effect when casting elemental skills, and plus 100% effect when learning elemental skills. Whoa! Upon seeing this physique, Chen Ming wasted no time, pushing open the door and stepping out. Divine Wind Step. Executing the familiar footwork once more, Chen Ming felt this attempt was significantly easier than previous ones. Moreover, compared to before, this time he managed nearly 20 consecutive steps before exhaustion set in. What a huge improvement! Was this the true power of a legendary physique? Seems the system is determined to lock him onto the path of elements with no turning back. Well then. Well, I suppose I'll just go along with it. Next came the second reward, spirit coins.
They seemed useless for now, but Chen Ming welcomed any extra.
Since they were currency on this continent, they must be useful.
After stowing all the spirit coins in his system space, Chen Ming turned his attention to the final reward.
A skill book.
Fiery Holy Fist Diamond Grade, a fist enveloped in molten lava and scorching heat is hurled at the enemy, reaching temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Seeing this skill book, Chen Ming was momentarily dumbfounded.
A fist wrapped in magma? Was that even possible? Wouldn't he end up burning himself to death? He understood the logic, it was about the body. Enemies certainly couldn't withstand temperatures over 1,000 degrees, but could he? That's doubtful.
Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the system notification sounded punctually. Note, when the player casts the blazing holy fist, it will not harm themselves.
High temperatures and other negative effects are ineffective against them. A god-tier skill. With just this skill alone, Chen Ming couldn't imagine anyone standing a chance against him. Learn it immediately.
10 minutes later, Chen Ming's blazing holy fist reached the beginner level.
The gap between the beginner level and the ultimate version was still considerable.
The first difference was the temperature, only 70 degrees Celsius, not particularly extreme. This temperature would change as Chen Ming mastered the blazing holy fist. 70 degrees seemed like a huge gap, but for now, it was sufficient. After organizing his gains, Chen Ming immediately opened the chat interface upon boarding the vehicle. With his own loot organized, he shifted his focus to other players. His first place reward was solid, and his subsequent rankings shouldn't be too shabby either. He aimed to trade for more items. At that moment, the regional chat interface was flooded with messages of every kind.
Awesome! I snatched my way into the top 30 at the last minute.
These rewards are seriously not bad.
Everything here is exactly what I need right now. Got plenty of iron and gold here. Anyone need some? Hit me up for a sweet deal. Wait, is this tournament rigged?
I'm in the 5,000s, but these rewards suck.
Are they pulling our leg? Ah, I got an ice machine. Awesome. Future heat waves? Piece of cake for me now. Hey, you might be getting ahead of yourself. Ice makers need water resources. Are you sure you have that? What? Please, big shots, trade me some water. I'll give you ice cubes in exchange. Our rewards are this good? Top-ranked players must be doing well, right? Everyone, be careful. Players can encounter each other.
I just stumbled upon a wrecked vehicle with a player's corpse inside. Looks like they've been dead for about a day.
What? Chen Ming's brows instantly furrowed upon seeing the latter message. Players can encounter each other.
This news struck all players like a bolt of lightning. After all, once you mastered the methods, dealing with beasts became relatively straightforward.
But players were different. People will do anything to survive.
When the time came, player-on-player combat would be perfectly normal.
A single piece of news instantly extinguished the player's excitement.
Chen Ming took a deep breath before quickly contacting the player who had mentioned having large quantities of iron and gold earlier, initiating a trade. Iron and gold were still in short supply for him. Many upgrades for the 100-ton king required iron and gold. Chen Ming offered the other player some water resources and diesel fuel. In exchange, he acquired a substantial amount of iron and gold. These were all rewards the other player had earned during this competition. After completing the trade, Chen Ming wasted no time. He posted in the regional chat, anyone with coal, iron pots, iron, gold, or alloy steel, PM me. I have diesel and water to trade. The first two items were needed to build a mobile kitchen, which Chen Ming hadn't managed to gather earlier. But this time was different. With the competition just ended, players had plenty of valuable items on hand.
Who knows? Maybe someone had just obtained these very items. Sure enough, when Chen Ming's message appeared, it sent shockwaves through the player community. The two resources Chen Ming offered were now pure gold. Which player wouldn't want more water and diesel? Soon, Chen Ming's private messages were flooded.
After a quick screening, Chen Ming filtered out the coal and iron pots. Compared to last time, many more players had coal this round. Chen Ming still prioritized water resources in his trades.
He needed diesel himself, it was a consumable. Water was different, it could be generated.
No matter how much he traded away, Chen Ming wouldn't feel the pinch.
Soon, the requirements for the car refrigerator were finally met.
Chen Ming approached the glorious workbench and began crafting.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. Your popularity has skyrocketed. The Grand Workbench's item crafting grade has increased by +1.
Congratulations on triggering the 100x boost effect. Sterile semi-automated vehicle kitchen installation complete.
Seeing this notification, Chen Ming's eyes lit up. He got out of the car and opened the cargo compartment. A section inside had undergone a remarkable transformation where once there was nothing, now stood a brand new mobile kitchen. This sterile, semi-automated mobile kitchen was far more luxurious than Chen Ming had imagined. First and foremost, it was highly mechanized, making cooking significantly easier for Chen Ming.
Every conceivable piece of equipment was provided.
Chapter 13, The Dimensional Vehicle Bathroom and Oasis. With the kitchen sorted, he still needed resources to upgrade the cab. Chen Ming returned to the driver's seat and resumed checking the private messages from the remaining players. These private messages weren't just from players offering the resources Chen Ming needed, many others were pitching what they considered valuable treasures. Sifting through these treasures took time, slowing down the process considerably. Soon, one blueprint caught Chen Ming's attention. A blueprint for a mobile bathroom. The player across from him drove an RV that already came equipped with a bathroom, so this blueprint was surplus to requirements. He had intended to sell it, but no player had taken it. Bathroom. But that requires water. Without water, it's useless, so these mobile bathroom blueprints were completely ignored. Now that this player saw Chen Ming had abundant water resources, he dusted off this long-forgotten blueprint. To be honest, Chen Ming was genuinely tempted when he saw the blueprint. He hadn't bathed in 2 days, and being in this environment had left him reeking of sweat. He had to get his hands on these blueprints. Chen Ming, what's the price for this blueprint? Yuan Zilin, owner of the mobile bathroom blueprint, big shot. Chen Ming, name your price. This blueprint is just sitting idle with me, no other players want it. Of course, if possible, I'd still like to get more water. Chen Ming was quite satisfied with this response. In his view, Yuan Zilin seemed genuinely sincere. Other players assumed she was just trying to inflate the price, thinking they could drive it down later. What those players didn't know was that Chen Ming wasn't stupid. He had a clear understanding of the value of every item. So he simply ignored those asking for exorbitant prices. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ming proactively sent Yuan Zilin a trade request. Seconds later, the transaction was completed. In truth, Yuan Zilin hadn't seen the terms Chen Ming had set for her. Upon seeing that he had confirmed the transaction item, she decisively chose to proceed. Are you kidding me? She'd worked so hard to get this item out of the system, she was terrified Chen Ming might back out. After the transaction succeeded, she was stunned when she saw the 2L bottle of water appear in her system inventory. That's way too much. 2 liters of water. At this stage, it could easily be called a strategic resource. And Chen Ming just traded it to her like that. Just how much water does he have? I dare not think about it. Meanwhile, Chen Ming remained oblivious to Yuan Zilin's thoughts as he unfolded the blueprint for the vehicle-mounted bathroom and studied it carefully. The requirements weren't particularly difficult, honestly: 1 heater, 1 water tank, and 20 units of iron. All of these were available for purchase on the exchange. Within 10 minutes, Chen Ming had successfully gathered all the required resources. Before the glorious workbench, a critical hit triggered once more. Dimension Top Car Bathroom contains an inexhaustible supply of water for bathing, with freely adjustable water temperature. Note: water from the tank is for bathing only and is not drinkable. Chen Ming's eyes lit up upon reading the description. He had been worrying about whether he'd need to save some water for bathing each day. That concern vanished instantly. The bathing water was actually self-contained. This would save him a tremendous amount of water resources. After briefly skimming the remaining transaction requests, none particularly important, he decided not to continue reviewing them. With the bathroom all set up, it would be a shame not to enjoy a nice, relaxing shower. He opened the cargo hold behind him, walked over to the bathroom area, and began showering. For this, Chen Ming had even traded for a bottle of shower gel and shampoo on the exchange. Half an hour later, Chen Ming had thoroughly washed himself from head to toe. When he stepped out of the bathroom, he felt completely refreshed. Player clothing was actually quite simple to craft, directly on the crafting station. Of course, cheap things rarely come with quality. The ordinary clothes Chen Ming was currently wearing were system generated. They were truly ugly, but he had no choice. Washing away his fatigue, Chen Ming started his vehicle and continued onward. Feeling clean, he felt much more at ease. With his mood lifted, his luck seemed to improve as well. Less than half an hour into the drive, a flash of green light appeared within Chen Ming's field of vision. Green in the desert? Could it be? A thought flashed through his mind, and Chen Ming accelerated the off-road vehicle toward it. As he drew nearer, his suspicion solidified. A desert oasis. Indeed, before him now lay an oasis. Unlike the lifeless, endless expanse of desert, this oasis pulsed with vitality. Buzz. At that moment, the central control screen reacted. A small red dot appeared in the upper left corner, labeled with the number 194. The treasure hunting radar was working. There really was treasure in this oasis. With this thought, Chen Ming gently tapped the brakes, slowing the vehicle down while his eyes darted around the surroundings. Based on his survival experience over the past few days, treasures were always surrounded by danger. And this was an oasis. Those who could survive here were unlikely to be pushovers. After all, this oasis held water resources desperately scarce across the entire desert. Without formidable strength, one couldn't possibly protect such a vital water source. Upon entering the oasis, Chen Ming felt an uneasy twinge in his heart. He sensed something was watching him. There was definitely something wrong with this oasis. Chen Ming gripped the dagger in the passenger seat tightly, his eyes darting around constantly, trying to spot any hidden enemies lurking in the shadows. Several minutes later, Chen Ming parked the 100-ton truck 30 meters away from the resource point in a straight line.
Looking in that direction, he saw nothing but jungle. The exact location of the treasure chest was completely obscured.
Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming pushed open the door and stepped out, dagger in hand. Roar! The moment Chen Ming touched the ground, a thunderous roar erupted. In the next instant, a black, long-haired brown bear lunged out from his left side with astonishing speed. Fortunately, Chen Ming was fully alert. Hearing the roar, he rolled sideways at lightning speed, creating distance. After dodging the attack, Chen Ming quickly scrambled to his feet, using the divine wind step to shift his body. The brown bear's advantage vanished completely.
Against Chen Ming's absolute speed, the bear's sluggish pace was utterly inadequate.
Several lunges were easily evaded. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming thrust his dagger forward, striking one of the bear's eyes.
A wave of excruciating pain made the entire bear tremble violently, its mouth erupting in a wretched, agonized howl.
Deprived of one eye, it was utterly no match for Chen Ming. Soon, Chen Ming's dagger pierced its chest and it lay motionless on the ground, dead.
Ha!
What's this? As the brown bear fell, Chen Ming noticed the resource point it had been guarding.
Chapter 14, Nano-Reinforced Door Blueprint.
Before Chen Ming now was not the familiar treasure chest, but a can. From the outside, the can appeared somewhat damaged. Several cracks ran across its surface, as if it might shatter at any moment.
What on earth was this strange object?
With this question in mind, Chen Ming approached it.
Mysterious tin can, opening it reveals hidden items inside. Requires 100 spirit coins to open. Remaining attempts, 1. Ha! Hidden items? And it requires spirit coins to open? This could be worth it.
Chen Ming had a feeling this mysterious iron canister could also amplify things 100-fold.
100 spirit coins was no big deal.
Without hesitating too long, Chen Ming made his choice, activate. As the 100 spirit coins vanished from his system space, the mysterious iron canister before him suddenly glowed. The next instant, the entire canister shattered into pieces.
In its place lay a blueprint. Nano-explosion-proof door blueprint possesses absolute defensive power, capable of withstanding all attacks below supreme grade. After 100-fold amplification. Resists all attacks below supreme grade. What a treasure! This mysterious iron canister is no ordinary thing. Though he lost 100 spirit coins, for Chen Ming, the benefits far outweighed the costs. What a steal! However, the crafting requirements were quite stringent. There was a new item he hadn't seen before, called nanosteel. Chen Ming guessed it must be an even higher grade resource material than alloy steel. Whether he could gather it all depended entirely on his luck after the 100-fold boost. After opening the mysterious iron can, Chen Ming began exploring the oasis. After a full circuit, he actually discovered quite a few valuable things. First, in the northeast corner of the oasis was a planting area filled with tropical fruits like dragon fruit and mangoes. Chen Ming took them all.
Then, near the water source, he discovered a coconut tree. He harvested all the coconuts from its branches, 10 in total. Chen Ming pried open one with his dagger. The coconut water inside was incredibly sweet and refreshing.
Next came the water source.
After a quick inspection, Chen Ming determined the water was undrinkable without filtration. The requirements were quite high.
Chen Ming certainly didn't have the means to do that now.
This dashed his dreams of sudden wealth. He had hoped to make a fortune exploiting this water resource, but it seemed the system truly wouldn't let players exploit glitches. Before leaving, Chen Ming took several planting pots from the cultivation area. He could use them later to grow fruits and such. Considering today's travel objective was complete, Chen Ming decided against pushing further. He planned to spend the night at this oasis. In this oasis, there was no need to keep the air conditioning running constantly in the 100-ton truck. That would save a lot of diesel fuel. That evening, Chen Ming relaxed in a folding chair, munching on grilled meat. No way around it. While the 100-ton behemoth offered maximum security, its comfort left something to be desired.
Sitting in the driver's seat for too long was also a bit hard on the butt.
Nothing beats the comfort of this recliner. Of course, though Chen Ming appeared relaxed now, his eyes darted around the area periodically. If anything seemed off, he'd dive back into his 100-ton beast in an instant.
Meanwhile, in the regional chat interface. Damn, it's so hot. This desert really isn't fit for humans.
These past 3 days have nearly killed me. I'm dying for a shower.
I stink to high heaven from sweat. Shower? Dream on. The water needed for a single shower could sustain a player for days. Who has the luxury to bathe now? Just because you don't have it doesn't mean others don't.
Chen Ming has so much water, maybe he actually can.
Chen Ming? I'm not just saying this, but even he couldn't manage it. So what if he has water?
The only ones with bathing facilities are probably RVs, and big shot Chen Ming definitely doesn't have an RV. Well, I traded with Chen Ming today for a blueprint for a mobile bathroom.
No wonder.
I traded a water tank with Chen Ming.
So does that mean Chen Ming has already built the mobile bathroom?
Chen Ming lay back in his recliner, originally just looking for something interesting to kill time.
Little did he expect these players would actually be talking about him. What a coincidence.
Glancing at his half-eaten grilled meat, Chen Ming casually snapped a photo and sent it out. This brings us to the rather remarkable feature of the chat interface. Besides texting, you could send photos, and what's more, you could even video chat during private messages. This feature was pretty neat. When the photo appeared before the crowd of players, the chat stream froze like someone had pressed pause, instantly going quiet. Everyone tapped on the photo to examine it closely, leaving no time for typing.
3 seconds later, the entire regional chat interface erupted. Wait. We're all in the same zone. Why are we suffering in the desert while Chen Ming gets to enjoy the forest? Wait, no. That can't be right. I swear this isn't a forest, it's an oasis. Is this how the big shots live? Is that grilled meat in his hand? And beside him, are those coconuts and dragon fruit? He's lounging on a chair under a coconut tree for shade. We all arrived on this continent 3 days ago, how can the gap be this huge? Look at half of Chen Ming's arm peeking out, not a drop of sweat on it. Looks like he just stepped out of the shower. Seriously, doesn't it feel like Chen Ming came here to enjoy the good life while we're here to suffer? One photo shattered the defenses of countless players. Where all human comparisons come naturally. While they're still struggling here, poor souls, Chen Ming? He's already started enjoying himself. This sent a wave of envy through the player base. They wished it was them lying there, not Chen Ming. Inside a supercar, Yan Chengjun gritted his teeth silently as he looked at the photos Chen Ming had posted. This life should have been his. Exactly. In his eyes, both Chen Ming and Yang Zishu were cheating, it was all unfair. Everything Chen Ming was enjoying now should have been his. If it weren't for these two cheaters snatching his top spot, he'd be sitting on a mountain of resources right now. Why else would he be in this situation now, getting ripped off by other players just for some gasoline? That's right, Yan Chengjun had sacrificed far too much for his ranking. Yet before he could even enjoy the rewards, he'd already traded them all for oil. It was unavoidable. With his fuel completely depleted, other players could easily guess his situation. Naturally, players with fuel would target him like prey. Just you wait, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu. Don't let me catch you, or I'll take back everything I lost. At that moment, Yan Chengjun's face was twisted with madness and murderous intent. Chapter 15, An Unexpected Player Encounter? That night, Chen Ming wasn't arrogant enough to sleep on the recliner. When drowsiness set in, he voluntarily returned to the driver's seat. He began his rest. Around midnight, ripples began to form on the previously calm water surface. Several figures emerged from the water. They first approached the bones Chen Ming had left behind, snatching up two and crunching them crisply. After finishing the bones, they began moving toward the 100-ton king. Their target was clear, Chen Ming, seated in the driver's seat. Bang! One figure slammed into the driver's door, attempting to break through and attack Chen Ming inside. The 100-ton king shook violently, jolting Chen Ming awake from his slumber. Before he could grasp the situation, the figure outside slammed into the driver's door again. The violent impact left a slight dent in the metal. Oh no! He was under attack. That single thought filled Chen Ming's mind. After a split-second freeze, Chen Ming quickly started the 100-ton king and flicked on the high beams. Only then did he see a massive, earth-colored crocodile sprawled across his hood. A crocodile. Chen Ming's expression grew grim as he gripped the dagger beside him tightly. Suddenly illuminated by the headlights, the crocodile grew increasingly agitated and began ramming Chen Ming's vehicle. Chen Ming slammed his foot on the accelerator, hoping to ram the crocodile off the road. But the vehicle's acceleration was far too sluggish to gain any real speed. Moreover, there wasn't just one crocodile in front of him, there were two. Two colossal beasts blocked the vehicle's path, rendering the 100-ton behemoth utterly immobile. This won't do. If this continued, it would damage the engine of his 100-ton behemoth. Chen Ming decisively abandoned the idea of driving away. Seizing the moment, he rolled down the window and launched himself out. As Chen Ming hit the ground, several crocodiles nearby, like sharks sensing blood, immediately closed in. They opened their gaping maws, lunging to bite Chen Ming. Seeing this, Chen Ming urgently used the divine wind step to create distance, evading the crocodile's encircling attack. As the distance closed, he clearly saw the droplets on the crocodiles' bodies. He hadn't expected that after lying by the river all day without any crocodile attacks, they would launch a surprise assault while he slept at night. After their attack missed, the crocodiles charged toward Chen Ming without pause. It was precisely at this moment that Chen Ming seized his chance. Each crocodile charged at a different speed from its position, causing the front ones to become separated from the rear ones. Seizing this hard-won opening, Chen Ming struck decisively. His dagger flashed through the air, cleanly severing the head of one crocodile. As the second crocodile closed in on his face and the other two sealed off his escape routes, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Chen Ming's eyes. His left hand formed into a fist, smashing viciously toward the crocodile before him. Fiery holy fist. As Chen Ming unleashed this skill, his left arm was instantly engulfed in endless flames, radiating immense energy. Boom! The crocodile before him opened its massive jaws, intent on tearing Chen Ming's arm clean off. Unfortunately, it hadn't anticipated the flames on Chen Ming's arm would be so ferocious. As its jaws snapped shut, the flames on Chen Ming's left arm raged wildly within the crocodile's body. In less than a second, the crocodile's internal organs were incinerated into a chaotic mess. Having slain 2 crocodiles in succession, the remaining 2 posed no further threat. Chen Ming executed the divine wind step. As 2 cold gleams descended, every crocodile met a gruesome end on the spot. Harvest. This time, luck finally favored Chen Ming. Beyond the basic platinum-grade meat, the loot also yielded an antidote pill. The antidote pill's function was straightforward, it could neutralize one random toxin within the body. Seeing this effect, Chen Ming opted not to advance the item's grade this time, choosing quantity instead. 100 antidote pills were now his. After confirming no danger in the vicinity, Chen Ming approached the door of his 100-ton king. Seeing the slight dent on it, he frowned slightly. He was dissatisfied with the door's defensive capabilities. It seemed he needed to find resources quickly to construct those nano-explosion-proof doors. Returning inside, he locked the doors once more before resuming his sleep. The danger should be completely eliminated now. The night passed quickly. When Chen Ming opened his eyes again, it was already 10 in the morning. The sun was already high in the sky. After a quick wash and breakfast, he set off. To be honest, Chen Ming had hoped to stay in this oasis for a few more days, but circumstances wouldn't allow it. The daily 100-kilometer target had to be met. He could only bid farewell to the oasis. Not long after leaving the oasis, another lane suddenly appeared before Chen Ming. It seemed to materialize out of thin air, merging halfway from the opposite direction into his lane. No way. No way. Based on the earlier chat logs in the regional chat interface, it seemed like another player had joined his path. He now hoped they would depart soon. While he dealt ruthlessly with those beasts, he still hadn't figured out how to handle fellow players. 2 hours later, Chen Ming narrowed his eyes as he watched the distant black speck. The very scenario he dreaded most seemed to be unfolding. At that moment, Scorching slumped weakly in his seat. His vehicle was a postal delivery van. During the previous days of driving, the fuel in his delivery van's tank had been completely depleted. On top of that, he was now facing a water shortage. In short, he had reached the end of his rope. Was he really going to die here? Scorching's face was filled with unwillingness. Just as he pondered what possessions he could trade for supplies, the roar of an engine reached his ears from behind. Hearing the noise, he hurriedly glanced at his rearview mirror. Sure enough, a truck had appeared on the previously empty roadway, heading straight toward him. The sight of the truck instantly filled him with excitement. Had he encountered another player? Indeed. His luck hadn't run out after all. With that thought echoing in his mind, an axe materialized in his hand, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This axe was a weapon he had previously obtained from a treasure chest. It wasn't just any unranked weapon, it was a bronze-grade weapon with astonishing destructive power that had saved his life on multiple occasions. As he pondered these thoughts, the large truck behind him drew near and came to a steady halt directly behind his vehicle. Simultaneously, a man leaped down from the driver's seat. His pupils dilated sharply when he saw the man's face. Why did this man look so familiar? Chapter 16, Tier 1 Vehicle Core. Chen Ming pushed open the door, knife in hand, and stepped out, slowly approaching the delivery van ahead. He had already seen someone sitting in the driver's seat through the delivery van's rearview mirror, and his guard was instantly raised to maximum alert. The slightest unusual movement from the other man, and he would strike immediately. Bang! Just as Chen Ming pondered how to order the driver out, the man proactively opened his door and stepped out. Scorching looked at Chen Ming with a broad smile plastered across his face. "You're big shot Chen Ming?" In the regional chat interface, when players spoke, their names appeared alongside their avatars. Therefore, when the other party recognized him, Chen Ming wasn't overly surprised. "That's me. Why did you stop here instead of continuing on?" Chen Ming shot a cold glance at the hands hidden behind the man's back. Hearing Chen Ming confirm his name, Scorching's heart leapt with joy. Chen Ming. This was it. What was the first reaction of every player in the area upon hearing Chen Ming's name? Supplies. Exceptionally abundant supplies. Just thinking about Chen Ming sipping coconut juice, taking a shower, and munching on barbecue last night sent a wave of excitement through him. If he could take down Chen Ming, wouldn't that life of luxury fall right into his lap? Big shot Chen Ming. What a stroke of luck running into you here. My vehicle's completely out of gas, it just died on me. If I don't get some fuel, I won't be able to complete today's mission. Scorching spoke with genuine delight, his expression utterly harmless. Big shot Chen Ming, could you spare me some fuel? TSK. Had he stumbled upon a freeloader? Giving him gas for free? Dream on. Still, Chen Ming didn't immediately call him out. Gas? I do have some. What can you trade me for it? Well. Upon hearing this, Scorching's face instantly contorted with conflicted expression, looking thoroughly flustered. After half a minute of this stalemate, Chen Ming began to feel a hint of impatience. After all, they were standing under the scorching sun, it was blazing hot out there, okay? What if?
Just as Chen Ming was about to speak, Scorching, who had been agonizing over his response a second ago, suddenly lunged forward. His right hand, concealed behind his back, shot out swiftly, gripping an axe tightly. The sheer force was terrifying. It was a trap after all. Fortunately, Chen Ming had been watching his opponent's movements closely. The moment he sensed something amiss, he immediately executed the divine wind step, leaping backward to evade. After 2 leaps, Chen Ming successfully evaded the attack. Seeing his attack miss, a flash of unease crossed Scorching's mind. But he knew there was no turning back now that he'd made his move. Chen Ming, blame yourself for being too rich. This time, I'm robbing the rich to help the poor. Kill! Scorching bellowed, seemingly trying to steal his own nerves. With that, he lunged toward Chen Ming. With his life on the line, Chen Ming showed no mercy, a cold gleam of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His feet executed the divine wind step, closing the distance with a speed that seemed ghostly to Scorching. He couldn't even discern Chen Ming's movements. A cold gleam sliced through the air. Scorching felt his right hand go limp, followed by an intense, searing pain radiating from his arm, piercing his brain nerves relentlessly. When he looked again, his right hand was gone. In its place, a torrent of crimson blood gushed relentlessly from the severed stump. His hand was severed. Ah! Panic washed over Scorching's face. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, all traces of his earlier ferocity gone. He was, after all, a normal human being. His earlier resolve to attack Chen Ming had been fueled by the primal urge to survive. Now that the tide had receded, only fear remained. The axe fell to the ground, and Scorching posed no threat to Chen Ming whatsoever. Chen Ming approached slowly, his gaze cold and piercing. Wouldn't it be better to live? Why did you attack me? I clearly had no intention of killing you. Exactly. When Chen Ming drove the 100-ton behemoth closer, he had already made up his mind. As long as the other didn't act recklessly, he wouldn't bother. At most, he'd exchange a greeting, and they could each go their separate ways. But he never expected that upon realizing it was him, Scorching would choose to gamble everything on a single roll of the dice. Still, viewing it from Scorching's perspective, it seemed somewhat understandable. Everyone in the area knew he was loaded with resources. Scorching was barely scraping by with his quests, teetering on the edge of death. So, him suddenly attacking Chen Ming now, well, it kind of made sense. Too bad he'd completely misjudged his own strength. You're not human. Scorching watched Chen Ming approach, his lips trembling violently. The fear in his eyes was palpable. Are you kidding me? Was that speed something a human could possibly unleash? Clearly not. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming realized the other man was utterly stunned by his speed. But that was nothing compared to what was coming. As this thought crossed his mind, intense flames began to surge from his left arm, engulfing it entirely in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Scorching's eyes widened in disbelief. After a stunned 2 seconds, he immediately opened the regional chat interface, intending to expose Chen Ming's identity. Unfortunately, the moment he sent the message, Chen Ming's fist slammed into his chest. His entire chest was instantly engulfed in flames. Amidst the acrid smell of burning flesh, the life force within Scorching slowly drained away. The next second, he became nothing more than a cold corpse. After confirming the man was dead, Chen Ming slowly walked over to his car. Just as he was about to open the driver's door to check for valuables, the system interface suddenly popped up on its own. Ding! Detected unclaimed vehicle. Do you wish to claim it? Ha! Chen Ming's eyes lit up upon seeing the message. Player vehicles could actually be collected? What on earth did that mean? Without hesitation, Chen Ming chose to collect it. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations! Player has obtained Level 1 Car Core X1. Alloy Steel X3 after 100x boost. Note, vehicle cores cannot be enhanced with the 100x boost. Car Core used to upgrade player vehicles. Whoa! This is ridiculously cheap. Seeing this, Chen Ming felt completely numb. No wonder they just dropped the ball. Turns out they genuinely had nothing left. Forget the car core, it couldn't provide a 100-fold boost, and there was only one. But where did this alloy steel come from? Naturally, it was Scorching's own iron, amplified 100-fold. No way, dude. 3 days, and you've only managed to leave behind 3 pieces of iron? At this, Chen Ming couldn't help but mutter under his breath, broke as a joke. What Chen Ming didn't know was that while he was gathering resources, the regional chat exploded. Chapter 17, Is Chen Ming Human? In the regional chat interface. After Scorching's remark, players across the entire zone were stunned. This guy suddenly blurted out, Chen Ming isn't human? No way. What the hell is going on? How could Chen Ming not be human? No way, no way. What the heck is that guy upstairs talking about? How could he not be human? Is the guy upstairs out of his mind? Wait. Look at Scorching's profile picture, it's grayed out now, which means he's dead. It's true. That guy's dead. Did he run into Chen Ming and get brutally killed? No wonder. No wonder Chen Ming's ranking is so high and he has so many supplies. Turns out he's not human. An alien?
How wild is that? But why do these aliens look so much like us? At Chen Ming, boss, you better come explain this right now. Most players probably didn't believe it when they saw this. After all, Chen Ming had popped up in the regional chat before, and other players had traded with him earlier. And then there was that photo of the grilled meat, the coconut, and that exposed arm. It looked exactly like one of our own. But then, right after that, Scorching actually died. Now that demands an explanation. Now everyone was hoping Chen Ming would step forward and offer an explanation. Back at his driving seat, Chen Ming naturally noticed the messages in the regional chat interface, but he had no intention of explaining. In his view, what was there to explain? He now held resources essential to every player. Even if he turned out to be an alien, as long as he had resources, other players would still rush to trade with him. So he had absolutely no reason to worry about being isolated by the players. If anyone was going to be isolated, it would be him isolating all the other players. After glancing at the meaningless chatter for a moment, Chen Ming focused his attention on the newly released Level 1 car core. The function of this Level 1 vehicle core was actually quite simple. It upgrades vehicles. That's right, not only could all parts of a vehicle be upgraded, but the vehicle itself could be upgraded as well. However, this upgrade comes with conditions. First, every single part of the vehicle must be upgraded at least once. Then you can use the vehicle core to upgrade the vehicle itself. After Chen Ming obtained this Level 1 car core, he successfully unlocked the vehicle's overall upgrade path. Now, upgrading to Level 2 requires a full 10 Level 1 vehicle cores. This meant Chen Ming would have to absorb 10 other players' vehicles. Upon seeing this requirement, Chen Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Currently, players were unaware of the vehicle core's existence, and hostility between them remained minimal. But he knew deep down that as time passed, more and more players would learn of this. By then, player conflicts would become commonplace. Chen Ming remembered clearly that the rules stated vehicles were players' sole means of survival on this continent, and upgrading them would definitely pay off in the late game. He started the 100-ton king again and pressed forward. Meanwhile, inside an RV, Yang Zishu stared at the regional chat window, his eyes flickering repeatedly. Chen Ming isn't human? What kind of mind-bending nonsense was this? Her initial reaction was disbelief too, but amid the players' various self-important theories, her resolve began to waver. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure. Her reasoning was simple. So what if Chen Ming wasn't human? As long as he could help her, that was all that mattered. Compared to those players chatting away in the regional chat, she leaned toward Chen Ming. After all, he had more supplies. Ha! Just as she closed the regional chat window, a flash of white light appeared not far ahead to her right. Something. With the experience from the past few days, Yang Zishu instantly realized. A treasure chest. She deliberately slowed down and parked the car at a relatively close distance. Through the passenger side window, she spotted a treasure chest unlike the bronze one from before, positioned about 30 meters away. This is a silver treasure chest. Upon clearly seeing the chest's appearance, Yang Zishu instantly became excited. Chests had tiers, and the items from a silver chest were bound to be far superior to those from a bronze chest. No way! She had to get her hands on this chest. Of course, she didn't act rashly. She knew full well that bronze tier chests were always guarded by beasts, so a silver chest would certainly be no exception. Beasts were undoubtedly lurking nearby. But that didn't mean she'd back down. She swiftly drew her weapon. Yang Zishu's weapon was rather unique, a massive iron hammer. This hammer was also obtained from a bronze tier treasure chest. It was quite large and heavy. Earlier, she had relied on this very hammer, smashing every beast blocking her path into pieces, blow by blow. After observing for about 5 minutes and seeing no movement around her, Yang Zishu realized the enemy was waiting for her to get off the vehicle and approach. This stalemate couldn't continue. She still hadn't completed her daily quest for the day. They could afford to stall, but she couldn't. With that thought, Yang Zishu pushed open the door and stepped out, hammer in hand. She began moving slowly toward the silver-gray treasure chest. Her pace was deliberate. With each step forward, she calmly scanned her surroundings, wary of any beasts lying in wait to ambush her. She refused to believe that with her exposed like this, the other party could still hold back. Finally, when she was 15 meters away from the treasure chest, the beasts lurking in the shadows could no longer hold back. The sand around the silver-gray treasure chest suddenly shifted, revealing 2 massive desert scorpions before Yang Zishu. Beside these 2 scorpion leaders swarmed numerous miniature desert scorpions, clearly their offspring. Their size made Yang Zishu feel she could crush several of the miniature desert scorpions with a single kick. Facing this swarm of desert scorpions, Yang Zishu's expression turned grim. She began retreating steadily backward. But her hands never stopped moving. She swiftly pulled out a white flammable cloth, retrieved a lighter from her pocket, lit it, and hurled it toward the swarm of tiny desert scorpions. Fueled by the scorching sun, the flames instantly became uncontrollable. This was the same tactic she had used earlier against the desert marching ants. Its effectiveness was guaranteed. Sure enough, before long, crackling sounds erupted from the flames before her. The tiny desert scorpions were ignited and swiftly consumed by the inferno. Now only these last two troubles remain. Chapter 18, Yang Zishu poisoned. The mini desert scorpions were dealt with, but the two desert scorpion leaders were a different story. Their exteriors were far more resilient, allowing them to break through the flames and surge forward. Though scorched and bearing visible burns, they clearly sustained significant injuries in the inferno. Yang Zishu watched this unfold, took a deep breath, then gripped his iron hammer tightly with both hands and charged forward. Her hammer came down swiftly, striking one of the desert scorpions squarely on the head. From her experiences over the past few days, she knew one thing for certain: in battle, you had to be ruthless. When facing beasts charging at her, her response wasn't to dodge or flee, it was to be even more ruthless than her opponent. As the saying goes, when two warriors meet on the battlefield, the brave one wins. Thud! The iron hammer struck the desert scorpion's carapace, yet it barely budged. So hard! Alas, Yang Zishu had no time for such thoughts. After the failed strike, she swiftly adjusted her stance, deftly evading the tail strike of another desert scorpion. Can't break through? Then try this move. Soul-shattering hammer. In the first episode of the kilometer race, Yang Zishu secured second place, earning her a decent reward package including this very skill. Yes, the iron hammer skill. As the skill activated, the weight of the iron hammer in her hands surged dramatically, yet Yang Zishu still swung it with ease. That was the nature of the skill. The increased weight doesn't affect the user's perception. Thud! Another hammer blow landed. This time, the desert scorpion across from her wasn't so lucky. A gaping hole was smashed clean through its skull, and a steady stream of green liquid began pouring out. The scorpion twitched twice before falling utterly still, dead. But Yang Zishu had no time to tend to it. Now she had to face the attack of another desert scorpion. After taking down one, her plan was simple: dodge this attack, then strike back. Then she'd slay both and claim that silver tier treasure chest. But imagination is sweet, reality is harsh. The previous attack had missed its mark. This time, the scorpion had learned its lesson. Its stinger no longer blindly lunged toward Yang Zishu. Instead, it anticipated Yang Zishu's evasion path. By the time Yang Zishu realized what was happening, it was already too late. Forcing his body to twist midair, the scorpion's razor-sharp tail sliced across Yang Zishu's left thigh. The wound wasn't deep, but the green venom oozing from it sent a chill down Yang Zishu's spine. Damn it! Was she going to be poisoned? The thought flashed through Yang Zishu's mind, and without hesitation, she swung her iron hammer again, crushing the remaining desert scorpion to death. No sooner had she finished the blow than a wave of dizziness washed over her, nearly causing her to stumble forward. The poison had taken effect. Gritting her teeth, Yang Zishu abandoned the silver treasure chest and limped back to her RV. She retrieved her medical supplies, hastily bandaged her wounds, and once the bleeding had stopped, she urgently opened the regional chat interface. Yang Zishu, does anyone have an antidote? I'll pay top dollar. Ever since placing second in the last highest kilometer race, Yang Zishu had made quite an impression on many players. Now that she spoke up, many players quickly noticed her. But when they saw the content above, everyone felt helpless. In this survival game, antidotes held value that rivaled any other essential item. After all, the desert teemed with poisonous beasts. Before Yang Zishu, over 30 players had attempted to trade for antidotes and every single one failed. Now they've all turned to skeletal remains. Sister Yang, are you poisoned? Did a desert scorpion sting you? Antidote? Where would you even find one now? Since you're already poisoned, you might as well just wait to die. Honestly, you're practically dead anyway. Why not trade us all your supplies? We'll carry on with your share. Yeah. Trade it to me. When I get back to Blue Star, I'll find your parents and take care of them. Put. Who knows if you'll even make it back? And even if you do, how exactly do you plan to track down Yang Zishu's family in this vast country? This desert is truly treacherous. Even the second-ranked contestant is injured and near death. The mortality rate for us other players is incredibly high. Faced with this situation, the players all expressed helplessness. Not only did they refuse to give Yang Zishu any supplies, but they also demanded he hand over every last item he carried. As she read these messages, Yang Zishu's expression grew icy. She decisively closed the regional chat interface. Feeling her consciousness fading, she could only pin her last shred of hope on Chen Ming. Opening the private chat with Chen Ming, Yang Zishu initiated the conversation. At that moment, Chen Ming was focused on driving and hadn't glanced at the chaotic regional chat, so he remained unaware of Yang Zishu's predicament. Seeing a private message now piqued his curiosity. Even though he was currently in the eye of the storm, someone was actually reaching out to him. Who could it be? Opening the private chat interface and reading Yang Zishu's message, Chen Ming's expression instantly turned grave. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively initiated a trade request. In less than a second, Yang Zishu accepted the trade request. Upon seeing the antidote pill Chen Ming had offered, Yang Zishu hurriedly agreed to the transaction. The moment it landed in her hand, she swallowed it without a second glance. As the pill dissolved in her throat, Yang Zishu felt a wave of heat surge through her body. Simultaneously, the dizziness she had been experiencing vanished. It worked. Within minutes, all negative effects vanished from Yang Zishu's body, and the threat of death disappeared. She had survived. Witnessing this, Yang Zishu burst into tears of joy. After calming down a bit, she proactively sent a message to Chen Ming. This time, she placed all the supplies she currently possessed up for trade. Her reasoning was simple: since Chen Ming had saved her life, he could directly choose whatever he needed from her available resources. When Chen Ming saw the items listed in the trade, his pupils contracted slightly. He knew he hadn't saved the wrong person this time. Of course, he didn't hesitate. He began carefully selecting items. After all, he had traded her an antidote pill. It was only fair to choose something he needed. Chapter 19, Antidote Pill. As the second-ranked player, Yang Zishu possessed a considerable amount of supplies. She even had 5 barrels of diesel fuel in her inventory. Diesel was incredibly precious now. For an ordinary player to keep even 1 barrel was already impressive, yet Yang Zishu had 5. That was a substantial amount. Of course, Chen Ming still had no interest in the diesel. His gaze swept quickly over the items, settling on one in particular, the ice machine blueprint. This was a real gem. The scorching heat was just around the corner. Having ice-cold water in this environment would be absolutely refreshing. He had already mapped out his plan. Once the absolute heatwave hit, he could sell ice water. It would be far more in demand than the current water resources. Among the player community, everyone had their own methods for obtaining water resources. Chen Ming's water monopoly no longer held a dominant position, yielding little profit. But ice is different. That was definitely worth pursuing. After making his choice, it wasn't long before the blueprint for an ice machine appeared in Chen Ming's hands. The requirements for building an ice machine weren't too difficult. First, 3 liters of water, second, iron, and a storage container. Chen Ming still had some iron left over. The storage container, however, was slightly more troublesome, requiring Chen Ming to trade for it from other players. He had previously seen players selling storage containers. Upon seeing Chen Ming choose the ice machine blueprint, Yang Zishu gave a slight nod. This outcome was entirely within her expectations. She had never intended to take back the blueprint once she offered it, confident that Chen Ming's discerning eye would recognize its value. Of course, she hadn't lost out either. At the very least, she'd saved her own life. After the transaction was completed, Yang Zishu pushed open the car door. In her haste to counteract the poison, she hadn't even opened that silver tier treasure chest. Approaching it again, she confirmed the area was now safe. Reaching out to open the silver-grade treasure chest before her, Yang Zishu was thoroughly satisfied with the rewards inside. With these, her strength would undoubtedly rise another notch. Meanwhile, on the regional chat interface, numerous players were fixated on Yang Zishu's avatar. They were watching to see when she would die. To the onlookers, Yang Zishu had absolutely no chance of survival. That was the venom of a desert scorpion. Every player who had been poisoned by it before had already been buried, their graves overgrown with grass. Yang Zishu was surely no exception. What's going on? How long has it been? Yang Zishu is still alive. Could she not have been poisoned at all? Was it all a lie to deceive us? Wait, no. Her tone earlier didn't sound like she was lying. She must have been poisoned, but it looks like she managed to save her own skin. Does that mean she found a way to counteract the desert scorpion's venom? Holy crap, I'd love to know. At Yang Zishu, goddess, give us a hint, please. Seeing Yang Zishu was still alive, the players perked up again. It was clear everyone cared deeply. It was understandable, really. Everyone was in this area who could guarantee they'd never encounter a desert scorpion? If they got poisoned by accident, wouldn't they just be waiting to die? Now that they had a method to counter the toxin, future encounters with desert scorpions would be far less daunting. By now, Yang Zishu had finished sorting the items from the treasure chest and climbed into her vehicle. Upon seeing the players' comments, her expression instantly turned cold. She hadn't expected these players to be so shameless. Especially those few who had cursed her death earlier. Now they had the nerve to ask her how to treat scorpion venom. No wonder Chen Ming hadn't responded to the players' accusations. He must have anticipated this very scenario. These players were clearly no good, and she saw no need to waste her breath on them. Just as she was about to close the system interface and continue forward, another private message from Chen Ming popped up. Clicking in with confusion, she felt a strange look cross her face upon reading Chen Ming's message. Chen Ming actually wanted her to leak information about the antidote pills? It didn't take her long to piece it together. Chen Ming must still have antidote pills in his possession. He was planning to fleece the other players. Naturally, she was more than willing to help with this scheme. Opening the regional chat window again, Yang Zishu typed, "Luck was on our side. A player happened to have an antidote pill. All the scorpion venom has been neutralized. It's safe now." Yang Zishu delivered this message with casual nonchalance. But to the many players listening, it carried a different weight entirely. Someone had an antidote pill. In a place like the desert, where venomous creatures abound, this was a rare treasure indeed. Many players' minds immediately began to race. "Sis Yang, who did you trade with for that antidote pill? I'd like to trade for one too." Goddess Yang, do you have any more antidote pills? I've got some pretty good stuff to trade. Don't compete with me.
No need to say more, sis Yan, whatever price they offer, I'll double it.
Trade with me first.
It's because of price gougers like you that we couldn't get antidotes cheaper earlier.
Boycott price gougers. Seeing this scene, Yang Zishu couldn't help but shake her head.
It all played out exactly as Chen Ming had calculated. It seemed Chen Ming would walk away with another hefty haul of treasures this time. Of course, she hadn't forgotten the task Chen Ming had entrusted her with. Hesitating, she spoke up, I don't have any antidote pills left either. But I acquired them through a trade with big shot Chen Ming.
I wonder if he might have some. When this news surfaced, the expressions of numerous players shifted dramatically. Chen Ming.
Recalling the earlier scenes where everyone had denounced Chen Ming, their hearts began to race.
Not him again. How does he have everything? Don't buy anything from Chen Ming. Remember what Song Qiuxing said earlier, Chen Ming isn't human. Would you dare use an antidote pill from someone like him? Exactly.
It might not even be a real antidote, who knows what he's mixed in there.
Whoa. Could it be? Chen Ming made a move on Yang Zishu? Maybe she's already his now. That's terrifying. Are you saying Yang Zishu was?
Many players urgently spoke up, warning others not to trade with Chen Ming, it would lead to trouble. Many players felt a twinge of hesitation upon seeing these messages. At that moment, Chen Ming was also monitoring the regional chat. Seeing these messages, he paid them no mind. He sat calmly, waiting for the fish to take the bait.
Ding!
Soon, the first private message popped up. Upon hearing the notification sound, Chen Ming swiftly opened it. When he saw who the sender was, his expression instantly turned, well, quite something. This was one of the individuals who had been spreading the most malicious rumors in the regional chat.
Chapter 20, Peach Garden Inn. Han Shang, Big Shot Chen Ming, do you still have any antidote pills? I'd like to trade you one.
Han Shang's earlier arrogance was nowhere to be found now, his tone brimming with caution. Chen Ming froze upon reading the message, then snorted coldly. Damn it, so he really is one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. He showed no courtesy toward such a person. Didn't you say my items weren't for trade? Why are you seeking a deal now? Han Shang, no ordinary schemer, immediately explained, Bro Chen Ming, I'm just trying to get my hands on that antidote pill. Such a valuable item must be scarce.
If someone else snatches it first, I'll lose out big time. Trust me, I won't lowball you. Name your price, and if it's fair, I'll buy it right away.
Indeed, his earlier post in the regional chat had been part of his strategy. He didn't need to dissuade those players from trading with Chen Ming. He just needed to stall for a moment. By the time he had the antidote in hand, those players would be too late. In his view, Chen Ming would surely understand these underhanded tactics. Unfortunately, he had overestimated himself, or rather, underestimated Chen Ming.
With Han Sheng cursing him like that, was Chen Ming out of his mind to still agree to the deal?
Chen Ming coldly replied, Get lost. I'd trade with anyone else before I'd deal with you. After sending that message, he promptly blocked and deleted him in one swift motion, leaving no room for explanation. When Han Sheng finally realized he'd been blocked, his face twisted in fury. Why wouldn't he trade with me, the first one here? He'd only said a few words in the regional chat interface. He was a big shot, after all. How could he be so petty? Han Sheng grew increasingly furious the more he thought about it.
Chen Ming claimed he'd insulted him?
Well, he'd show Chen Ming what insults look like. Soon, Han Sheng, his defenses shattered, began relentlessly smearing Chen Ming in the regional chat interface.
He acted as if Chen Ming were his sworn enemy.
Many players were stunned by Han Sheng's actions.
This is going too far, isn't it? Bringing parents into it? That's a bit much.
But when Chen Ming posted screenshots of their private chat, players instantly understood. Turns out they went to trade with Chen Ming and got scolded by him.
Serves them right.
More and more players started catching on, immediately flooding Chen Ming's site to ask about the trade.
By now, everyone saw through the setup. This led to the conclusion that the antidote pills in Chen Ming's possession were most likely genuine. With so many players involved, Chen Ming didn't trade all at once. Before each transaction, he checked their names to ensure they hadn't insulted him in the regional chat before agreeing to trade. Those trying to sneak in under the radar? Not a single one got away. Upon learning this, the players who had previously thought themselves clever were utterly dumbfounded.
Had they known Big Shot Chen Ming would hold a real grudge, they wouldn't have spoken up. Now, seeing other players receive antidotes while they were left empty-handed, their faces were filled with envy. As for trying to trade with those who had already made deals, the price wasn't going to be so simple. Did the other players really think they were fools? Such a golden opportunity wasn't going to be missed. The price hikes weren't just a few percentage points, they doubled. This time, Chen Ming traded away 50 pills in total, keeping the rest in reserve for future needs. After completing the trades, Chen Ming headed straight for the crafting station to build that ice machine.
Ding! Congratulations, player. Your luck is off the charts. You've obtained a top-tier ice maker. Compared to the previous model, this top-tier ice maker's production speed was unmatched. While the ordinary ice maker required a full 24 hours to produce ice, how long did the top-tier ice maker take? 10 minutes. That was the difference. Such a short time ensured Chen Ming would always have ice available. Before the last batch melts, the next one is already ready. It's all about extreme efficiency. Chen Ming was quite satisfied with this arrangement. Beyond that, Chen Ming had also traded for a variety of ingredients, vegetables and such that other players had no use for, but which were quite useful to him. After all, he had his own mobile kitchen. This granted him the freedom to cook whenever he wanted. He even specifically traded for a batch of rice just to enjoy a proper meal. After completing the trades, Chen Ming didn't forget to mention in the regional chat that he no longer had any antidote pills. Those who had traded for antidote pills were overjoyed, while those who hadn't were visibly disappointed. But none of that concerned Chen Ming anymore. Chen Ming pressed onward. His invincibility period had ended, and he needed to boost his strength quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle real danger when it came. Time flew by. For 3 solid hours, Chen Ming encountered not a single resource point. His daily quest for the day was already complete. His odometer was nearing 300 kilometers. But he had already made up his mind, he would camp for the night at the next resource point he found. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Chen Ming was deep in thought, the treasure hunting radar on the central control screen suddenly began beeping urgently. A new lead. Chen Ming's eyes lit up as his gaze shifted to the treasure radar beside him. The red dot was marked just ahead, right beside the highway, very close by. After driving another half hour, Chen Ming finally spotted the resource point's location. There was no way around it, the place was simply too conspicuous. As he drew nearer, Chen Ming's expression grew increasingly peculiar. It was actually an inn. That's right. An inn in the middle of the desert? Where would it get business? Surely it couldn't just cater to players like themselves? Trusting that his treasure radar wouldn't deceive him, Chen Ming hesitated briefly before pushing open the door, stepping out of the vehicle, and approaching the inn. His dagger was already tucked at his waist, within easy reach of his right hand. In half a second, he could be armed and ready to fight. His senses were on high alert, the slightest disturbance would send him fleeing in an instant. The inn's door stood wide open. Chen Ming stepped inside, his gaze sweeping the room before settling on a young clerk asleep at the front desk. Hey, is this a tavern? Chen Ming approached and greeted him. Of course, he maintained a safe distance, guarding against any surprise attack. Startled awake by Chen Ming, the clerk rubbed his eyes and scrambled to his feet. Spotting Chen Ming, his face broke into a broad smile. Welcome to the Peach Garden Inn, honored guest. May I assist you with lodging or dining? Chapter 21, The Waiter and the Cook. It really was an inn? After a moment's thought, Chen Ming spoke slowly. Let's eat. What are your signature dishes? We certainly do, sir. We certainly do. The waiter perked up at Chen Ming's words. He hurriedly presented a menu before Chen Ming. Please take a look, sir. Our inn boasts an extensive selection of ingredients freshly sourced daily. Hearing this, Chen Ming's interest was piqued. A desert inn with fresh ingredients? Interesting. But when his eyes fell upon the menu before him, he was utterly dumbfounded. No way. Is this right? No wonder the ingredients were so fresh, they were all from desert beasts. Scorpion soup, crocodile stew, grilled wolf meat. The prices weren't cheap either, starting at dozens of spirit coins. The most expensive item was stir-fried brain, priced at a staggering 1,000 spirit coins. It stands head and shoulders above the rest. Chen Ming pointed at the stir-fried brain at the top of the menu and asked in confusion, what's the deal with this stir-fried brain? Why is it so expensive? The waiter's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Ming asking about the priciest dish. Right off the bat, a big spender had arrived. He hurriedly explained, the key to the stir-fried brains is the brains themselves. Freshness is crucial, they must be harvested and cooked within 5 minutes. If that time is exceeded, the flavor changes and it just won't taste right. So the higher price is understandable. Chen Ming nodded slightly, though he felt a twinge of doubt. If that's the case, does this inn actually raise pigs? Could pigs really survive in this environment? Waiter, your inn is quite something. Raising pigs in the desert must come at a significant cost, right? Chen Ming asked casually. Pigs? The waiter looked utterly confused. We've never raised pigs here. Huh? Chen Ming instantly looked up at him, then quickly pointed at the menu in his hand. No pigs? Then where did the pig brain come from? In that instant, Chen Ming was ready to expose the establishment as a scam. Wasn't this deceiving customers? The waiter instantly understood, flashing his signature smile. Sir, our brain pudding isn't made from pig brains. Then what is it? Chen Ming asked instinctively. He'd never heard of any other kind of brain flour. Could this be the only one on the entire continent? This time, the waiter didn't respond to Chen Ming's smile. Instead, he just kept smiling at him, though the smile held a hint of something else. Under the waiter's persistent gaze, Chen Ming felt a bit uneasy. At the same time, he sensed a hint of ill intent emanating from the man. After a tense standoff lasting over 10 seconds, the waiter finally spoke. Sir, your brain flour is exceptionally fresh.
In an instant, every hair on Chen Ming's body stood on end.
Good heavens! So this was waiting for him here. Thud!
Chen Ming swiftly kicked the table in front of him toward the waiter across the room, simultaneously retreating backward with lightning-fast footwork. The waiter reacted swiftly, an axe appearing in his hand. He cleaved the table in front of him in two before charging at Chen Ming. "Sir, you've damaged our inn's table. You'll have to pay for it."
Chen Ming gripped his dagger, instantly entering combat mode.
Even with the divine windstep, the waiter's speed still fell slightly short of his own.
He couldn't even graze the hem of his robe.
After dodging 2 consecutive attacks, the waiter realized he was no match for Chen Ming. He decisively abandoned the pursuit and shouted toward the back room, "Innkeeper, come quick.
We've got a fat sheep coming."
As the waiter's voice faded, a gruff voice echoed from the back. The next moment, a chef wielding a bone-splitting cleaver emerged, his apron stained with blood. Upon seeing Chen Ming and the mess strewn across the floor, the chef roared, "Fresh ingredients, I'm coming." The words barely left his mouth before he burst into motion with a speed utterly disproportionate to his bulk. His speed was only a split second slower than Chen Ming's. With the waiter closing in from the side, Chen Ming's situation grew perilous in an instant. No! He had to deal with the waiter first. Chen Ming's mind raced with calculation, then he charged straight at the waiter. His dagger shot out like lightning.
Caught off guard, the waiter couldn't dodge in time.
His right arm was slashed open by a deep gash.
The wound was severe. But it wasn't over yet.
With Chen Ming now pressed close to the waiter, the cook dared not make any large movements, allowing Chen Ming to evade his attacks with ease. Seizing this opening, the waiter swung his axe in retaliation. Little did he know that this very move would seal his fate. Chen Ming had been waiting for him to come right to him.
How could he possibly pass up such a golden opportunity? Fiery holy fist. Fierce flames instantly engulfed the waiter.
By the time he collapsed to the ground, his body was covered in severe burns, leaving him with little chance of survival. With one eliminated, Chen Ming no longer needed to worry about the last remaining opponent. The chef was skilled, but he still fell short compared to Chen Ming. After all, in martial arts, speed is the ultimate advantage.
This saying was no joke. What good was the chef's bone-splitting knife, no matter how sharp? As long as it doesn't touch me, it's useless. Die.
Seeing his trusted lieutenant fall, the chef's eyes turned bloodshot as he charged at Chen Ming with reckless abandon. At the same time, the bone-crushing knife in his hand grew even more eerie. Strange patterns appeared on the blade and they were moving. Something was terribly wrong. Chen Ming dared not take it lightly, swiftly countering with the blazing holy fist. Compared to dagger attacks, the blazing holy fist channeled fire elemental energy, granting it slightly greater destructive power. Of course, if the opponent's strength surpassed Chen Ming's, he could easily be injured. Boom! Flames and the bone-shattering blade intertwined, both forces relentlessly eroding each other. Finally, under the relentless scorching of the flames, the bone-shattering blade could hold out no longer, its momentum crushed beneath the overwhelming pressure. This was only natural. After all, the blazing holy fist was a diamond tier skill. Combined with Chen Ming's elemental divine body, how could the chef possibly match him? With a flicker of Chen Ming's intent, the flames on his fist seemed to come alive, surging rapidly toward his opponent. The flames swiftly engulfed the chef. Within seconds, the chef met the same fate as the waiter, his body scorched beyond recognition, life extinguished.
Damn, that was brutal!
Chen Ming exclaimed in awe. He had just unleashed the blazing holy fist at full power, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Fortunately, the chef had been burned to death. Otherwise, once the flames died down, he would have been forced into close combat with the chef. That would have been far more dangerous.
Chapter 22: The Compound Bow and Elemental Arrows.
After confirming both men were dead, Chen Ming first searched the bar area where the waiter had been. Finding nothing, his gaze shifted to where the chef had emerged.
If he hadn't misjudged, that should be the kitchen.
Earlier, he had noticed the waiter didn't address the chef as chef, but as innkeeper. That meant the cook was the innkeeper. He lifted his leg and walked over, gently pushing open the kitchen door.
Chen Ming's nerves were taut, ready to retreat at any moment. But before he could make a move, a pungent odor instantly filled his nostrils. The smell of blood. Having slain countless beasts, Chen Ming recognized this scent instantly. What met his eyes was a kitchen where 80% of the floor was covered in blood. Holy crap! Chen Ming was utterly stunned. This inn was definitely up to no good. This blood wasn't just from beasts, it seemed mixed with something else. Soon, Chen Ming spotted a silver-grade treasure chest tucked away in a corner of the room. This must be the reward indicated by the treasure radar. With no other choice, Chen Ming pinched his nose and stepped inside, his eyes darting across the floor searching for a place to stand. Ha! Suddenly, something caught the corner of his eye, causing his pupils to dilate in shock. It was an arm. Chen Ming was certain he hadn't misseen it. There was actually a human arm here. Did that mean someone had died here, though it was unclear if they were a player? Now that he thought about it, given the strength of that chef and waiter, most players wouldn't stand a chance against them. The lucky ones might not even stop, driving straight past or spotting something amiss and speeding away. The unlucky ones, however, would likely end up as ingredients in this kitchen. Not daring to linger, Chen Ming swiftly retrieved the silver-grade treasure chest and opened it. Without carefully inspecting the items inside, he waited for the system notification to appear in his mind before swiftly retreating along the path he'd come. Upon exiting the kitchen, Chen Ming immediately retrieved a fresh pair of shoes. He discarded the blood-soaked pair without a second thought. That thick, viscous blood it wouldn't wash off. Without a second glance, he hurried back to the driver's seat of his 100-ton king. He glanced at the treasure radar beside him, confirmed there were no treasure alerts, then revved the engine, floored the accelerator, and sped off. He didn't want to linger a moment longer in this place of trouble. After driving for half an hour, Chen Ming finally had time to inspect the treasure he'd acquired. A silver-grade treasure chest. This was his first time opening one. Plus, with the hundredfold boost effect, who knew what good stuff might come out? This silver-grade treasure chest yielded 2 items in total. First was a compound bow. With the hundredfold boost, it had now become a diamond-grade weapon. The other was arrows for the compound bow. After the hundredfold boost, the ordinary arrows transformed into elemental arrows. A total of 100 arrows, 20 each of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Chen Ming was quite satisfied with this reward. With this compound bow in hand, his future battles wouldn't require taking such high risks. His current combat style was straightforward: either engage in close quarters melee where both his blazing holy fist and dagger attacks suffered from short range, or plow through enemies by driving the 100-ton king. But this compound bow was different. With this bow, he could now eliminate enemies from a safe distance. His safety would be assured. After stowing away the compound bow and all the elemental arrows, Chen Ming decided not to press forward. It was now approaching 8 in the evening, and darkness was settling in. Chen Ming's plan to rest after reaching the next resource point was completely dashed. After turning off the engine, Chen Ming got out and headed to the cargo box in the back. He planned to cook dinner himself tonight. Having traded for so many ingredients during the day, he needed to plan wisely. He couldn't let them go to waste. Within an hour, Chen Ming prepared 3 dishes and a soup for himself. The ingredients were fresh, and combined with the sterile, semi-automated kitchen, the resulting meal smelled exceptionally delicious. Of course, part of it might be that Chen Ming hadn't eaten these kinds of foods in a while. While the high-quality meats provided substantial energy, their taste was rather monotonous, and eating too much of them could become cloying. While eating, Chen Ming checked the messages on the regional chat interface. With so many people around, all sorts of situations arose. For instance, when a new type of beast appeared, players would brainstorm together on the most efficient way to take it down. Then there were those who flaunted their loot from treasure chests in the regional chat. Though calling it showing off was a stretch, they were really just scouting for players who needed those supplies, then slashing them hard. Chen Ming actually welcomed such players. If they felt compelled to flaunt it in the regional chat, it meant the treasure must have some real value. And right now, Chen Ming was desperately short on precisely those supplies. Basic supplies, on the other hand, were something he had more than enough of. Soon, Chen Ming spotted a message that piqued his interest. The player who sent it was named Sun Nianyao. Sun Nianyao, I stumbled upon a merchant station today packed with treasures, even platinum and diamond grade items. But they all require spirit coins for trade. If you come across one, swap for what you need and stockpile spirit coins, they're genuinely useful. Platinum grade, diamond grade, merchant station, these keywords were undeniably eye-catching. Sure enough, players quickly chimed in. With so many treasures in that merchant station, why not just raid it? You could loot everything and make a clean getaway. As this message appeared, many players chimed in, yeah. How about a free ride? Soon, Sun Nianyao spoke again. Forcing your way in is definitely out of the question. This merchant station has guards, they look terrifying. I have this feeling that if I dared to act recklessly in there, I'd be dead in the next second. Many players agreed with this assessment. The highway was fraught with danger, and with so many treasures around, having a few formidable guards made perfect sense. After reading these messages, Chen Ming silently noted the merchant station in his mind. This was nothing like the Peach Garden Inn he'd encountered. The Peach Garden Inn was a place that could cost you your life, while this merchant station clearly offered opportunities to enhance one's strength. Seems like it's time to start collecting spirit coins in earnest. Ding! Just as Chen Ming finished his meal and was about to clear the dishes, a private message popped up. Opening it, he discovered it was from Yang Zishu. Seeing Yang Zishu's message, Chen Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Good grief, what kind of luck does this girl have? Poisoned during the day, and now this happens at night? Poor thing. Chapter 23, Contracts and Borrowing. Yang Zishu, big shot Chen Ming, do you have any weapons that can attack remotely? I'm dealing with a particularly troublesome dry tree spirit. Can't get close. Of course, I'm just borrowing it, we can go through the system contract. To make her request more convincing, she even attached a picture. The image showed exactly what Yang Zishu described: a withered tree spirit. Its withered branches had already spread onto the road, blocking Yang Zishu's path. At the edges, one could see several branches Yang Zishu had already chopped off. Though numerous, these broken branches amounted to less than a tenth of what remained.
Glancing at the compound bow and fire elemental arrows in his system inventory, Chen Ming murmured in surprise. Yang Zishu sure had a knack for showing up at the perfect moment. He hadn't even tested this newly acquired compound bow yet, and now Yang Zishu had sniffed it out. After a moment's thought, Chen Ming agreed. Chen Ming, alright, I can also provide you with a fire attribute elemental arrow. Elemental arrows. Upon seeing those words, Yang Zishu's eyes widened in surprise. Earlier, from that silver-grade treasure chest, she had obtained a skill book 1 for water elemental skills. Bronze-grade skill, water arrow. When she obtained this skill, Yang Zishu couldn't tell whether her luck was good or bad. Water arrow was an elemental skill seemingly lucrative, but in this environment, its power weakened by 30% the moment it coalesced, before it could even be fired. There was nothing to be done, the surrounding heat was simply too intense. She had just tried using water arrow to attack the dead tree. What happened? The arrow pierced a few branches only to dissolve into a puddle. The next instant, over a dozen branches swarmed toward it, absorbing every drop that touched the ground. This was precisely why the branches hadn't attacked Yang Zishu. They seemed to be waiting for her to supply them with water. Yang Zishu was completely at her wit's end. With no other choice, she had to seek help from other players. And here she was, coming straight to Chen Ming. Fire attribute arrows? Yang Zishu hurriedly replied, no problem. I'm willing to trade you a silver-grade treasure chest for it. How about it? She had carefully observed earlier that this withered tree spirit resembled an elite monster, dropping a full 2 chests, 1 bronze tier and 1 silver tier. Since Chen Ming was providing all the assistance, the bronze grade chest was essentially free for her. Seeing Yang Zishu's offer, Chen Ming was quite satisfied. Just giving away the chests? That's a steal. The two finalized the deal and initiated a contract transaction. The contract clearly outlined both parties' terms and payments. This contract feature was built into the system. Though it appeared blank and seemingly useless, its binding power was formidable. Previously, when a player breached a contract, their avatar turned gray instantly, and all resources in their possession were transferred to the other party. With this precedent set, all players now approach the contract feature with extreme caution. This was precisely why Yang Zishu readily agreed when Yang Zishu proposed using a contract to enforce the terms. After the contract was finalized, Chen Ming transferred the compound bow and a fire attribute elemental arrow. The silver-grade treasure chest was marked to be traded after the dead tree spirit's demise. After the transaction was completed, Chen Ming hesitated briefly before initiating a video call. He had no ulterior motives. He just wanted to see the effect of his fire attribute arrow. He hadn't even tried it out yet. Plus, with the limited number of fire elemental arrows he possessed, he couldn't just casually fire one off to test its effect. To avoid confusing Yang Zishu, he sent these words over as well. Soon, the video call connected. What Chen Ming hadn't expected was that the first thing he saw wasn't the withered tree spirit or his own compound bow, it was a pair of long, snow-white legs. That's right. Yang Zishu was currently inside her RV. She had just finished the transaction and hadn't gotten out of the vehicle yet when Chen Ming's video call came through. After answering, she too was surprised to see the camera wasn't focused on her face, but instead pointed straight ahead. Now her long legs were fully exposed to Chen Ming. It didn't last long, less than 2 seconds before Yang Zishu quickly got out of the vehicle. What appeared before Chen Ming was the withered tree spirit from the photograph. The tree spirit was even larger than Chen Ming had imagined. Standing roughly 5 meters tall, it loomed dangerously close to the road less than 2 meters away. This proximity meant half its withered branches hung over the roadway, blocking the path for vehicles. He also understood why Yang Zishu hadn't simply plowed straight through. The tree's branches covered too wide an area. If they closed in and trapped the vehicle, the players inside would be in grave danger. The best solution was to clear away these branches. I'm coming. Yang Zishu's cold voice came through the video feed. Hearing that voice, Chen Ming's eyes lit up. Wow! What a contrast! In their private chats earlier, Yang Zishu had been calling him Brother Chen non-stop. Chen Ming had assumed she was the big sister type, but now her voice didn't sound like that at all. Instead, it sounded more like a mature woman's voice. Had he struck gold here? The stray thoughts lingered in Chen Ming's mind for 5 or 6 seconds before being decisively pushed aside. In his line of sight, Yang Zishu had already raised the compound bow, its nock holding none other than his own fire attribute arrow. Whoosh! A piercing whistle cut through the air as a crimson streak of light shot forward, hurtling straight toward the withered tree spirit's main body. The next second, under Chen Ming and Yang Zishu's gaze, a violent explosion erupted, shattering half of the withered tree spirit's body. But it wasn't over yet. Intense flames erupted from the blast wound, engulfing the entire tree spirit and rapidly consuming it. The flames spread from the trunk to the branches, igniting every single one without exception. The withered tree spirit's agonized screams echoed, gradually fading until they ceased entirely. It seemed utterly dead. Half an hour later, the flames dwindled, leaving behind a charred wasteland. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the charred ashes. Yang Zishu, hammer in hand, approached cautiously. After confirming the area was clear, he placed his hand on the silver-grade treasure chest and initiated the transaction.
Alongside the silver-grade treasure chest lay the composite bowl. The moment Chen Ming accepted the trade, the contract between them vanished into thin air. "Thank you." Yang Zishu spoke slowly, his tone carrying a hint more warmth than before. The two then hung up. Chen Ming didn't dwell on it further, instead focusing his attention on the silver-grade treasure chest before him. An elemental arrow for a silver-grade treasure chest, if only such deals came more often. Open it now. Ding. Congratulations. Player has obtained the arrow crafting blueprint with a 100x boost. The arrow crafting blueprint has been upgraded to the elemental arrow crafting blueprint. Seeing this final reward, Chen Ming couldn't help but let out a satisfied shout. With this blueprint, would he ever lack elemental arrows again? Chapter 24, The Multifunctional Bed and the Pyramid Showdown. After integrating the blueprint into the elegant workbench, Chen Ming reviewed the crafting requirements. That glance immediately made Chen Ming feel a bit stumped. Crafting these elemental arrows actually required an item called an energy crystal core. According to the description, energy crystals possess different attributes. Using the corresponding energy crystal would allow the creation of elemental arrows with matching attributes. However, these energy cores were extremely rare, found only in beasts of silver rank or higher. Silver grade. Chen Ming wasn't confident he could take them on right now. That night, before going to sleep, Chen Ming habitually checked the remaining player count in the zone, 4,023. Indeed, with the invincibility period ending, the death rate among players skyrocketed. Countless players perished every single day. Sigh. Chen Ming locked the vehicle, reclined his driver's seat, and began resting. It was just past 9 o'clock, and most players were still venting their frustrations in the zone chat interface. Sleep was the last thing on their minds. Chen Ming's reasoning was simple: tonight was bound to be restless. If he didn't sleep now, he'd be up all night. Clearly, his choice was the right one. Night fell, and the sound of something repeatedly striking the glass jolted Chen Ming awake. When he turned on the headlights and looked outside, he saw a swarm of bees covering the windshield. No! They weren't bees. They were killer bees. Each of these killer bees was as big as Chen Ming's palm. Through the windshield, Chen Ming could clearly see the fangs of the closest killer bee. It looked exceptionally terrifying. This swarm of killer bees was no small number, roughly 30 or more. If they swarmed him, the outcome would be disastrous. Getting stung wouldn't just leave you covered in welts, it would kill you outright. Chen Ming's windshield had undergone reinforcement, and despite the relentless assault of the killer bees, it was barely holding up, though it still emitted a grinding sound. He couldn't stay here any longer. If the windshield gave way, Chen Ming would never sleep soundly again. He had to take the offensive. Chen Ming took a deep breath and rolled down the left window. The killer bees, drawn by the scent, swarmed toward the car. Before they could enter the 100-ton king, a fierce burst of flame erupted from within. The leading killer bees instantly ignited, tumbling to the ground in agony. The strike succeeded. Chen Ming swiftly rolled up the window. The remaining killer bees were all blocked outside. The sacred flame fist technique was not without its cost. Using it repeatedly drained Chen Ming's mental energy at an alarming rate. After repeatedly using this tactic to eliminate them, the killer bees were finally wiped out. Only after confirming no flying creatures remained nearby did Chen Ming push open the door and step out. Collect. Ding. Congratulations, player, on obtaining Queen Bee Venom Sacs X13 and a multifunctional bed X1 after 100x enhancement. Ha! This was the first time Chen Ming had ever obtained an actual item. Most of his previous loot had been blueprints. A multifunctional bed, the name alone suggested it wasn't ordinary. He tapped to view the description. Multifunctional bed platinum grade. This bed features sleep-enhancing properties, effectively restoring players' stamina and replenishing depleted mental energy. It also offers massage functions, height adjustment, temperature regulation, and more. What a great bed! Chen Ming's eyes lit up. What caught his attention wasn't the stamina or mental energy recovery. What he valued were the massage and temperature maintaining features. With the weather this scorching, the bed would be ice cold before he even got in. Just thinking about it felt amazing. Then there was the massage. Sleeping in the driver's seat these past few days had left his back aching. He'd wake up feeling stiff and tense. This multifunctional bed would be perfect for relieving his fatigue. He stowed the multifunctional bed in the cargo compartment behind him, activated the temperature maintenance function, set it to his preferred warmth, and then lay down directly on it. Chen Ming had also noticed a problem. The vehicle's air conditioning only reached the driver's area. The cargo compartment behind it was completely out of range. This was a major drawback. The cargo area is an enclosed space. On hot days, it turns into a massive furnace. It seemed he'd have to find another car air conditioner. Lying on the multifunctional bed, Chen Ming let out an involuntary groan. Soft. Too soft. Compared to this multifunctional bed, what kind of hard beds had he been sleeping on before? Beyond that, he activated the massage function built into the multifunctional bed. Once activated, Chen Ming felt several round balls emerge from the bed, gently massaging his back to relieve tension. With this double indulgence, he soon drifted off into a deep sleep. Little did he know that while he slept, other players in the area were suffering terribly. Many players had been chatting until midnight. The moment they closed their eyes, they were attacked. All traces of sleepiness vanished, leaving them feeling exceptionally exhausted. In this state, they were easy prey for the beasts. The next day, when Chen Ming awoke, he discovered the number of players in the original zone had plummeted again, now standing at just 2,983, not even reaching 3,000. The rate of attrition was truly staggering. Before Chen Ming could check the messages in the zone chat interface, an electronic voice sounded. Chen Ming's attention was instantly drawn. Ding! Area population has fallen below the threshold. Pyramid battle mode is now activated. Note, players from different zones will participate together in the pyramid battle. Note, the pyramid battle is fraught with danger and opportunity, carrying a high risk of death. Participation is optional and not mandatory. Note, final rankings in the pyramid battle will be determined by the comparative value of treasures brought out by players. Note, after assessing all players' strength, only the first and second levels of the pyramid are currently accessible. The second level poses significantly greater danger than the first. Players should choose carefully. Note, following the conclusion of this pyramid conquest event, server merges will be implemented. This sudden pyramid conquest battle captured the attention of all players. Chen Ming read the announcement, his brow furrowed. This meant he wouldn't just be facing opponents from his own region, players from other zones would be joining the fray. The competition is fierce. Moreover, server merges would occur after the battle concluded. It seemed the system was deliberately regulating player numbers in each zone. Too few players would cripple trading, easily leading to a deadlock. The previously subdued regional chat interface erupted with activity once more. Isn't our region losing players way too fast? We used to have a full 10,000 people, and now we're barely at 3,000. Of all the friends I added on day 1, only 3 are still alive. All the other avatars have gone gray. There seem to be some great loot drops in this pyramid battle. Why don't we form a party and join? Don't get your hopes up. There's no team up feature. Plus, we have no idea how strong players from other zones are. Jumping in blindly could end badly. I'm not joining. Why risk everything when I can just scrape by? Has anyone here mastered an elemental skill yet? After I killed that beast last night, I got a skill book, an earth elemental skill. Anyone else have one? I thought I was the only one. Looks like everyone has one. Honestly, anyone without elemental skills shouldn't join this pyramid battle, they just won't be strong enough. Elemental? What's that? I've never seen it before. Video. Wait, how can you manipulate earth blocks? No, you guys can too? You secretly evolved without telling me? Chapter 25, The Mummy's Bizarre Entrance.
Chen Ming also saw the video at that moment. In the footage, a man extended his hand forward, and rows of small earthen spikes burst from the ground.
These spikes varied in height, some towering, others shorter, suggesting he'd just mastered the ability and hadn't perfected it yet. Still, it served as a signal. Beyond him and Yang Zishu, more and more players were mastering elemental skills. The player's strength had received a certain boost. Ding! Just as he thought of Yang Zishu, a private message from her arrived. Yang Zishu, bro Chen, you're probably joining this pyramid battle too, right? If we run into each other inside, let's team up.
After a moment's hesitation, Chen Ming agreed decisively.
He could tell Yang Zishu was no slouch.
While not as strong as himself, he was undoubtedly far superior to most other players. Considering players from other regions would also be participating in this pyramid battle, he really needed to find 1 or 2 allies. After all, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. If he got surrounded, there was still a risk of getting hurt. Having someone to back him up would certainly make things a bit easier. After agreeing on the plan, both waited for the countdown to end before selecting to join. A flash of light erupted before his eyes, and Chen Ming vanished from his driver's seat. The moment he vanished, a transparent barrier instantly enveloped the 100-ton king. This was a built-in feature of the system. Players participating in the pyramid battle often left their vehicles exposed in the wilderness, making them vulnerable to attacks. With this barrier protecting it, surrounding beasts dared not approach. When Chen Ming opened his eyes again, he found himself in a sealed chamber. Walls surrounded him on all sides, some already crumbling from age. Ha! Soon, a white object by the wall caught his attention. He took a few steps forward. As he drew closer, Chen Ming recognized the true nature of the white object. It was none other than a skeleton. So this is the first level of the pyramid? What a grand entrance! Ding ding ding! A series of electronic chimes sounded in Chen Ming's mind. He hurriedly opened the system interface and silenced the notification sounds. Only then did he notice that alongside the regional chat interface, a new pyramid chat channel had appeared. Players participating in the pyramid battle could chat in this channel. Numerous players were already chatting there. Unlike before, every player's name now displayed their zone number. For instance, in Chen Ming's zone 12123, several players were already posting messages. Wang Daxiang, are you there? It's Feng Chang. Where are you, bro? Zhou Yun, are you there?
It's your husband. If you see this, DM me and I'll come find you. Husband. Husband, where are you? Zone 12306 has arrived. First place in this pyramid war is ours for the taking. Listen up, everyone. We're all in this together. If we run into each other, give each other a hand. Let's get through this pyramid battle together. Like hell. Who joins just to get more resources? How are we gonna split them when we team up?
In my opinion, everyone should fend for themselves. It was clear many players had come searching for friends or family. The odds of finding them were incredibly slim. For starters, there were tens of thousands of zones. Beyond that, only after suffering a 70% casualty rate within their zones would anyone even meet up here. Of course, you can't say other players don't understand this logic. Everyone knows it deep down. This was simply a last-ditch attempt. Chen Ming filtered out the useless information and quickly spotted something valuable. The speaker was Yang Kaiki from Zone 12306. Guys, I ran into monsters inside this pyramid mummies. They're wrapped head to toe in white bandages and go berserk at the sight of people. If it weren't for my strength, I barely managed to slay one. I'd be dead now. Mummies. Chen Ming's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing that name. When he saw it was the pyramid battle, he had already wondered if mummies might exist. And sure enough, they were real. And judging by appearances, it seemed to be quite powerful. Beyond that, another player's statement caught his attention. Everyone, be careful when moving around, there are still traps inside this pyramid. I almost got crushed by a boulder just now, and now my escape route is completely blocked. Mummies and traps. Chen Ming silently committed these details to memory. Scanning his surroundings, Chen Ming began searching for an exit. Walls on all four sides, there had to be a mechanism. Chen Ming soon pressed himself against the wall, moving his hands constantly to search for the mechanism. Finally, behind a pile of white bones, he found a brick that could be moved. Chen Ming pressed it down firmly. A stone door on the side slowly rose. This stone door was the hidden type. Had it not risen, Chen Ming would never have noticed it. As the only exit, Chen Ming didn't hesitate and stepped out without a second thought. A relatively spacious passageway came into view. What was different was that several patches of bandages were scattered along both sides of the passageway. At first, Chen Ming paid them little mind. But when he was about 10 meters away, the bandages suddenly began to writhe. Chen Ming's attention snapped to focus, his eyes fixed intently on the bandages. Soon, under Chen Ming and the others' watchful eyes, the bandages slowly rose up, transforming into a mummy. Crazy. So these bandages were actually the remains of mummies. Yang Kaiki didn't warn us about this. This is way too sudden. Seeing the nearest mummy charging toward him, Chen Ming wasted no time. His dagger flashed out in a swift slash. Clang! The scene Chen Ming imagined, the dagger slicing through the bandages, didn't materialize. Instead, as the blade grazed the bandages, sparks flew everywhere. Is this really just bandages? Why was it so incredibly hard? The mummy's movements faltered momentarily before it swung both hands toward Chen Ming in a grab. Chen Ming had no choice but to swiftly retreat using the divine wind step. By the time he regained his footing, the single mummy had multiplied into 3. The one that had been trailing behind had caught up. Damn it! Chen Ming took a deep breath, and flames instantly engulfed his arm. The dagger won't cut it. What about the blazing fist? He swung his fist at the 3 mummies. Just as Chen Ming worried whether he could drive them back, the flames he unleashed had already ignited the bandages. The effect was outstanding. The 3 mummies were instantly reduced to ashes. In that moment, Chen Ming seemed to discover the mummies' weakness. They feared fire. No! They were vulnerable to elemental skills. With a countermeasure in hand, Chen Ming felt much more at ease. Ding! Yang Zishu sent a message. I'm in a fairly large space now, surrounded by over a dozen mummies. Besides them, there are 2 other players. Where should we meet up? Chapter 26, Wang Qiandong, my fire got swallowed? Chen Ming replied swiftly, I'm in a passageway. Looks like we're separated. The first level mummies aren't strong, we can easily wipe them out with elemental skills. Let's meet at the second level entrance. Indeed, from the start, Chen Ming had planned to ascend to the pyramid's second level. The first level had too many players and weak monsters. Even if there were rewards, they'd be minor at best. While the pyramid battle might seem dangerous to other players, Chen Ming saw it as the perfect opportunity to level up. Yang Zishu replied with a simple okay. The 2 had reached an agreement. Chen Ming pressed forward. At the end of the passage lay another secret chamber. Before he could step inside, he heard human voices. You dare defy me? Just behave yourself. Hey, you saw that mummy too. Blades won't do a thing, only Brother Wang's skills can take it down easily. Meeting us is your good fortune. Better appreciate it. Ha 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 ha. Wah? Get off me. No. Amidst the maniacal laughter came the sound of muffled sobs. Chen Ming heard the commotion and instantly understood what was happening inside. Without hesitation, he strode straight inside. He made no effort to lower his voice, and his entrance naturally drew the attention of the others. At that moment, a female player lay pinned between three others. She struggled to resist, but the disparity in strength was too great.
She was held down, unable to move. Who the hell are you? The so-called brother Wang, upon seeing Chen Ming, was startled. He couldn't hold it in and immediately lost control. Once he regained his senses, rage replaced his embarrassment. He had only just begun. How could it be over already? Embarrassing. So humiliating. It was all because of that bastard suddenly showing up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked so pathetic in front of these two newly recruited underlings. The thought made him want to kill Chen Ming. The other two henchmen now gripped their weapons, eyeing Chen Ming warily. Chen Ming glanced at the motionless woman on the ground, his expression darkening slightly. Gentlemen, have I interrupted your enjoyment? Hearing this, Wang Qiandong felt even more furious. So you knew about it after all. Usually, he lasted at least 3 minutes, but now? Barely a few seconds. Kid, leave every single treasure you have on you, then get the hell out of here. Just seeing you pisses me off. Wang Qiandong spat coldly. This was his usual style. He'd start with threats to intimidate his target, then strip them of every treasure before eliminating them, completely cutting off the route by killing them outright. If he attacked directly, the player's treasures stored in the system space would be inaccessible. Instead, they would reappear in the original vehicle upon the player's death, not beside the corpse. Now that everyone was scattered across different zones, finding another player's vehicle would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Chen Ming raised an eyebrow. So you're planning to rob me? What else? Wang Qiandong's displeasure deepened at the boy's indifference. He brandished his machete, poised to strike at any moment. Sigh. Chen Ming shook his head. When he looked at Wang Qiandong and the others again, his expression grew serious. Now, hand over every last item you have on you. I'll give you a quick death. As the words left his mouth, the surrounding air plummeted to a bone-chilling cold. Wang Qiandong and his men stared wide-eyed. What had they just heard? The enemy was demanding they surrender their belongings alone. What kind of joke was this? There were 3 of them on this side. One of them even possessed elemental skills. Did he really think they were pushovers? Looking for trouble. Wang Qiandong roared furiously, charging forward with his woodcutter's axe raised, aiming straight for Chen Ming. At the same time, a faint flame danced along the blade's edge. Indeed, he too had mastered a fire elemental skill. Chen Ming stood his ground, showing no intention of retreating. Fire? He knew all about that. He didn't believe the other's fire could surpass his own. Fiery holy fist. When Chen Ming's right arm was completely engulfed in flames, Wang Qiandong was utterly stunned. He hadn't expected his opponent to also master an elemental skill. What shocked him even more was that the flames on his axe trembled slightly upon encountering the opponent's fire. Like a mouse encountering a cat. As the flames collided, without the slightest surprise, Wang Qiandong's flames were directly consumed by Chen Ming's. The flames then began to climb up the opponent's axe, preparing to invade his body. Seeing this, Wang Qiandong frantically flung his axe away. Are you kidding me? He wasn't ready to die yet. Weaponless, he scrambled backward on all fours, looking utterly disheveled. The other 2 players, who hadn't mastered elemental skills, were utterly dumbfounded. They never imagined their chosen leader would be this weak. Just one move. He'd been beaten so badly he'd even dropped his weapon. Chen Ming gave them a quick glance before speaking softly. What are you standing around for? Hand over everything you're carrying. His voice was low, but his aura was overwhelmingly formidable. Wang Qiandong dared not defy Chen Ming now, dumping every single item from his system space onto the ground. The other 2 players followed suit, mimicking his actions. They were scared too. Chen Ming didn't bother examining the supplies closely, he simply stored them all in his system space. Counting them later would be just as good. Sir, we've given you everything. Please let us go. Yeah. I've handed over all my weapons. I won't be a threat to you anymore. Just let us go. Brother, we didn't know who we were messing with before. We offended you. Just pretend it never happened and let us go. The 3 begged for mercy, their voices dripping with desperation for survival. After Chen Ming stowed away all the items, he looked up at the group, a wicked grin spreading across his lips. Seeing that smile, the trio felt their hearts skip a beat. A single word echoed in their minds, run. But before they could move, Chen Ming vanished like a shadow, leaving only the sound of their throats being slit. Clutching their throats, they fell into a deathly sleep. Chen Ming gently wiped the bloodstains from his dagger. I promise to leave you whole bodies. I keep my word. His gaze then shifted to the female player lying nearby. From the moment he appeared until now, she lay motionless on the ground. If not for the faint rise and fall of her chest, Chen Ming would have suspected she was dead. As he approached, he was met by her vacant, lifeless eyes. One glance was enough. He knew she wouldn't survive. Some people remain physically alive, yet their spirit is already dead. Casually tossing a dagger from his system space, Chen Ming strode toward the passageway on the other side. Before he reached the doorway, the sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed behind him. Chapter 27, Meeting an Online Friend? Chen Ming discovered 3 secret chambers in succession.
He encountered several mummies along the way, all of which he dispatched with ease. He was now searching for the passage to the second level. Of course, he wasn't entirely without gains. In one of the chambers, he discovered a bronze tier treasure chest within a coffin. Opening it yielded several pieces of alloy steel and a single drop of dragon blood, a hundredfold potentified version of beast blood. True dragon blood. Though only a single drop, the energy it contained was exceptionally volatile. Consuming it with Chen Ming's current constitution carried far too great a risk. For now, it could only be stored within the system space. Half an hour later, Chen Ming finally arrived at a relatively spacious chamber. This space was exceptionally vast. Standing in place, Chen Ming gazed across to the opposite side. It stretched endlessly. The lowest level of the pyramid housed the servant burial pits, the final resting place for the workers and servants who built its foundation. The secret chambers Chen Ming had previously occupied resembled the quarters of low-level supervisors, akin to foremen overseeing the laborers. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed numerous players gathered together. After a moment's thought, Chen Ming approached a lone player. "Friend, I just arrived.
What's going on here? Why is everyone gathered like this, not moving?"
The player glanced at Chen Ming, recognizing him as an outsider from another faction.
He offered a brief explanation. "It's dangerous up ahead.
We're all gathered here to figure out a plan.
For now, we're just waiting."
After saying this, he showed no interest in continuing the conversation and walked off in the opposite direction.
Chen Ming didn't mind. His gaze fixed on the large platform in the distance. Dangerous? Why couldn't he see it? Could it be a trap?
With this question in mind, Chen Ming slowly made his way to the front row. Just as he was about to take another step forward, a player standing beside him suddenly grabbed his arm.
"What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?"
Chen Ming pulled his foot back just in time and turned his head to look at the other player.
"What do you mean?" Seeing the genuine confusion on Chen Ming's face, the player quickly explained. "See all those bones covering the ground up ahead? Hidden beneath them are tons of bandages.
If you dare get close, those bandages instantly turn into mummies and attack you.
Don't underestimate them. We roughly estimated there are hundreds, maybe even more.
If you get swarmed, you're done for."
Hearing this, Chen Ming finally understood. So that's why so many players had been blocked by the mummy horde. After a moment's thought, Chen Ming pressed, "Hasn't anyone considered taking a detour?
This area is so vast. If it comes down to it, we can just go around them."
It's not that simple.
Players have already tried that. Many explored other directions only to find the mummy counts there are no less than here. So no matter which way you go, you'll inevitably clash with these mummies. This player clearly had a bit of a chatterbox streak, willing to offer extra warnings.
Chen Ming now understood this battle was unavoidable.
The reason so many players had gathered here was to wait for others to approach. Otherwise, dealing with so many mummies would be quite a challenge. After all, not every player here had mastered elemental skills. Some had come in hoping for luck, without any special abilities. If it came to a fight, these players would be dead weight. It was best to avoid trouble with them. He couldn't count on them for help. As time passed, more and more players gathered, including Yang Zishu. Upon arriving, Yang Zishu immediately sought out Chen Ming. The two gathered at the edge. Meeting Yang Zishu for the first time, Chen Ming felt a slight nervousness. It felt like meeting an online friend in person. They'd communicated extensively through private chats, but this was their first actual encounter. The moment he laid eyes on Yang Zishu, Chen Ming couldn't help but be dazzled despite his preparations.
A true older woman. A genuine older woman. Her personality was completely different from what she'd shown in their private chats. Under Chen Ming's intense gaze, a faint blush spread across Yang Zishu's cheeks. She gave a cold snort. "What are you staring at?" Chen Ming snapped back to reality, feeling no awkwardness. He spoke honestly. "It's not my first time meeting someone online, but it feels a bit novel. Your aloof appearance just doesn't match the way you talk in private chats." "I'm not usually that aloof."
Yang Zishu felt a bit embarrassed by his words. Chen Ming was about to say more when he suddenly felt several pairs of eyes on him. He immediately turned his head to look around. He noticed numerous players staring in his direction. The timid ones instinctively looked away when their eyes met his, while those who considered themselves skilled players met his gaze head-on.
Chen Ming wasn't stupid.
He quickly figured out what these players were thinking.
Before Yang Zishu arrived, hardly any players had noticed Chen Ming.
But the moment he stood beside Yang Zishu, he became the center of attention. A beautiful woman brings trouble. Chen Ming couldn't help but recall the female player he'd encountered earlier.
He blurted out, "Didn't you run into any other players on your way over? They probably wouldn't have let you pass so easily, right?"
With Yang Zishu's intelligence, she quickly grasped Chen Ming's meaning. "I did.
I killed them all."
Whoa! Chen Ming's eyes widened at her words. How could she utter such ruthless words with such calmness?
Killed them all. Come to think of it, it made sense. With Yang Zishu's strength, ordinary players really weren't her match.
After all, she had provided him with that grilled meat. Setting aside other factors, the attribute points from that meat alone were substantial.
Everyone, listen to me. Just as Chen Ming and Yang Zishu were chatting casually, a shout drew both their attention.
Turning their heads, they saw a player standing at the front, rallying the surrounding players. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu exchanged a glance before slowly approaching. This is the first level. I've had others check everywhere else, there's no passage to the second level, nor any way out. So I predict both passages are behind these mummies. Whoever wants to escape must break through their blockade, or will be trapped here forever. After briefly explaining the situation, he managed to rally all the players to his cause.
Survival meant following them. They had to fight. The players had no choice but to agree. With so many mummies, breaking through the blockade alone was impossible. Only by sticking with the group did they stand a chance. Chapter 28, Don't Come Over Here. Seeing the players gather, the one who spoke looked satisfied. Who is this guy? Why should we listen to him? A player standing not far from Chen Ming and the others suddenly spoke up. His words instantly drew the attention of many players. One player from the same region as the speaker chimed in. If I'm not mistaken, he's the third-place finisher in our region's strongest kilometer race. His skills should be pretty solid. Technically speaking, the strongest kilometer race doesn't directly reflect a player's overall strength. But as the only current regional ranking, many players still regarded it as a benchmark. Ranking third in the region was still a respectable achievement. Of course, there were undoubtedly players ranked higher than him, but none had stepped forward to challenge the assessment. The current situation truly needed a player to step forward and break the deadlock. It doesn't have to be the strongest player, someone of comparable skill would suffice. Soon, that player began actively directing the group. Our main target this time is the mummies. Players with elemental skills, step forward. We'll try to break through in one go. Players without elemental skills, stay put in the center and don't get in the way. This was actually unfair, as it directly put players with elemental skills on the front lines. Just because they were stronger, did that mean they had to fight to the death on the front lines? Why should they bear the burden just because others lack elemental skills? Why should they have to pay the price for that? A murmur of discontent quickly rippled through the crowd. The strong refused to shield the weak, while the weak demanded the strong clear the path ahead. Fortunately, the player wasn't entirely foolish. Everyone, calm down. According to the rules of this pyramid battle, the more contributions a player makes, the better their rewards will be. I know you feel unfairly treated, but this also gives you more chances to slay mummies. Once the battle ends, those who contributed more will naturally receive greater rewards. Hearing this, the players who had voiced objections gradually calmed down. After all, rewards were what truly mattered. Seeing the crowd settle, the player began organizing everyone to prepare for a charge straight ahead. The players prepared swiftly. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu were assigned to the second tier, also part of the outer perimeter. Numerous other players surrounded them. Hey, beauty, just stay right behind me. I'll make sure you get out safely. The chubby guy standing in front of Yang Zishu patted his bulging belly, his face plastered with a goofy grin. Seeing this gesture, Chen Ming's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of good person pats their own belly? Shouldn't he be patting his chest instead? Yang Zishu, however, remained expressionless, her voice cold as ice. Mind your own business. The frustrated man didn't press further, turning instead to face forward. The other players around them watched the scene unfold, their lips curling with scorn. This little fatty doesn't even look at himself in the mirror trying to pick up girls like everyone else. How laughable. Chen Ming, however, sensed no malice in the chubby guy's earlier remark. It seemed like a casual throwaway comment. Could he have misjudged the situation? But he didn't dwell on the question for long. As the players prepared, under the lead player's command, they all charged straight ahead. As they crossed the threshold, the bandages beneath the countless skeletal remains ahead stirred to life. In the blink of an eye, dozens of mummies coalesced rapidly, lunging toward the players. So many. In Chen Ming's field of vision alone, at least 10 were charging straight toward their position. And this was only the beginning. As they advanced deeper, more and more mummies awoke, placing immense pressure on the players. Soon, Chen Ming's group formally clashed with the mummies ahead. Positioned in the second row, the players in the front row initiated the attack first. A barrage of colorful skills erupted. These skills looked quite flashy, but honestly, the damage wasn't very strong. Only a limited number of mummies were killed. These mummies didn't collapse at the slightest touch of elemental skills. They possessed some resistance to them, albeit relatively weak. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu remained unhurried. They knew full well this was only the beginning. Take the endless stream of mummies currently flooding in. Who knows where the enemy's limits lie? Wasting all their mental energy here now would leave them unable to defend themselves later. As more players pushed deeper into the fray, the attack efficiency and frequency of those holding the outer perimeter visibly declined. Those who had survived this far weren't fools. While they might have charged in with reckless abandon at the start, things were different now. Their focus had shifted entirely to their own survival. As these players held back, the number of mummies gathering around them grew ever larger. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu instinctively moved closer together toward the center. What the hell are you two doing? Can't you see the mummies are closing in? Use your skills already. Yeah. They're practically on top of us. If you don't act now, they'll threaten my safety. It's only been a few minutes. You guys can't last this long. Clear a path for us. Retreat? Retreat? What retreat? Push forward. As the distance closed in, the players holding the outer perimeter hadn't spoken yet, but those protected inside were getting anxious. Earlier, these mummies were wiped out the moment they appeared, making them feel quite secure. But now? With the mummies less than 10 meters away, they could clearly see the bloodstains on their bandages. How could they not panic? After all, no one wanted to die at the hands of these monsters. These words were the final straw that broke the camel's back. The players holding the outer perimeter already harbored resentment. Now, on top of expending their own mental energy to protect these useless players, they found themselves in danger too. And now these players showed them not a shred of gratitude, instead, they were being blamed. No. Did they really think they were bodyguards? I'm done with this. Whether they live or die is none of my business. One of the more hot-headed players blurted out, then voluntarily broke ranks from the main group, heading alone toward one direction. Seeing this, several players standing nearby followed suit. The gap opened. The players sheltered behind them froze in shock. Where'd their bodyguards go? Why did they just run off? How were they supposed to face that mummy now? No! Don't! Chaos erupted among the players. A single spark ignited a wildfire, and the once somewhat orderly player force instantly descended into complete disarray. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu remained expressionless, immediately choosing to break away from the main group. With its large numbers, the main force naturally became the mummy's primary target. Like other smaller squads, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu quickly split off. Since they were on the first floor, Chen Ming felt no urgency. He selected a player squad with decent strength and silently followed behind them. With these players clearing the path ahead, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu faced relatively little pressure. As more players with elemental skills retreated, the players sheltered within were completely exposed to the mummies. Don't come any closer. As the mummies closed in, the players could only raise their weapons to attack. Unfortunately, such attacks had limited effect on the mummies, proving utterly ineffective and only managing to delay them for a moment. In less than 10 seconds, the first player fell. Caught off guard in close combat, the mummy seized the opportunity and delivered a fatal blow. This sent a wave of gloom over the remaining players. They were beginning to regret their loose lips. If only they hadn't voiced their complaints. Though progress had been slow, at least someone had protected them. But now? Their fate was now entirely up to luck. Look over there. It looks like an escape passage. We found it. And to the right, that must be the passage leading to the next level of the pyramid. Chapter 29, The Gargoyle. At the sound of these two voices, the players instinctively looked ahead. Sure enough, two dark passages were visible not far off. At the entrance of each passage stood a stone tablet inscribed with exit and second level, respectively. Seeing these passages, many players' eyes lit up. Hope. Especially those who had broken away from the main group, they now charged toward the passages like madmen. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu exchanged a glance before following closely behind. In an instant, several water arrows coalesced around Yang Zishu and shot forth with blinding speed. The pyramid's interior wasn't scorching hot, instead, it felt eerily cold, sending shivers down the spine. The water arrow's power remained undiminished here. Several mummies struck by the arrows died instantly, collapsing to the ground as useless coils of bandages. Chen Ming now revealed a glimpse of his own power, the blazing holy fist. Flames enveloped Chen Ming's right arm, but under his deliberate suppression, they did not spread outward. The power of the flames was also kept under control. He did this, of course, to conserve his strength. Though the two passages appeared simultaneously, they did not lead in the same direction. Thus, it was now clear to see which players were heading toward the exit and which were heading to the second level of the pyramid. The vast majority, roughly 90%, headed for the exit. The remainder were players confident in their abilities, eager to test themselves on the second level. Though few in number, each was elite. Without exception, they all possessed elemental skills. Under these circumstances, if Chen Ming revealed overwhelming combat prowess, he would inevitably draw the attention of other players. Being targeted by concentrated fire would have a devastating impact on his influence. Working in tandem, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu swiftly reached the passage leading to the second level. Without hesitation, they plunged straight in. The passage sloped upward at a gentle incline. After walking along it for about half an hour, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu arrived at a relatively spacious room. He scanned the area. Chen Ming noticed this room had one thing in abundance: doors. 9 doors stood before them, each offering a choice. Before they could decide, several more players followed Chen Ming and Yang Zishu into the room. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu exchanged a glance before silently creating distance between themselves. Judging by the players' actions downstairs just now, everyone was acting purely in their own self-interest. They could stab each other in the back at any moment. To put it bluntly, the withdrawal of the outer ring of players had indirectly caused over 40% casualties among those inside who lacked elemental skills. The arriving players instinctively spread out as well. This time, there was no communication whatsoever.
Each chose their own path, and no one suggested coordinating the entire group's actions. At this point, everyone was a competitor.
Keeping their distance was the best strategy.
Chen Ming and Yang Zishu also found one of the passages and entered. The second layer of the pyramid felt entirely different from the first to Chen Ming. The temperature here was much colder, creating an unpleasant atmosphere. Yang Zishu, who had been vigilantly scanning their surroundings, suddenly spoke up. The first level of the pyramid was the burial ground for ancient servants and workers.
Based on the staircase sequence, this second level should be for commoners. Chen Ming nodded slightly.
He hadn't forgotten the system's specific warning when the pyramid battle first began. The second level was more dangerous, warning players to proceed with caution.
This meant the second level was significantly harder than the first.
The only question was where the tougher enemies in this commoner level would be lurking.
Look up.
As he pondered while walking forward, Yang Zishu, standing beside him, suddenly spoke up. Chen Ming instinctively looked up and saw a black monster hanging upside down from the ceiling. As they stared, two blood-red beams of light shot out from the creature's body. Chen Ming couldn't immediately identify its origin, and his nerves instantly tightened.
Whoosh!
The black creature suddenly flapped its wings and charged toward Chen Ming at breakneck speed.
Its speed was astonishing.
Chen Ming executed the divine wind step to create distance, retreating while simultaneously flinging his dagger forward.
SSSSH.
With a metallic tearing sound, the flying creature was sliced clean in half by the dagger and plummeted to the ground.
So easily defeated?
Chen Ming was still processing the sight of the creature being slain in an instant. Only when he heard the dagger hit the ground did it register.
Right.
His dagger was no ordinary blade, it was a diamond-grade dagger. Its power was naturally different. Lately, he'd been so focused on his elemental skills that he'd overlooked the dagger's strength. Looks like we can harvest this. Yang Zishu approached the half-shattered corpse and spoke decisively. Chen Ming perked up at the suggestion, stepping forward to find the word harvest displayed on the corpse.
Harvest. Ding. Gathering successful.
Congratulations, player, you have obtained one basic mechanism core from the gargoyle. After a hundredfold amplification, you have obtained one advanced mechanism core.
Gargoyle? Chen Ming now understood the origin of this monster.
The description of the advanced mechanism core was straightforward, it was required for deploying high-tier mechanisms. For now, it held little relevance to Chen Ming. With the gargoyle incident as a precedent, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu grew increasingly cautious. They now had to watch not only their surroundings but also the space above their heads.
Meanwhile, on the first level,
numerous players successfully navigated the exit passageway, now finding themselves in a relatively safe zone. They still couldn't leave the pyramid and needed to wait for the players from the second level to return. Only then would the entire pyramid battle be considered over.
Who the hell went to the second level? Are they brain dead or just reckless?
The first level was tough enough to strip us bare, the second level must be even harder.
Yeah, wasting time here is pointless. We should just head back sooner.
If I'd known this pyramid battle was this tough, I wouldn't have joined. Not only did I waste my time, but I nearly lost my life here.
I think I just saw our area's leader go in. What about you guys? Zhang Kuwei from our area went in. If I'm not mistaken, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu from our area went in.
The rewards for this pyramid battle seem tied to the final winner.
Could it be that whichever region's player takes first place, all other regions merge into theirs? Merging? Who cares? All I care about is the reward. If it weren't for protecting you guys, I'd be on the second floor right now. Wait. It looks like a player from our area just suddenly died. He was heading to the second level. What? That fast? This difficulty is insane. Chapter 30, Wolf-Headed Warrior.
These gargoyles and mummies are way too tough. They're draining our mental energy like crazy. Yang Zishu spoke slowly as he surveyed the fallen gargoyle and shattered bandages before him. The two of them had encountered numerous monsters of these two types along their journey. Had they not concealed their strength earlier, passing through the previous passage unharmed would have been nearly impossible.
Chen Ming remained seated. No rush.
Let's wait until our psychic energy recovers a bit before proceeding. Despite Yang Zishu's agility, he was still slower than those gargoyles. Precisely for this reason, Chen Ming had personally taken down every stone gargoyle. Not only did he have to execute the divine wind step, but also unleash the blazing holy fist. With his current mental energy reserves, he couldn't sustain such exertion for long.
Ah!
Just as Chen Ming and Yang Zishu were resting, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from ahead. The scream carried fear, unsettling to the soul. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu, who had been resting, immediately sprang to their feet, their eyes fixed warily on the front. They were now at the end of the passageway. The passage ended in his secret chamber. Exchanging a glance, the two began moving toward the chamber. They could tell the earlier scream had definitely come from a player. As they drew nearer and pushed open the chamber door, the scene inside came into view. The chamber was in utter disarray, with many white bones scattered across the floor, shattered from blows.
Amidst the pile of bones, two players lay on the floor.
One had been torn apart from the middle and showed no signs of life. The other had one arm torn clean off, blood gushing from the wound. A standing creature loomed over him.
An internal conflict?
Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Ming instinctively assumed both were players. Perhaps they'd stumbled upon some treasure, only for a dispute over the spoils to erupt into a bloody massacre.
Hearing the commotion behind it, the standing figure slowly turned around.
When they clearly saw the figure, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu's pupils dilated in shock. This was no player. The standing humanoid creature bore not a human face, but a wolf's head. A wolf-headed warrior. A wu. Upon spotting Chen Ming and Yang Zishu, the wolf-headed warrior erupted in fury, its blood-red eyes glinting with savagery. The next instant, it charged toward the two like a sharp arrow.
Water arrows? Yang Zishu acted first, conjuring 5 water arrows beside her.
This was every water arrow she could currently command from her position. Though seemingly few in number, their power was formidable.
The 5 water arrows struck the enemy one after another. The wolf-headed warrior was instantly gravely wounded, sent flying backward. But it wasn't over yet.
Chen Ming closed the distance swiftly with his divine windstep. He knew full well that Yang Zishu's water arrows alone wouldn't be enough to take down this wolf-headed warrior. He would have to finish the job himself. The dagger in his hand, gleaming with a cold light, slashed toward the warrior's body. The wolf-headed warrior extended his palm, covered in wolf fur, attempting to block Chen Ming's strike. Unfortunately, his strength was no match for the force behind Chen Ming's dagger. In the blink of an eye, the warrior's hand flew off. Just as Chen Ming thought he had successfully crippled his opponent, the wolf-headed warrior swiftly shifted position, charging straight at Chen Ming. Chen Ming wielded a dagger, and the distance between them was far too close for him to strike effectively. There was no way to dodge this charge now. Thud! He felt as though an iron hammer had struck his chest. His entire body flew backward violently, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, the wolf-headed warrior charged again, intent on pressing his advantage. Fortunately, Yang Zishu, who had been vigilant in the rear, reacted swiftly. Wielding his own iron hammer, he closed in and struck the opponent back with a single blow. Chen Ming seized the moment to scramble to his feet, his face etched with apprehension as he stared at the wolf-headed warrior. He saw a slight indentation in the warrior's chest, yet the man seemed completely unfazed, his brow furrowed. Does he have no sense of pain? Chen Ming voiced his thoughts aloud. Yang Zishu nodded slightly. If that's the case, this wolf-headed warrior will be tough to deal with. My attacks have very limited effect on him. Her attacks were limited to 2 types, water arrows and iron hammer strikes. Based on the previous 2 attacks, while both could push him back, inflicting serious damage on this wolf-headed warrior proved extremely difficult. Chen Ming took a deep breath. I'll try again. From the very beginning until now, he hadn't unleashed the full power of his blazing fist technique. Now he intended to test it. With that, he charged forward decisively. The ornate dagger in his right hand had been recalled into the system space, and now intense flames erupted from his right arm. Behind him, Yang Zishu had just opened her mouth to warn him to be careful, but upon witnessing this scene, she was rendered speechless. From the very beginning, she had assumed Chen Ming's elemental skill was similar to her own. If she couldn't threaten the wolf chief warrior, then Chen Ming certainly couldn't either. But now, she sensed overwhelming pressure and a palpable threat of death emanating from Chen Ming's right arm. She couldn't block this punch. The wolf-headed warrior, devoid of such hesitation, charged forward decisively. As the enemy drew near, Chen Ming swiftly swung his right fist forward. The moment his fist touched the warrior's skin, an endless torrent of flames erupted from Chen Ming's right arm. In less than a breath, the flames engulfed the wolf-headed warrior entirely. Whoosh! Yang Zishu, watching from the rear, couldn't help but gasp at the sight. This flame was far more powerful than she had imagined. Seconds later, the flames gradually subsided, revealing the charred remains of the wolf-headed warrior within. His body was charred beyond recognition, clearly dead. Only after confirming the enemy's death did Chen Ming step around the corpse to check on the other players nearby. Their bodies were growing cold and stiffening by the moment. One had bled to death, while the other had been painfully tortured to death. The two worked together to conduct a cursory search of the chamber. They actually found a silver-gray treasure chest. The silver-gray treasure chest was well hidden beneath a pile of bleached bones, its color blending in with the skeletal remains. Had Chen Ming not sensed the formidable strength of the wolf-headed warrior and believed some reward was warranted, they would have left without a second thought. Regarding this silver-gray treasure chest, Yang Zishu voluntarily relinquished any claim to it. The wolf-headed warrior had perished from Chen Ming's final blazing holy fist strike. While she had also dealt some damage to the foe, it was honestly quite limited. All things considered, it was only right that it went to Chen Ming. Chen Ming didn't hesitate to accept it. Opening such a treasure chest was where he truly gained an edge after all, he was the man with a 100-fold multiplier. Chapter 31, Diamond Night Pearls. Ding! Congratulations, player, on obtaining Diamond Night Pearls X2 after 100x amplification. The name alone piqued Chen Ming's interest. He decisively retrieved one Diamond Night Pearl from his system space.
As the night pearl appeared, a faint glow emanated from Chen Ming's hand. Yang Zishu immediately looked over.
Upon seeing the sparkling night pearl, her eyes filled with awe.
No wonder.
This dazzling pearl held an undeniable allure for girls.
Even a cool goddess like Yang Zishu couldn't resist its charm.
Noticing her admiration, Chen Ming proactively offered the diamond night pearl in his hand. You can have this diamond night pearl.
I opened two, so one for each of us is only fair.
He couldn't just pocket it all himself when she'd been so gracious. Had Yang Zishu not charged forward wielding that iron hammer earlier, he would have been either dead or gravely injured. In this environment, severe injury and death were practically indistinguishable. It was merely a matter of when death would come. Yang Zishu initially hesitated to accept, but when he saw Chen Ming produce another identical diamond night pearl, he relented. She reached out and accepted the diamond night pearl. After reading the description of this treasure, her expression gradually grew peculiar. This diamond night pearl diamond grade, when placed on a vehicle, reduces beast attack rate by 50% at night and increases it by 50% during the day.
Player luck +3. Note: diamond night pearl effects cannot stack.
The description seemed pretty useless.
But in reality, it's incredibly powerful.
Currently, players spend nights on edge, constantly worried about beast attacks, making it hard to get any decent sleep. But with this diamond night pearl equipped, the spawn rate of beasts drops by 50%, drastically reducing the chance of encounters.
Is a decrease in beast numbers a good thing?
In Chen Ming and Yang Zishu's eyes, absolutely not. After all, resources come from the beasts. Therefore, the 50% probability reduction at night is compensated for during the day.
Finally, there's the player's luck value, a rather esoteric concept.
What shocked Yang Zishu most was that this night pearl was a diamond grade item.
A diamond tier item dropped from a silver tier chest? Is that even possible? Chen Ming offered no further explanation. Don't ask, just say it was sheer luck.
The two didn't advance further but stayed put to recover the mental energy they'd expended. Yang Zishu had expended less energy than Chen Ming during the battle and finished recuperating before him. Seeing Chen Ming still recovering, she opened the pyramid player chat interface.
Messages flooded the player chat interface. This second level is no place for humans. I'm going home. I'm going home. I've retraced my steps. Let's regroup in that secret room on the second floor where we first arrived. There are still so many mummies on the first floor. We'll move faster together. Has anyone figured out the weakness of those wolf-headed warriors? It took me 3 deaths just to barely take one down. You took one down? How did you do it? Share your tactics.
Just tear him limb from limb. I ran into a wolf-headed warrior paired with a gargoyle, utterly impossible to handle.
Is the second floor this dangerous? Good thing I didn't go, I'd never have made it out alive. It is a bit dangerous. I've already found 2 bronze tier treasure chests.
Risk comes with opportunity. With good luck, it's quite profitable.
Several player messages caught Yang Zishu's attention.
The most significant development was that many players who had reached the second layer were already coordinating with each other, preparing to retreat back to the first layer for evacuation. For the two of them, it was unclear whether this was good news or bad.
What's wrong?
Chen Ming had just finished restoring his depleted mental energy when he saw Yang Zishu staring blankly into the distance. Yang Zishu briefly recounted what she had just observed. After listening, Chen Ming's expression remained unchanged. So that's how it is.
Well, that definitely works in our favor.
I never counted on those players from the start.
Besides, resources on the second level are bound to be limited.
One less player means one less mouth to feed. He maintained a clear-eyed perspective on the entire situation in the pyramid's second level. Despite the number of players who had reached the second level, most struggled not only against the wolf-headed warriors but even against the gargoyles.
Much less the impending alliance between wolf-headed warriors and gargoyles.
This group of players simply lacked competitiveness. What truly commanded Chen Ming's attention now were the absolute elite players from other regions. Their strength was likely not much weaker than his own.
After hearing Chen Ming's analysis, Yang Zishu found it rather convincing.
The two continued walking down the passage ahead. They discovered the passage was mostly filled with mummies and gargoyles, with no wolf-headed warriors in sight.
This unseen relief eased their pressure considerably.
Kill. After passing through 2 chambers and slaying 2 wolf-headed warriors, an unexpected turn of events unfolded when Chen Ming and Yang Zishu reached the 3rd chamber. Before they could even approach, a deafening battle cry erupted from within the chamber.
Chaotic footsteps followed immediately.
Judging by the sound of the footsteps, there were quite a few players inside this chamber, roughly a dozen or more. Exchanging a glance, the pair instinctively slowed their pace, creeping cautiously forward. They gently pushed the stone door open a crack and peered inside through the narrow gap. Truthfully, with their abilities, they could have barged right in without much worry. But better safe than sorry. Chen Ming noticed this chamber was considerably larger than the previous ones. Inside were no fewer than 5 wolf-headed warriors, along with over a dozen gargoyles. The number of players was also substantial, around 15. They were now coordinating with each other, each pursuing their own objectives. As Yang Zishu scanned the players, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. Her puzzled murmur was barely audible, but Chen Ming, standing too close, caught it.
Yang Zishu instinctively stepped back.
Chen Ming instantly understood, closed the stone door, and retreated silently toward the rear. Only after they were about 20 meters away did Yang Zishu stop and speak quickly. I just saw Yin Qingjun in there. You should know him, he's the third-ranked player in the strongest kilometer race, just below us. Hearing this, Chen Ming instantly recalled the incident. If he remembered correctly, after the final results were announced, the man had flown into a rage. He'd also spewed plenty of snide remarks and taunts in the regional chat interface. Chen Ming could foresee that if they entered the secret chamber, Yin Qingjun would undoubtedly still harbor resentment toward them.
Interesting.
If they made it this far, they must have a way to counter that wolf-head warrior.
Let's wait until they finish before we go in. Chapter 32. Do you really think I'm here to do charity?
After making their decision, the two crept closer again, deliberately slowing their breathing to avoid detection. Peering through the door crack, Yin Qingjun and his group seemed to be coordinating fairly well. They split the monsters apart and began taking them down one by one. It must be said, the results were quite effective. The gargoyles had been nearly wiped out. Only a few wolf-headed warriors remained, struggling in their death throes. Chen Ming surveyed the battlefield, his gaze quickly locking onto Yin Qingjun. Indeed, the key to these players' ability to effortlessly counter the wolf-headed warriors lay with Yin Qingjun.
Yin Qingjun wielded a wood attribute skill. At every critical moment, he used that wood attribute skill to pull players back, helping them dodge the wolf-headed warriors' attacks. The remaining players seized the opportunity to strike the warriors with their own elemental skills. Moreover, they all targeted the same areas, like concentrating their skills on the wolf-headed warrior's legs and arms, inflicting effective damage. Truly, strength lies in numbers. Just as one of the wolf-headed warriors fell, the remaining ones suddenly went berserk.
Yin Qingjun and the other players were startled by this sudden change.
No! Why did they suddenly go berserk?
3 players were sent flying by the impact. 2 bore claw marks across their chests, wounds so deep that bones and organs were visible through the gashes. Such severe injuries meant instant death, no questions asked. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu both formed their own suspicions. As the saying goes, those involved are often blinded, while outsiders see clearly. Observing from the periphery, they saw several strands of crimson thread emerge from the fallen wolf-headed warrior's corpse before surging into the remaining warriors. This caused their strength to surge dramatically. So that's how it worked. Didn't that mean these wolf-headed warriors would only grow stronger as the battle progressed? After a moment of disarray, Yin Qingjun and the others quickly regrouped. The players began rationally coordinating their efforts, launching another coordinated assault on the remaining wolf-headed warriors. So what if their power increased? The players still held the numerical advantage. However, as another wolf-headed warrior fell, the pressure on the players suddenly intensified. The remaining wolf-head warriors had all received significant boosts in strength, stamina, and agility. At this moment, Yin Qingjun realized, there's something wrong with these wolf-headed warriors. We can't take them down one by one. When one dies, the remaining ones grow stronger. We must eliminate them all at once. Recognizing the issue was easy, executing the solution proved far more difficult. Take them all down at once. The difficulty was simply too great. The players were well aware of the challenge, but they had no choice but to try. If these wolf-headed warriors grew any stronger, they'd all be in grave danger. Kill! Yin Qingjun roared, then charged forward decisively. The remaining players dared not linger, gritting their teeth as they followed. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu watched with keen interest. Regardless of other factors, Yin Qingjun's courage in leading the charge was certainly commendable. Many players, once they acquired minions, would delegate all the dirty and tedious work to them, content to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Rarely did one see a player like Yin Qingjun leading the charge himself. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the attacks of numerous players landed simultaneously. As one wolf-headed warrior after another fell, the players breathed a collective sigh of relief. Just as they prepared to relax and rest, a furious wolf howl echoed through the air. The next second, a wolf-headed warrior with half its face shattered rose to its feet. The difference was that the bloodlust emanating from it was now overwhelmingly intense. From the outside, the creature seemed to be shrouded in a crimson aura. It's over. Those 2 words echoed relentlessly in Yin Qingjun's mind. After all, the players had drained every ounce of their mental energy to coordinate that concentrated attack. Where was their fighting strength now? Whoosh! Just as the wolf-headed warrior tore the 2 nearest players apart and prepared to attack the others behind them, a piercing whistle cut through the air. The next instant, a massive golden light pierced through the wolf-headed warrior's body. Half a second later, the wolf-headed warrior crashed to the ground, his body shattering into countless chunks of flesh, dead on the spot. The players snapped to attention, instinctively glancing backward. A man and a woman emerged from the rear stone door. The male player clutched a longbow in his hand. The one who had struck was Chen Ming. Chen Ming had originally intended to stay out of it, but upon seeing that final wolf-headed warrior, he knew he could wait no longer. Others might not have noticed, but he and Yang Zishu had been watching the entire time.
The crimson threads from the surrounding wolf-headed warriors surged toward their target.
He dared not imagine how absurdly powerful the enemy would become once it absorbed all that energy.
For this reason, he even used a metal-attributed elemental arrow. Metal was the most destructive and lethal of the 5 elements. Its destructive power was undeniably formidable. Upon seeing them, Yan Chengjuan's expression instantly turned unnatural.
As fellow players from the same region, coupled with Chen Ming and Yang Zishu having snatched first and second place from him earlier, he naturally held a grudge against the pair. When participating in this pyramid battle, he had planned to achieve a higher ranking within it, then trample Chen Ming and Yang Zishu underfoot. Now, however, he found himself in an awkward predicament.
He had actually been saved by those two.
He was momentarily at a loss for words.
Thank you both for your rescue.
The other players, however, had no such reservations and spoke up one after another. They were all smart people. They knew exactly what had just happened. Had Chen Ming and his group not arrived, their lives would have been forfeit. Chen Ming shot the crowd a cold glance.
No need for empty thanks. Just give me 1 treasure each.
His words instantly made the atmosphere tense. The players exchanged nervous glances, shifting their eyes from one to another.
One player stepped forward. Brother, we're all fellow countrymen. There's no need for this. Chen Ming responded with a cold snort. I'm the one calling the shots here. Or do you think your current strength makes you my match? What a joke. The price tag on that single metal attribute arrow was astronomical. Did he really think he was here to do charity work? These players should at least try to get some healing back for themselves, right? As for popularity? Chen Ming certainly didn't buy into that nonsense. Everyone was on the highway who knew when they'd even cross paths. And even if they did, he was confident he could take down these players. As for reputation? It's nothing compared to profit. Here. While the others hesitated, Yan Chengjun stepped forward first. He left behind a set of bronze-grade tea utensils before turning and walking away decisively. At this stage, bronze-grade treasures were still relatively rare, with most players still using ungraded items. Chapter 33, Wolf Chief Priest. Seeing Yan Chengjun take the initiative, the remaining players knew they couldn't escape the situation. They steeled themselves and handed over their treasures. These bronze-grade treasures were all looted from treasure chests within the pyramid hard-earned spoils that now went to Chen Ming for free. Chen Ming didn't bother examining their uses. Anything reaching bronze tier was accepted without question. The focus was quantity over quality. Once every player had offered one item, they all turned and left. In their current state, they couldn't possibly continue forward. They needed to retreat to the rear to recover their strength first. As for the treasure chests within this secret chamber, they dared not even dream of them. With Chen Ming present, there was absolutely no chance they'd get their hands on them. After the players departed, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu split up, searching left and right for the treasure chests. After a thorough search, they actually found 2 silver-grade treasure chests and 3 bronze-grade treasure chests. That made 5 in total. Chen Ming volunteered, I'll open them all. My luck stat is higher, so I have a better chance of getting good loot. I'll share it with you afterward. Yang Zishu didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. She had witnessed firsthand when Chen Ming pulled a diamond-grade treasure from a silver-grade chest. Truth be told, she envied that kind of luck herself. In the blink of an eye, all 5 chests were opened. Under the 100x multiplier effect, the total loot was car coffee maker x1, car beverage dispenser x1, skill book, earthshaker, weapon, bone crusher hammer, nanoscale steel x5. After briefly scanning the reward descriptions, Chen Ming instinctively asked, do you prefer coffee or drinks? Ha! Yang Zishu was momentarily taken aback by the question. Wasn't that a huge leap? After a 2-second pause, she snapped back, coffee, I guess. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming retrieved the car coffee machine and the bone crushing hammer. These 2 are yours. Like the in-car beverage dispenser, the coffee machine required no manual refilling. Once installed, it provided a steady supply, extremely convenient. The bone crushing hammer, a genuine platinum tier weapon, boasted formidable power perfectly suited for Yang Zishu. Watching Yang Zishu take the hammer, Chen Ming inwardly whistled in admiration. A mature woman wielding a massive iron hammer. To say that Aura kept people at arm's length was no exaggeration. This must be what they call unconventional beauty, right? Yang Zishu now saw the bone crusher's grade, platinum. It was far superior to her bronze-grade iron hammer. No way. Is this luck value really that exaggerated? Fortunately, there was the precedent of a diamond-grade item dropping from a silver-grade one earlier, so she could barely accept it now. Chen Ming was also examining the skill book, Earthshaker. Earthquake, Earth Attribute Skill. Upon activation, it reshapes terrain to attack enemies with earth spikes and seismic waves, delivering devastating power. Judging by the description, the skill seemed rather ordinary. Still, it was a platinum tier skill. After all, it couldn't be too shabby, right? With that thought, Chen Ming decisively chose to learn it.
After about 10 minutes of contemplation, he successfully reached the beginner stage.
After mastering the skill, he and Yang Zishu pressed forward once more.
Further down the passage, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu discovered there wasn't a single monster in sight.
Unusually quiet.
As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. Faced with this situation, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu did not relax their vigilance. On the contrary, their nerves were stretched taut, guarding against any sudden attack. After walking for about 15 minutes, a massive stone door appeared before them. This stone door towered significantly higher than any they had encountered before.
This secret chamber must be the final one on the second level. Inside, we'll likely face the boss-level enemy of this floor.
Yang Zishu stared at the stone door ahead, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Chen Ming, however, swiftly drew a fire elemental arrow, knocked it onto his compound bow, and prepared to fire at a moment's notice. As both prepared, just as Yang Zishu stepped forward to push the stone door open, a mechanical hum filled the air as the massive stone door slowly swung inward.
Chen Ming's heart instantly leapt into his throat.
He had planned to peek through the narrow gap first.
Well, that's just great. No chance at all.
He'd just have to bite the bullet and go in. Soon, the scene within the chamber came into view. In the center of the chamber stood a massive rectangular platform. Perched at its edge was a wolf-headed figure wielding a staff. The wolf-headed priest. Surrounding the platform stood a group of wolf-headed warriors, roughly 10 in number. Beyond them lay the outer perimeter occupied by the player group. Their numbers were not large, totaling around 50 individuals spread across 5 directions. Every player who made it this far possessed formidable strength. When Chen Ming and his companion appeared, all eyes turned toward them. Upon seeing there were only 2 of them, everyone quickly shifted their attention to the wolf-headed priest.
Indeed, this wolf-headed priest was the boss of the pyramid's second level. Whoever could defeat him would undoubtedly take the lead in this pyramid battle. #%.
Standing atop the high platform, the wolf-headed priest suddenly raised his staff high, chanting incomprehensible incantations. Before the players could decipher its meaning, wolf-headed warriors surrounding the platform charged toward the players.
All right. The battle had begun. The players promptly abandoned any further thought and began fighting back.
After several rounds of combat, the players had developed their own strategies for dealing with the wolf-headed warriors, making the fight manageable. In short, it was all about overwhelming them with numbers.
But this tactic clearly wouldn't work for Chen Ming and Yang Zishu. They were only 2 against over a dozen wolf chief warriors.
Go!
Chen Ming raised his composite bow. Instead of a fire elemental arrow, he had replaced it with a wood elemental one. The wood elemental arrows shot forth swiftly, exploding violently in midair. In the next instant, countless vines surged forth, sweeping toward the wolf-headed warriors. These wolf-headed warriors weren't known for their intelligence. Faced with such a barrage of vines, they charged headlong into the fray, utterly oblivious to the need to dodge. The vines bound them all without resistance, their barbed ends piercing directly into the warriors' bodies. No matter how fiercely they struggled, their resistance was utterly futile against the vines. This scene left the players on the other 4 sides utterly speechless. No way. This is possible? And why is his skill so powerful? Forget everything else, just look at these vines covering the entire field. Is this really a bronze tier skill? Chen Ming and Yang Zishu seized this opening to swiftly close in on the distant platform. If they could eliminate the wolf-headed priest first, all the rewards from this second layer would be theirs. Chapter 34, Defeating the Wolf-Headed Priest. Don't let them succeed. Stop them. Just as Chen Ming and Yang Zishu neared the platform, the surrounding players grew frantic. They were drawing fire here. If Chen Ming and Yang Zishu claimed the final reward, they'd be the ones left holding the bag. Several groups silently dispatched 2 powerful players each to pursue Chen Ming and his companion, while the remaining players focused solely on confronting the remaining wolf chief warriors. As the distance closed, the oppressive pressure Chen Ming sensed emanating from the wolf chief priest grew stronger. Something was off. Chen Ming was forced to halt his advance, simultaneously pulling Yang Zishu to a stop beside him. Seizing the moment, the other players swiftly overtook them, racing ahead to reach the platform first. Though puzzled by this, Yang Zishu suppressed her confusion and focused her gaze on the platform ahead. Soon, the group of players arrived near the wolf-headed priest. With 20 meters still between them, everyone instinctively halted. No one dared to advance. They weren't fools. As the boss of the second layer, how weak could this wolf-headed priest be? Charging straight in would be a suicide mission 90% of the time. %. The wolf-headed priest standing before them suddenly began chanting a spell, instantly putting everyone on edge. Just then, a black orb shot from the wolf-headed priest's staff toward one of the players. The player instinctively tried to dodge. But the black orb seemed to have eyes of its own, tracking him relentlessly. Oh no! Witnessing this, the surrounding players hurriedly moved away from him. Under everyone's gaze, the black orb vanished into the player's body in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the veins on the player's body bulged violently, and countless fine cracks appeared on his skin. Blood slowly seeped out through these fissures. No! Stop it! The player's face contorted with terror as he watched his blood steadily drain away. Unfortunately, before he could cry out for help, his entire body suddenly shattered. In the next second, he dissolved into a pool of blood. The surrounding players witnessed the entire process, and the sheer speed of this death sent shockwaves through the crowd. When they looked back at the wolf-headed priest, fear had taken hold of their expressions. Could they truly stand against this? Attack together. One player, unwilling to let such a golden opportunity slip away, roared in anger. He immediately unleashed his elemental skill, and the others followed suit, launching their attacks in quick succession. Facing the barrage of attacks, the wolf-headed priest seemed oblivious, showing no reaction whatsoever. Just as the players assumed he could only attack and not defend, a faint black barrier materialized over the wolf-headed priest's form. All attacks were blocked. Run! Seeing the black barrier merely reduce their damage by a third, the players lost their nerve completely. Without another word, they made a clean getaway. What the hell was the point of fighting this? Their elemental skills couldn't inflict significant damage. Staying any longer was nothing but suicide. Go! Chen Ming's eyes flickered. Taking a deep breath, he approached once more, compound bow in hand. Just because the other players couldn't handle it didn't mean he couldn't. This wolf-headed priest was so powerful, surely it would drop more rewards for him? He swiftly drew his bow and released an arrow. Fire elemental arrow. As the arrow flew, a crimson glow illuminated half the sky. Endless burning energy surged from the arrow, culminating in an explosion. A figure flew backward at high speed. It was the wolf-headed priest. The faint black barrier surrounding him vanished, leaving him looking thoroughly battered. Watch out! Yang Zishu had been fixated on the staff in the opponent's hand. Spotting the black orb of light, he shouted urgently. Chen Ming's nerves instantly snapped taut. Earth elemental arrows. As the arrows flew, earthen walls rapidly rose wherever they passed. The 5 elements arrows in Chen Ming's hands each served distinct purposes. Water and earth elements leaned more toward defense, while metal element represented extreme offense with the strongest single target damage. Fire element dealt the highest area damage, and wood element focused on restriction. Each had its own distinct advantages. The earth element arrows Chen Ming unleashed now emphasized defense. Dozens of earthen walls now stood before him. The dark orb hurtled straight toward Chen Ming, moving in a direct line. Chen Ming remained stationary, forcing the dark orb to charge straight through the dozens of earthen walls in its path. As each wall shattered, the energy contained within the dark orb gradually weakened. Finally, the dark energy dissipated before the last 3 walls. Only after witnessing the walls successfully block its path did Chen Ming breathe a sigh of relief. For heaven's sake! Having witnessed the player's gruesome fate earlier, his heart was undoubtedly pounding. Plus, this was his first time using earth element arrows, so he didn't know much about their power. Divine Wind Step. With the faint black barrier gone, Chen Ming swiftly charged forward. Elemental arrows were limited in number, so he'd conserve them where possible, especially since the enemy currently had no means of defense. The wolf-headed priest, seeing Chen Ming rapidly closing in, grew frantic. His staff shook incessantly as he chanted incomprehensible incantations. A warning bell rang in Chen Ming's mind. He dared not delay. Flames surged wildly from his right arm. Under his full power, the flames transformed into a fiery dragon charging forward. This was the first time Chen Ming had attempted to wield the blazing holy fist in such a manner. He had discovered he could manipulate the flames at will, which inspired this strategy. Of course, such power came at a price. That single punch drained every ounce of his spiritual energy. But the effect was undeniable. The fire dragon shot forward at blinding speed. The wolf-headed priest clearly hadn't reacted in time. By the moment he attempted to defend himself, the fire dragon was already upon his face. Boom! In the next instant, he was completely engulfed in a sea of flames. All eyes among the players instantly turned toward the scene. Ding! Seconds later, an electronic notification sounded in the minds of all players. Pyramid Level 2 boss has been defeated. Players, please proceed to the exit and leave the pyramid. The message swept through the players like a tidal wave. Especially those on the first floor. They never imagined the players above had actually cleared the second floor. Meanwhile, the players on the second floor were utterly dumbfounded. They had witnessed Chen Ming's gameplay firsthand. He actually unleashed a fire dragon. No way! They had already overestimated Chen Ming, only to discover now that his elemental skills were absurdly powerful. What made them even more envious was that Chen Ming's elemental skills weren't limited to wood, he also wielded fire. Dual Elements. Chapter 35, Gold Grade Treasure Chest. The moment the system notification appeared, Chen Ming quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for treasures on the elevated platform. The previous chambers had treasure chests guarded by wolf-headed warriors. There was no reason the final boss wouldn't have one too. Sure enough, Chen Ming soon discovered a gold-grade treasure chest and a silver-grade treasure chest behind the throne. A gold-tier treasure chest. This was the first time Chen Ming had ever encountered one. With his hundredfold amplification talent, it should at least yield a diamond-grade or supreme-grade item, right?
Just as Chen Ming was about to open it, Yang Zishu, standing beside him, suddenly exclaimed, "They're here." Hearing this, Chen Ming quickly looked up and saw the other players all ascending the platform. With the death of the wolf-headed priest, the remaining wolf-headed warriors all perished. Everyone gathered together. As they ascended the platform, they could clearly see the gold tier and silver tier treasure chests Chen Ming had discovered. For a moment, their eyes nearly turned red. They had barely opened any silver grade chests, and now a gold grade chest had appeared. The rewards inside must be substantial. With this thought in mind, one player spoke up, "Hey, you wouldn't be planning to keep both chests for yourself, would you? If we hadn't helped you fend off those wolf-head warriors, would you have been able to fight the wolf-head priest unimpeded?" "Yeah. We all covered your back. Now you owe us a share of the loot." "Exactly. We don't want much, just give us half. The other half can be your reward for defeating that wolf-head priest." "No. That's not right. This is just the reward inside the pyramid. You should hand it all over to us. After all, you're the one who slew the wolf-headed priest. That's the biggest haul already. Once you leave the pyramid and settle up, the rewards will definitely be even greater." That makes sense. Hand over both treasure chests to us." At first, the players only wanted half the reward, but as they talked, the tone shifted abruptly. There was no helping it. Human greed knows no bounds. One player worried that with so many players present, splitting the rewards in half wouldn't be enough for everyone. If that's the case, why not just take all the rewards? Chen Ming couldn't help but laugh bitterly at this bandit-like suggestion. "What? Are you planning to steal my stuff? No way. Now I'm curious, who gave you the courage?" He had witnessed it all firsthand, those players getting utterly trounced by the wolf chief priest. Now that he had slain the wolf chief priest himself, it proved beyond doubt that his strength far surpassed that of the wolf chief priest. And these players still dared to threaten him? Did they think strength lay in numbers? Hearing Chen Ming's sharp retort, several players' hearts began to race. But soon, one self-important player stepped forward. "Everyone, don't be afraid. He just unleashed such a powerful skill, his mental energy must be severely depleted now. He's no match for all of us combined." What a joke. This juicy prey was practically within their grasp. They couldn't let Chen Ming scare them off with just a few words. Spurred by this player's words, the surrounding players grew restless. Some had even drawn their weapons, looking ready to fight at any moment. Yang Zishu, standing beside Chen Ming, immediately drew her bone-crushing hammer and stood resolutely by his side. Chen Ming quickly scanned the scene, then raised his compound bow, knocking a fire attribute arrow. "Who wants to come up and try?" The players targeted by the fire attribute arrow felt a wave of terror wash over them. They sensed the threat of death emanating from that arrow. The few players who had been stirring up trouble earlier now all shut their mouths, lowering their heads and avoiding Chen Ming's gaze, terrified he might recognize them. The standoff lasted half a minute before Chen Ming spoke again, his voice cold. "Still not leaving? Or do you want me to make you?" In an instant, the players' resolve crumbled. As the first player fled in disarray, the rest scattered in a panic. They were greedy, yes, but they valued their own lives even more. They had witnessed the power of Chen Ming's elemental arrows firsthand. Who dared to stand their ground now? Didn't you see that even the wolf-headed priest couldn't block it? What made them think they could? Seconds later, only Chen Ming and Yang Zishu remained on the high platform. After confirming there was no danger, Chen Ming stowed his compound bow and turned his gaze back to the two treasure chests. After a moment's thought, he opened the silver-grade treasure chest first. Ding! Congratulations, player, on obtaining the nano-alloy wheel blueprint. After 100x enhancement. Chen Ming was quite satisfied with the blueprint for reinforced wheels. However, crafting these nano-alloy wheels also required nano-steel, and the few pieces he had obtained earlier were suddenly insufficient. Moreover, his vehicle was the 100-ton king. It had an extraordinary number of wheels. Since he was upgrading them, he might as well replace the entire set. The requirements shot up in an instant. Of course, overall, the rewards were still quite generous. Next up was the gold-tier treasure chest. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming opened it. Ding! Congratulations! Player has obtained 10,000 Souls Banner, Nano Steel X10, Diamond Grade Energy Core X3, Mysterious Car Air Freshener X1. Truly worthy of a gold tier chest. A massive haul. First up was the banner of 10,000 souls. 10,000 Souls Banner Diamond Grade, absorbs souls from fallen units with no upper limit. Skill, Feast of Souls, summons all souls within the banner to aid in battle for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Skill, Soul Refining, the player can refine souls within the banner, absorbing all elemental energies and 4-dimensional attributes possessed by the souls in life. Cooldown, 48 hours. Note, the banner of 10,000 souls is a demonic artifact. Controlling it requires sufficient intelligence. The more souls within, the higher the intelligence requirement. Whoa! Holy crap! Am I just transforming into a demon lord right here? Absorbing souls. This is getting a bit over the top, isn't it? The subsequent nano steel was precisely what Chen Ming urgently needed right now. It arrived at the perfect moment. 3 diamond-grade energy cores. These could be used to craft elemental arrows, which would be incredibly useful.
And finally, this last one.
Mysterious car air freshener. When placed in a vehicle, it invisibly aids players in strengthening their bodies and covertly enhances their 4 core attributes daily. After reading the description, a phrase instantly popped into Chen Ming's mind: get stronger while doing nothing. Each reward was more useful than the last. After reviewing all the rewards, Chen Ming stored them all in his system inventory. He looked up at Yang Zishu beside him. I'll split them with you after we leave the pyramid.
Let's get out of here first. Chapter 36, Sunlight Spirit Leaf.
When Chen Ming and Yang Zishu retraced their steps along the passageway back to the first level, they discovered all the mummies here had disintegrated into scattered bandages on the ground. It seemed to be the handiwork of the earlier group of players. With the pyramid exit approaching, everyone was undoubtedly trying to kill as many monsters as possible to secure more rewards during the final settlement.
They reached the exit. In an instant, every player's gaze focused on Chen Ming and Yang Zishu.
After all this time, they had learned that it was Chen Ming who had defeated the final boss and earned substantial rewards.
Envy was real. Fear was also real.
So many players had witnessed firsthand how those on the second floor had been thoroughly defeated, only to take out their frustration on the mummies outside. If even those players couldn't stand up to Chen Ming and Yang Zishu, then they certainly couldn't either.
Chen Ming's gaze didn't linger on them for long.
The moment he and Yang Zishu stepped through the exit, all players felt a flash before their eyes, then found themselves back inside their vehicles. The entire pyramid battle lasted only a few hours, not a long time at all.
Ding! At that moment, the familiar electronic tone echoed in every player's mind.
Zone merge complete.
New merged zone 1 2 3 4 5. Pyramid conquest rewards are now being distributed.
Congratulations to players who defeated the Wolf Chief Priest during the battle.
Rewards are cumulative. Sacred Flame Source Stone X1. Steel Carriage X1. Sunlight Spirit Leaf X10.
Chen Ming had just taken 2 sips of water when the rewards arrived. These rewards had already been amplified 100-fold. First up was the Sacred Flame Source Stone, imbued with potent fire elemental energy. Holding it in his hand, Chen Ming could naturally grasp the essence of fire attribute power.
Yep, another lazy-ass power-up.
Next was the Steel Carriage. This wasn't a blueprint, it could be directly applied to a vehicle, offering significantly better performance than current carriages. Of course, it was still slightly inferior to alloy steel.
In any case, it's more than sufficient for now. The real highlight is the final item, the Sunlight Spirit Leaf.
The description is quite straightforward.
Sunlight Spirit Leaf, after brewing tea, grants plus 200% fire elemental effect.
Each subsequent brew reduces this effect by 50%.
Yep, fire element again.
Combined with his elemental divine body, when his buffs are maxed out, even supreme tier fire element skills won't stand a chance against Chen Ming. This must be what they call a natural-born fire god physique.
As for the effect, it's straightforward.
A single Sunlight Spirit Leaf can be brewed at most 4 times. By the 5th brew, the effect resets to 0. Now, 10 leaves would be enough for Chen Ming to use it 40 times.
After organizing these rewards, he approached the elaborate workbench to begin upgrading his wheels and doors. Nano-reinforced explosion-proof doors and nano-alloy wheels.
The areas receiving the 100-fold enhancement this time caught Chen Ming completely off guard.
Fire resistance and water resistance. They could actually provide additional defense against elemental attacks. Unbelievable.
But with these doors protecting him, Chen Ming's safety rating was now maxed out. With limited wheels available, Chen Ming only replaced 2 tires. At the same time, he traded 2 wheels to Yang Zishu.
When receiving the wheels, Yang Zishu repeatedly declined.
Her reasoning was simple: she hadn't contributed anything during the final battle against the wolf-headed priest, so she felt unworthy of such valuable items. But Chen Ming saw things differently. What mattered to Chen Ming was that when all the other players were targeting him, Yang Zishu had stood firmly by his side. That alone was reason enough. After the transaction was completed, Chen Ming turned his attention to the regional chat interface. The pyramid chat channel from earlier had already closed. Ignoring the rapidly scrolling interface, his gaze fixed on the number in the upper right corner.
13,482 people. Over 10,000 more than before. Compared to the quiet regional chat interface this morning, it was now bustling with activity. So many people have shown up.
This is great.
Any players who participated in the pyramid battle? Come share what it's like inside. Anyone up for teaming up? Let's share resources and get through the next challenges together. Did you notice the temperature outside skyrocket after the server merge? Is this a sign of the super heat wave? Oh no! My tire blew out. Does anyone have a spare? I'll pay top dollar for it. Diesel. Diesel on sale.
First come, first serve, limited supply.
5 portions of wolf meat for water.
Players with excess water resources, contact me.
Got plenty of water here.
Bring your valuables if you need some.
No trading for common items.
After a quick glance at the regional chat feed, Chen Ming noticed something. The quality of these 10,000 plus players far surpassed that of the 10,000 players in his previous area. Each had their own means of survival to varying degrees. Especially in trading, the variety of goods available was vastly greater. Beyond that, water and food resources were plentiful too. It was clear that Chen Ming wasn't the only player who had managed to craft a water condenser. Of course, the condenser levels of other players were undoubtedly inferior to Chen Ming's. Opening the exchange, Chen Ming began browsing carefully. There were quite a few treasures among the listings, and he would bid on any that suited him. Water resources remained a hard currency. Hardly any player could resist the allure of water resources. Everyone was in short supply. Soon, an item listed by one player caught Chen Ming's attention. Healing bandages. If they were just ordinary ones, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that the healing bandages being sold were divided into several tiers. Unranked, bronze grade, and 2 silver grade varieties. What did this mean? The seller possessed the recipe for crafting healing bandages. If that's truly the case, Chen Ming is considering developing them into his own supplier. Healing bandages were crucial. Many players who had reached the final stage of the second layer had sustained injuries, though none were life-threatening. Instead of a direct transaction, he proactively sent a friend request. After waiting 2 minutes with no response, he activated the 100-ton king and began moving forward. Today's objective wasn't complete yet. Shortly after setting off, a notification pinged in Chen Ming's mind. Just as he assumed it was that player adding him, he opened the system interface to find another player had tagged him in the regional chat. Who won this pyramid battle? Is it someone from our region? Our region got pretty white this time. Out of the top 3 ranked players, only the second place one is still alive. The first and third both fell in that pyramid battle. The pyramid is that dangerous? Good thing I didn't go in. But now I'm even more curious who could possibly take first place in that pyramid battle? I know who it is. I caught a glimpse at the final exit. Looks like it's our region's big shot, Chen Ming. At Chen Ming, boss, is that really you? Chapter 37, Zheng Qilin. The number of players participating in the pyramid battle was ultimately too small. Players were still too cautious about their lives. Few knew Chen Ming's true identity. Only after much discussion did players finally recognize Chen Ming's identity. In an instant, Chen Ming found himself thrust into the spotlight. As more and more players tagged him, Chen Ming grew increasingly annoyed by the system's constant notifications. He casually typed 2 words, "It's me." He immediately closed the regional chat interface. Simultaneously, he disabled all notification sounds within his local chat interface. The moment those 2 words appeared, the regional chat exploded with even more frantic messages. Especially among the more powerful players, they promptly committed Chen Ming's name to memory. Their thoughts were simple. Next time they encountered Chen Ming, they'd steer clear at all costs. Just as Chen Ming was about to close the system interface, he noticed that the player holding the healing bandage had accepted his friend request. The player's name was Zheng Qilin. Zheng Qilin, big shot Chen Ming. I didn't notice you adding me earlier. Hey, do you need healing bandages? Zheng Qilin was absolutely thrilled inside. He had been lurking in the chat interface of the water zone, trying to gather some intel. To put it plainly, he was a medical merchant, not particularly powerful. He usually sold these healing bandages to players with higher combat power. But after word spread that he had healing bandages, many players came knocking, hoping to trade for some. If it were just normal trading, that would be one thing. But he discovered most of these players had no money. This was unacceptable. So now, aside from those players with a bit of fame, he completely ignored everyone else. Seeing Chen Ming's name pop up in the regional chat, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Opening his friend requests, he discovered the other party had actually sent him a friend request. Without a second thought, he accepted it. Chen Ming on the other end could naturally guess his thoughts, but that didn't matter to him. In fact, having his identity exposed had its own subtle advantages. Chen Ming, right. How many silver-grade healing bandages do you have left? He believed in buying the best when purchasing supplies. When it came to healing bandages, more was always better. They were essential supplies. Even Chen Ming could potentially get injured. The moment Chen Ming asked for silver-grade healing bandages, Zheng Qilin's eyes lit up. Look at that. Now that's a real big shot. Other players who approached him immediately asked for the most basic supplies. The difference was clear from that alone. After a moment's wait, Zheng Qilin's reply arrived. Big shot Chen Ming, I have 5 silver-grade healing bandages here. How many do you need? If that's not enough, I can craft more. He'd originally only intended to offer the first part. While the second part could give him leverage, the cost was too high. He couldn't guarantee crafting silver-grade healing bandages on demand. It was a matter of probability. This was tied to his innate talent. When crafting items, there was a 20% chance to upgrade them by 1 tier and a 1% chance to upgrade them by 2 tiers. Currently, he could only craft ordinary healing bandages. The bronze and silver grade ones he possessed were purely luck-based. If Chen Ming needed more, he'd have to grit his teeth and buy materials to craft them himself.
Fortunately, Chen Ming was buying these healing bandages as a precaution.
The demand wasn't particularly high.
5 silver-grade healing bandages. Name your price.
This time, it was Zheng Qilin who was stumped. He'd traded plenty of common and bronze-grade items before, but this was his first time dealing with silver-grade. And he was selling 5 at once.
This left him feeling a bit hesitant.
After a moment's thought, he decisively handed the initiative to Chen Ming. Big shot Chen Ming, you decide the price.
Honestly, I don't know what to ask for.
Of course, if possible,
I need something that can save my life.
Zheng Qilin had traded these healing bandages for plenty of basic resources, materials or water supplies, for instance.
But items for survival or power enhancement? He'd never come across any. Everyone was hoarding them. Those were the true foundations of one's standing.
Seeing this message, Chen Ming felt a slight surprise.
Such a golden opportunity to fleece him, and the other party actually declined? A strategic retreat? Interesting. Life-saving items.
Truth be told, Chen Ming currently possessed nothing that could enhance his strength.
He couldn't very well trade his ornate dagger to the other party, could he? That would be a huge loss for him. After a moment's thought, here's the deal. If you encounter danger, I can lend you a compound bow and provide 3 elemental arrows. We can formalize it with a contract.
The moment Zheng Qilin saw the word lend, his resolve began to waver. This wasn't quite what he'd envisioned. If he were dealing with an ordinary player instead of Chen Ming, he would have already blocked and deleted them. Just as he pondered how to politely decline Chen Ming,
Chen Ming's message arrived again. These elemental arrows are diamond grade. They'll be enough to get you through 3 crises. Damn it! That single sentence shut down his thoughts completely. No way. Diamond grade. Why didn't you say so earlier?
His healing bandages were indeed essential, but they were only silver grade at best, a far cry from diamond grade.
I'm definitely not losing out here. Agreed.
Minutes later, with the contract signed, the transaction was complete. Chen Ming now held 5 silver grade healing bandages in his hands. It seemed like he had lost out.
But that wasn't the case.
Earlier in the pyramid, he had obtained several diamond-grade energy crystals.
Each crystal could craft 20 elemental arrows. This had left him with an overflowing supply of elemental arrows, eliminating any worry about running out. Trading the surplus for what he needed was a smart move. 2 hours slipped by unnoticed.
In the regional chat interface, discussions about Chen Ming gradually subsided. At this point, Chen Ming was about to complete his task of advancing 100 kilometers today. Just past the 90-kilometer mark, Chen Ming's brow furrowed slightly. He spotted 3 vehicles ahead on the highway, a delivery tricycle, a 4-ring private car, and an entry-level coupe worth hundreds of thousands.
Notably, the tricycle was actually electric.
This introduced another energy source, disposable batteries. They were still quite common on the market, generally more prevalent than diesel vehicles. However, as the driver of a gasoline-powered vehicle, Chen Ming paid little attention to that aspect. At that moment, the 3 vehicles lined up side by side and slowly moved forward, completely blocking the entire road.
The gap between them was too narrow for the 100-ton behemoth to squeeze through. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Ming raised an eyebrow, his mind already forming a hypothesis. Chapter 38, Backstab.
Inside the sedan, 3 players huddled together.
Boss, I'm running low on fuel again, the driver timidly spoke up. What? We've spent so many resources refueling you, and you're burning through it this fast? Are you pocketing some of it?
The burly guy in the passenger seat immediately flew into a rage.
I swear, boss.
My mission was 100 kilometers today, and I didn't go a single meter over.
I stopped the moment the mission was done.
It's just been sitting here with the AC on these past few days.
I'll look into it later. Boss, something's up behind us. Another vehicle's closing in.
The player in the back suddenly spoke up, his voice brimming with urgency. The moment the words left his mouth, the 2 players in the front row instantly looked up, glancing at the rearview mirror on their side.
Their eyes lit up upon seeing Chen Ming's 100-ton behemoth. They'd been fretting about fuel earlier. A truck this massive must have plenty, right? They exchanged glances, each seeing the ruthlessness in the other's eyes. Boss, we just merged servers. We don't know who's strong yet. Should we scout first? You coward. What are you afraid of? He's just one guy. I learned an elemental skill this morning, perfect for testing it out.
The leader's face radiated confidence. Though he hadn't participated in the pyramid battle, he was aware of the general situation. Approximately 2,000 players had participated, and over half of them couldn't use elemental skills. That meant only a few hundred were worth worrying about. He refused to believe his luck could be that bad. Out of over 10,000 people, he'd have to run into those few hundred. Get out. Move out. The leader saw the 100-ton behemoth behind them gradually come to a halt and decisively pushed open the door to get out. His excitement surged when he spotted Chen Ming in the driver's seat. So young looked like easy prey. He wouldn't hold back now. The player standing beside him, however, felt a strange sense of familiarity upon seeing Chen Ming's face. It was as if he'd seen him somewhere before. Before he could ponder further, his boss strode forward with strides brimming with confidence.
Get out of the car. Kongrun, the leader, had never felt so domineering before. Was this the confidence that came with power? It felt damn satisfying.
He slammed his massive hand against the driver's door, feeling the shock reverberate through his palm. To maintain his image in front of his two underlings, he gritted his teeth against the pain and barked out a stern command. Inside the car, Chen Ming wore an odd expression.
Hadn't he publicly revealed his identity?
Logically, players should either avoid him like the plague or at least show proper respect.
He truly hadn't expected this kind of attitude. Could this guy be some hidden master?
After a moment's thought, Chen Ming pushed open the door and stepped out. He felt confident now and wasn't afraid of any tricks they might have up their sleeves. Seeing Chen Ming exit the car, Kongrun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen Ming hadn't gotten out, he truly wouldn't have known what to do. To be honest, he wasn't confident he could break open that car door. Now that the person was out, things would be much easier to handle. Gentlemen, what exactly is this about? Chen Ming asked, narrowing his eyes. Truthfully, he already knew the answer to his own question. Since they'd chosen to block his path, it was almost certainly to rob him of his supplies.
But who was the prey and who was the hunter? That was anyone's guess. After all, who would ever complain about having too many supplies? Even Chen Ming wouldn't be eager for more resources.
After all, with the 100-ton king's massive weight, he could simply plow right through.
Surely no one seriously believed these three vehicles together could withstand the 100-ton king's charge? Hearing Chen Ming's words, Kongrun's expression darkened. He felt belittled.
It seemed necessary to show the other side what he was capable of.
Big talk for a kid like you. But I hope you'll still be laughing later.
As soon as Kongrun finished speaking, earth elemental energy rapidly gathered on his right hand, channeling into his fist.
Earth-covering fist. This was the new elemental skill he had just mastered.
As the fist materialized, the two players flanking him spoke up.
Boss, you look so cool. Kid, you're stunned, aren't you? Our boss has mastered an elemental skill.
It must be said, these two were absolutely pumping out the emotional value.
Kongrun basked in their praise.
But Chen Ming, watching from the side, couldn't help but twitch his lips.
Is this right?
Any player with elemental skills could tell at a glance that the earthen fist in Kongrun's palm wasn't solidly formed. It had numerous gaps, clearly the work of a novice. Kongrun and his two companions had only recently mastered this skill, their understanding of elemental abilities still quite rudimentary.
Boss, look. This guy's scared out of his wits, he can't even speak.
One of the players, noticing Chen Ming frozen in place, blurted out eagerly, his face dripping with mockery.
Oomph. Chen Ming couldn't hold back. No way. Didn't these players just listen to Ms. Liang's courage talk in the car? Now they're so brave. Fiery holy fist.
Seeing the players about to speak further, Chen Ming swiftly gathered flames on his right hand. When they saw the magma-like flames engulfing his entire right arm, Kongrun and the others were utterly dumbfounded.
They might not be the sharpest tools in the shed, but they weren't stupid. Even a fool could see that Chen Ming's flames were far denser than Kongrun's elemental skills. B-boss, I was wrong. It's my fault. Brother.
Just as Kongrun stammered out his apology, the player who'd been observing Chen Ming all along suddenly spoke up.
Boss, this looks like Chen Ming, the pyramid battle champion. What? Kongrun, whose resolve had already been crumbling, now felt utterly defeated. What the hell was he doing? Attacking Chen Ming? Threatening Chen Ming? No.
Why didn't you just say you were Chen Ming from the start?
Big shot Chen Ming, it's all a misunderstanding. Another player quickly shifted tactics, then pointed directly at Kongrun. He's the one who ordered us to do this.
We're not as strong as him, so we have to follow his lead.
He forced us into it.
He spoke with such heartfelt emotion, tears streaming down his face, as if he'd suffered the greatest injustice.
Kongrun, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed.
He felt as though another dagger had pierced his chest. He nearly lost his breath, nearly game over.
Oh?
Just as Kongrun prepared to retort, Chen Ming's light, questioning voice cut in.
Kongrun shuddered violently, his legs buckling as he collapsed to his knees.
All traces of his earlier arrogance vanished. The other two weren't slow either, quickly kneeling down behind him, their posture exceptionally proper. Chen Ming glanced at them, his interest vanishing completely.
Hand over the resources, then get the hell out.
Chen Ming wasted no words, getting straight to the point. Without a word, Kongrun handed over the vast majority of the resources he carried. The other two followed suit, especially one who emptied his entire system storage space.
Chapter 39, Mouse in the Sandstorm.
Chen Ming pocketed all the resources, then directed the others to move the vehicles out of the way. He climbed aboard the 100-ton king and began driving forward. Seeing Chen Ming prepare to leave, the traitorous player panicked completely. He had just completely severed ties with Kongrun for Chen Ming's sake. If Chen Ming abandoned him now, his fate was all too clear.
Big brother Chen Ming, I swear my loyalty to you. Please take me with you. The man blocked Chen Ming's path, repeatedly kowtowing.
Chen Ming looked at him and slowly shook his head. You're of no use to me whatsoever.
What good would you be? Get out of my way. Don't block my path.
Male, trash tier strength, vehicle out of fuel, no resources whatsoever.
A player like this Chen Ming couldn't fathom any use for him. He was nothing but dead weight. With that, Chen Ming drove off in the 100-ton king without looking back. Through the rearview mirror, he watched as Kong run and another player swiftly subdued the traitor. He didn't need to watch any further. That traitor's fate was bound to be grim. Death was inevitable. This raid had made Chen Ming a fortune. These resources were practically handed to him on a silver platter. He didn't even have to lift a finger. The resources were handed over willingly. Indeed, robbery is the fastest way to make money. With this thought, Chen Ming pondered whether he should keep playing longer, encountering more players and seizing all their resources. Shameful? Banditry? He couldn't care less. In this situation, money and resources were king. Everything else was meaningless. With this mindset, Chen Ming pressed on. Along the way, he encountered 2 bronze-tier treasure chests, yielding 2 medicinal items, an anti-inflammatory and an anti-allergy pill. The beasts were weak, easily dispatched with a casual slash. As dusk began to fall, Chen Ming began contemplating whether to park for the night. Given the current situation, it seemed unlikely he'd encounter any other players. After driving another kilometer, Chen Ming decided to call it a night. He parked the vehicle and headed to the kitchenette in the rear compartment to plan tonight's dinner. His food supply had grown more varied, though most items were raw and required preparation before eating. He heated oil in a pan, intending to fry some French fries. While frying, he didn't forget to trade for some ketchup on the exchange. French fries without ketchup are soulless. After finishing that, he took advantage of the hot oil to fry 2 chicken legs. This is seriously delicious. Beep beep beep. Just as Chen Ming was about to wrap dumplings, a series of beeps sounded from the driver's seat. Recognizing the familiar sound, Chen Ming promptly set down his utensils and dashed out of the cabin. If he remembered correctly, this was the alert sound from the treasure hunting radar. He entered the cabin and turned his gaze toward the central control screen. Sure enough, a prominent red dot appeared on the treasure hunting radar screen. His eyes lit up at the sight of it. Based on what he'd learned recently, the larger the red dot, the better the treasure. The treasure radar screen displayed a relatively large red dot, and astonishingly, it was moving. A player? No. No way. The red dot's movement wasn't on the highway, but in the vast desert to the left. Typically, players would park their vehicles near resource points to minimize travel time and avoid prolonged exposure to direct sunlight. This also allows them to quickly return to their vehicle and drive away if danger arises. But this trajectory isn't moving forward, it's moving backward. That defies player logic. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Ming fixed his gaze on the opponent's movement pattern. Once he deduced their next route, he swiftly pushed open the door, exited the vehicle, and dashed toward that direction. Chen Ming covered the distance using the shinobi stride. He pushed his speed to the absolute limit. Thanks to his foresight, he soon spotted the moving red dot. Weasel? No. This rodent was running on all fours, both hands clutching an earth-colored backpack strapped to its back, eyes darting warily around. Chen Ming made no effort to conceal his approach, and the rodent spotted him instantly. Upon seeing Chen Ming, the creature reacted as if encountering something terrifying, scrambling to flee into the distance. Its speed far exceeded Chen Ming's expectations. By the time Chen Ming reacted, the creature had already bolted dozens of meters away. Let it get away? Without a word, Chen Ming activated the divine wind step and closed the distance rapidly. Squeak! Seeing Chen Ming closing in, the rat panicked completely. A shrill squeak pierced the air, and the once calm desert was instantly swept by a howling gale. The wind grew stronger, showing signs of coalescing into a sandstorm. Chen Ming, who had been in hot pursuit, decisively halted his advance. A sandstorm was no laughing matter. If caught in one, Chen Ming could easily become lost in the desert. Without his vehicle, surviving in such harsh conditions would be incredibly difficult. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Ming decisively abandoned the pursuit of the rodent and sprinted back toward his vehicle. By the time he reached the vehicle, the sandstorm had already begun to take shape. Time was running out. Chen Ming hurriedly shut off the engine, then pulled the handbrake tight to stabilize the vehicle. Boom! In the next instant, a sky-filling wall of sand engulfed the 100-ton king. Fortunately, the 100-ton behemoth's immense weight kept it firmly planted, unmoved by the raging sandstorm. The windshield in front of him rattled incessantly under the assault. Fortunately, the outer windshield, doors, and cargo compartment had all been reinforced by Chen Ming and remained intact. The sandstorm arrived as swiftly as it departed, soon sweeping past Chen Ming and vanishing into the distance. Watching the receding storm through the glass, Chen Ming finally exhaled in relief. Recalling the strange rodent he'd encountered earlier, Chen Ming's brow furrowed deeply. This was the first time he'd encountered such a remarkable creature. A mouse's cry could summon a sandstorm. But most importantly, it carried quite a few treasures. Next time he encountered it, he would absolutely take down that rat.
After confirming the sandstorm had dissipated, Chen Ming pushed open the door and stepped out, only to find his once imposing 100-ton beast now buried beneath a layer of yellow sand. He'd have to figure out a way to wash it. Despite having ample water resources, Chen Ming realized it wouldn't be enough to thoroughly clean the entire 100-ton beast. He could only manage a quick wipe down of the windshield and both doors, leaving the rest for another day. This delay. Chen Ming lost his appetite for dinner. He brought out the dinner he'd prepared earlier, eating while checking the messages on the regional chat interface. And sure enough, he stumbled upon an interesting message. Guys, I got hit by a sandstorm. Holy crap, thank God my car's heavy, otherwise I'd be toast. Me too. My truck flipped over. So much loot inside got wrecked, total loss. How can there still be sandstorms? This is ridiculous. Chapter 40, Kim Jong-kook and the Revered One. Seeing these messages, Chen Ming felt a vague premonition. This sandstorm might very well be the one he'd just narrowly avoided. Unexpectedly, the sandstorm hadn't dissipated. Instead, it unleashed a deadly assault on other players. Those unlucky souls were truly miserable, caught in the crossfire for no reason at all. He certainly wouldn't admit to such a thing, so he could only silently offer them a quiet apology in his heart. Of course, the sandstorm's reach was ultimately limited, and most players were there primarily for the spectacle. Seeing others suffer brought them more joy than acquiring supplies themselves. Amidst the laughter and chatter, in a corner of the desert, a player kicked a corpse at his feet, his face full of confusion. Honorable One, is this rat really as mysterious as you say? A single sound summoning a sandstorm? How piercing must that sound be? The Revered One beside him, clad in black robes and wearing a bizarre mask, replied coldly, When have I ever deceived you? These creatures are called treasure seekers, the favored children of this desert. Each carries treasures within them. To protect them, the desert has granted them terrifying power. Sandstorms are mere child's play to them. The player filtered this statement down to two key pieces of information. Treasure rats. Treasures. His gaze darted to the sack lying beside the treasure seeker rat's corpse. He bent down and opened it. A flash of golden light erupted. The player's expression froze momentarily, his entire body stiffening in place. Witnessing this, the Venerable One shook his head without a flicker of emotion. What terrible luck! After uttering these words, he said no more, remaining vigilant by the player's side. Over 10 minutes later, the player gradually came to his senses, his face radiating astonishment and delight. Venerable One, Kim Jong-kook, cut the chatter. What constitution? The Venerable One cut him off before he could elaborate. Kim Jong-kook's gaze toward the Venerable One grew even more respectful. He hadn't revealed a single detail yet, and the other already knew. Indeed, the Revered One's power was truly formidable. His knowledge was vast. The blazing flame physique. It's amplified my power tremendously. Kim Jong-kook held nothing back with the Revered One now, laying everything out on the table. Golden grade physique, huh? That's pretty trashy. Still, it'll suffice for the current situation. The Reverend uttered these words with obvious reluctance, his tone sounding rather perfunctory. Kim Jong-kook scratched his head, utterly perplexed. To him, his physique seemed incredibly powerful. Any fire element skill attack power plus 20%. Percentage damage. That's huge. As everyone knew, percentage-based bonuses were crucial because they fluctuated constantly. The stronger one became, the higher the bonus grew. And now the Revered One actually looked down on it? Honorable One, what should I do next? Kim Jong-kook wouldn't dare contradict him over a mere physical attribute. This man was his lifeline. He had to obey every command now. Only by doing so could he grow stronger and secure a reliable protector. The Revered One spoke coldly, kill. Ha! Kim Jong-kook was utterly dumbfounded. How could the leap be so vast? Was escalating to murder really appropriate? The Reverend didn't even glance his way, continuing uninterrupted. Killing is necessary to obtain the vehicle core. Your current vehicle level is far too low, it must evolve. And you must act swiftly. Ideally, you should be the first to evolve your vehicle. This was the first time Kim Jong-kook had ever heard the Revered One speak so much at once. He could tell it was important, so he nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I'll depart immediately. I'll try to kill several players and seize their car cores. Oh, and pay close attention to that Chen Ming you mentioned earlier. Based on the skills and arrows you described, he's at least diamond tier. Players shouldn't have access to such high-quality resources at this stage. After delivering these instructions, the elder walked toward Kim Jong-kook's off-road vehicle in the distance. Kim Jong-kook nodded quickly, then pulled up the system interface and sent Chen Ming a friend request. Half an hour ago, he had been genuinely intimidated by Chen Ming. The man's strength was undeniable, even the Revered One had advised him to avoid direct confrontation. But now that he'd unlocked a gold tier physique, Chen Ming? What the hell? How dare he treat me as an equal? Compounded by his misinterpretation of the Revered One's words, there was no holding back. He went straight for the throat. What he didn't know was that if the Revered One found out about this, he'd be furious enough to spit blood. The Revered One merely wanted him to keep an eye on Chen Ming, not to go looking for trouble.
After all, his own strength was still too weak. And a gold tier physique? Didn't you hear me say Chen Ming wields a diamond grade weapon or higher? Gold grade? What the hell is that even worth? At that moment, Chen Ming had just finished showering and was lying in bed, preparing to rest. Before sleeping, he planned to check the private messages sent by other players. 90% of these messages were useless, all saying pretty much the same thing, seeking protection, freeloaders, and even female martial arts experts. Chen Ming ignored all such players without exception. Beyond that, there were the more useful ones. Some players held valuable resources either looted from treasure chests or obtained as pyramid rewards. They knew treasures shouldn't be casually revealed, so they didn't flaunt them in chat. But since they couldn't use these resources themselves, what could they do? Their first instinct is to trade with stronger players. Through their interactions over time, the players had developed an unwritten rule among themselves. The stronger the player, the better the resources they possess. So who exactly is the most powerful player? Need we even ask? Of course it's Chen Ming. Consequently, many players proactively approached Chen Ming, hoping to trade with him for the treasures they desired. Naturally, Chen Ming had to screen these players. When he encountered suitable candidates, Chen Ming would engage in trade negotiations, some successful, some unsuccessful. But soon, a player request caught Chen Ming's full attention. Kim Jong-kook, Chen Ming, right? Explain why you possess diamond tier weapons and skills. I advise you to be honest and come clean quickly. Otherwise, once I find you and crush you underfoot, you won't get that chance. Holy crap! How arrogant! When Chen Ming saw this player request, he froze solid for a full 3 seconds. This message was the polar opposite of what other players were saying. While other players' requests were as fawning as could be, Kim Jong-kook's was downright aggressive. Could this be the legendary hidden player? After a moment's thought, Chen Ming added Kim Jong-kook to his blacklist. This prevented the player from sending private messages or friend requests, though Chen Ming could still see his posts in the regional chat. Chapter 41, The Pursuer, the Iron Clan. The next day. Chen Ming had just gotten out of bed when he noticed several messages waiting in his private chat before he could even wash up. The sender was none other than Yang Zishu. Yang Zishu, awake yet? Seen the latest announcement? What are your thoughts? Yang Zishu, I just checked out the party system. It supports up to 3 members. Should we form a party together? Yang Zishu, still asleep? Players are already in danger. The enemies appearing this time seem pretty tough. Reading her messages, Chen Ming's face was filled with confusion. What on earth was this about? Team up? When did that feature even get added? And what the heck are these descending enemies? Wait a minute. Announcement. Chen Ming instantly snapped to attention and hurriedly checked the details. System notice, due to numerous players only completing the most basic daily tasks without ambition, pursuers have been deployed. Hunters will target and eliminate all non-hunter entities within the desert, including players, vehicles, beasts. Current pursuer, Steel Clan. Note, each time players repel an Iron Clan enemy, the strength of the next spawned hunter will gradually increase. Note, players can obtain substantial rewards by defeating Steel Clan enemies. Note, extreme heat has no effect on Steel Clan. Note, due to the pursuer's formidable strength, the team system is now available. Team system, players may freely form squads. Squad members share location data and accumulate kill counts. Upon the pursuer's defeat, higher-ranked squads receive greater rewards. Chen Ming never imagined such monumental events would unfold while he slept. New pursuers have been added. Does the system think players aren't stressed enough already? Well, it makes sense. Ever since more players mastered elemental skills, the threat from those beasts has plummeted. The addition of new pursuers seemed understandable. As for the Iron Clan, Chen Ming hadn't encountered them yet, so he wasn't entirely sure about their strength. He'd have to wait until they clashed in battle to find out. After gathering the basic information, Chen Ming opened his private chat interface and sent a message to Yang Zishu, indicating he was okay with the plan. After spending time with Yang Zishu these past few times, he felt relatively at ease. Honestly, her strength was no slouch either, far more reliable than most players. Teaming up with her was definitely a win for him. Yang Zishu had been waiting for Chen Ming's response. Seeing his definite confirmation, she finally relaxed. The two quickly completed their party formation. As for the third team member, Chen Ming still hadn't found a suitable candidate. He wasn't particularly fond of social interactions, and given that most players treated him the same way, he still knew far too little about them. He had a hunch this team wasn't just a temporary arrangement. While the system claimed the team feature was only activated for this particular hunter event, who said there would only be one wave of hunters? If Chen Ming wasn't mistaken, these so-called hunters would be a constant presence. In that case, choosing the right teammates would become crucial. As the duo successfully formed their party, the word squad appeared on the system interface. Opening this page revealed a squad chat area, squad members, and squad member distribution. Chen Ming skimmed the first 2 sections before skipping them entirely. His gaze settled on the final section, squad member distribution. He wanted to see where Yang Zishu was positioned relative to him.
When he opened the distribution map, 2 red dots appeared not very far apart. With this in mind, Chen Ming quickly assessed the situation and soon pinpointed their respective locations.
He was behind Yang Zishu. The distance wasn't too great. They could rendezvous.
Yang Zishu naturally noticed this too and proactively suggested, "I'll stick to my 100-kilometer target today.
I'll wait for you here." Agreed.
Now that they were teaming up, Chen Ming took it seriously. After setting their goal, Chen Ming quickly got up to wash up. He skipped breakfast, grabbing a few ready-to-eat snacks from the system storage before climbing into the driver's seat.
He ate while driving. All about making the most of his time.
While driving, he didn't forget to check the messages in the regional chat interface. He wanted to see if any players had encountered the so-called Iron Clan.
Party of 2, 1 spot open. Looking for a female player. Guaranteed to carry.
I specialize in earth element skills. Seeking fire or metal element teammates. I encountered steel clan enemies.
Honestly, they're pretty weak. I took them down easily without even using my elemental skills. Image. I ran into them too.
Maybe the first wave was weaker.
Honestly, no challenge at all.
Quick heads up, when fighting steel clan enemies, make sure your weapon is bronze tier or higher.
Normal weapons won't do any damage to them. Holy crap. I looted an elemental skill book from this Iron Clan enemy. Awesome. Starting today, I'm turning my life around. Turn my life around? You're still just a loser. The regional chat interface was still buzzing with activity.
Chen Ming was also engrossed in looking at the photos players were posting.
The Iron Clan didn't have a fixed variety.
They come in all shapes and sizes. Steel dogs, steel serpents, steel apes, steel lions, steel wolves. There were even flying ones like steel eagles. Of course, they shared a defining trait: their bodies were all made of steel, making them highly recognizable. Their coloration stands in stark contrast to the desert landscape, making them quite easy to distinguish.
No sneak attacks here.
Judging by these players' encounters, the first wave of enemies won't be particularly strong. They're the kind of foes that even average players can easily dispatch, so Chen Ming needn't worry for the time being. The real threat lies in the gradually increasing numbers of Steel Clan members that will follow. That's when caution will be needed. Beyond that, Chen Ming's friend requests are now completely maxed out. All of them are hoping to join Chen Ming's squad. Among them were quite a few formidable players. For instance, one player had mastered 2 elemental skills, making them easily among the top-tier players at this stage. Another player, rich in treasures, was prepared to spend a fortune to buy a spot in Chen Ming's team. The key point is that the treasures this player offered were genuinely valuable, including 2 essential daily necessities. Handled right, this could be a huge profit. However, after some internal struggle, Chen Ming ultimately decided against it. The reason was simple: this squad spot was too crucial to waste. He needed to find a player who was both strong enough and had decent character. Ding! Congratulations to player Kim Jong-kook for successfully upgrading his vehicle to level 2. Rewards are hereby granted. Just as Chen Ming was making his decision, a system notification sounded like an explosion in the ears of all the players. Chapter 42, Level 2 Vehicle. Kim Jong-kook. Level 2 Vehicle. The conditions for upgrading a Level 1 vehicle to Level 2 were crystal clear to every player. The difficulty was immense. It requires 10 Level 1 vehicle cores. Which means you have to kill 10 players. Are opponents that ruthless? To take out so many players in one fell swoop? The regional chat interface erupted with waves of discussion. Who is this Kim Jong-kook? Never heard of him before. He leveled up to a Level 2 vehicle that fast? That's 10 real people, for crying out loud. Everyone, stay far away from this guy. If you encounter him, your first instinct should be to run, otherwise, you're guaranteed to face utter destruction. Level 2 vehicle upgrades should come with rewards, right? Wonder how good they are. I was betting Chen Ming would be the first to hit Level 2 vehicles, but then this wildcard showed up out of nowhere. Just as expected. Heroes are as plentiful as fish in the river. Players now held mixed opinions about Jin Zhonghua. Some players felt he was utterly ruthless, capable of striking down his own countrymen so mercilessly. Others admired his formidable strength, arguing that in this cutthroat environment, there was no room for camaraderie. To become stronger, one must climb over countless corpses. The focus of the discussion now shifted to an active message. Kim Jong-kook, I need 2 more teammates. Contact me if you master 2 or more elemental skills. As soon as his words fell, eligible players grew excited, flooding him with private messages hoping to be selected. Kim Jong-kook watched his inbox flood with messages, most of them dripping with flattery. In that moment, Kim Jong-kook thoroughly relished this feeling. He even noticed quite a few girls sending him private photos. No wonder Chen Ming stepped forward back then. It must have been for this very moment. Soon, he found 2 suitable teammates, and they smoothly formed a party. The elder spoke up, the pursuers carry valuable loot. Eliminate as many as possible, it will greatly aid your advancement. Yes, sir. Kim Jong-kook nodded repeatedly. The rewards for upgrading to level 2 vehicles were quite generous, 1 gold tier artifact and 2 silver tier artifacts. Although the revered one took the gold tier item, the 2 silver tier items significantly boosted his strength. He was now certain his strength far surpassed Chen Ming's. He was now the strongest in this entire region. Chen Ming, just you wait. I'll make you see just how vast the gap between us truly is. Meanwhile, Chen Ming finally faced the Steel Clan's first pursuit. 2 iron dogs appeared on his inevitable path. They blocked the vehicle's path, attempting to halt him completely. Had this been any other direction, he would have voluntarily exited the vehicle to eliminate them. But with the road ahead, such unnecessary effort was unnecessary. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. The 2 so-called Steel Tribe steel dogs were smashed to pieces by the collision. After slowly bringing the car to a halt, Chen Ming first inspected his vehicle's front end. Satisfied it was undamaged, he then walked over to the scattered remains of the steel dogs. Scavenge. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained Alloy Steel X4 after 100x boost. Honestly, the drop rate was slightly lower compared to other players, but Chen Ming had the Hundredfold Boost. Alloy Steel, no other player besides Chen Ming had even touched it yet. Of course, this also had to do with the enemies being relatively weak. Chen Ming is simply too powerful now. In contrast, these 2 iron dogs are pathetically weak, he doesn't even need to lift a finger to take them down. That's why the rewards are so meager. In contrast, players who haven't mastered elemental skills receive more rewards for defeating them. He pressed onward. He calculated that reaching Yang Zishu would take 2 days of travel. During this period, he would spend every waking moment traveling. That day, Chen Ming encountered several waves of pursuers from the Iron Clan. He repelled them all with ease. These pursuers weren't particularly strong. Any player proficient in elemental skills could dispatch them with ease. Chen Ming had every reason to believe these waves of Iron Tribe pursuers were essentially handouts for weaker players. Before these pursuers appeared, roughly 70% of players hadn't mastered elemental skills. But after the pursuers arrived, over 90% of players had mastered elemental skills. Chen Ming didn't believe the pursuers were here solely to hand out favors. Offering players a taste of sweetness now likely meant a big stick would follow later. Especially those newly minted elemental users, if they got too cocky, they'd surely face a bitter reckoning later. By past 10 at night, after eliminating another wave of Steel Clan pursuers, Chen Ming had no desire to press on. Instead, he settled in for rest. He was now very close to Yang Zishu, only about 200 kilometers away. He planned to start driving tomorrow morning and could meet up with her before noon. In the dead of night, Chen Ming was roused once more. The Steel Clan pursuers had reappeared. This time, the Steel Clan pursuers were significantly stronger. Chen Ming had to use his blazing holy fist to eliminate them. The loot dropped was worth several times more than before. Besides alloy steel, there was also a flask of spring water. Breeze Spirit Spring Diamond Grade, players can consume it directly to temporarily restore mental energy. Drinking the entire flask grants +3 to intelligence. Is this like a gift-wrapped pillow? Chen Ming's eyes lit up. When he unleashed the blazing holy fist at full power, the mental energy drain was simply too severe. If he wasn't careful, he could plunge straight into a weakened state. This clear wind spirit spring would perfectly compensate for that loss. Not bad, not bad. After finishing the slaughter, he locked the cargo door and continued resting. 9 o'clock in the morning. Chen Ming rose promptly. After washing up and eating breakfast, he hit the road again. During his drive, he noticed many players already venting their frustrations in the regional chat. These Steel Clan pursuers are getting stronger way too fast. I barely managed to take them down last wave, no idea how I'll handle the next one. You think you're suffering? Last night, I was resting peacefully in my vehicle when the Steel Tribe pursuers launched a surprise attack. Now my vehicle is damaged in multiple places, and driving it is a major problem. No one warned us these Steel Clan pursuers would show up at night. If I'd known, I wouldn't have slept so soundly. I nearly lost my life. Why didn't the system mention the duration of these Steel Clan pursuers? They can't keep this up forever, right? Who could withstand that? They probably won't disappear anytime soon. Everyone should hurry up and level up, or gather in squads. Chapter 43, Yan Feihu. Beyond these complaints, Chen Ming also noticed numerous coping strategies being discussed. The most popular suggestion was teaming up. Once squad members joined forces, the pressure players face dropped dramatically. These Steel Clan pursuers never hunted in groups. When players gathered together, multiple players could simultaneously take on a single Steel Clan pursuer, naturally easing the pressure. Players who had been indifferent to teaming up yesterday were now in a complete panic. Many players began frantically searching for teammates today. And these players aren't just looking for any teammates, they have specific requirements. Too weak? They'll just slow us down. But overly strong players won't do either. They'd be too weak to have any say, easily coerced by the other side without any means to resist. Chen Ming watched this unfold and couldn't help but shake his head. It was far too late for these players to finally realize the situation. Reuniting would be incredibly difficult.
His reunion with Yang Zishu was a fortunate coincidence. If they'd been any farther apart, reuniting within 3 to 5 days would have been impossible. And don't forget, several conditions must be met. First, players' vehicles could only move forward, not backward. To regroup, players must rely on those behind them to drive forward relentlessly and meet up with their teammates as soon as possible. This brings up a new problem. Fuel consumption. Chen Ming has enough diesel to drive recklessly. Yesterday alone, he drove over 1,000 kilometers. He burned through a lot of fuel. Most players don't have Chen Ming's resources, so gathering together is practically impossible. Another player? Chen Ming muttered to himself as he watched the dark speck in the distance grow larger. Over the 1,000+ kilometers yesterday, he'd encountered many players. But they all recognized him immediately and kept their distance. Chen Ming didn't want to waste too much time on them either. After collecting a small toll, he continued on his way without striking them down. Just as he assumed this scenario would play out the same way again. As he drew nearer to the vehicle ahead, an uneasy feeling grew within him. The roar of his 100-ton engine was nothing short of deafening. Yet the vehicle before him was completely silent. Had the player not woken up yet? The thought barely formed in his mind when 2 steel wolves emerged from the front of the vehicle. One steel wolf was missing half its body, while the other was relatively intact. Seeing this, Chen Ming instantly understood. The player before him had likely been slain by these 2 steel wolves. That was pretty grim. He pushed open the vehicle door. After stepping out, Chen Ming didn't move immediately. Instead, he raised his right foot and slammed it down hard onto the ground. Earth-shattering. In the next instant, before the 2 iron wolves could close in, sharp earth spikes suddenly erupted from the ground beneath them. These spikes were enveloped in a thick layer of earth element. They appeared thick yet were incredibly sharp. Before the 2 steel wolves could react, they were pierced through the body and fell to the ground, reduced to piles of scrap metal. Chen Ming felt no surprise at this outcome. Though he hadn't mastered Earthshaker for very long, its power was no joke. It was overwhelmingly powerful. After completing the collection, he walked over to the wrecked vehicle. Level 1 Vehicle Core +1. He also saw the dead player. His neck had been snapped clean off, ending his life instantly. The other player's supplies were likely stored in their inventory space, as nothing useful was found inside the vehicle. The hull was decent enough. What he valued most now was this level 1 vehicle core. He'd been keeping it in mind ever since he saw Kim Jong-kook upgrade to a level 2 vehicle earlier. This time, the other player had beaten him to it. He couldn't afford to fall too far behind going forward. He continued driving. Meanwhile, on the other side. After finishing breakfast, Yang Zishu had just finished off a wave of steel pursuers. After seeing Chen Ming's message in shared location, she paused to think. She decided not to proceed further alone. She planned to wait for Chen Ming to arrive before continuing together. 100 kilometers was still quite manageable for her. She could cover it in a few hours. With that thought, she sat in the driver's seat with the AC on, her gaze occasionally sweeping the surroundings. Half an hour later, 3 vehicles appeared in her rearview mirror. Yang Zishu's heart immediately tightened. She had just seen that Chen Ming was still some distance away, so these must be other players catching up. After a moment's hesitation, she started her RV and pulled it over to the side of the road, clearing the main lane. The width was sufficient for all 3 vehicles to pass. Unfortunately, Yang Zishu's worst fear had come true. Instead of speeding past her RV, the 3 vehicles slowed down and eventually came to a complete stop 20 meters away. Ugh! Yang Zishu sighed, relayed the situation to Chen Ming, then drew her hammer, her gaze fixed coldly on the rearview mirror. At that moment, in the 3 vehicles behind her, these 3 players were actually part of the same squad. Though they were currently in separate vehicles, this did not hinder their communication. In the squad channel. Brother Who, that RV looks pretty beefed up, probably reinforced. Anyone who can fortify vehicle parts at this stage must be pretty skilled. You're right. Maybe we should just leave. Better safe than sorry. 2 of the players spoke up. The 3 had been together before the Steel Clan pursuers arrived. As soon as the party system opened, they formed a group immediately. Leveraging their numerical advantage, they had wiped out all the Steel Clan pursuers yesterday. The 2 players who hadn't mastered elemental skills before finally succeeded, boosting their power. Yan Feihu, their leader and strongest member. He had mastered 2 elemental skills. Yan Feihu frowned deeply. His teammate was right, but he felt conflicted. He had been monitoring the regional chat interface all this time. He could sense the tone in Kim Jong-kook's voice. Exceptionally arrogant. What did this mean? Kim Jong-kook was supremely confident in his own abilities. If nothing else, he was undoubtedly stronger than ordinary players like them. He surmised this must be connected to that level 2 vehicle upgrade. Now that he'd finally encountered a lone player, he still intended to make his move. The demand for level 1 car cores is just too high. Hold off. I don't believe this player can hold out. The moment he moves, we move. Yan Feihu also held back, choosing to observe for a moment.
If the opponent was a strong player, they'd be confident in their abilities and would likely get out of the car to challenge them.
But if he didn't get out?
It meant they lacked confidence in their own abilities. And that meant their chance had arrived.
Unfortunately, he didn't know that Yang Zishu was overjoyed inside upon seeing them hold back.
She couldn't wait for these players to linger a bit longer. Chen Ming was almost here.
Chapter 44, The Dominant Yang Zishu. Half an hour slipped by silently.
Yan Feihu, seeing no movement from the RV in front of him, finally grew restless. His daily quest for the day remained unfinished, and he couldn't afford to waste all his time here. They had been here for so long, yet the other side hadn't made a move.
They must be afraid of them. That's it. That must be it.
With that thought, Yan Feihu called out to his teammates in the squad chat interface before swiftly pushing open the door and stepping out. Yang Zishu, who had been watching the rearview mirror the whole time, saw someone get out and instantly became highly alert. After clearly seeing the faces of the three players, Yang Zishu breathed a slight sigh of relief. She had researched the stronger players in the area during this period. Clearly, these three players before her weren't among them. She had absolutely nothing to worry about. With that thought, she was just about to push open the door to get out. Suddenly, the three figures behind her came under attack. Steel Clan pursuers. And there were quite a few of them. At least 10 of them. Clearly two groups of players pursuers had collided. With Yang Zishu still seated in her vehicle, the pursuers naturally shifted their primary target to Yan Feihu and the others in the rear. Yan Feihu felt nothing but bitterness in his heart.
No way. How could this happen?
The moment he stepped out of the vehicle, the Steel Clan pursuers arrived.
How incredibly unlucky could this get? Brother Hu, what do we do now?
Two players hurriedly asked as they saw the pursuers gradually closing in from all sides.
Yan Feihu took a deep breath. What else can we do? Fight.
He knew full well that their trio had been targeted. The Steel Clan pursuers would definitely go after them first. Their immediate task was to clear the surrounding pursuers before dealing with the player ahead. With that, he charged forward, machete in hand, toward the Steel Clan pursuer leading the pack. Seeing this, Yang Zishu, seated inside the vehicle, decided against getting out. With a show like this unfolding, she saw no need to interfere. After a full day of pursuit yesterday, the newly spawned Iron Clan pursuers were, frankly, no pushovers. Of the three players, only Yan Feihu could handle the situation with ease. The other two were already struggling. Fortunately, Yan Feihu was thinking to help them shoulder the pressure, otherwise, the other two would have been injured by now. After over 20 minutes of combat, the Steel Clan pursuers were finally wiped out.
Brother Hu, now. One of the players gasped for breath, his gaze fixed on the RV ahead. The implication was clear. After fighting so hard here, they couldn't help but feel resentment toward the person inside the vehicle who had been watching the entire time. Yan Feihu assessed his remaining stamina, roughly half left, and spoke in a low voice, "Let's go check it out." The two players nodded in succession. The trio began moving toward the RV. Just as they were about to get closer, the driver's door of the RV slowly slid open. Yang Zishu emerged, wielding the soul-shattering hammer. When the trio saw Yang Zishu, their first reaction was awe, followed by excitement. It was common knowledge that among players, female players generally possessed weaker abilities than their male counterparts. Not to mention, they now had three players on their side. One player quickly spoke up, "Brother Hu, it's been nearly half a month, and this is the first time I've encountered a woman. How about we?"
Though the other player remained silent, Yan Feihu could see the intense desire burning in his eyes. He chose not to comment further.
After all, even he couldn't resist Yang Zishu's beauty. After a moment's hesitation, Yan Feihu snapped, "Capture her first." With that, the two players weren't fools, they instantly understood. With wicked grins, they charged toward Yang Zishu. "Beauty. Don't blame us for this. Surrender peacefully. You're no match for us. Rest assured, we'll treat you well."
Seeing the lecherous expressions on the two players' faces, Yang Zishu felt utterly sickened. With a flick of her thoughts, countless ice arrows materialized around her. The two players' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at the sight. They never expected this woman to possess elemental skills. Their hearts skipped a beat at the sight of the ice arrows. Their mental energy had been completely drained during the recent battle against the Steel Tribe pursuers.
Behind them, Yan Feihu charged forward the moment the ice arrows appeared.
Wind blades formed on his palms, meeting the ice arrow head-on. The two attacks collided, then mutually annihilated each other. Taking advantage of this opening, the two players retreated to Yan Feihu's side. Yan Feihu now realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. Logically, the wisest choice now was to leave immediately. But he understood another truth: enmity had been forged between them. The enemy wouldn't let them leave so easily. They had no choice but to fight.
"You look for an opening."
"I'll take him on," Yan Feihu declared swiftly.
Ha! Before Yan Feihu could initiate the attack, Yang Zishu struck first. One-on-one, she wasn't afraid. Not to mention, she wielded the bone-shattering hammer. A platinum-grade weapon. Its power was exceptionally formidable. In contrast, Yan Feihu and his men wielded weapons of mere bronze or silver, great a significant gap compared to hers. Bang! Yan Feihu had no choice but to grit his teeth and charge forward. The two sides clashed. After just one exchange, Yan Feihu felt a chill run down his spine. He realized his opponent's strength was utterly staggering. His weapon, a long sword, had been struck by the bone-crushing hammer and now bent in an eerie way. This was a silver-grade weapon he had worked so hard to obtain. And that was just the first exchange. What did this mean? The opponent's weapon was far superior to his own. He was no match for his opponent. With that realization, he started to retreat only to suddenly notice two vines snaking toward his ankles from all sides. No! Yan Feihu's heart raced with alarm and was too late to dodge. His entire body was instantly bound. Shatter! Yang Zishu brought his hammer crashing down. Yan Feihu's long sword was pierced clean through, shattering into two pieces. This was the gap. The other two players, still searching for an opening, were utterly stunned. We haven't even started our move yet, and our own leader is down? As Yang Zishu's gaze swept toward them, panic seized both men. One attempted to flee, but before he could take 2 steps, Yang Zishu's icy arrow followed, piercing his thigh clean through. The other player's right leg buckled, sending him crashing to his knees. Where was his earlier arrogance now? Yang Zishu's eyes flashed with coldness. She had no sympathy whatsoever for these players. Just as she prepared to execute the two players, her eyebrow involuntarily arched. Steel Clan pursuers appeared all around them once more. Chapter 45, at the end of their rope? Chen Ming arrives. Seeing the Steel Clan pursuers, Yang Zishu's expression instantly turned icy. Trouble. Judging by the scale, it was another pair of pursuers merging forces. She couldn't count on Yan Feihu and the others to handle these pursuers, she had to rely on herself. But fighting Yan Feihu had already drained 40% of her psychic energy. She had only recently mastered the wood element's entanglement technique and was still unfamiliar with it, making its execution particularly draining. Ice arrows were even worse. In this scorching environment, just forming them required extra mental energy, otherwise, they'd melt the moment they left her hands. Facing so many Steel Clan pursuers now proved quite difficult for her. The two players were utterly dumbfounded. Before they could react, the approaching Steel Clan pursuers had already charged forward. They frantically swung their weapons to engage. Unfortunately, they couldn't cast elemental skills now, and their bronze-tier weapons dealt limited damage to the Steel Clan pursuers. The first to fall was the player whose calf had been pierced by Yang Zishu. Torn clean in two by an iron bear, his organs spilled across the ground in a gruesome display. The other player held on for half a minute before having his neck snapped clean off, collapsing lifeless to the ground. Yan Feihu watched this unfold, his eyes filled with panic and terror. Let me down. I can help fight these Steel Clan hunters. He realized no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free from the coils. As the Steel Clan pursuers closed in, his panic grew unbearable. He refused to believe that his impaired mobility would make the Steel Clan pursuers spare him. Upon hearing this, Yang Zishu merely gave him a cold glance before raising the bone-shattering hammer and striking first. As a platinum-grade weapon, the bone-shattering hammer could still inflict damage on the Steel Clan pursuers. After knocking several pursuers flying in quick succession, Yang Zishu began to tire. The bone crusher was no lightweight. Players couldn't wield it however they pleased, there were conditions. Yang Zishu's 4-dimensional attributes were still relatively weak, so being able to wield it for this long was already quite impressive. Entangle. Summoning her remaining mental energy, she unleashed the entangle skill, wrapping it around the two Steel Clan pursuers closing in. Then he turned to confront the third. Crash. As the bone-crushing hammer descended, the steel wolf before her was instantly blasted apart at the head, collapsing lifeless to the ground. No! At this rate, I won't last much longer. Yang Zishu scanned the surrounding Steel Clan pursuers, her heart filled with bitterness. Earlier, she had been sitting inside the RV, watching Yan Feihu and the others fight off the Steel Clan pursuers with great interest. But now, facing so many Steel Clan pursuers alone, the difficulty was truly immense. Beep! 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 Just then, a shrill horn blared from the distance. Yang Zishu turned her head and saw a 100-ton king rapidly approaching at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, the 100-ton behemoth crashed into her, showing no sign of slowing down whatsoever. Boom! 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 3 Steel Clan pursuers were smashed to pieces on impact. Then came the screech of brakes. The next second, sharp earth spikes erupted around her body, piercing through the 2 Steel Clan pursuers charging toward her. Only then did Yang Zishu finally exhale. She saw Chen Ming stepping out of the driver's seat. Her teammate had arrived. The crisis was over. Chen Ming had already taken out 5 upon arrival. The remaining pursuers were no match for him, swiftly eliminated in no time. After dealing with these Steel Clan pursuers, he quickly approached Yang Zishu, his gaze settling on the 2-player corpses in Yan Feihu. To be honest, Yan Feihu had been quite fortunate. The Steel Clan pursuers targeted combat-capable players first. That's why all the pursuers had just been attacking Yang Zishu, leaving Yan Feihu untouched. That's how he narrowly escaped with his life. So these are the players you mentioned? They don't seem particularly strong.
That was precisely why Chen Ming had rushed over so quickly. Yang Zishu had proactively informed him that they'd encountered 3 players. Since they formed a squad, Chen Ming couldn't just stand by. He floored the accelerator and charged straight over.
Otherwise, he might not have made it in time. Now less than 10 meters away, Yan Feihu clearly saw Chen Ming's face. He recognized Chen Ming immediately. The top player in the region.
Ever since Kim Jong-kook's sudden rise to prominence, Chen Ming was no longer considered number 1 in the players' eyes. Naturally, he had fallen into the category of top-tier players. Seeing how the two interacted, he couldn't help but understand. He wasn't facing an ordinary person, this was Chen Ming's teammate. Powerhouses like this don't just pick teammates randomly, they handpick them. No wonder he wasn't a match for Yang Zishu. Now it all made sense.
Yang Zishu nodded slightly. They weren't weak, just unlucky.
They ran into the Steel Clan pursuers at the worst possible moment. Chen Ming swept his gaze over the devastation strewn across the ground. Yan Feihu and the others had already dealt with 2 waves of Steel Clan pursuers. Now, Yang Zishu and he had taken care of 2 more. The ground was now littered with the corpses of Steel Clan pursuers. And none of them had been harvested yet. All treasures.
Big shot Chen Ming, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding.
Yan Feihu quickly interjected, half of these pursuers were killed by our squad. We were protecting this lady.
Chen Ming didn't believe a word of it. If that were truly the case, Yang Zishu wouldn't have attacked them.
But Chen Ming couldn't be bothered with these players. These were Yang Zishu's conquests for spoils of war. Whether to let them go or eliminate them was entirely up to her. After coming to this conclusion, he turned without a glance back and headed toward the surrounding Steel Tribe pursuers, beginning his looting. As he looted the first corpse, a shattering sound echoed behind him. Hearing it, Chen Ming silently nodded to himself.
His actions held another layer of meaning.
He had examined the corpses of the other 2 players. Both had been slain by the Steel Tribe pursuers, not by Yang Zishu. He wanted to see if Yang Zishu could bring himself to kill his own kind. This was crucial. As time went on, they would interact with other players more frequently. Having a softie in the squad could easily cause problems when it mattered most. But now it seemed Yang Zishu was far tougher than he'd imagined. Leave the gathering to me. Go check their vehicle, Chen Ming called out urgently as he saw Yang Zishu approaching one of the Steel Clan pursuers' corpses.
Yang Zishu paused, then realized what was happening.
Chen Ming's luck even extended to looting corpses.
Chapter 46, The Dimensional Fuel Tank.
After gathering the loot, Chen Ming's grin stretched almost to his ears. Nearly 30 Steel Clan pursuers. After the hundredfold amplification, the most abundant resource was alloy steel, with several pieces of nanosteel as well. Then there were 2 particularly crucial items. Spatial fragments and engine cores. These were crucial materials for upgrading the fuel tank and engine.
The engine still lacked the cooling fins.
The fuel tank, however, can be upgraded directly. Beyond these, some temporary buff materials have also appeared.
For instance, items that temporarily boost strength and constitution attributes upon consumption.
These weren't particularly useful to Chen Ming, but they proved invaluable to Yang Zishu. With these temporary buffs, wielding the bone-crushing hammer becomes far less taxing for her. Finally, there was a rare earth crystal. Placed inside a vehicle, it could invisibly enhance a player's control over earth elements. Now, Chen Ming could truly kick back and relax. Both his fire and earth elements would naturally improve. However, the fact that not a single elemental skill dropped from all these Steel Clan pursuers' corpses left Chen Ming thoroughly puzzled. Was it really that difficult to obtain? Now that both elemental skills could upgrade autonomously, he had the energy to learn new ones. But the drop rate was indeed absurdly low. After Chen Ming finished looting the corpses, Yang Zishu, who had been waiting nearby, hurried over.
Take these 3 vehicle cores. I won't need them for now.
Besides these 3 vehicle cores, the vehicle contained quite a bit of other supplies.
But given Chen Ming's current circumstances, he naturally couldn't spare a glance for any of it. He simply let Yang Zishu take them all. Of course, the level 1 vehicle core was still quite important to him.
Pack up. We're moving out. After exchanging some supplies, the 2 climbed into their respective vehicles. He had no choice. Chen Ming felt that if he waited any longer, he himself might start to break down. In this sweltering heat, Yang Zishu had been standing outside for so long that she was already drenched in sweat.
Compounding the issue, her combat suit wasn't designed for thickness to allow for breathability. The sweat made it appear slightly transparent.
Chen Ming caught a few glimpses, his heart racing. Fortunately, his self-control was strong enough that he didn't immediately give himself away. The 2 continued onward, one ahead and one behind. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming began crafting a new fuel tank to enhance his 100-ton king. Dimensional fuel tank diamond grade significantly increases fuel capacity, eliminating frequent refueling. Fuel consumption 90%. The initial description was rather ordinary. While refueling took some effort, it wasn't troublesome. With the system in place, refueling simply consumed diesel stored within the system space.
After waiting a minute, the refueling was complete. What truly caught Chen Ming's attention was the subsequent fuel consumption reduction of 90%. That's a massive reduction. 90%. Now Chen Ming could truly rest easy. The diesel in the system's storage was practically inexhaustible. He then began searching for cooling plates.
Players had slain numerous Steel Clan pursuers recently, so it was possible someone might actually drop one. After all, he had no idea what quality the cooling plates might be. He posted his request in the regional chat, quickly drawing attention from many players. However, their reactions were remarkably uniform. First, surprise at Chen Ming's posted trade list. Then, upon seeing he needed cooling plates, everyone looked utterly bewildered, claiming they'd never heard of such a treasure. Finally, the matter simply fizzled out. Seeing no response, Chen Ming didn't lose heart. He could only hope to stumble upon one himself in the future. Meanwhile, Jin Zhonghua briefly relayed Chen Ming's trade request to the Reverend. Sitting in the back seat, the Reverend furrowed his brow upon hearing cooling plate. A cooling plate is a diamond-grade treasure. How could he have come into contact with such a high-level item so quickly? Other players might not know about cooling plates, but he had heard of them. This single piece of information alone elevated Chen Ming's importance in his estimation by another notch. Could it be that someone powerful was assisting him? As this thought surfaced in the revered one's mind, he could no longer contain himself. Yes, that must be it. There was no other way to explain it. No wonder Chen Ming secured first place in the pyramid battle. It turns out he had someone backing him all along. Never mind that. Do exactly as I say now. Gather the players together as much as possible, then eliminate all those Steel Clan pursuers and secure as many supplies as you can. The moment the revered one spotted the Steel Clan pursuers, he knew Kim Jong-guk's chance had arrived. Seizing this chance, defeating Chen Ming wouldn't be difficult. Yes. Seeing the revered one's slightly stern expression, Jin Zhonghua felt particularly displeased. Was Chen Ming truly that formidable? Even the revered one seemed to hold him in some measure of fear. In his view, this cooling plate was probably just something Chen Ming happened to come across pure luck. Meanwhile, upon returning to her RV, Yang Zishu immediately headed to the bathroom for a shower. This was the RV's onboard bathroom. The space was cramped, and unlike Chen Ming's setup, the water supply wasn't limitless. She was using her own drinkable water. So she moved quickly during her shower. Back on Blue Star, she'd never step out before at least half an hour had passed, especially after sweating so much today. But in this godforsaken place, she dared not spend more than 5 minutes in the shower. Any longer than that, and the water consumption would be far too high. After getting ready, the two left messages on the squad chat interface, and both vehicles set off together. This time, Chen Ming's 100-ton behemoth led the way, with Yang Zishu's RV following behind. Chen Ming had already completed today's daily quest, but Yang Zishu, having waited for him, was just getting started. With no fuel pressure to worry about, Chen Ming proactively suggested driving a bit farther. Yang Zishu agreed. She was now eager for Chen Ming to slay more beasts or Steel Clan pursuers. The loot dropped from his hunts was consistently high grade. This would significantly accelerate their development pace. After driving for about half an hour, Chen Ming deliberately slowed down, narrowing his eyes as he stared intently ahead. A creature about 2 meters tall appeared ahead of them. It must be a steel monster. Chen Ming's latest wave of steel-tried pursuers had arrived. However, its appearance greatly exceeded Chen Ming's expectations. A steel giant. Its massive body and unusually bulky limbs suggested formidable strength. Beyond that, there were no other Steel Clan pursuers. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu dismounted one after the other. Yang Zishu's view had been blocked by Chen Ming's 100-ton behemoth, so it wasn't until she stepped forward that she saw their current adversary. The sheer size of the creature made him gasp in awe. Holy crap! This is way too big. Chapter 47, Reign of Gold. You Steel Clan pursuers are a bit different. Yang Zishu was momentarily at a loss for words. Though the two waves of 4 players each seemed numerous, their individual strength was weak. Given the chance, he could pick them off one by one and easily defuse the crisis. But Chen Ming? His individual combat prowess was clearly absurd. Not to mention, just that sheer size alone was something no ordinary player could hope to match. Chen Ming took a deep breath. Whether he's strong or not we'll find out once we fight. Earth-shattering. Chen Ming launched his attack first. Earth spikes, formed from condensed earth elemental energy, shot forward like arrows, hurtling straight toward the colossal beast. Just as the spikes closed in, the steel colossus before him suddenly moved. 2 massive palms flapped rapidly. The foremost earth spike was smashed to dust. But Chen Ming's earth-shattering heaven-rending technique clearly wasn't limited to that. Before the steel colossus could react, another earth spike erupted abruptly from beneath its feet, piercing straight through its body. Just as Chen Ming thought he could severely wound the steel colossus, the steel giant before him moved. It swung its steel fist, smashing the earth spike to pieces. But the wound was real enough. Yang Zishu's eyes flickered. The steel giant doesn't seem that hard to fight after all. He's big, so we just need to inflict more wounds. The moment her words fell, the wound on the steel giant's chest began to slowly heal.
No way. But soon, Chen Ming keenly noticed the giant's color gradually fading. Just as expected. This regeneration comes at a cost. It seemed the steel giant couldn't heal itself many more times. Thud. 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 The steel colossus strode forward, charging toward Chen Ming and his companion with murderous intent blazing in its crimson eyes. Chen Ming took a deep breath at the sight, flames rapidly spreading across his right hand, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Fiery holy fist. Considering the opponent's steel composition and immense strength, Chen Ming wisely avoided a direct confrontation. Instead of charging in with bare fists. Instead, he channeled the magma flames into a colossal flaming lion, unleashing it to pounce forward. Through his recent training and the aid of the sunlight spirit leaf, Chen Ming's mastery of fire elements had deepened significantly. He could now shape the magma flames on his right arm into any form he desired. The two collided swiftly. As expected. The flame lion was shattered on impact. But at that moment, the scattered flames seemed to come alive, swiftly enveloping their target. They began scorching the surface of the steel giant. The metal on the giant's surface began to glow red. Yang Zishu, standing to Chen Ming's right rear, eyes brightening, unleashed her ice arrows toward the steel giant. The ice arrow's power was indeed weak. But the extreme heat combined with extreme cold had already made the surface of the steel giant extremely fragile. Chen Ming instantly grasped her intent, closing the distance with a swift step of the divine wind stance, a ornate dagger now in hand. He thrust it forward with lightning speed. The ornate dagger pierced several weak points. The next moment, the steel giant's self-healing ability activated once more. Seeing this, a cold gleam flashed in Chen Ming's eyes. The steel giant remained stationary while healing the perfect moment to strike. Earth-shattering. Several massive earth spikes shot out rapidly, piercing the steel giant's limbs before finally striking its torso. This completely thwarted its attempt to heal. Ultimately, it even triggered a supercomposite reaction. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the steel colossus collapsed. The instant it fell, Chen Ming swiftly retrieved his 10,000 souls banner. The next moment, a golden light emerged from the colossus's corpse and descended into the banner of 10,000 souls. But the 10,000 souls banner wasn't that easy to use. It could only absorb the souls of creatures slain by Chen Ming. As the steel giant's soul was absorbed, Chen Ming's understanding of the element of gold deepened once more. Over this period, Chen Ming had absorbed the souls of numerous steel clan pursuers. Every single one granted him insight into the gold element. He felt he was now just one step away from mastering a gold elemental skill. Gather. Ding. Congratulations, player, on acquiring the elemental skill, Golden Rain. After 100x amplification. Ha! Just as Chen Ming was about to accept alloy steel or nanostructured steel, a crisp sound rang in his ears. This was truly like wishing for something and getting it. A brand new elemental skill. Open detailed description. Golden Rain Diamond Tier Skill, Gold Element. The player channels gold elemental energy around their body, transforming it into sharp arrows. The stronger the player's mastery of gold elements and the higher their mental energy, the more golden arrows they can manifest. Note, players can expend additional mental energy to manipulate the flight paths of the golden arrows. A diamond tier gold element skill. Awesome. Learn it immediately. As a flash of light passed, all information about Golden Rain poured into Chen Ming's mind. Combined with his innate understanding of gold element and his elemental divine body. In less than 10 minutes, he smoothly reached the beginner stage. When Chen Ming opened his eyes, 5 gilded arrows gradually materialized around him. Go! At the thought, the 5 golden arrows shot forth with blinding speed, too fast for the naked eye to follow. Yang Zishu, standing nearby, narrowed her eyes slightly. Chen Ming's newly mastered elemental skill seemed somewhat similar to her own ice arrow technique. Of course, the resemblance was limited to the skill's outward form, the underlying differences were vast. She had spent considerable time mastering her ice arrow, whereas Chen Ming had only just begun learning his. Now it seemed her ice arrows were slower than Chen Ming's, less powerful than Chen Ming's, and even fewer in number than his. This left him momentarily speechless. Could the gap between people really be this vast? Let's go! After standing under the blazing flames for over 10 minutes, Chen Ming was now soaked through and through. He hurried toward the cargo box behind his 100-ton truck. His clothes were soaked through with sweat, already reeking. 10 minutes later, Chen Ming returned to his driver's seat. By then, Yang Zishu had pulled her RV alongside Chen Ming's rig. Seeing her, Chen Ming recalled how she had stood guard beside him earlier and offered, "Want to take a shower? My onboard bathroom doesn't use water resources." When Yang Zishu heard the first part, her expression shifted slightly, suspecting Chen Ming was trying to take advantage of her. But upon hearing the latter part, his expression shifted to utter bewilderment. Showering without consuming water resources? How could that be possible? Yet when she saw the earnest expression on Chen Ming's face, she forced herself to swallow her doubts. Could it be true? Feeling the fabric clinging to her skin, she found herself tempted. Chapter 48, Hunters and Beasts are not of the same kind. Fine. Yang Zishu ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of a bath.
Since arriving on this continent, she hadn't had a proper bath, only quick rinses each time. With that thought, she followed Chen Ming's guidance into the cargo hold. The bathing facilities in this bathroom differed from those on Blue Star. Chen Ming followed her inside, preparing to explain the specific operating procedures. Upon entering the cargo container, the first thing Yang Zishu saw wasn't the bathroom, but the mobile kitchen. Upon seeing the mobile kitchen, Yang Zishu couldn't help but widen her eyes. It was spacious and spotless. It was completely different from her own mobile kitchen. Although her RV was fairly well equipped, space was limited, and each area was quite small. The bathroom was tiny, and the kitchen wasn't much bigger. Now, seeing Chen Ming's mobile kitchen, she blinked in surprise. This was way too big. But that wasn't even the main point. As she drew closer, she noticed the sheer abundance of features packed into this mobile kitchen. Every imaginable smart appliance was present. Wait, what? What happened to survival mode? Other players were still gnawing on raw meat, just grateful to have anything to eat at every meal, not daring to be picky. But over here with Chen Ming? He's already started enjoying himself. Whatever he wanted to eat, he could just whip up a couple dishes himself, no problem at all. Her eyes lit up instantly. She and Chen Ming were now in the same squad. Scrounging a few meals shouldn't be a problem, right? The bathroom is up ahead. Seeing Yang Zishu hadn't moved, Chen Ming assumed she couldn't find it and offered the reminder. Yang Zishu snapped back to reality, suddenly realizing she was here to take a shower. She hurried forward. Heading past the kitchen area, he arrived at the bathroom. The moment she saw the bathroom, Yang Zishu's suspicions were confirmed. This bathroom was huge. Standing inside didn't feel cramped at all. Besides the standing showerhead, there was also a bathtub. Chen Ming stepped forward and briefly explained how to use it. Yang Zishu nodded repeatedly. The operation wasn't difficult. After Chen Ming's explanation, Yang Zishu had already grasped everything. Once everything was set up, Chen Ming stepped out of the cargo compartment. They had just become teammates, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to stay here. Once Chen Ming was gone, Yang Zishu closed the bathroom door of the mobile shower unit and began undressing to bathe. Chen Ming, who had returned to the driver's seat, didn't rush to start the 100-ton king. Yang Zishu was still in the shower in the rear. If the 100-ton king started moving, what would happen to Yang Zishu's RV? There was no solution. He could only open the regional chat interface to see if any players had encountered unusual events. Within the regional chat interface, these Steel Clan pursuers are getting stronger way too fast. Each wave is tougher than the last. Yeah, I'm struggling to handle a wave of enemies alone right now. I'm on the road hoping to find another player to team up with. Broke my leg, can't even drive my car now. Hey, where's your squad? They're too far behind. Even at full speed, they won't reach me until tomorrow. Then you're screwed. In your current state, the next wave of pursuers will finish you off for sure. Bro, listen to me, drive even with a broken leg. Keep moving forward and you might survive. Staying put means certain death. Everyone, I can't hold on any longer. I'm critically injured, and my vehicle is on the verge of collapse. It wasn't the Steel Clan pursuers who killed me, it was a beast. A giant eagle. You must be careful. The regional chat interface was still flooded with messages. Compared to yesterday's euphoria, it was clear the players were now in dire straits. The Steel Clan pursuers' power had surged far beyond their expectations. The player count, which had just recovered to over 10,000 a few days ago, had now plummeted below 10,000 again, dwindling to just 4 digits. Keep in mind that players who've made it this far all possess considerable skill. The fact that so many players were lost in a single day speaks volumes about the sheer difficulty of this challenge. Among the details, the massive eagle mentioned by the player caught Chen Ming's attention. He could tell the player wasn't lying. The reason was simple. Less than 5 seconds after sending that message, the player's avatar turned gray. This signaled that the player had truly perished. This made it clear that the dangers lurking in this desert were far more formidable than he had imagined. Had he not yet encountered truly formidable beasts? Before the Iron Clan pursuers appeared, players had easily dealt with the beasts guarding treasure chests. Because of this, the threat posed by beasts had been significantly underestimated by everyone. Now, this player had reignited Chen Ming's wariness toward the beasts. Just as he was about to close the zone chat window and head to the exchange to see if there were any treasures, a message suddenly caught his attention. Guys, guess what I just saw? A player named Feng Jejun posted rapidly, attaching an image. Upon seeing the image, many players were shocked. The image showed both Steel Clan pursuers and beasts. According to Feng Jejun's explanation, he had discovered a silver-grade treasure chest and intended to slay the beasts guarding it to claim the loot. Little did he know, the moment he dismounted, a fresh wave of Steel Clan pursuers spawned. Suddenly, he found himself in a rather awkward position. Caught between both sides. Just as he prepared to fight desperately, the Steel Clan pursuers and the beasts suddenly began fighting each other. He luckily escaped the center of the battle, even finding the leisure to snap the screenshot. This news was incredibly important to many players. The beasts and the Steel Clan pursuers weren't allies. This opens up a whole new strategy. Upon encountering desert beasts, players no longer need to prioritize killing them. Instead, they can wait for the next wave of Steel Clan pursuers to spawn, then take advantage of the chaos to defeat both sides. Chen Ming quietly committed this insight to memory. He had a hunch that the giant eagle that appeared was primarily targeting the Steel Clan pursuers. Otherwise, players at their current strength wouldn't stand a chance against that so-called giant eagle. Ha! While Chen Ming was gathering information, a striking message suddenly caught his eye.
Kim Jong-kook.
In the eyes of players in the region, Kim Jong-kook was now considered even more formidable than Chen Ming.
As a rival, Chen Ming couldn't help but feel curious about Kim Jong-kook's abilities. Coincidentally, the photo the other party sent this time looked somewhat familiar. None other than the very steel giant he had just slain. The other player had also encountered a steel giant and defeated it. Chen Ming zoomed in on the photo and began studying it closely. The surrounding ground revealed that their battle had lasted quite a while. This single detail alone suggested Kim Jong-kook's strength wasn't as overwhelming as Chen Ming had imagined. Chapter 49, The Treasure Hunting Rat Returns.
Chen Ming understood the steel giant's capabilities well, but other players were a different story.
Wow! Are there more Steel Clan pursuers this massive coming later? They're leaving us no chance to survive. No wonder they call him Big Shot Kim Jong-kook. His power is insane. That steel giant was at least 2 meters 30 tall, right? And Big Shot Kim Jong-kook just sliced it down like that?
I told you before, Big Shot Kim Jong-kook is hands down the strongest player in our region. As for that Chen Ming, he's just a small fry.
Not so fast. Big Shot Chen Ming is pretty formidable too. Strong? That's only because he hasn't faced Big Brother Kim Jong-kook yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance. Exactly.
In my opinion, our region will still rely on Jin Zhonghua from now on.
As for Chen Ming,
he can go chill somewhere else. Chen Ming just wanted to see if any other players had encountered the same steel giant. But instead, he was met with a barrage of negative comments about himself. These players' hostility toward him seemed a bit excessive.
Of course, Chen Ming wouldn't stoop to arguing back.
That would be way too low. He wouldn't waste his time bickering with trash like them.
His eyes scanned a few names, intending to block these players outright.
But when he did that, Chen Ming couldn't help but whiten his eyes.
No wonder.
No wonder these players were targeting him. Turns out they were all on his blacklist. A quick check revealed some were freeloaders who cursed him out after being rejected, prompting Chen Ming to block them out of annoyance. Others had previously mocked his skills in the regional chat, and Chen Ming, unable to stomach it, had blocked them too. However, those were simple blocks. Players couldn't send him private messages, but their messages were still visible in the regional chat.
Turns out I'd been way too lenient with them.
Players like these were incapable of providing any useful intelligence.
Full-scale blocking was the only way.
What he didn't know was, on the other side, Kim Jong-kook, wrapped in healing bandages and enduring the pain, stared at the messages on the regional chat interface.
To take down that steel giant, he'd paid a hefty price.
In his view, if he himself had struggled so hard against it, other players certainly weren't a match for the steel giant. They weren't even worthy of being hunted down by it. His message was crystal clear. He wanted other players to praise him. Ever since being fawned over after upgrading to a level 2 hut, Kim Jong-kook had discovered he relished the sensation of being the center of attention. Not far away, the venerable elder sat with a furrowed brow. He pondered whether he had chosen a fool as his pawn. According to his plan, he should have chosen a low-key, obedient player as his pawn. Those were precisely the qualities he had initially valued in Kim Jong-kook. Now, Kim Jong-kook was obedient, very obedient indeed.
But, as for being low-key, where's the low-key part now? He's gone full-on flashy. This really irks the honorable one. Forget it.
He'd invested so much time cultivating Kim Jong-kook already. If he were to start over with someone else, it would undoubtedly take even longer.
As long as he doesn't disrupt my grand scheme, everything else is negotiable. Half an hour slipped by unnoticed.
Just as Chen Ming finished browsing the exchange, he glanced at the time and froze in shock. After all this time, Yang Zishu still hadn't finished showering. Women really are such a hassle when it comes to bathing. Beep. At that moment, the treasure hunting radar on the central control screen suddenly beeped.
Chen Ming's nerves instantly tightened as he hurriedly looked over.
When he saw that familiar moving red, his eyes widened in shock.
It was him again. The rat carrying the treasure.
This time, he wouldn't let it get away. After a moment's thought, Chen Ming left a message for Yang Zishu, then swiftly pushed open the car door and dashed forward. Having learned from his previous mistake, Chen Ming was much more cautious this time. Creeping closer on tiptoe, by the time the treasure-seeking rat noticed him, Chen Ming was already less than 30 meters away. He'd even crawled forward the entire way. The moment it spotted Chen Ming, the treasure rat jumped in fright, leaping into the air. Timing his move perfectly, Chen Ming charged forward. In an instant, the distance between them closed to less than 20 meters. Only then did the treasure rat react. It scrambled to flee into the distance. At the same time, it opened its mouth, ready to emit that piercing shriek. Upon witnessing this, Chen Ming swiftly produced a compound bow in his hand.
A wood elemental arrow was already knocked on the bow. He swiftly released it. The wood element arrow shot forward with lightning speed.
Before the treasure-seeking rat could react, several vines had already wrapped around its body. This interruption directly disrupted the treasure-seeking rat's skill.
Moreover, its movements were completely immobilized.
Seizing the moment, Chen Ming appeared before the treasure rat just as it tried to break free and flee. Chen Ming pinned the treasure rat down and dragged him toward the vehicle.
They were already some distance from the vehicle. Going any farther might trigger a penalty.
By the time he returned, Yang Zishu had finished showering and emerged wearing a fresh set of clothes. In truth, she hadn't finished washing yet. But upon seeing Chen Ming's message, she feared something might happen. She hurried out without finishing her cleansing. Shortly after stepping out, she saw Chen Ming returning with a mouse in his hand.
Was this why Chen Ming had been in such a hurry to leave?
Returning to the 100-ton king, Chen Ming didn't head back to the driver's seat but instead went to the cargo compartment in the rear. The cargo compartment also had air conditioning, maintaining a comfortable temperature. Though the time spent outside had been brief, it had been spent in the scorching heat. Add to that the period Chen Ming had spent crawling on the ground, and sweat was already streaming down his body.
What's this?
Yang Zishu followed curiously, staring at the trembling treasure-hunting mouse on the ground with utter confusion. No matter how she looked at it, this treasure rat seemed utterly ordinary.
Nothing particularly special about it.
Chen Ming ignored her and snatched the bag the treasure rat was clutching tightly in its paws. The treasure rat tried to resist at first, only to be intimidated back by Chen Ming's fierce glare. As soon as he opened the pouch, a series of all treasures, and all amplified 100-fold. The most valuable item was a blueprint. Elite Spear Blueprint. Gold tier. It might not seem like a high-tier item at first glance, but the key is this: it's not a one-time craft. It can be mass-produced. This means it can be sold to other players. This gold tier spear will be a game-changer among all those subpar, bronze-tier weapons. He didn't believe other players could resist such temptation. Yang Zishu finally understood, so this rat's pouch is filled with treasures? Chapter 50, Merchant Station. Exactly. Chen Ming's gaze toward the treasure-seeking rat grew increasingly suggestive. He had already discerned the treasure-seeking rat's ability. Finding treasures. At first glance, it seemed similar to the treasure radar, but in reality, the difference was vast. Treasure-hunting radars had range limitations, only able to scan the immediate vicinity around Chen Ming's 100-ton king. But this treasure-hunting rat was different. It could scurry around freely, seeking out all kinds of treasures. And most crucially, any treasure the rat uncovered could be amplified 100-fold by Chen Ming. For a moment, Chen Ming's gaze toward the treasure-seeking rat softened with affection. If he could raise a treasure-hunting mouse for his own use, he'd be in for little surprises from time to time. No time to waste. Chen Ming approached the trembling treasure-seeking rat. Want to come work for me? The treasure-seeking mouse was surprisingly human-like. Upon hearing this, its trembling body paused briefly before it began shaking its head frantically. Its expression grew even more vivid, its little face scrunched up in utter refusal. It had dignity too, didn't it? Not only had this wicked human snatched all its treasures, but now he wanted it to work for free? No way. Absolutely not. Yang Zishu was naturally displeased with this reaction and offered, "Seems like it's being a bit stubborn. Shall I discipline it for you?" After saying this, she even pulled out her bone-crushing hammer. The bone-crushing hammer was massive, radiating sheer power. It radiated an oppressive aura. Upon seeing it, the treasure-seeking rat trembled again, overcome with fear. Yet even under such martial pressure, the treasure-seeking rat stubbornly refused to comply. Yang Zishu was now at a loss. She dared only to threaten it, not actually lay a hand on it. She could tell Chen Ming genuinely wanted this treasure-seeking rat to find him riches. Yang Zishu couldn't do it herself, she could only wait for Chen Ming. Just as she thought Chen Ming was about to make a move, Chen Ming stood up abruptly and walked toward the exit. The cargo door swung wide open. Wait, what? Yang Zishu's eyes widened in shock. Was he just letting the other person go? How casual was that? Just as she thought the treasure-hunting rat would rush out eagerly, it remained put, even plopping down in the cargo hold. Not the slightest intention to leave. Soon, Yang Zishu realized what was missing. Chen Ming had taken the treasure rat's pouch. If the treasure rat left now, it wouldn't be able to carry away any good finds it discovered later. Once she grasped this, Yang Zishu followed suit and exited the cargo hold, taking care to close the door behind her. The two continued onward. While Chen Ming, the treasure rat, presented a formidable challenge, Yang Zishu refused to believe he had no weaknesses. Given enough time together, he was certain he'd uncover its weaknesses. Then he could strike precisely where it hurt. That would be enough. The pair pressed onward. 2 hours later, Yang Zishu's Steel Clan pursuers reappeared, but this time Chen Ming and his companion disposed of them with ease. Unfortunately, they didn't drop anything worthwhile this time. What surprised Chen Ming, however, was that these Steel Clan pursuers actually dropped a large amount of spirit coins. They hadn't seen this before.
Had the later Steel Clan pursuers been upgraded to carry spirit coins?
When Yang Zishu completed today's 100-kilometer mission, Chen Ming did not press on. He sensed that his next wave of Steel Clan pursuers was approaching. He planned to rest briefly on the spot, then continue his journey after dealing with these pursuers. Parking the vehicle and opening the cargo box, Chen Ming prepared to cook a simple meal. Just as he opened the cargo box, a dark figure burst out from inside, streaking past his body. By the time Chen Ming registered what had happened, the figure had already landed more than 10 meters behind him.
Was it trying to escape?
Chen Ming turned his head in confusion. He had stored the treasure rat's pouch in his system space, not on the driver's seat. Earlier, he'd seen in the creature's eyes how much it valued its pouch, otherwise, it wouldn't have taken such a risky move.
Now it seemed. Had he misread the situation?
But soon, that doubt was dispelled.
After leaving the cargo box, the treasure mouse didn't depart immediately.
Instead, it looked straight ahead at the vehicle's front, chirping urgently as if in a great hurry. Yang Zishu was also drawn to the commotion.
After clearly observing the treasure-hunting mouse's actions, she asked uncertainly, does it mean it wants to keep going forward? Could there be some treasure up ahead?
As soon as the words left her mouth, the treasure-seeking mouse darted to Yang Zishu's side and nodded rapidly. It seemed to wholeheartedly agree with her words. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu exchanged a glance before climbing into their respective driver's seats. Resting was nothing compared to the importance of treasure. Especially with the treasure rat acting this way, there might genuinely be something exceptionally valuable up ahead. Just as Chen Ming was about to close the door, the treasure-seeking rat leapt onto the passenger seat in one swift bound. Chen Ming raised an eyebrow, said nothing, closed the door, pressed the accelerator, and set off.
After driving for about 5 minutes, the treasure radar on Chen Ming's dashboard began emitting a series of alerts.
A mere glance was enough to draw his gaze completely.
What did he see? A blinding red alert had appeared on the treasure radar.
No wonder the treasure mouse reacted this way. The resource points were incredibly dense. Previously, the red dots on the treasure radar had been isolated, usually just a single red dot in size, while the treasure mouse indicated a slightly larger area. But this time was different. It wasn't dots at all, but patches.
Yes, a vast expanse.
The treasure mouse now saw the treasure radar on the central control panel, its face twisted with contempt. It now realized this radar functioned similarly to its own abilities, but the difference was stark. This radar was far inferior to its own capabilities.
It had spotted this area 5 minutes ago. Only now.
As they drew nearer, a dark spot appeared beside the distant highway. As they drew nearer, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu both instinctively slowed their vehicle. Several minutes later, Chen Ming brought his 100-ton behemoth to a smooth halt before the building's entrance.
Merchant's Inn. Upon seeing the name, Chen Ming instantly realized.
If he remembered correctly, other players had encountered this merchant station before.
No wonder it held so many treasures. Apparently, merchants brought them here to trade.
To obtain them, he could only rely on spirit coins. After dismounting, Chen Ming exchanged a glance with Yang Zishu before striding side by side into the station. The sneaky treasure-seeking rat followed close behind them. The moment they stepped through the merchant station's door, they instantly felt their bodies locked in place.
From that gaze, Chen Ming sensed a deadly threat. So powerful. Is this the guard of the merchant station?
They must all be at least gold tier strength.
Chapter 51, Vehicle System Upgrade Blueprints. What an overwhelming aura. Yang Zishu spoke solemnly.
Though her strength was inferior to Chen Ming's, the pressure she felt now was unprecedentedly immense. If Chen Ming weren't standing beside her, she'd have wanted to leave immediately.
Chen Ming took a deep breath and stepped forward.
This was a merchant station. Its security was undoubtedly reliable.
As long as they didn't go looking for trouble inside, the guards wouldn't lay a finger on them.
Just as Chen Ming approached one of the merchant stalls, 2 guards standing at the far end suddenly moved. They darted toward Chen Ming and his companions at incredible speed. Seeing this, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu were startled and reached for their weapons. Only to find the guards passing right by them, showing no intention of attacking. By the time the pair reacted and turned to look, they saw the guards had positioned themselves directly in front of the treasure-seeking rats.
Treasure rats aren't welcome here. You can still leave now.
One guard growled, his voice thick with icy menace.
It was clear their hostility was directed squarely at the treasure-seeking rat.
The treasure rat trembled visibly under their glare, scurrying back 2 steps to the doorway before turning to look at Chen Ming with pitiful eyes. Chen Ming hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. "Gentlemen, this is my pet.
It's not wild. Surely it can come in? After all, this merchant station was discovered by the treasure mouse.
If he did nothing now, the creature would never be useful to him in the future." The 2 guards turned their heads.
One of them spoke coldly. "You want to vouch for him? The guarantee fee for a treasure rat is 1,000 spirit coins.
As long as it doesn't cause trouble, the fee will be fully refunded upon departure."
1,000 spirit coins, that was no small sum.
Still, with Chen Ming's current wealth, it was manageable. He retrieved 1,000 spirit coins from his system space and handed them to one of the guards. The guard accepted the coins and returned to his post without a glance back. The danger was averted.
The treasure-seeking rat's eyes lit up. It scurried over to Chen Ming, its face full of mischief. It had witnessed the entire scene and knew it was only because Chen Ming had spoken that it could enter safely. Chen Ming shot it a glance. "Stay right behind me from now on. Don't wander off. If you cause trouble, I won't be responsible for you." The treasure-seeking rat nodded vigorously, remarkably human-like. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu then approached the nearest merchant stall. Originally built as lodging for merchants, this caravanserai had gradually evolved into a bustling trading hub over time. Many merchants displayed their treasures here for trade. Spirit coins served as the standard currency for transactions. Except for special items where vendors would specify unique requirements, other players could purchase everything using spirit coins. They approached the first merchant. This merchant sold only basic resources. From the most basic iron ingots to high-grade nanosteel, and even higher tiers beyond that. Clearly a major resource dealer. However, these held limited appeal for Chen Ming. He could obtain nanosteel by slaying steel clan pursuers, and he had no immediate use for higher grades. The vendor across the way spotted the two approaching and flashed a professional smile. But before he could speak, he caught sight of the treasure rat lurking behind them. His expression darkened instantly. Ignoring Chen Ming and his companion entirely, he fixed his gaze solely on his stall and the treasure rat, as if fearing it might suddenly snatch away his prized possessions. Chen Ming lingered for less than half a minute before moving on to the next stall. Though the treasure rat's gaze lingered long on those high-level resources, it obediently followed behind Chen Ming, daring not to make a move. Truthfully, he was already bursting with desire. But the timing was all wrong. His pouch wasn't with him. Without his bag, he couldn't possibly carry any of these treasures away. The second stall was filled entirely with medical supplies, ranging from bronze tier to epic tier. The quantity was staggering. Several items caught Chen Ming's eye, like a diamond-grade sudden surge pill. It could temporarily boost a player's 4 core attributes and skill power, while also granting immunity to all negative effects. Its effects were downright insane. But after some thought, Chen Ming decided against the transaction. The reason was simple. These were all one-time use items, and they all had expiration dates. What Chen Ming sought now were items that could permanently enhance his combat prowess. He passed them by once more. As he browsed more and more merchant stalls, Chen Ming noticed that each merchant specialized in different categories. Within this merchant station, no two vendors sold identical items, meaning there was no competition. Each merchant specialized in distinct types of supplies. No wonder it was so harmonious. Beyond that, what truly astonished Chen Ming were the blueprint merchants and skill book merchants. Both held an irresistible allure for Chen Ming. First, he approached the blueprint merchant. This stall held a vast array of blueprints, thoughtfully categorized by the merchant into neatly stacked piles. For instance, there were sections for vehicles, weapons, and so on. Naturally, the vehicle category was the most crucial for Chen Ming right now. He couldn't shake the feeling that the 100-ton king was still missing something. Picking up the stack of vehicle blueprints, Chen Ming began to carefully sort through them. Soon, a blueprint appeared before him. Vehicle System Upgrade Blueprint. Platinum Tier. Chen Ming's current vehicle system was the most basic model, and many of its functions were currently useless. For instance, the in-car music system could play songs, but the problem was there were no songs in the playlist. Then there was the map function, which simply displayed no signal here. The two key features that caught Chen Ming's attention were cruise control and smart voice recognition. Cruise control speaks for itself with this feature. Chen Ming no longer has to keep his foot on the accelerator. As for the smart voice system, it actively alerts Chen Ming when there's an obstacle ahead. Though seemingly minor, it actually allowed Chen Ming to get more rest. "Boss, what's the price for this blueprint?" Chen Ming set aside the other vehicle schematics and picked up the car system upgrade diagram, asking directly. The vendor finally shifted his attention from the treasure-hunting rodent behind him and looked at Chen Ming. Upon seeing the blueprint in Chen Ming's hand, a smile spread across his face once more. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This blueprint is my." "Hold on." Chen Ming's head began to ache at the sound of this sales pitch, and he quickly interrupted. "Just tell me the price." "You don't need to say anything else." Didn't he know these merchants? All that talk was just a ploy to drive up the price, wasn't it? Rather than listen to their nonsense, he'd rather they just quote a price so he could haggle properly. Chapter 52, Scalping Skill Books. Seeing Chen Ming's impatience, the merchant cut to the chase. "Honest price, 50,000 spirit coins." After saying this, he sat back at his stall, leisurely fanning himself. 50,000 spirit coins. Even Chen Ming didn't have that much right now. His savings barely exceeded 30,000, most of which came from the hundredfold boosts after defeating those steel clan pursuers earlier. Otherwise, he'd have less than 10,000 on him. Of course, Chen Ming wasn't panicking. The seller had quoted 50,000, but the final price would definitely be lower. Now it was all about how he negotiated. "Hey, boss, you're being downright unfair. You're just #%#." Chen Ming fired off his opening line, launching into a torrent of insults. Seeing this, the merchant instantly understood he'd met his match. Rolling up his sleeves, he refused to back down. Both sides began a fierce bidding war over this single blueprint.
Round 1, Chen Ming took the offensive, slashing the 5-figure price down to 10,000. That's right, he slashed it by a full fifth. This was mainly because Chen Ming didn't know the market value.
This was his first transaction using spirit coins. Upon hearing the offer, the vendor nearly leapt to his feet ready for a fight. This wasn't bargaining, it was outright robbery. The two traded barbs back and forth. Yang Zishu and Treasure Rat, standing to the side, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the two men before them. Yang Zishu was stunned to discover this side of Chen Ming. He was ruthless in his bargaining, employing entirely different tactics than she'd ever seen. What she didn't know was that back on Blue Star, Chen Ming had been a low-income worker. His monthly salary was limited, and he had to cover utilities and other miscellaneous expenses. When it came to buying groceries, he saved wherever possible. Forged by the relentless haggling of those aunties, Chen Ming's bargaining skills were now truly top-notch. On the other side, the treasure-seeking rat was stunned that it had been captured by someone like this. How humiliating. What puzzled him even more was why, upon spotting a treasure, wouldn't one simply snatch it and run? Why get into an argument with someone? If the bag weren't out of his reach, he'd have attacked immediately. Once it was in his hands, it was his. The two argued for a full hour, with the merchant stall owner ultimately conceding defeat. The vendor's face was flushed red from neck to ears, clearly having expended considerable energy in the heated debate. After relentless effort, Chen Ming finally secured the car system upgrade blueprint for 23,000 spirit coins. With the blueprint secured, Chen Ming headed to the skill book stall with Yang Zishu and the treasure-seeking rat. As for skill books, Chen Ming already possessed a substantial array of skills. Blazing Holy Fist, Earth-Shaking Thunderclap, Golden Arrow Rain, Divine Windstep. Yang Zishu, on the other hand, was lacking, having only mastered 2 skills. The two approached the stall. Glancing at the prices of the skill books, a thought crossed Chen Ming's mind. It seemed players were struggling against those Steel Clan pursuers lately? As one of their own, shouldn't he help alleviate their troubles? With that thought, his gaze settled on the bronze and silver tier elemental skills. He picked up 2 fire elemental skills first. Perhaps due to the weather conditions in the region where Chen Ming and his group were located, fire elementalists were more common among the players, accounting for roughly 60%. He selected 1 bronze tier and 1 silver tier skill, sending the details of these elemental skill books to the regional chat interface along with their prices. These 2 items were priced at 500 spirit coins and 1,000 spirit coins respectively at his stall. After all, being low tier, the prices were indeed cheap. The moment these messages appeared in the regional chat, they instantly caught the attention of numerous players. Many players who felt their strength was lacking instantly perked up. It's been ages since we heard from big shot Chen Ming, and now he drops a bombshell. 2 elemental skill books. Silver grade elemental skill books? That's outrageously expensive. If I could get my hands on one, dealing with the next few waves of steel pursuers should be a breeze. But the price is crazy. A silver grade elemental skill book for 1,300 spirit coins? Who even has that much? Spirit coins wanted. Anyone with spirit coins, come trade with me. Fair price guaranteed. I'm not picky, just this bronze grade elemental skill book for 700 spirit coins will do. Don't compete with me, everyone. Compared to bronze tier elemental skills, most players were far more fixated on those silver tier elemental skills. Many had even begun privately gathering spirit coins, fearing they might fall behind others. Sure enough, not long after, Chen Ming received several private messages. Chen Ming selected the 2 fastest players. Buyers secured, now all that was needed was the merchandise. 1,500 spirit coins, and that wasn't even the wholesale price. The actual wholesale price was even cheaper. After a brief haggle, Chen Ming secured both items for just 1,200 spirit coins. After completing the transactions with the 2 players, Chen Ming netted a whopping 800 spirit coins. Making money at 0 cost really worked. Next, he simply replicated the process, trading with other players one by one at the same price. These transactions were all private. Moreover, players who successfully completed transactions never spoke up about it. After all, everyone was quietly honing their skills, planning to astonish everyone else. This meant the players remained unaware they had fallen into Chen Ming's trap. The outcome was predictable. After a simple resale, Chen Ming netted a whopping 50,000 spirit coins. With his newly flush finances, Chen Ming wasted no time in carefully selecting elemental skill books. He already possessed quite a few elemental skills, but whoever complained about having too many? With spirit coins in his pocket, Chen Ming felt a newfound confidence. Come take a look outside. Just then, Yang Zishu suddenly came running over, speaking urgently. Chen Ming raised an eyebrow, abandoning his inspection of the platinum tier skill books on the stall. He followed Yang Zishu outside. Arriving at the entrance of the merchant station, Chen Ming could spot over a dozen Steel Clan pursuers from afar. The moment they spotted Chen Ming and his companions, the pursuers grew frantic. Yet, as if bound by some unseen rule, they couldn't close the distance by even an inch. This merchant station actually had a function to repel Steel Clan pursuers. After waiting a moment to confirm they couldn't get any closer, Chen Ming finally relaxed completely.
We'll rest at the entrance of this merchant station tonight, Chen Ming decided swiftly. For days, Chen Ming and his companions hadn't gotten a full night's sleep. Each time they drifted off, the Iron Tribe pursuers would disturb them. Though the encounters were brief, they were undeniably irritating. Tonight, however, with the merchant station's protection, the pursuers couldn't come within a foot.
Come on, let's go back inside to spend some more.
We don't need to worry about them here. They're probably afraid of the guards.
Chapter 53, 2 people in 1 room?
Returning to the stall, the vendor's mouth stretched wide in a grin at the sight of Chen Ming. His golden customer was back. In just a short while, he'd earned over 100,000 spirit coins. Soon, Chen Ming selected one from the many skill books, the Wind Element skill, Wind Speed Slash. As the name implied, it condensed into a wind blade that sliced forward. This wind blade moved at an incredible speed. If that were its only feature, the skill wouldn't reach platinum rank silver at best. But it had an enhancement. That wind blade was impossible to target. Or rather, it was nearly impossible to detect with the naked eye. By the time enemies react, the blade is already upon them, making defense exceedingly difficult. A deadly tool for stealthy kills. Sold. After some back and forth haggling, the vendor stepped back, sealing the deal at 30,000 spirit coins.
Chen Ming didn't pocket the remaining spirit coins.
He used 23,000 to purchase a platinum tier skill for Yang Zishu as well.
As Yang Zishu was now Chen Ming's sole ally, strengthening her was essential, effectively boosting Chen Ming's combat power.
Moreover, during the transaction, Yang Zishu hadn't exposed the matter or attempted to resell the skill book herself. For this alone, Chen Ming had no reason to disregard her.
Sir, are you staying at the Merchant Inn tonight? The stall owner, noticing Chen Ming preparing to leave, proactively asked.
Normally, he wouldn't bother chatting with passers-by, but today was different. Chen Ming had spent generously at his stall, so he was happy to make an exception. That's correct, Chen Ming replied without objection.
Our Merchant Inn is unique.
During the day, guards protect the perimeter to prevent attacks, but at night, they only secure the inn itself.
They won't monitor the outside. The stall owner's words instantly captured Chen Ming's attention. If what the vendor said was true, wouldn't staying outside at night mean facing those Steel Tribe pursuers head-on? Wouldn't that completely ruin his plans?
Thankfully, the vendor had warned him in advance. If he slept too soundly, he could easily be ambushed by the Steel Clan pursuers.
Yang Zishu, standing nearby, pondered for a moment. Then we could stay inside the merchant station. After all, there's no rule saying we can't rest there, right? What about the cart? Chen Ming blurted out almost instinctively. If it were just them, staying inside wouldn't be a problem. The problem was, the vehicle couldn't be driven inside, could it? What if they came out the next day to find their vehicle completely wrecked? That would be disastrous.
Yang Zishu was at a loss for a moment. Indeed, the vehicles were crucial. If all else failed, they might have to clear out the Steel Clan pursuers outside and then live in the vehicles again like before.
The vendor seized the moment. Gentlemen, I actually have another solution. Hearing this, both men's eyes lit up. Fortunately, the stall owner was in a good mood and didn't play coy. He stated directly, our merchant station still has vacant rooms. You can pay with spirit coins to stay here. Once you're our guests, your vehicle guards will naturally be taken care of. What's the price? As he asked, Chen Ming's heart pounded. This merchant inn couldn't possibly be cheap. After all, the guests here were all merchants of various kinds, holding treasures of staggering value. They certainly didn't look like people short on money. Sir, you jest. After all you've done for my business today, how could I possibly charge you? I'll personally arrange a free room for you. Without giving Chen Ming a chance to refuse, he dashed over to the manager and secured a room. A few minutes later, the key was handed directly to Chen Ming. Thank you. Chen Ming nodded his thanks. I'll be sure to patronize your establishment again in the future. No problem. That was exactly what the innkeeper had been waiting to hear. Is renting a room expensive? Not at all. They were regulars at this merchant inn, having long since become close with the proprietor. The room rate was less than 10% of the normal price. After receiving the key, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu exchanged a glance before heading upstairs. The first floor served as the trading area, while the second floor housed the lodgings. Their room was 210. Arriving at the door, they unlocked it with the key and stepped inside. The room wasn't particularly large. About 40 square meters. It contained one bed, one desk, and a separate area for the bathroom and toilet. The living conditions were quite decent. Chen Ming walked over to the window, where he could clearly see the 100-ton king and the RV parked below. The vantage point was ideal for keeping a real-time eye on his vehicles. His gaze shifted back inside the room, where both Chen Ming and Yang Zishu's eyes landed on the bed ahead. One bed for 2 people. How were they supposed to sleep? Surely they couldn't share one bed? Chen Ming would certainly be willing, but the question was Yang Zishu. Noticing Chen Ming's gaze fixed on her, Yang Zishu pondered for a moment. Maybe we should ask the innkeeper if there are any other rooms available? Sure. The two returned to the first floor. Upon learning their purpose, the innkeeper stated 10,000 spirit coins per night. No exceptions. Damn it. That one sentence shut them down completely. 10,000 spirit coins.
That could buy 2 gold tier skill books or blueprints.
Who could possibly afford that?
Seeing their expressions, the shopkeeper remained completely unfazed. Those 2 vehicles outside belong to you, right?
That's correct. I'll have guards watch over them for you. You won't have to worry tonight.
This statement finally put Chen Ming and his companions' last lingering concerns to rest.
With those formidable guards around, what threat could the Steel Clan pursuers possibly pose?
Back on the second floor, Chen Ming spoke up. I'll just sleep on the floor tonight.
Don't worry about me. With him putting it that way, young Zishu couldn't refuse.
She steeled herself and nodded in agreement. This was the first time in her life she'd shared a room with a boy. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. With lodging settled, Chen Ming led them back to the shipping container to prepare dinner. He hadn't eaten a thing since noon and was starting to feel hungry. Soon, the aroma of cooking filled the air. Though Chen Ming's cooking skills were nothing special, the kitchen appliances made the process surprisingly straightforward. As the aroma filled the air, the treasure rat, who had been listlessly sitting in the passenger seat, stirred. It followed the scent to the cargo container. Additionally, merchants from the caravanserai emerged, their eyes scanning the surroundings before settling on the cargo box.
Chapter 54, 4-Dimensional Attribute Enhancement. What are you all doing?
At that moment, young Zishu was at the far end of the cargo containers, observing the pursuing Steel Clan hunters in the distance. She noticed the number of pursuers outside had increased again. Her pursuers had mingled with Chen Ming's. Dense and swarming, they were all steel robots. Hearing the question, she turned her head to look beside her. What she saw startled her. Standing beside her were several stall owners.
The one who had spoken was the one at the very front.
Though he was speaking, his gaze clearly wasn't on her, but fixed behind her inside the cargo container. Combined with the aroma wafting toward her nose, she instantly understood, he's cooking.
Cooking? How could it smell so good? Can I eat it? Gulp. I just ate not long ago, but now my stomach is growling again. Would you mind adding an extra pair of chopsticks?
I can pay for them. Wait, no, I can trade something from your stall.
If they don't mind one extra pair, surely they won't mind two? Count me in.
With the first vendor leading the charge, the rest stopped pretending and laid their cards on the table, all clamoring to eat here. The commotion outside was deafening.
Hearing the racket from inside, Chen Ming hurried out.
Seeing so many vendors gathered outside, he was stunned.
Was his cooking really that enticing?
Spotting Chen Ming emerge, the vendors all turned their hopeful gazes toward him. Despite their immense wealth, Chen Ming was still willing to be on good terms with these vendors. But the dishes he prepared were only enough for him and Yang Zishu. How could they possibly feed all these people? He sighed helplessly. Folks, the ingredients I prepared tonight are truly limited. I'm afraid there won't be enough for all of you to dine together. Hearing this, the stall owners grew anxious. The first vendor quickly spoke up. Young man, count me in.
I'll give you 1,000 spirit coins. 1,000 spirit coins. Chen Ming's heart leapt with delight. Unexpected windfall.
After all, 1,000 spirit coins was a substantial sum for him. His meal alone hadn't cost that much. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, the surprises kept coming.
I'll give you 1,100. I'll give 1,200.
I'll provide the ingredients.
Platinum grade. Unlimited supply.
Seeing the spot about to be snatched away, numerous stall owners scrambled to jump in and raise their bids.
Just as the bidding reached a fever pitch, a voice rang out, ordinary yet resonating with authority.
In an instant, all the arguing fell silent. Tracking the source of the voice, Chen Ming realized it was none other than the shopkeeper who had spoken.
Platinum grade ingredients, unlimited supply. This finally resolved the issue of insufficient ingredients.
Agreed. Chen Ming agreed without hesitation. Auctioning off items was one thing, but he can only agree to 1 or 2 requests at most.
Refusing the rest would inevitably offend others.
But with the shopkeeper providing these ingredients, it was different.
Consuming platinum grade food himself would also boost his own strength.
Moreover, this way, Chen Ming could accommodate all the stall owners, killing multiple birds with one stone. Following the shopkeeper to the kitchen, Chen Ming began meticulously selecting ingredients. The principle was simple: choose whatever was most expensive. After selecting, they began cooking. Fortunately, Yang Zishu knew a thing or two about cooking, so the two worked together seamlessly without any strain.
Half an hour later, the aroma filled the air. The stall owners even humbled themselves to serve as waitstaff, carrying dish after dish into the inn.
The station's dining hall was located on the 3rd floor.
By the time Chen Ming and Yang Zishu arrived, the stall owners were already eager to serve.
As soon as the two sat down, everyone picked up their chopsticks in perfect unison. The first bite sent waves of delight through the room.
Delicious. Keep in mind, they had no seasonings here.
But Chen Ming was different. He'd traded with other players for a variety of spices: salt, chicken bouillon, pepper, you name it.
His dishes naturally turned out visually appealing, fragrant, and flavorful. Chen Ming wasn't about to be left behind.
While these dishes were a treat for the stall owners, for him, they were a way to rapidly boost his own strength. Yang Zishu started eating rather primly at first, but once she noticed her intelligence stat had increased slightly, she couldn't hold back anymore. Gone was the ladylike demeanor as she began devouring her food in big bites.
The meal lasted about 20 minutes.
The entire table of dishes was devoured in a whirlwind, leaving nothing behind.
What a feast! Chen Ming let out a satisfied burp. All that time spent cooking hadn't been wasted. The meal had significantly boosted his 4-dimensional attributes. Player, Chen Ming Elemental Divine Body. Constitution, 41. Strength, 42. Agility, 41. Intelligence, 43. Talents, Hundredfold Amplification, Elemental Mastery.
Skills, Divine Windstep, Blazing Holy Fist, Earth-Shattering Strike, Golden Arrow Rain, Windspeed Slash.
Weapons, Ornate Dagger, Banner of 10,000 Souls.
After this period of development, Chen Ming's intelligence attribute has seen a significant boost. After all, intelligence is directly linked to elemental skills. It seems it won't be long before his 4 core attributes reach silver rank. According to the system's classification, once all 4 core attributes surpass 50 points, a player's strength reaches silver tier. Currently, Chen Ming stands as one of the stronger bronze tier players, capable of effortlessly defeating ordinary bronze tier beasts or players. With his vast array of elemental skills, he could even challenge the most elite bronze tier combatants.
Each of you leave 1,000 spirit coins here.
After the meal, the shopkeeper noticed some were preparing to leave and spoke casually. Upon hearing this, the stall owners nodded in agreement, each leaving 1,000 spirit coins on the table before departing. 1,000 spirit coins was a mere drop in the bucket for them, especially after enjoying such a satisfying meal. They all felt it was well worth it. After the stall owners departed, the shopkeeper collected all the spirit coins and set aside half for Chen Ming as payment. Now Chen Ming felt thoroughly satisfied. Another few thousand spirit coins in his pocket. He couldn't spend it all, not by a long shot. After the meal, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu returned to their room together. Having just finished eating, neither felt like washing up or sleeping. Instead, they both opened the regional chat interface to check the details. Though they hadn't communicated that night, both had witnessed the Steel Clan pursuers blocked outside. Their numbers were considerable, and their strength appeared formidable.
Yang Zishu could already sense the pressure mounting.
If she felt this way, the other players were likely facing an even tougher situation.
This is too hard, way too hard. When will these pursuers ever stop? Every wave is pure torture for us now. Yeah, thankfully I've got a big group over 10 players banding together.
But the downside is obvious, the pursuers just keep coming.
Every time we get a moment to rest, they charge right back in. I'm already exhausted.
Everyone, stick together as much as possible. Even if it means facing an extra wave of enemies, our combined strength gives us a much higher chance of victory. Guys, something huge just happened. I stumbled upon a massive battle between a horde of beasts and a huge group of Steel Clan pursuers.
The scene was absolutely epic. Chapter 55, Escalating Battle. Along with this message, the last player attached an image.
Chen Ming clicked on the image and felt a slight surprise.
It was real.
The image showed a dense swarm of beasts and Steel Clan pursuers. On the ground, they collided violently, while in the sky, aerial units of both sides engaged in fierce combat.
This. Yang Zishu clearly saw the image too, stunned into speechlessness for a moment. Chen Ming pondered for a moment. These Steel Clan pursuers are outsiders, so their numbers must be limited.
With such intense resistance now, they probably won't have time to bother us players later.
Yang Zishu clicked her tongue.
True. But what surprises me is how many beasts are in this desert. If they all band together, even all the players in our region combined might not stand a chance against them. From the start until now, each of them had encountered only a limited number of treasure chests, and naturally, few beasts.
In everyone's minds, the desert was vast and sparsely populated, with few beasts.
That assumption had just been shattered. The desert teemed with beasts. They had only encountered a tiny fraction of them. The only thing they didn't know was the exact location of the battle. If it was nearby, Chen Ming wanted to go take a look. Maybe they could pick up some loot.
Come see this.
Yang Zishu sensed something and stood by the window, gazing outside as she urgently called out. Chen Ming hurried over. Through the window, he saw the Steel Clan pursuers from earlier actually begin to bypass their vehicle and continue driving. They soon vanished from sight.
Had they retreated? Yang Zishu voiced her uncertainty. Do you think they might be heading to reinforce the other battlefield?
If so, that front should be ahead of us. Hearing this, Chen Ming felt it was increasingly likely. If that was the case, the clash between the two sides was right ahead of them.
They might actually be able to get involved.
The two continued sorting through useful information before preparing to rest.
After showering, Chen Ming lay on the ground, occasionally catching faint whiffs of a subtle fragrance.
It was Yang Zishu's first time, but wasn't it his too? Fortunately, it wasn't long before overwhelming drowsiness enveloped Chen Ming, and he gradually drifted off to sleep. Yang Zishu, lying on the bed, was also too tense to sleep. But when she heard his faint breathing, her body gradually relaxed, and soon she too fell into a deep slumber. The next day, when Chen Ming awoke, it was already 10 in the morning.
This was the longest he had ever slept. Ah, bliss.
Chen Ming stretched lazily as he stood up, a look of pure satisfaction on his face, followed immediately by a gnawing hunger. He jumped up quickly, only to immediately spot young Zishu sitting on the edge of the bed. Instantly, he froze in awkwardness. Oh no! He'd slept so soundly he'd forgotten there was someone else in the room. Fortunately, young Zishu didn't dwell on the topic for long. I just got word that the battle between the Steel Clan pursuers and the beasts has reached a fever pitch. Seems like some terrifying entities are clashing, and many nearby players have suffered. The battle had escalated. Chen Ming had anticipated this development. After all, even the Steel Clan pursuers on their side had joined the fray. The beast faction's strength must have increased accordingly. Just as Chen Ming dismissed the matter, Yang Zishu spoke again. I just checked, if I'm not mistaken, the battlefield isn't too far from us. We'll definitely run into it either today or tomorrow. Hearing this, Chen Ming finally couldn't sit still. They couldn't afford to wait until both sides finished fighting before passing through. They had a daily task of covering 100 kilometers. With that task looming, they had to keep moving forward no matter what. If they actually encountered the battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. They might get caught in the crossfire. Their very survival would be uncertain. Chen Ming quickly interjected, is this information reliable? It should be pretty reliable. I heard it from the stall owners at the restaurant. Their sources seem pretty well connected. Yang Zishu's tone was serious. But I only caught the gist at the time. I don't know the exact number of kilometers, just that it won't be too far away. This completely shattered Chen Ming's last shred of hope. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ming sighed inwardly. Forget it. The daily mission must be completed. Today we'll drive 100 kilometers and see if we can avoid it. If we can, great. If not, we'll just have to push through. Even Chen Ming had no particularly good solution at this point. He could only leave it to fate. With this weight on his mind, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu ate a quick meal before rushing downstairs. They got into their vehicles and began moving forward. Chen Ming drove the 100-ton king up front, with Treasure Rat sitting in the passenger seat. Yang Zishu's RV followed behind on the left. Whether it was thanks to yesterday's meal or not, Treasure Rat no longer showed any desire to escape. Instead, it blended in quite naturally between Chen Ming and Yang Zishu. While driving, Chen Ming kept an eye on the regional chat interface. Over a dozen players were now blocked outside the combat zone. Everyone was discussing countermeasures. Through their conversations, Chen Ming could gather the latest updates. This battle broke out at just the right time, drawing the steel pursuers over. Otherwise, we wouldn't have stood a chance. No. When facing hunters, they come in waves, and players can still fight back if they team up. But this is different. Both sides have committed massive numbers. That combat zone is a meat grinder. I'm on the scene. I've already seen several powerful steel pursuers get brutally killed. Our squad fought those guys for a full 2 hours. It's truly horrific out here. And you still have to complete the daily objective of advancing 100 kilometers. Staying means death, leaving means death. Are other players coming? We should push through together. Going alone is impossible. Have you considered this? If you charge through in vehicles, they'll target the vehicles. Are you sure your vehicles can withstand attacks from those pursuers or beasts? Whoa. Right. If the vehicle gets damaged, we're screwed either way. Current battle situation image. It was clear some players were actively strategizing to bypass the combat zone blocking their path. Even though Chen Ming had mentally prepared himself beforehand, seeing the screenshot players shared still made him suck in a sharp breath. Forget the deserts on either side, just the passageway alone was piled high with Steel Clan pursuers and beast corpses. Vehicles would need to clear the corpses beforehand to pass, otherwise, they simply couldn't get through. Of course, this was a minor issue for Chen Ming's 100-ton behemoth. Chapter 56, Charging the Combat Zone. Outskirts of the combat zone. Over a dozen players gathered together. Brother Zhang, what do you say we do? We're all listening to you. Exactly. We're doomed if we fail our daily quests anyway, might as well take a shot at it. We're not targeting them. We can just rush through as fast as possible and avoid provoking those powerful beasts or Steel Clan pursuers. With this many vehicles, we still have a chance. Ah Hua, your armored truck is sturdy. Why don't you lead the way? Fine. But you all have to come with me. After careful deliberation, the players reached a consensus. The strongest among them even began directing the formation and deployment. Truth be told, charging through in one go wasn't about player skill, it was all about vehicle capability. Players with more upgraded vehicle components definitely held the advantage. Among this group, Ahua's armored truck had both its cab and cargo compartment upgraded once. It was undoubtedly the most heavily fortified vehicle present. Over a dozen vehicles quickly formed a line, ready for action. Seeing everyone ready, Ahua, seated in the driver's seat, took a deep breath before flooring the accelerator and charging straight ahead. The vehicles behind followed suit. At this point, they had no choice but to stay close behind Ahua. Otherwise, the smaller vehicles risked being forced to stop if they collided with the corpses.
The consequences of stopping were obvious. Certain death. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Thanks to its upgraded front end, Manhwa's armored truck plowed through like a bulldozer. Some fallen corpses were literally smashed and flung aside, naturally clearing a path ahead. However, the crashing sounds and the roar of the engine drew the attention of many beasts and Steel Clan pursuers. Those closest to him charged in to attack.
Now Manhwa faced unprecedented pressure.
His armored truck now had to not only plow through corpses but also knock back enemies charging at him, causing the pressure to skyrocket. Sure enough, as the numbers ahead grew, the armored truck's speed began to gradually decrease. Keep in mind, they were only at the first third of the combat zone. There was still a long way to go before they could break out.
This is impossible. We won't make it through.
That single thought dominated Manhwa's mind. By his calculations, his vehicle would definitely break down halfway through. Being at the very front would make him the most vulnerable.
The vehicles trailing behind were now frantic.
Many players even started cursing, claiming Manhwa's vehicle was simply too weak. Finally, after several minutes, Manhwa's vehicle was forced to slow to 30 yards per hour.
There was absolutely no way to pick up speed again. Thud!
At that moment, a violent rumble erupted from his left.
He glanced over in alarm, his gaze instantly freezing.
A massive rhinoceros charged straight toward his armored truck from that direction. There was no time to dodge. With that final thought in his mind, both man and vehicle were sent flying by the direct impact. Crash! The desert rhino slammed his armored truck right into the pursuing Steel Clan hunters on the other side.
The windows shattered completely.
By the time Manhwa regained his senses, numerous Steel Clan pursuers had already appeared before him. He tried to fight back, but their numbers were overwhelming. Before long, he was cut down on the spot. The sight of this left the numerous players behind him trembling with fear. Many players began to lose their nerve. Unfortunately, by the time they wanted to retreat, it was already too late. The path they had come through was now filled with Steel Tribe pursuers and beasts locked in combat. Vehicles might have sturdy fronts, but their rear ends were vulnerable.
Bound by the rules, they couldn't retreat.
They had no choice but to fight. Without the veteran player clearing the path ahead, the remaining players resorted to every trick in their arsenal.
The faster ones floored the accelerator, drifting wildly through the combat zone like a dragon, gambling that their vehicles wouldn't flip.
Slower vehicles opted for steady, route-based maneuvers.
The inevitable consequence? Casualties skyrocketed.
Those who floored it met instant death. The combat zone was simply too chaotic. Driving at such high speeds, even a minor scrape could send them tumbling.
The consequences of flipping?
Needless to say, they'd be torn apart in an instant by beasts and Steel Clan pursuers. Those playing it safe weren't much better off. They'd typically open their windows or sunroofs to unleash skills through these openings, repelling enemies charging at them. But the enemy numbers were overwhelming. By the time they reached the center of the combat zone, many players had already depleted over 70% of their mental energy. Crucially, this was the most complex and fiercely contested part of the combat zone.
Corpses littered the ground, and fierce battles raged everywhere between both sides. The pressure on the players intensified exponentially.
Behind them, 3 more vehicles slowly approached. Upon witnessing the spectacle of the combat zone, the 3 players decisively abandoned any thought of advancing further. They quickly dismounted and began surveying the area.
Our luck is just terrible. How come this combat zone is so close to ours? What do we do? We're still 40 kilometers short of our daily quest. We have to pass through here to complete it. Look over there in the middle, isn't that a player's vehicle? Ha! Looks like it.
Don't forget, someone said they were already here earlier. Now there's not a single player around, they must have teamed up to charge through.
What? So fast? Couldn't they have waited for us? There's no way the 3 of us can break through like this. If we can't make it, how could they? Look, several vehicles have been flipped over.
The other 2 players snapped to attention at the reminder and scanned the area. Sure enough, they saw numerous vehicles wrecked along both sides of the road. After seeing this, they panicked even more.
So many players had been lost in there. What were the 3 of them supposed to do? More are coming.
Just as they were feeling overwhelmed, another convoy slowly approached. The convoy was quite impressive in scale. A rough count revealed over 30 vehicles. That meant over 30 players had joined forces. Needless to say, their strength was undeniably formidable. Soon, the convoy spotted the combat zone and slowly parked their vehicles beside the 3 players' vehicles.
The next second, players streamed out in succession. Captain Jean, what should we do?
We stumbled into a combat zone, one player urgently spoke up, panic evident in his voice.
A leader among them stepped forward calmly. What's there to fear? These beasts and Steel Clan pursuers aren't targeting us.
When the time comes, we'll just organize everyone to charge through together.
Chapter 57, The Treasure Hunting Rat Picking Low-Hanging Fruit. Kim Jong-guk.
The moment this player appeared, the 3 others instantly recognized him. Kim Jong-guk was quite famous in the region now.
Plus, the surname Kim wasn't very common.
The 3 players naturally guessed his identity.
Kim Jong-kook. Seeing the look of admiration mixed with apprehension on their faces, basked in the attention and didn't make things difficult for them. Follow my convoy. We'll head over together. Thanks, Captain Kim. One of the players promptly called out. The other two players followed suit, expressing their gratitude repeatedly. Kim Jong-kook moved to the front to observe the combat zone specifics. The more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. The intensity of this combat zone was beyond his expectations. He could already sense several beasts or steel clan pursuers whose strength surpassed his own. If they charged in recklessly, even he wouldn't be able to protect himself. At a loss for what to do, he could only pin his last hope on his golden finger, the revered one. Honorable one, how should we proceed to safely navigate this combat zone? The tone Jin Zhongwei used when speaking to the revered one was completely different from how he addressed other players. He might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but he understood one thing clearly. The revered one's insight and intellect far surpassed his own. Whatever he didn't know, asking the Reverend was always the right move. The Reverend didn't even glance up at him upon hearing this. His gaze remained fixed on the combat zone ahead, narrowed slightly. After briefly assessing Kim Jong-kook's setup, he spoke slowly. Breaking through will be difficult. I can tell this battle won't last much longer. It will definitely end by tomorrow at the latest. This was the best solution he could offer. Under his guidance, Kim Jong-kook's strength was decent, but the surrounding players were still too weak. Bringing them along would only slow Kim Jong-kook down. What a pity. Advice was just advice. Kim Jong-kook had only completed 70 kilometers of his daily quest today, a full 30 kilometers short. That meant he absolutely had to traverse this combat zone. After relaying his thoughts to the elder sighed. He then pulled Kim Jong-kook aside and shared his own plan. The simplest way to get through is to sacrifice lives to clear the path for you. That's the most reliable method. As long as they can deliver you to the center with your level 2 vehicle, you'll definitely make it through smoothly. Indeed, Kim Jong-kook had reason to be confident. Level 2 vehicle. The entire vehicle had undergone reinforcement. Its body's hardness was beyond question. Upon hearing this, Kim Jong-kook quickly made up his mind. What did the lives of other players matter to him? If this could get him out, the deaths of other players would be worthwhile. With that thought, he began to strategize. Similar to the previous wave of players, larger, heavier vehicles were positioned at the front, with the remaining vehicles spread out behind them. Beyond that, he offered the other players a sweet deal. If they could deliver him to the center of the combat zone, he would then lead the charge, breaking through in one decisive push. This finally silenced the remaining players. Though he had gathered them together, he knew full well that their loyalty to him was far from unwavering. In a life or death ordeal like this, everyone would inevitably try to pull back. Only by cutting off their retreat would they be motivated to deliver him to the heart of the combat zone. After a full half hour of debate, the players finally began moving. Following the path blazed by the previous wave, another group of players began a frenzied dash. To be honest, the pressure on Kim Jong-kook's group was somewhat lighter. The initial players had already cleared a rough path through the front section. While more corpses littered the rear, it was nothing compared to the initial chaos. The pressure was significantly reduced. By the time Kim Jong-kook's group reached the 1/3 mark, the first wave of players had been completely wiped out. Their luck had been utterly terrible. Just as they were about to escape the central combat zone, they were targeted by a gold-tier beast. It crushed them all instantly, vehicles destroyed, men and machines obliterated. Meanwhile, a 100-ton truck and an RV were slowly approaching from behind. It was Chen Ming and Yang Zishu. Their vehicles weren't moving particularly fast. From afar, they heard the sounds of combat, realizing they were not far from the battle zone. In the past, when unexpected incidents occurred, traveling too fast often led to trouble. By driving slowly, they could stop at any moment and get out to fight. By the time they reached the location where Kim Jong-kook and his group had been, Kim Jong-kook's convoy had already advanced toward the central area. The cost was the loss of 1/5 of their players, and many vehicles were damaged. Is this the combat zone? Breaking through here is proving difficult after all. After parking her RV, Yang Zishu moved to the passenger seat beside Chen Ming, tossing the treasure-hunting mouse to the back seat. Chen Ming's sharp gaze swept the passage ahead. Players must have tried charging through. Look, few bodies in the central lane, but plenty on both sides. Hearing this, Yang Zishu looked closely and realized it was true. Someone was clearing the path for them. If they followed now, they might even catch up to the players ahead, greatly reducing the pressure. Let's go. Chen Ming had naturally considered this too, speaking quickly, you drive behind me. I'll lead the way. Without a word, Yang Zishu pushed open the door, stepped out, and started his RV. Squeak! Just as Chen Ming prepared to charge forward, the treasure-seeker mouse beside him urgently grabbed his sleeve, eyes gleaming. One hand tugged at Chen Ming's sleeve while the other frantically pointed at something. Seeing that Chen Ming didn't understand, he pointed at the treasure radar on the center console screen. Now Chen Ming finally understood. A gleam instantly flashed in his eyes. Right. These corpses were all treasures. He wouldn't have time to collect them while driving, but the treasure mouse was different.
Without much hesitation, he handed the treasure rat's bag to the other person, letting him carry it himself. He wasn't worried the treasure rat would run off. In this chaotic battlefield, the rat would surely follow his 100-ton king away. After grabbing his bag, treasure rat rolled down the passenger window, leaned half his body out, and gave Chen Ming the thumbs up. Now that he had a clear picture of the situation, Chen Ming saw no need for further caution. He slammed the accelerator of the 100-ton king and began driving along the path they had burst through. The 100-ton king's collision force was, of course, formidable. Neither the beasts nor the Steel Clan pursuers stood a chance against it. The treasure rat hanging from the passenger seat moved with lightning speed, gathering. The collected items instantly appeared in its pouch. Chapter 58, Breaking Out of the Combat Zone. Center of the combat zone. Kim Jong-kook and his group had already crossed halfway. The remaining players now pinned their hopes solely on Kim Jong-kook. Most players here had reached their limits, lacking even the mental energy to unleash elemental skills. True to his word, Kim Jong-kook stepped forward. Just as everyone thought he had some clever plan, Kim Jong-kook coldly shouted, "All players, stay close to me." He then accelerated his vehicle forward at full speed. His speed was significantly faster than before. Two other vehicles followed closely behind, both belonging to Kim Jong-kook's teammates. Thanks to Kim Jong-kook having privately messaged them beforehand, they were prepared and hadn't suffered too many losses yet. The remaining players finally snapped into action, frantically driving their vehicles in pursuit. Unfortunately for them, Kim Jong-kook had anticipated this and, with minimal resource depletion, quickly carved a path through the enemy lines, widening the gap between them. What about the other players? First off, their condition was far inferior to Kim Jong-kook's. Especially for those whose vehicles were already damaged now, with the sudden acceleration, they couldn't gain speed as quickly as before. Instead, their vehicles started malfunctioning. Damn! 3 vehicles broke down in succession right in the middle of the road. Within less than 2 seconds, they were wiped out by the crossfire from both sides. A minute later, even the players who had barely managed to hang on to Kim Jong-kook's tail suffered heavy losses. Their vehicles couldn't match Kim Jong-kook's group in performance. Once the gap widened, Steel Clan pursuers and beasts clashed among the intermediate-level players, severing their escape routes. Under normal circumstances, a few elemental skills would suffice. Even if they couldn't kill the enemy, they could at least push them back. But now, the players were in such poor condition, where would they find the mental energy to cast elemental skills? Didn't Kim Jong-kook promise to lead us out? We haven't even caught up yet. You idiot, can't you see? Kim Jong-kook's using us as pawns. He never intended to get us out from the start. We're screwed. We're never getting out of here. Even if I die, I'll curse Kim Jong-kook's ancestors for 18 generations. Everyone, use whatever abilities you have left now. Soon, there won't be a chance. Look, another group of players seems to be coming up behind us. If we hold out, maybe the rear players will catch up. Through the rearview mirror, the players spotted Chen Ming's 100-ton king. There was no way around it. The colossal bulk of the 100-ton king was simply too conspicuous. Over 90% of the beasts and Steel Clan pursuers looked minuscule compared to the 100-ton king. Plus, Chen Ming had upgraded every part of the 100-ton king from its front end to its entire chassis. When it rammed into obstacles, there was absolutely no resistance. Unlike the armored truck, which gradually slowed over time, Chen Ming's 100-ton king never did. He simply plowed right through. Ha! Chen Ming noticed the stalled convoy ahead and raised an eyebrow. These players weren't as formidable as he'd imagined. Stuck already halfway through? With this level of skill, they dared to charge into the combat zone? Minutes later, as Chen Ming drew near the convoy, less than half of the original 30-plus vehicles remained. The rest were either damaged beyond repair, with players trapped inside waiting to die, or players who had simply abandoned their vehicles, charging headlong into the beastpacks or pursuers to meet their end. As the 100-ton king drew near, the remaining vehicles gradually parted to either side, clearing a path for Chen Ming. Chen Ming wasted no time. Without lifting a finger from the accelerator, he barreled straight through the center. Yang Zishu's RV followed closely behind him. Compared to the other players, Yang Zishu's pressure was incredibly low. With the 100-ton king clearing the path, she hadn't spotted a single beast or enemy through the windshield. As the two vehicles passed, the player vehicles flanking them on both sides hurriedly followed behind. Chen Ming caught the scene in his rearview mirror, but he paid it no mind. He hadn't gone out of his way to help them, they just timed their movements perfectly. Boom! Just as Chen Ming thought he could break through the combat zone unimpeded, disaster struck. A massive beast suddenly took a heavy hit and then barreled toward them. Its sheer size was staggering. Through Chen Ming's windshield, it resembled a small mountain bearing down on them. Oh no! Even Chen Ming tensed up instantly. Are you kidding me? With that sheer mass and weight, even his 100-ton behemoth vehicle wouldn't stand a chance. No way! He had to buy his side enough time. With that thought, Chen Ming took a deep breath as earth elemental energy rapidly gathered around him. The numerous players following closely behind Chen Ming's vehicle were stunned. Yang Zishu, being close behind, only felt the sky suddenly darken. But the players further back witnessed it firsthand.
Oh no! The hearts of the players felt like they were on a roller coaster. First, Kim Jong-kook had abandoned them, plunging them into despair. Then, after persevering, they'd finally caught sight of a 100-ton king. With it leading the way, they'd hoped to rise again. But just as that hope began to rise, it was about to shatter again. Were they destined to die today? Boom! Just as they were ready to give up, the ground around them suddenly began to tremble. In the next instant, several thick earth spikes burst from the ground, piercing toward the falling beast. In an instant, the two sides collided violently. Half the spikes couldn't bear the weight and shattered instantly. Fortunately, the remaining spikes proved sturdy enough to bear the brunt of the impact. Seizing this opportunity, the players hurriedly drove their vehicles across the side. Less than 3 seconds after the last vehicle passed, the remaining spikes were crushed under the weight. Having passed through the core combat zone, the remaining stretch posed far less threat. In less than half an hour, Chen Ming was the first to break out of the combat zone. Immediately, he spotted 3 vehicles parked ahead. Before he could even park the 100-ton king, 3 figures emerged from their respective vehicles. None other than Kim Jong-kook's squad. Kim Jong-kook glanced at the 100-ton king before him, then swept his gaze over the player vehicles following closely behind. His brow furrowed involuntarily. Truth be told, his actions at the heart of the combat zone had been utterly despicable. But at that moment, he thought these players would never make it out alive. That way, his actions wouldn't be exposed. Who could have predicted that these players would find a silver lining, stumbling upon a truck that just happened to haul them out? It was all this truck's fault. Chapter 59, Clashing Like Needles and Wheat. Captain, this. A teammate standing beside Kim Jong-kook suddenly spoke up, his tone hesitant yet tinged with a hint of murderous intent. Kim Jong-kook's gaze swept swiftly over the player vehicle before him. You've got the materials to upgrade to a level 2 vehicle. That single sentence sealed their next course of action. That is, leave none alive. Kim Jong-kook. The players who had just narrowly escaped death now saw Kim Jong-kook and his group strolling around leisurely. Their pent-up rage instantly flared up. Had they not placed such blind trust in Kim Jong-kook earlier, how could they have ended up in such a miserable state just moments ago? The players pushed open the doors and poured out of the vehicle, demanding an explanation from Kim Jong-kook. Little did they know, in Kim Jong-kook's mind, he had already sentenced them all to death. Meanwhile, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu spotted the furious players and instantly perked up. They had just charged over and needed a breather anyway. Not to mention, Chen Ming's earth-shattering move had drained most of his spiritual energy. Who could resist the chance to watch the drama unfold during a break? Judging by the situation, it seemed the top 3 players had exploited these others, who were now furious. What surprised Chen Ming even more was Kim Jong-kook. Kim Jong-kook had completely overshadowed him earlier. Though he hadn't said anything at the time, he'd comforted himself that the other guy was just lucky and definitely not as strong as him. But now that they'd crossed paths, he was determined to settle once and for all who was stronger. At this moment, the group of players had already arrived before Kim Jong-kook. Leading the way was one of the 3 players Kim Jong-kook had just absorbed into his squad before they perished while charging into the combat zone. He'd been fortunate his upgraded vehicle had allowed him to narrowly escape the combat zone. But his 2 teammates hadn't been so lucky. They were now dead, their bodies completely obliterated. Kim Jong-kook, you bastard. What did you say before we started? Why did you lie to us? The player's tone was righteous and unwavering. The players standing beside him gave him immense confidence. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't dare speak to Kim Jong-kook so loudly. Kim Jong-kook looked at him coldly, his voice icy. Deceived? You're just too stupid. Don't blame others. Remember, this isn't Blue Star. There's no order here. Survival is the only thing that matters. Indeed, in Kim Jong-kook's view, his actions were entirely justified. Strong players should trample over the corpses of the weak to advance. These words tore through the last thin membrane of restraint, leaving the players' faces flushed with fury. Unfortunately, before they could react, Kim Jong-kook moved first. A dagger appeared in his right hand, swiftly thrusting toward the player in front of him. How could the players have imagined Kim Jong-kook would strike them down so ruthlessly? Caught completely off guard, there was no time to dodge. The player who had narrowly escaped ultimately collapsed to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding players recoiled in terror, stumbling backward. What was going on? Why did they suddenly attack? Just as they were puzzled, Kim Jong-kook spoke up. Why did you have to come out? Wouldn't it have been better to be crushed in the combat zone? You just had to run out here for me to slaughter you. In an instant, the players felt as if they'd fallen into an ice cave. This top-tier player was directly targeting them. Players frantically drew their weapons. But they had just burst out of the combat zone. None of them had had time to rest. Their stamina hadn't even recovered. In contrast, Kim Jong-kook and his group. Their stamina had recovered somewhat, though not much. Still, it was more than enough to handle these low-level players. Captain, the players in that big truck still haven't gotten out. Just then, a player standing beside Kim Jong-kook spoke up, his gaze fixed intently on the truck's driver's seat.
The windshield of Chen Ming's 100-ton king had been upgraded. From the outside, one could only see a dark silhouette inside indicating someone was present, but it was impossible to discern who was sitting there. That's why they still hadn't guessed Chen Ming's identity. "Captain, there's a beautiful woman sitting inside the RV next to the truck. Look." Another player had noticed Yang Zishu inside the RV. Yang Zishu was somewhat well known within the region, but all anyone knew was that she was female and reasonably skilled. Little else was known about her. This was partly because Yang Zishu rarely popped up in the zone chat interface. Moreover, most players only remembered the strongest competitors. Even if they tried to keep track of the more capable ones, they couldn't remember them all. Hearing this, Kim Jong-kook also spotted Chen Ming and his companion, his expression turning distinctly displeased. What was that supposed to mean? He didn't believe they didn't know who he was. And now, seeing him, they were still sitting in the car? Shouldn't they be getting out to fawn over me? Get them out of there. Kim Jong-kook felt his pride wounded, a look of displeasure crossing his face. His two teammates nodded quickly, then turned to Chen Ming and his companion, bellowing, "You people in the car, get your asses out here. Or our captain's gonna have to take matters into his own hands." That's right, that's right. Oh, and just a reminder, our captain is Kim Jong-kook, currently ranked number 1 in regional combat strength. Chen Ming, who had been watching the scene unfold with keen interest from inside the car, looked utterly bewildered upon hearing these words. "Wait, what? This is between you guys, right? What does it have to do with me?" But judging by the look on those players' faces, they seemed dead serious about starting something. With that thought, Chen Ming pushed open the car door and stepped out. On the other side, Yang Zishu witnessed this and swiftly followed suit, stepping out of the car as well. The two approached the group, one on each side. When Kim Jong-kook saw Chen Ming's face, his eyes widened in shock. Among all the players in the area, the only one he remembered clearly was Chen Ming. As for the reason? Chen Ming was the only player whose strength might surpass his own. Even the revered one had stated that Chen Ming's power exceeded his. How could he accept that? He'd never had the chance to face Chen Ming before, but now the man had practically walked right into his hands. "Chen Ming!" Kim Jong-kook snarled through gritted teeth, his right hand clenching his dagger tightly as his face burned with battle intent. Chen Ming instantly sensed this intense hostility, his confusion deepening. He had blocked Kim Jong-kook earlier, but surely that didn't warrant such fierce animosity? Had they become mortal enemies? How peculiar. "Chen Ming, do you dare face me one-on-one?" Chapter 60, Get ready for a crushing victory. Ha! Not only was Chen Ming taken aback, but the surrounding players were also puzzled. Wait, how did this suddenly turn into a one-on-one showdown between real men? Is this even right? But at that moment, the surrounding players scattered like they'd spotted a lifeline, instantly retreating behind Chen Ming. They'd finally realized Kim Jong-kook had no intention of letting them leave alive. Earlier, they'd been scheming about how to escape. Who would have guessed that the truck driver who saved their lives earlier was actually Chen Ming? The question of whether Chen Ming or Kim Jong-kook was the top player in the region had always been up in the air. While many players leaned toward Kim Jong-kook, the two had never clashed directly, making all previous speculation mere conjecture. Now that the only one who could possibly rival Kim Jong-kook had appeared, how could they not be thrilled? Chen Ming ignored the surrounding players, fixing his gaze on Kim Jong-kook in the distance. "I don't recall provoking you earlier. Is this really necessary?" Hearing this, Kim Jong-kook's anger flared even more. Didn't provoke me? How could he possibly say that? Not only had he ignored him, but he'd also blocked him. Wasn't that a blatant refusal to give him face? In his eyes, this was worse than provoking him. Kim Jong-kook stood with his blade drawn, twirling the dagger in his hand. "I'll leave it at that today. Whether you want to fight me or not, you're fighting." The two players flanking him instantly understood, spreading slightly apart. With their vehicles blocking the path, they formed a barrier. Seeing the other side was serious, Chen Ming had no choice but to fight back. He still hadn't completed his daily quests for the day. He didn't have much time to waste with Kim Jong-kook. Fighting? He'd never back down. The ornate dagger appeared in his hand, and Chen Ming's earlier smug grin vanished. If Kim Jong-kook dared to challenge him, he couldn't be too weak. He needed to be extra cautious when dealing with him. The tension between them thickened. Surrounding players sensed the bone-chilling tension and hurriedly backed away, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. Kill. The standoff ended abruptly when Kim Jong-kook made the first move. Kim Jong-kook charged forward swiftly, thrusting his dagger at an extremely angle. Facing the attack, Chen Ming executed the dragon step to dodge swiftly, evading the strike cleanly. Before Chen Ming could land, Kim Jong-kook struck again. Flames boiled around his left hand, and in the next instant, a fiery spear materialized in Kim Jong-kook's grasp. As the distance between them widened, Kim Jong-kook hesitated no longer and hurled it forward. His elemental skill actually manifested as a flaming spear, which he wielded to engage enemies. But now, unable to even touch Chen Ming, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Chen Ming's expression remained unchanged. In the next instant, a sharp earth spike erupted from the ground before him, blocking the attack. Boom! The attacks collided violently, the fire and earth elements rapidly fusing together as energy erupted wildly in all directions. Seconds later, the energies gradually dissipated. What? Kim Jong-kook could not accept this outcome. His elemental skill should have been devastatingly powerful. Why did it end like this? Shouldn't it have pierced through the opponent's earth spikes and struck Chen Ming directly? In just one exchange, Chen Ming had gained a clear understanding of Kim Jong-kook's strength. Weak. Or rather, considerably weaker than he had anticipated. In his mind, Kim Jong-kook's strength should have been on par with his own. Even if weaker, it should only be marginally so. But now? When he unleashed Earthquake, the earth spikes were merely one element. If he had gone all out, the number of sharp spikes would have exceeded 10. With Kim Jong-kook's current strength, blocking them without injury would be extremely difficult. After losing the first exchange, Kim Jong-kook gritted his teeth and charged forward again. Having gauged his opponent's approximate strength, Chen Ming saw no point in further banter and struck decisively. Fiery Holy Fist. In an instant, Chen Ming's right arm was enveloped in dense flames. He slammed it directly toward his opponent. Kim Jong-kook's expression changed drastically as the intense flames rapidly engulfed his body. Flame armor. This was his most powerful elemental skill. Enveloping his entire body in flames, it maximized his defense. Beyond that, this flaming armor could also launch proactive attacks. Any player daring to approach him would find the flames actively engulfing them, instantly setting them ablaze. Seeing Chen Ming advance to attack, Kim Jong-kook was not alarmed but delighted. Come on, come on. You're walking right into my flames. Boom. Facing Chen Ming's blazing holy fist, Kim Jong-kook, relying on his flaming armor, unleashed both fists toward Chen Ming simultaneously. The two collided violently under the watchful eyes of countless players. Surrounding players instantly tensed up. They had witnessed the formidable power of Kim Jong-kook's flaming armor firsthand. Now Chen Ming actually intended to clash head-on with Kim Jong-kook? If he lost, they'd be in danger. Among all the players, only Yang Zishu remained utterly calm. Chen Ming would lose? Are you kidding me? No way. Kim Jong-kook has a layer of flame armor? No matter how many layers he has on, it won't matter. As the flames gradually faded, the players could finally see the scene clearly. Kim Jong-kook was sent flying by the direct impact. The flame armor covering his body instantly shattered and rapidly dissipated. He looked as if struck by lightning, struggling even to stand. In stark contrast, Chen Ming stood completely unscathed, not even a single tear in his clothes. The difference was stark. Kim Jong-kook's two teammates rushed forward to check his injuries. The sight made their expressions turn grim. Kim Jong-kook's wounds were exceptionally severe. So severe he was clinging to life by a thread. Surrounding players witnessed the entire scene firsthand. Among them, a few quick-thinking players even recorded videos of the battle. Now that the battle had ended, they immediately uploaded the footage to the regional chat interface. Everyone, come see the battle for the top spot in regional combat power. Chen Ming takes on Kim Jong-kook. Don't miss out, come witness how Chen Ming crushes Kim Jong-kook. Kim Jong-kook dared to challenge Chen Ming, only to be crushed by his overwhelming power. Evenly matched? No way. Check out this total domination. These eye-catching comments and the sudden appearance of the video quickly drew the attention of countless players. Seeing these words, everyone's interest was instantly piqued. In this environment, players still worship the strong. Earlier debates over whether Chen Ming or Jin Zhonghua was more powerful had sparked considerable discussion. Little did they expect to witness the showdown today. At this point, everyone hurriedly opened the video to watch it closely. Chapter 61, Battle Against the Revered One. Front row, front row. Judging by their comments, it seems Chen Ming has defeated Kim Jong-kook. I told you so, Kim Jong-kook's no match. Holy crap, check out this video. Chen Ming's skills are insane. Kim Jong-kook was engulfed in flames, yet Chen Ming still took him down with one punch. What kind of fire is that? How can it be so powerful? I told you before, these two aren't even in the same league. Bro, Chen Ming is a beast. Kim Jong-kook isn't nearly as strong as people make him out to be. He got knocked out in just 2 rounds by bro Chen Ming. This video sparked quite a bit of discussion, while also showing players the gap between Chen Ming and them. If Kim Jong-kook was only slightly ahead of them, then Chen Ming was now a figure they could only look up to. Those players who had supported Chen Ming earlier were now thoroughly vindicated. But Chen Ming's face didn't look happy at all. On the contrary, it was unusually grim. He had actually intended to hold back earlier, but he sensed a palpable killing intent emanating from Kim Jong-kook. What did that mean? The opponent genuinely intended to take his life. Since the other party showed no mercy, Chen Ming saw no reason to hold back either. He unleashed his full power without hesitation. Logically, his punch should have been impossible for the other to block. Yet at the last moment, an immense surge of energy erupted from Kim Jong-kook, completely nullifying the attack. The other had a life-saving artifact. Chen Ming wasn't some saint. He knew the principle of cutting the grass at its roots. If one strike couldn't finish him off, then 2 strikes would.
He had no intention of leaving a potential threat alive. With that thought, Chen Ming launched his attack, Golden Rain.
In an instant, several golden streaks of light materialized around Chen Ming before shooting forward. 2 streaks targeted the 2 players, while the rest all aimed for the Golden Bell Country player lying on the ground.
Youngster, is it really necessary to finish them off? Just then, a cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Hearing this voice, Chen Ming's alarm bells rang loudly, and he quickly dodged backward. The next second, a figure materialized before Jin Zhonghua.
All the gilded arrows Chen Ming had fired vanished into thin air. After landing, Chen Ming immediately turned to face the figure.
The black-robed elder? Seeing this figure, Chen Ming's nerves instantly tightened.
Typically, those dressed like this were either exceptionally powerful or possessed a mysterious status. Now that the opponent had silently blocked his shower of gilded arrows, it was almost certainly the former. No wonder Jin Zhonghua stood out among all the players. He had a master guiding him behind the scenes. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming's expression turned serious. Bring it on. Before the black-robed elder appeared, Chen Ming had merely harbored the desire to eliminate Kim Jong-kook. But now, with the elder's emergence, his resolve to kill Kim Jong-kook had reached its peak. With such a being as his backing, Kim Jong-kook's strength would surely skyrocket in the future. Eliminating him now, while he was still in his infancy, would significantly reduce the future threat level. The black-robed elder's brow furrowed slightly. The constraints he faced in this world were too numerous. He could intervene, but his actions were limited in number, and he couldn't unleash his most powerful skills just yet. His original intention upon appearing was to intimidate Chen Ming into backing down. But now it seemed Chen Ming was far more troublesome than he had anticipated. Earth-shattering. Having chosen to strike, Chen Ming showed no mercy. Spikes of earth burst forth from the ground, hurtling straight toward his opponent. This time, Chen Ming held nothing back. In an instant, the number of earth spikes surged to 7. The Venerable One had no choice but to scramble into evasion. Chen Ming narrowed his eyes. He could see that while the opponent appeared to be scrambling to evade his earth spikes, they were actually moving with ease. Truly formidable strength. Slash. Rage surged within the revered one. How dare this insignificant insect actually attack him? Today, even if it meant risking backlash, he would teach this one a lesson. With this resolve, the revered one conjured a blade shadow from thin air, which then streaked toward Chen Ming at blinding speed. Chen Ming's expression changed drastically. He sensed the threat of death emanating from that blade shadow. Golden arrows. Over a dozen golden streaks of light appeared rapidly, rushing to meet the blade shadow. The energies of both sides collided violently in midair. In an instant, the blade shadow shattered more than half of the golden streaks. Fortunately, the remaining few instantly blocked it. Chen Ming breathed a silent sigh of relief. Bean-sowing soldiers. Over a dozen small beans materialized in the Venerable One's hand and were hurled forward. Upon hitting the ground, they swiftly coalesced into skeletal soldiers, fleshless, bone-clad figures wielding bone blades. However, these skeleton soldiers weren't particularly powerful. They seemed restricted by some limitation, possessing only bronze tier strength. After directing the skeleton soldiers to attack Chen Ming, the revered one urgently called out to the 2 players nearby, "Carry him into the vehicle." Indeed, he had no intention of continuing the confrontation with Chen Ming and was preparing to flee the area immediately. Witnessing this, Chen Ming naturally refused to let them leave so easily. Reinforcements, huh? He had some too. With that thought, Chen Ming drew his banner of 10,000 souls, release. In the next instant, the souls of the beasts and steel clan pursuers he had absorbed into the banner of 10,000 souls reappeared. These souls were also around bronze grade strength, with the strongest being the giant among the steel clan pursuers, whose power approached silver grade. The number of souls was no less than the enemy's skeleton soldiers. In an instant, the one-on-one duel escalated into a full-blown brawl. Is this even possible? Surrounding players couldn't help but widen their eyes. A battle of this caliber was nothing short of gods clashing in their eyes. Where had they ever seen such tactics? Now they were even more curious about the identity of the black-clad figure. Who exactly was this person who could exchange blows with Chen Ming for so many rounds? Fiery Holy Fist. Chen Ming closed the distance swiftly with the divine wind step. Flames surged from his right arm once more, coalescing into a fiery dragon in midair that lunged forward. Get out of the way. Seeing the Reverend blocking his path, Chen Ming roared in fury. Facing the fiery dragon, the revered one remained composed. A skill of this caliber was still within his capacity to block. He extended his hand and crushed the fiery dragon in his palm. Whoosh! Just as he was fully focused on battling the fire dragon, a faint whistling sound pierced his ears. Oh no! In an instant, as if sensing danger, he hurriedly glanced back at Kim Jong-guk and the other 2 players. Too late! As the thought crossed his mind, a slash of air sliced through the air, cleaving Kim Jong-kook and the other 2 players clean in half. Wind speed slash. Chapter 62, Level 2 Vehicle Core. By the time the Reverend reacted, the bodies of the 3 players had already collapsed to the ground. Seeing his carefully cultivated pawns so ruthlessly eliminated by Chen Ming, the revered one's face contorted with rage. He glared at Chen Ming with fury before turning and striding away without hesitation. He had no immediate solution for Chen Ming. He must urgently find another pawn to seek materials that could help him break his seal. As for Chen Ming, he remembered. Watching the venerable figure flee, Chen Ming made no move to pursue. The man's origins were shrouded in mystery, and he was certainly not someone Chen Ming could easily kill. Furthermore, after continuously unleashing so many elemental skills, his spiritual energy was now quite depleted. What little remained had to be reserved for protecting the surrounding players. These individuals were no pushovers. He was certain that the moment he showed any sign of exhaustion, they would forget his earlier act of bringing them out and turn on him. Chen Ming walked slowly to the vehicle belonging to the three players and stored all its supplies into his system space. Their supplies weren't extensive, but the core assets were their vehicle cores. Two of them had level 1 car cores, while Kim Jong-kook possessed a level 2 car core. They were a level higher. After stowing these away, Chen Ming had no intention of lingering. He knew nothing about these players. They could stab him in the back at any moment. Better to get away while he still could. Seeing Chen Ming prepare to leave, the other players scrambled to persuade him to stay. Why had they followed Kim Jong-kook in the first place? Wasn't it to have a powerful ally to lean on? Now that Kim Jong-kook had been decisively defeated by Chen Ming, they naturally needed someone to fill the role of their new patron. Chen Ming was clearly an excellent choice. If they could follow Chen Ming, their future development would be guaranteed. Especially the more astute players noticed something about Chen Ming's squad. Besides Chen Ming himself, there was only one other member, Yang Zishu. That's only 2 people. A full squad can have 3 players. With such an opportunity right before their eyes, who wouldn't want to seize it? Big shot Chen Ming, I'm a wood elementalist. I've mastered 2 wood elemental skills: control, offense, and defense. Don't listen to him. Big shot Chen Ming is weak. You should pick me, I'm the strongest here. Fire elemental skills, including 1 silver tier fire skill. A silver tier fire skill? Can it even compare to Chen Ming? A decent squad needs balanced elemental coverage. Bull. Fire element is the strongest right now. You got the guts to face me one-on-one? Aren't you just relying on the environment's buffs? Without this extreme heat, you're nothing. The players erupted into an instant uproar. There was only one spot available, and everyone wanted it. Yang Zishu, standing aside, could only shake her head. In her eyes, these players were mediocre at best, all talk and no substance. Their actual strength was far too weak. Not only could they not keep up with Chen Ming's pace, they weren't even as good as her. Joining their squad would only slow them down. Sure enough, Chen Ming flatly refused. My team doesn't need new members right now. With that, he strode straight toward his 100-ton behemoth, completely ignoring the other players. With that, the surrounding players sensed it was futile to press further. As they watched Chen Ming and Yang Zishu start their vehicle, they hurriedly moved aside to the sides, daring not to make a sound. Under everyone's gaze, the 100-ton king in the RV slowly drove away. Put. So what if he's a bit stronger? What's with all the airs? One player muttered resentfully, his face twisted with bitterness, completely forgetting how obsequious he'd been moments before. But the others didn't respond. Having witnessed Chen Ming's power firsthand, they now felt nothing but fear toward him. They didn't even have the guts to badmouth him behind his back. Chen Ming might be gone, but who said all these players were united? If word of this got back to him, they'd be in big trouble. Just as everyone was returning to their vehicles, they discovered numerous players tagging them in the regional chat. Opening the messages, they found numerous players inquiring about the aftermath. Suddenly, their sense of superiority swelled to unprecedented heights. Though they hadn't joined Chen Ming's squad, they'd witnessed a battle of exceptional quality. Especially the clash between Chen Ming and that venerable figure, it was truly spectacular. 2 players had recorded videos of the event, which were now being shared. As soon as the videos appeared, players who had been waiting eagerly opened them immediately and began watching intently. Minutes later, the regional chat exploded. The clash between the two had surpassed all expectations. Wait, is this real? It feels like we're not even on the same level as Chen Ming. Who the heck is that guy in the black cloak? Why is he helping Kim Jong-kook? And he's so damn strong. I just saw him burst out of Kim Jong-kook's vehicle. He can't be a player, is he some kind of local native? Did anyone see how Kim Jong-kook and the others died? That was way too sudden. It's so tragic. Among all the players, Kim Jong-kook was genuinely strong, yet he ended up like this. He had it coming. Who told him to target Big Shot Chen Ming? He was asking for it. I'd love to join Big Shot Chen Ming's squad. Following them around, you'd never have to worry about safety. Kim Jong-kook's sudden death completely ignited the emotions of countless players. In the earlier video, everyone only saw Kim Jong-kook defeated and thoroughly humiliated by Chen Ming. But honestly, no one expected Chen Ming to actually kill him. Now the only player in their region with a level 2 vehicle was gone for good. Many players saw an opening. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu drove their vehicle forward relentlessly. Not a single player was in sight along this stretch.
This was fairly normal. This area was still relatively close to the combat zone, so players would naturally do everything possible to stay away and avoid getting caught in the crossfire. After driving for about an hour, the daily quest was completed. Chen Ming voluntarily pulled over. They were now at a safe distance the players behind them wouldn't be able to close in anytime soon. His gaze then fell upon the treasure rat beside him. He extended his hand without hesitation, handed over. This time, the treasure rat showed no hesitation whatsoever. He willingly handed over the bag in his hands. Gone was the earlier panic from his face. Instead, he wore a look of pride, almost as if he were begging for praise. Chapter 63, The Final 24 Hours. The scene left Chen Ming with a wry smile. After taking the bag from the treasure rat, Chen Ming weighed it in his hands. It had some heft to it, heavier than the bags he'd confiscated before. It seemed the treasure rat had truly pulled off a major coup this time. Opening it, he began pulling out the items one by one. First up was a level 1 car core. Vehicle cores couldn't be amplified by the Hundredfold Boost. A quick count revealed 8 cores in total. Combined with the one he currently possessed, this was more than enough to upgrade the 100-ton King from a level 1 vehicle to a level 2 vehicle. Upgrade now. Without hesitation, Chen Ming made his decision swiftly. The importance of a level 2 vehicle goes without saying. Although Kim Jong-kook's vehicle component upgrades weren't numerous, he still managed to break out of the combat zone relying precisely on his level 2 vehicle. Vehicle level upgrades provided comprehensive enhancements, whereas component upgrades were more limited in scope. As the 10 level 1 vehicle cores vanished from Chen Ming's hands, his 100-ton King successfully upgraded to a level 2 vehicle. Its overall defense had reached a new level. Chen Ming then turned his attention to the remaining items. Most of these items were looted from the beasts or Steel Clan pursuers. Even the treasure rat itself didn't know what was inside its pouch. Under the limited conditions at the time, he'd stuffed everything directly into his pouch after gathering it, with no time to inspect the contents. Thud! Yang Zishu descended from her RV and approached Chen Ming's passenger seat. While restoring her psychic energy in her RV, she had noticed a flash of light on Chen Ming's 100-ton King. Curiosity piqued, she decided to come take a look. Her timing couldn't have been better. Chen Ming had just begun opening the box. Seeing the bag in his hand, Yang Zishu's face lit up with intense interest. Without further ado, Chen Ming pulled out the first item. What met her eyes was meat. This had been harvested from a beast. After Chen Ming's 100-fold enhancement, the meat had reached epic grade and was ready for immediate consumption. The quantity was substantial, a full 11 pieces. It contained extremely rich energy, capable of helping players enhance their understanding of fire elements while also restoring mental energy. Exactly what Chen Ming needed right now. Chen Ming immediately handed a piece to Yang Zishu beside him, then took one himself and began devouring it in large bites. Along the way, they had encountered numerous beast carcasses. The treasure-seeking rats must have collected quite a few. For the foreseeable future, they certainly wouldn't be short on epic-grade meat. Yang Zishu's expression tightened as she accepted the piece of meat. Even with her mental preparation, encountering epic-grade meat right off the bat felt utterly absurd. Unfortunately, her astonishment proved premature. One by one, Chen Ming pulled items from his bag. Every single item was at least platinum grade. Among them, Chen Ming even selected a platinum grade movement skill for Yang Zishu. Yang Zishu had decent agility stats, but without a corresponding movement skill, her combat speed was limited. At times, she simply couldn't keep up with Chen Ming's speed and was forced to support from the rear, posing minimal threat. Now, with this movement skill to compensate for her weakness, Yang Zishu's combat effectiveness had improved significantly. Beyond that, Chen Ming and the others had also obtained quite a few valuable items. Items like a bubble tea machine, a drone swarm, and fruits that enhance all 4 attributes. Most of these items improved their quality of life, while only a few directly enhanced their combat strength. However, among them were several low-temperature devices. They could be used to lower temperatures. Chen Ming surmised that with extreme heat waves looming, demand for cooling equipment was currently high. Yang Zishu's absolute favorite, however, was undoubtedly the bubble tea machine. On this continent, she had been drinking mostly plain water so much that she was nearly sick of it. Things improved slightly after meeting Chen Ming, thanks to the addition of a car coffee machine. Now with this bubble tea machine, she had yet another option. During the brewing process, she could grab some ice cubes from Chen Ming to add in, quickly whipping up a cup of iced milk tea. The machine offered a wide variety of options: pearl milk tea, coconut jelly milk tea, and more. After emptying the bag of all its contents, Chen Ming didn't confiscate it this time. Instead, he returned it to the treasure seeker mouse standing nearby. He now trusted the treasure rat completely and wasn't worried about it escaping. Truthfully, if the treasure rat had wanted to escape, it had ample opportunity to do so earlier during the battle between Chen Ming, Kim Jong-kook, and the Reverend. Yet it hadn't. This clearly meant it intended to stay by Chen Ming's side. Why? Because the delicious treats were simply too plentiful. While treasure hunting in the desert, it had found quite a few treasures, but the highest grade was only gold. But now, Chen Ming keeps dishing out platinum grade meat. He simply couldn't bear to leave. Yang Zishu had also received her share of items. After organizing them, she spoke up, "By the way, are you really not planning to find a third teammate? The regional chat is buzzing with discussions about you right now."
Chen Ming had already seen this while piloting the 100-ton king. But he felt nothing for these players.
They were too weak to be of any help. Teammates still needed to be carefully selected.
Once his mental energy had recovered to about 80 or 90%, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu pressed forward. Only after dusk began to fall did they pull their vehicle over to the roadside. The night passed in silence. The next morning, the moment Chen Ming awoke, a familiar electronic voice echoed in his mind. System notification. He instinctively opened his system interface. Sure enough, a bright red notification sat at the top. "Attention all players, in the battle between the Beast Clan and the Steel Clan pursuers, the Beast Clan was ultimately defeated. Note, Beast combat effectiveness will be reduced by 20% for the next 24 hours. Note, for the next 24 hours, the Steel Clan pursuers' combat strength will increase by 20%. They will resume tracking and attacking players. Note, the Steel Clan pursuers have suffered heavy losses and will voluntarily abandon their pursuit mission after 24 hours. Players should defend against their attacks within this limited timeframe. Note, leaderboards will be settled after 24 hours. The morning brought some explosive news. Yesterday's major battle has concluded. The victor turned out to be the Steel Clan pursuers, the outsiders. With this shift in power, the beasts have completely lost the means to engage the Steel Clan pursuers. However, this isn't exactly good news for Chen Ming and his group. With the Steel Clan's combat strength boosted by 20%, the pressure on them will intensify. Now, their only hope is to successfully withstand the Steel Clan pursuers' assault over the next 24 hours. Has Chen Ming awakened? A new wave of Steel Clan pursuers has arrived. Chapter 64, The Steel Colossus. Yang Zishu's face was now etched with exhaustion. Her sleep was light, and she woke the instant the system alert sounded. After reading the message, all traces of sleep vanished instantly. She immediately went on high alert. There was no helping it, their current location was still relatively close to the combat zone. Steel Clan pursuers might catch them off guard at any moment. Her fears proved accurate. Before long, a group of Steel Clan pursuers approached. She pushed open the door and stepped out. Passing by Chen Ming's 100-ton king, she noticed he hadn't woken up yet. Remembering how much mental energy he'd expended yesterday, she didn't wake him. Instead, she faced the situation alone. Fortunately, these pursuers belonged to her own Steel Clan, not Chen Ming's, so the pressure wasn't as intense. After draining her mental energy completely, she finally slaughtered every last Steel Clan pursuer. Just as she prepared to rest, she spotted another wave of Steel Clan pursuers closing in through the rearview mirror. Just by their sheer numbers, she knew she stood no chance against them. She had to wake Chen Ming. That was how this current scene came to be. Chen Ming observed her pale face and the corpses of Steel Clan pursuers littering the rearview mirror, feeling thoroughly satisfied. He certainly didn't want his squad filled with dead weight. He'd given Yang Zishu so many treasures earlier precisely to cultivate her and share the burden. So far, Chen Ming was quite pleased. The fact that she had single-handedly dealt with this wave of enemies, preventing them from disturbing his rest, confirmed to Chen Ming that he hadn't chosen the wrong teammate. "Leave it to me." As the Steel Clan pursuers closed in, Chen Ming saw no point in sitting idle any longer. He pushed open the door and glanced at Yang Zishu beside him. "You go back to the RV and rest for a bit." Without waiting for a response, he charged straight toward the pursuing Steel Clan hunters. The moment the Steel Clan pursuers detected Chen Ming, their speed surged even higher. Before Chen Ming even arrived, several golden streaks of light shot out from beside him. Golden Rain. After all this time practicing, Chen Ming had mastered Golden Rain even more skillfully. Now, he could unleash this skill with just a flicker of his thoughts, and the Golden Rain would surge forth instantly. Its destructive power was extraordinary. Boom! The two Steel Clan pursuers at the forefront were instantly struck, hit by multiple streams of Golden Rain in quick succession, and died instantly. After this clash, Chen Ming gained a deeper understanding of the Steel Clan pursuers' strength. They were indeed tougher than the Steel Clan pursuers he had encountered before. But only to a limited extent. They still fell within his range for instant elimination. With a clearer grasp of their combat capabilities, Chen Ming moved with greater confidence. He struck swiftly, unleashing a barrage of elemental skills that sent wave after wave of Steel Clan pursuers crashing to the ground. After expending roughly 40% of his mental energy, this wave of Steel Clan pursuers was completely wiped out. The gap was simply too vast. Of course, Chen Ming wouldn't be so arrogant as to claim all Steel Clan pursuers were weak. Earlier in the combat zone, he had witnessed numerous formidable steel behemoths exceptionally massive in size and possessing formidable strength. Chen Ming estimated those larger steel behemoths possessed combat strength around the gold tier level. They were far beyond what he could handle at present. He wasn't afraid of the Steel Clan pursuers being numerous, he feared them being few. A large number meant weaker individual combatants. While dealing with them would take longer, it wasn't a major problem.
But if their numbers dwindled, each individual would undoubtedly be exceptionally powerful. Dealing with them would become extremely troublesome, and there was even a chance he might not be able to defeat them.
Through his recent experiences, Chen Ming had discovered that the scale of Steel Clan pursuers varied for each player. It seemed these pursuers were assigned based on the player's own strength. For instance, if Chen Ming were to take on Yang Zishu's Steel Clan pursuers, it would be a breeze. But the reverse scenario was entirely different. The moment Chen Ming finished off those Steel Tribe pursuers, the treasure-hunting rat from the other side trotted over, bag in hand, and began frantically gathering items. Its tiny hands busily stuffed all manner of treasures into its pouch. Chen Ming glanced over but paid it no mind. This was fine by him, he wouldn't have to gather everything himself. He could just take what he needed from the treasure rat's bag later.
Remember to come eat once you're done gathering. Squeak! The treasure-hunting mouse gave a quick, human-like nod before resuming its grand mission.
Returning to the 100-ton king cargo hold, Chen Ming found Yang Zishu already there. She was busy in the kitchen, apparently preparing breakfast. Spotting Chen Ming approach, she hurriedly pointed to a plate nearby. "I baked some bread for you.
Eat it while it's warm. I used platinum-grade bread dough from yesterday's harvest."
After quickly washing up, Chen Ming didn't hesitate, grabbing a slice of bread and digging in. Yang Zishu also held a slice of bread, but hers was topped with cream.
I just glanced at the regional chat. Seems a lot of players are getting beaten up by those Steel Tribe hunters.
One player mentioned encountering a Steel Colossus out of 3 squads, only 2 players managed to escape.
They're still being chased by that beast. While cooking, Yang Zishu had also kept an eye on the regional chat.
Having witnessed the Steel Colossus's power firsthand, she took this news seriously. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming narrowed his eyes.
So the Steel Colossus had appeared after all? But that didn't seem right.
He should be the strongest player in the area, yet even he hadn't encountered the Steel Colossus.
Why would other players have encountered it ahead of time? Yang Zishu seemed to sense Chen Ming's confusion and offered an explanation. "I've seen the player's analyses too.
Most suggest this Steel Beast isn't targeting a single player, but rather represents all the Steel Clan pursuers merging into one. In other words, the Steel Beast is after every single player."
Now Chen Ming finally understood. That makes sense. If that's the case, many player groups will likely disband or split up.
Players might actually become more vulnerable. Fortunately, the players only needed to hold out for the final 24 hours though. Now, there were no longer 24 hours left, only about 19.
With the 2 of us, that Steel Colossus shouldn't appear, right?
Chen Ming suddenly spoke up.
Hearing this, Yang Zishu momentarily didn't know how to respond. She could guarantee it wouldn't trigger if she was alone, but with Chen Ming? That was anyone's guess. She'd seen firsthand just how absurdly powerful he was. As the Steel Clan pursuers grew increasingly powerful, the Steel Colossus seemed like a real possibility. Chapter 65, Zhang Qilin calls for help. Squeak squeak. Amidst the tense standoff, the treasure-seeking rat returned after gathering supplies.
Spotting the bread in Chen Ming and Zhang Qilin's hands, it abandoned its own bag mid-carry, scampering over to Chen Ming with pleading eyes. Watching its seamless sequence of actions, even Chen Ming struggled to hold back his amusement.
No way. Is this right? Just tossing it aside like that? Wasn't it so precious to you before? And now? Seeing food, you just ditched the bag. This is such a stark contrast to before.
Facing the treasure-hunting rat whose eyes were practically popping out of its head, Chen Ming was at a loss.
He could only turn his head to look at Yang Zishu beside him. Any more? Yes.
Chen Ming had stored all these ingredients in the car fridge, which was packed full.
He couldn't recall exactly what was inside.
Yang Zishu pulled out another loaf of bread, quickly toasted it in the toaster, spread a bit of butter on it, then motioned for the treasure-hunting mouse to eat. The treasure-hunting mouse spotted it and darted forward in a single bound, devouring it in huge bites.
Delicious. The more it ate, the wider its eyes grew.
This only strengthened its resolve to never leave. After eating his fill, Chen Ming retrieved the nearby bag and began inspecting its contents for any useful treasures. The extreme heat was drawing near, and the outside temperature kept climbing. Now, stepping outside the air-conditioned vehicle meant sweating within 10 seconds. In such conditions, the probability of finding cooling items had greatly increased. After sorting through the contents, 2 treasures caught Chen Ming's attention.
First was a blueprint. The blueprint for energizing cigarettes. Its purpose was simple, to boost alertness and temporarily enhance players' mental stamina. Though seemingly modest in effect, Chen Ming instantly recognized its value. There were plenty of heavy smokers among the players. With limited resources and everyone struggling to survive, the pressure was immense. At a time like this, if they could numb their nerves with a cigarette, few players would be able to resist. Beyond that, there was also a contract. A master-servant contract. The max version.
Unlike ordinary master-servant contracts, Chen Ming's version is far more extreme. It's essentially a set of rules designed solely to benefit the master. Ordinary master-servant contracts, which players had previously obtained, came with numerous restrictions.
For instance, if a servant rebelled against their master, they would receive minor punishments like electric shocks that weren't fatal. Therefore, if a servant was determined to kill their master, they could endure the pressure and carry out the deed, knowing the punishment wouldn't result in their immediate death. In summary, while ordinary master-servant contracts appear favorable to the master, they actually carry significant risks for the master. But Chen Ming's maxed-out version is entirely different. Once the contract is finalized, the servant's subconscious is influenced, gradually transforming them into someone devoted solely to serving their master. Even if the servant harbors negative thoughts, the contract itself will proactively alert the master. Even more extreme is the master's direct control over the servant's life and death. With a single thought, the servant's heart can be pierced, resulting in instant death. What a gem! Chen Ming and his group currently needed a logistics person, someone to cook, keep watch, and handle similar duties. While these roles might seem minor, they would significantly aid Chen Ming in resource management and shoulder much of his burden, allowing him to focus solely on combat. However, Chen Ming currently lacked a suitable candidate, so the master-servant contract would have to be put on hold for now. After tidying up, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu set out once more. Daily tasks were non-negotiable, they had to be completed. Shortly after setting off, a series of private messages echoed in Chen Ming's mind. Upon hearing them, Chen Ming immediately opened his private messages. He didn't have many player friends, so receiving so many messages at once meant it must be something important. Opening the message interface, Chen Ming discovered it was none other than Zhang Qilin. This was the same person who had traded him healing bandages earlier. Opening the message, Chen Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Zhang Qilin, bro Chen, help me. I can barely hold on. These Steel Clan pursuers are way too strong. Zhang Qilin, brother Chen, respond quickly. I feel like I'm about to die. Zhang Qilin, I really can't hold on much longer. They've started attacking my vehicle. After reading the message, Chen Ming hesitated no longer. He initiated a trade with Zhang Qilin, swiftly placing his elemental arrows and compound bow on the transaction platform. The next second, the transaction succeeded. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Qilin saw the incoming trade request and let out a heavy sigh of relief. He hurriedly opened his car window and fired a wood elemental arrow outward. In the next instant, countless vines burst from the ground, sweeping toward the pursuing Steel Clan hunters. Zhang Qilin's strength wasn't particularly formidable to begin with, and the Steel Clan pursuers he faced weren't exceptionally powerful either. They were utterly defenseless against these elemental arrows. Within minutes, all the Steel Clan pursuers were bound, then one by one, they began to fall beneath the barbed vines. Seeing this efficiency, Zhang Qilin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally rid of this danger. After dealing with them, he proactively contacted Chen Ming again, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. When he prepared to trade back the compound bow, Chen Ming didn't immediately accept the transaction. Instead, he asked, the Steel Clan pursuers' attacks grow stronger with each wave. If you can't withstand this wave, you'll certainly struggle with the next ones. You can keep the bow for now. Return it to me once the countdown ends. Reading this message, Zhang Qilin felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He realized Chen Ming was genuinely looking out for him. This composite bow and the elemental arrows were clearly no ordinary weapons. They must be crucial offensive tools for Chen Ming, yet he was now entrusting them directly to him. Though they had previously agreed on a deal where Chen Ming would provide assistance, this was happening at the critical moment of the Steel Clan's pursuit. Chen Ming could easily have claimed he was using it himself and refused to hand it over. But what did Chen Ming do? After seeing his message, Chen Ming transferred them over without hesitation, and now even insisted on leaving some for his own defense. Brother Chen, take a look at this. See if you can use it. Zhang Qilin hurriedly sent over the items he'd obtained over the past few days. At first, Chen Ming didn't think much of it. After all, with his hundredfold enhancement, the lowest tier items he obtained were platinum grade. What could Zhang Qilin possibly have that was worthwhile? But soon enough, Chen Ming realized his thinking was far too narrow. Sure, Zhang didn't have a hundredfold boost, but man, did he have luck. And sure enough, Chen Ming found a rather important item among them. This one, then. The rest can be discarded. Chapter 66, Wake Up Cigarettes Fly Off the Shelves. Purple Plum Jade Pendant. A silver grade treasure. Its function was simple, it could withstand one gold grade attack, shattering completely afterward. A life-saving artifact. The strongest opponents they could currently face were gold grade. With this purple star jade pendant, it's like having an extra life. As for Zhang Qilin himself, his strength speaks for itself. Even the strongest pursuers he might encounter wouldn't be much of a threat at most silver grade, or even below. Such opponents could be easily dealt with using elemental arrows. Thus, he had no need for it. Zhang Qilin understood his own limitations perfectly. Upon hearing Chen Ming's request, he agreed without hesitation. The transaction concluded swiftly. The purple star jade pendant felt cool and smooth to the touch. The moment it appeared, the treasure-seeking rat in the passenger seat seemed to sense it, immediately turning its gaze toward it. Its gaze locked onto the purple star jade pendant, a treasure beyond compare in its eyes. Its power was limited, and what it lacked most was a life-saving artifact. Unfortunately, before it could make a move, Chen Ming had already hung the purple star jade pendant around his neck. Now, even if the treasure-seeking rat had 100 times the courage, it wouldn't dare make a move. With the 100-ton king upgraded to level 2, the most noticeable change for Chen Ming was the fuel efficiency dropping again, nearly halving compared to level 1. Combined with his dimensional fuel tank, the diesel he stored was now truly inexhaustible. Next came speed. Given the 100-ton king's massive weight, it simply couldn't accelerate quickly. Its absolute limit was 100 miles per hour, exceeding that risked rollovers and other accidents. But after the upgrade, even pushing the 100-ton king to 150 miles per hour showed not a hint of instability. During this window, Chen Ming had already performed a basic upgrade to the onboard system. Now, all he needed to do was set the cruise control, and the 100-ton king could drive straight ahead without him needing to touch the controls. With this capability, Chen Ming could now focus entirely on browsing the exchange and regional chat interfaces. Occasionally, he glanced at the situation ahead and behind. He remained vigilant against the possibility of Steel Clan pursuers suddenly appearing. After a quick scan of the exchange revealed no items he needed, he retrieved the blueprint he had obtained earlier. The energizing cigarette blueprint. He activated it immediately. He checked the crafting requirements, simple enough, all bronze-grade items readily available in the exchange. After trading for 5 sets of materials, Chen Ming began his first attempt at crafting. Ding! Congratulations, player! Your luck is off the charts. You've obtained golden-grade wake-up cigarettes. Right off the bat, the bronze-grade energizing cigarettes upgraded to gold-grade refreshing cigarettes. Compared to regular energy cigarettes, the effects of the awakening cigarettes were several times stronger. A great start. After crafting all 5 portions in his hands, every single one turned out to be refreshing cigarettes. No wonder both the workbench and the Hundredfold Boost significantly enhanced the stimulating cigarettes. At one point, Chen Ming even suspected that cigarettes capped at gold grade there was no higher tier. 5 wake-up cigarettes were clearly insufficient. Chen Ming began aggressively gathering materials and proceeded to craft them one by one. Half an hour later, the system space was already filled with numerous wake-up cigarettes. This confirmed Chen Ming's suspicion: energizing cigarettes were the pinnacle of cigarettes. There was no platinum tier cigarette variant. After preparing over 100 units, Chen Ming immediately posted the refreshing cigarette blueprint in the regional chat interface. The moment players saw the word cigarettes, many instantly became excited. Especially the old smokers, their eyes practically glowed green at the mere mention. Do you have any idea what these smokers have been going through lately? The agony of going without a smoke each day was etched into their bones. And now, cigarettes were actually available. Messages suddenly flooded the regional chat interface. Cigarettes. What am I seeing? There are actually cigarettes here. Give me one. Give me one. I'll trade you anything you want, please, just give me one. I'll give you every spirit coin I have. Big shot Chen Ming, trade with me now. These players are losing it. It's just cigarettes, is it really worth this? Holy crap, look at this. These cigarettes seem to be gold grade, not ordinary ones. It really is. And it works great, keeps you alert. Perfect for these last 10 hours. I was worried about getting sleepy. Give me one. Many players recognized the cigarette's value upon seeing it and started clamoring to buy it. Of course, the most eager buyers were the seasoned smokers. For a single cigarette, they were willing to give up everything. At the same time, Chen Ming's private messages were completely flooded. Smokers were just too crazy. Even though Chen Ming had mentally prepared himself, he was still startled by the sheer volume. But for him, this was undoubtedly great news. He began replying to each message individually. He selected 2 players who clearly looked like veteran smokers for a trade. As soon as he asked how much they were willing to pay, they immediately transferred all their spirit coins over, fearing Chen Ming might change his mind. Worried it might not be enough, they even sent over their entire remaining item list, letting Chen Ming pick whatever he wanted. Wow! Seeing this, Chen Ming let out a soft chuckle. Smokers' money really is easy to make. Of course, Chen Ming didn't plan to take advantage recklessly. If he took all their supplies, they wouldn't last 2 days, they'd die. Chen Ming was focused on sustainable development. By keeping these players alive while holding the wake-up cigarettes, he held their lifeline. For the cigarettes, they'd have to buy from him in the future, essentially sending him money non-stop. After a moment's thought, Chen Ming set the price. 500 spirit coins. Frankly, this price was still on the high side. Although the wake-up cigarettes were gold tier, their effects were time-limited, making them essentially single-use items. Given this constraint, the price absolutely couldn't be too high. The smokers found this price perfectly acceptable. Each player began trading, with some even purchasing multiple packs. Chen Ming, of course, welcomed all takers. If they wanted it, he gave it. Soon, his entire stockpile was sold out. Seeing the continued demand, he reopened the exchange to purchase more raw materials. After selling over 500 cigarettes, the demand finally began to subside.
Over 400 of these were purchased by regular smokers, while the rest were bought by wealthier players who recognized the value of the wake-up cigarettes and were willing to pay for them. Of course, most players were still watching from the sidelines. The reason was simple: the price was too steep. They didn't have much spirit coin left to begin with, so where would they find extra to spend on this? Chen Ming didn't mind. He lit one of the wake-up cigarettes for himself and continued driving. After traveling 80 kilometers, Chen Ming spotted the Steel Clan pursuers again in his rearview mirror. Chapter 67, Healing Bandages. They're here? Chen Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression serious. If the sequence was correct, this wave should be Yang Zishu's Steel Clan pursuers, with his own Steel Clan pursuers following behind them. Both vehicles instinctively began to slow down. What Chen Ming could see, Yang Zishu could naturally observe through her rearview mirror. The moment both vehicles came to a stop, Yang Zishu immediately pushed open the door and stepped out, then proactively advanced toward the Steel Clan pursuers behind them. Watching this unfold from inside his vehicle, Chen Ming didn't get out immediately. Instead, he remained seated in the driver's seat, observing the battle. It was too hot outside, better to wait a bit longer inside. Besides, Yang Zishu was more than capable. He might not even need to intervene, she could handle the fight single-handedly. Bang! 10 minutes later, just as Yang Zishu had taken down most of the enemies, a flash of light streaked toward them from the distance. Seeing this, Chen Ming's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly pushed open the car door. Get out of the way. Yang Zishu was completely focused on battling the Steel Clan pursuers before her, oblivious to the flash behind. Yet upon hearing Chen Ming's warning, she trusted him unconditionally and rolled sideways. The next instant, a sharp pain shot through her waist. Falling to the ground, she instinctively reached to cover the wound. Looking down, she saw a pool of blood. She was injured. Lifting her head toward the source of the flash, Yang Zishu's gaze sharpened. A massive wave of Steel Clan pursuers was closing in from that direction. Compared to the previous wave, this group of Steel Clan pursuers was even more overwhelming, far greater in number, and now even featuring ranged attack units. One of those ranged attackers had ambushed her just moments ago. Chen Ming had now arrived at her side, his gaze fixed on the distance. This new wave of Steel Clan pursuers was clearly targeting him, and compared to the previous group, their quality had noticeably improved. I'll handle this. You go bandage your wounds first. Chen Ming said as he handed the healing bandages to Yang Zishu. Yang Zishu was about to protest that she didn't need rest and could still fight, but before she could speak, the pain in her waist surged again, and beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement instead of pushing through the pain. Taking the bandages, she moved aside to begin dressing her wounds and resting. She planned to wait until the pain subsided before offering assistance. Chen Ming took a deep breath, acutely aware of the scorching heat surrounding them. He knew he had to act swiftly and decisively. Prolonged combat in this scorching heat would inevitably lead to severe dehydration and risk fainting. With that thought, Chen Ming moved swiftly. Golden light flashed around him as the shimmering gold rain surged forward. He intended to eliminate all of Yang Zishu's pursuers before dealing with the remaining enemies. Golden light sliced through the air, instantly rendering the remaining Steel Clan pursuers useless. Whoosh! 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 A series of whistling sounds pierced the air, the flashes that had earlier ambushed Yang Zishu. Chen Ming dodged swiftly, his feet dancing in the divine wind step. Only after the flashes landed did he see their true form, sharp metal shards. Earth-shattering! Seeing the ranged steel tribe pursuers preparing to strike again, Chen Ming acted decisively. Spikes of earth shot rapidly from the ground, separating them from the Steel Clan pursuers engaged in close combat. Though razor-sharp, the metal shards couldn't breach the earth spike's barrier in an instant. Seizing this opening, Chen Ming struck swiftly. Fiery Holy Fist. Chen Ming now resembled a wolf among sheep, launching a frenzied assault. Any Steel Clan pursuer touched by the flames on his arms was instantly scorched. The blazing Holy Fist was one of Chen Ming's primary attack methods. After countless uses, bolstered by his enhanced physique, its power had steadily increased. The temperature on his arms now reached new heights, soaring into triple digits. Minutes later, by the time the ranged attacking Steel Clan pursuers shattered the earth spikes, Chen Ming had already eliminated all threats in the vicinity. Wind speed slash. Before they could react, slashes of wind energy shot forth, severing them at the waist in an instant. With all threats neutralized, Chen Ming wasted no time, absorbing the souls of every Steel Clan pursuer into the 10,000 souls banner. Only then did he summon the treasure-seeking rat watching from afar to collect the spoils, while he returned to the driver's seat of the 100-ton king. Through the glass, Yang Zishu keenly spotted a gash on Chen Ming's back and rolled down the window. You're injured. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming glanced at the wound in the mirror and waved it off nonchalantly. Just a minor scratch. Nothing to worry about. He guessed it happened during the final wave when he'd let his guard down. He'd been confident his wind speed slash could effortlessly cut them all down, lowering his guard. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side, and he'd still taken damage. You should bandage it anyway. With the heat, the wound could get worse, Yang Zishu suggested after a moment's hesitation. Hearing this, Chen Ming didn't refuse. He took out a healing bandage and wrapped it around the wound once. As the bandage covered the wound, Chen Ming felt a cool sensation emanating from it, followed by a tingling numbness. This signaled that the wound was being treated. Not bad. He'd made the right trade after all. As for waste? Chen Ming pointed out that if they needed more healing bandages, they could simply trade with Zhang Qilin. Given their current relationship, trading for additional bandages wouldn't be a problem. After a brief rest, Yang Zishu took a cup of iced milk tea from Chen Ming and set off happily, with Chen Ming following behind. Given the current situation, the Steel Clan pursuers were all closing in from behind. With Chen Ming's high defense as the 100-ton king, staying behind provided greater safety. As time passed, both successfully completed their daily quests. Just as Chen Ming prepared to halt and await the next wave of steel pursuers, the treasure-seeking rat in the passenger seat suddenly pointed ahead and squeaked. Seeing that familiar expression, Chen Ming instantly understood it meant treasure lay ahead. Trusting the treasure mouse's expertise, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu exchanged a quick nod before setting off once more. This time, it didn't take long before they saw what lay ahead. Treasure? It was clearly a group of players under siege by Steel Clan pursuers, and their situation looked dire. But what did this have to do with them? But when Chen Ming glanced over, he saw the treasure-hunting rat's face lit up with excitement, as if it had spotted a mountain of treasures. Great! At this point, Chen Ming couldn't help but realize the treasure-seeking rat had mistaken these Steel Clan pursuers for treasure. Well, he had collected quite a few treasures from the Steel Clan pursuers earlier. Well, what the hell? Let's get to it. Chapter 68, Song Yuanfeng. Brother Song, if this keeps up, we'll be worn down to death here. One player surveyed the surrounding Steel Clan pursuers, his face etched with despair. Song Yuanfeng, the leader, looked pale as death. Hold on. If we don't, we're dead. They had encountered the Steel Tribe pursuers 10 minutes earlier, expecting an easy fight. Little did they know that halfway through the battle, another wave of Steel Tribe pursuers arrived, significantly increasing the pressure on them. Fortunately, with 3 players in clear division of labor, they were barely holding on. But their worst fears were about to be realized. Another wave of Steel Tribe pursuers appeared before them. With their current strength, facing this was too difficult. All 3 players were already heavily wounded. Boom! Just as they were about to collapse, the roar of an engine suddenly echoed in their ears. One of the players instinctively turned his head at the sound. Spotting Chen Ming's massive truck, his face lit up with excitement. Player reinforcements. We're saved! Song Yuanfeng narrowed his eyes, the truck growing increasingly familiar the longer he stared. As it drew nearer, he blurted out, Chen Ming. It's Chen Ming. The moment the name Chen Ming reached the 2 players' ears, they trembled. This wasn't just reinforcements arriving, it was a god descending. This time, they were truly saved. As the distance closed, Chen Ming began braking. If it weren't for the treasures he coveted on those Steel Clan pursuers, Chen Ming would have floored the accelerator and plowed right through them. As for the 3 vehicles blocking his path, they were nothing in Chen Ming's eyes. They weren't even worthy of serving as speed bumps for the 100-ton behemoth. Squeal! With a sharp screech of brakes, Chen Ming brought the 100-ton king to a steady halt. The RV following alongside also came to a halt. The next moment, Chen Ming and his companion, along with Treasure Rat, pushed open the doors and stepped out. Then Chen Ming and his companion dashed forward, leaving a trail of fallen Steel Clan pursuers in their wake. Within a few breaths, the area was cleared. That was it? Yang Zishu shook the bone-crushing hammer in his hand, his face filled with confusion. Chen Ming shrugged. Normal. These pursuers' strength is determined by their target's power. These aren't our pursuers. With their prior experience against their own pursuers, dealing with this trash was a breeze. But to Song Yuanfeng and the others watching, this was utterly mind-blowing. They hadn't forgotten how utterly wretched they'd been at the hands of these Steel Clan pursuers. They were no match at all. They'd nearly been wiped out. And what happened? The Steel Clan pursuers they had deemed supremely powerful were dispatched with such ease by Chen Ming. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed it. And that's understandable. Players knew Chen Ming was powerful, but none truly grasped the extent of his strength. Even when footage surfaced of Chen Ming battling Kim Jong-kook and the Reverend, most merely marveled at the flashy displays. Some players dismissed his elemental skills as merely visually impressive, assuming their actual power was only marginally stronger than average players. Only when players witnessed it firsthand, or had a benchmark for comparison, did their fear of Chen Ming truly intensify. This was precisely the mindset gripping Song Yuanfeng and the others now. Thank you, Chen Ming, for saving my life. As Chen Ming's gaze turned toward him, Song Yuanfeng stammered out the words. Chen Ming casually waved his hand. No big deal. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be leaving soon. Just as he finished speaking, the treasure-seeking rat approached, carrying its sack. One glance at the treasure-seeking rat's listless expression told him everything, no good loot this time. Otherwise, the treasure-seeker wouldn't be wearing that expression. Song Yuanfeng and the others now noticed that all the Steel Clan pursuers had been harvested, including some they themselves had killed.
These 3 waves of pursuers had arrived one after another, leaving them no time to catch their breath. There simply hadn't been time to loot the corpses. Now all the spoils went to that rat treasure seeker. The resentment simmered within them, they dared not utter a word of complaint now. Chen Ming was still standing nearby. If they dared refuse, Chen Ming would certainly take action. Wait. Seeing Chen Ming about to leave, Song Yuanfeng's eyes darted around as he quickly spoke up. Hearing this, Chen Ming halted and turned back, a look of confusion on his face. Song Yuanfeng took a couple more steps forward. Big brother Chen Ming, do you need supplies and resources from these Steel Clan pursuers? That's right. Chen Ming didn't hide anything, nodding directly. He saw no reason to hide anything from these relatively weak players, they posed no threat to him anyway. As for their resentment? Well, tough luck. Brother Chen Ming, we could actually follow behind you. When the Steel Clan pursuers show up, we'll handle them together. Then all the resources will be yours. Chen Ming's lips twitched slightly at the suggestion. Good grief, these players were practically rubbing their calculations in his face. They just wanted him to protect them, didn't they? But he didn't refuse outright. After all, they had a point. He did need to eliminate these Steel Clan pursuers and seize their supplies. He gave the other a quick glance, assessing their injuries and current condition. No need to elaborate, recovering fully within these 10-odd hours was simply impossible. They were no match for Chen Ming and his companion to begin with, and now that they were injured, Chen Ming had even less to worry about. Alright. Follow us in your vehicles. With that, Chen Ming turned and headed back without looking back. Upon receiving Chen Ming's permission, Song Yuanfeng's face lit up with relief. This had actually been his quick thinking. They couldn't withstand their Steel Clan pursuers this time, the next wave would surely be even more dangerous. Rather than risking death by plunging into peril, it was wiser to seek protection from a powerful player. In this entire region, which player could claim to be stronger than Chen Ming? With the strongest escort right from the start, why would they still worry about those damn Steel Clan pursuers? When Chen Ming and his companion returned to the vehicle, the 2 players' faces were lit up with excitement. Brother Song, that was brilliant. What a move. Compared to those resources, they valued their own lives far more. Ignoring his teammates' praise, Song Yuanfeng urgently spoke up, we need to move the vehicle out of the way immediately. Then we'll heal while following them, we absolutely cannot lose track of them. The 2 players nodded vigorously. Soon, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu sped ahead, leaving the others trailing behind. Watching this unfold in the rearview mirror, Chen Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Thinking they can just tag along and reap the rewards? It won't be that easy. Chapter 69, 200 spirit coins each. Ding! A notification sound rang in Chen Ming's mind. Opening it, he discovered it was a private message from Yang Zishu. The message was simple. She was inquiring about Chen Ming's stance toward these players. To be honest, she was genuinely unsure. It didn't seem like Chen Ming was looking to recruit underlings. Given his skill level, he'd never bother with such weak players. Honestly, these guys were pretty mediocre, just average players. If he were recruiting underlings, he'd naturally seek out stronger players. Chen Ming didn't hide his thoughts and voiced them directly. His reasoning was actually quite straightforward. First, he wanted to attract more Steel Clan pursuers to consume more resources. While the loot drop now was trash, after applying his hundredfold enhancement, its value would skyrocket. Second, he could repurpose these players as free labor. It seemed like Chen Ming was acting as their bodyguard, giving Song Yuanfeng and the others an enormous advantage. But that wasn't the case. They only considered how Chen Ming could effortlessly eliminate their Steel Clan pursuers. But they hadn't considered this. What if they encountered Chen Ming's Steel Clan pursuers? Ignore them outright and let Chen Ming handle it? That would easily earn Chen Ming's resentment. Thus, they had no choice but to intervene, thereby helping Chen Ming shoulder some of the pressure. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu would find it considerably easier to confront their own Steel Clan pursuers. Understanding Chen Ming's reasoning, Yang Zishu grasped the situation and knew exactly how to handle these players. By evening, Chen Ming parked his vehicle. He had no plans to continue moving forward that night, choosing instead to confront the incoming Steel Clan pursuers head-on right where he was. He'd even prepared some wake-up cigarettes. Before Chen Ming could offer, Yang Zishu reached out and took one. She knew deep down that sleep was unlikely tonight. He opened the cargo box and began cooking. The 3 players behind them parked their vehicles about 20 meters away from Chen Ming and his group, deliberately keeping a bit more distance. Song Yuanfeng and the others approached. When they saw Chen Ming, who had been slaughtering enemies just moments ago, now clad in a chef's uniform and cooking. Is this really right? So even big shot Chen Ming has to cook himself, one player remarked. Unlike the others, Song Yuanfeng's gaze immediately locked onto the cutting board before Chen Ming. He sensed that the ingredients Chen Ming was using seemed rather high-end. That meat was practically gleaming. As expected of Chen Ming, he uses only the finest ingredients. What are you doing standing here? Yang Zishu, who had been retrieving supplies nearby, now noticed the 3 of them, her face brimming with wariness. The 2 players were momentarily speechless. They couldn't exactly admit they'd been spying on Chen Ming cooking, could they? Song Yuanfeng was the first to respond. Well, we've been eating the same thing every day. When we suddenly caught that delicious aroma wafting over, we just couldn't resist. Yang Zishu seemed satisfied with this explanation.
After all, Chen Ming's cooking was truly beyond reproach.
It was delicious. Haven't you seen how even the treasure-seeking rat, who was determined to escape, ended up captivated by Chen Ming's culinary skills?
Now, every time Chen Ming cooked, the treasure-seeking rat would stand guard nearby, inhaling the aroma voraciously.
Seeing Yang Zishu about to leave, Song Yuanfeng spoke up again. Could you share some with us? We're willing to pay. Hearing the first part, Yang Zishu was already preparing to refuse. Are you kidding me?
The others might not know, but she certainly did.
What kind of ingredients did Chen Ming use? Diamond-grade ingredients, or even higher. And these players actually wanted a share?
But when she heard they were willing to pay, she hesitated. After all, those merchants had paid before, and Chen Ming had indeed accommodated them. The final decision still rested with Chen Ming. Their conversation wasn't exactly quiet, and though Chen Ming was cooking, he could still hear them.
Agreed. 200 spirit coins each.
Chen Ming had already offered a very low price. If Song Yuanfeng and his companions weren't even willing to pay this, then they didn't deserve to eat his cooking.
Hearing the price, Song Yuanfeng and the others hesitated. 200 spirit coins per person meant 600 spirit coins for the three of them.
They had to remember that the three of them combined didn't even have 2,000 spirit coins. That would wipe out a third of their savings in one go.
And it was just for one meal. Brother Song. This isn't paying for a meal, it's outright robbery. Yeah, Brother Song, the price is way too high. It's just one meal, it's not worth it. The two players were genuinely reluctant to part with the money.
They weren't exactly starving, they still had plenty of food stockpiled, including quite a bit of bronze-grade meat. They had no immediate worries about running out of food.
Meanwhile, Song Yuanfeng's mind was racing with thoughts. To eat or not to eat? He was torn too.
Ignoring his two teammates' comments, he fixed his gaze intently on the ingredients Chen Ming was using.
He glanced at the wounds on his own body. What if he took a gamble? Once the thought took hold, it was impossible to suppress. I'll do it. Ha! When Song Yuanfeng uttered those two words, his two teammates were utterly dumbfounded.
If Song Yuanfeng hadn't been with them all along, they'd have suspected their leader had been possessed.
Was he actually going to hand over money to this obvious scam? Even if Chen Ming was powerful, he couldn't be this sycophantic, could he? Having made up his mind, Song Yuanfeng quickly spoke up. You guys go back first.
I'll head back after I finish eating. After saying this, he proactively took out 200 spirit coins and handed them to Yang Zishu. The two teammates, convinced they weren't under a spell, returned to their vehicles and began eating. After waiting over 10 minutes, Chen Ming finally finished preparing dinner.
Seeing Song Yuanfeng pay to join them, he even added an extra dish. Now there were 4 dishes and 1 soup.
Every ingredient started at diamond-grade quality, with the most valuable being the soup, made from epic-grade ingredients. The group gathered around the table. Without further ado, they dug right in. Song Yuanfeng, determined not to waste a single spirit coin he'd spent, picked up his chopsticks and dug in. The moment he took his first bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. His astonishment wasn't about the flavor, but the sheer energy contained within the dish. This was no ordinary ingredient. The energy within it could actually accelerate his recovery from injuries. This was beyond belief.
Once he grasped its benefits, Song Yuanfeng couldn't hold back any longer.
His eating pace visibly quickened.
Simultaneously, his injuries began healing at a visible pace. Even his 4-dimensional attributes had improved. Worth it. Totally worth it. Chapter 70, A New Way to Make Money. Brother Chen Ming, this. After the meal, Song Yuanfeng's face was etched with utter disbelief.
After all, this single meal had boosted all 4 of his attributes, with his physical constitution alone increasing by 2 points.
No wonder Chen Ming was so incredibly powerful. How could he not be powerful when consuming such high-grade food daily? And because he grew stronger, he could hunt higher-level beasts. It was a perfect virtuous cycle. Noticing his expression, Chen Ming asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Not satisfied?" No. Song Yuanfeng shook his head repeatedly.
I just never imagined this meal could be this delicious.
And it's incredibly nutritious. All 4 of my attributes have improved. As someone who'd been through it, Yang Zishu understood exactly what Song Yuanfeng was thinking. It's only natural you'd see improvements. This is platinum-grade beast meat at the very least. If you hadn't improved, that would be the problem. Hearing this, Song Yuanfeng couldn't help but widen his eyes. Platinum grade.
Had he not tasted it himself, he would never have believed it. But now, he was genuinely shaken.
In this era where bronze-grade items were commonplace and silver-grade items were rare, Chen Ming and his group already possessed platinum-grade items? And if he hadn't misheard, Yang Zishu hadn't said all the beast meat was bronze-grade, he'd said it was the starting tier. Could there be even higher grades? Diamond grade? Or even epic grade?
The thought that he'd scored such a feast for just 200 spirit coins made Song Yuanfeng's mouth practically split from ear to ear. What a steal! Absolutely worth it! After eating his fill, Song Yuanfeng expressed his gratitude repeatedly before returning to his vehicle. Seeing him return, his two teammates immediately spoke up. Did we get ripped off, Captain? I told you it was 200 spirit coins per person. Even if Chen Ming is incredibly powerful, he shouldn't charge like that. Looking at their narrow-minded expressions, Song Yuanfeng couldn't help but shake his head. Too bad. You missed out on a chance to rapidly boost your strength. Huh? The two players looked at each other in confusion. Eating a meal could boost your strength? That sounded too far-fetched to be true. Considering they were his teammates, Song Yuanfeng saw no point in keeping it to himself. He explained, Chen Ming's cooking isn't ordinary. Eating it boosts your 4 core attributes. That meal just now increased my 4 attributes by a total of 5 points. 5 points. Hearing that number, the two teammates' eyes went dark. After all, even spending 200 spirit coins at the exchange might not guarantee a treasure that boosted a single stat by 1 point. And here their captain had boosted 5 points for just 200 spirit coins. They knew their captain well enough to trust he wouldn't deceive them about something like this. Which meant this was real. For a moment, the two players felt like they'd just missed out on a fortune. One of them suddenly snapped out of it. I saw someone eat food to boost their stats earlier and thought they were just making it up. Who knew it was actually possible? Hearing this, Song Yuanfeng's curiosity was piqued. Opening the regional chat window, he indeed spotted the rather conspicuous message. The sender's name was unfamiliar. He claimed his strength stat increased by 1 point while eating bronze tier food. Anything related to the 4 core attributes naturally drew the attention of many players. Many players scoffed at the news. Eating food to boost core stats? Bull. Increasing the 4 core attributes is incredibly difficult. Plus, many players have already reached higher levels and are using bronze tier food. If no one else has seen improvements, why would you suddenly get one? So no one believed it, and players started accusing the poster of spreading fake news. Song Yuanfeng watched the scene unfold, his face brimming with contempt. Bunch of narrow-minded fools. What's a measly 1-point boost? I've boosted mine by 4 points. With that thought, he posted the photo he'd taken earlier to the regional chat interface. He had taken this photo with Chen Ming's permission. In his view, since Chen Ming had agreed to the photo, he surely consented to its sharing. Under the image, he added a caption, thanks to Big Shot Chen Ming for the feed. 1 meal boosted my stats by 5 points equivalent to a week's worth of my hard work. After he posted this message, many players took notice. While consuming food to boost attributes was nothing new, this time players didn't immediately refute it. The reason was simple, Song Yuanfeng had mentioned Chen Ming. Players who had intended to argue fell silent upon seeing Chen Ming in the photo. Soon, messages began popping up one after another. Could it actually be true? If food really boosts all 4 stats, why haven't mine increased after eating so much? Haven't you noticed something? Look at what Chen Ming ate, it definitely wasn't cheap. You're not kidding. These dishes look high tier at a glance, definitely not bronze grade ingredients. So the higher the ingredient grade, the greater the chance of boosting 4-dimensional attributes? That's actually possible. You guys are way too fast. All the silver tier ingredients got snatched up in a flash. Bad luck only managed to grab 1 portion. Could it be that the food Chen Ming and the others ate was processed, meaning cooked, which is why it boosted players' 4 attributes? Now that this incident was linked to Chen Ming, players naturally paid even closer attention. This is where players' wits truly shine. Slightly smarter players rushed straight to the exchange to snap up higher-level ingredients. The even smarter ones headed straight for Chen Ming. Yes, they went straight to Chen Ming. Their reasoning was simple, if Song Yuanfeng could piggyback off Chen Ming for meals, why couldn't they? Lying on his lounge chair, Chen Ming stared at the flood of private messages, his face filled with confusion. What's going on? Why were so many players suddenly contacting him? He opened the messages and was completely stunned. They were all asking to trade meals with him. Puzzled, he opened the regional chat log and quickly figured it out. Turns out Song Yuanfeng had been giving him free publicity all along. Not bad, not bad. That meal hadn't been wasted after all. You see, Chen Ming's ingredients came super easily. With a 100-fold boost, they were platinum grade, diamond grade ingredients, sometimes even epic grade. He simply couldn't handle all these ingredients himself. Selling them to players was a pretty good option. Chen Ming understood player psychology well. As long as it genuinely boosted their strength, they'd keep coming back to buy from him. This might just be another stable way to make money. Let's do it. The more Chen Ming thought about it, the more feasible this plan seemed. He began replying to each message privately. Chapter 71, The Steel Colossus. The transaction price was entirely different from the on-site price. Eating on the spot might cost you an extra pair of chopsticks, no big deal. But if you ordered it for delivery, the price skyrocketed. After all, each dish required Chen Ming to use platinum-grade ingredients or higher. Currently, all the dishes Chen Ming trades are made with platinum-grade ingredients.
He never trades diamond grade or epic grade dishes.
Under these terms, no matter how much these players consume, they'll never match his standards.
The final price? 200 spirit coins per dish. That's right, a single dish. Song Yuanfeng charges 200 spirit coins per person, which gets you several dishes. The gap is quite significant.
Upon hearing this news, most players said they needed to think it over. Of course, some players with more spirit coins chose to reserve a portion. It was already late, and everyone had finished their dinner. Plus, Chen Ming had already gone to bed, so it was definitely too late to make it now. They'd just have to wait until tomorrow. Seeing numerous players still awaiting his reply, Chen Ming sighed and sent a unified message in the regional chat channel, informing everyone of the current pricing. Those interested should continue messaging him privately, those not interested need not reply. The private message interface immediately quieted down considerably. After spending half an hour handling everything, Chen Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Reclining in his chair, he gazed up at the sky. The temperature outside was still quite high, but thankfully there was no direct sunlight, making it somewhat more comfortable.
Knock knock. About half an hour later, someone gently knocked on the truck door.
Chen Ming looked over and saw Yang Zishu standing outside. Yang Zishu got straight to the point. The Steel Clan's pursuers are here.
We might be in trouble.
Hearing this, Chen Ming immediately stood up. If Yang Zishu now considered this a problem, this wave of Steel Clan pursuers was likely far more formidable than the previous ones. And they were the kind whose strength was immediately apparent. Following Yang Zishu to the front of their vehicle, Chen Ming felt his stomach drop as he stared at the colossal figure ahead.
Damn it.
The very thing he feared most had come to pass.
They'd actually sent a steel colossus after him.
Not far from Chen Ming and Yang Zishu, a mechanical colossus clad entirely in steel stood there. Its sheer size alone made it look incredibly formidable. This isn't just trouble, we're in deep trouble.
Chen Ming took a deep breath, preparing for battle. Night had fallen.
If his calculations were correct, this was the final wave of Steel Clan pursuers. There shouldn't be any more spawns after this. Earlier, Chen Ming had considered the possibility of encountering steel beasts. His initial thought had been simple: if he couldn't defeat them, he'd just run.
But now?
They were blocking their path head-on. Even the 100-ton beasts couldn't accelerate to full speed at such close range, they'd be easily intercepted.
Not to mention Yang Zishu's RV.
So forcing a breakout was out of the question. That left only one option: fight. Defeat the Steel Colossus head-on. Chen Ming immediately contacted Zhang Qilin to reclaim his composite bow. Facing a gold-tier Steel Clan pursuer for the first time, they had to give it their all. Fortunately, the Steel Clan pursuers on Zhang Qilin's side were separated from Chen Ming's group. For now, they were safe.
Big brother Chen Ming.
Just as Chen Ming prepared to act, Song Yuanfeng's voice called out from behind.
3 players quickly closed in from the rear.
The Steel Colossus was simply too conspicuous, they could make out its massive silhouette from dozens of meters away.
Thinking Chen Ming might be in trouble, they came to lend a hand.
This time, upon hearing Song Yuanfeng's suggestion, his 2 teammates were more than eager to join in. The chance to climb onto Chen Ming's high branch was right before them, they were determined to seize it. But when they actually stood before the Steel Colossus, their mindset shifted.
No way. This thing is way too big.
It didn't look this massive from a distance. They'd seen this colossal beast earlier in the regional chat interface, a single one trampling over 30 players and even killing more than 10.
With just a handful of them now, could they really stand a chance against it?
You guys assist from the sides.
Don't let it get close to the vehicle.
Since they volunteered, Chen Ming didn't hesitate to take charge. Song Yuanfeng felt a slight sense of relief at those words. Thank goodness, just supporting from the rear, not charging head-on. Otherwise, with their current strength, they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single swipe from that Steel Colossus. Chen Ming took the lead, summoning the banner of 10,000 souls. With a swift wave, dozens of Soul Steel Tribe pursuers and beasts materialized and charged toward the central Steel Colossus. Sensing hostile creatures approaching, the colossal steel beast stirred. With a single stomp, it crushed 3 Steel Clan pursuers. Most of these Steel Clan pursuers were bronze tier, with only 1 or 2 silver tier, and not a single gold tier among them. Facing this gold tier monster, they were naturally no match. They couldn't even inflict any damage. Chen Ming remained utterly unfazed by the spectacle. He had summoned these soul entities solely to gain a more direct understanding of the Steel Colossus's true strength. In the blink of an eye, over half were lost. Chen Ming could no longer hold back. 2 beams of golden light coalesced around him. Golden rain. Though few in number, these 2 golden arrows channeled immense amounts of golden elemental energy. Their destructive power far surpassed that of ordinary gilded arrows. Go! The 2 beams of golden light streaked forward, piercing straight through the outer armor of the Steel Colossus, inflicting damage deep within its core. Its defenses are incredibly strong. Chen Ming stared at the 2 small punchers, his face heavy with gravity. This was the result of compressing golden elemental energy. Otherwise, ordinary gilded rain wouldn't even threaten it. Boom!
At that moment, the steel colossus suddenly raised its front two legs and stomped down with tremendous force. Accompanied by a deafening roar, all the surrounding soul entities shattered into oblivion. Even Chen Ming and his companions, standing farther away, couldn't help but stumble back several steps. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, Song Yuanfeng and his two companions began to regret coming at this moment. Their opponent was simply too powerful. Help! Yang Zishu snapped out of her shock, letting out a sharp cry before beginning to channel her ice arrows to attack the steel colossus. Song Yuanfeng and the others had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow suit, relentlessly draining their mental energy to join the assault. Chen Ming took a deep breath, gripped his ornate dagger, and began closing in with the divine wind step. The ornate dagger itself was a diamond-grade weapon, fully capable of piercing through the defensive outer layer of the gold-grade steel colossus. The assault commenced. Sensing the threat, the steel colossus didn't stand still. It began advancing toward Chen Ming and his companions. Fiery Holy Fist. Chapter 72, The Five Elemental Divine Beast Egg. Chen Ming swung his fist down with all his might. The steel colossus, moving at a formidable speed, lifted its left front leg and stomped toward Chen Ming. Thud! The two collided with brutal force. Feeling the immense force surge through his fist, Chen Ming crushed the fruit in his mouth with a bite. In the next instant, a domineering power surged from Chen Ming's body. Even the steel colossus, possessing golden tier strength, was forced to retreat 3 paces before this overwhelming force. Chen Ming was violently knocked back over 10 meters. 10 meters might not seem like much for such a massive steel colossus, but in the eyes of Song Yuanfeng and the others, it was nothing short of astonishing. The last vestiges of worry vanished from everyone's minds. As long as big brother Chen Ming could shake the enemy, they had a chance to win. Unfortunately, what they didn't see was Chen Ming standing in place, gasping for breath. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, holding a fruit in his mouth that temporarily boosted his strength attributes. Otherwise, he would have been the one flying through the air just now. The enemy's power was too overwhelming to confront head-on. In an instant, Chen Ming set the tone for the battle. He began weaving through the battlefield with the divine wind step, searching for an opening to strike. Facing such a formidable foe, he held nothing back. Numerous fruits were ready in his system space, prepared to be retrieved at a moment's notice to restore or enhance his abilities. Earthshaker. Circling around, Chen Ming noticed the steel beast's nose remained fixed on him. He had to find another way to draw its attention. Sharp earthen spikes erupted from the surrounding sand, charging straight toward the steel colossus. At that moment, the steel colossus's long trunk stirred. With several sweeping motions, every earth spike it touched shattered completely, dissipating into energy within the air. Now! Chen Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Wielding his ornate dagger, he charged forward at lightning speed, plunging it into the steel beast's right hind thigh. The steel beast's thigh twitched violently before it raised its hind leg to charge at Chen Ming. Fortunately, Chen Ming had withdrawn immediately after landing his strike, causing the beast's attack to miss. However, Chen Ming realized that while his ornate dagger could indeed inflict damage, its contact surface was far too small. Wearing down the beast with it would be incredibly difficult. It would demand immense time and mental energy. With a flick of his thoughts, the compound bow materialized in Chen Ming's hands. Simultaneously, elemental arrows were loaded onto the bow. Go! The fire elemental arrow shot forth, carrying an all-consuming momentum as it bore down on the opponent. The steel colossus sensed a deadly threat from the fire elemental arrow. No joke, these elemental arrows were platinum grade. Even if the steel colossus survived being hit, it would be gravely wounded. The steel beast's plan was simple: use its snout to fling the fire elemental arrow away. As for the outcome, obvious. Before the fire elemental arrow, all its efforts proved utterly futile. Flames swiftly engulfed the entire steel colossus, erupting violently at the point of impact. The massive steel beast was instantly gravely wounded. As the dust settled, the first thing visible was its steel trunk, snapped clean in half and lying on the ground. The remaining section was charred black, with steel plates flaking off intermittently. Next, the chest area, struck directly, showed extensive damage, looking particularly gruesome. Just as Song Yuanfeng and the others thought the steel beast was about to be defeated, it suddenly charged forward, hurtling toward them without a second glance. Its speed steadily increased. To their eyes, it felt like a towering wall was rapidly bearing down on them. Are you kidding me? Several players' eyes widened in horror, especially one teammate whose legs trembled so violently he was nearly scared out of his wits. Wind speed slash. Chen Ming witnessed this and hesitated not a moment. Wind elements rapidly coalesced, and as slashes of wind blades tore through the air, they slammed directly into the rear legs of the charging steel colossus. The beast was charging toward Yang Zishu and his own vehicle. Under no circumstances could it be allowed to get closer. How fast were those wind blades? In the blink of an eye, the steel beast's hind legs were severed halfway down the calves. The uneven force sent the colossal steel beast crashing to the ground. As it fell, it slid forward dozens of meters. Its final resting place was less than 10 meters from Yang Zishu and the others. Now, Yang Zishu, now following behind Chen Ming, hadn't mastered much else, but she knew exactly how to seize the moment.
She drew her bone-crushing hammer and swung it directly at the steel beast's head.
Song Yuanfeng reacted swiftly too, drawing his weapon to join the fray. Unfortunately, his weapon was far too low-grade, merely bronze tier, and couldn't even pierce the steel beast's outer layer. Deprived of mobility, the steel beast, no matter how formidable, could not turn the tide. It was swiftly and completely dispatched by Chen Ming and Yang Zishu. Gazing at the fallen steel beast, Song Yuanfeng hurriedly called out to his teammates to snap a photo of him with the corpse. Though he hadn't personally killed it, he'd still participated in the slaughter. For such a massive creature, Chen Ming didn't send the treasure-seeking rat to collect the loot, he took it upon himself to gather it. Ding! Congratulations, player, on obtaining 1x 5 elements divine beast egg after 100x amplification. Ha!
This was Chen Ming's first time defeating a gold-tier enemy.
He'd expected more loot, but this? That's it? 1 egg.
But as he looked closer, his spirits lifted a bit.
The 5 elemental beasts are the azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, and qilin, right? Any one of them would be pretty impressive, right? There was just one catch: these 5 element divine beasts needed to be cultivated. You two can head back. If I'm not mistaken, the steel beast is likely a fusion of the 5 of us pursuers. No other steel clan hunters should be coming tonight.
Chen Ming glanced at Song Yuanfeng and the others beside him, speaking up proactively.
This time, his tone was noticeably more amiable than before. Yes.
Song Yuanfeng and the others naturally picked up on the shift in Chen Ming's tone, realizing their efforts hadn't been in vain. After they departed, Chen Ming finally retrieved the 5 elements divine beast egg.
Yang Zishu, standing nearby, stared at the egg in utter disbelief. This egg, you didn't happen to get it from that steel beast we just fought, did you? An egg from such a massive steel beast, could it possibly be a steel baby elephant? Doubt filled Yang Zishu's mind.
Chen Ming, of course, read the meaning behind her expression. This egg is a 5 elements divine beast egg. It has nothing to do with the Iron Clan.
5 elements divine beast.
Upon hearing the name, Yang Zishu's gaze toward the egg in Chen Ming's hand shifted.
Divine beasts. If it grows up, its power will be absolutely terrifying. Chapter 73, The Revered One returns.
After securing the egg, Chen Ming bid farewell to Yang Zishu and returned to bathe, preparing for rest. As he lay in bed after his bath, he noticed numerous players wailing in despair.
The reason?
The final wave of the Steel Tribe pursuers had arrived. Their ferocity far exceeded the players' expectations. Take Chen Ming and Yang Zishu, for instance. Had they not possessed weapons far exceeding their current level, they truly would not have stood a chance against that colossal steel beast moments ago. Their only chance to survive was to draw its attention, force it to clear the path, and then escape in a vehicle.
Otherwise, death was certain.
This is terrifying, absolutely terrifying.
It's the middle of the night, and the place is swarming with enemies. We can't possibly win against this.
Whoever comes won't stand a chance.
You're still thinking about fighting? Our squad's already bailed.
What are you waiting for?
Who lured that steel beast to our squad? We were almost safe.
Guys, I have a question. If a steel beast is targeting me, how do I escape and shake it off? If you're targeted by a steel colossus, just run. Our squad still has one on our tail. We tried to take it down, but nothing we did could threaten it.
Steel beasts aren't something current players can fight.
If you encounter one, don't say anything, just run. It was clear that several steel behemoths had indeed appeared among the final wave of Steel Clan pursuers. Players targeted by these beasts suffered terribly. To put it bluntly, fuel like diesel in the exchange had been completely wiped out. Most players faced with this situation chose to flee outright, not daring to even look directly at the steel behemoths. Just as Chen Ming was preparing to craft more wake-up cigarettes, a photograph caught his attention.
The setting in this photo looked familiar. He glanced again at the player who sent it, Song Yuanfeng. No wonder. The photo depicted none other than Song Yuanfeng and the corpse of that steel colossus.
The moment the photo appeared, the scrolling bullet chat froze as if someone had pressed pause.
The next second, countless question marks flooded the regional chat interface.
It was clear this photo had delivered a shockwave far too powerful for anyone to process.
But it wasn't over yet. Responding to the player's confusion, Song Yuanfeng sent another message: the steel colossus? Seems not so strong after all. Look, one just died.
The moment those words appeared, the player's enthusiasm surged.
Brother Song, how did you take down that steel colossus? Can you teach me? Could it be that this steel colossus has a weakness? That it's not truly invincible?
I'll pay 100 spirit coins for intel, tell me now. Bro, if you have this intel, you should share it. You don't want to see all us players die at that steel beast's hands, do you?
Exactly. Don't hoard this info.
Once tomorrow's time limit hits and the Steel Clan pursuers vanish, your intel will be worthless.
The players being chased by the steel colossus instantly grew frantic.
Defeating the steel colossus would not only save them from their current peril but also boost their standing in the Steel Clan hunt event, earning greater rewards. Finally, they could harvest the colossal beast itself for its treasures.
Truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Song Yuanfeng didn't keep everyone waiting long before posting another photo. This time, he wasn't in the picture. Instead, it showed Chen Ming and Yang Zishu. The two stood atop the steel beast, each wielding their weapons, looking quite formidable. After opening the photo, Chen Ming examined his own pose and nodded with satisfaction. No doubt about it, Song Yuanfeng's photography skills were truly impressive. He captured him looking incredibly imposing. He was thoroughly pleased. The players finally understood this colossal steel beast had been slain by Chen Ming and Yang Zishu, and Song Yuanfeng had nothing to do with it. Put. That steel colossus was slain by big shot Chen Ming and goddess Yang Zishu. What are you trying to pull? Exactly. I almost fell for the idea that the steel colossus had a weakness. Good thing I played it safe and didn't turn back. It's all thanks to big shot Chen Ming. He can take down such colossal beasts. How lucky is Song Yuanfeng to be tagging along behind him? Look at their weapons, they're clearly no ordinary gear. Especially Yang Zishu's hammer. That corpse has multiple gouges, probably all from her. Gear advantage? With their skill matching that equipment, honestly, taking down that steel beast doesn't seem so surprising after all. Don't be fooled by all the players calling Song Yuanfeng lucky, they're actually jealous. They'd give anything to be tagging along behind Chen Ming and the others right now. That would guarantee absolute safety. Chen Ming closed the zone chat window and opened his private messages, where he saw a trade request sent by Zhang Qilin. He proactively asked, "Have you finished handling everything on your end?" After dealing with that steel colossus, he immediately traded the composite bow to Zhang Qilin. Since his own area had spawned steel clan pursuers, Zhang Qilin's situation must be similar. Zhang Qilin's reply came swiftly, "Done. But there were too many pursuers this time, I used 2 elemental arrows." "No problem then." After replying, Chen Ming accepted the trade and retrieved his composite bow. Glancing at the time, Chen Ming stretched lazily and lay down on the bed to rest. Fighting the iron colossus had drained his mental energy to the point where he was already feeling sleepy. Before drifting off, he listed another 100 packs of wake-up cigarettes on the exchange. He believed many players would need them during the night. With that settled, he went straight to sleep. Meanwhile, at a player convoy's location. This convoy boasted a substantial number of players, approximately 21 in total, forming 7 squads. Due to their numbers, the final wave of steel clan pursuers spawned steel behemoths. The entire convoy now reeked of blood, the air thick with its pungent scent. Of the 21 players, only 4 remained standing. Beyond that, every single player was dead. You're the black-robed figure who helped Kim Jong-guk earlier?" Hearing one player speak, the remaining players recognized him. The player standing at the edge spoke up directly, "A defeated foe of Big Brother Chen Ming?" Bang! The moment the words left his mouth, a black beam shot out, instantly blowing his head off. The headless corpse slowly collapsed to the ground. The venerable one's face was filled with coldness. That was Chen Ming's dishonorable victory. Chapter 74, The Dragon-Slaying Holy Spear and the 13 Techniques of Military Conquest. Being defeated by Chen Ming was the revered one's lifelong disgrace. Now someone dared to bring up the past in front of him? How could he tolerate it? It was perfect timing, as he had just been pondering how to handle the remaining 4 players. Now with one more, he had a decision to make. Now, the remaining 3 players could form a squad. The sudden, bloody slaughter had terrified the remaining 3 players. The revered one swept a cold gaze over the group. "From now on, if anyone dares mention Chen Ming's name in my presence, don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing this, the others dared not refuse, nodding repeatedly. Satisfied by their fearful expressions, the revered one nodded. "Very well. You 3 form a squad. Then gather the spoils from these players and the steel colossus." When the revered one appeared, the players were under attack by the steel colossus, on the verge of collapse. With his arrival, the steel colossus was swiftly and effortlessly slain. Then came the remaining players. They were no match for the revered one. Though they tried to resist, their attacks barely scratched him. Only these 3 players remained. These 3 players were precisely the strongest individuals the revered one had selected from this group, the targets he intended to cultivate. After the incident with Kim Jong-guk, he realized the flaws in his original plan. That flaw was placing all his bets on a single player. Should anything happen to Kim Jong-guk, all his efforts would be wasted. Therefore, he had now selected 3 capable players to cultivate simultaneously. When they encountered Chen Ming again, the 3 would gang up on him. He refused to believe Chen Ming could take on 3 opponents alone. Even if Chen Ming somehow managed to win, he wouldn't forget that he was still there. As time passed, his strength would only grow stronger. After the revered one departed, the 3 players exchanged glances. One of them spoke bitterly, "What are we supposed to do? Are we really supposed to follow this guy's orders? I don't think he's reliable." The other 2 players looked equally conflicted upon hearing this. After a moment of silence, one player spoke up first, "We're absolutely no match for him right now. To survive, I advise against any other ideas. He's approached us to train us to fight against the big shot Chen Ming. If we're not strong enough, he probably won't force us to go to our deaths." In his view, as long as he could improve his strength, it didn't matter who he followed. Are you out of your mind? Can we even handle Chen Ming? No. I'm not crazy. How do you know you can't do it without trying? An opportunity to grow stronger is right in front of us. Are you just going to let it slip away? That makes sense.
We might not be Chen Ming's match now, but with resources from so many players and the Steel Clan pursuers, we can grow strong enough. With 2 players agreeing, the third naturally had no choice but to follow suit. After forming their trio, the players began clearing the battlefield to bolster their strength.
Time flew by. The night passed in the blink of an eye.
When Chen Ming woke up, it was already past 8 in the morning. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes wasn't to get out of bed, but to check the system notifications. Sure enough, as soon as he opened the system interface, 2 notifications appeared. One was a notification from 7 a.m., and the other was from 8 a.m. He opened the 7 a.m. notification first.
System notice: congratulations on surviving the Steel Clan's pursuit. Reward: Peace Fruit X1. Note: ranking calculations for Steel Clan pursuer kills now commence. Ding! Congratulations on achieving first place. Rewards are now being distributed.
Jinyang Stone, Dragon Slaying Holy Spear, Martial Art, 13 Techniques of Breaking the Army, Golden Source Spirit Stone after 100x Amplification. The Steel Clan pursuers have officially retreated. Rewards have been successfully credited. As for the top spot, Chen Ming had anticipated it. Before defeating that colossal steel beast, he hadn't been certain, but after slaying it, he knew absolutely no other player could surpass him. However, the overall player rankings were not publicly displayed this time.
Everyone could only see their own ranking.
First was the Peace Fruit, granted to every surviving player. Chen Ming's attempt to multiply the Peace Fruit by 100-fold had failed. It seemed to be a fixed reward. Next came the ranking rewards, which were exceptionally generous.
First was the Jinyang Stone.
Yang Suppressing Stone Diamond Grade. When placed inside a vehicle, it maintains the vehicle's internal temperature at 20 degrees Celsius, unaffected by external heat.
Note: the Jinyang Stone attracts the hostility of fire elemental enemies.
A diamond grade treasure, yet its described function seems rather ordinary. But its appearance now likely relates to the extreme heat to come. Next is the second reward. Dragon Adorned Holy Lance, a diamond tier weapon. Embedded with a coiling dragon on its surface, it looks exceptionally splendid. This reward is likely designed to complement the upcoming martial technique. 13 Breaching Techniques. A platinum tier martial art. It encompasses 13 spear techniques in total. Given Chen Ming's current capabilities, he can only learn the first 3 forms. The remaining ones are beyond his current mastery.
Not bad, not bad.
Gazing at the heavy, gleaming silver spear in his hands, Chen Ming wore a look of satisfaction. He had pondered this very issue during his battle with the Steel Colossus last night. The weapon in his hand was none other than a dagger. Sharp it certainly was, but its attack range was far too limited. When facing opponents stronger than himself, Chen Ming risked injury when closing in. Now, with the spear, that worry was gone. Its extended reach and superior weapon grade meant he needn't worry excessively, even when facing opponents stronger than himself. Today's task was clear: master the first 3 forms. With this resolve set in his mind, he turned his attention to the final reward. Golden Source Spirit Stone. Like the sacred flame source stone before it, this stone automatically enhances Chen Ming's mastery of the element of gold. Truly a god-tier item for effortless growth. After reading the first system notification, Chen Ming opened the second one. This notification had been issued only moments ago, yet its importance rivaled if not surpassed the first. Warning! 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 Extreme heat will descend at noon today. All players must prepare for extreme temperatures. Note: in extreme heat conditions, player stamina consumption increases by 20%, fire element skill damage increases by 20%, and damage from all other elemental skills decreases by 20%. Note: flame spirits will spawn in extreme heat zones. Defeating them yields supplies for cooling and heat relief. Note: as vehicle-specific threats, flame spirits deal extreme damage to vehicles. Players must prevent them from approaching vehicles. Note: this extreme heat wave will last for 10 days. Players should ration resources wisely to weather the storm. Chapter 75: Extreme Heat Arrives. Whoa! Chen Ming shot upright from his bed upon seeing the system notification. An extreme heat wave is coming? This extreme heat wave had been warned about since the very moment the players, first arrived on this continent. The difficulty level was undoubtedly going to be extremely high. He couldn't spare a thought for the previous rewards now. Chen Ming hurriedly opened the regional chat interface and saw numerous players already discussing it. Extreme heat is coming. I'm barely prepared. Thankfully, my ranking in the Iron Clan Hunt event was decent. I just received a heat-resistant reward, otherwise I'd have no idea how to endure this. What the heck is a flame spirit? It actually deals massive damage to vehicles. Instead of freaking out about that fire spirit, worry about your own vehicle. With this heat wave, the ground temperature will skyrocket and your tires will blow out in no time. Ha ha ha. I'm a fire elemental player. This extreme heat actually boosts my power. Awesome.
Who's got extra water resources? I'll trade for some. The extreme heat caught many players completely off guard. While everyone knew an extreme heat wave would hit in a month. But on this continent, everyone has a vague sense of dates. Who would remember the exact date it would arrive? Now, many players were hit hard. Especially those unprepared players, who were now desperately begging for help. After briefly scanning the messages, Chen Ming opened the cargo bay door. Before he could step outside, a wave of scorching heat slammed into him. It was only around 9 o'clock, not yet the peak of the extreme heat, yet the temperature was already this high. It was hard to imagine how scorching it would be when the full force of the extreme heat arrived. Though he didn't want to go out, Chen Ming understood clearly. The extreme heat was one thing, but the daily quests were another matter entirely. The daily 100 kilometers were non-negotiable. Before stepping out, Chen Ming deliberately covered himself completely, ensuring no skin was exposed to the sun. After a quick wash, Chen Ming climbed into the driver's seat. At night, he turned off the air conditioning in the driver's seat. Both he and Treasure Rat slept in the cargo box in the back, which also had its own air conditioning unit. Just as he expected the driver's seat to be a furnace, he opened the door and found it surprisingly cool inside. Glancing at the air conditioner, which was clearly turned off, he pondered briefly before realizing. It must be his sun-blocking stone working its magic. Whoosh! So that's what this thing was for. Wow! He had to admit, even without the AC, the temperature felt surprisingly comfortable. Still, Chen Ming's hand instinctively flipped the AC switch on. On a day this hot, having the AC on just makes you feel a bit more at ease. Ding! A private message notification sounded in Chen Ming's mind. He opened it to find it was Yang Zishu. Yang Zishu, how's everything going over there with this crazy heat? Seeing the message, Chen Ming turned his head and looked out through the driver's side window, catching a clear view of Yang Zishu sitting in the RV's driver's seat. It was clear he didn't want to leave his own vehicle either, even at this close distance. He still chose to send a message. When it came to summer heat preparations, Chen Ming dared say no player was as thoroughly equipped as he was. His setup included a condenser, ice maker, refrigerator, and everything else one could need. Beyond that, he had ample diesel to power the air conditioning. Now with the addition of the Xinyang stone, he truly had nothing to fear from the heat. Chen Ming, I'm pretty much all set here. As long as it doesn't get absurdly extreme, we should be fine. Even though it was a major disaster, Chen Ming believed it wouldn't be exceptionally extreme. If even he couldn't endure it, survival would be even harder for other players. Soon, Yang Zishu messaged again, do you still have those original wheels? My 2 wheels are too ordinary, I feel like they'll blow out. Yang Zishu's reminder made Chen Ming recall that several wheels on his 100-ton truck were still standard ones. He'd only replaced a few with nano-alloy wheels earlier, setting aside the rest due to a shortage of nano-steel and alloy steel at the time. Did Chen Ming lack these now? Obviously not. After all, slaying so many steel clan pursuers had yielded a substantial haul of alloy steel and nanosteel. The quantity was so vast that Chen Ming now completely ignored both materials. He decisively began production. Soon, over a dozen brand new tires appeared before Chen Ming. First, he replaced all the standard tires on his 100-ton behemoth. Then, he fitted the nano-alloy wheels. Chen Ming traded all the remaining wheels to Yang Zishu. Yang Zishu promptly accepted the trade and swapped out the wheels. Now neither of them had to worry about getting a flat tire while driving. Let's go! After sending those 2 words to his partner, Chen Ming started the 100-ton king and drove forward. Behind them, Song Yuanfeng and his teammates, seeing the 100-ton king and the RV start moving, urgently called out to Song Yuanfeng, "Boss, we should hurry up and leave too. Chen Ming's already gone." After saying this, he prepared to start his own vehicle to give chase. Hold on. At that moment, Song Yuanfeng suddenly spoke up, "We don't need to chase them. Let's wait here." Ha! Hearing Song Yuanfeng's words, the 2 teammates looked utterly perplexed. In their eyes, Chen Ming was like a towering tree they could easily tag along behind him. As the saying goes, it's good to lean on a big tree for shade. But now their captain was voluntarily giving up such a golden opportunity, leaving them utterly baffled. Song Yuanfeng's tone was earnest, "We can't rely on Chen Ming for everything. If we do, our own strength won't improve. I have a feeling that although this extreme cold is quite dangerous, this so-called flame spirit could be a great way to rapidly boost our power. I don't want to miss it." After hearing Song Yuanfeng's words, his 2 teammates finally understood his thoughtful reasoning, and their lingering complaints vanished. Indeed, on this continent, having strength of one's own was paramount. After all, there would inevitably be times when Chen Ming wasn't by their side. As time passed, noon arrived swiftly. The moment the clock struck 12, the external temperature surged dramatically. The extreme heat officially descended. But Chen Ming, seated in the driver's seat, felt nothing of it. Temperature spike? What did it matter to him? With the Xinyang stone in place, no matter how scorching the outside temperature became, it would never affect the entire 100-ton king. While he was comfortable, the other players were suffering in silence. This damn weather was heating up too fast. Even with car air conditioning, they felt it was useless. Chapter 76, Tenfold Increase. How hot is it outside? Why can I feel the heat even inside this air-conditioned room?
Listen to me, folks, don't open your car doors unless you absolutely have to. I cracked mine open just a crack and I nearly melted right there.
Is the car AC just not powerful enough? It can't cool the temperature down at all. At this rate, I'm going to get heatstroke for sure. Sweating buckets, huh? If you could grab an ice-cold drink like I did right now, you'd be so refreshed. An ice-cold drink? Trade? Name your price. Are you kidding? In this heat, can you even put a price on an ice-cold drink? No deal. My ice supply won't last much longer either. How are you guys staying cool?
Even before the extreme heat hit full force, players were already complaining about the outside temperature.
Now that it's even hotter, how much longer can they endure this?
Seeing everyone's complaints, Chen Ming began to wonder if he should bring out his ice and other tradable cooling items for exchange.
Making a profit wouldn't be too difficult. Ding! Just as Chen Ming was pondering, Yang Zishu sent a message. Can you get your AC temperature down? Mine's on full blast, but the fuel consumption is skyrocketing and it's still not cooling properly.
Yang Zishu had actually prepared quite a bit, stockpiling items like ice water. She had initially planned to buy up some resources at a premium, but under Chen Ming's guidance, she abandoned that idea outright.
The reason was simple.
Chen Ming now had more than enough cooling measures and resources at his disposal. There was simply no need to purchase additional supplies. When she couldn't endure the heat anymore, she could simply ask Chen Ming for some supplies. Upon seeing the message, Chen Ming immediately initiated a trade.
He transferred over 10 blocks of ice, along with plenty of ice water, ice cream, and iced milk tea.
After Yang Zishu accepted the trade, she immediately retrieved the ice blocks and placed them in basins throughout the car. The temperature inside the car visibly dropped rapidly. Taking another sip of iced milk tea now felt absolutely refreshing. The irritability caused by the earlier heat wave was soothed away. After settling his teammates, Chen Ming checked private messages from several other players. Opening them, she found they were all from players who had reserved lunch with her yesterday.
In this sweltering heat, they didn't want to move an inch.
Their only hope now rested on Chen Ming. Seeing these messages, an idea suddenly popped into Chen Ming's head. Right. He did have competitors for ice production. As far as he knew, besides himself, 5 other players could produce ice blocks. With the market being what it was, splitting it among everyone meant barely any profit. Since selling ice directly was a dead end, he'd have to find another way. Glancing at the daily tasks, he noticed they hadn't even completed half of them yet. After exchanging a private message with Yang Zishu, the two slowly reduced their speed. After parking the 100-ton behemoth, Chen Ming fully geared himself up once more. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door. The moment he stepped out, a wave of scorching heat hit him like a tidal wave. He felt as if he were standing right at the mouth of a volcano. The heat rolled in waves. Even in the short distance from the driver's seat to the cargo bed, beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Another minute, and he would have been drenched in sweat. After securing the cargo door, Chen Ming glanced at the treasure-seeking rat lying beside the Xinjiang stone and couldn't help but shake his head. His original plan had been to piggyback off the treasure-seeking rat, send it out to hunt for treasures, then reap a 100-fold return on his investment. But now it seemed like the treasure-seeking rat was simply tagging along to enjoy the good life. Otherwise, in this scorching environment, even a species native to the desert like the treasure-seeking rat would struggle to withstand such extreme heat. Sensing Chen Ming's gaze, the treasure-hunting rat sprang to its feet like a carp leaping out of water. Its eyes lit up even brighter when it saw Chen Ming heading toward the kitchen. Now this was living. What kind of miserable existence had it endured before? Here, there were delicious meals and perfectly comfortable temperatures, utter bliss. Chen Ming ignored the creature and began his cooking journey. This time, it wasn't just about cooking, he had another plan in mind. Fortunately, the automated systems in the mobile kitchen were quite advanced, sparing Chen Ming from handling many tasks himself. This naturally sped up the process. After over an hour, Chen Ming completed all the lunch orders for yesterday's players. Alongside the ordered dishes, he included an extra dessert for each person. Don't underestimate these desserts. This was his secret weapon for the day. After wrapping things up, Chen Ming traded Yang Zishu a lunch and dessert, then leisurely began eating himself. Now he just had to wait for the players' feedback. After Chen Ming finished his lunch, the private messages started pouring in non-stop. Though Chen Ming conducted all transactions privately, word spread among players at an astonishing speed. Before he knew it, every player in the area knew about the chilled dessert available at Chen Ming's place. Not only was it delicious, but it also had a chance to boost all 4 attributes while cooling you down. In the regional chat interface. Who leaked this info? Is it even legit? I'm kinda skeptical. Didn't they say the dessert was a gift from Big Shot Chen Ming? How could it possibly be that effective? This must be a scam. Could Chen Ming be secretly marketing it himself? No hype, no hate. Since you all know already, I'll lay it out. Yesterday I ordered a 200 spirit coin meal from Chen Ming. Our 3-player squad all ate at 2 players gain +2 to all 4 stats, 1 gain +3. Need I say more about the results? Then I ate that dessert myself and got another +1 to constitution.
Image.
As the first player shared the image, everyone saw what the dessert looked like. It resembled the Bayoluta from Blue Star's colorful clouds in the south, quite visually appealing.
With the veteran player's first-hand account, the crowd was finally convinced.
With proof and pictures, there was no reason to doubt. After all, they weren't the ones profiting from it.
Chen Ming's private messages were instantly flooded.
Players were all drawn by the dessert itself. As for the dishes priced at 200 spirit coins each, they held little interest. The cost far exceeded what most could afford.
This is a sure thing.
Seeing this, Chen Ming silently nodded to himself.
The dessert's reputation was now established. It was time to set the price.
If the price was too high, it would deter many players. Fortunately, he had already thought this through.
Why choose desserts? Precisely because their production costs were low. In Chen Ming's estimation, the cost wouldn't exceed 5 spirit coins. The final price? 50 spirit coins per serving. A tenfold increase. Chapter 77, Flame Elemental.
Given the overwhelming number of players inquiring, Chen Ming directly listed the transaction terms on the exchange.
1 dessert equals 50 spirit coins.
Everyone could exchange directly without needing to PM him. The moment this dessert went up for sale, it was quickly discovered by numerous players and swept off the shelves in no time. He had made a limited quantity this time. After completing transactions with those players, only 30 portions remained.
Except for those with lightning-fast reflexes, most players came away empty-handed.
Seeing the sold-out notice, their faces were filled with regret.
Bro Chen Ming, do you have any left? I didn't manage to grab any. Are you guys animals? Snatching them all up this fast? If you're slow, just shut up. You didn't get any, so what's there to say? How come scalpers are already here? 300 spirit coins per copy. Why don't you go grab some? Please, big brother Chen Ming, release some more. Gotta say, this is seriously delicious. Way more satisfying than just trading ice blocks.
Players who snagged them were ecstatic, constantly showing off, while those who missed out were practically seeing red. Fortunately, Chen Ming stepped in promptly. Chen Ming, due to limited raw materials and the inclusion of cooling agents, production quantities are restricted. 50 more will be released during dinner tonight. Grab them yourselves then. Also, purchasing meals worth 200 spirit coins comes with a complimentary dessert.
That's right, Chen Ming was all about tying things together. Making money, after all.
Of course, he aimed to maximize profits.
After reading the announcement, players made decisions based on their individual circumstances.
Those with ample spirit coins began considering meal orders, while those with fewer coins planned to arrive early tonight to queue for the rush. This approach allowed Chen Ming to smoothly secure numerous meal orders.
A surefire win. Just as Chen Ming was collecting spirit coins until his hands ached, the tone of players' chat began to shift. Everyone, come see. I encountered a flame spirit. Image. This flame spirit looks pretty ordinary. How strong is it? Is it powerful? Did it damage your vehicle?
So that's the fire spirit. I think I passed one earlier, but it didn't attack me either.
Oh no, my wool got scorched by the fire spirit.
It's damaged now, and my vehicle stalled.
Anyone got spare wheels? Hit me up for a trade.
Just took care of that fire spirit. Strength is average, but its fire elemental skill is a pain.
Everything else was fine. As the extreme heat wave descended, the flame spirits followed suit.
As time passed, more players began encountering these fire spirits. Concerned for their own safety and that of their vehicles, everyone clearly became more vigilant. Even Chen Ming put aside his current task to carefully read the messages in the regional chat interface. First was the fire spirit. Its entire body was engulfed in flames, giving it a formidable appearance, though it wasn't very large, only about a meter tall. Seeing players describe its strength as average, Chen Ming had already guessed as much. The fire sprite couldn't possibly be that powerful. Otherwise, players wouldn't stand a chance of surviving the extreme heat. Soon, a message grabbed Chen Ming's full attention. I just finished fighting the fire elemental and discovered something crucial. It has incredibly strong resistance to fire elemental attacks. My fire skills barely scratched it. The player who sent the message was somewhat well known in the area. Many players recognized him as a skilled user of fire elemental skills. By stepping forward, they aimed to warn everyone. Extreme resistance to fire elemental skills. The news left countless players stunned. After all, fire elemental skill users made up 70% of all players. Now that they learned fire element skills were ineffective against the flame elemental, their strength would be drastically weakened. Those who had earlier learned their elemental skills would be weakened by 20% instantly felt vindicated. They hadn't forgotten that just this morning, these same players had been mocking them. Now they had it coming. Sure, the fire element skills got buffed, but it's useless. The fire elementals are no easy foes. Chen Ming silently noted this information to himself. Fortunately, he mastered multiple elemental types. While the fire element's blazing holy fist was the most powerful, his other elemental skills weren't weak either. As for Yang Zishu, the impact was even smaller. She didn't possess any fire element skills at all. After a brief rest, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu set out again. This time, besides completing their daily quests, they had another mission, to find the fire elementals. Numerous players mentioned encountering flame spirits in the regional chat, but not a single one mentioned what rewards could be obtained from defeating them. This situation could only mean two things. First, the fire spirits carried nothing mere energy entities designed solely to obstruct players and destroy their vehicles. Second, the fire spirits could drop valuable items or useful equipment. Players were keeping quiet to avoid drawing attention too quickly. Analyzing both possibilities, Chen Ming personally leaned toward the second scenario being more likely. Given this continent's setting, everything revolves around crisis. Danger, danger. Where there's danger, there's opportunity. The extreme heat posed a massive threat to most players. And where there's such great danger, opportunity inevitably follows. Where might these opportunities arise? One possibility lies in the flame spirits spawned by the extreme heat. After relentless searching, their persistence finally paid off. Within 20 minutes of driving less than half an hour, they encountered a flame spirit by the roadside. Its appearance matched the description they'd seen in the regional chat interface exactly. By the time they parked their vehicle, they were less than 30 meters away from the flame spirit. As if sensing the vehicle's presence, the flames on its body intensified before it began approaching Chen Ming and his companion. Chen Ming pushed open the door, enduring the scorching heat outside as he stepped out. Damn, it's hot. If it weren't for the system warning that the flame spirit would inflict massive damage on player vehicles, Chen Ming would never have gotten out. He would have just plowed right through it. Let's get this over with quickly. Feeling his entire body scorched, Chen Ming had no desire to linger under this blazing sun. Earth-shattering. As the flame sprite closed in, Chen Ming struck decisively. Several earth spikes shot out, attacking the fire spirit. The fire spirit charged straight toward the spikes as if oblivious, colliding directly with them before disintegrating into sparks and vanishing. Witnessing this, Yang Zishu, who had just stepped out of the RV, couldn't help but freeze in surprise. That weak? Chapter 78, Fire Spirit Stone. At the same moment, a voice echoed in Chen Ming's mind. Ding! Congratulations, player, for defeating Flame Spirit X1. You have obtained Flame Essence X1. Flame Essence. Chen Ming had no time to examine its effects immediately. He decisively pulled open the door and returned to his driver's seat. In just that brief moment, Chen Ming was drenched in sweat. Sitting in the driver's seat with the AC blowing, he finally felt like he was coming back to life. As for the flame spirit, it had instantly dissolved into sparks upon death, requiring no collection. After a brief rest, Chen Ming began examining the function of the flame essence. Flame essence, obtained by slaying fire elemental spirits, can be used to increase a player's fire elemental insight, imbue weapons with fire elemental attributes, or traded. This was indeed valuable. After skimming the description, the most useful aspect for Chen Ming was enhancing the player's fire elemental insight. As for imbuing weapons with fire element attributes, he currently wielded a gold element spear. Forcibly adding fire element attributes might weaken the gold element's power. Chen Ming dared not attempt it recklessly, decisively abandoning the idea. As for trading, that's not very realistic either. Players will inevitably encounter fire elementals, so there's no shortage of fire essence. That left only one option, enhancing his own elemental perception. With that in mind, Chen Ming began attempting absorption according to the instructions. The next instant, the previously acquired fire essence transformed into streaks of fiery red light, entering Chen Ming's body. Chen Ming could sense his understanding of the fire element slightly increasing. Frankly, this effect was worse than the sacred fire source stone. Ah well, every little bit helps. Chen Ming didn't dwell on the issue for too long. After briefly explaining the essence of flame to Yang Zishu, the two continued on their journey. Upon learning about the flame essence, Yang Zishu immediately lost interest. To her, it was utterly useless. Fire element skills simply weren't part of her primary elemental specialization. Speaking of which, it must be mentioned that Yang Zishu's mastery of elements was no longer confined to water alone. She now also wielded ice and wood elements. This diversification was influenced by Chen Ming, who encouraged her to explore multiple paths. 2 hours later, after completing their daily tasks, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu chose not to press on but instead pulled over to rest. Chen Ming's 100-ton king, aided by the Xinyan stone, maintained excellent temperature control. But Yang Zishu's situation was entirely different. Her RV was now like a furnace. Chen Ming feared the vehicle might break down if they kept driving. When they stopped, Chen Ming instructed Yang Zishu to park her RV right next to the 100-ton king. This way, the radiant heat could slightly cool the RV. Yang Zishu could only feel the temperature inside her RV climbing higher and higher. Unable to bear it any longer, she had no choice but to seek out Chen Ming. Stepping into the cargo compartment at the rear, Yang Zishu instantly felt as though she'd been revived. It was surprisingly cool. While everyone else endured this extreme heat, the temperature inside the vehicle was worlds apart. Noticing the astonishment on Yang Zishu's face, Chen Ming offered an explanation. We got lucky.
During the Steel Clan bounty hunt, we acquired a device that can regulate the vehicle's temperature.
Now the entire cabin maintains a constant 20 degrees Celsius.
A constant 20 degrees Celsius. Yang Zishu was utterly envious.
The thought of returning to her own RV later made her head ache.
Hey! Wait a minute.
Yang Zishu surveyed the cargo hold of the 100-ton king.
With all this space, she could easily clear out a spot to sleep. Plus, there was a bathroom right here, she wouldn't even need to go back. Could I sleep here tonight? Yang Zishu asked softly, her voice tinged with hesitation.
Last time at the merchant inn, they'd had no choice, there was only one room, forcing them to share a space.
But this time?
This time, she'd suggested it herself. That made a world of difference. Even Chen Ming couldn't help but pause upon hearing her words.
So direct?
But he quickly snapped out of it.
It seemed his yin-yang stone was indeed quite useful.
Of course. Chen Ming agreed without hesitation. First, there was plenty of space in the cargo hold, adding a bed, or even a few more, wouldn't be a problem.
Second, having a beauty like Yang Zishu keep him company?
He'd be thrilled.
If it were some scruffy old man instead, even if he were a teammate, would he have agreed?
Seeing Chen Ming agree, Yang Zishu sprang into action. After crafting another vehicle bed on the workbench, she installed it in Chen Ming's cargo compartment. For her own safety, she deliberately placed the bed about 6 or 7 meters away from Chen Ming, keeping a slight distance. Chen Ming didn't linger to watch, instead turning his attention to his evening money-making scheme. He'd already made up his mind, during this period, he'd gather as many spirit coins as possible to himself. That way, when he encountered another merchant station or exchange mall, he could immediately boost his strength. Opening treasure chests offered a 100-fold increase, potentially yielding excellent loot. However, the items obtained were random. Sometimes Chen Ming had new ideas, but lacked sufficient resources to support them.
The merchant station was different. Chen Ming could purchase exactly what he needed. They offered virtually everything imaginable.
While Chen Ming was busy, 2 more fire elementals came to harass him. This time, Yang Zishu took action. Yang Zishu's water and ice elemental skills were severely weakened in this scorching environment. Fortunately, these 2 elemental attacks proved exceptionally effective against the fire sprites. She dispatched them with ease. By around 9 in the evening, the sun finally began its slow descent. Indeed, due to the extreme heat, sunset was occurring later and later each day. By 10 o'clock at night, darkness finally descended. Without the sun's direct rays, the outside temperature began to gradually drop. Being in a desert region, it fell into the single digits. After completing all his scheduled trades, Chen Ming deliberately stepped outside to feel the external temperature. It was outrageous. During this extreme heat wave, the temperature difference between day and night is approaching 70 or 80 degrees. Players who weren't careful could easily catch a cold. Fortunately, Chen Ming's vehicle maintained a constant temperature, so he had no such worries.
Ding!
Back in the cargo container, while Yang Zishu was taking a shower, Chen Ming's private messages suddenly chimed. Opening it, he found a message from Zhang Qilin.
Zhang Qilin, bro Chen, you control fire elements, right? See if this might be useful. Following the message was an item description. Fire Spirit Stone contains a trace amount of fire elemental energy.
Absorbing it increases the player's affinity with fire elements.
Note, may have unexpected uses during extreme heat.
Players should manage carefully.
Chapter 79, Let me help you. Fire Spirit Stone?
Chen Ming stared at the description, his face filled with confusion. He couldn't shake the feeling that this Fire Spirit Stone was the crucial resource for the extreme heat refresh, the so-called opportunity.
But hadn't he obtained Flame Essence earlier?
The thought struck him, and he hurriedly asked, "Where did you get this Fire Spirit Stone?" Zhang Qilin across from him replied promptly, "Oh, that? You get it by slaying flame elementals. It shouldn't be too rare."
Kill fire elementals?
Chen Ming looked utterly astonished. Between him and Yang Zishu, they had already slain 5 fire sprites. Without exception, they'd only ever gotten flame essence, not a single trace of this so-called Fire Spirit Stone.
Could it be that each flame spirit has a different drop rate? Chen Ming pondered for a moment.
Judging by the description of this Fire Spirit Stone, it should have significant uses later on.
You should keep it.
From his interactions with Zhang Qilin over the past period, he could tell the man wasn't the type to deceive him. If Zhang Qilin said so, it was most likely true. Chen Ming could certainly take the Fire Spirit Stone now, but doing so would mean owing Zhang Qilin a favor.
That wasn't something he wanted to see happen. Zhang Qilin didn't press the matter, simply telling Chen Ming that he could come to him anytime if he needed it.
After closing the private chat window, Chen Ming rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The fact that the Fire Spirit had additional rewards was far beyond his expectations. If he hadn't misread the situation, whether the Fire Spirit Stone dropped was purely a matter of luck. He opened the regional chat interface. He refused to believe Zhang Qilin was an exception. There had to be other players like Zhang Qilin. Plus, not many players had encountered the flame sprite around noon. News about the flame essence hadn't leaked out, but now that it was evening, the vast majority of players had surely encountered the flame spirit.
The loot couldn't be hidden. Flame Essence interested players can PM me directly for a discounted price. Why does the Flame Essence only boost Fire Element players' power? That's not fair. Exactly. Once Fire Element players get stronger, won't we all fall way behind them after they master super high temperatures? What's unfair about it? You guys take down fire spirits with ease, but we risk our lives doing it. Are you guys stupid? Not having mastered fire attributes now is fine, but with this Flame Essence, we can enrich ourselves too. Dual attributes, get it? You're just figuring this out now? I've already mastered fire. All I need now are fire elemental skills. Flame Essence? That's nothing special. This is the real treasure. Fire Spirit Stone. Ha! Hey, buddy up there, where'd you get that Fire Spirit Stone? Sure enough, besides Zhang Qilin, Chen Ming spotted at least 5 other players wielding Fire Spirit Stones. So the drop rate for Fire Spirit Stones isn't that high after all. 1 in 1,000? If that's truly the case, the odds are far too low. Simply hunting fire spirits won't be enough to acquire more. Beyond that, Chen Ming noticed many players suffering losses at the hands of the fire spirits. These players had their vehicles destroyed, though they themselves were mostly unharmed. Clunk! As Chen Ming kept scrolling through the summary information, the bathroom door suddenly opened from the inside. Yang Zishu emerged from the bathroom. As she lifted her head, her gaze locked with Chen Ming's, a hint of shyness flitting across her face. It was precisely that hint of shyness that made Chen Ming unable to look away. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Due to the extreme heat, Yang Zishu had anticipated feeling hot while sleeping at night and had simply crafted a set of thin nightgowns. What she hadn't anticipated was that she'd end up sleeping on Chen Ming's side that night. Not wanting to waste resources, she hadn't made another set of pajamas. As she approached her bed and saw Chen Ming still following her movements, she couldn't help but say, "I'm done washing up. You should go wash now." Now she was worried Chen Ming might pounce on her. What then? Should she resist? Or give in? Would resisting strain their relationship? But if she gave in, wouldn't it make her seem cheap? While she did harbor feelings for Chen Ming, she simply couldn't bring herself to give her body to him so easily. Chen Ming, reminded by her words, reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Damn it! He sighed deeply before rushing into the bathroom, determined to take a cold shower to quell the heat burning within him. The moment he stepped inside, a wave of fragrance hit him. Having sweated during the day, Yang Zishu had taken a longer shower, leaving the entire bathroom saturated with her scent. As he showered, Chen Ming not only failed to quell his inner heat, he felt like he couldn't hold back at all. Damn it! He should have waited a while before showering. Pure torture. After a quick rinse, Chen Ming slipped into a pair of boxer shorts and walked straight out. He wasn't a girl, after all. For the past while, he'd been wearing nothing but boxer shorts, convenient, easy to wash, and comfortable for sleeping. As he stepped out of the bathroom door, Yang Zishu's gaze was instantly drawn to him. Seeing Chen Ming clad only in boxer shorts, her face instantly flushed crimson, even the area around her ears turning red. Reason told her she shouldn't look any longer, but a voice inside her whispered. Just one more glance. It's fine. Wow. Those defined muscles on his arms. Lower down. 8-pack abs. I just wanna pinch them. Keep going down. Ha? This big? When Yang Zishu saw that massive thing, her little mouth gaped slightly, her face filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, Chen Ming got a taste of what Yang Zishu had just experienced. Being stared at like that made him feel a bit uncomfortable. What was most unsettling was that under her gaze, his brother showed signs of wanting to rise even higher. Back on Blue Star, he hadn't even held a girl's hand, let alone done anything like that. Yet here he was, sharing a room with a stunning beauty like Yang Zishu. In his mind, Yang Zishu was far more beautiful than any actress he'd seen in his previous life. Gulp. Chen Ming spoke bitterly, "Stop staring. If you keep it up, I won't be able to hold back." Yang Zishu felt even more flustered at his words, but this time she didn't avert her gaze. Instead, her eyes settled directly on the bulge beneath Chen Ming's waist. Does that feel uncomfortable? Maybe. I could help you? Ha? Chen Ming's brain froze upon hearing those words. Under his gaze, Yang Zishu stepped down from her bed, approached him, and then bent down. After a long moment. Bliss. Chapter 80, The Desert Beast Emperor Awakens. A night of silence. The next morning. By the time Chen Ming woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Sitting up, he spotted Yang Zishu bustling about in the kitchen, and a faint smile touched his lips. Though they hadn't reached the final step last night, it had been incredibly satisfying, hadn't it? He understood that haste makes waste. Yang Zishu, preparing breakfast, sensed something and instinctively turned her head. Their gazes locked in a direct, unflinching stare. In the end, it was Yang Zishu who lost. Neither mentioned last night's events. Yang Zishu broke the silence first. "You should check the new system announcement released at 8 a.m. this morning. The content seems pretty important." System announcement. That meant it contained extremely important information. Chen Ming opened it immediately. A new system notice quickly caught his eye.
System notice: as the extreme heat persists for longer periods, the strength of the flame spirits will increase accordingly. Players are advised to prepare for combat. Note: the higher the flame spirit's power, the greater the drop rate of fire spirit stones. The fire spirit stone exchange shop is now officially open. All items within the shop can only be traded using fire spirit stone. Spirit coins cannot be used for transactions. Note: players may freely trade fire spirit stones among themselves. Warning: due to the extreme heat, many desert beasts have acquired fire elemental skills. Players should exercise caution. Note: the desert beast emperor has awakened and will soon launch attacks against players. Exercise extreme caution. The previous system message announced the arrival of extreme heat. This system notice further details the dangers and opportunities during this period. First, the fire elemental's power has increased, and the drop rate for fire spirit stones has risen. These 2 points are manageable and within Chen Ming's expectations. There's no helping it. Flame spirits are simply too weak right now. Chen Ming could dispatch them effortlessly even without using elemental skills. Strength enhancement was inevitable. Fire spirit stones still depended on luck. The drop rate had increased, but it was unclear how much higher it would go. Next up is the Fire Spirit Stone Marketplace. Located beside the exchange interface, players could freely browse its vast array of tradable items. Chen Ming gave it a quick glance: elemental skills, weapons, treasures that boosted all 4 core attributes, you name it. Levels ranged from low tier to diamond grade. However, Chen Ming didn't spot any higher tiers. Chen Ming surmised that the system itself didn't believe players could exchange fire spirit stones for treasures above diamond grade. After all, a single diamond grade treasure alone cost 5,000 fire spirit stones. And that was just the most basic tier. The highest price he could find was 30,000 fire spirit stones. For a player to exchange for a single diamond grade treasure, they'd have to slay tens of thousands of fire spirits. The difficulty was no small feat. Next came the beasts. The desert beasts had suffered devastating blows from the Steel Clan pursuers earlier, and their numbers were now severely depleted. Yet those who survived the Iron Clan's relentless pursuit were few in number, but none were weaklings. Now imbued with fire elemental power, their strength has undoubtedly grown even more formidable. Players encountering them would likely find them difficult to handle. What worried Chen Ming most was the final warning: the Desert Beast Emperor. As the name suggests, the mightiest predator of the desert. Having just awakened, it means it didn't participate in the earlier battle between the beasts and the Steel Clan pursuers. During the battle, Chen Ming had observed numerous gold-tier combatants within the beast horde. Therefore, this desert emperor must possess at least top-tier gold-grade combat strength. It might even reach the terrifying platinum tier. If that were truly the case, even Chen Ming himself wouldn't stand a chance against it. He would truly die. Huff. Chen Ming took a deep breath, suddenly feeling the immense pressure weighing on him. The 13 techniques of the ruined army couldn't be delayed. He had to practice. Breakfast is ready. Come over after you're done washing up. Just as Chen Ming was deep in thought, Yang Zishu's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his train of thought. Without hesitation, Chen Ming rose swiftly. After a quick wash, he walked over to the dining table and began eating. Yang Zishu might seem aloof on the surface, but that was merely her facade defense against others trying to strike up conversations. Her true nature was actually quite thoughtful. She quickly noticed the worry between Chen Ming's brows and recalled the system notification she'd seen earlier that morning. Don't worry. There are still so many players in our area. It might not necessarily come after us. It's not like that kind of coincidence would happen, Yang Zishu offered reassurance. Sipping the mung bean porridge Yang Zishu had cooked, Chen Ming pondered before speaking. That's true, but we still need to prepare defenses in advance and strengthen ourselves. Otherwise, when the enemy comes, we'll be in danger. We won't even have the strength to fight back. Yang Zishu nodded firmly, resolving to diligently cultivate her elemental skills. Ideally, she aimed to achieve a state where her ice arrows, when exposed to sunlight, would slow their dissipation rate and minimize power reduction as much as possible. After breakfast, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu didn't immediately set off in their vehicles. During the extreme heat wave, temperatures rose steadily from morning, peaking around noon. Their plan was simple: they intended to enhance their abilities while it was still bearable, saving the drive for when the heat was at its peak. With time on their hands, Chen Ming could finally begin mastering the 13 techniques of the ruined army. With his current strength, he can only learn the first 3 forms: piercing the sun, splitting the moon, and falling star. The first form he learned was piercing the sun. Mastering the first form wasn't overly difficult. Piercing the sun involved thrusting forward rapidly with a single-handed spear. The tip channeled a spiraling energy force, capable of shattering enemy defenses with overwhelming force. Moreover, after striking the target, residual golden energy would erupt a second time, dealing heavy damage to the enemy. Chen Ming gripped the dragon-slaying holy spear and began earnest practice according to the detailed instructions. Not far away, the fully armed Yang Zishu watched Chen Ming training with the spear, surprise flashing in her eyes. This was the first time she had ever seen Chen Ming wield a spear weapon. She had never witnessed it before.
Moreover, she sensed an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from this spear. The spear's grade was undoubtedly high. After observing briefly, she withdrew her gaze and began cultivating her own elemental skills. She trained for a full hour. The two took no breaks except for a quick sip of water. Before long, the sun overhead had grown scorching hot. They returned to their respective vehicles one after the other, quickly rinsing the sweat from their bodies before setting off again. Time to tackle the daily quest. Chapter 81, Desert Flame Wolf. After an hour of focused practice, Chen Ming successfully mastered the first technique, piercing the sun, reaching the beginner level. Next came real combat. Not long after driving off, the silhouettes of flame spirits appeared ahead of Chen Ming and Yang Zishu. After witnessing players yesterday describe how fire spirits would actively unleash flames to attack player vehicles, causing massive damage, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu now drove cautiously. They aimed to stop their vehicle as quickly as possible, allowing them to control the distance between their vehicle and the fire spirits. There were 2 fire spirits in total. Yang Zishu spoke up, offering to handle both fire spirits herself. Chen Ming naturally didn't refuse. Using the sun piercer against these 2 fire spirits would be like using a cannon to swat a fly, utterly inefficient. Besides, he could tell Yang Zishu intended to test the effectiveness of her recent cultivation. Once again, 2 ice arrows were fired. As the ice arrows descended, the 2 fire spirits vanished without even a scream, vaporized instantly. Chen Ming narrowed his eyes, observing Yang Zishu's ice arrows. Any progress? Absolutely. Though the ice arrows formed this time would still melt, they were significantly better than before. The melting speed had slowed by about 30%. Consequently, a slower melt rate means the ice arrow's power is enhanced. However, Chen Ming wasn't fixated on this point, it was something else entirely. When Yang Zishu returned to her vehicle, Chen Ming proactively sent her a private message. Later, you could try concentrating the ice element at the arrowhead. That way, even if the rear section melts, it'll have a smaller impact on the arrow's effectiveness. He had just noticed that one of the 2 ice arrows Yang Zishu had released had its tip half melted, significantly reducing its power. Fortunately, the fire elemental was vulnerable to water and ice elements. Otherwise, it might not have been instantly defeated. Upon reading the message, Yang Zishu instantly grasped Chen Ming's meaning. Right. Why hadn't she thought of this before? Her previous approach had been to compress her ice element as much as possible, then shape it into an ice arrow, infusing it with a thick layer of ice element to slow the melting process. This approach worked well, but it drained her energy considerably. Now, with Chen Ming's insight, she had a new approach. Most of the ice element would be concentrated at the front of the ice arrow. The arrowhead itself wouldn't melt. When striking an enemy, its power wouldn't be diminished. The two continued onward. As noon approached, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu had just parked the car when the treasure-hunting mouse sitting in the passenger seat suddenly began stammering. Its hands clutched its head in apparent panic. Something's wrong. Chen Ming instantly understood. He knew the treasure mouse's temperament well. It would never act this way without reason. The way it was acting now clearly showed it was feeling fear. Something nearby was causing the treasure rat to feel fear. Realizing this, Chen Ming's expression turned icy. He immediately sent a message to Yang Zishu, instructing her not to get out of the car just yet. He then tapped the treasure mouse on the shoulder. Tell me, which direction is the unsettling aura coming from? The treasure-hunting rat flinched in fright, paused for a second, then pointed toward the right front. Chen Ming immediately scanned that direction. Sure enough, a tiny, dark silhouette was gradually growing larger. However, the distance was simply too great for Chen Ming to make out its identity clearly yet. One thing was certain, though, whatever was approaching was definitely not a fire spirit. It was most likely a beast. He relayed this information to Yang Zishu, instructing her to prepare for battle. After about a minute, the figure finally came fully into Chen Ming's view. A desert wolf. Wait, no. It shouldn't be called a desert wolf anymore, it was a desert flame wolf. Unlike the desert wolves Chen Ming had encountered before, the one before him now had its tail ablaze. This must be what the system announcement referred to: all beasts in the desert had been imbued with fire elemental energy. Upon seeing it, Chen Ming's eyes lit up. He had been lamenting the lack of a fire spirit to spar with. And now, the perfect sparring partner had practically walked right up to him. With that thought, Chen Ming wasted no time, swiftly pushing open the door and stepping out. By the time he reached the 100-ton king, the desert flame wolf was already less than 30 meters away. The dragon-slaying holy spear appeared in his hand. Ha! Seeing the desert flame wolf lunging toward him, Chen Ming swung his spear in a sweeping horizontal strike. Crash! Propelled by immense force, the desert flame wolf was swept aside and crashed to the ground. Awu! Sensing Chen Ming's power, the desert flame wolf charged at him like a raging beast, as if perceiving an immense threat. As it charged, flames surged rapidly from its body, enveloping its entire form. Its aura seemed formidable. Perfect timing. Seeing this, Chen Ming's face showed not fear but delight. Pierce the sun. The spear whirled rapidly, carrying a whirlwind as it swept toward the desert flame wolf. Boom! The two collided violently. The flames surrounding the desert flame wolf were swiftly extinguished by Chen Ming's spear. The dragon-piercing holy spear pierced through its body without resistance. In the next instant, endless golden elements erupted. Completely enveloping the desert flame wolf, it was slain instantly. Ding! Congratulations, player, for slaying the desert flame wolf. Reward, Fire Spirit Stone X1. Ha! Fire Spirit Stones actually dropped from this one too. Glancing at the desert flame wolf's corpse on the ground, it didn't vanish like the previous flame spirit had. Instead, it could be harvested. Harvest. Same as before, some diamond-grade wolf meat. Nothing else. Chen Ming surmised that these beasts, imbued with fire attributes, yielded more flame essence and fire spirit stones than ordinary ones. This meant he'd gained another method for obtaining fire spirit stones. After gathering, Chen Ming swiftly returned to his driver's seat and shared this information with Yang Zishu. The two began preparing lunch. Few players ordered meals from Chen Ming today. Most opted for desserts costing just 50 spirit coins, while the 200 coin meals were becoming unaffordable for most. As for the desserts, Chen Ming was getting increasingly adept at making them. Before long, he listed today's midday portion on the exchange, wrapping up all his noon tasks. The midday sun was scorching hot. Chen Ming discussed it with Yang Zishu, and they agreed to wait until the afternoon sun softened a bit before setting out. The task of keeping watch naturally fell to the treasure rat. Ding! Before Chen Ming could even lie down, a notification pinged on his private chat interface. It was that kid Zhang Qilin again. Just as he was about to open the chat interface, a trade request popped up, automatically initiated by none other than Zhang Qilin. Chapter 82, Zhang Qiu. Opening the trade panel, he saw Zhang Qilin had placed several watermelons on the trading interface. Whoa! Chen Ming's eyes lit up at the sight. These were the ultimate summer refreshers. No free lunch. Chen Ming placed 2 pieces of diamond-grade wolf meat on his side. The trade was successful. Chen Ming placed the traded watermelons and ice blocks together. Chilled watermelon was the ultimate killer combo. Zhang Qilin stared at the 2 pieces of wolf meat appearing before him, his mind feeling overwhelmed. When he saw Chen Ming place the 2 pieces of wolf meat on the trade panel, he hadn't looked closely, assuming Chen Ming simply didn't want to owe him a favor and had casually traded over 2 pieces of meat. Only now, upon receiving them, did he realize. This wolf meat wasn't ordinary wolf meat, nor was it bronze grade, it was diamond grade. Diamond grade. No wonder the surface of this meat had a lustrous sheen. Truly no ordinary item. At the same time, Zhang Qilin felt his resolve strengthen. That was to stick close behind Chen Ming. Whatever treasures were unearthed from now on, he had to let Chen Ming choose first. In his eyes, big shot Chen Ming would never let him come up short. On the other side, 3 level 2 vehicles were parked together. Before them lay the corpses of 2 desert beasts imbued with fire attributes. After gathering the resources, they hurried back to the front vehicle. Honorable Elder. This is the Fire Spirit Stone. Here. Zhang Qiu handed the Fire Spirit Stone in his hand to the other party. The revered one took the stone, then slowly closed his eyes. The Fire Spirit Stone trembled in his hand before the fire elemental energy within was completely absorbed into his body. Moments later, the revered one slowly opened his eyes. 2 low grade. Limited use. Gather more Fire Spirit Stones. Aim to exchange them for higher grade treasures for me in the exchange mall. Yes, sir. The 3 players nodded decisively in agreement. These past few days had truly shown them just how terrifying the revered one's power was. And it wasn't just his power, it was his depth of resources. He could pull out a treasure at the drop of a hat. For instance, the extreme heat that had countless players groaning in agony was nothing but child's play for the revered one. The revered one gave each of them an ice crystal. Using these ice crystals, the temperature inside their vehicle was maintained at around 30 degrees Celsius. Combined with the air conditioning, it completely isolated them from the scorching heat outside. Beyond that, the revered one bestowed upon each of them a golden grade martial skill. Gold tier. That's something. Players were still fighting tooth and nail over a single bronze grade martial skill, while a silver grade skill could send shockwaves through an entire region, sparking fierce competition. Yet here, the revered one handed out gold tier martial arts techniques as if they were nothing. And not just 1-3 of them. What's the difference? This is the gap. Zhang Qiu and the others felt that following the revered one had broadened their horizons. What about the other players? They're not even in the same league. Of course, under the revered one's warning, they remained wary of Chen Ming. But they believed that, continuing like this, surpassing Chen Ming was only a matter of time. After all, no matter how strong Chen Ming was, he absolutely couldn't possess martial arts skills above the gold rank. The revered one observed the 3 players, their faces radiating satisfaction, and silently nodded in approval. He was thoroughly pleased with his selection of these pawns. They possessed the necessary strength, but most crucially, they were utterly loyal to him. Unlike that fool Kim Jong-guk before he'd explicitly warned them not to provoke Chen Ming. And what happened? That fool Kim Jong-kook actually went and provoked Chen Ming himself. Now look at him, not only did he lose his life, but he ruined all my plans. Now I have to start over from scratch. After leaving Zhang Qiu's vehicle, the three players decided to grab lunch first.
One of their vehicles was also an RV, equipped with a built-in kitchen. At mealtimes, they always headed to the RV to eat.
Inside the RV, one player quickly spoke up, "Ball brother, did you see that? That mighty flame beast didn't even get a chance to fight back under his gold tier martial skill. I smacked it dead with a single palm strike." Another player chimed in eagerly, "This gold tier martial skill is seriously powerful. The only problem is how damn hard it is to level up. I'm still stuck at the beginner stage. Who knows when I'll ever reach the next tier." Zhang Qiu shot them a glance. "Getting cocky already? The revered one gave us gold tier martial arts, and you're bragging about slaying a bronze tier beast? Don't forget our opponent is Chen Ming, the top player in the region."
At the mention of Chen Ming, the other two players' expressions shifted repeatedly. The first one to speak forced himself to say, "So what if it's Chen Ming? With our current combined strength, we might actually be able to take him down." "Exactly. Even if he's strong, how strong could he really be? He's definitely no match for our gold-grade martial arts." Hearing this, Zhang Qiu couldn't help but frown. He sensed his two teammates were getting a bit too cocky. The revered one had been in the same vehicle as him, so he understood Chen Ming's strength better than these two players. He hadn't forgotten what the revered one had said. With their current combined strength, they weren't even worthy of being a toothpick in Chen Ming's mouth. He couldn't understand, was it really that exaggerated? After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to argue and continued eating. One of the players, noticing Zhang Qiu's expression, mistakenly thought he was intimidated by Chen Ming. He hurriedly interjected, "Brother Qiu, don't worry. Chen Ming is definitely no match for us. Next time we meet, I'll take him on. If I can't handle him alone, the three of us together will definitely take him down." Another player nodded vigorously. "Here's what we'll do. I'll track down Chen Ming and find out his exact location. We'll go straight to him. The revered one has trained us for so long. We owe him a grand gift in return. No time to waste." That player immediately tracked down Chen Ming and sent him a private message. By the time Zhang Qiu realized what was happening and tried to stop it, it was already too late. After all, there was no such thing as a undo button here. All Zhang Qiu could do now was hope Chen Ming wouldn't notice. Otherwise, wouldn't they be walking right into a trap? No way. He had to prepare for both possibilities. With this thought racing through his mind, he opened the private chat interface with Chen Ming. He composed a message and sent it, "Big shot Chen Ming, I have something extremely important to tell you about that black-robed figure from earlier." Zhang Qiu knew full well that a confrontation with Chen Ming was inevitable. By the time that happened, it would be too late to declare his loyalty. It was far wiser to secure an escape route now. The poor venerable one remained unaware that the pawn he deemed most easily controlled had already begun to stab him in the back. Meanwhile, Chen Ming's expression turned peculiar after reading the two new messages. Especially the first one, the tone and flavor of it felt eerily similar to that late Mr. Jean from before. Chapter 83, Beast Tide. Chen Ming didn't dwell on the first message for long, promptly blocking and deleting it in one swift motion. He genuinely couldn't stand these loudmouths. They had no real power, yet dared to taunt him, talk about asking for trouble. Then came the second message, arriving immediately afterward. The sender was a player named Zhang Qiu. Seeing that name, Chen Ming's first thought was, never heard of him. It was understandable. After suffering mission losses at Kim Jong-kook's hands, the Reverend had specifically warned Zhang Qiu and others not to be overly active in the regional chat or flaunt their strength. Quietly leveling up was the way to go. After reading Zhang Qiu's message, a serious expression appeared on Chen Ming's face. News about the black-robed man. He had kept the black-robed man firmly in mind. To him, this figure posed a significant threat, and the fact that he remained lurking in the desert meant Chen Ming couldn't rest easy until he was eliminated. He never expected to receive news about him now. Chen Ming replied swiftly, "Are you certain you didn't misread it? Where is he now?" When it came to the black-robed man, Chen Ming grew cautious. At the same time, he harbored doubts about Zhang Qiu possessing this information. That cloaked figure possessed formidable strength. How could Zhang Qiu, a mere nobody, have discovered his whereabouts? Zhang Qiu's reply arrived swiftly. "I can confirm it's him. He still flies into a rage just hearing your name. Seems he hates you to the bone. There's absolutely no mistake. The exact location is here, coordinates. He was here earlier, but I don't know if he's still there now." Here, Zhang Qiu played it safe. The coordinates pointed to a location behind their convoy. This was to prevent Chen Ming from pursuing them at all costs, giving them time to react and escape. Chen Ming opened the coordinates and discovered they were actually ahead of him. The distance was roughly 200 kilometers. It wasn't exactly close. A fierce internal struggle raged within Chen Ming's mind. Honestly, he desperately wanted to eliminate this threat. While his current strength was indeed stronger than before, he knew he still lacked the power to completely take down that black-robed figure. "Got it, thanks." After expressing his gratitude, Chen Ming didn't forget to send the other party 1 unit of ice via transaction. Zhang Qiu casually accepted it, storing it directly in his system space. His gaze darted over his two teammates, confirming they hadn't noticed anything unusual. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. If the revered one found out about this, it wouldn't be a laughing matter. He was certain the revered one would tear him limb from limb or execute him outright. He dared not take such a risk. Around 5 in the afternoon, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu set out once more. Half of their daily tasks remained. As time passed, with only 10 kilometers left, listening to the sounds outside, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu felt their hearts leap into their throats. Something was happening. Though seated inside the vehicle, they could still hear the ground trembling outside. The treasure-hunting mouse in the passenger seat leapt up, frantically pointing toward the right side of the 100-ton king, its face etched with terror. Seeing this, Chen Ming hurriedly pushed open the door, moved to the front of the 100-ton king, and began scanning the distance. Yang Zishu naturally followed immediately. What's going on? Yang Zishu's face was filled with confusion. Her feet now touching the ground, her entire body trembled even more violently. No sooner had she asked than a swarm of dark shapes materialized in the distance, hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. They were all beasts. Among them were even those beasts imbued with fire elemental power. A beast tide. Chen Ming spat out the 2 words, "Back in the car, quick!" The 2 scrambled back into the vehicle at top speed, firing it up without even fastening their seatbelts. With their feet pressed to the accelerator, they charged forward. Both the 100-ton behemoth and the RV were heavy, making their initial acceleration painfully slow. By the time both vehicles finally gained speed, the beast tide was only about 100 meters away. Ha! Just as the situation reached its most critical point, 3 more fire elementals appeared directly ahead of Chen Ming and his companion. Stop and eliminate them? There was no time. After a split-second hesitation, Chen Ming's foot didn't waver on the accelerator. He kept pushing forward at full throttle. The 3 fire spirits ahead, upon seeing Chen Ming's 100-ton beast charging toward them, began to swell rapidly before exploding violently. Thick flames engulfed the 100-ton beast. Chen Ming watched this unfold without a flicker of emotion. Seconds later, the 100-ton king tore through the flames and burst out. Not a scratch. Chen Ming checked the vehicle's status and, finding no damage, wore a satisfied look. He hadn't forgotten that his 100-ton king possessed fire resistance on its surface. He hadn't had a chance to test it before, but today finally presented the opportunity. Now it seemed the effect was quite impressive. At least for now, the flames unleashed by the fire elemental couldn't harm the 100-ton king in the slightest. Behind them, Yang Zishu drove the RV in close pursuit. When she saw Chen Ming's 100-ton king engulfed in flames, her heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, the flames were torn apart quickly, and both vehicles passed through safely. Breaking through the flame spirit's blockade didn't mean Chen Ming and his companion were out of danger. Numerous desert beasts were rapidly closing in from the flanks. If they were caught, even Chen Ming couldn't guarantee they'd escape unscathed. Floor it. They pushed their speed to the absolute limit. After about 10 seconds, they finally broke free from the area covered by the beast tide. Seeing the beasts surge across the highway they had just traversed in the rearview mirror, Chen Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. Spotting several beasts breaking away from the main pack and giving chase to their 2 vehicles, Chen Ming instinctively slammed on the brakes. This was practically free resources delivered right to their doorstep. Why pass it up? Seeing Chen Ming slow down, Yang Zishu followed suit and reduced her speed as well. By the time Chen Ming climbed down from the 100-ton king, the beasts were less than 30 meters away. Within striking distance. The next instant, the dragon-slaying holy spear appeared in his hand. Divine wind step. In that brief moment, he had already analyzed the strength of these beasts with crystal clarity. There were 6 in total. 2 were imbued with fire attributes, and only one of those 2 was silver, ranked a slight threat to him. The rest were mere roadside trash, not worth his concern. Behind him, Yang Zishu, upon seeing Chen Ming's movements, immediately identified his target. Chen Ming would handle the strongest one, so the remaining weaklings were his responsibility. This was the perfect chance to test the ice arrow condensation method Chen Ming had suggested. Ice arrows, fire. Several ice arrows streaked through the air, hurtling straight toward the bronze-grade beasts. Yang Zishu's current strength was formidable. Dealing with these bronze-tier beasts was nothing short of a dimension-lowering strike. In the blink of an eye, the bronze-tier beasts were instantly killed. Chapter 84, News of the Beast Emperor. Facing the silver-tier fire attribute desert beast, Chen Ming exploited the long-range advantage of his spear. Within a few exchanges, he wore the beast down to death. He didn't even need to use piercing sun. The beasts dropped 2 fire spirit stones and a haul of platinum grade or higher beast meat. Better than nothing. He returned to his vehicle. Chen Ming watched the receding tide of beasts through his rearview mirror, narrowing his eyes. This was his first encounter with a beast tide. And such a massive one at that. Ding! A private message suddenly popped up. Chen Ming opened it to find it was initiated by Yang Zishu. Yang Zishu, it seems multiple beast waves have erupted across the entire region. Not just us, many other players have encountered them too. We can be certain they're not part of our group. Seeing this, a faint unease stirred within Chen Ming. Under the scorching heatwave, desert beasts were rarely encountered only near treasure chests would their presence be seen. But now, after the extreme heat arrived, the number of beasts was rapidly increasing. They were even beginning to organize themselves into disciplined, coordinated groups. He absolutely refused to believe there wasn't some trickery involved. Could it be the Desert Beast Emperor? If it truly was that entity, Chen Ming would have to be even more cautious around it from now on. He just didn't know what the Desert Beast Emperor actually looked like. If he ever encountered it, he could at least make a quick getaway. At this thought, his gaze instinctively fell upon the treasure-seeking rat beside him. Wasn't there a native right here? He could ask it. Rat, do you know anything about the Desert Beast Emperor? Chen Ming pulled the treasure-seeking rat closer and spoke slowly. Upon hearing the name, the treasure-seeking rat first nodded, then shook its head rapidly. This reaction genuinely baffled Chen Ming. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. What was with nodding and shaking its head at the same time? Fortunately, the treasure-hunting mouse was quite perceptive. Seeing that Chen Ming hadn't grasped its meaning, it began gesturing rapidly with its paws. After a few minutes of simple back and forth, Chen Ming finally grasped what it meant. You mean you've heard his name, but you've never seen what he looks like? Squeak! The treasure mouse nodded vigorously. This was a problem. Even the native treasure seeker mouse hadn't seen the Desert Beast Emperor. Distinguishing him would be even harder. Now he could only hope other players would encounter the beast before him. He buried this uncertainty deep within his heart for now. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu continued onward in their respective vehicles. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Qiu and his companions had narrowly escaped a wave of beasts. Everyone was still shaken by the ordeal. Zhang Qiu spoke haltingly, Honorable One, why would there be a beast hide in the desert? Didn't you say beasts fight among themselves? Now they seem united. The revered one, seated in the back row, gazed out with a deep, pensive look. When beasts are evenly matched in strength, conflict is natural. But when a being far surpassing them in power emerges, they have no choice but to obey its commands. This revelation struck Zhang Qiu like a bolt of lightning. It's that Desert Beast Emperor. The Venerable One murmured softly upon hearing this, you know? Zhang Qiu recalled he hadn't informed the Venerable One about the Desert Beast Emperor's awakening earlier and hurriedly explained. After hearing this, the Venerable One gave a cold snort. Next time something this important happens, you must inform me immediately. Otherwise, you know the consequences. After the reprimand, the Venerable One's gaze grew profound. Find a way to locate this creature. It possesses something I require. Zhang Qiu was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this. Currently, all players share the same view of this Beast Emperor. They avoid him like the plague. They desperately hope to never cross paths with it. But now this Venerable One was actually telling him to go find it. How was this any different from sending him to his death? The Venerable One sensed his thoughts and spoke slowly, rest assured. Once he appears, I have plenty of ways to deal with him. The Venerable One possessed that level of confidence. Certain methods, though he couldn't use them constantly and they carried side effects. But if they could successfully capture the Desert Beast Emperor, it would be well worth the cost. Hearing the Venerable One's words, Zhang Qiu's heart surged with excitement. Slay the Desert Beast Emperor. If the Reverend succeeded, even if he took the lion's share, the three of them could still get a taste of the spoils. According to player estimates, this Beast Emperor possessed combat strength at least on par with Platinum tier. Yes. Zhang Qiu nodded repeatedly, instructing the other two players to keep a close watch for any news about the Beast Emperor. Half an hour later, after Chen Ming and Yang Zishu had cleared all the fire elementals and beasts before them, their hearts sank slightly. After this round of combat, they discovered that the beasts and fire spirits could coexist. They were even coordinating their attacks. The desert beasts closed in on them, while the remaining fire spirits charged straight toward their vehicle with purpose. Fortunately, Yang Zishu reacted swiftly, using ice arrows to eliminate all the fire elementals. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether her RV could withstand the fire attribute attacks. Why do I feel like there's an invisible hand orchestrating this behind the scenes? Yang Zishu spoke, her voice heavy with lingering fear. Chen Ming nodded sharply. Exactly. We faced countless desert beasts before, but ever since the Desert Beast Emperor awoke, first the beast tide, now this combo attack, something feels terribly off. Hearing Chen Ming mention that name again, Yang Zishu's face grew grave. If that's truly the case, will the beasts we encounter grow stronger? If he possesses true intelligence, he wouldn't sacrifice his minions needlessly. Chen Ming gave a slight nod, acknowledging the validity of her point. In fact, Yang Zishu's words proved accurate. After dealing with this wave of beasts, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu encountered no more. Not a single one. Not a single one. It seemed the other side knew how troublesome Chen Ming and Yang Zishu were, so they stopped sending beasts their way. That evening, while Chen Ming and Yang Zishu were having dinner, an unexpected incident occurred. A player's message in the regional chat interface instantly captured both of their attention. The message was simple. Yet every player in the zone who saw it wore terror on their faces. This player had encountered the Desert Beast Emperor. According to the account, it was a colossal creature resembling a sandworm. It blocked out the sky and obscured the sun. Their entire squad was decimated before they could mount any significant resistance. This message was sent by the player moments before his death. Less than 3 seconds after it appeared, his avatar turned gray. Chapter 85, Rosemary. What's going on? The Desert Beast Emperor has appeared? Whoa! I know that player. He said it was a squad, but it was actually a convoy formed by several squads merging together, with about 12 people. Yeah, I remember them too. They weren't weak, one even had 3 elemental skills. Never thought they'd get wiped out so fast. We're screwed. That Beast Emperor is an absolute steamroller for us. If they couldn't stop it, other players probably stand no chance either. Does anyone know their last known location? I'll pay for intel with supplies. You wouldn't be thinking of taking on the Beast Emperor, would you? No way. I just want to avoid that area. Makes sense. I'll buy that info too. The players were unusually agitated at that moment. Their fear of the Desert Beast Emperor deepened once more. Chen Ming scanned the regional chat interface before his eyes, his gaze settling on one particular name. It belonged to the player who had asked the others about the Beast Emperor's coordinates. Zhang Qiu. Wasn't this the player who claimed to have information about the revered one? If that was indeed the case, then his proactive inquiry about the Beast Emperor's location was likely far more complex than anyone imagined. It seemed the revered one was orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Is the revered one targeting the Desert Beast Emperor? If that's the case, this situation is far from straightforward. Just then, he noticed one player mention that they had news about fallen players and offered to trade with anyone who needed it. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Ming sent a message himself. He successfully traded for it at the price of 2 ice blocks. When he saw the coordinates, Chen Ming's heart skipped a beat. The coordinates were directly ahead of him. The distance was roughly a 5-day journey. This 5-day journey represented Chen Ming completing the most basic 1 million kilometers each day. If he pushed forward at full speed, he could reach it as early as tomorrow. The only unknown now was how close that venerable figure was to this coordinate. This was highly significant. If the revered one had designs on the Beast Emperor, he would certainly rush there at the first opportunity. But timing is tricky. If he arrived before the venerable one and encountered the Beast Emperor, he would be no match for it and could easily get into trouble. If he arrives long after the venerable one might have already subdued the Beast Emperor through some means, leaving him with nothing to gain. It seemed the only option was to utilize the hidden pawn. With that thought, he proactively opened the private chat interface between himself and Zhang Qiu. He composed a message and sent it. Meanwhile, after receiving the precise coordinates, Zhang Qiu proactively sought the Venerable One's instructions. Venerable One, the target is less than 200 kilometers from us. Move out immediately. The Reverend's eyes lit up noticeably as he spoke quickly. Yes, sir. Even though it was evening, Zhang Qiu stepped on the gas pedal and sped off. The other 2 players had no choice but to follow. Ding! Shortly after departure, a private message pinged in Zhang Qiu's mind. Zhang Qiu opened it to find a message from Chen Ming. He quickly composed his expression while multitasking to read the details. After carefully reading the content and weighing his options internally, he thought, we're not far from the coordinates. After sending this message, he promptly closed the app. This way, he wouldn't offend either Chen Ming or the revered one. In his view, no matter how fast Chen Ming was moving, he couldn't possibly be faster than them. Even if the other party tried to catch up, they would inevitably arrive long after them. By that time, they might have already processed all their gains. With their strength enhanced, they had nothing to fear from Chen Ming. Upon seeing this news, Chen Ming quickly made up his mind. Regardless of whether the other party was telling the truth, he had to get closer. After sharing his plan with Yang Zishu, the 2 set off once more, heading toward their target coordinates. Their plan was to cover as much distance as possible tonight and reach the target location tomorrow. Nighttime temperatures were slightly cooler, easing the strain of driving. Especially in Yang Zishu's RV, they didn't have to worry about the vehicle overheating from the daytime heat. The night passed in silence. After covering 100 kilometers the next day, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu decisively chose to sleep and rest. Even if they pushed through to reach their destination in one go, without adequate sleep, their mental energy would be compromised. That would lead to a decline in all their attributes, and they wouldn't stand a chance against their opponents if they encountered them. When Chen Ming awoke, it was nearly noon. This time, Chen Ming had no leisure to cook. After a quick wash, they each grabbed some food and set off again. They were now less than 3 kilometers from the coordinates. Approaching noon. Zhang Qiu's convoy. After driving through the night, Zhang Qiu and his group arrived safely at the accident site. What greeted them upon arrival was utter devastation. Over a dozen vehicles lay completely destroyed. Not a single player was in sight. It seemed highly likely they had been devoured whole by that beastly emperor. Not even corpses remained. By the time they arrived, the desert emperor was nowhere to be seen. However, the venerable figure seated in the back row stepped out of the vehicle and retrieved a coil resembling mosquito incense from his robes, lighting it immediately. Soon, the fragrance began to spread.
Zhang Qiu and the others watched intently from behind. What is the Venerable One doing? Rosemary.
Harmless to humans, but utterly irresistible to those beasts, the Venerable One paused here.
You may rest now. Once the Rosemary's full effect takes hold, more and more beasts will draw near. That's when you'll need to step in and clear out the lesser foes.
Yes, sir.
Zhang Qiu and the others nodded eagerly upon hearing this.
Truly worthy of the title of Revered One, he never ceases to amaze with his resources. The three of them returned to the vehicle to rest one after another, while the Revered One remained standing in place. Zhang Qiu glanced at the Revered One through the rearview mirror.
The man's hands seemed to be constantly shifting, but with his back turned, Zhang Qiu couldn't make out the details.
Before long, he drifted off into a drowsy slumber. The night's driving had been utterly exhausting.
Boom!
After an unknown period, Zhang Qiu and the others were jolted awake by a series of loud noises.
They immediately looked outside and saw numerous beasts gradually closing in. Beyond that, they spotted a squad of players appearing not far behind them.
The other party was still far away, so distant that they could only make out a tiny black dot in the rearview mirror.
Bound by the rules, they couldn't retreat, leaving them powerless against the players behind.
Since you're awake, come help clear out the trash mobs.
Chapter 86, Crawling Sandworm. The Revered One's voice echoed in Zhang Qiu and the others' ears.
They dared not hesitate, leaping from the vehicle without a moment's delay. Forgetting even to wash up, they gripped their weapons and prepared to face the enemy. The beasts were numerous.
Fortunately, these beasts were all mentally clouded by the Rosemary. In their current state, even the Beast Emperor couldn't control them.
With the Revered One's guidance, Zhang Qiu and his companions had grown considerably stronger during this period. Dealing with these bronze and silver ranked desert beasts posed little challenge.
In the distance,
a small player squad halted in place. One player peered through binoculars, scanning the battlefield. Holy crap, this coordinate point is dangerous as hell. There are way too many beasts. Another player quickly chimed in, those three players are incredibly strong. With so many beasts surrounding them, they're handling it with such composure. Those three players aren't the main focus. In my opinion, the most important figure is the one in the black robe in the middle. Didn't he follow behind Jin Zhonghua earlier? Didn't he even clash with the big shot Chen Ming back then? Who'd have thought he'd show up here now? Is that robed figure performing a ritual? He seems to be standing still, but occasionally something flies out from under his cloak. An event this significant, wouldn't it be a shame not to share it with everyone? With that thought, they began broadcasting everything they witnessed into the regional chat interface. It quickly drew the attention of many players. There was no avoiding it, the sensitive keywords were simply too numerous. First came the Desert Beast Emperor, then the robed figure, followed by the casting of spells, and finally three players locked in a bloody battle against a horde of beasts. Who wouldn't be curious? Boom! Just as they were bragging and analyzing the situation with other players in the area, a tremendous tremor suddenly erupted ahead. The three players in the rear immediately raised their binoculars to their eyes, searching for the source of the sound. Look, 2 o'clock. One of the players spotted the source of the commotion first. At the 2 o'clock position, the desert suddenly split open, revealing a massive hole. A colossal desert worm, dark enough to block out the sky, burst forth from the opening, towering over the battlefield where Zhang Qiu and the others fought below. At the sight of this colossal creature, the observing players in the rear were stunned. Why would they dare approach? Weren't they thinking that since the Beast Emperor had already struck here last night, he'd likely leave today? If he wasn't around, wouldn't they be able to pass through safely first? And what happened? The enemy had launched a surprise counterattack. Is this right? Now they're in real trouble. Something feels off. That Beast Emperor seems to be heading straight for the dark-robed figure in the center. Could it be that the dark-robed figure deliberately lured the Beast Emperor here? What? Doesn't he fear death? Shut up, all of you. We'll know soon enough. Meanwhile, upon seeing the Beast Emperor emerge, the dark-robed figure showed no fear. Instead, his face brimmed with excitement. Crawling sandworm. Excellent. Excellent. Never imagined it would be this treasure. Too bad it hasn't reached platinum-grade strength yet. If it had another 2 years, that would be truly fortunate. Still, this top-tier gold grade is quite good. It can help me break one more shackle. As the crawling sandworm drew nearer, the surrounding beasts were crushed by its aura, gasping for breath. The timid ones dropped to the ground, trembling in fear. Zhang Qiu and his 2 companions acted decisively. They immediately positioned themselves behind the Revered One, right beside their vehicle. Their eyes fixed on the Revered One, eager to see what tricks he had up his sleeve. Roar! The sandworms, drawn by the Rosemary, roared furiously and lunged toward it. Now! The Venerable One, already prepared, sprang into action instantly. A deep blue gem flew from his hand, landing around the Rosemary. Beams of light shot up, trapping the massive sandworm within. Dense spatial elements coalesced, swiftly unfurling a vast confinement array. By the time the sandworm swallowed the entire Rosemary plant whole, escape would no longer be so easy. The sandworm had been utterly beguiled by the Rosemary's scent, and now it was too late to react. It began frantically writhing its body, slamming against the surrounding barriers.
Unfortunately, the effect was negligible.
Later, it tried escaping underground, but unsurprisingly, all attempts failed.
Attack! The Venerable One, looking utterly exhausted, commanded Zhang Qiu and the others to act. Zhang Qiu and the others froze upon hearing the order.
Attack this colossal beast? Was that wise? They knew deep down that even the slightest touch from this crawling sandworm would leave them crippled or dead. Rest assured.
As long as you don't enter the formation, it cannot harm you.
The Venerable One, sensing their apprehension, spoke coldly, attack it from a distance.
With the matter laid out so plainly, Zhang Qiu and the others understood this was a task they couldn't refuse.
They stepped forward one after another, unleashing their ranged attack skills. But their attacks landed on the creature, feeling no different than tickling it. The crawling sandworms initially attempted to resist, but upon sensing the feeble force of the attacks, they instantly raised every scale on their bodies.
Their defense skyrocketed. Now the attacks from the 3 players were completely ineffective.
Upon witnessing this, the revered one said nothing further and returned to the Zhang Ball vehicle to rest. He never expected these 3 useless players to inflict any damage on the crawling sandworm. There was no other reason. The gap between them was simply too vast. In the end, it would still depend on him. For now, he would rest a while before employing other methods to subdue the crawling sandworm. In the distance, 3 players witnessed the entire scene unfold and immediately reported it in the regional chat channel.
Are you serious? You guys aren't making this up, are you?
That's the Desert Beast Emperor.
What player has the means to trap it now? Can something that massive even be restrained? If this is real, that cloaked figure's power is terrifying. Image. Just saw the pic. All I can say is, these players are delusional if they think they can defeat the Beast Emperor. They can only restrain it. Look closely at its attacks, it can't even break through the Desert Beast Emperor's defenses. How do they expect to defeat it? You 3 need to move fast. With the Beast Emperor trapped now, you can totally use this chance to rush through. Once it breaks free, it might drag you down too. Chapter 87, just charging in like that?
Chen Ming and Yang Zishu naturally noticed the messages in the regional chat interface. Though only a silhouette, Chen Ming recognized the figure immediately. It was the black-robed revered one. He was indeed plotting against the Beast Emperor. Given their current relationship, they were as incompatible as fire and water. He certainly didn't want the other to grow powerful so easily. Glancing at his distance from the coordinates, it would take several more hours to reach. He hoped he could make it in time. 2 hours slipped by silently. Zhang Qiu and his 2 companions had completely abandoned any further attempts to attack the crawling sandworm. There was nothing they could do. The creature's exoskeleton was simply too hard, they were no match for it. Their mental energy was now completely depleted, and they were all recovering together. Inside the RV, Zhang Qiu and the others sat facing each other. Brother Zhang, this isn't working. It's scorching out there, and we're expected to keep attacking non-stop. I feel like I'm about to pass out from dehydration. Yeah, and he just went back to rest while we're busting our asses out here. Honestly, I say we just give up. We can't break through their defenses anyway. Listening to the complaints from the 2 players beside him, Zhang Qiu's gaze swept over them before settling on the crawling sandworm. This must be the strongest creature in the desert. If we could take it down, just imagine how much our strength would increase. Which player on this continent didn't yearn to grow stronger? In this environment, players died every day. To survive, there was only one path: relentlessly enhance one's strength to cling to life. The 2 players fell silent. They naturally desired to enhance their strength, but this target was indeed formidable. For a moment, they were both lost in hesitation. The revered one is here. One of the players suddenly spoke up, his peripheral vision catching sight of Zhang Qiu's vehicle. As the door slid open, Zhang Qiu and his 2 companions immediately stepped out of the vehicle. The revered one merely glanced at them, offering no reproach. After all, he had never harbored any expectations for Zhang Qiu and his group to begin with, so there was nothing surprising about this outcome. Go! A simple compass appeared in the elder's hand. With his command, it spun rapidly before sweeping toward the crawling sandworms. This was precisely the countermeasure he had prepared for the sandworms inside the vehicle moments earlier. As the compass hovered above the sandworms fell completely still, their entire bodies suddenly emitting an eerie white smoke. Seeing the effect, the Venerable One breathed a silent sigh of relief. Though this was a method he'd hastily devised, it had consumed considerable energy and precious resources. If it proved useless, he'd suffer a significant loss. Hiss. At that moment, a strange, piercingly shrill sound erupted from within the sandworm. Hearing it, the Venerable One frowned slightly. Trouble. You 3, quickly restore your spiritual energy. This is likely the crawling sandworm summoning its minions. Soon, hordes of beasts will approach. Your task is to slay every single one of them. Under no circumstances must they get near the formation. Ha! Zhang Qiu and the others froze upon hearing this. Hesitation vanished instantly as they scrambled to restore their spiritual energy.
Within 10 minutes, countless black dots began appearing across the horizon. This wave of beasts was far more overwhelming than before. This was going to be tough. Even the 3 players watching from the rear were now caught in the beast wave, cursing the venerable one in Zhang Qiu's group in their hearts. They had no choice but to reluctantly engage the beasts. Half an hour later, Chen Ming and his group were the first to reach the 3 trapped players. The roar of the 100-ton King's engine echoed as it charged forward. Before the 3 players could react, a massive wave of beasts was crushed beneath its tracks, flattened into speed bumps, dead as a doornail. After Chen Ming brought the 100-ton King to a halt, he leapt out wielding the dragon-slaying holy spear. He immediately slaughtered all the beasts surrounding the 100-ton King. Then he began clearing the remaining beasts. Upon recognizing Chen Ming, the 3 players breathed a sigh of relief. What a relief! They had all been preparing for a desperate fight, but the sudden appearance of the top player in the region meant their crisis was completely averted. After all, this area was still on the outskirts. Though affected, the beast population was sparse. Under the overwhelming might of Chen Ming and Yang Zishu, the beasts were swiftly slaughtered to the last one. Thank you, Big Shot Chen Ming and Goddess Yang Zishu, for coming to our aid. After the crisis passed, the 3 players spoke one after another, their faces still bearing traces of lingering fear. Chen Ming waved dismissively, his gaze shifting toward the sea of beasts ahead, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yes, it was indeed a sea of beasts. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with beasts, their numbers overwhelming. Traces of battle could even be seen at its very center. Bro Chen Ming, it's too far to see clearly with the naked eye. You can use these binoculars. The observant player promptly handed his binoculars to Chen Ming. Chen Ming accepted them without hesitation and began scrutinizing the scene inside. He quickly zeroed in on the sandworm writhing at the center. Its condition now looked dire, a stark contrast to the player seen in the earlier photos. Its scales had completely vanished from its body surface, seemingly all damaged beyond repair. Not far from the crawling sandworm stood the revered one. He remained stationary, occasionally intervening to help Zhang Qiu and the others clear nearby beasts. Target confirmed. Move. Chen Ming's voice was cold, tinged with icy resolve. He hadn't arrived too late. The crawling sandworm seemed capable of holding out for a while longer. As long as it remained alive, he still had a chance to wrest it from the revered one's grasp. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu swiftly boarded their vehicles and set off. The remaining 3 players finally snapped out of their daze, their faces frozen in disbelief. Big Shot Chen Ming just waltzed right in like that? No wonder. Big Shot Chen Ming and that black-robed man have deep-seated hatred. He doesn't even care about all the beasts around him, now he's going to kill him. Who told that black-robed guy to mess with Big Brother Chen Ming? Serves him right. This is major news. Quickly post the situation in the regional chat. Bro Chen Ming's rematch with the black-robed man. Thanks to the 3 players' actions, many players in the area who were following the situation saw the news immediately. The first thing they saw was the mountains and valleys teeming with beasts, their numbers utterly staggering. Then came a photo showing Chen Ming's 100-ton behemoth and Yang Zishu's RV charging headlong into the sea of beasts without hesitation. Viewed from behind, the scene looked eerily desolate and utterly insane. Chapter 88, Confronting the Revered One Again. Holy crap, how long has it been? How did things escalate this badly? Can we even kill all these beasts? Even if every player in our entire zone joined forces, it'd take forever, wouldn't it? Those players inside aren't dead yet? They're real tough nuts to crack. Has Chen Ming lost his mind? He's charging in there too? What kind of grudge is this? Even now, Chen Ming still won't let that black-robed figure off? This is a blood feud. Unbelievable. This is just too much. The players were utterly dumbfounded. Logically speaking, shouldn't any player see so many beasts and just run? But here were Chen Ming and that black-robed figure, stubbornly holding their ground. What was the difference between this and suicide? While everyone was still debating, Chen Ming had already pushed the 100-ton king to its maximum speed and plunged headlong into the sea of beasts. This time, Chen Ming hadn't come empty-handed. He had specifically reinforced the front end of his 100-ton king. Several extra long iron spikes had been added to the original structure. Now resembling a killing machine, the 100-ton king began plowing through everything in its path. If any player had been observing from above, they would have seen a flash of red charging wildly through the sea of black and yellow beasts. The beasts blocking its path weren't a match for it. Beasts attempting to pounce from the sides simply couldn't react in time. This was the downside of the beast sea. The beasts were all being pushed along, unable to act independently. Take the beasts blocking Chen Ming's 100-ton king, for instance. After witnessing so many of their kin being mercilessly crushed, they undoubtedly wanted to dodge. But with their own kind holding them in place, they couldn't budge an inch. They could only watch helplessly as Chen Ming's 100-ton behemoth crushed their bodies beneath it. Trapped in the middle, Zhang Qiu and the others felt immense pressure. More and more beasts surged in from all sides, threatening to overwhelm them. Their original maneuverable space had already shrunk by half. Any further retreat would expose their vehicle to attack. Honorable One, we can't hold on much longer.
Zhang Qiu urgently spoke up, his voice thick with panic. Hearing this, the Reverend glanced around and cursed under his breath, useless. With a sweeping gesture, another deep blue stone shot forth, landing in the center of the group. Another confinement array materialized, but this time, they were trapped within it. Any attackers outside would first have to breach the barriers surrounding them. We're saved. Seeing the beasts temporarily held at bay, one player breathed a sigh of relief before collapsing to the ground, utterly drained. His mental energy had been completely drained, and he'd been relying solely on sheer willpower to hold on. One misstep, and he would have died instantly. The other two weren't faring much better. They both plopped down onto the ground. Their rest period had been far too brief. They hadn't anticipated such intense pressure, and now they'd been caught completely off guard. Buzz. Just as they were resting, the roar of an engine suddenly echoed out, growing louder as it approached. Something was up. Zhang Qiu sat up instantly, straining to see into the distance. The other two players, dragging their weary bodies toward their vehicle, had just reached the door when they too heard the sound before they could climb aboard. The revered one standing in the middle felt a strange sense of familiarity upon hearing the sound. It seemed like he had heard this sound somewhere before. Boom! Just as confusion filled their minds. A wind speed cutter streaked in from the distance, striking the barrier head-on. Then, a massive 100-ton behemoth smashed through the beasts in front of them, finally slamming violently into the spot where the wind speed slash had struck earlier. Crack! Without fail, the massive barrier shattered completely. The beasts held back outside, now defenseless, closed in once more. Thanks to the barrier's shock absorption and Chen Ming's braking, the 100-ton king came to a halt after smashing through two vehicles. Upon seeing this 100-ton behemoth, the venerable elder instantly recognized who had arrived. Chen Ming. The man who had disrupted his plans. He never expected him to actually show up here. Bang! Chen Ming and Yang Zishu swiftly pushed open the car door and stepped out. Their roles were clearly defined. Yang Zishu wielded his bone-crushing hammer to deal with the surrounding beasts, while Chen Ming confronted the venerable one head-on. We meet again. Chen Ming glanced at the dying sandworm writhing nearby, took a deep breath, and spoke coldly. His timing was perfect. Just in time to join the final scramble for the crawling sandworm. The kill reward was undoubtedly out of reach. He was after the collection reward. The venerable one saw the look in his eyes and instantly understood Chen Ming's intentions this time, his expression darkening further. He had sacrificed far too much to slay this crawling sandworm, yet this bastard dared to swoop in and steal the kill. This was a blatant disregard for his authority. Die. Even the revered one's deepest composure began to crack. Every single time, it was this Chen Ming who ruined his plans. This time, he would slay Chen Ming here, come what may. With a flutter of his black robes, he charged forward, closing in on Chen Ming. Chen Ming's expression hardened slightly at the sight. Wielding the dragon-slaying holy spear, he met the attack head-on. The two clashed fiercely, locked in a fierce battle. The moment their weapons clashed, the revered one felt an immense sense of pressure emanating from Chen Ming. No! It wasn't Chen Ming's body. It emanated from his hands. There was something wrong with that spear. The sacred dragon spear contained vast amounts of pure gold element, along with a trace of dragon energy. Both the gold element and the dragon essence exert an immense suppressing effect on the venerable one. Who would have thought? After just a few days apart, Chen Ming's weapon has been upgraded once more. Indeed, I hadn't misjudged him. This man must have a master guiding or supporting him behind the scenes. The revered one swiftly struck out with a palm, deflecting Chen Ming's thrusting spear, while his other hand lunged toward Chen Ming's face. Chen Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he executed the divine wind step, swiftly retreating 2 paces. Then, intense flames engulfed his left arm. Fiery holy fist. At this moment, Chen Ming unleashed the blazing holy fist. Due to the environmental factors, its power surged by several levels. Boom! The two collided. The decisive victory Chen Ming had anticipated failed to materialize. Instead, the two fighters found themselves evenly matched. How could this be? Chen Ming's face was filled with disbelief. Kid, you didn't think you were the only one who'd improved these past few days, did you? I haven't been slacking off either, the venerable one sneered coldly. Though his words were dismissive, his mind was churning with shock. In his imagination, this punch should have knocked Chen Ming flat on his back, or at the very least left him gravely injured. Yet now, the opponent had managed to block it head-on. This was troublesome. Extremely troublesome. Chapter 89, Zhang Qiu, you. Boom! Chen Ming deliberately ignited the flames on his left arm, using the sparks flying everywhere as cover to pull back. Sun Piercer. As soon as Chen Ming's right foot touched the ground, he abruptly exerted force, halting his backward momentum instantly before charging forward rapidly. His right-hand spear whirled with blinding speed. Its power was terrifying. The retreating venerable master's expression darkened further upon witnessing this assault. Chen Ming's counterattack truly caught him off guard. Feeling the oppressive force emanating from the sacred dragon spear, he dared not take it lightly. With a sweeping motion of his large hand, a tortoise shell shot out from his grasp, interposing itself between the two combatants. Boom! The spear collided with the shell, sending sparks flying everywhere. With a shattering sound, the shell split cleanly in two, its spiritual essence lost. However, Chen Ming's attack was successfully blocked. I refuse to believe you have more than one of these turtle shells. Chen Ming snorted coldly, preparing to unleash another sun piercer attack. At that very moment, a wail of agony suddenly echoed across the battlefield. Chen Ming paused, then looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that the crawling sandworm could no longer hold on. Its body began to rapidly shed layers, visibly on the verge of death. The cry was exceptionally loud, causing the beasts currently charging forward to rescue their emperor to slow their pace. All eyes turned to their emperor in shock and disbelief. 2 breaths later, the crawling sandworm perished completely. Witnessing this, the surrounding desert beasts lost all will to fight and began fleeing frantically in all directions. Their emperor was dead, how could they dare remain here? Staying meant certain death. Zhang Qiu, retrieve the corpse. The revered one snapped into action, barking the order. This moment revealed the revered one's weakness. While he could assist Zhang Qiu and the others in slaying the crawling sandworms, he remained fundamentally different from the players. He lacked access to functions like gathering resources. This was precisely why he sought player pawns. Zhang Qiu had taken only 2 steps forward when a figure blocked his path. Yang Zishu held the blood-dripping bone-shattering hammer, "Stay where you are, or die." The icy words paired with that terrifying bone-crushing hammer sent a chill down Zhang Qiu and the others' spines. They had witnessed Yang Zishu's sheer madness firsthand. Alone, she had dominated a horde of beasts, even launching preemptive strikes. Any target struck by her bone-crushing hammer met either death or crippling injury. It was utterly terrifying. Now, asking the 3 of them to drag their wounded bodies, drained of mental strength, into a fight against Yang Zishu, what difference was that from sending them to their deaths? Zhang Qiu and the others shook their heads repeatedly, not only halting their advance but even retreating 2 steps. Useless! Useless! The revered one, naturally witnessing this scene, roared in fury. He never imagined that the trio he had painstakingly cultivated for so long would be outmatched by a mere girl. This was something he couldn't accept for the moment. Now, to seize the corpse of the crawling sandworm, only one final option remained: capture Chen Ming and Yang Zishu. Defeating them would unlock his shackles once more. Squeak! Just as the revered one prepared to unleash his ultimate attack to take down Chen Ming, a faint sound emanated from within the sandworm's corpse. His nerves were on edge, and he instinctively looked over. His eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw a treasure-seeking rat standing beside the sandworm's corpse. Oh no! The very thing he feared most happened in the next instant. The treasure rat began harvesting immediately, and the enormous carcass of the crawling sandworm was completely stripped bare before his eyes. All the treasures fell into the pouch on the treasure rat's back. Then the treasure rat headed straight for Chen Ming's 100-ton king, skillfully pulling open the door and climbing inside. By now, he couldn't possibly be unaware. This treasure rat was Chen Ming's pet. He had been thoroughly outmaneuvered this time. Pierce the sun! Seizing the moment, Chen Ming struck swiftly. The dragon-slaying holy spear in his hand shot forward like lightning, aiming straight for the venerable elder's face. The venerable one's heart lurched. The powerful attack he'd been secretly brewing deflated like a punctured balloon, vanishing into thin air. Without hesitation, he dodged frantically, looking utterly disheveled. "Chen Ming, you wait. I remember what happened today. If there's a next time, I'll cut you down." The venerable one knew full well that after losing his ultimate move, he could no longer easily defeat Chen Ming. He had no choice but to abandon this opportunity. With that, he fled decisively into the distance. As for Zhang Qiu and the others, such nobodies weren't even worth his attention. He abandoned them without hesitation. He got away again. Chen Ming sighed, his face filled with regret. He had intended to pursue, but the revered one had departed with such decisive speed that by the time he reacted, the other had already surged ahead a considerable distance. Moreover, the revered one understood players like them well, knowing they could only advance, not retreat, and couldn't stray too far from their vehicles. He simply retreated to create distance. This left Chen Ming unable to pursue him at all. "It's too hot. Let's head back." This battle had been fought under scorching temperatures exceeding 80 degrees Celsius. After such a prolonged battle, each of them was drenched from head to toe, as if they'd just been pulled out of water. Upon hearing this, Yang Zishu raised his bone-crushing hammer, pointing it at Zhang Qiu and the others. "What should we do with these men? Execute them outright?" Zhang Qiu and the others, who had just begun to relax, felt their hearts sink once more. "Why is he so quick to kill? Brother Chen Ming, we're innocent. That venerable one was simply too powerful. We had no choice but to follow his orders to save our own skins." "That's right. Rest assured, we never spoke ill of you from start to finish, nor did we aid the tyrant. Brother Chen Ming, it's me. It's me. I'm Zhang Qiu, the one who contacted you earlier. I even tipped you off about the revered one's whereabouts. Surely I deserve some credit for that?" "What? Zhang Qiu, you?" Hearing Zhang Qiu claim he'd contacted Chen Ming beforehand, the other 2 teammates felt their brains couldn't process it all. No wonder. Chen Ming's sudden appearance at such a critical moment meant there was a traitor among them. But the situation had changed now. They couldn't openly berate Zhang Qiu, so they could only silently curse him in their minds.
Chen Ming nodded slightly upon hearing this. You two go rest too. I'll give you some rewards later. During this operation, Zhang Qiu had indeed provided crucial intelligence. Had he not alerted him, Zhang Ming wouldn't have rushed over last night and would have missed out on the reward for the crawling sandworm today. Sharing a portion with him was only fair. He'd keep the meat for himself, but the broth was for the other guy. Otherwise, who would be willing to provide him with information in the future? Chapter 90, Sacred Beast Origin. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu each took a bath, finally feeling refreshed after shedding the earlier sticky discomfort. Meanwhile, the treasure-seeking rat hadn't been idle, constantly scurrying across this battlefield. The number of beasts slain this time was considerable. All of these were ready-made resources. By the time Chen Ming finished cooking, the treasure-seeking rat returned, its pouch held high in both hands. Though the pouch contained a dimensional space, the more items inside, the more bulging it appeared from the outside. The treasure mouse's tiny frame couldn't possibly carry it on its back, so it had to drag it instead. Chen Ming glanced at it and looked quite satisfied. Not bad. Looks like we hit the jackpot this time. He then had the treasure rat set the bag aside before calling Yang Zishu to join them for lunch. Lunch was meticulously planned by Chen Ming. This time, the focus wasn't on boosting the four-dimensional attributes. The primary goal was to restore everyone's depleted spiritual energy. During his battle with the revered one, Chen Ming had unleashed numerous martial arts techniques and skills that were extremely taxing on his mental energy. His spiritual energy was now down to a mere 30%. Yang Zishu's depletion was even greater. To protect the vehicle, her mental energy had been constantly projected outward, unleashing countless ice arrows and similar attacks. Had the crawling sandworm not perished earlier, her mental energy would have been completely depleted, causing her combat effectiveness to plummet. By the time they finished their meal, both had recovered roughly 70 to 80% of their mental energy. In the distance, Zhang Qiu's vehicle sustained only minor surface damage from the impact, with no significant injuries elsewhere. The other two players, however, fared much worse. Their vehicles had been plowed over by Chen Ming's 100-ton behemoth. One vehicle was particularly badly damaged, its entire driver's door caved in. It was beyond driving and now needed repairs. That smells amazing. I've heard rumors about how well-fed Chen Ming and his crew are, and now I see it's true. One player sniffed the aroma and couldn't help but swallow hard. All three were now gnawing on freshly harvested meat, each holding a small flask of water in their right hands. With the extreme heat, water resources had to be managed carefully. This meant they were drinking very sparingly. If I heard correctly, Chen Ming and his partner even took a bath earlier. Don't they have way too much water? The player with the RV remarked enviously. His RV had a bathroom too. He had bathed once before the extreme heat arrived, and it had been incredibly refreshing. But after glancing at the water consumption afterward, he was utterly stunned. From that day onward, he never bathed again. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. After dinner, Chen Ming didn't rush to clear the dishes. Instead, he grabbed the treasure-hunting rat's bag. Yang Zishu deftly closed the cargo door to prevent anyone from peeking in. As the saying goes, don't flaunt your wealth. Chen Ming opened the bag inside and began pulling items out one after another. Most of it was actually meat. With this batch of meat added, their food reserves were now completely overflowing. Too much to eat. We'll never finish it all. Beyond that, fire spirit stones. Fire spirit stones couldn't be amplified 100-fold, but even so, the quantity was substantial, over 100 in total. All provided by those beasts imbued with fire attributes. Soon came the rewards gathered from the crawling sandworms. After the 100-fold amplification. First treasure. Sacred Beast Essence Epic contains potent energy that can be fed to spirit beasts to accelerate their growth rate and advance their rank. A profoundly nourishing substance for spirit beasts. An epic tier treasure right off the bat. Chen Ming couldn't help but light up at the sight. Though he himself couldn't use it, he hadn't forgotten about his unborn 5 elements divine beast. Accelerate growth speed. If he understood correctly, incubation should count as one of those methods, right? With that thought, he retrieved the sacred beast source. The sacred beast source appeared as a pure white energy light source, yet faint beast roars seemed to emanate from within it. It looked exceptionally intimidating. He walked over to his bedside. He had been keeping the 5 elements divine beast egg on his bedside table all this time. This way, he could hear any movement the moment it hatched. As he held the sacred beast source and approached the egg, the 5 elements divine beast egg began to tremble slightly. Chen Ming could sense its yearning for the sacred beast source. Without hesitation, he placed the sacred beast source beside the egg. In the next instant, the beast source vanished into the egg, completely swallowed by the 5 elements divine beast egg. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu waited by its side for 2 minutes, only to find the 5 elements divine beast egg had returned to its previous motionless state. Their faces were filled with bewilderment. This didn't do anything? Chen Ming exclaimed in disbelief. This was, after all, an epic tier item. Now it swallowed it whole without even a flicker of reaction? Was its appetite just too voracious? Yang Zishu pondered for a moment. After all, it's just an egg. The energy contained within the sacred beast source is simply too immense. It might be that he hasn't had time to digest it yet, which is why there seems to be no reaction at all right now. Chen Ming found this explanation somewhat acceptable. With no other choice, the two returned to continue examining the subsequent rewards. Martial skill, Blazing War General Epic. An epic tier fire attribute martial skill. Without question, this martial skill naturally found its way into Chen Ming's possession. After mastering the basics of Blazing War General, one could condense the 3-flame true fire into armor to cover their body, and even weapons could be affected, enveloped in the 3-flame true fire. This bore some resemblance to Kim Jong-guk's flame armor. The difference lies in the fact that the flame armor covering Jin Zhongguo's body was ordinary flame, lacking any specific grade. Facing even slightly higher grade flames could weaken its effects by several fold. Its effectiveness was severely diminished. But Chen Ming's Blazing Warrior is different. Even at the beginner level, the flames here are the top tier true 3 flames. Keep in mind, this is merely the entry level. As Chen Ming's proficiency grows, the grade of the flames he manifests will rise accordingly. At the pinnacle stage, he might even manifest a general's phantom form even more extraordinary. Of course, Chen Ming doesn't know exactly what form this will take yet. He'll have to gradually figure it out over time. Next came the third treasure. Martial skill, Phantom Wood Forest Supreme. A wood attribute martial skill. Though appearing as a martial skill, it functioned more like an array formation. Players trapped within faced various dangers, illusions, toxins, and more. Without much hesitation, Chen Ming handed this skill directly to Yang Zishu. He now possessed far too many martial arts and skills. He simply had no time to delve into wood attribute techniques. Passing it to Yang Zishu was the perfect solution. Upon receiving it, Yang Zishu's eyes widened in astonishment. A supreme grade martial art. Could he possibly master this? Chapter 91, The End of Extreme Heat. Just as Yang Zishu was about to ask, seeing Chen Ming's expression, he immediately gave up any resistance and stored the martial art away. Having produced 2 martial arts techniques in succession left Chen Ming feeling exceptionally satisfied. Regardless of anything else, these 2 martial arts alone made Chen Ming feel his entire mission had been worthwhile. And that venerable master actually dared to compete with him? At most, he'd take a gold-grade martial technique, nothing nearly as valuable as what Chen Ming had obtained. Next came the 4th treasure. Soon, a bead was retrieved from the pouch by Chen Ming. Shadow Orb Supreme Grade. There was no detailed description, just a name. Chen Ming couldn't discern its purpose and could only set it aside. When the final treasure was retrieved, Chen Ming looked utterly perplexed. Treasure Map Fragment +1. Calculating proportionally from this fragment, the treasure map should consist of 5 pieces. Meaning he still needed 4 more fragments. Well, this definitely won't be needed anytime soon, so it can be ignored for now. Subsequent rewards reverted to standard, with nothing particularly impressive. After organizing these items, Chen Ming selected 10 pieces of the lowest grade beast meat to hand over to Zhang Qiu and the others. Though labeled the lowest grade. But nothing in Chen Ming's possession was ordinary. Even the lowest grade was platinum level meat. Upon seeing the grade of this meat, Zhang Qiu and the others were shaken to their core. They had heard the revered one say with their own ears that the crawling sandworm was a top-tier gold-grade beast, not reaching platinum-grade combat power. This meant that gathering it would likely yield gold-grade beast meat, and obtaining platinum-grade meat was extremely difficult. Yet now, he was handing over 10 pieces of platinum-grade beast meat outright. This clearly showed that Chen Ming had been exceptionally generous to them. The regional chat interface exploded with activity. The 3 players observing from the rear weren't idle. Their roles were clearly defined. One player handled taking photos and uploading them to the regional chat, another answered questions in the chat with written explanations, and the last focused on video recording. They had been recording video footage since Chen Ming and Yang Zishu set out. They captured the entire progression of the battlefield in its entirety. After the battle concluded, they immediately released the footage onto the regional chat interface. Front row, front row. The video's finally up. Words and pictures just can't compare to the sheer awesomeness of the video. Here it comes. Let me see the legendary Chen Ming in action. Looks like Chen Ming and that venerable one are clashing again. Wonder who'll come out on top this time. As soon as the video surfaced, players who had been lurking began to surface. Of course, even more players began watching the entire video intently. The footage itself wasn't particularly long. The clash between Chen Ming and the revered one didn't last long. After a few exchanges, the revered one retreated in disarray. At this point, the outcome was clear. Holy crap, I told you guys Chen Ming was a man of destiny, but you didn't believe me. Believe it now? Is this really just coincidence? The moment that black-robed figure was about to capture the Desert Beast Emperor, Chen Ming showed up and instantly snatched it away. What exactly is that rat-like creature? Its speed is astonishing, and it can even gather resources autonomously. Isn't that the most incredible part? That looks like a treasure-seeking rat. I encountered one before, but couldn't catch up. Brother Chen Ming's strength is still on point. He seems way more powerful than before. That cloaked figure was never a match. Didn't we all see that coming ages ago? This just confirms it. No player can surpass Chen Ming now. After devouring the Desert Beast Emperor's resources this time, his next appearance will surely be terrifyingly powerful. Even though many players had anticipated this possibility, seeing it unfold before their eyes still left them in awe. Chen Ming was already an insurmountable mountain among players in the region, and now it seemed his strength had grown even greater. Amidst this, quite a few players were bitterly envious of the sheer volume of rewards Chen Ming had obtained. Chen Ming naturally noticed the messages flooding the regional chat. He had mentally prepared himself for the exposure of his true strength. But so what? His strength was undeniable. The other players in the region were no match for him. And what they saw now was merely his current state. Now that he had secured the reward, his strength would only continue to grow. By the time those players crossed paths with him again, he would wield even more formidable techniques and martial arts. This is what they call a virtuous cycle. Things would settle down for a while. Without the command of the crawling sandworm, the desert beasts revert to their former disorganized state. They posed no significant threat to the players. However, the combination of fire elementals and beasts still gave many players a hard time. Players are now stuck in a cycle of vehicle damage, repairs, more damage, and more repairs. As long as the vehicle wasn't completely wrecked, it could be fully restored using various resources. During this time, Chen Ming wasn't idle either. Whenever he spotted players suffering from dehydration or unbearable heat, he peddled water supplies and ice blocks. His main focus was trading to build wealth. Of course, his prices weren't exorbitantly high. Without his intervention, prices had already skyrocketed nearly 50-fold from their original levels. When he saw those prices, Chen Ming felt utterly sick. He had always prided himself on being a shrewd businessman. But now, compared to these players, he realized he was still too green. At best, he could only multiply prices by tenfold. Eventually, after his exit, the price was successfully brought down to 5 to 10 times the original. While still high, it was now within reach for most players. Over 10 days later, the extreme heat wave officially ended. Ding! Congratulations to all players for successfully enduring the extreme heat wave. Rewards granted, Vehicle Cores X10. Note, during this extreme heat event, the Desert Beast Emperor crawling sandworm unexpectedly perished. All players will not receive rewards. Note, the extreme heat event has ended. The desert journey will conclude shortly. All players will be teleported to the new map after midnight tonight. Note, server merging will occur during this transfer to the new map. Note, squad members will be forcibly teleported together during the transfer. Note, the Fire Spirit Stone Shop will close in 24 hours. When this message appeared, countless players finally breathed a sigh of relief. This extreme heat wave had been utterly grueling. Had it persisted much longer, they wouldn't have known how to survive. To buy ice and water, they had nearly depleted most of their supplies. However, the rewards this time were quite uniform. All players received a vehicle core. Of course, there were distinctions among them. Players with level 1 vehicles could only obtain 10 level 1 vehicle cores. Level 2 vehicles, on the other hand, received 10 level 2 vehicle cores. A single level difference makes a world of difference. A tenfold difference. Chapter 92, The Dark Valley Great Forest. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu successfully obtained 10 level 2 vehicle cores. However, upgrading from a level 2 vehicle to a level 3 vehicle requires 20 level 2 vehicle cores. They still hadn't gathered enough. Then came the death of the crawling sandworm. The display read, Unexpected Death. In reality, it was slain by the revered one. But since the revered one isn't classified as a player, the system recorded it as an accidental kill. Ultimately, all the benefits fell to Chen Ming. What captured Chen Ming's attention most was the new map. The desert map they were currently in featured extreme day-night temperature fluctuations and severely scarce resources. Typically, it's just endless yellow sand, and obtaining resources relies solely on randomly spawning treasure chests. If only they could switch to a map with more resource points. As for the server merger, Chen Ming wasn't particularly worried about that. He simply couldn't believe any other player could be stronger than him. But there was one thing he needed to consider carefully now. His gaze fell upon the treasure-seeking rat nearby. After all, it was still a desert beast. Though they now shared the same vehicle, there was no connection between them. When they teleported away, the treasure rat would most likely not follow. With this thought, he took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice, Treasure rat, we're leaving. Leaving the desert. The treasure rat, sitting in the passenger seat and nibbling on an apple, paused. Its teary eyes fixed on Chen Ming, its face etched with reluctance. This was his hard-earned long-term meal ticket. Not only that, but it occasionally led him to even more treasures. Even when he went to retrieve treasures, it would clear away dangers beforehand, ensuring he remained unharmed. He didn't say it aloud, but he realized he'd grown dependent on this feeling. The treasure-hunting mouse extended its claw, tugging at Chen Ming's sleeve as if trying to persuade him to stay. Noticing its reluctance, Chen Ming paused before speaking. Would you like to come with us? At those words, the treasure-seeking mouse's eyes lit up. Without a moment's hesitation, it nodded eagerly. Treasure-hunting mice were indeed numerous in the desert, but they had no ties to one another. So for him, it was a case of one eating his fill while the whole family went hungry. He could go wherever he pleased. Seeing his decisive acceptance, he naturally said no more. The simplest way to have the treasure-seeking rats teleported away with him was to establish a connection between them. Chen Ming's solution was a contract. He didn't possess a Beastmaster contract, but he had previously obtained a Master-Servant contract during a lottery reward. He hadn't found a suitable candidate to use it on, so it remained unused. Unexpectedly, it found its purpose now. Chen Ming took out the Master-Servant contract himself. Instead of handing it over immediately, he explained its advantages and disadvantages to the treasure-seeking mouse. After listening attentively, the treasure-seeking rat decisively placed its paw on the contract. A flash of light erupted as the contract split into two, each fragment entering the minds of its respective bearer. In that instant, Chen Ming and the treasure-seeking rat became bound together. Their gazes toward each other grew warmer. With the treasure-seeking rat settled, Chen Ming's affairs in the desert were largely concluded. The final task was exchanging the fire spirit stones. Yang Zishu handed over all the fire spirit stones she possessed to Chen Ming. The total came to 873 stones. This quantity was already quite scarce. It was the result of their efforts over this period. In the end, Chen Ming exchanged for two items, both intended for Yang Zishu. Don't ask, the exchange items were simply too low grade for Chen Ming to bother with. Thunderstrike wood. It contained wood, life, and lightning elements. Before using it, the player must master one of the three elements. After use, their comprehension of one of the other two elements will be greatly enhanced. Since Yang Zishu already mastered the wood element, using the lightning struck would grant her a random insight into either the life or lightning attributes. Both are exceptionally potent attributes. The other item is a hammer technique. That evening, Chen Ming had no intention of sleeping early, planning to rest only after the teleportation concluded. Little did he know that at 11:55 p.m., a mysterious energy swept over him. A wave of overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, and within 5 seconds, he was fast asleep. The night passed in silence. The next day at 9 o'clock. Chen Ming awoke from his slumber, glanced at the time, and his face twisted with bewilderment. It seemed the system had no intention of letting players witness the teleportation process. His mental state had been perfectly fine last night. He should have easily stayed awake until midnight. Yet, he had fallen asleep at the last moment. He refused to believe there wasn't some trickery involved. He opened the system interface. The first thing that caught his eye was the system notification. He opened it. Congratulations, player, on arriving in the Shadow Valley Great Forest. Certain rules have been modified. 1. Players may now move farther away from their vehicles. 2. Daily quests remain unchanged. Vehicles can now move backward. 3. The maximum party size has been increased from 3 to 4 players. Note, in 2 months, players will face a new disaster, the biting cold of winter. Note, during the new map period, players will have 1 day of invincibility. The invincibility applies to both the player themselves and their vehicle. The new map has arrived. Chen Ming leapt off the bed the moment he finished reading the system announcement. Opening the cargo bay behind him, he no longer saw endless yellow sand stretching to the horizon. Instead, a lush, verdant forest stretched before his eyes. Towering trees surrounded him under clear skies, painting a scene brimming with vitality. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Chen Ming's face lit up with satisfaction. Look at this, this is where humans belong. Compared to the desert before, it was like night and day. Beyond that, Chen Ming spotted a small stream not far away. After switching maps, survival here seemed considerably easier than the previous one. Brother Chen. Yang Zishu stepped down from her RV, clearly having just woken up. The sight of the surroundings instantly banished any lingering sleepiness. Her thoughts mirrored Chen Ming's. Chen Ming stretched lazily. Let's eat first, then finish today's daily quests. After that, we'll explore this Yogu Great Forest. He hadn't forgotten that players had 1 day of invincibility. With this invincibility period, he could venture into many seemingly dangerous areas. While cooking, Chen Ming kept an eye on the regional chat interface. After the server merge, such information had become incredibly valuable. Especially messages from the opposing region. If nothing else, he needed to know the name of their strongest player. Given the system's nature, it would undoubtedly arrange for players to compete against each other. Gaining this knowledge early was undoubtedly advantageous. After peeking at the screen for a while, the name of the opposing region's strongest player still hadn't appeared. Instead, a player from his own region blurted out his name. Seeing this, Chen Ming was at a loss for words. Were the players in his own territory really that careless? Chapter 93, Ling Han Lai. Fortunately, after a moment, the opposing region couldn't hold back any longer and revealed their strongest player, Ling Han Lai. What surprised Chen Ming most was that the opponent was a dual cultivator of water and fire.
Water and fire dual cultivation on the surface, it seemed like only two elements, and mastering them appeared relatively straightforward. In reality, mastering these mutually restraining and repelling elements simultaneously was the most challenging feat. However, once one successfully harnesses both elements, their power surges dramatically. The power unleashed by their skills could even surpass that of players wielding three elements. The environment of the Shadow Valley Great Forest proved far better than the players had imagined. Having just teleported from the desert region, many players still reeked of sweat. Yet within the Shadow Valley Great Forest, water resources are plentiful. Players can bathe and drink from the streams here. Crucially, there were no adverse effects whatsoever. This left countless players ecstatic. After all, who wants to walk around stinking every day? Chen Ming and Yang Zishu also pressed onward. Along the way, they actually found quite a few valuable items. First up, fruit. Very fresh. Far fresher than anything they'd found in treasure chests back in the desert. Before long, they covered 100 kilometers without incident. With 1 day of invincibility remaining, they briefly discussed and decided not to linger, choosing instead to press onward. After another 10 minutes of travel, they actually stumbled upon a reward. A silver-grade treasure chest appeared to their right front. That's right, silver tier right off the bat. It was clear that resources here were far superior to those in the desert regions. After dismounting, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu swiftly approached the treasure chest. They relied on their invincibility period, confident they wouldn't be ambushed. That said, both still drew their weapons, ready for battle at any moment. Invincibility was one thing, but that didn't mean they wanted to take hits for nothing. When they were about 10 meters from the chest, a long snake suddenly dropped upside down from a towering tree beside it, striking straight for Chen Ming's neck. Its speed was astonishing. Fortunately, Chen Ming remained intensely focused and detected the threat instantly. He raised his right hand, thrusting his spear forward. To his surprise, the spear didn't pierce the serpent cleanly. Instead, it coiled around the shaft, using it as leverage to lunge once more at his throat. Thud! Just as the serpent was about to touch Chen Ming's skin, a thin blue barrier suddenly enveloped his body. The serpent's attack was instantly nullified, and it was ultimately flung backward. Truly invincible. Truly flawless. When the serpent dodged Chen Ming's spear, Chen Ming still had a way to counter by relying on the blazing holy fist. He used the fist's flames to cover his neck and arms in fire. It could have melted the serpent to ashes. But he didn't. Doing so would drain his mental energy too much. With invincibility protecting him, he had no reason to worry about getting hurt. Before the serpent could steady itself on the ground, Yang Zishu's ice arrow struck, piercing its body clean through. After a few final convulsions, it lay utterly still. Observing the green blood, Yang Zishu frowned slightly. This snake is likely highly venomous. Chen Ming nodded slightly in agreement. That serpent must have been the guardian beast of this treasure chest. With the guardian slain, Chen Ming no longer feared ambushes from other beasts and proceeded to open the chest. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have obtained Realgar Powder X100. Ha! Realgar Powder? Specifically for countering venomous snakes? If it can be found in a treasure chest, there must be quite a few venomous snakes lurking in the Deep Valley Forest. Chen Ming gave Yang Zishu 20 portions first, keeping the rest for himself. Brother Chen, Ling Hanlai just posted in the regional chat. Yang Zishu suddenly spoke as they were returning. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming opened the regional chat interface to take a look. Sure enough, Ling Hanlai had initiated a message. Ling Hanlai, everyone, if possible, avoid touching any items in the Shadow Valley Great Forest, especially water sources. Don't use it for bathing or drinking. When Ling Hanlai's message appeared, many players paid it little mind. After all, 80% of them had relied on the Valley Forest's water supply. After all, life in the desert had been unbearably harsh. No water to drink, no water to bathe in. Now that they'd finally encountered a water source, they naturally chose to indulge immediately. Most importantly, after bathing or drinking this water, they experienced no adverse effects whatsoever. They felt remarkably healthy. What's the deal with Ling Hanlai? Why won't he let us use this water? Exactly. We finally escaped that hellhole of a desert. We've been stinking to high heaven. And this is the strongest guy in our area? Could he be trying to monopolize all the water in this? That can't be. Brother Ling has always been good to us. He must have his reasons. Should we wait and see? At Ling Hanlai, Brother Ling, come out and explain this. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Ling Hanlai finally spoke up again. Ling Hanlai, this Yogu forest contains highly concentrated toxins. Ordinary players exposed to them will die instantly. Not even a god could save them. Toxins. Upon seeing those two characters, Chen Ming first glanced at the dead venomous snake on the ground, then recalled the Realgar powder he had obtained. Deep down, he began to believe the other party's words. In the regional chat interface, the overwhelming reaction among players upon seeing this message was disbelief. They'd all drunk the water. If it were truly poisonous, they would have perished long ago, not lasted until now. Before they could protest, Ling Hanlai stepped in. Right now is invincibility time.
Even if you're poisoned, you won't feel it. But the toxins keep building up inside you. Once invincibility ends, anyone who drank that water will suffer. This left the players utterly dumbfounded. If that was true, they were finished. Seeing the panic in the regional chat, Yang Zishu voiced her confusion. Could it really be that deadly poisonous? Chen Ming pondered for a moment, choosing not to voice his thoughts directly. Instead, he said, whether it's deadly poison or not, why not test it? With that thought, he quickly made his way toward the nearest body of water. The deep valley forest had many streams, though they were all quite narrow. The two arrived at a fork in one such stream. Chen Ming purchased a piece of wild beast meat from the exchange and placed it directly into the water. Under Chen Ming and Yang Zishu's watchful eyes, the beast meat sinking into the water visibly turned blue and purple. Chapter 94, Poison in the Water. It really is poisonous. Yang Zishu exclaimed in shock. Could this Yogu Great Forest be a poisonous forest? If they could think of this method, other players surely could too. Soon, players began posting their experimental results and entire processes in the regional chat interface. Players who had clung to hope were now utterly dumbfounded. It really is poisonous. Then I'm done for. I bathed and washed clothes in this stream, and even collected a lot of water upstream to drink later. Help! I gulped down over a dozen mouthfuls. If this water's poisoned, once my invincibility wears off, I'll drop dead instantly. At Ling Hanlai, Big Boss Ling, do you have any antidote over there? At Ling Hanlai, this is all your fault. Why didn't you tell us about this earlier? Now it's too late. Who's the mad dog above? Brother Ling did his utmost to warn you all. Now you're actually blaming him? Instead of wasting time on this, you should be figuring out how to save yourselves. I barely survived the desert heatwave, only to get hit with this massive wave right after the map change. I should have stayed in the desert, at least I wouldn't have died. Many players began searching for various antidotes. But their efforts yielded little result. No one would part with such a life-saving treasure at a time like this. Just as everyone was at a loss, one player suddenly spoke up. Remember when Chen Ming, the big shot in our region, traded antidote pills earlier? I got one from him. I just swallowed it, and now I feel all warm and fuzzy. If I'm not mistaken, the poison should be neutralized. His words instantly captured the attention of countless players. Immediately, a crowd of players rushed straight toward Chen Ming. At that moment, Chen Ming had just finished his experiment with Yang Zishu and was heading toward his vehicle. Barely halfway there, a relentless stream of private message notifications began ringing, making Chen Ming's head ache. Ignoring what was happening, Chen Ming hurriedly silenced the private message notifications. Only then did he feel somewhat relieved. Wait, what? What the hell? Had he been hacked? Filled with confusion, he opened the private chat windows of several players and quickly understood. It turned out everyone had now discovered the toxin's presence and was coming to him to buy antidote pills. But he had very few antidote pills left. He traded away some earlier, leaving only a small amount in his own stash. The rest were all reserved for him and Yang Zishu. Now that they knew the entire Shadow Valley forest was saturated with toxins, they'd be even less likely to part with their antidotes for trade. These were all meant for self-defense. As the number of players messaging him privately grew, and the volume of messages increased, Chen Ming could only publicly announce in the regional chat, I no longer have any antidote pills. I traded them all away earlier. You guys should hurry and look elsewhere. I can give you a tip, go find treasure chests and open them. This message naturally caught the players' attention immediately. Upon learning Chen Ming had no antidotes left, many players were utterly devastated. I bet you're not out, you just don't want to sell to us. We're all fellow players, why won't you help us? Open treasure chests? Easier said than done. What are the odds of finding an antidote? Just trade them to me already. You just think the price isn't right, don't you? Name your price, if I have it, I'll give you everything. Is this the strongest player in your region? I'd say you're no match for Ling Hanlai. You've got the antidote pills in your hands but won't trade them with us. In a crisis like this, you should bring out every antidote you have and save as many people as possible. The players were thoroughly fed up with Chen Ming at this point. But no matter how much they grumbled, Chen Ming chose to ignore them completely. The antidote pills were his property. He would trade them if he wished, and if he didn't, no one could take them from him. Ding! Just as Chen Ming blocked several of the most vocal players, his private messages suddenly chimed. He had just disabled messages from strangers. The notification sound for friend messages still played. Opening it, he saw the message was from Zhang Qilin. His purpose was clear, he was asking if Chen Ming had any antidote pills. If so, he was willing to make a trade. Without much hesitation, Chen Ming immediately traded one over. He trusted Zhang Qilin implicitly. He knew the other wouldn't go blabbing about it. Upon seeing the antidote pill Chen Ming had traded over, Zhang Qilin was utterly moved. He'd seen the messages in the regional chat. Countless players had tried every trick in the book to get a single antidote pill from Chen Ming. And what was the result? Chen Ming didn't give them the time of day. But the moment he sent a message before even discussing terms, the other party traded him an antidote pill. No way.
After neutralizing the poison, he was determined to open several more treasure chests. He would select the most valuable supplies from them and give them to Chen Ming to repay this life-saving favor. What Chen Ming didn't know was that this unintentional gesture would later bring him a huge surprise. They pressed on until nightfall when Chen Ming and Yang Zishu finally found a slightly more spacious spot after securing 2 more treasure chests. They decided to rest there for the night. While Chen Ming cooked dinner, the treasure-seeking rat finally set out. It began swiftly scavenging for useful treasures in the surrounding area. At first, Chen Ming worried about its safety but soon realized his concerns were unfounded. The treasure rat proved far more agile than he'd imagined, possessing keen senses. Each time, it detected hidden enemies in advance and chose to detour around them, ensuring its own safety. Then there was the matter of toxins. After he emphasized this point to it, the treasure rat clearly took it to heart. It consistently avoided toxic items with precision. He could see this in the servant interface. If the treasure mouse were poisoned, he'd notice it in the status bar. It was quite convenient. After finishing dinner, Yang Zishu surveyed the pitch-black forest around them. The night in the forest feels even more eerie than in the desert. The desert is wide open, anything happening can be spotted immediately. But here, there are too many hiding spots. If we get attacked at night, it'd be hard to react in time. They had been teleported here at midnight, and their invincibility period would expire at midnight tonight. If they were attacked then, it could cost them their lives. Chen Ming hesitated for a moment, his gaze settling on the treasure-seeking rat beside him. We'll need your help tonight. At the first sign of trouble, wake us both immediately. Upon hearing this, the treasure rat confidently patted its chest, signaling it had the job covered. Chapter 95, Selling Antidote Pills. Before sleeping, Chen Ming deliberately glanced at the messages in the regional chat interface. By afternoon, the number of poison players had reached a terrifying 80%. Thanks to the efforts of many players who frantically searched for and opened treasure chests that afternoon, quite a few had obtained antidote pills and successfully escaped the crisis. The current number of poison players hovered around 50%. The number was still substantial, around 6,000. These players were now in a state of utter panic. The toxin hung over their heads like a sharp blade, poised to fall and claim their lives in just a few hours. Chen Ming felt utterly helpless upon witnessing this. He only had a handful of antidotes, far too few to fill the gap in the market. After briefly scanning some messages, Chen Ming decided to rest. Today, with the invincibility period's protection, he had a reliable advantage in the Dark Valley Great Forest. But tomorrow, without the invincibility buff, he would have to be far more cautious in his actions. The more cautious he was, the more mental energy he would expend. Therefore, he absolutely had to get a good night's rest tonight. Since it was the first night and they needed the treasure rat to keep watch, Yang Zishu decided to sleep right beside Chen Ming. During this period, Yang Zishu essentially slept in 2 places, sometimes returning to his RV to rest, other times staying in the cargo container. Squeak! After an unknown duration of sleep, the treasure rat's squeak jolted Chen Ming awake. Opening his eyes, Chen Ming saw the treasure rat frantically darting about before him. Enemy! Ever since he'd signed a master-servant contract with the treasure rat, he could now understand some of its simpler behaviors. Upon seeing Chen Ming awake, the treasure rat darted over to Yang Zishu's side and placed its tail near her nose. With a loud sneeze, Yang Zishu woke up. She turned to see Chen Ming standing at the cargo container entrance, spear in hand, and instantly understood the situation. Without hesitation, she retrieved her bone-crushing hammer and followed him. By then, Chen Ming had already opened the cargo door from the inside. Standing at the entrance, they scanned the darkness outside and quickly noticed something amiss. Several flashes of green light flickered. Then came the sound of something sliding across the leaves. Poisonous snakes again. Chen Ming's brow furrowed. After exchanging a glance with Yang Zishu beside him, Chen Ming swiftly turned on the lights inside the cargo container. With the lights' help, the two soon spotted a large number of venomous snakes in the clearing ahead. At least 20 or 30 of them. What's more, these venomous snakes weren't all the same color, they were all brightly colored. Chen Ming knew this well. The more vivid the snake's appearance, the more potent the venom within. Before him lay a sea of venomous snakes. Ice arrows. Golden rain. After a split-second pause, the two launched their attack. Venomous snakes, after all. They'd definitely stick to ranged attacks to avoid getting splashed with venom. Their relentless attacks fell like rain, swiftly cutting down increasing numbers of venomous snakes in droves. Upon realizing their presence had been detected, the snakes suddenly accelerated, closing in on the cargo containers in a coordinated assault. As the snakes closed in, Yang Zishu struck again. Vines burst from the ground, binding every venomous snake before ice arrows struck them down precisely. Through the combination of multiple elemental skills, the ambushing venomous snakes were swiftly slaughtered to the last. The treasure-seeking rat, which had been lurking behind, sensing the venomous snake's presence, darted out the moment it detected their demise. Gather! Harvest! Harvest! The treasure-hunting rat's advantage was now on full display. Each time it landed, it chose spots untouched by venom, greatly minimizing the risk of poisoning. While the treasure rat gathered, Chen Ming finally found a moment to glance at the time.
11:30 at night. Damn, it wasn't even midnight yet and beasts were already launching surprise attacks. Opening the zone chat interface, he saw that quite a few players had encountered the attack. Fortunately, their invincibility period hadn't expired yet. The venomous snake's fangs bounced off their bodies before making direct contact. However, many players reported accidentally getting venom on their bodies during the fight with the venomous snakes. Although they rinsed it off with clean water immediately, they weren't sure if the venom had entered their systems. The number of worried players skyrocketed. Squeak squeak. As Chen Ming scanned the messages, his treasure-hunting rat returned carrying his backpack. Just then, Chen Ming saw a player mention that an antidote pill had dropped from one of the venomous snakes. His gaze naturally fell upon the backpack strapped to the treasure rat's back. Surely his luck couldn't stay this bad forever? With that thought, he had the treasure rat bring the bag over and began inspecting its contents. After the 100-fold increase. First came high-grade snake meat with no inherent attributes. Consuming this had a chance to increase one's 4 core attributes. Next came a more unusual type of snake meat. Cooking it had a chance to neutralize toxins. Next came the antidote pills. With the 100-fold boost, a total of 1,000 antidote pills were obtained. The quantity still fell short. Seeing such a large quantity, Chen Ming immediately listed them on the exchange. Waiting for players to come knocking one by one for negotiations would take too much time. He decided to set a flat price instead, sticking to the old rule, 10 times the base value. After listing them, he didn't forget to announce in the regional chat, antidote pills are now available. Interested players may purchase them directly. The moment the message appeared, numerous poison players rushed to snap them up. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 antidote pills were swept off the shelves. But this only solved part of the problem. Many players who missed out immediately started complaining. Big shot Chen Ming, please give us more. I genuinely couldn't get any. How could they go so fast? You unpoisoned players, stop grabbing them. We're fighting for our lives here. Bull. This entire Shadow Valley forest is saturated with toxins. You never know when you might get hit. Having an extra antidote means one more layer of protection, got it? Bastards. You're snatching our life-saving stuff like this? Blame your own slow fingers. I've listed some antidotes too. If you want them, go trade for them. After Chen Ming listed his items, Ling Hanlai also chimed in. Chen Ming checked the exchange and saw that Ling Hanlai had listed at least as many antidote pills as he had, if not more. There was no way he could have obtained that many in such a short time. It seemed the other party had gotten their hands on the blueprint for making antidote pills. Only with blueprints could one produce such a large quantity of antidotes in such a short time. Now, most of the poison players had managed to snatch some up, leaving only a handful still without. Chapter 96, Snake Soup. Adhering to the principle of milking every last drop of profit, Chen Ming began preparing snake soup. The ingredients, naturally, were the snake meat with a chance to counteract the poison. After a series of operations, the clock had already struck past 11:50. With less than a few minutes left before the invincibility period ended at midnight, Chen Ming reappeared in the regional chat interface. Any players still needing antidotes, send me a private message. The remaining players, who had already begun to resign themselves to their fate, snapped back to reality upon seeing the message. They immediately sought out Chen Ming. At this final hour, Chen Ming could instantly tell who was genuinely poisoned and who was faking it. The genuinely poisoned players were now like ants on a hot pan, terrified Chen Ming wouldn't trade with them, desperate to hand over everything they possessed. As for the opportunists trying to take advantage of the chaos, their first words were inquiries about price and whether it was an antidote pill. Their tone sounded nothing like someone facing imminent death. After quickly sorting them out, Chen Ming proceeded with the transactions. His snake soup fetched a price far higher than the antidote pills. One bowl could buy 10 antidote pills. But players genuinely desperate to survive didn't care about the price difference. After a flurry of transactions, the clock soon struck 12. Once the clock struck 12, Chen Ming's private messages finally began to quiet down. Invincibility time ended. Players with toxins in their bodies died instantly. Numerous players kept a close eye on the total player count in the entire zone. When the clock ticked over 800 players in the entire area died instantly. These players either had the misfortune of failing to secure antidote pills or snake soup, or they were poisoned without realizing it, ultimately perishing silently. The dwindling numbers gave players their first vivid glimpse of the terrifying nature of the Shadow Valley Great Forest. This was only the first day, and nearly 1,000 players had been lost. Keep in mind, this group had already survived extreme heat. They weren't ordinary players, but seasoned veterans with considerable experience. Yet now, the damned still perished, beyond any hope of rescue. Chen Ming divided the remaining soup into 3 portions. He summoned Yang Zishu and Treasure Rat. Together, they slowly sipped the snake soup. After finishing, Chen Ming felt his body warm up slightly. He took out the realgar powder obtained earlier that day and sprinkled it evenly around their 2 vehicles. With the realgar powder acting as a deterrent, they wouldn't have to worry about other snakes launching attacks during the night.
Still, as an extra precaution, Chen Ming had the treasure rat keep watch through the night, planning to catch up on sleep during the day.
The night finally passed without incident. The next day,
after waking up, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu washed up, ate breakfast, and stepped down from the cargo box, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. They had gained some understanding of the conditions in the Deep Valley Great Forest. Gloomy, oppressive, and riddled with deadly toxins.
With this in mind, Chen Ming observed the forest anew and indeed noticed numerous anomalies. How did I not see this yesterday? The colors in this valley forest are far too vivid. If I'm not mistaken, these brightly colored flowers and trees are all deadly poisonous. Yang Zishu, standing nearby, nodded slowly.
There's far too much poison here. We'll likely get poisoned easily if we keep walking through this. The treasure chests in the Shadow Valley Great Forest differed from those in the desert. In the desert, everything stretched out as far as the eye could see in shades of yellow, making treasure chests easy to spot. They were also relatively easy to obtain. But the Deep Valley Forest is different. Trees grow thickly here. Yesterday, they relied entirely on the treasure-seeking rats to pinpoint the direction of the chests, then hack their way through the thickets to approach them. This meant they inevitably came into contact with the surrounding poisonous trees and flowers. Chen Ming frowned slightly and spoke in a focused tone, "Don't worry. I still have some antidote pills left. Based on the treasure chest's design, the items we'll find during this period should be related to antidotes. Today, we'll stick to the same plan aimed to collect as many treasure chests as possible."
Got it. Yang Zishu naturally had no objections.
The two started their respective vehicles and pressed onward. What they could think of, other players could certainly think of as well. Under the threat of these toxins, the players had no choice but to press on. Since the treasure rat was resting inside the cargo container, Chen Ming could only rely on the treasure radar carried in the 100-ton king to locate treasure chests during this period. Truth be told, ever since acquiring the treasure mouse, Chen Ming had used the treasure radar less and less. There was no way around it. The treasure mouse's detection range far exceeded that of the radar. Fortunately, perhaps due to the map difficulty scaling up, there were numerous treasure chests scattered throughout the area. Before long, Chen Ming stumbled upon a silver-tier treasure chest. Without the invincibility period this time, Chen Ming couldn't afford to be so reckless. As he cautiously approached the chest, the golden glow of the golden rain spell already shimmered around him, ready to unleash at a moment's notice. Not far behind him, ice arrows materialized around Yang Zishu, poised to be unleashed at the slightest disturbance.
Rustling sounds.
Just as Chen Ming was about 20 meters away from the silver-gray treasure chest, the rustling of leaves suddenly came from the large tree behind his right side.
Chen Ming's alertness instantly heightened. Simultaneously, two golden arrows swept swiftly toward their target.
Half a second later, half a snake's body fell to the ground.
An ambush, as expected.
Just as Chen Ming believed he had cleared away all the venomous snakes guarding the treasure chest and bent down to reach for it, a patch of green foliage behind the chest suddenly began to move rapidly. Moreover, two more venomous snakes dangled down from the trees behind him.
Fiery holy fist.
As the venomous snake before him lunged to bite his right arm, Chen Ming hesitated not a moment, unleashing his skill.
In an instant, Chen Ming's entire right arm was engulfed in flames.
Before the venomous snake could bite his arm, its entire body was melted away by Chen Ming's flames. As for the two snakes ambushing from behind, Yang Zishu's ice arrows pinned them to the tree trunk. After a few final twitches, they were finished.
Only then were the guardian beasts completely eliminated.
Chen Ming opened the silver-grade treasure chest before him. 100 antidote pills and 1 beast-luring flower. Beast-luring flower platinum grade, the petals of this flower emit a special scent. Any beast that smells it will immediately be drawn toward it within a radius of 1 kilometer.
Usable 5 times. The antidote pills were a given and absolute necessity these days.
It was the beast-luring flower that caught Chen Ming's attention. It seemed like inviting trouble, but for Chen Ming, it was undoubtedly a powerful tool. Used wisely, it could bring him considerable wealth. After stowing it away, Chen Ming set off back the way he came.
"Brother Chen, you're poisoned." Chapter 97, The Little Spirit Fruit Tree.
Yang Zishu's words halted Chen Ming in his tracks.
Following her gaze downward, he saw his right arm had indeed turned purplish blue.
The fingertips, in particular, had turned black. Chen Ming exerted a little force on his right arm. The purple-blue discoloration spread even faster. Without hesitation, Chen Ming decisively took out an antidote pill and swallowed it. As the pill entered his body, a cool energy swiftly coursed through his system. Finally, it headed straight for his right arm. Under the watchful eyes of both men, his right arm began visibly returning to normal at a rapid pace.
The potency of the antidote pill was undeniable. Within a few breaths, Chen Ming's right arm was fully restored.
Only after confirming the toxin had been completely suppressed did Chen Ming begin to recall his recent actions.
When exactly had he been poisoned?
He could assure himself that he hadn't come into contact with the toxin just now, nor had he been touched by the venom on the toxin's body. The treasure chest.
Yang Zishu, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up.
Your finger had already turned black, the most severely poisoned area. The only thing you touched the entire time was the treasure chest. Yang Zishu's words jolted Chen Ming into realization. After all that, he'd been stabbed in the back by that very treasure chest. He'd calculated every possibility, yet overlooked this treasure chest. Who could have foreseen this? Regardless, many players would likely stumble over this very treasure chest. The two continued on their way, piloting their 100-ton beasts while glancing at the messages in the regional chat interface. By this hour, most players were already up and on their way. Daily quests were non-negotiable, and the road through the Shadow Valley Great Forest was far less forgiving than the desert highway. The road through the heart of the Shadow Valley Great Forest was even narrower. Moreover, tree roots and vines often encroached onto the road, causing vehicles to bounce over uneven terrain. But these obstacles were no match for Chen Ming's 100-ton behemoth. Under the iron wheels of the 100-ton king, everything was crushed flat. Meanwhile, the regional chat interface remained flooded with messages. It was clear to everyone just how densely packed the toxins were within the Shadow Valley Great Forest. This isn't the Shadow Valley Forest. They should rename it Venom Forest. Everywhere is poisonous. Exactly. Now I'm too scared to even get out of my vehicle. Everyone, be extremely careful. I just opened a treasure chest, and the surface was actually poisoned. If it hadn't contained an antidote pill inside, I would have been done for. I found a way to check if teammates are poisoned. Players in a squad can view each other's status through the squad member interface. If someone's poisoned, it'll show up in their status bar. Hey! You're right, I actually learned something useful from the zone chat interface. It actually works. Thanks, boss. Now I don't have to worry about not noticing if I get poisoned. Seeing this message, Chen Ming's eyes lit up too. After sharing the method with Yang Zishu, they both checked each other's status in the party interface. Only after confirming neither was poisoned did they relax. Guys, I think I stumbled upon something major. Just as Chen Ming was about to close the regional chat window, a message caught his attention. The player who posted it then shared an image. Chen Ming frowned upon seeing it. Since arriving in the Shadow Valley Great Forest, the players had encountered only one species, venomous snakes. While venomous snakes looked terrifying, they weren't particularly dangerous if you knew how to handle them. With caution, their venom posed little threat. But now, a large phantom figure appeared in the image. This phantom wasn't charging directly at the player, it seemed to be merely passing by. Judging by the image, it isn't walking on two legs, but moving on all fours. Could it be a monkey? Chen Ming's mind filled with a new possibility. This was also the most common guess among players in the regional chat interface. Of course, it remained mere conjecture, no player had actually seen its true face. But one thing the players could be certain of was that within the Shadow Valley Great Forest, besides venomous snakes, there were other natives, and they might even be stronger than those snakes. Chen Ming's mood grew somber. At lunchtime, the treasure-seeking mouse, who had been sound asleep in the cargo box, woke up at the scent of food. After the two humans and one rodent finished lunch, the treasure-seeking rat stretched lazily. Instead of resting again, it settled directly against Chen Ming's passenger seat. It began searching for treasures for Chen Ming. Sure enough, not long after setting off, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu made another discovery. This time, it wasn't a treasure chest, but a fruit tree. The energy-rich environment of the Deep Valley Great Forest allowed fruit trees to thrive exceptionally well. Before them stood a particularly unique specimen. Chen Ming reached out and plucked one of the fruits. Instead of immediately checking its description, he turned his gaze to Yang Zishu beside him. Yang Zishu instantly understood his intent and opened the squad interface to examine the fruit. After checking Chen Ming's current status, Yang Zishu shook her head slightly, indicating he wasn't poisoned. Now, Chen Ming could safely read the description. Spirit fruit bronze grade, contains a small amount of energy. When consumed by players, it slightly enhances all 4 core attributes. Due to its sweet flavor, spirit fruit ranks among the favorite foods of cat demons. From this description, Chen Ming instantly caught a particularly striking detail. One of the favorite foods of cat demons. Cat demons. Recalling the image he'd seen just before dinner, it had to be a cat demon. Whoosh! Just as Chen Ming was about to relay the cat demon's information to Yang Zishu, a piercing whistling sound echoed beside their ears. The next moment, 2 stones hurtled toward them. Chen Ming's eyes narrowed. Earth-shattering. Several earth spikes rapidly burst from the ground, shielding Chen Ming and Yang Zishu within their protective barrier. After a dozen clashes echoed outside, the commotion gradually subsided. Yang Zishu immediately gripped her shattered bone hammer, ready to strike the moment the earth spikes retracted. If I'm not mistaken, this tree was planted by the cat demons. Chen Ming glanced behind him and spoke slowly. Cat demons. Upon hearing the name, Yang Zishu froze for a moment before regaining her previous serious demeanor. Whether they were cat demons or monkey demons, daring to ambush them meant they had to be prepared to die. As the earth spikes fell, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu's gazes swept swiftly across the area, quickly spotting a group of cat demons perched in the surrounding trees. Chapter 98, Cat Demons. These cat demons indeed had feline faces, but their bodies were unusually small and thin, appearing somewhat malnourished. Chen Ming, however, refused to underestimate them. His keen eyes noticed their claws were exceptionally sharp. If caught by their claws, the wounds would likely take a long time to heal.
Meow.
As one of the cat demons spoke, the others, who had been holding back, suddenly sprang into action.
They didn't charge headlong into battle. Instead, they divided their tasks clearly.
Some cat demons hurled stones from a distance, while others leapt directly from the tree trunks, charging straight toward Chen Ming and Yang Zishu. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu exchanged no words, each focusing on their own task. Chen Ming charged forward swiftly, the dragon-slaying holy spear in hand, targeting the cat demons preparing for close combat. Behind him, Yang Zishu blocked their path with ice arrows and vines, ensuring not a single stone could threaten Chen Ming.
Pierce the sun.
Chen Ming's spear whirled with blinding speed, unleashing a fierce whirlwind that pierced through several cat demons. The devastating vortex tore through their bodies, ripping out their internal organs.
Instant death.
In the blink of an eye, the first wave of charging cat demons was completely annihilated. Over half the cat demons had been wiped out. Witnessing this, the remaining cat demons froze in shock, their eyes filled with terror as they stared at Chen Ming. As the first cat demon let out a shriek and fled into the distance, the rest followed suit.
Ha! Watching this unfold, Chen Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes. They're already running away? Just as he thought.
His hunch was right, their earlier coordination proved these cat demons possessed a certain level of intelligence. Their current flight only served to prove this point.
Dealing with intelligent beings would be far more troublesome. Golden Rain. Wind speed slash.
Chen Ming had no intention of letting these tigers return to the mountain. These cat demons were clearly part of an organized group.
Letting them escape now risked them rallying reinforcements for revenge, a headache he couldn't afford. As two skills rapidly unleashed their fury. Over 90% of the fleeing cat demons were killed or wounded. However, one particularly lucky cat demon managed to slip away. Just as Chen Ming prepared to pursue, the creature vanished from sight with a flash. Out of reach. The cat demon moved by clinging to the trunks between these trees.
To pursue, he'd have to hack through thickets and clear his own path, a painstakingly slow process that made catching up nearly impossible.
Ding!
At that moment, a familiar sound echoed in Chen Ming's mind. Recognizing the familiar tone, Chen Ming hastily opened the system interface.
New system notice. Ding!
Due to the outbreak of conflict between players and the Cat Demon clan, resulting in heavy casualties among the Cat Demons, the Cat Demon clan will now formally commence their revenge. All players are advised to be cautious of attacks from the Cat Demon clan. Note, the point exchange shop is now officially open, containing numerous rewards including but not limited to antidote pills, the Dark Valley Great Forest map, various martial arts techniques, weapons, and more.
Note, the Cat Demon clan possesses fixed habitats. Destroying these habitats will yield substantial point rewards. Holy crap! Chen Ming couldn't help but blink twice upon seeing this system message.
He thought he'd already prepared for the worst, but now it seemed his perspective was still too narrow. He'd worried that if the Cat Demon escaped, he'd face relentless pursuit from the entire Cat Demon clan. But now it seemed the Cat Demon clan wasn't just after him, they were targeting all players.
So he'd inadvertently dragged other players into this mess too?
But this was actually a good thing. With other players helping to share the burden, the pressure he would face later wouldn't be as overwhelming.
Ding! Just as Chen Ming thought the notifications had ended, another alert popped up.
Player with the highest number of cat demons slain in the area. Awarded the title, Cat Demon Slayer.
Note, this is a rotating title.
It will automatically transfer to the player who surpasses your kill count.
Cat Demon Slayer increases points earned from slaying cat demons by 10%.
While equipped, the title marks the bearer as mortal enemy to the cat demon race, increasing the frequency of cat demon attacks by 100% and boosting their combat strength by 20%.
Oomph.
After reading the title description, Chen Ming couldn't tell if it was a blessing or a curse. The danger was undeniable, it would definitely increase significantly. If the cat demons could carve out a niche in the vast Yogu forest, they must possess formidable skills.
A 20% power boost would make them even tougher to deal with. But there was an upside too. With increased cat demon attacks came increased points.
With these two factors working in his favor, Chen Ming's rate of earning points would undoubtedly leave other players far behind. It's a case of pros and cons, I suppose.
The regional chat exploded instantly. What the hell? Who provoked the Cat Demon clan? Why should we all take the fall for his mess? We haven't even dealt with the venomous snakes yet, and now we have to deal with the Cat Demon clan too? Who can handle all this? Why are you all so pessimistic? I think this might actually be a good thing.
Take a good look at that point exchange shop, there are plenty of good items inside, especially the antidote pills.
There's no limit on the quantity. That image earlier was of the Cat Demon clan, right? Looks like they prioritize speed. Everyone, be extremely careful.
The system notice says players have already clashed with the Cat Demon clan.
Who is it? Step forward and share what you know about them. Yeah. Come on out and tell us, I want to see who this lucky bastard is.
Chen Ming naturally noticed the messages above. After seeing the endless stream of rage-filled posts insulting him, he decisively deleted all the messages he had already drafted. He had originally intended to kindly warn others that the cat demons possessed some intelligence and worked in groups. These messages could help players prepare in advance. But after reading the players' reactions, he decisively abandoned the idea. If you're so full of hot air, you must be pretty strong, right? In that case, figure out how to fight the cat demons yourselves. Don't expect me to reveal their basic information. After closing the regional chat window, the treasure-seeking rat finished looting the corpses and returned. Chen Ming merely glanced at the treasure-seeking rat's expression and instantly understood these cat demons were most likely useless. Otherwise, given Treasure Rat's temperament, he wouldn't be this dejected. Fortunately, he hadn't expected much from those skinny cat demons in the first place. The main goal was the points earned from slaying them. Without further questions, he drove the 100-ton king forward, followed by Yang Zishu's RV. The roads through the Deep Valley Great Forest were narrow. Both the 100-ton king and the RV were wide vehicles. Driving side by side would be cramped, and any panic during an incident could easily lead to a collision. Chapter 99, The Blazing Warrior. Meanwhile, on the other side, not far from where Chen Ming and the others had just clashed, a frantic cat demon burst into the clearing from outside. The moment it stepped inside, dozens of figures leapt swiftly from the surrounding tree trunks, encircling the cat demon in an instant. A chorus of meows rose and fell. The trapped cat demon pointed toward the direction it had fled from, its face etched with terror. It was clearly recounting the ordeal it and its companions had endured. Upon hearing that their small spirit trees had been stolen and their comrades slaughtered, the surrounding cat demons' faces burned with fury. The oldest cat demon among them let out two sharp shrieks before beginning to make arrangements. They were merely a small tribe, a branch of a larger group. With their strength alone, it would be difficult to avenge their kin. He ordered the remaining cat demons to seek out the surrounding branch tribes, rallying them to pursue and hunt down the enemy together. Among the cat demons, unity was paramount. Whenever one branch faced trouble, all cat demons would come to aid and eliminate the enemy. This was precisely why the cat demon tribe could dwell peacefully within the vast forests of the Shadow Valley. Their territories were all carved out through their own fierce battles. As the news spread rapidly, numerous cat demon clans sprang into action. Their target wasn't just Chen Ming and his group. Rather, it was all players. After all, cat demons couldn't distinguish human faces, only recognizing general appearances and builds. Under these circumstances, less than half an hour after the system announcement went out, some players had already encountered attacks from the cat demon clan. The first encounter was a barrage of rocks. Boulders smashed against the windshields of the players' vehicles. Drivers who had been cruising along got the fright of their lives. Realizing they were under attack, they slammed on the brakes, then flung open their doors, ready to teach those sneaky cat demons a lesson. Alas, the prepared met the unprepared. The moment players stepped out of their vehicles, they were met with a devastating counterattack. The stones hurled by the cat demons weren't ordinary rocks. They were carefully selected, each with sharp, jagged edges. Being struck by these stones meant at least a scrape, but some players had bones shattered outright, pain so intense it brought tears to their eyes. But it wasn't over yet. As soon as the stone rain ceased, some of the cat demons closed in. They swung their sharp claws, lunging at the players. Many players couldn't dodge in time, their chests or backs torn open by deep gashes, suffering severe injuries. But once the players regained their composure, they wielded their weapons and began a brutal slaughter. The cat demon's constitution was simply too weak. Any hit from the players meant instant death. The cat demon's first wave of assault against the players ended in failure. Of course, the players weren't faring much better. Chen Ming had just finished off a group of cat demons. Their numbers were significantly greater than before. However, armed with prior experience against the cat demons, Chen Ming faced them without a hint of pressure. With the divine wind step underfoot, the stones couldn't touch him. Even if a few came close, they'd be swiftly pierced and shattered by his golden rain. With this second wave, Chen Ming stuck to his usual tactic, kill half and spare half. But unlike before, he didn't stand idly by watching them escape. Instead, he pursued them closely with Yang Zishu in tow, creating the illusion of a relentless chase. This sent the cat demons into even greater panic. Under this mortal threat, they instinctively fled toward what they believed to be the safest place. Where was that? Naturally, their gathering place. As they darted through the jungle, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu's clothes inevitably tore, and their bodies sustained numerous small cuts. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance, each holding 2 antidote pills in their mouths. After biting into one to suppress the toxins immediately, they saved the second antidote pill for when they reached the cat demon tribe's settlement. This ensured their condition remained unaffected by the poison. Is this where those cat demons vanished? Chen Ming glanced around. They hadn't followed too closely, mainly worried that the cat demons might sense they couldn't escape and fight back fiercely, which would make it impossible to locate their gathering spot. Yang Zishu nodded firmly. This is the place. No mistake. Sure enough, as soon as she spoke, dozens, perhaps even hundreds of stones suddenly hurled from the surrounding trees. Seeing this, Chen Ming felt not alarm but delight. He knew he hadn't come to the wrong place. Earth-shattering. As before, the earth spikes instantly enveloped the two of them. No matter how sharp the stones were, they couldn't shatter a single earth spike, all getting blocked.
"End this quickly," Chen Ming commanded coldly. Yang Zishu nodded firmly, a flash of green light darting through his eyes. Phantom Wood Forest. This was Yang Zishu's first time deploying it in actual combat.
As the luminous glow rapidly enveloped the surroundings, the cat demons perched on the tree trunks trembled.
Then, like dumplings slipping into boiling water, they tumbled swiftly from the branches.
They never imagined the two before them would launch a psychic assault.
All fell victim to the illusion, tumbling down without a trace of consciousness.
The pain of the fall snapped them out of their delusion. When they saw themselves lying on the ground, their faces were filled with shock. They immediately tried to scramble back up the tree behind them, desperate to return to their original positions. But Yang Zishu wasn't about to give them that chance.
Trees formed from condensed wood elemental energy burst from the ground, swiftly blocking their escape routes.
Some cat demons tried to climb the trees, only to be swiftly ensnared by the vines, unable to escape.
Now, the remaining cat demons were utterly dumbfounded.
There was no escape.
Meow.
With a fierce meow, the remaining cat demons struggled briefly before charging madly toward Chen Ming and Yang Zishu. Wielding their sharp claws, they aimed to slash Chen Ming and Yang Zishu to pieces.
Blazing Fire Warrior.
As the thought flashed through Chen Ming's mind, the three flame true fire swiftly enveloped his entire body, even engulfing his spear in flames.
Boom!
Chen Ming lunged forward in a single stride, transforming into a fiery meteor streaking through the air as he charged relentlessly ahead. Every cat demon touched by the three flame true fire let out agonizing screams. They tried to smother the flames on their bodies with their claws, only to discover the flames only grew fiercer. Within mere breaths, the flames engulfed their entire bodies, killing them instantly.
Ding! Congratulations, player, on successfully eliminating a cat demon lair. You have earned an additional 1,000 points. A piece of cake.
Seeing the system notification, Chen Ming immediately shed the three flame true fire armor from his body.
The energy drain was immense.
In just that brief moment, Chen Ming felt over 40% of his mental energy evaporate.
Seems like he'd better use the Blazing War General less often from now on. Chapter 100, Where are the Night Raiders? Afternoon. The cat demon tribe's counterattack was exceptionally fierce. Other players were holding up relatively well, facing only periodic waves of cat demon assaults. But on Chen Ming's side, the attacks were numerous and relentless. The outcome was always the same. Each time, the cat demons would leave a trail of corpses in their wake before slinking away in defeat. To Chen Ming, these cat demons were practically begging to be killed for points. At dinner time, the players' complaints grew louder. Have these cat demons gone mad? Wave after wave, we can't kill them fast enough. But that's not even the worst part. Did you notice? At first, they just threw regular rocks. But now, they're coating them with poison. Just a single scratch on your skin gets you poisoned. Not a single inch of my body is intact now. My chest is clawed, my back is lacerated from rocks. If I hadn't bought healing bandages in time, I'd be meeting my grandmother in the afterlife by now. I take back what I said earlier. Who the hell provoked the cat demon clan? Why should we all suffer for their mess? I was just eating my meal, and these damn cat demons showed up again. I'm going all out against them. Kill. Sigh, there's just no end to them. I think I found a cat demon lair, but I'm too scared to get close. What are you doing getting close? Get out of there. Is your life more important than points? Most of the posts were players venting about how troublesome the cat demon tribe was. Chen Ming noticed them too. The cat demons might not be powerful, but they're incredibly annoying. They'd sneak in and attack every now and then, leaving you with little recourse beyond passive defense and counterattacks. If this kept up, even he wouldn't be able to handle it. After all, they needed sleep at night too. With these cat demons constantly harassing them, getting a good night's sleep would be incredibly difficult. As night fell, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu once again repelled the cat demon tribe's attack. Perhaps sensing the formidable strength of Chen Ming and Yang Zishu, the cat demons now dared not approach them, content to hurl stones from afar. After suffering over 10 casualties from Chen Ming's golden rain and Yang Zishu's ice arrows, they abandoned their attack and fled. Let's rest for now. Their stones hit the cargo boxes but didn't break them. We'll just have to get up and defeat them one by one when the time comes, Chen Ming said, lacking a better solution. Realgar only threatened snakes, not these cat demons. Yang Zishu naturally had no objections. At that moment, along the Yogu Great Forest Highway, 3 vehicles were gathered together. The 3 players were huddled inside the middle SUV, 2 resting, 1 on watch. The sentry scanned the pitch-black forest, occasionally rubbing his eyes to stay alert. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a sliver of silver light onto the road. He suddenly saw 2 flashes of green light dart past and vanish. The sudden disturbance instantly banished his drowsiness. He began scanning the surroundings intently, but found nothing. Was it just his imagination? Just as that thought crossed his mind, a whistling sound tore through the air beside him, originating from the open car window. When he turned his head to look, he saw a figure clad entirely in black, flickering with green light, closing in from the distance, growing larger and larger in his eyes. Bang! The sound of shattering glass accompanied the impact, and the player felt a sharp pain in his throat. When he reached up, his hand was already covered in blood, flowing uncontrollably. The other two players were jolted awake by the sudden deafening noise. The passenger in the front seat barely opened his eyes before a cold gleam flashed before him. The next second, he met the same fate as the player beside him. Only the player in the back seat was now wide awake. He hurriedly pushed open the door, jumped out, and dashed toward his own vehicle. He locked the doors, drew his weapon, and fixed his gaze intently on the vehicle ahead. Even now, he hadn't gotten a clear look at the other's face. Could it be? The thought struck him, and he hurriedly opened the hood of his own vehicle. The headlights blazed forward. He peered through the rear window of the vehicle ahead. He saw a cat demon clad entirely in black. That's right. Previously, cat demons were mostly yellow, and he hadn't seen any other colors. There was actually a variant. The thought struck him, and he immediately sent everything he had seen to the regional chat interface. The moment the message was sent, he looked up again only to find the black cat demon inside the front car had vanished. In an instant, he felt as though he'd fallen into an ice cave. Crash! Accompanied by shattering glass and spattering blood, another player's avatar turned gray as they met a gruesome end. Beyond this convoy's tragic fate, several other groups also fell victim to the black cat demon's assault, suffering heavy losses. It was the dead of night. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu were both fast asleep. Treasure Rat sat yawning not far from Chen Ming's bed. Squeak! The sudden presence outside instantly alerted the treasure-seeking mouse. It perked up its ears and began listening intently. It needed to confirm whether any villains were about to attack them. As the scent grew closer, the treasure mouse leapt from the floor and dashed straight toward Chen Ming, shaking his arm vigorously. Shaken awake, Chen Ming sat up straight. Thud! A violent thud echoed as Chen Ming instantly sprang from the bed. Yang Zishu, sleeping nearby, also woke instantly, the bone-crushing hammer already in her hand. Something was wrong. Chen Ming's gaze instantly fixed on the rear door of the cargo container. The impact had come from that direction. Instead of opening the cargo door immediately, Chen Ming first switched on the interior lights. After allowing everyone to adjust to the brightness, he slowly swung the door open. As the door swung open, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu remained on high alert, ready to act at a moment's notice. Ha! The moment the door swung fully open, Chen Ming discovered the space beyond was completely empty. That's right, nothing at all. Wait, where's everyone? Chen Ming voiced his confusion, glancing at the spot where the opponent had collided with the cargo door. The impact hadn't caused significant damage, just a tiny white speck. Yet even that tiny white dot made Chen Ming take a fresh look at this attacking enemy. He had upgraded the surface of this cargo container twice. Fireproof, waterproof, and with double defense. Yet the enemy had managed to inflict even a minor scratch on his cargo box. Clearly, this was a formidable opponent. Treasure Rat, can you still sense the enemy's presence outside? Chen Ming didn't venture out rashly but instead asked the Treasure Rat. Squeak! Treasure Mouse shook its head rapidly. It could sense that the unfamiliar presence from earlier had vanished. Chapter 101, The New Cat Demon. They really got away? This left both Chen Ming and Yang Zishu utterly bewildered. They had expected a fierce battle. Who would have thought their opponent would just take off like that? Never mind. Since the other party had voluntarily retreated, Chen Ming saw no point in pursuing them. He slammed the cargo bay door shut once more and headed back to rest. Yang Zishu, now wide awake after the commotion, opened the regional chat interface to see if any other players had new updates. And sure enough, she discovered something new. Brother Chen, players are reporting that the creatures attacking them tonight are also cat demons, but different from the ones during the day. These are black cat demons. Black cat demon? Hearing Yang Zishu's words piqued Chen Ming's interest. He opened the regional chat interface and began scanning it carefully. Many players in the area had encountered attacks, but they all reported being attacked by ordinary cat demons. They had already repelled them and stated they hadn't seen any so-called black cat demons. The further he scrolled, the more serious Chen Ming's expression grew. He noticed that the avatars of all the players who mentioned the black cat demon had turned gray. This signified they were dead. Just as Chen Ming pondered the identity of these black cat demons, Ling Hanley's message arrived. The black cat demons are called Nightshade cat demons. Their four-dimensional attributes are more than double those of ordinary cat demons, with speed being their greatest advantage. Everyone, be cautious if you encounter them. Attached to the message was an image. It showed a black cat demon with its body pierced through. Ling Hanlei is truly formidable. He's already slain the black cat demon. I see all the other players who encountered it are dead. So this species is called the Nightstalker cat demon? Does that mean it only comes out at night? With its all-black body and the pitch-dark environment of the at night, who could possibly spot it? Is there a better way to deal with them? Otherwise, we're all going to die sooner or later. Aren't they nocturnal? Could it be they're afraid of light? Worth a shot, but be warned, testing it might just get you killed. Night cat demons? Chen Ming narrowed his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, the creatures that had just attacked them were of the same species. But why did it vanish after just one strike on the cargo door? Could it be true, as the players claimed, that it feared light? Had the light seeping out when the cargo door opened scared it away? But more than that, Chen Ming was far more impressed by Ling Hanley's strength. Judging by the corpse of this Dark Knight cat demon, it had been killed with a single strike. While cat demons possess decent agility during the day, their speed at night can exceed twice that of daytime, reaching near elite levels. Given that, Ling Hanlei still managed to kill it with a single strike. This clearly demonstrated the opponent's formidable strength. Finally, a worthy opponent had arrived. Without dwelling on it for too long, Chen Ming turned off the lamp and resumed his rest. The night passed without incident. The next morning, when Chen Ming and Yang Zishu opened their eyes, they still found it hard to believe. No attacks had come during the night. How peculiar. Still, it was for the best. Having fully rested, they would have enough mental energy to handle any powerful cat demons they might encounter during the day. After a quick wash and breakfast, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu climbed down from the cargo container. The moment they touched down, Yang Zishu keenly sensed something amiss ahead. "Brother Chen, come quick. This ground looks different. See these drag marks here?" Prompted by her observation, Chen Ming hurried over. Crouching down, he indeed spotted drag marks etched into the ground. Something had been dragged away from here last night? "Brother Chen, could it be that the enemy who attacked us last night slammed into our cargo door, only to find it unexpectedly sturdy? They knocked themselves unconscious and were later carried away by their comrades?" Yang Zishu was doing her best to fit the outcome to what she had observed. But she had to admit, Chen Ming found her theory somewhat plausible. Otherwise, those drag marks were genuinely hard to explain. Chen Ming suspected it might be that a night-cloaked cat demon had slammed into his cargo door, only to be stunned unconscious by the sheer resilience of the door's impact. Then it was carried off by the other cat demons. Forget it. No need to dwell on it. Let's just finish today's daily tasks first. Chen Ming didn't bother pursuing it further. If it really was a night cat demon, then its strength was considerably weaker than he'd imagined. The two drove off in their respective vehicles. Not long after setting off, the cat demons attacked again. Chen Ming watched the cat demon perched on the tree trunk ahead, gradually slowing down until he came to a complete stop. Ha! Seeing these indifferent cat demons, Chen Ming's face was filled with confusion. These cat demons didn't attack them as they approached. Unlike before, this was highly unusual. A truce? No way. He still had that title hanging over his head. There was no way these cat demons would let him off the hook. Something's fishy here. Chen Ming's heart instantly leapt into his throat as his gaze darted around, searching for anything amiss. Soon enough, he spotted something amiss. All the cat demons were staring intently in one direction. Following their gaze, Chen Ming spotted a cat demon perched on a large tree relatively close to them. This cat demon differed greatly from the ordinary ones, and it wasn't the Dark Knight cat demon either. Its fur was entirely white. A new type of cat demon. Chen Ming's heart instantly leapt into his throat. Though he hadn't witnessed the Dark Knight cat demon's power firsthand, many players had fallen to it, suggesting formidable strength. Both were special cat demons. This pure white one was likely similar to the Dark Knight cat demon, a type of special cat demon that possessed greater power. With that thought, Chen Ming swiftly pushed open the car door and stepped out. Yang Zishu approached him. "Brother Chen, these cat demons seem odd. Nothing strange about it. They're not the main attraction today. The star is over there." Chen Ming pointed toward the pure white cat demon in the distance as he spoke. White? Yang Zishu's face fell into utter shock upon seeing it. Clearly, he'd never imagined cat demons could be white. "I'll go meet him. You keep an eye on the other ordinary cat demons." Chen Ming spoke quickly. Waiting for the enemy to attack wasn't Chen Ming's style. Wielding the dragon-slaying holy spear, he chose to strike first. The pure white cat demon, seeing Chen Ming charging toward it, let out a shrill scream and plunged straight down from the tree at incredible speed. Its white body combined with that speed made Chen Ming feel as though a flash of white light had streaked past him. No! Chapter 102, The Glowing Cat Demon. Chen Ming reacted swiftly, abruptly shifting his spear's momentum from offense to defense. Clang! The sacred dragon spear collided with the pure white cat demon's blade. The next second, a piercing scream echoed. The pure white cat demon, stung by the pain, instinctively pulled back. Witnessing this, Chen Ming's expression remained utterly unruffled, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Before the opponent could land, Chen Ming closed the distance swiftly with the divine wind step. Pierce the sun! This was a clever little trick Chen Ming had prepared for his opponent in a short time. Its effectiveness relied entirely on the unyielding hardness of the dragon-slaying holy spear. No matter how formidable this peculiar cat demon was, no matter how sharp its claws, they could never match the hardness of the dragon-slaying holy spear. When the two collided, the opponent's claws would be damaged, and pain would surely follow. Through his interactions over time, Chen Ming had gained some understanding of the cat demon tribe's nature. United, yet timid. Yes, timid. The cat demon's first reaction to pain would never be to continue its attack, but to flee. Exploiting this psychological trait, Chen Ming successfully exploited the opponent's vulnerability.
Just as Chen Ming thought victory was within his grasp, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The pure white cat demon, rapidly retreating backward before him, suddenly vanished mid-air. In an instant, Chen Ming lost his target entirely. How could this be? Witnessing this, Chen Ming's eyes widened in shock. This move caught him completely off guard. Having lost his target, Chen Ming was forced to retreat. As he landed, the pure white cat demon reappeared on the tree trunk, baring its teeth at Chen Ming. It seemed thoroughly displeased with its first failed attempt. Chen Ming stared at it, his brow furrowed. Blink or stealth? Both skills would cause him to lose his target, but their effects were entirely different. If it were stealth, that would be manageable. Chen Ming wouldn't face as much pressure in his attacks. But if it was blink, then the threat level would skyrocket. He had no idea when the opponent might suddenly appear and strike him down. No way. He must figure out exactly what this skill does. With that thought, Chen Ming took the initiative once more. The dragon-slaying spear shot forward swiftly. Pierce the sun. Chen Ming transformed into an arrow released from its string, charging forward at lightning speed, straight toward his opponent. As if sensing the extraordinary ferocity of Chen Ming's assault, the cat demon vanished from its spot once more. But this time, Chen Ming did not relent. He pressed forward toward that area. Boom! Just as Chen Ming thought his strike would miss, the dragon-roaming holy spear struck something solid before piercing through it. In the next instant, the pure white cat demon materialized, half its body pierced clean through by the sacred dragon spear, instantly meeting its end. The surrounding cat demons, witnessing this, instantly shrieked and scattered in all directions. That's it? After landing, Chen Ming couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed he had overestimated this cat demon. He'd expected it to teleport, but it had merely used a simple cloak. His gaze fell upon the corpse of the pure white cat demon, and he proceeded to harvest it. Ding! Collection successful. During the collection, Chen Ming also identified the pure white cat demon's name, the glowcat. After applying a hundredfold amplification, Chen Ming successfully gathered a fluorescent stone item from its body. This luminous stone had a single purpose: illumination. It could emit light in any environment, relying solely on its own radiance. Crucially, the luminous stone contained no energy, meaning it could emit light indefinitely. The two returned to their vehicle. During the journey, Chen Ming briefly introduced the fluorescent cat demon to Yang Zishu, advising her to be especially vigilant about it during daylight hours. Yang Zishu quietly committed this to memory. They continued on their journey. While driving, Chen Ming kept an eye on the regional chat interface, mainly considering whether to share information about the luminous cat demon with other players. Before he could send the message, however, he saw that some players had already encountered the luminous cat demon, and it seemed they'd gotten the short end of the stick. Everyone, look! Our squad seems to have encountered another unusual cat demon, pure white. Image? Another type? How strong is it? Hopefully not as vicious as that dark night cat demon from last night? I wouldn't dare get out of my vehicle. But it doesn't seem to be attacking us either. We've been in a standoff for nearly half an hour now. That's a relief. Last night's dark night cat demon was hunting people down everywhere. Watch out for the ancient trees lining the path, some of them are alive. Thankfully our team specializes in fire magic. We barely carved a path through them with our flames. Wait, what were you thinking, bro? Setting fires in the forest? I tested it myself. Setting fires in the Shadow Valley Great Forest is perfectly safe. There seems to be some kind of rule here: the flames won't spread. It's heavily restricted. That's absolutely true. Chen Ming spotted several players encountering fluorescent cat demons, though none had engaged them yet. Looks like last night's dark night cat demons scared the hell out of everyone. Now they're hesitant to act against any different kind of cat demon. Of course, a confrontation was inevitable. It was only morning, and players would inevitably need to complete their daily quests. A confrontation with the fluorescent cat demon was inevitable. The hope now was that someone would engage them first. Once everyone had concrete intelligence, they could better deal with these glowing cat demons. Compared to the glowcat demon, Chen Ming was far more concerned about the ancient tree players claimed could be revived. That ancient tree was incredibly difficult to guard against. Within the vast forests of the Shadow Valley, venomous insects and wild beasts abound, yet their numbers pale in comparison to the sheer quantity of ancient trees. As far as the eye could see, towering trees stretched endlessly. If ambushed, it would be easy to be caught off guard. As for freely using fire-type abilities in the Shadow Valley Great Forest, Chen Ming had experimented with it before and understood the risks involved. After filtering useful information, Chen Ming still posted details about the glowcat demon in the regional chat interface, including its abilities and how to quickly deal with it. Upon seeing the message and its sender, players began exchanging information even more rapidly. It's Chen Ming, the big shot. The strongest in our region. What he says must be reliable. Last night it was Ling Hanlai, and today it's Chen Ming. Are these two big shots secretly competing? Can't wait to see who emerges as the ultimate champion when these two legends face off. If what big shot Chen Ming says is true, this glowcat demon seems weaker than the nightcat demon. Who cares? I'm going to test it out first.
Everyone, wait for my good news. Sitting tight. Chapter 103, Minotaur. About half an hour later. Guys, it really works.
The player who had volunteered to test it reappeared and hurriedly announced, Brother Chen Ming's strategy actually makes taking down the glowcat demon super easy.
When you see it go invisible, don't panic, just keep hammering away relentlessly.
To prove he wasn't bluffing, he attached a screenshot showing the glowing cat demon he'd just slain. Hearing this, the players were instantly overcome with excitement. Especially those players who had been blocked by the glow cat demon. Hearing this was like grabbing a lifeline, and they all began trying it out. They all made significant progress. As more and more glowing cat demons fell to their blades, Chen Ming's sense of guilt eased slightly. After all, the cat demon had been summoned because of him. The other players had all been dragged into this mess because of him. Boom! Time slowly passed, nearing noon. A thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from the left front of Chen Ming and Yang Zishu. Hearing the sound, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu instinctively slowed their pace, their eyes darting toward the source. Unfortunately, the dense vegetation of the Yogu Great Forest made visibility nearly impossible. They couldn't see a thing. They parked the car. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu got out one after the other. Did you hear that loud bang just now? Chen Ming asked proactively. Yang Zishu nodded repeatedly. I heard it. It didn't seem too far away. Should we go check it out? Hearing the question, Chen Ming hesitated for a moment. They had only been in the Deep Valley Great Forest for a short time. He could sense that this Yogu forest concealed many dangers. Approaching recklessly could easily lead to trouble. Once they were away from their vehicle, they wouldn't be able to escape immediately if they needed to. Yet another voice echoed within Chen Ming's mind. Their knowledge of the Shadow Valley Great Forest was woefully inadequate. This might be their only chance to learn about it. Missing it could mean waiting an unknown eternity for the next opportunity. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Ming gritted his teeth. I'll go check it out. You stay here and guard the vehicles. If anything goes wrong, I'll alert you immediately. Then you start both vehicles and we'll evacuate right away. He refused to let this once-in-a-lifetime chance slip away. He was determined to investigate. Hearing this, Yang Zishu immediately protested, I'll go with you. An enemy capable of causing such commotion must be formidable. You won't be able to handle it alone. It's settled then. The vehicles are crucial too. Here, take this bottle of realgar powder. Keep the venomous snakes at bay until I return. After saying this, Chen Ming produced a packet of realgar powder and handed it to her before plunging headlong into the forest ahead. As he walked, he didn't forget to pop 2 antidote pills into his mouth. Should any abnormal symptoms arise, he could counteract the poison immediately. Behind him, Yang Zishu gazed at the realgar powder in her hands and couldn't help but sigh. She then scattered the powder evenly around the 2 vehicles before opening the cargo bay of the 100-ton king to start cooking. Unbeknownst to her, perched in an ancient tree nearby, 2 cat demons watched her every move. Meanwhile, Chen Ming slowly approached the direction where he had heard the earlier commotion. As he drew nearer, he suppressed his breathing as much as possible. Just as Chen Ming was walking forward, he suddenly felt the sky above him grow dark. He instinctively looked up and saw a colossal figure bearing down on him. Divine Wind Step. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ming activated the Divine Wind Step and sprinted away. At that moment, he cared not a whit about enemies or foes. He had a premonition, if he delayed even a moment longer, he might be crushed to death by this colossal beast. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the colossal creature crashed down not far from Chen Ming. Just as Chen Ming thought he'd narrowly escaped disaster, the colossal creature not far from him suddenly stirred. Seeing this, Chen Ming hurriedly hid behind an ancient tree beside him, concealing his entire body. As the colossal figure gradually rose to its feet, Chen Ming recognized its identity. A minotaur. Its size was immense, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Such a creature actually existed within the vast forests of the Shadow Valley. But judging by its appearance, it seemed like it had been beaten up. At this thought, Chen Ming hurriedly followed the Minotaur's line of sight. What he saw made his pupils instantly contract. An ancient tree. Or rather, an ancient tree that moved. At that moment, all its vines and branches were whipping wildly, resembling a chaotic dance of demons. In terms of sheer size, the Minotaur was clearly at a disadvantage. Moo! The Minotaur bellowed, charging forward with its 2 horns leading the way, driving straight into the ancient tree's crown. With each step the opponent took, Chen Ming could feel the earth tremble. Everything in its path, trees, bushes, was utterly destroyed. Holy crap! This is getting a bit wild, isn't it? Chen Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes. Soon, the 2 collided head-on. The Minotaur used its sharp horns to attack, breaking through several vines in succession. Unfortunately, as he drew closer to the ancient tree's trunk, the vines surrounding it multiplied rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the Minotaur found himself bound tightly. His hands frantically tore at the vines binding him, but the effort proved largely futile. Thud! Unsurprisingly, the Minotaur was hurled backward once more, crashing heavily to the ground, his wounds multiplying. Soon, Chen Ming watched the Minotaur charge forward again and again, seemingly endowed with inexhaustible bovine strength. Yet from start to finish, he failed to harm the ancient tree's trunk itself.
Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye.
Watching the Minotaur get hurled away yet again, Chen Ming couldn't help but shake his head.
How could this Minotaur be so stubborn? Knowing full well this approach couldn't land a hit, yet still attacking this way, wasn't he just courting disaster? This time, the Minotaur didn't scramble back up like before. Covered in wounds, it seemed to have reached its breaking point. The ancient tree opposite seemed to sense this weakness and began advancing toward the Minotaur. Its vines grew more aggressive, encircling him from all sides, determined to finish him off in one decisive blow. Rip! With the sound of vines piercing his flesh, the Minotaur's body gradually stiffened from struggle before meeting a gruesome end. Now! Chen Ming, who had been lying in wait nearby, saw the ancient tree's vines engulfing the Minotaur and struck decisively. Blazing War General. Charge! Thanks to Xiong Zhaizhai and Kind CEO for your votes. Chapter 104, The Elixir of Life. Boom! Intense flames rapidly erupted from Chen Ming's body. Enveloped by the blaze, he charged forward, hurtling straight toward the ancient tree. The ancient tree sensed the flames rising beside it and reacted instantly, attempting to withdraw the tendrils embedded in the Minotaur's body to prevent nutrient absorption. Simultaneously, it summoned its remaining tendrils to obstruct Chen Ming, aiming to slow his advance. Alas, Chen Ming had chosen to strike precisely because he saw this as a golden opportunity. In an instant, every vine blocking his path was obliterated, scorched to ashes. Boom! The flames slammed directly into the ancient tree's trunk. Then, under Chen Ming's deliberate control, all the flames on his body began to actively cling to the ancient tree's trunk before him. One strike, one success. Chen Ming swiftly withdrew, retreating backward. The next second, the spot where he had stood moments before was pierced by countless vines. After landing, Chen Ming looked up again. Just as he thought he had severely damaged the ancient tree, he was stunned to discover a surge of green liquid oozing from its trunk. As this liquid flowed, the flames Chen Ming had unleashed began to gradually extinguish. Is this even possible? Chen Ming's face was filled with disbelief. He'd been counting on burning the ancient tree to ashes with his flames, but never imagined it could somehow extinguish the fire. This was getting ridiculous. Whoosh! Amidst a series of whistling sounds, countless vines rapidly rose up before Chen Ming's eyes, all converging on his position. No choice. He had to push forward regardless. Chen Ming wasn't stupid. He could clearly see that the ancient tree was genuinely enraged now. With so many vines closing in, escape would be nearly impossible. He might not even make it out before the vines pierced straight through his body from behind. Golden rain. Dozens of golden streaks shot out from Chen Ming's body, hurtling straight toward the ancient tree before him. The ancient tree didn't stand idly by either. As the golden rain descended, the vines surrounding it sprang into action. They split into two groups. The first formed a defensive barrier in front of the tree's trunk to shield it from the golden arrows, while the remaining vines launched a direct assault on Chen Ming. Fiery Holy Fist. Facing the dense swarm of vines, Chen Ming rapidly gathered a torrent of flames in his right arm before smashing it forward with blinding speed. Boom! Accompanied by an explosive roar, most of the attacking vines were engulfed by Chen Ming's flames. Chen Ming dodged the rest entirely using the divine windstep. Landing without hesitation, Chen Ming swiftly closed in on the ancient tree's trunk. He had just noticed something. The ancient tree had actually begun to defend itself. Earlier, whether facing the Minotaur or his own sneak attack, it had always chosen to attack proactively whenever it had the chance to defend. But now, it had started defending. What did that mean? He was now deeply concerned that his true form might be under attack. This proves that the ancient tree's green liquid isn't something to be used carelessly either, it must also have certain conditions. This means that as long as he could strike the ancient tree's core, he could inflict massive damage. Another point, although he set part of the ancient tree's vines ablaze, he noticed that to prevent the fire from spreading to its core, the vines snapped cleanly in half at the center and began growing new ones. If he waited for the new vines to fully grow, it would become even more difficult to deal with. Strike while the iron is hot. With this realization, Chen Ming acted swiftly. Blazing War General. Fiery Holy Fist. Earth-shattering blast. Earth spikes continuously erupted from the ground, blocking the vine's attacks and helping Chen Ming alleviate the pressure as much as possible. Boom! As the fire dragon formed by the sacred flame fist shattered the ancient tree's front defenses, Chen Ming wielded the sacred dragon spear, channeling the three flavors true fire to pierce through the ancient tree's trunk. Devastating power. In the next instant, endless flames surged from the ancient tree's wounds. Within 3 seconds, the entire trunk was engulfed in flames. This time, it was truly dead. Harvest. As soon as the harvestable indicator appeared, Chen Ming selected to harvest. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have obtained Life Elixir Supreme Grade after 100x amplification. Life Elixir contains vast amounts of life essence capable of healing injuries. As long as the player has a breath left, wounds can be rapidly restored. Holy crap! Reading the description, Chen Ming's eyes lit up. This was practically a life-saving artifact. As long as there's a breath left, death won't come. What a treasure! After harvesting the ancient tree, Chen Ming walked toward the nearby minotaur. As he drew closer, Chen Ming finally saw just how gruesomely the minotaur had perished. Not a single inch of skin remained intact. Every part of its body had been pierced by the ancient tree's vines, leaving countless wounds. Given this, the fact that it had managed to hold on for so long was a testament to its remarkably tenacious vitality. He proceeded to harvest the remains immediately. Perhaps because this minotaur wasn't slain by Chen Ming himself, the harvested items weren't particularly impressive. In the end, he only obtained a few pieces of platinum-grade beef. Oh well, better than nothing. With his spoils in hand, Chen Ming began his return journey. This time, he not only obtained the elixir of life, but more crucially, it revealed to Chen Ming that within the Shadow Valley Great Forest, there were many races. Moreover, these races weren't friendly toward one another, they competed fiercely. This time, luck was on his side. The minotaurs and ancient trees were locked in a deadly struggle, leaving Chen Ming to reap the rewards as the third party. To be clear, if Chen Ming had faced the minotaur or the ancient tree head-on, victory might not have come so easily. Carrying his spoils, Chen Ming headed back toward his vehicle. Halfway there, a system notification flashed through his mind. Ding! Player's vehicle under attack detected. Please return immediately to repel the enemy. Oh no! Learning his vehicle was under attack, Chen Ming immediately sped up while retrieving 2 spirit-restoring fruits from his system inventory and devouring them on the spot. His battle against the ancient tree had drained his mental energy significantly, roughly 70% depleted, leaving him with only 30% remaining. That might not be enough. As the 2 fruits entered his stomach, Chen Ming could feel his mental energy recovering at an astonishing speed. As he drew nearer, the sounds of combat and shrieks reached him from the vehicle's location. Cat demon! In an instant, Chen Ming recognized their identity. Bursting out of the dense forest, he saw Yang Zishu battling these cat demons. Several wounds now marred Yang Zishu's body, while the cat demons fared even worse. Corpses littered the ground. A quick glance revealed at least 30 dead. Looking for death. Chapter 105, The Cat Demon's Target. Chen Ming advanced swiftly, the dragon-slaying holy spear in hand. The surrounding cat demons trembled at the sound of Chen Ming's furious roar, then scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Chen Ming accelerated even further. 2 seconds later, he charged like a wolf into a flock of sheep, sweeping the dragon-slaying holy spear horizontally. Every cat demon it touched died instantly. As some demons attempted to flee, the golden rain of death erupted, instantly claiming the lives of over a dozen. The fortunate few seized the opportunity to escape. Glancing at the fleeing demons with peripheral vision, Chen Ming saw no point in pursuing them further. He strode swiftly to Yang Zishu's side. Only then did he clearly see the enemies. Yang Zishu had just faced an entire horde of glowing cat demons. No wonder she bore so many wounds. While these luminous cat demons were manageable one-on-one, their sheer numbers made them a formidable challenge. After all, one person couldn't keep track of all the glowing cat demons at once. It was easy to get ambushed. Are your injuries severe? Take this healing bandage and use it. Chen Ming spoke quickly. Yang Zishu slowly shook her head. No need. I still have healing bandages. You collect these glowing cat demons instead. After saying this, she dragged her injured body back to her RV. Chen Ming didn't insist. Yang Zishu possessed numerous treasures, certainly far more than other players. She probably wouldn't be short on healing supplies. He summoned the treasure-seeking rat and ordered it to gather the creatures swiftly. He kept watch over the surroundings, wary of other beasts or the native inhabitants of the Shadow Valley Great Forest approaching. The scent of blood was far too strong here, easily attracting enemies. Half an hour later, Yang Zishu's injuries had stabilized with the aid of the healing bandages. The two continued their journey, each piloting their own vehicle. Meanwhile, on the other side, at a large gathering point, thousands of cat demons gathered together. Among them, fluorescent cat demons and dark night cat demons were visible everywhere. Alongside them were numerous special feline demons. Yet the atmosphere was unusually tense. As yet another group of wounded cat demons returned, the tension finally reached a breaking point. Meow meow meow. Translation follows. Those damned human creatures dared to provoke our cat demon clan. They've inflicted immense losses upon us, they must be severely punished. Exactly. Half our kind at the gathering point have fallen, all because of those human creatures. Let the priest give the order. Let us march forth together and slaughter every last one of those damned human creatures. Exactly. My brother and sister both fell in battle. Charge at them. At that moment, the feline demon clan was seething with righteous fury, every member itching to launch a full-scale assault and tear Chen Ming and his fellow players limb from limb. The cat demon priest at the head remained expressionless as he slowly raised his staff. At this sight, the clamoring cat demons fell silent. The cat demon priest's authoritative voice gradually filled their ears. Our clan has suffered far too many casualties recently. If this continues, our territory within the Shadow Valley Great Forest will be seized by other factions. Hearing this, anger flared in the eyes of many cat demons. Are we not going to avenge our fallen kin? Exactly. Our clan is being watched by many races. If we cower like turtles now, they'll surely see us as easy prey. Silence. The priestess's expression darkened at the interruption, and the crowd fell silent. The few who had been ranting moments before immediately fell quiet. I never said we should spare those human creatures. What we need to do is target their weaker forces first. Make an example of them to show the might of our cat demon clan. And yes, that scoundrel who's been targeting us specifically mobilize our army to attack them. At the cat demon priest's command, the entire cat demon tribe sprang into action. Hordes of cat demons charged toward their respective targets. Meanwhile, numerous races within the Shadow Valley Great Forest received word of the developments, watching the unfolding spectacle in silence. 2 hours later, Chen Ming pulled over voluntarily, letting Yang Zishu rest for a moment. After all, she was an injured person, and prolonged driving wouldn't help her recovery. How much has your injury healed? The two gathered together, each holding a cup of milk tea, treating it as their afternoon tea. Yang Zishu closed his eyes to assess his injuries. Full recovery in the short term is difficult, but by tomorrow it shouldn't affect combat. Chen Ming nodded slightly. He couldn't leave the vehicle during this period. Given Yang Zishu's current condition, another ambush could prove fatal. Something's wrong. Just as Chen Ming took a sip of his milk tea and summoned the treasure rat to check their haul, Yang Zishu suddenly spoke up. Chen Ming was momentarily stunned by the abrupt announcement. Yang Zishu continued immediately, numerous players in the area are under intense attack from the cat demon clan. Ha! Chen Ming instinctively opened the regional chat interface, only to be met with a screen full of desperate cries. Have the cat demons gone mad? Hundreds of them appeared at once. Our team only has 4 players, how could we possibly fight so many at once? You guys ran into the cat demon clan too? Honestly, if it were just 100 regular cat demons, we might stand a chance. But it's not just regular ones. There are glow cat demons and other types we've never seen before. That cat demon is utterly bizarre, it actually drinks the blood of its fallen comrades when injured. They don't just suck their own kind's blood, they suck ours too. One player in our squad was drained dry right before our eyes. What's going on? What's going on? Why are you all running into so many cat demons? Our squad's been sailing through smoothly. Smooth sailing +1. Calm waters +2. Chen Ming stared at the regional chat channel before him, his expression heavy with concern. While the players' messages were certainly anxiety-inducing and worrisome, none of that compared to the number displayed in the top right corner of the regional chat interface. That's right. Under Chen Ming's watchful gaze, the number in the top right corner was plummeting rapidly. The crucial point was the astonishing speed of this decline. This scene weighed heavily on Chen Ming's mind. It seemed the situation had spiraled beyond his expectations. This doesn't make sense. Why do I feel like many players haven't been attacked? Especially some of the stronger players, I know they're completely unscathed right now. Yang Zishu frowned and spoke up. Previously, the cat demon clan's attacks had been indiscriminate, every player was targeted. Now, things had changed. Chapter 106, Bloodthirsty Cat Demons. You mean the cat demon clan is doing this on purpose? Deliberately targeting weaker players? Chen Ming finally caught on. If what they were saying was true, then the threat posed by the cat demon clan was even greater. SSSSS. Squeak squeak. The air suddenly filled with the rustling sound of leaves fluttering. Then, the treasure-seeking rat sitting beside them suddenly leaped up, its face etched with terror, frantically pointing its 2 hands wildly toward the outside. Chen Ming sprang to his feet, his expression turning stern. Looks like these cat demons aren't going to let me off either. You and treasure rat stay here. I'll go deal with them. With that, Chen Ming descended from the cargo box, dragon-slaying holy spear in hand, and slammed the door shut behind him. Yang Zishu, seated behind him, opened her mouth to offer help but held back. She feared that in her current state, going out would only slow Chen Ming down. Alright, she'd trust Chen Ming. After all, ever since she'd known him, Chen Ming had never lost. As Chen Ming stepped off the truck, he watched the flickering shadows darting between the trees ahead, a slight twitch playing at the corner of his mouth. Damn it! He had expected this cat demon clan attack to be more formidable, but he never imagined it would be this absurd. How many enemies had arrived all at once? Their numbers must easily exceed 200. Soon, more and more cat demons emerged, glaring at Chen Ming with bared teeth. Thanks to the buff from the title on Chen Ming's body, the cat demons saw him as if he were their mortal enemy. Oomph. Chen Ming took a deep breath, then raised the dragon-slaying holy spear in his hand. Come on. As if understanding his challenge, the cat demons across the field charged toward him in a frenzied wave, their assault punctuated by shrill, piercing screeches. Divine wind step. Kill. Facing these ordinary cat demons, Chen Ming saw no need to waste his spiritual energy. He anchored his attack to the spear itself, unleashing a frenzied dragon dance. Wherever his spear passed, these ordinary cat demons couldn't even come close to Chen Ming, let alone harm him. The gap was simply too vast. At this moment, within a 3-meter radius centered on Chen Ming, the cat demons couldn't get any closer. Meow. Just as Chen Ming advanced as if through empty space, several shrill screeches pierced the air.
The next instant, over 20 fluorescent cat demons materialized and charged toward him. As they charged, their bodies gradually vanished under the sunlight.
They vanished. Witnessing this, Chen Ming's heart skipped a beat. Blazing War General.
Even he found these elusive, glowing cat demons exceptionally troublesome. He could only defend with the 3 flavors true fire armor of the Blazing War General, seeking an opportunity to strike back.
Boom!
As the 3 flavors true fire blazed relentlessly across Chen Ming's body, the fluorescent cat demons attempting to attack him while cloaked in invisibility were successively revealed. Seizing the moment, Chen Ming gave them no chance to retreat, striking swiftly.
Pierce the sun!
In an instant, 3 fluorescent cat demons were pierced through by the dragon-piercing holy spear in Chen Ming's grasp.
But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From Chen Ming's angle, he could have easily skewered all 4.
But as the sacred dragon spear was about to touch the 4th fluorescent cat demon, a blood-red figure suddenly appeared. Swinging its sharp claws, it forcefully blocked the impact of Chen Ming's dragon-slaying holy spear.
Ha!
As his forward momentum halted, Chen Ming stared intently at the cat demon before him.
This cat demon was vastly different from the others.
What caught Chen Ming's attention most was the blood trickling from the corner of its mouth.
This must be the special blood-sucking cat demon players mentioned in the regional chat interface, right?
According to those players, the more player blood this bloodthirsty cat demon absorbed, the more formidable its power became. As they collided, Chen Ming's gaze darted over the corpses of the cat demons he had slain earlier.
Sure enough, several of them had shriveled up.
Moreover, he noticed that besides the one before him, there were 3 more bloodthirsty cat demons. Those 3 were still sucking blood. He had to stop them. Chen Ming resolved himself, then launched a rapid barrage of attacks, furiously assaulting the bloodthirsty cat demon before him. This bloodthirsty cat demon didn't seem to have absorbed an excessive amount of blood, nor had its power increased significantly. Under Chen Ming's relentless barrage of attacks, like a raging storm, it was quickly pierced through.
Meow! The shrill meow echoed once more.
The rout of the cat demon tribe Chen Ming had anticipated did not materialize. Instead, numerous ordinary cat demons and glowing cat demons swarmed toward him in a frenzied attack, seemingly intent on buying time for the bloodthirsty ones.
The standoff lasted about 5 minutes.
The surrounding cat demons were finally intimidated by Chen Ming's godlike presence on the battlefield. The remaining cat demons realized that despite the loss of so many of their kind, Chen Ming remained completely unscathed. He appeared disheveled now, his clothes stained and even bloodied. But they could tell that blood belonged to their own kind. As the cat demons retreated, Chen Ming finally had time to focus his attention on the 3 bloodthirsty ones. What they saw left them stunned. The 3 bloodthirsty cat demons no longer bore their previous frail appearance. Their bodies had grown slightly larger, but most strikingly, their muscular contours were now exceptionally pronounced.
Had they undergone hyper-evolution?
Under Chen Ming's gaze, the 3 bloodthirsty cat demons simultaneously closed in for the kill. Their speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they were already closing in on Chen Ming. Chen Ming swiftly raised the dragon-slaying holy spear in his hand, attempting to block the attack from the lead bloodthirsty cat demon. As their weapons collided, Chen Ming was sent flying backward at tremendous speed.
What immense power!
That single thought echoed through Chen Ming's mind. Forcing his retreating body to steady, he looked up to see the remaining 2 bloodthirsty cat demons closing in once more.
Blazing War General!
Chen Ming knew that if he didn't take this seriously now, he could easily slip up and lose.
Fiery Holy Fist!
Chen Ming swiftly gathered dense flames in his left hand, then charged toward the bloodthirsty cat demon on the far left. His right hand wielded the dragon sword spear, striking directly at the other demon.
Boom! The bloodthirsty cat demon on the left had clearly overestimated its strength.
Relying on its enhanced physique, it attempted to charge straight through the fire dragon formed by the blazing holy fist, only to be sent flying.
The one on the right fared even worse.
During his charge, Chen Ming channeled not only the 3 flame true fire but also the sun piercer. The right side bloodthirsty cat demon's right arm was shattered by the piercing dragon-slaying holy spear, suffering a comminuted fracture. Visibly, the arm dangled limply as the creature retreated frantically backward.
It's still alive?
A trace of gravity flashed across Chen Ming's face.
The enemy was tougher than he'd imagined. Chapter 107, Dividing the Battlefield, Piercing 3. Meow.
Just as Chen Ming prepared to press his advantage, the other 2 bloodthirsty cat demons pounced forward in an instant. Chen Ming had no choice but to retreat, ceding his position.
This won't do.
If this continued, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Chen Ming was frighteningly calm at that moment.
He knew his current weakness, he was outnumbered.
There were 3 bloodthirsty cat demons, and he had to carefully deal with each one.
He had to separate them. Chen Ming wasted no time.
He activated the divine wind step, immediately creating distance between himself and the bloodthirsty cat demons. Simultaneously, a composite bow and 2 wood element arrows appeared in his hands. Whoosh! 2 piercing whistles filled the air as the wood element arrows shot forth, followed by a torrent of green light erupting outward. The vines they formed instantly wrapped around the bloodthirsty cat demons charging forward.
Entangled by the vines, the two bloodthirsty cat demons were overwhelmed.
Yet they weren't without resistance. They began using their sharp teeth to bite furiously. Observing the rate at which the vines were disappearing, Chen Ming gradually relaxed.
With these two tied up, it would take them at least half an hour.
That was more than enough time for Chen Ming to finish off the gravely wounded bloodthirsty cat demon.
Golden rain.
Chen Ming acted without hesitation. Dozens of golden streaks of light shot forward, hurtling straight toward the bloodthirsty cat demon. The bloodthirsty cat demon attempted to evade, but the loss of an arm had drastically slowed its speed.
This allowed Chen Ming to seize the opportunity.
4 or 5 golden arrows struck the creature,
inflicting wounds.
2 more struck the demon's other, uninjured leg.
The outcome was decided.
This crippled bloodthirsty cat demon was no match for Chen Ming. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Ming succeeded in slaying it without relying on any martial arts techniques or skills. After disposing of one, Chen Ming took a deep breath and retrieved a rapid recovery spirit fruit from his system space, consuming it. After resting for about 5 minutes, he deliberately released one of the bound bloodthirsty cat demons. The moment it broke free, it charged straight at Chen Ming, seemingly harboring an intense hatred for him. But Chen Ming was now well rested and ready.
With his replenished stamina and the experience gained from fighting the first one, how could this opponent possibly stand a chance? Before the last bloodthirsty cat demon could break free, he swiftly dispatched the second one. Meow.
The last bloodthirsty cat demon, seeing both its companions dead, was enraged beyond measure. It charged at Chen Ming like a mad beast, abandoning all defense. Facing this last one, Chen Ming acted even more decisively, no longer worrying about his own energy expenditure.
Seizing the moment, he sliced through the air and struck it down.
The surrounding ordinary cat demons, witnessing the complete annihilation of their elite reinforcements, were utterly terrified. They shrieked and fled into the distance. This time, Chen Ming did not pursue. He wanted to, but his mental energy simply couldn't keep up. He could only watch helplessly as they disappeared. When the commotion outside finally ceased, the cargo door of the 100-ton king behind him opened from the inside. Yang Zishu and Treasure Rat stepped out one after the other. Noticing Chen Ming still standing in place, the ice arrows coalescing around Yang Zishu slowly dissipated.
So many cat demons?
Yang Zishu now noticed the sheer number of cat demons surrounding them, her eyes widening in astonishment. This number far exceeded what she had encountered last time.
Ha! These few.
Yang Zishu quickly spotted the corpses of over a dozen glowing cat demons, but among them, she also noticed several corpses of cat demons she hadn't seen before. Chen Ming offered an explanation: bloodthirsty cat demons. They're quite powerful. Having just endured a fierce battle, Chen Ming couldn't be bothered to continue collecting. He handed the task over to the treasure-seeking rat beside him. Upon hearing this, the treasure-seeking rat pounced excitedly. In its eyes, these were all treasures. Returning to the rear cargo hold, Chen Ming retrieved a cup of the spring water he had obtained earlier and drank it slowly. His mental energy began to gradually recover.
Yang Zishu followed shortly after, his expression grave. The intensity of this cat demon tribe's attack was far stronger than before, wasn't it?
Hearing this, Chen Ming's movements halted involuntarily. After a moment's contemplation, he revealed the specific reason.
If I'm not mistaken, it might be related to my current title. Title? Yang Zishu looked puzzled.
She knew Chen Ming was the first player to engage in conflict with the Cat Demon clan, but she wasn't aware of the specifics of his title. Chen Ming briefly explained the effects of the title he currently bore.
Yang Zishu finally understood, so the cat demons we encounter here are stronger than those faced by other players? Exactly. Chen Ming nodded solemnly. It's not just strength, but frequency too. Haven't you noticed how often we encounter cat demons? It won't be long before the next wave of cat demon attacks arrives. Yang Zishu finally grasped the situation, though she didn't blame Chen Ming. She spoke up proactively: actually, having more cat demons isn't entirely bad. For starters, the points we earn from slaying them are absolutely unmatched by other players. Exactly.
Once this cat demon event concludes, based on my calculations, we should be able to exchange for at least 2 platinum grade items.
That's quite decent.
After a brief exchange, Chen Ming regained some of his mental energy, and they pressed onward. They had originally planned to rest here, but the overwhelming stench of blood made lingering impossible.
Half an hour later,
the two stopped their vehicle to rest in place, preparing to meet any incoming attacks at a moment's notice.
Meanwhile, on the other side,
3 players, weapons in hand, advanced side by side. They were not near their vehicles now, but deep within the Dark Valley Great Forest.
Brother Lai, we've wiped out yet another cat demon gathering point. Our points should be among the top now, right?
You're right. This is the 3rd cat demon gathering spot we've wiped out.
Who else in this area could be more efficient than us? After dispatching the last few stubbornly resisting cat demons, the 2 players visibly relaxed.
Ling Hanlai, gripping his crimson and blue longsword, scanned the surroundings with a stern expression.
Points don't matter. Do you feel like someone's watching us? That feeling makes me uneasy right now. Watching?
Hearing this, the 2 players felt a sudden chill. They quickly scanned their surroundings, searching for any signs of trouble. Those strong enough to team up with Ling Hanlai were among the elite in the entire zone. Soon, they too noticed something amiss. It was too quiet. The Shadow Valley Great Forest teemed with beasts, their distinctive cries echoing through the woods from time to time. But now, those sounds had vanished entirely. Something was terribly wrong. Chapter 108, Ling Hanlai's squad suffers heavy losses. Brother Lai, could it be that our battle with the cat demon clan scared away the surrounding beasts or creatures? One player ventured cautiously. No. That's not it. Ling Hanlai's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his long sword and slashed it forward with blinding speed. In the next instant, a sword strike enveloped in ice and flame shot forward. Boom! An explosive sound echoed. The trees blocking their path crashed down. Just as they thought everything was under control, the falling trees suddenly halted. From their perspective, the trees seemed to be held in place by something. Bang! Before they could get closer to investigate, the next second, the tree was smashed clean through the middle by a single punch. A towering figure emerged from the gap. Is that, in Minotaur? Ling Hanlai and the others spoke uncertainly after catching a glimpse of the creature's features. Realizing their position was exposed, Ling Hanlai and his companions noticed movement gradually emerging around them. Soon, over a dozen towering minotaurs slowly stepped forward, whiteness still wafting from their nostrils. These minotaurs seem incredibly hostile toward us. We didn't provoke them, did we? Two teammates instantly tensed up, one of them struggling to speak. If they were at full strength, they wouldn't hesitate to fight these minotaurs head-on. But they had just endured a battle, and their current condition was far from optimal. Their mental energy was depleted, and one teammate was injured. Engaging in combat now would undoubtedly put them at a disadvantage. Ling Hanlai spoke solemnly. If I'm not mistaken, they were already here when we attacked the cat demon gathering point. They just stayed hidden nearby without acting. Brother Lai, if that's the case, could it be these minotaurs had their sights set on this cat demon gathering spot? They saw us move in before they could act, and now they probably think we've stolen their target. Never mind that. Let's fight first. Before they could fully process the situation, the minotaurs closing in had already drawn dangerously near. Charge out. With Ling Hanlai's furious roar, he led the charge, swinging his longsword to cleave a minotaur on the left. His two teammates didn't hesitate either, quickly joining the fray. Seeing their kin attacked, the surrounding minotaurs swung their massive fists toward Ling Hanlai and his group. Ling Hanlai's strike landed squarely on the minotaur before him, though it pierced its defense, leaving a gash on its body. But the minotaur didn't fall immediately. Instead, its eyes turned bloodshot with pain. With a powerful thrust of its legs, it charged forward, pinning Ling Hanlai and his other two teammates beneath it. The two teammates behind them saw this and rolled away, narrowly avoiding the attack. But this was the Haunted Valley Great Forest. One of the teammates who rolled was already injured, and the rolling caused his wounds to quickly become contaminated with pollutants. The contaminants in the Shadow Vale Forest need no introduction, all were saturated with potent toxins. The player felt a dull ache in his wounds. As the minotaurs closed in from behind, he tried to flee, only to discover that each step he took intensified the pain in his injuries. It's over. At that moment, he knew escape was impossible. Old Yang, run. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. In the distance, Ling Hanlai turned to see his teammates still frozen in place and shouted urgently. Old Yang lifted his head at the words, his face etched with bitterness. Brother Lai, I'm afraid I can't make it this time. As he spoke, he made sure to show his wounds to the other man. The bruising around his injuries had already turned a distinct shade of blue. He was deeply poisoned. Take the antidote pill and go. Ling Hanlai snapped, his hands never idle as he wielded his long sword, unleashing skills to slash relentlessly at the minotaurs behind him, buying time to delay their advance. Old Yang heard this and slowly shook his head, his face already filled with resignation. Brother Lai, you guys go. Leave this place to me. He had swallowed the antidote pill the moment he could. But time was running out. The antidote needed time to take effect, yet the minotaurs were closing in. There was simply no chance. He had no choice but to push forward. With that thought, Old Yang swiftly drew his weapon and charged headlong toward the minotaurs. Though his speed was slow, his attack carried immense momentum. After all, he was a top-tier player. The attack unleashed in his final moments was nothing short of astonishing. He compressed all his mental energy into a single point, then smashed it violently into the minotaurs. Boom! Accompanied by an explosive roar, more than half the minotaurs were severely wounded, while the remaining ones suffered drastically reduced movement speed. Ling Hanlai trembled violently upon hearing the notification echo in his mind. Brother Lai, let's fight them to the death. It was these minotaurs who killed Old Yang. Another teammate, who had also heard the system notification of Old Yang's death, was consumed by rage. Kill. Ling Hanlai's voice was cold, his tone filled with endless chill. The two charged forward. Before the minotaurs could recover from the aftermath of Old Yang's final desperate strike, they faced the fierce counterattack of Ling Hanlai and his companion, suffering heavy casualties in an instant. After a relentless hour of combat, every minotaur lay slain. Ling Hanlai and his teammates sustained numerous injuries themselves, but with the aid of healing artifacts, they managed to suppress the damage.
In dire condition, they dared not linger in the Shadow Valley forest any longer. After gathering their supplies, they carried old Yang's body back to their vehicle. Meanwhile, on the regional chat interface. Holy. Guess what I found? Yang Qilong's portrait turned gray, looks like he died in battle. Yang Qilong? That name sounds familiar. Who is he again? I can't quite place it right now. Ling Hanley's teammate. How could you forget that? Whoa. What? Yang Qilong's dead? Could it be that Ling Hanlai and his crew ran into some seriously tough opponents? Logically, the Cat Demon clan shouldn't stand a chance against them. Who'd have thought even Ling Hanley's team would suffer losses? This Shadow Valley Great Forest truly is fraught with danger. Losing one member means Ling Hanley's team has 2 open spots now. Could this be our chance? My squad has 2 players too, both highly skilled. Boss Ling Hanlai, maybe you should consider us? If I recall correctly, the Ling Hanlai squad shares deep bonds. Losing one member must be devastating for him. Chapter 109, Zhang Shengyang. Brother Chen, it seems Ling Hanley's squad has also suffered heavy losses. They've already lost one teammate. Yang Zishu turned to look at Chen Ming, who was reclining in a wicker chair, and spoke urgently. Ling Hanlai was quite capable and had previously relayed several important messages, so Chen Ming had instructed Yang Zishu to keep an eye on his updates whenever possible. Hearing this, Chen Ming slowly opened his closed eyes, a hint of confusion flickering within. According to their statistics with Yang Zishu, only weaker players in their own group had been attacked this time. The remaining players should not have been targeted by the Cat Demon clan. Moreover, given Ling Hanley's strength, they shouldn't have been defeated by the Cat Demon clan. Chen Ming pondered for a moment. Did Ling Hanlai mention what happened to him? Was he ambushed by the Cat Demon clan? Yang Zishu's gaze lingered on the regional chat log before him. After studying it for a long time, he couldn't help but shake his head. Ling Hanlai hasn't shown up yet. Right now, it's all players speculating. There's no way to tell who's right or wrong. Then we'll wait for Ling Hanlai to speak up himself. If it's important news, given his personality, he'll proactively share it with all players. Chen Ming had his own theories swirling in his mind, but they remained mere speculation. The truth would only emerge when Ling Hanlai spoke. Night was falling. Chen Ming rose and quickly prepared dinner. After the 2 humans and 1 mouse finished eating, they sprinkled some realgar powder around the perimeter and prepared to rest. Based on recent experiences, tonight was bound to be anything but peaceful. Rather than risk being woken up tomorrow and suffering from lack of sleep, it was better to go to bed early. That way, even if their sleep was interrupted, they could still get adequate rest. Roar! No sooner had they lain down than the roar of several engines echoed in Chen Ming's ears. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu sprang to their feet, exchanged a glance, quickly dressed, then opened the rear cargo door and climbed out. By the time they disembarked, the approaching convoy had already arrived smoothly. 4 players emerged from their vehicles, 2 men and 2 women. Judging by their formation, they were likely paired up in mixed gender teams. Great! Finally, we've encountered other players. What a relief! Brother Yon, something's off. They only have 2 players, not a full squad. No! You don't understand. Surviving this far in the Deep Valley Forest as a 2-person team means they're definitely strong. That makes sense. The 4 players approached Chen Ming and his companion while chatting. As they drew near, the light from the cargo containers behind them finally allowed Zhang Shengyang, leading the group, to clearly see Chen Ming's face. His pupils dilated in shock as he stammered, You're Chen Ming, the legendary player? They hadn't originally been in the same zone as Chen Ming, they were players from Ling Hanley's group. They'd only seen Chen Ming's photo on the zone chat interface before, so this was their first time meeting him in person. It's me. Chen Ming didn't hide his identity, simply nodding in confirmation. Upon confirming it was indeed Chen Ming, the expressions on the players' faces shifted from indifference to shock, and finally erupted into wild excitement. This is amazing. We're truly saved now, exclaimed one female player excitedly. Even though Chen Ming had mentally prepared himself, her outburst still startled him. Seriously, is this level of excitement necessary? As if sensing Chen Ming's inner confusion, Zhang Shengyang hurriedly explained, Big shot Chen Ming, you don't know the whole story. Today, many players were attacked by the Cat Demon clan. After our team analyzed the situation, we found that the targeted players were generally weaker in strength. You've seen our squad setup, we're decent but not exactly powerhouse material. So we figured we'd find another group before dark to stick together for safety. Hearing this, Chen Ming nodded slightly in acknowledgement. It was indeed impressive that Zhang Shengyang had considered this aspect. Big shot Chen Ming, rest assured we won't bother you unless you need us. We just hope you'll lend a hand when we can't hold out any longer. Zhang Shengyang continued, then hurriedly pulled out numerous treasures from his system space. Consider this our protection fee. Rest assured, Chen Ming, if we can handle it ourselves, we won't need your help. Chen Ming gave the treasures a cursory glance. They were all silver-grade items, clearly a significant investment. Yet in his eyes, they were all worthless trinkets. He flatly refused. I won't take these. Just give me all the resources from the cat demon I slay later. With that, Chen Ming returned directly to his cargo bay. Yang Zishu followed suit. Watching the cargo bay slowly close, Zhang Shangyang and the others exchanged uncertain glances. So Big Brother Chen Ming agreed to protect us? After a long pause, one of the players ventured uncertainly. Absolutely. Zhang Shangyang nodded solemnly. Come on, everyone. We've been driving all day and must be exhausted. Go get some rest. Whether the cat demons show up or not is another matter, no need to worry too much. The other players could only agree upon hearing this. Inside the cargo container, Yang Zishu recalled the group's actions. These 4 players seemed very united and sensible. They offered supplies right away. Looks like they're genuinely scared of dying. In her view, these players had clearly been intimidated by the cat demon clan, terrified that they might be next to suffer severe consequences. Chen Ming's gaze sharpened at her words. Hard to say. Something feels off. Their leader, Zhang Shangyang, showed surprise when he saw me, but there's ambition in his eyes. Watch them tonight. If they make a move, kill them immediately. No hesitation. Understood. Yang Zishu didn't understand why Chen Ming was saying this, but she agreed immediately. Late night, 11 p.m. While everyone else rested, the treasure-seeking rat on guard suddenly twitched its ears. It sprang to its feet and roused the sleeping Chen Ming and Yang Zishu. Chen Ming opened his eyes. Seeing the treasure rat's actions, he instantly understood. A cat demon was approaching. So it had come after all. Before falling asleep, Chen Ming had anticipated this with his title. There was no reason the cat demon clan wouldn't come at night. Now it seemed his hunch had been spot on. Opening the 100-ton cargo container, what met his eyes wasn't a cat demon, but Zhang Shangyang and the others. The 4 players were currently locked in combat with the cat demons, weapons drawn. Seeing this scene, Chen Ming couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Damn it! If he wasn't mistaken, these cat demons were most likely targeting him. And now Zhang Shangyang and the others were actually helping to fend them off? What good souls! Chapter 110, Over-the-Top Acting. Upon spotting Chen Ming appear in the distance, Zhang Shangyang and the other 3 players finally breathed a sigh of relief. They'd been freaking out, thinking they were doomed if he didn't show up. Brother Yon, the number of these cat demons is insane. We've killed over 30, and they just keep coming. One of the female players blurted out, her voice trembling with fear. Brother Yon, something's wrong. Look around, there are so many Nightstalker cat demons. Way more than those players said. This is insane. The male player had just dodged an attack from a Nightstalker cat demon when he looked up and saw the ancient tree shrouded in darkness, completely covered in them. Being stared at by so many night cats at once made him feel utterly uneasy. Zhang Shangyang was now completely baffled. He had asked those players who had suffered attacks from the cat demon tribe about the specific intensity of their assaults. Was it intense? Absolutely. But it was nothing like the intensity they were facing now. To put it simply, the number of Nightstalkers alone was several times greater than what those players had described. Weren't we told there'd be no more than 4 Dark Knight cat demons? We're already approaching 20. Then there's the bloodthirsty cat demons. Other players consider encountering just 1 extremely unlucky, yet they've drawn 5. Even before those 5 bloodthirsty cat demons closed in, the pressure was already crushing. If you guys can't hold out, we'll fight our way back toward Chen Ming. He won't abandon us to our fate, Zhang Shangyang quickly interjected, already setting his sights on Chen Ming, who was watching from the sidelines. Got it. The players instantly understood and began moving swiftly. As they deliberately maneuvered, the battlefield gradually shifted toward Chen Ming and his companion. Their actions were clearly visible to Chen Ming and Yang Zishu, who instantly saw through their intentions. Looks like they're not messing around. Yang Zishu remarked calmly, though her gaze remained fixed on the 5 bloodthirsty cat demons in the distance. She hadn't witnessed their strength firsthand, but Chen Ming's grave expression that afternoon remained vividly etched in her memory. Absolutely cannot let the bloodthirsty cat demons absorb blood to strengthen themselves. Chen Ming took a deep breath. These cat demons were targeting us from the start. I never expected them to block the attack for us. Weakening their numbers is still helping us share the burden. Yang Zishu stood behind him, nodding thoughtfully. Soon, as Zhang Shangyang and the others shifted the battlefield, they drew close to Chen Ming and Yang Zishu, less than 30 meters away. Within this range, numerous cat demons began charging toward Chen Ming and Yang Zishu, effectively dragging them into the fray. Seeing this, Chen Ming hesitated no longer. He swiftly drew his dragon-slaying holy spear and began slashing through the cat demons in rapid succession. Seeing the mass casualties among the ordinary cat demons, the Nightstalker cat demons and bloodthirsty cat demons holding the rear could no longer hold back. The cat demon clan's tactics were straightforward. Ordinary cat demons wore down the enemy first, while Dark Knight cat demons lurked nearby, waiting for opportunities. Bloodthirsty cat demons would then emerge to feed on the blood of the fallen ordinary cat demons. After such prolonged combat, Chen Ming had gained valuable experience. The moment the night cats moved, Chen Ming thrust his spear forward with lightning speed. Pierce the sun. The dragon-slaying spear whirled furiously, shredding the advancing night demons. The night cats were swift, and their attacks were indeed formidable. But their defenses were identical to ordinary cat demons, fragile as glass at the slightest touch. In the blink of an eye, over 5 had fallen. The remaining night cat demons, realizing Chen Ming was no pushover, immediately turned their guns and charged straight at Zhang Shangyong and the others. Seeing this turn of events, Zhang Shangyong and his group were utterly helpless. Great, just great. They clearly thought they were easy prey. Who knew these cat demons were such a bunch of bullies who picked on the weak? Already struggling against the ordinary cat demon's assault, the sudden appearance of so many nightshade cat demons made their situation even more dire. Several players kept glancing in Chen Ming's direction, their intentions clear. They hoped he would come to their aid and relieve the pressure. But Chen Ming's attention was clearly elsewhere, fixed firmly on the bloodthirsty cat demons. Back in the afternoon, unaware of the bloodthirsty cat demon's power, they drained a significant amount of blood. Now that he knew, though he was confident he could take them down, Chen Ming wasn't about to risk it. Without a word, he charged straight in. Yang Zishu wasn't idle in the rear either. Though her injuries prevented her from joining the fray, she supported Chen Ming from the sidelines with ice arrows, eliminating the ordinary cat demons blocking their path. Meow. The moment one of the bloodthirsty cat demons fell, the remaining ones panicked. The stronger the cat demon tribe, the greater their intelligence. With their intelligence, they could tell Chen Ming was deliberately targeting them. Their strength was still far from sufficient. They were no match for Chen Ming now. Their shrill cries commanded the surrounding cat demons to surround and attack Chen Ming, attempting to halt his advance. The cat demon clan maintained a strict hierarchical order. Ordinary cat demons occupied the lowest rung, above them were the glow cat demons and nightshade cat demons, while the bloodthirsty cat demons stood even higher. Thus, when the bloodthirsty cat demons' call for reinforcements rang out, even the fearful nightshade cat demons could not resist. They had no choice but to steel themselves and confront Chen Ming. Alas, these mere rabble were no match for Chen Ming's advance. Within about 5 minutes, all 5 bloodthirsty cat demons were impaled by Chen Ming's spear. The night cat demons suffered heavy casualties, with only one escaping. The ordinary cat demons were utterly routed. The crisis was over. Zhang Shangyong and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing the cat demons retreat. They were filled with sheer luck. Had they not encountered Chen Ming, their strength alone would never have been a match for these cat demons. At that thought, Zhang Shangyong instinctively looked toward Chen Ming. Seeing Chen Ming panting heavily, a flash of astonishment crossed Zhang Shangyong's eyes. Chen Ming had consecutively slain 5 bloodthirsty cat demons. His mental energy must be severely depleted. He might already be running on fumes. With this thought in mind, he approached Chen Ming with a smile, his pace quickening. Big shot, Chen Ming. Thanks to you guys. If it weren't for your help, we'd never have stood a chance against these cat demons. The sudden shift to exaggerated flattery made Chen Ming raise an eyebrow. Wow, he barely even tried to hide it, and this guy couldn't resist? He was eager to see what tricks this Shun Yong had up his sleeve. Chapter 111, 4-Dimensional Attributes 40. It's fine. Chen Ming waved dismissively. Since there's no danger now, you can all go back and rest. As he spoke, Chen Ming deliberately emphasized his tone, giving off an air of immense pressure. To Zhang Shangyong, this tone signaled that Chen Ming had been pushed to his limits. Even speaking now seemed to take effort. What a golden opportunity. The thought of what he was about to do made Zhang Shangyong feel his blood boil. If he could eliminate Chen Ming, he might just seize his position. An opportunity like this must not be missed. Once the thought took root, it was utterly unstoppable. Why haven't you left yet? Chen Ming asked, feigning ignorance as he stared at Zhang Shangyong, who stood frozen before him. As the words left his lips, the other 3 players in Zhang Shangyong's squad behind him exchanged puzzled glances. Why hadn't their leader returned yet? Saying thanks is just saying thanks, right? Was it really that complicated? Before they could voice their questions, a faint smile touched Zhang Shangyong's lips. Big shot, Chen Ming, you don't seem to be in the best shape right now. As he spoke, the entire scene fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. The 3 players behind him couldn't help but widen their eyes. Even the dumbest among them could tell their captain was up to something. What they hadn't anticipated was just how bold their captain would be directly targeting Chen Ming. That was a huge leap. The other male player was the first to react. Compared to the 2 female players, his mind worked fastest. He instantly grasped Zhang Shangyong's plan and, without hesitation, stepped forward swiftly. His weapon was already drawn in his hand. At this point, both sides had completely severed ties. Chen Ming's tone grew icy. Who would have thought your ambition would run this deep? But are you sure I'm not in top form right now? As he spoke, Chen Ming bore no trace of his earlier half-dead, exhausted appearance. He now radiated an extraordinary vitality. You. Zhang Shangyong, standing closest to Chen Ming, was the one who felt the shift in his state most acutely. His pupils dilated in shock. He wasn't stupid. He instantly understood what Chen Ming's actions meant. The man hadn't been exhausted at all. It had all been an act. But he couldn't understand why Chen Ming would go to such lengths to conceal himself. Was it all aimed at him? But he could have easily chosen not to act. What gave him the right to test him like this? Chen Ming gripped the dragon-slaying holy spear in his hand, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Are you all coming at once, or one by one? The moment Zhang Shengyang moved to attack him, in his eyes, every player present was already dead. Zhang Shengyang forced himself to suppress the fear welling up inside. Stay calm. Stay calm. So what if he was faking it? He wasn't one to be pushed around either. Earlier, when confronting the cat demon, he had concealed his true strength throughout the entire battle. Now look at Chen Ming. He fought the strongest enemies of the cat demon clan. There was bound to be some wear and tear. Add to that the surprise tactics he'd prepared for Chen Ming, the outcome was still anyone's guess. Go all out. Zhang Shengyang roared, a token appearing in his hand before he hurled it fiercely toward Chen Ming. The moment the token left his hand, a brilliant light instantly enveloped Chen Ming. Instantly, Chen Ming felt the weight of the dragon-slaying holy spear in his grasp increase dramatically. No! Something's wrong. Chen Ming quickly realized it wasn't the dragon-slaying holy spear that had grown heavier, it was his own strength attribute that had weakened. Realizing this, he immediately summoned his attribute panel. All 4 attributes had dropped each by a full 10 points. That added up to a whopping 40 points. Stunned, huh? This is what I prepared just for you. With 40 points shaved off your 4 attributes, you're no match for us. Zhang Shengyang, seeing Chen Ming frozen in place, assumed he was intimidated by his scheme and laughed loudly. His interruption caused Chen Ming to gaze at him with a lingering look. Now that my strength is weakened, are you absolutely certain you can take me down? In Chen Ming's own estimation, the 4 core attributes had always accounted for a relatively minor portion of his strength. His true strength lay in his skills. At this stage, all players possessed only bronze or silver tier martial arts. His platinum and diamond tier skills gave him an absolute advantage. Or rather, they were in a state of complete dominance. Therefore, the weakening of his 4-dimensional attributes had an extremely limited impact on him. At this point, you still want to talk tough. Zhang Shengyang saw no trace of panic on Chen Ming's face, which only fueled his frustration. He then signaled to his 3 teammates, you 3 deal with Yang Zishu first. Chen Ming is mine. I'll defeat him with my own hands. With that, she charged toward Chen Ming, her blade thrusting straight for his midsection. Seeing this, Chen Ming slowly clenched his fists. In the next instant, endless flames erupted from his body. Blazing War General. If they wanted to fight, he would give them his all. Fiery Holy Fist. Without weapons, Chen Ming still had his fists. Flames erupted from his fists, sweeping toward his opponent. With a thunderous explosion, Zhang Shengyang was sent flying backward without exception. The outcome was clear. The 3 players standing behind Zhang Shengyang, who had been poised to act, were now completely frozen in place. No! This outcome was nothing like what they had imagined. Zhang Shengyang scrambled to his feet, his stomach churning violently. Chen Ming's strike had nearly killed him outright. Impossible. This can't be. Disbelief spread across his face. He refused to accept such a vast gap between himself and Chen Ming. The opponent's 4 attributes had all been comprehensively weakened, yet why was he still no match for him? This made no sense whatsoever. The 3 players behind him dared not make a move now. Even the most casual observer could see Zhang Shengyang was no match for Chen Ming. Chen Ming shook his head lightly. I told you your strength is too weak. Even with my 4 attributes weakened, you still stand no chance against me. This path was your choice, and you must bear the consequences. As he spoke, a golden glow gradually enveloped Chen Ming, and streaks of gilded arrows began to hover in midair. As his words faded, the golden rain surged forward. The next instant, Zhang Shengyang, who had just scrambled to his feet, was pierced through with over a dozen bloody holes. Despair filled his eyes as he collapsed. The scene sent shivers down the spines of the 3 players behind him. One female player blurted out, "Big shot Chen Ming, this was all Zhang Shengyang's idea. We had no idea about any of this beforehand. Don't drag us into his mess." Oh. Chapter 112, Competitive Racial Relations. Chen Ming's gaze shifted to them. So you're saying the 3 of you are innocent? That's right. The 3 players nodded frantically. Any thought of resistance had vanished. Now, only one thought remained in their minds: whatever Chen Ming said went. As long as they could leave this place alive. Oomph. Chen Ming sneered coldly, his gaze settling on the lone male player. Then what exactly is that in your hand? Only then did the male player react. His eyes darted to the weapon in his grasp, panic spreading across his face. He flung it away as though it were a burden, desperate to save his own skin. But before he could speak again, a spike of earth shot out from behind him, piercing straight through his body. Dead. The 2 female players heard the notification of their teammate's death echo in their minds once more. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, threatening to give way beneath them. Will you do it yourselves, or should I? Having chosen to strike, Chen Ming had no intention of sparing any survivors. Whether they posed a threat or not, once they were all slain, there would be absolutely no threat left. Seeing Chen Ming move to strike, the 2 female players completely lost control.
One collapsed to the ground, methodically stripping off her clothes piece by piece. Please spare me.
I'll do anything you want. Trust me, I know every position.
I'll make sure you're completely satisfied and comfortable. Seeing her companion's actions, the other female player's eyes lit up.
She mimicked her, stripping off her clothes with practiced ease.
They still had some confidence in their looks after all. Zhang Shengyong and that male player had been bound by them using this very tactic.
Unfortunately, they now faced Chen Ming. Two flashes of golden light erupted, and both women's heads exploded into fragments. Dead as a doornail. The slaughter concluded.
After disposing of the last two women, Chen Ming stretched lazily and walked toward the cargo container. The treasure-seeking rat would clean up the rest of the battlefield. Over 10 minutes later, the treasure rat entered, its face beaming with joy as it carried its heavy sack.
Yang Zishu followed closely behind.
The treasure rat tossed its sack aside before collapsing exhausted onto the cargo hold floor, panting heavily.
Yang Zishu approached Chen Ming. You actually managed to hold back?
Those two female players weren't bad-looking or built either. If you'd taken them in, they definitely wouldn't have dared to harbor any ulterior motives.
Chen Ming raised an eyebrow at the question. How could those two female players compare to you? I already have you. Those superficial, shallow girls wouldn't stand a chance.
Yang Zishu had intended to tease Chen Ming, but she hadn't expected him to respond like that.
That was way too blunt. Now she was the one at a loss for words.
To break the awkward silence, Yang Zishu quickly changed the subject. When we were fighting the cat demon tribe earlier, Ling Hanlai recounted what happened to his team. They successfully took over a cat demon gathering point, but then encountered minotaurs.
That teammate died protecting them from the minotaurs.
At the mention of minotaurs, Chen Ming perked up instantly.
Were there many minotaurs?
From what he said, it sounded like more than one, Yang Zishu recalled briefly.
Just as expected.
A sharp gleam flashed in Chen Ming's eyes. The Shadow Valley Great Forest harbored many hidden races, the Cat Demon clan and the Minotaur clan among them.
Currently, the cat demons didn't seem particularly powerful. If the minotaurs could rival them, their strength couldn't be that formidable either. The crucial question now was whether the minotaurs and cat demons would join forces. If they joined forces, the players would be in big trouble. Not only would they have to guard against cat demon attacks, but they'd also need to be wary of the minotaurs. One wrong move could easily lead to injury. Any other intelligence?
Chen Ming still wanted to learn more about the Minotaur tribe.
However, upon hearing this, Yang Zishu interpreted it differently. She assumed Chen Ming was inquiring about other matters concerning Ling Hanlai. Ling Hanlai's squad now only has 2 players left. They're recruiting new members.
Quite a few players have signed up, including several skilled high-level players.
Should our squad reinforce too? Truthfully, Yang Zishu hadn't wanted to interfere in this matter before.
She understood her role clearly, to support Chen Ming, helping him deal with weaker but troublesome enemies.
She hadn't intended to meddle in the squad's affairs.
But now that she was injured and unable to assist Chen Ming in combat, the squad's flaws were laid bare. While it appeared to be a team, in reality, only Chen Ming still possessed combat capability. If they could recruit another player, their situation would improve significantly. After hearing this, Chen Ming fell silent. After some thought, he shook his head. For me, a team member must not only be strong but also have decent character. So far, I haven't met a player who meets both criteria.
Let's put reinforcements on hold for now. All right. Yang Zishu understood Chen Ming's reasoning.
Sometimes, reliable teammates were crucial. Take Zhang Shengyong's team earlier as a prime example. If Zhang Shengyong hadn't acted impulsively and tried to attack Chen Ming, the other players wouldn't have gotten into trouble. They could have harvested the cat demon they killed for a decent haul of points and resources. Unfortunately, Zhang Shengyong had ruined everything in the end. They didn't get the rewards, and they'd even lost their own lives. This clearly showed just how vital a dependable teammate could be.
The night passed quietly. The next day.
By the time Chen Ming and Yang Zishu woke up, it was already past 9 in the morning. After a quick breakfast, they finished collecting the car cores from the 4 players and prepared to continue their journey. All 4 players' vehicle cores were level 2. Combined with the rewards Chen Ming had previously obtained in the cores they had collected, they were one step closer to upgrading to level 3 vehicles. Only 2 more level 2 vehicle cores were needed. They drove their vehicle straight through until noon.
Neither Chen Ming nor Yang Zishu encountered any attacks from the cat demon tribe.
This was quite unusual. During lunch, a message instantly grabbed Chen Ming's attention. Guys, our squad found a wildcat clan gathering spot today.
Just as we were about to wipe them out, guess what we saw?
Living Treyants were actually hunting down the wildcat clan. Before long, the Treyants had taken over their entire base.
Just as expected.
A sharp gleam flashed in Chen Ming's eyes. Competition existed among the races of the Shadow Valley Great Forest.
The Minotaurs Ling Hanlai encountered earlier were likely planning to attack the cat demon tribe too, but the Treyants beat them to it. Chapter 113, The Stench of Blood.
Soon, more players spotted the cat demon clan clashing with other races that afternoon, leaving them no time to deal with the numerous players. Upon receiving this news, even Chen Ming couldn't help but feel sympathy for the cat demons. The cat demon clan had once held a respectable position within the Shadow Valley Great Forest. But it was precisely because of the appearance of these players. No, wait. It was his appearance that provoked the cat demon clan, forcing them to dispatch large numbers of cat demons to attack the players. The result? Naturally, heavy losses. Though it seemed many players had perished, those who fell were mostly weaker players. As for the powerful ones, didn't each of them slaughter hundreds of cat demons? This led to a massive depletion of the cat demon clan's fighting force. Neighboring races, sensing opportunity, rushed in to aggressively encroach upon the cat demon clan's territory, seeking to expand their own influence once more. The cat demon clan must be suffering terribly now. In the regional chat interface. Damn, these minotaurs and treants that suddenly appeared are brutal. They've slaughtered a ton of cat demons. The cat demon clan really got screwed over. Serves them right for trying to attack us. Hold up. If the cat demons are already defeated by the minotaurs and treants, what are we supposed to kill? We need points too. Exactly. I can barely find any cat demon settlements now. Either they're in ruins, taken over by other races, or still in the thick of battle. Damn. My luck's terrible. I was this close to clearing out the cat demon camp when dozens of minotaurs showed up out of nowhere and stole the whole thing. Same here. Those minotaurs seem to be lurking all around, just waiting for us to fight the cat demons so they can swoop in afterward. I don't think these minotaurs are just muscle-bound brutes. They've got strategy too. As time dragged on, the players' situation grew increasingly awkward. Many powerful players sought to earn points to exchange for better supplies, making it inevitable they'd want to slay the cat demons. But now that the cat demons were being targeted by the other two races, the players couldn't intervene. Especially among those whose peach orchards had been seized by the minotaurs, grievances were mounting. Enough! I can't take it anymore. I'm going to fight those minotaurs. Let's see if their strength outweighs the sharpness of my weapon. As one player voiced this sentiment, many others who'd suffered losses at the minotaurs' hands echoed his words. Seeing this, some players grew concerned. Won't this provoke the minotaurs' wrath? They might retaliate against us players just like the cat demons did. This concern resonated with many players. After all, not all players were equally powerful. Those lacking confidence in their abilities preferred to avoid conflict whenever possible, viewing points as secondary. Just as the argument reached a fever pitch, an image sent shockwaves through the entire regional chat. The sender was none other than Ling Hanlai himself. The image was simple. A field of corpses. Taurun corpses. No player dared to object anymore. If any other player had tried to attack the minotaurs, there might have been some debate. But no one dared challenge Ling Hanlai and his group. Not only had Ling Hanlai previously lost squad members to minotaurs, but his formidable strength combined with the fact that the attack had already begun meant any attempt to intervene would be futile. They had no choice but to accept the situation. Yang Zishu naturally caught wind of the news and couldn't help but remark, Ling Hanlai sure has a straightforward temperament. He never lets a grudge go unavenged. But now we've got to watch our backs not just for the cat demon clan, but for the minotaurs too. Chen Ming shrugged indifferently. It's no different from when we provoked the cat demon clan earlier. But it doesn't matter. I've encountered minotaurs before. They're not particularly strong. No need to worry. In his view, the most dangerous of the three races was actually the treant tribe. Their vines were numerous, mostly used for binding abilities, and they could even extinguish fires on their own. Players would find them quite troublesome to deal with. As for the minotaurs, they were similar to the cat demons. Both relied on close quarters combat. Against him, they held no advantage whatsoever. During the break, Chen Ming retrieved the treasure rat's pouch and began meticulously counting its contents. Among the items dropped by the bloodthirsty cat demon were some he hadn't seen before. Blood Surge Pill Diamond Grade, upon consumption, doubles all 4 player attributes, greatly enhancing combat power. Duration, 10 minutes. No side effects. At first glance, the effect focused solely on boosting the 4 core attributes, with no other enhancements. The duration also seemed rather short, just 10 minutes. Chen Ming concluded that the reason this blood surge pill commanded such a high tier was solely because it had no side effects. That was a bit of an exaggeration. Chen Ming had already devised a plan. The next time he took the blood surge pill, if he failed to eliminate his enemy within the duration, he would wait until the effect wore off and deliberately feign exhaustion. His foes would likely be fooled. After giving Yang Zishu 2 pills, Chen Ming kept the rest for himself. Evening fell. Chen Ming and his companion encountered another silver-grade treasure chest. Upon opening it, they obtained a complete vehicle hull armor. Platinum grade. Its function was straightforward, it could directly replace the vehicle's current shell protection. Beyond that, it added 3 additional defenses: waterproofing, fireproofing, and windproofing. In terms of effectiveness, it actually fell short of the 100-ton King's current defenses. Therefore, Chen Ming handed it directly to Yang Zishu. Her RV was now a level 2 vehicle, and many aspects still needed upgrading. Squeak! Just as Chen Ming and Yang Zishu were about to return to cook, the treasure rat standing nearby suddenly spoke up, pointing to their left front.
Something's up?
Chen Ming and Yang Zishu exchanged glances. The treasure rat's detection range was extensive and it had never been wrong yet.
Let's go check it out.
After a moment's hesitation, Chen Ming decided to approach and investigate. Both were in peak condition now, and Yang Zishu had recovered significantly after a day of rest.
The two humans and one rodent crept closer.
As they drew nearer, Chen Ming heard the sound of dripping water and the trickle of flowing liquid.
That smell!
Yang Zishu wrinkled her brow at the peculiar scent in the air.
Is that the smell of blood?
Her remark made Chen Ming realize, probably. But this blood smell has turned foul. Something must have died up ahead, and it's been dead for a while. They continued talking as they drew nearer. After traversing several dense thickets, they finally caught sight of the situation.
Chapter 114, The Tree Spirit Killer.
A particularly gruesome scene unfolded before Chen Ming and Yang Zishu. What had once been a gathering spot for the Wildcat clan lay before them. Now, this gathering place had been utterly slaughtered. The perpetrators were none other than the Tree Spirit tribe. Countless cat demon corpses now hung suspended in midair, their bodies completely entangled by vines sprawling across the sky.
Something's wrong. Chen Ming's eyes narrowed. These cat demons aren't dead yet.
He saw one of them with its chest still rising and falling, proof it still had life left.
Ha! Yang Zishu froze upon hearing this. They were all bound and gagged, yet they weren't dead?
Indeed, prompted by Chen Ming's warning, she began to observe more closely and discovered that all these cat demons were still alive. Both of them felt a chill run down their spines.
Why? Why would these tree spirits spare the cat demons' lives? Yang Zishu's face was filled with confusion.
Chen Ming spoke in a low voice. If I'm not mistaken, these tree spirits are continuously draining the blood from the cat demons to strengthen themselves. They won't let the cat demons die so easily.
Whoa! Hearing this, Yang Zishu's opinion of the tree spirits plummeted. How ruthless! What should we do now? Yang Zishu was momentarily at a loss. Fight?
They hadn't interacted much with the tree spirit tribe, and neither side was a match for the other.
But if they didn't fight, these surviving cat demons would all be points. Fight!
Chen Ming, however, made his decision with remarkable decisiveness.
Wipe out every last one of these treants and cat demons.
In his view, since players had already antagonized the cat demons and minotaurs, adding the treants to the list wouldn't make much difference.
So be it.
After all, the current situation involved 4 factions: the players, the cat demons, the minotaurs, and the treants. With the other 2 factions already at odds, it was only a matter of time before the treant clan clashed with the players.
Agreed. Having decided to act, Yang Zishu wasted no words. He struck decisively. Dozens of ice arrows shot forth, streaking toward the withered tree spirits ahead.
When Yang Zishu's attack materialized, the withered tree spirits finally reacted, but it was already too late.
The tree spirits' vines flailed wildly, attempting to block the icy projectiles.
But most vines were bound with the corpses of Wildcat clan members, slowing them considerably.
In an instant, dozens of ice arrows pierced straight through the bodies of the withered tree spirits.
The next moment, Chen Ming enveloped his body in the 3-flame true fire, gripping the sacred dragon spear tightly as he charged straight toward the withered tree spirits. The moment he entered their attack range, the withered tree spirits instantly went berserk, lashing out at him relentlessly with their vines. However, before these vines could even touch Chen Ming, they spontaneously combusted. They couldn't harm Chen Ming in the slightest. Soon, Chen Ming used the overwhelming power of the 3-flame true fire to ignite all the withered tree spirits. They foolishly attempted to extinguish the flames with their own sap, but Chen Ming gave them no chance. Earth-shattering! A barrage of earth spikes erupted, piercing straight through the trunks of the withered tree spirits. This time, their fluids couldn't replenish fast enough, and before long, they were reduced to ashes. Even the cat demon they had bound was consumed by the flames.
Within 10 minutes, the entire area was completely purged. Ding!
Congratulations, player, you have earned the new title, Tree Spirit Slayer. A notification suddenly flashed through his mind.
Great! Seeing the notification, Chen Ming couldn't help but shrug.
The very thing he'd feared most had come to pass. Now he bore 2 titles above his head, making him the public enemy of both the Cat Demon clan and the Tree Spirit clan. Judging by this, Ling Hanlai most likely had the Minotaur Slayer title and had become the primary target of the Minotaur tribe.
Let's go!
Chen Ming incinerated all the withered tree spirits and cat demons, rendering them unharvestable. Still, it wasn't a complete loss, he'd earned some points. The 2 returned to their vehicle, began cooking, and rested. During dinner, Chen Ming and the others actually found the news they wanted to see on the regional chat interface. Ling Hanley's squad was under continuous attack by the Minotaur tribe. The news came from players in another squad. They had been quite fortunate to encounter Ling Hanley's squad. One moment they were scheming to latch onto Ling Hanley's squad for protection, the next moment the squad was under attack. According to that player, the Minotaur attacks on Ling Hanley's squad were relentless, they kept popping up one after another, and there were a lot of them. Reading this, Chen Ming silently sighed in relief. He had already witnessed just how stubborn the Minotaurs were. They were relentless, refusing to give up until they achieved their goal. If this was true, Ling Hanlai was in for a world of trouble. But this also reminded Chen Ming, while the cat demon tribe was currently preoccupied with their own survival and unlikely to send forces to attack him, the tree spirit tribe certainly might. Considering how difficult it was to distinguish tree spirits, Chen Ming stepped off the vehicle and photographed every arrangement of trees surrounding it. There was no way around it. The tree spirits' camouflage abilities were simply too formidable. Distinguishing them with the naked eye was exceedingly difficult. Ding! Just as Chen Ming finished sending the photos to Yang Zishu, a private message popped up. Opening it, he found it was from Zhang Qilin. Seeing his name, Chen Ming's eyes lit up. It had been ages since this guy had reached out to him. Every time he did, it was with some sort of treasure. He tapped open the chat interface. Zhang Qilin, hey Chen Ming, are you there? Can I borrow some fire attribute arrows and a compound bow? It's pretty urgent. I'll give you the trade items later. Ha! From the tone alone, Chen Ming could sense genuine urgency. Previously, Zhang Qilin would always propose the exchange terms first. This time, it seemed there was no time for that. He must be in real trouble. He initiated a trade request. He placed the compound bow and a fire attribute arrow on the table, then transferred them to the other party. Given their previous collaborations, Chen Ming trusted Zhang Qilin. Plus, he was still in debt to Zhang Qilin for several uses of the compound bow, so there was no need for excessive deliberation. Zhang Qilin accepted the trade instantly. The next second, all communication ceased. It seemed he had plunged straight into the battlefield. Chen Ming paid it no mind and began practicing the second technique of the 13 breaching techniques, Mooncleaver. The conditions for using Sunpiercer were fairly rigid. It only delivered extraordinary results when used during a forward charge. However, it proved difficult to handle when facing large numbers of enemies. The second technique, Crescent Moon, perfectly addressed this flaw. Its attack spread across a wide fan-shaped area. Of course, compared to the first form, Piercing Sun, the difficulty of this second form, Mooncleave, increased significantly. After nearly an hour of practice, Zhang Qilin's message finally arrived again, indicating he'd resolved his issues. Chapter 115, New Dungeon. After accepting all the items traded over by Zhang Qilin, Chen Ming casually inquired about his situation. The moment he heard the question, Zhang Qilin began pouring out his woes. Bro, my luck has been absolutely terrible. After the server merge, I joined a decent squad. We avoided attacks from the Cat Demon clan, and I thought we'd sail through this phase unscathed. But today, we got ambushed by the Tree Spirit clan. We never anticipated the Tree Spirit clan would strike. We had no effective countermeasures. If not for your fire attribute arrows, we'd have died hundreds of times over by now. Tree Elves. Chen Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, the Tree Spirits most likely targeted other players because of him. After all, prior to this, the Treant clan had never attacked players and was considered a neutral faction. Who would have thought? He'd provoked the Tree Spirit tribe, yet he hadn't encountered them himself. Instead, Zhang Qilin had run into them. He couldn't tell if that was good luck or bad luck for the other guy. Soon, Zhang Qilin sent another trade request. Only one item appeared in the trade list. Lumber Crystal Gold Grade, upon use, slightly enhances the player's mastery of the wood attribute. A gold grade item. While Chen Ming found the item's effect somewhat underwhelming, the mere fact that it was gold grade truly opened his eyes. Other players were lucky to occasionally produce a silver grade item, yet Zhang Qilin had just offered a gold grade one. What surprised him even more was that the other party traded it to him without hesitation. Are you sure you want to give this to me? This is a gold grade item. This time, Chen Ming didn't immediately accept the trade but asked again. Zhang Qilin seemed to have anticipated this question. Big shot Chen Ming, just take it. This item dropped from those withered tree spirits. Without your composite bow and elemental arrows, it would have never dropped. Besides, no one else in our squad has mastered the wood attribute, so it's useless to us anyway. Seeing this, Chen Ming didn't insist further and accepted it directly. At the same time, he silently acknowledged the other party's kindness. While no one in the team had mastered the wood attribute, the item's level spoke for itself. Placed on the exchange, it would undoubtedly be snapped up by wood attribute players. Trading it for some high-value resources wouldn't be a problem. After completing the transaction, Chen Ming handed the wood crystal directly to Yang Zishu. Upon receiving it and seeing its attributes, Yang Zishu's eyes lit up. She murmured a quiet thank you before promptly putting it away. After following Chen Ming for so long, influenced by him, Yang Zishu's standards had also risen. Gold tier resources no longer impressed her. Even platinum tier resources seemed ordinary. Only diamond tier resources could still excite her. Sitting to one side, Yang Zishu immediately began absorbing the wood attribute energy from the log crystal. Chen Ming, meanwhile, continued practicing his moon splitting technique. Boom! Just as Chen Ming was barely mastering the moon splitting technique, a distant explosion echoed through the vast depths of the Shadow Valley forest. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu instantly stood up and looked in that direction. From afar, they witnessed a sky filled with golden light. What? Before Chen Ming could speak, the treasure-seeking rat, who had been dozing nearby, leapt high off the ground. It swiftly approached Chen Ming, frantically pointing toward the source of the sound, its face brimming with excitement.
Chen Ming recognized that expression all too well. You mean there's a treasure trove over there?
Hearing this, the treasure-seeking rat nodded frantically.
Chen Ming and Yang Zishu exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts.
They naturally had to get in on such a prime spot. And judging by the distance, it didn't seem too far away. They could probably make it if they hurried. Just as they were about to get into the car, an urgent system alert sounded in both their minds.
System notice. In perfect sync, they opened the notification to examine the details.
System notice: under the combined assault of the Trayan clan and Minotaur clan, the Cat Demon clan's stronghold and treasury have been breached.
Player factions may participate. Note: players who participate and defeat Minotaurs or Trayans within the instance will earn substantial points. Note: character death within the instance is permanent.
Players should carefully consider their strength before participating.
Note: vehicles will receive 100% protection during the instance. Players need not worry about vehicle damage. Note: the Cat Demon tribe's treasury is cursed. Only Cat Demon holy water can lift the curse.
Players are advised to actively seek out this holy water.
Note: all participating races are hostile to one another. Alliances are strictly prohibited. New dungeon.
Chen Ming's eyes narrowed as excitement surged within him. He had been pondering what might lie at the explosion site and what dangers awaited. Now, with this detailed information provided, he could approach the situation with far greater composure. Yang Zishu finished reading the details. I think once we enter, we shouldn't get hung up on the other three races' points. Our focus should be on the Cat Demon tribe's treasure vault. She didn't even need to ask Chen Ming if he was joining. She knew his personality would make him jump at the chance.
Exactly. Chen Ming nodded quickly. The system announcement clearly wants us to go in and clash with the other three tribes.
Then it mentions a curse inside. Looks like this treasury holds some serious loot. He didn't dwell on it further. The specifics would only become clear once they entered the instance. With that thought, Chen Ming headed back to the cargo container behind the 100-ton king. He retrieved a large supply of food from his system space and handed it to the treasure-seeking rat, instructing it earnestly, "While we're gone, you'll stay inside this cargo container.
I've prepared all your food and supplies. You'll be perfectly safe in here."
This instance appeared to be restricted to players only. The treasure rat likely couldn't enter and would have to stay outside. The treasure rat glanced at the neatly arranged food supplies, swallowed instinctively, then nodded frantically to show understanding. With that settled, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu exchanged a glance before opening the system notification and selecting participate.
Upon successful registration, a countdown appeared on their system interface. Currently showing 10 minutes remaining, it seemed to be waiting for other players to prepare. Once the countdown ended, they would be teleported directly inside.
This feature was quite user-friendly, giving players time to prepare and form teams.
Indeed, players in the same party would spawn at the same location upon teleportation into the instance. Chapter 116, The Cat Demon's Treasure Vault.
Taking advantage of the pause, Chen Ming glanced at the messages in the regional chat window.
Did anyone else hear that incredibly loud explosion? It sounded pretty close to me. Is something wrong? System announcement. New dungeon. The Cat Demon tribe's treasury. Holy crap. Fighting alongside the three major races? That sounds way too dangerous. Players without absolute strength shouldn't act impulsively. The Cat Demon clan's stronghold? That's gotta be a tough target to take down, right? Recruiting. Squad needs one more member.
Players confident in their 4 stat totals, PM me.
If your combined stats are under 100, don't embarrass yourselves by joining. Listen up, everyone.
Players joining this dungeon run must avoid internal conflicts. The other three races are united. If we fight separately, we'll suffer heavy casualties.
Since we're all organizing together, we should at least have a leader, right? Otherwise, we'll just remain a disorganized mess. For leader, I recommend Ling Hanlai. He's loyal and powerful. What do you think? Agreed. Then what about Chen Ming? I also vote for Ling Hanlai. Boss, please say something. At Ling Hanlai.
Reading these messages, Chen Ming first nodded, then couldn't help but shake his head. He nodded because these players had a good idea. If all players united, they truly had a chance to compete with the other three clans.
But would the players truly unite? Chen Ming's answer was simple: absolutely not.
Every player who had survived this long and possessed the strength to enter this dungeon was a seasoned veteran.
When there's profit to be made, cooperation is possible. But when it comes to dividing the spoils? That's an entirely different story.
Faces will inevitably be torn apart.
And when danger strikes,
players only care about saving their own skin.
Expecting them to trust strangers with their backs? Absolutely impossible.
These 2 points alone make any so-called player alliance utterly impossible.
Standing nearby, Yang Zishu couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Looks like Ling Hanlai's reputation is higher than yours in the players' eyes. Chen Ming shrugged. Isn't that a good thing?
I don't have the energy to deal with these players. Right now, I'm more curious about what choice Ling Hanlai will make.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ling Hanlai, after being tagged repeatedly, finally responded. Ling Hanlai, thank you all for your trust in me, but my abilities and energy are limited. I'm afraid I cannot shoulder such a heavy responsibility. You'd be better off choosing someone else. After that, Ling Hanlai vanished completely. He was loyal and honorable, but that didn't mean he was stupid. The players clearly wanted him to follow them, shielding them from danger while refusing to let him reap the rewards alone. Worse still, if anything went wrong, he'd likely be the one taking the blame. He absolutely refused to take on such a thankless task. Seeing that Ling Hanlai was out of reach, the group settled for the next best option and began tagging Chen Ming. Though Chen Ming was regarded as mysterious and powerful by many players, they now relied on their numbers to pressure him into compliance, so they weren't the least bit worried. After all, Chen Ming was just one person. He couldn't possibly go against every single player, could he? To this, Chen Ming sent a single word, get lost. Having hit a brick wall twice, the players were thoroughly stumped. While they dared not say much openly, behind closed doors, they'd already cursed Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai to high heaven. Fortunately, a player whose strength was only slightly inferior to Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai stepped forward. He took on the task. Only then did the players' emotions settle. At this point, only 2 minutes remained before the instance began. At Ling Hanlai's location. After coordinating during this interval, Ling Hanlai's squad had gathered together. Spawn locations are randomized in the dungeon. These players actually think they can gather together and act in unison? How laughable, one player remarked coldly, expressing utter disdain for the others' coordination. In my opinion, the biggest threat among the players this time is Chen Ming's team, another player remarked slowly, glancing at Chen Ming's message. Put. You're being way too cautious. Forget whether Chen Ming is really as strong as those players claim, just look at their team. With only 2 players, they're no match for us. Exactly. No. We still need to be cautious about Chen Ming's team. The dungeon is vast, we should avoid encountering them if possible. Ling Hanlai, seated at the head of the table, spoke slowly, his face solemn. He saw more than his teammates did. While the others focused solely on Chen Ming's team being outnumbered, his perspective was entirely different. That Chen Ming's team could roam freely through the vast Yogu forest with just 2 members meant their strength was absolutely formidable. Having endured the fierce onslaught of the Minotaurs, he harbored deep reverence for the Shadow Valley Great Forest. To him, the fact that Chen Ming's team could operate with just 2 members meant their strength was truly formidable. In the blink of an eye, 2 minutes slipped away. As flashes of light flickered, all players who had signed up for the instance were teleported away. Simultaneously, their vehicles were enveloped by a mysterious force, rendering them invulnerable. A flash of light filled his vision. By the time Chen Ming regained his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar valley. Only Yang Zishu remained by his side. Is this the inside of the instance? It looks like a basin. Yang Zishu quickly scanned the surroundings. You don't think this instance requires specific conditions to leave, do you? Leaving whenever we want is probably impossible. It's possible. Ding. Chen Ming had barely uttered 3 words when the system alert sounded in his mind once more. Welcome players to the instance, Cat Demon's Treasure Vault. Various dangers exist within the instance. Players are advised to proceed with caution. Note, this is the Cat Demon Clan stronghold. Cat Demon Clan strength plus 20%. Note, this instance is a sealed area. Players must obtain the Cat Demon Holy Gate key to leave. Only 1 player needs to acquire it to unlock exit permission. Note, players infected by the Cat Demon Clan's curse cannot leave. Sure enough. Reading this description, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu both looked enlightened. If I'm not mistaken, that so-called sacred gate key is most likely hidden deep within the treasure vault. No doubt about it. Wait, did you hear something? Chen Ming had barely taken a few steps when he heard a faint, rustling sound near his ear like the rapid movement of some creature. Yang Zishu, standing beside him, instantly went on high alert. The next second, over a dozen cat demons appeared before them. Chapter 117, Mutant Cat Demons. No wonder they call this the Cat Demon Treasure Trove. So many cat demons right off the bat, looks like we've got plenty of trouble ahead. The moment they met, the cat demons charged at Chen Ming and his companions like crazed beasts. A quick glance revealed they were all ordinary cat demons, so Chen Ming didn't bother to intervene. As icy arrows sliced through the air around him, every attacking cat demon was pierced through and killed. True, the cat demon's strength had increased by 20%. But faced with such a massive disparity, that extra 20% made absolutely no difference. But what happened next left Chen Ming utterly dumbfounded. The slain cat demons before him didn't leave corpses behind, instead, they dissolved into a black mist and vanished. He couldn't collect them. Realizing this, Chen Ming immediately asked Yang Zishu if his points had increased. Only after confirming they had did he breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed the cat demon tribe had been tampered with. Killing them was possible, but their flesh and blood could not be obtained. It soon dawned on Chen Ming. The reason the cat demon tribe acted this way might be to guard against the tree spirit tribe. The tree spirit clan was simply too bizarre. Gaining strength by absorbing blood was utterly absurd. The cat demon clan had likely suffered heavy losses in this very aspect before. The more the cat demons fought, the fewer they became, while the tree spirits grew stronger with each battle. With one side weakening and the other growing stronger, the cat demons stood no chance against the tree spirits. That's why they devised a method to dissolve into black mist upon death, denying the tree spirits the chance to absorb their blood. Let's go! Without lingering long, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu pressed onward. This cat demon treasure vault instance wasn't just a vault, it also housed the cat demon tribe's main stronghold, covering an immense area. Numerous players and members of the other two races had been scattered. Indeed, not only were the players separated, but even the Minotaur and Treant factions had been split apart. Unlike players who could freely form groups, the Treants and Minotaurs were randomly assigned to teams, resulting in wildly varying levels of strength. Conversely, most cat demons remained clustered together. Home field advantage was evident. As the dungeon timer progressed, the three factions excluding the catfolk began converging with almost unspoken coordination, including the player groups. Even when encountering each other along the way, they merely exchanged a few probing attacks and skills before parting ways, none eager to engage in full-scale combat at this stage. Players, having received advance notice of the gathering, moved with the greatest efficiency. Before long, under the organization of player Scorching, a significant number of players had gathered, roughly 50 in total. The number of players participating in this instance was actually quite low. After all, with life-threatening risks involved, many players were unwilling to take the gamble. Those brave enough to join possessed solid strength, numbering around 15 to 1600. Brothers who want to catch up, you'd better hurry. We're about to advance forward now. Wait for me. I just ran into a group of minotaurs and those beasts wasted a lot of my time. Otherwise, I'd have been here ages ago. Treants are such a pain. We agreed to a fair fight, but what happened? As we were leaving, they tried to ambush us. If we hadn't reacted fast, we'd have been done for. Have any of you encountered the catfolk? They vanish into black mist after being slain now, leaving no corpses behind. I ran into them too. No wonder it's their turf, they've got all kinds of tricks up their sleeves. Danger! A massive cat demon horde is charging at us. Everyone, be careful. When the final message appeared, Chen Ming's eyes flashed with a look that said, just as I thought. Since this was the cat demon clan's territory, they must have thoroughly investigated the current state of the three major races after some time. A disorganized mess. They hadn't even gathered together yet. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to defeat them one by one? Throughout his encounters with the cat demon clan, Chen Ming had come to understand that they were undoubtedly intelligent, or rather, they possessed a leader who was exceptionally clever. They wouldn't let such an opportunity slip away. And look. They're going straight for the jugular. The newly assembled forces of the three major races were likely to face an extremely fierce assault. Conversely, those who hadn't yet assembled were relatively safer. Their numbers are smaller, and they're more widely dispersed. The cat demons would never expend significant resources targeting them. At most, they'd send scattered squads to harass. From this perspective, the two of them were still relatively safe. Perfect, they could use this opportunity to search for the entrance to the cat demon treasure vault. The treasure vault was the real objective. The cat demon clan's stronghold held no appeal whatsoever for Chen Ming. Just as he pondered this, a multitude of auras suddenly appeared around him and Yang Zishu. The numbers were exceptionally large. Even the relatively weaker Yang Zishu noticed immediately. Brother Chen, it seems we're being targeted again. Yang Zishu couldn't help but speak up as the cat demons gradually emerged. Truth be told, Yang Zishu had grown accustomed to such situations. Following Chen Ming, encounters with these cat demons were far from rare. Other players might occasionally get attacked by cat demons, but for Chen Ming's group, it was practically a daily occurrence. Sometimes, when no cat demons appeared, she would actually be surprised. Chen Ming, however, was utterly speechless. He'd thought he might dodge the bullet this time, with other players helping share the pressure. But now it seemed his cat demon slayer title was still kicking in. Escape was impossible. Time to fight. With that thought, Chen Ming wasted no words. Gripping the dragon-slaying holy spear, he charged headlong into the cat demon horde before him. Under Chen Ming's overwhelming power, the cat demons quickly crumbled into disarray. Against overwhelming power, sheer numbers meant nothing. As the number of slain cat demons mounted, Chen Ming keenly noticed something amiss. The black mist that formed from the fallen cat demons didn't simply dissipate. First, it erupted in chaotic explosions. Seconds later, while everyone was distracted, it suddenly began converging toward a single direction before vanishing entirely. Something was wrong. Once Chen Ming realized this, he mentally noted the direction the black mist spread, intending to investigate further after dealing with this wave of cat demons. Meow. Just as Chen Ming's attention wavered, a piercing cat demon cry rang out. The next moment, the remaining cat demons launched a reckless, all-out assault toward Chen Ming. Their numbers were overwhelming. Chen Ming decisively unleashed Earthquake to seal off their attack routes, securing his own safety. Just as he believed he had blocked all the cat demons, a sudden sense of danger surged through his mind. Something was wrong. Boom!
Before Chen Ming could react, the earth spikes guarding his flank erupted violently, sending showers of sparks hurtling toward him.
Fire Attribute Attack. Chapter 118, a tag-along?
As the temperature surged beside him, Chen Ming instinctively enveloped his body in the three flavors True Fire.
Blazing Ward General.
With the protection of the three flame True Fire, the sparks that landed on Chen Ming had no effect whatsoever. They were swiftly consumed by the three flame True Fire. Witnessing this, Chen Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his reflexes had been quick enough, otherwise, he truly would have suffered in this ambush. He had narrowly avoided injury. He then turned his gaze to the cat demon on that side. The cat demon was covered in orange-red fur, with sparks flickering faintly across its body. It was the one who had just attacked. Noticing Chen Ming staring at it, the cat demon grabbed the flames on its body with both paws and hurled them toward Chen Ming. Unfortunately, before the flames could even approach, the three flame True Fire burning on Chen Ming's body had already devoured them completely. The flames weren't even in the same league. Who would have thought? There are actually elemental masters among the cat demon clan. Chen Ming's face betrayed a hint of surprise. He had previously thought the most unique among the cat demons were the Nightstalker and the Glowcat, though lacking light or dark attributes. They did gain combat bonuses in light or dark environments. It seemed his understanding of the cat demon clan was still far too limited. There were indeed elemental-wielding cat demons among them. But this one's strength seemed rather ordinary. Crescent Moon. As the surrounding cat demons launched another wave of identical attacks, Chen Ming abandoned pretense and struck with thunderous force. The spear shaft swept through the air, transforming into 9 phantom images as it swept across. Each phantom image grew stronger than the last, covering a fan-shaped area in front of him specifically designed for situations with large numbers of enemies. Any cat demon touched by the phantom image was sent flying at twice the speed it had arrived. While airborne, most of the cat demons had their internal organs shattered by the impact. The survivors were all gravely wounded, gasping for air with little hope of survival. As for the fire attribute mutant cat demon, Chen Ming ended it with a single, decisive shot through the chest. The battle ended. Yang Zishu surveyed the cat demon still lying on the ground, not yet dissolved into black mist. Without hesitation, she stepped forward to deliver finishing blows to each one. Soon, the battlefield was finally cleared. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Ming memorized the locations where the black mist had appeared. After the last cat demon died, he waved his hand decisively. "Come on, follow me." Yang Zishu followed without question. Unlike the ease with which Chen Ming and Yang Zishu had resolved their situation, the larger player group now faced a severe challenge. The cat demon tribe had chosen this moment to strike precisely to inflict heavy casualties on the player group. The number of cat demons deployed was exceptionally large. While Chen Ming's group only encountered one fire-type mutant cat demon, the situation was entirely different for the main player force. They were facing a full 30 mutated cat demons. These included both fire attribute and ice attribute variants. The fire-type mutated cat demons attacked by hurling strings of sparks. When these landed on enemies, they ignited them, and if not dealt with promptly, the victims would be burned alive. The ice-type mutated cat demons didn't attack with ice arrows, but with ice balls. Though the ice balls didn't look particularly large, they delivered excruciating pain upon impact. Among the players, anyone struck by an ice ball grimaced in pain, their bodies covered in bruises and looking utterly miserable. These cat demons are insane. They're just targeting us to kill. Call for backup now. There are way too many cat demons. How long do you expect us to keep fighting with just our numbers? The regular cat demons are easy to handle, just cannon fodder. The real threat is the mutated ones behind them and the glowing ones lurking in the shadows. Who can handle those ice-type mutated cat demons? Those ice balls hurt like hell when they hit. Every step I take, the impact wounds make me feel like I'm dying. The distance is just too great. Not only are there masses of ordinary cat demons blocking the way, but as we advance, those glowing cat demons will desperately try to stop us. It's far too dangerous. Dangerous or not, we must deal with them. Our squad volunteers to lead the charge. Add 2 more strong squads, and we'll push through in one go. Under Scorching's command, the players managed to steady themselves. The battle hadn't completely collapsed yet, and with everyone working together, they could still barely hold their ground. This was also their first cooperative effort, and everyone cared about their reputation. No one wanted to be the first to flee. If word got out, they'd never be able to hold their heads up again. As the 2 stronger squads launched fierce breakthroughs, the pressure on the players surged. The cat demon tribe, however, fell into disarray, scrambling to protect the mutant cat demon. This allowed the players to seize the opportunity. After a wave of concentrated fire, the cat demon tribe suffered heavy casualties. After 2 hours, the players finally annihilated all invading enemies. By this point, the player count had swelled from over 50 at the start to over 100. The majority were players who had joined later. Of the original 50-plus players, only about 30 remained. Most of them had fallen victim to the mutated cat demon's ambushes. Meanwhile, both the Minotaur and Treant tribes suffered significant casualties. The Minotaurs, in particular, nearly lost their entire newly gathered group in one fell swoop.
Only timely reinforcements arrived to ease the pressure. The Treants fared best.
Their formidable strength gave them a natural advantage against the cat demons. Aside from a few killed by fire-type mutant cat demons and sneak attacks, the rest was a one-sided slaughter. It could be said that among all the forces attacking the cat demon tribe this time, the Treant tribe had dealt the most devastating blow to the cat demons. Under Chen Ming's leadership, the outline of a camp gradually came into view ahead of them.
Brother Chen, those players behind us have caught up. Should we shake them off? Yang Zishu asked coldly.
Earlier, she hadn't bothered because there was nothing to gain, but now that the two of them had clearly reached their destination, she certainly couldn't let those tagalongs continue following. Chen Ming cast a casual glance behind him, where over a dozen shadowy figures lurked within sight. These figures were all players. They had encountered them along the way. Those players had sought Chen Ming's protection, hoping to tag along and reap the benefits.
The result?
Naturally, Chen Ming had flatly refused them.
Tag along? Dream on.
For Chen Ming, he wanted both the meat and the gravy. There was no way he'd share with anyone else. But these players, after seeing Chen Ming's refusal, didn't press the issue. Once Chen Ming and Yang Zishu had walked a short distance ahead, they cleverly decided to sneakily follow.
They naively believed their actions were discreet,
but every move they made was clearly visible to Chen Ming and Yang Zishu.
Chapter 119, Stubborn? Let's see how far they can go. We're in no rush. Once we reach our destination, these players won't be able to sit still.
Chen Ming remained calm and composed, showing not a trace of panic. Sure enough, as soon as they reached a special gate and came to a stop, commotion erupted behind them.
The players trailing closely behind Chen Ming and his group immediately closed in. None of them were fools.
They could tell at a glance that this gate was no ordinary structure.
It might very well be the location of the Cat Demon clan's treasury they'd been desperately searching for. Hiding behind them now would mean they'd never outcompete Chen Ming and his companion later.
So they had no choice but to reveal themselves. It was a case of first come, first served.
Chen Ming gave the crowd a quick glance.
The moment he noticed them, the players flinched, their faces flushing with embarrassment. Among them were many who had begged to follow Chen Ming earlier, only to be ruthlessly rejected. Now that he'd refused them, they were still trailing behind him.
Who would give them a friendly look after that? Ahem! What a coincidence, big shot Chen Ming. Who'd have thought we'd meet again so soon? Must be fate, right?
One player forced himself to speak, his meaning clear. No one knew their way around the dungeon, everyone was exploring freely, and they had simply happened upon each other. No one had deliberately followed Chen Ming. The other players nodded in agreement behind him, as if this truly were an accident.
Oh? Chen Ming didn't argue. He pointed at the gate ahead. In that case, you should know where this gate leads, right? Tell me, or better yet, open it for me.
Hearing this, the other players didn't flinch. On the contrary, their eyes lit up.
What an opportunity!
Whichever team opened the gate first would almost certainly get a head start on securing resources.
Let's give it a try.
One player spoke up first, then motioned for his teammates to approach the gate. Seeing someone actually dare to approach, Chen Ming's face betrayed a hint of surprise. He had initially assumed these players would hesitate, but now it seemed that where there's a will, there's a way. The greed in their eyes was crystal clear to him. For the treasure, they were willing to take risks. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, 4 players approached the gate.
After exchanging glances, they began to gather their elemental attacks.
Indeed, in such a short time, they couldn't possibly devise a logical solution. They opted for the most direct and effective approach, brute force. Break! At the squad leader's command, all 4 players struck simultaneously, unleashing their elemental attacks forward. 4 elemental skills struck the gate before them, erupting in a deafening explosion. As the glowing effects faded, the players hurriedly focused their attention on the gate before them. Whoosh! As the gate stood before them, completely undamaged, the players' faces were etched with utter disbelief. Were these 4 players' elemental skills weak? Clearly, not at all. On the contrary, they were exceptionally formidable. Yet they couldn't even leave a mark on this gate. How incredibly sturdy was that? The player who had volunteered earlier now stared wide-eyed, uttering in disbelief, "This can't be possible." He immediately rushed forward, attempting to push the gate open. Yet it proved incredibly heavy. No matter how hard he strained, he couldn't budge it an inch. This marked an immediate failure.
Anyone else want to give it a shot?
Chen Ming's gaze swept over the other players, his eyes asking the question. The players who had been boasting earlier fell completely silent. Every strategy they devised relied solely on brute force to break through the gate and rush inside. Now that this approach was clearly impossible, they weren't about to humiliate themselves further. Seeing their silence, Chen Ming snorted coldly.
"Since you don't know, you can all get lost now."
This single sentence instantly ignited the fury of every player present.
"Big shot Chen Ming, we can't open it, true. But are you sure you can open this gate yourself?" "Exactly. We can't open it, and neither can you. We're all in the same boat. Why should we leave? This is a dungeon, not your personal territory. Why can't we stay here?" "Bro Chen Ming, we players hold you in high regard, but this move of yours is truly disheartening. This gate is incredibly thick. Players need to work together to get through it. Without our help, you'll never make it in alone. Apologize to us now, and we'll be magnanimous. Maybe we'll even forgive your earlier nonsense. The players chimed in one after another, their voices growing increasingly confident. Chen Ming, however, couldn't help but widen his eyes upon hearing these words. Wait. Wasn't the current situation one of unequal strength? He held the absolute upper hand. Why would anyone demand an apology from him? He hadn't even resorted to force to drive them away. That alone was giving them face. But when his gaze fell upon the other party, a flicker of understanding crossed his face. No wonder. A 5-foot-tall, 300-pound heavy tank of a woman. No wonder she was spouting such fairy tale nonsense. Chen Ming's expression turned completely icy. If you don't have the guts, then get the hell out of here. Leave now, and I'll overlook your stalking. But if any stubborn players stay, I can't guarantee what happens next. Hearing Chen Ming's words, the crowd couldn't help but shiver. Especially those with sharper senses could detect a hint of murderous intent in his words. Soon, a portion of the players chose to leave immediately. They dared not gamble with their own lives. However, a significant number of players dismissed his warning, convinced Chen Ming was merely bluffing. After all, this was a dungeon. With 4 races present, the players' true adversaries were the other 3 major races. They were already at a disadvantage. If they started fighting amongst themselves now, wouldn't that be indirectly aiding the other 3 races? If word got out, Chen Ming would surely be reviled by countless players. They didn't believe he could ignore the rumors and gossip these players would spread. It seems you've made your choice. After some players departed, Chen Ming fixed his gaze on those who remained. The next instant, the sacred dragon spear materialized in his hand. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Ming charged forward swiftly, the dragon-slaying holy spear in hand. His warnings had been delivered. If these players didn't leave, it meant they wanted to test their strength against him, didn't it? Then he saw no reason to hold back. Chapter 120, Stumbling into Danger. The players blocking Chen Ming's path now felt as if they'd fallen into an ice cave. As the vanguard, they had naturally drawn Chen Ming's attention. Seeing Chen Ming's spear rapidly closing in, they scrambled to resist. 2 players began channeling spells to launch attacks, while the others immediately fled backward. For them, facing Chen Ming was one thing, but they absolutely could not be at the front line during combat. Better the friend die than the monk. Witnessing this, the 2 resisting players were utterly dumbfounded. How could they lack unity at a time like this? How were they supposed to fight? Unfortunately, by the time they snapped out of it and tried to flee backward, it was already too late. Chen Ming's attack was lightning fast. Boom! Accompanied by 2 shattering sounds, the 2 attacks aimed at Chen Ming vanished without a trace. The 2 players were pierced clean through, collapsing lifelessly to the ground as Chen Ming withdrew his spear. They were truly dead. Staring at the corpses on the ground, the remaining players' pupils contracted. The next moment, chaos erupted. Run! Chen Ming's killing his own people. He's insane. Chen Ming is a madman. Instead of fighting those alien races, he's killing us. Let's all attack him together. He's alone, he's no match for us. Take him down. Take him down my ass. If you wanna die, don't drag me with you. Don't leave me behind. I'm running too. These players had only gathered together temporarily, their hearts never truly united. Shocked by Chen Ming's sudden slaughter, they descended into complete chaos. Some players tried rallying others to fight back against Chen Ming, but the vast majority were focused solely on escaping for their lives. As more fled, even those resisting began to waver. Why should they risk death to cover the retreat for this group? Weren't their lives worth saving too? As the group lost all will to resist, Chen Ming faced no players left to stand in his way. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming slaughtered over a dozen more players. Watching the players flee in disarray, Chen Ming couldn't help but shake his head. If these players had organized to fight him together, he might have had to avoid their sharp edge. He understood the principle that many hands make light work. Of course, it wouldn't have changed the players' eventual defeat. As the players fled into the distance, Chen Ming chose not to pursue them. It was pointless. His goal was simply to drive them away. Otherwise, once he opened the gate, they'd surely try to sneak in. He certainly didn't appreciate others taking advantage of him. After confirming no other players remained nearby, Chen Ming returned to Yang Zishu's side. Earlier, Yang Zishu had stood by without offering assistance. This was specifically at Chen Ming's request. The goal was to conserve her strength for when they entered the inner chambers. They arrived before the massive gate. Chen Ming did not act immediately but waited for the right moment. Other players might not have noticed, but he did. The gate occasionally emitted a faint glow. If his guess was correct, once the black mist formed from the cat demon's death reached the gate, it would gradually loosen. That would be the perfect moment to break through. The 2 waited before the gate for a moment. As several streams of black mist drifted in from the distance and entered the gate, it began to emit a faint, glowing aura. Now! Chen Ming, who had been waiting nearby, struck swiftly. Pierce the sun! The sacred dragon spear shot forward with overwhelming force. Thud! The 2 collided violently. The outcome was exactly as Chen Ming had anticipated. The once impenetrable gate now showed faint cracks under his assault. Just as he prepared to press his advantage, the luminous aura on the gate vanished and its defenses strengthened. It seemed he'd need to strike several more times. Chen Ming did not persist, withdrawing the dragon-slaying holy spear to await his next opportunity to strike. 10 minutes later, after his 7th assault, the gate finally shattered before him, revealing its interior completely to Chen Ming and Yang Zishu. The two exchanged a glance before stepping inside, one after the other. Behind the door lay not the gilded, glittering treasure vault of the cat demon clan they had imagined, but a deeply eerie place. Stepping inside, Chen Ming felt as though he had plunged into utter darkness. Visibility was no more than 5 meters in any direction. It's pitch black. Yang Zishu, following behind Chen Ming, couldn't help but speak up. Facing the thick darkness, a look of gravity settled on her face. As the saying goes, the unknown is the most terrifying. Chen Ming halted his steps, refusing to advance further. I feel like someone is watching me in this darkness. The words sent a chill down Yang Zishu's spine. Ice arrows materialized around her body, while vines sprouted from beneath her feet as she prepared for battle at a moment's notice. Blazing Fire Warrior. Without a word, Chen Ming immediately infused himself with the 3-flame true fire. With the emergence of the flames, the pair's visibility expanded from 10 meters to 30. This range was already quite substantial. As the light spread, the cat demons lurking in the shadows were completely exposed. Night-stalking cat demons' old acquaintances. After recognizing their identity, Yang Zishu gradually relaxed. She knew the Dark Night cat demons well. Fighting them wouldn't be difficult. Chen Ming, however, wore a grave expression, his tone serious. If I'm not mistaken, we've entered the Dark Night cat demons' territory. There must be at least 1,000 of them here, perhaps even more. Ha! Hearing this, Yang Zishu was utterly dumbfounded. No way! 1,000 Dark Night cat demons? That number is absurd. Meow. Before she could respond, the surrounding nightcats could no longer hold back and launch their attack. Suddenly, the sound of cat demons running filled the air. Charge through. Having chosen to enter, Chen Ming had no intention of retreating. If retreat was impossible, then forward was the only option. The moment the words left his mouth, Chen Ming charged forward with the dragon-slaying holy spear in hand, wielding it with divine precision. He relentlessly knocked back the approaching night cat demons. The night cat's greatest strength was their speed, but that meant little against Chen Ming, whose own speed far surpassed theirs. Yang Zishu followed closely behind Chen Ming, occasionally assisting him with ice arrows and vines to alleviate some of the pressure. As the pair advanced deeper, the surrounding light grew increasingly dim. There was no helping it, the sheer number of nightcats swarming around them was overwhelming. At one point, Chen Ming even wondered if they were endless. Don't hold back on using the spirit-restoring treasures I gave you. Don't let your spirit energy deplete. Seeing Yang Zishu's attacks weakening, Chen Ming quickly called out a warning. Chapter 121, Blood Surge Pill. Hearing this, Yang Zishu wasted no time. She hastily pulled out 2 fruits, crushed them in her mouth, and replenished her spiritual energy, daring not to let her guard down for even a moment. Chen Ming wasn't idle either, consuming one spirit-restoring treasure after another. His perception range was now significantly impaired, leaving him utterly unaware of how many more Dark Night cat demons lay ahead. If they dared to relax even slightly, they would surely be overwhelmed by this horde of nightcat demons. Even so, their situation remained dire. The flaming war general armor on Chen Ming's body was already showing signs of weakening. The longer he maintained the blazing war general state, the more spiritual energy it consumed. If it weren't for the fact that all the treasures on Chen Ming's body that restored spiritual energy were platinum grade or higher, allowing for rapid recovery in a short time, the replenishment of spiritual energy would absolutely not keep up with the consumption. This couldn't go on. The number of Dark Night cat demons surrounding them was growing steadily. If they couldn't break through the encirclement, escaping would be nearly impossible. Moreover, due to the burning war general, Chen Ming's spiritual energy was now depleting rapidly. He no longer possessed sufficient reserves to sustain his martial arts techniques. He could only rely on his spear for offense. The spear's reach was considerable, but the sheer number of cat demons meant Chen Ming couldn't avoid injuries despite his full concentration. 2 gashes tore across his back, and a claw mark gouged his chest. The searing pain from the wounds made Chen Ming grimace, but he had no time to tend to them. He forced himself to muster his spirit and confront the remaining night cat demons. Brother Chen, this isn't working. We'll never break through. Yang Zishu's situation behind him was equally dire. Though Chen Ming had absorbed most of the pressure, she still faced a significant number of nightcats. Her vines were already half destroyed, and her ice arrows were barely formed before she had to fire them hastily. She couldn't mount an effective attack. If this continued, trouble was inevitable. Chen Ming took a deep breath. Follow me. We'll try to break through in one go. With that, he retrieved a blood surge pill from his system storage and swallowed it whole. In an instant, Chen Ming felt his blood boil within him. His 4-dimensional attributes surged dramatically, doubling instantly. Power instantly surged through his limbs.
His gaze swept over the Nightshade cat demons once more. Their movements appeared even slower to Chen Ming. The gap in agility between them had never been vast to begin with Chen Ming holding only a slight edge. But now, Chen Ming's agility now far surpassed theirs. They looked like mere children to him, their threat rapidly diminishing. He raised the dragon-slaying holy spear in his hand and swept it out with lightning speed. In an instant, countless Dark Knight cat demons exploded into misty blood. Seeing the results of his strike, Chen Ming's eyes lit up. Before taking the blood surge pill, even swinging the sacred dragon spear with all his might would only send these nightcat demons flying. But now, Chen Ming had swept them into crimson mist. The difference was staggering. Go! With only 10 minutes left, Chen Ming had to use this period of quadrupled attributes to break through the enemy lines. Sure enough, with his increased power, the Dark Knight cat demons were utterly no match for Chen Ming. No matter how many swarmed him, they couldn't withstand a single shot from his spear. Yang Zishu, following behind, couldn't help but inwardly gasp. This was the first time she'd witnessed such a violent side of Chen Ming. Drenched in the blood of the nightcat demons and his own, he had transformed into a crimson warrior, his entire being radiating in eerie terror. Finally, as time passed, the surrounding nightcats, witnessing Chen Ming's frenzied slaughter, dared not charge at him any longer. With their resistance waning, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu finally broke through the dense obstacles. The darkness before them gradually receded. A faint light began to appear ahead. The exit! Yang Zishu exclaimed the moment she spotted the light. Chen Ming decisively swung his gun barrel and began moving toward that direction. The closer they got to the light, the fewer Dark Knight cat demons surrounded them. Get out of the way! After Chen Ming dispatched the last two Nightshade cat demons blocking their path, he and Yang Zishu successfully broke through. After enduring prolonged darkness, suddenly emerging into the light made Chen Ming's eyes sting. Whoosh! Just as he squinted, unable to open his eyes fully, a whistling sound cut through the air. A warning instantly surged through Chen Ming's mind. Danger! Without a second thought, he lunged sideways behind him, knocking Yang Zishu down in the process. Clutching her, he rolled swiftly to the side. Ha! Thud! Just as Yang Zishu's shriek echoed, a thunderous impact followed. After confirming no other enemies were nearby, Chen Ming finally relaxed and set Yang Zishu down. After half a minute of adjusting, they cautiously opened their eyes just a crack to peer out. Turning their heads toward where they had been standing moments before, they saw a massive boulder embedded in the ground. That was close. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If they'd fought their way out of that Dark Knight cat demon's lair only to be crushed by falling rocks, that would have been beyond unlucky. Who knew the final push-out would bring another deadly trap? Thank goodness you reacted fast, Yang Zishu said, still shaken. To be honest, she hadn't even heard the rock falling. Though she'd noticed the whistling sound cutting through the air, she'd assumed Chen Ming's presence meant she was safe and hadn't given it a second thought. Little did she know it nearly cost her her life. Chen Ming waved it off, his gaze fixed on the fallen boulder. This nightcat demon lair must have other exits. This one was just sealed off. He had just taken a quick look around. Compared to the outside of the nightcat demon's lair, the situation here was quite different. The atmosphere here was far more sinister. If his guess was correct, this must be the cat demon clan's main lair. Venturing further in would surely lead to encounters with more of their kind. We should rest here for now. Chen Ming felt the strength draining from his body and spoke directly. His mental energy was nearly depleted, making further advancement impossible. They needed to find a place to rest properly for a while and recover some mental energy. Brother Chen, look at the regional chat. After we entered the Dark Knight cat demon clan's lair, several players returned and have already spread the news about this area. Chapter 122, Commander Scorching. Ha! Chen Ming instantly perked up. He had fought tooth and nail to escape the Nightcat demon clan's lair, sustaining multiple injuries in the process. Now, seeing other players about to follow in his footsteps, he felt a surge of excitement. In his view, the hardships he endured were bound to be repeated by others, weren't they? At that moment, in the regional chat window, Chen Ming is a scumbag. Some of you were actually defending him earlier? He's nothing but a bully who preys on other players. He's already killed several of us. What? Why are people fighting amongst themselves now? Shouldn't we be focusing on the other three races? I trusted Chen Ming so much before, never imagined he'd be like this. Everyone, come over here. The gate's open. Chen Ming's squad isn't here anymore. Players who want a chance at fortune, hurry over. What? Where did this gate come from? Could it be the Cat Demon Clan's treasure vault entrance? What are we waiting for? Let's go. We finally have a lead. I'm not missing this chance. I'm coming too. All players, listen to me now. Don't go in yet. Wait until our main force arrives, then we'll enter together. There's strength in numbers. The player who sent that final message was none other than Scorching. Scorching and his group had successfully repelled the Cat Demon Clan's first wave of attacks earlier, leaving many players deeply impressed by Scorching's capabilities. Seeing him speak now, many players were still willing to give him the benefit of the doubt.
The gate was indeed open, but who could say what dangers lurked within? Hadn't Scorching claimed his side was brimming with elite fighters in overwhelming numbers? They could easily send them ahead to scout the path, then have the rest of their players follow closely behind, lying in wait for their chance to strike. As the coordinates were revealed, more and more players began rapidly converging on this area. The same scene was unfolding among the other two races. The Minotaurs, needless to say, launched a frenzied assault on the Iron Gate the moment they spotted it. Their relentless assault actually paid off. They timed it perfectly with the gates flickering and managed to open it. Without waiting for their comrades or kin, the Minotaurs plunged headlong inside. Tauron, who arrived upon hearing the news, confirmed their location was correct and charged in without hesitation. When they encountered the Night Stalkers within, their response was simple: unleash full firepower, kill any Night Stalker they saw, and then die under the concentrated fire of the Horde. Thanks to the Minotaur's eyes functioning like thermal vision, they could pinpoint every Night Stalker in the darkness, preventing any sneak attacks. This proved to be the most brutal battlefield of all. As for the Treant tribe, they had previously crushed the feline tribes with overwhelming superiority. But once they entered the Night Stalker's absolute darkness, they found themselves just like the players, unable to see what lurked in the shadows. They were quickly caught off guard, many tree trunks hacked clean off and smashed to pieces. But the Treants reacted swiftly. Unable to see, they immediately spread vines across the entire area. You Night Cat demons can't exactly fly through the air, can you? Whenever one stepped onto their vine network, the Treants could pinpoint its exact location and deliver precise strikes. This tactic allowed the Treants to temporarily gain a foothold. But its drawbacks were equally clear. The advance was painfully slow. Outside one of the Nightcat demon nests Chen Ming had passed through, numerous players gradually drew nearer. Their numbers had exploded from just over a dozen at the start to over 100. Crucially, this number kept rising. It wouldn't be long before 200 or 300 players gathered. Even Ling Hanlai was approaching with his own squad. After entering the instance, Ling Hanlai and his group, unfamiliar with the map, began aimlessly searching with little success. When the coordinates were revealed, he realized his squad was positioned very close to the target location. He promptly led his team members to converge on the spot. So many experts have arrived? Ling Hanlai scanned the surroundings. He recognized many players from his own region, all top-tier competitors who had now gathered here. It seemed this contest would be fierce. A team member standing beside him leaned in. "Captain, I just checked, it was actually Chen Ming's team who found this gate. I saw the site, and there's no sign of them now. I reckon they've already gone in. Should we head in too?" Chen Ming's team had already gone in? Just as Ling Hanlai was about to give the order, Scorching, standing at the front, spoke up. Scorching stood directly in front of all the players, assuming the posture of a leader, and began to instruct, "All players, listen to me. Inside this gate lies utter darkness, you won't see a thing. We previously sent 2 squads in, and only 2 players escaped out of 8. This shows the danger within the darkness is simply too high. Does any player possess a light-emitting artifact? If it can help us all pass this stage, we can allocate more treasures to them afterward. Of course, if not, all players can pool our resources to purchase the artifact." Hearing they might have to pay out of pocket, the other players showed no reluctance, nodding in agreement. How expensive could a light-emitting artifact possibly be? Besides, with so many of us here, splitting the cost would mean just 10 or so spirit coins per person. That amount was practically pocket change for most players. Soon, over 10 players stepped forward, each producing their own light-emitting items. With over 10 light-emitting treasures gathered together, the effect was absolutely spectacular. With the light sources secured, Scorching began rallying the players to prepare for entry. Since all participants were formidable, no one backed down. They adjusted their stances, ready to strike. Seeing this, Ling Hanlai decisively altered the original plan his group had set. He resolved to follow these players inside. Beyond those gates lay a world of unknowns. With these players scouting ahead for them, why wouldn't they take advantage? Soon, under Scorching's command, the large group of players marched through the gate in force. By this point, their numbers had swelled to over 300. After passing through the gate, as light pierced the darkness, the players finally got a clear view of the interior. A sea of night cat demons. Chapter 123, the cat demon that spoke human words. So many dark night cat demons? If we just stepped into the darkness, we wouldn't even know how we died. Thank goodness Scorching reminded us to take out our light-emitting treasures to dispel the darkness. Otherwise, we'd be in real trouble right now. This darkness seems thicker than expected. Could all those lurking in the rear be dark night cat demons too? Never mind that. They're already charging at us, everyone, attack. The players stared in stunned silence upon seeing the overwhelming number of dark night cat demons. As the Night Stalkers began charging toward them in waves, the players held their breath and steeled themselves for battle. They'd encountered Night Stalkers before in the Shadowvale Forest, so they knew their habits and weaknesses. Seeing so many now, they remained relatively composed. Not to mention the current lighting provided excellent visibility, giving them even greater confidence. As players unleashed their attacks, a barrage of elemental skills erupted. Amidst the dazzling display of colorful abilities, waves of Night Stalkers began falling. These creatures couldn't even get close to the players. Awesome! No matter how many of these night cat demons there are, they won't stop us. Charge! The players accelerated their charge inward. Ling Hanlai, positioned near the edge of the group, held back teammates preparing for consecutive attacks. I sense something's not quite right here. Everyone, conserve your mana first. Several teammates exchanged glances before silently nodding in agreement. After all, these dark night cat demons were pure points. They couldn't understand why Ling Hanlai would willingly give up such an easy opportunity to score points. If not for the fact that he was their captain, they would have ignored him completely. Half an hour later, the players' firepower gradually waned. Many players' mental energy was nearly depleted, unable to sustain their attribute skills. They retreated to silently recover their mental reserves. What a waste! Such a golden opportunity to earn points right in front of me, and I'm out of stamina. Yeah, I earned nearly 1,000 points just in that last half hour. A few more points and I could have redeemed a gold tier reward. Wait, why are you resting too? And why are you all resting? Hey! Wait a minute. If you're all resting, who's going to hold off the night cat demons? As the conversation reached this point, the players finally sensed something was wrong. They hurriedly looked up and scanned their surroundings. Seeing more and more Nightstalker cat demons closing in, getting ever closer, the players finally panicked. Seriously, you guys, do something. If you don't act now, these night cat demons will be right on top of us. What do you mean do something? I've got no mana left. I can't exactly go hand to hand with this horde of night cat demons. If you don't have mana, are you just going to stand here and die? Everyone grab your weapons and prepare to fight. Anyone slacking off is dead meat. How could this happen? Didn't you know to save some mana? Bunch of useless jerks. You little punk, what are you talking about? Even the dumbest player now realized disaster was upon them. Surrounded by so many night cat demons, danger loomed thick in every direction. To survive, the players had no choice but to draw their weapons. All smiles vanished from their faces, replaced by grim, solemn expressions. Cold sweat began to bead on their foreheads in unison. Their numbers were overwhelming. Even after slaughtering so many night cats earlier, it seemed to have barely dented their numbers. The area was still swarming with them. As more and more players exhausted their mental energy, the night cats finally charged forward, plunging both sides into close quarters combat. Minutes later, as the first player fell, his neck snapped by a claw, panic finally gripped the group. Among the crowd, Ling Hanlai's squad and Shui Chang remained relatively composed. Shui Chang wasn't a fool. Though he was the organizer, he understood his role clearly. He hadn't charged ahead recklessly but had secretly built up his strength, intending to let the other players clear the path for him. The players found themselves surrounded on all sides. Every step forward brought them face to face with countless night cats, the pressure mounting relentlessly. Meanwhile, on the other side, after such a long period of recovery, Chen Ming and his companion had finally restored their mental energy to about 70%. Are you okay? Yang Zishu couldn't help but ask, seeing Chen Ming wrapped in over a dozen bandages. Chen Ming shrugged. Should be fine. These healing bandages are gold grade, so the recovery effect is decent. I reckon I'll be fully healed by tonight. Though he appeared calm, fear still lingered within. Had they not escaped in time, even if they hadn't perished at the claws of those dark night cat demons, they would likely have bled to death. The two continued walking forward. Their pace wasn't fast, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings to guard against any sudden enemy appearances. The surroundings were desolate. Trees dotted the landscape, but most were bare and withered, their sparse foliage offering little cover. As they ventured deeper, a cat demon settlement came into view. From their angle, they could see dozens of cat demons inside. These cat demons looked quite different from the ones they'd seen outside. These cat demons were much fatter. They stood in stark contrast to the emaciated ones outside. These cat demons are well fed. Looks like even within the cat demon race, there are different tiers, Chen Ming remarked slowly. Look at the center, there seems to be a well over there. Yang Zishu pointed toward the heart of the gathering. Do you think that could be the sacred water of the cat demon tribe mentioned in the system notice? With that reminder, Chen Ming noticed that while the cat demons appeared to be sitting or lying in different directions, they were actually all gathered around that well. Plus, he had just checked the surroundings, not a single bone in sight. This meant the cat demons weren't feeding on wild beasts. This made the well in the center even more suspicious. Who's there? Just as Chen Ming and Yang Zishu were analyzing the situation, a voice abruptly rang out from nearby. In the next instant, all the cat demons stood up, their gazes locking onto the two men. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu looked utterly astonished. They realized that the voice had come from one of the cat demons. These cat demons could speak human language. Human-shaped creatures? This must be the enemy the old clan chief spoke of. That male human on the left makes me feel extremely displeased. I'll rip open his skull and drink every drop of his blood. Then give me the one on the right. Upon seeing Chen Ming and Yang Zishu, a murderous gleam ignited in the cat demon's eyes. They stared at the pair as if they were nothing more than prey. Oof, big talk. Chapter 124, The Holy Water of the Cat Demon Clan. No sooner had Chen Ming spoken than the dragon-slaying holy spear materialized in his hand. He charged forward without hesitation. His strategy was simple: strike first. Yang Zishu followed closely behind, bone-crushing hammer in hand. The moment the cat demons moved, Chen Ming realized these creatures were far faster than the ones outside. Though they appeared ordinary at first glance, they were anything but. Thud! The moment he clashed with the first cat demon, Chen Ming could clearly sense its immense strength. Its strength even surpassed that of the nightshade demons to some degree. Fortunately, he had mentally prepared himself in advance. The moment he sensed its formidable strength, the three flame true fires surged through Chen Ming's entire body. The three flame true fires spread with astonishing speed, quickly engulfing the cat demon. The moment the cat demon was touched by the three flame true fire, its body burst into flames. Even though it was stronger than the ordinary cat demons outside, it couldn't withstand the exceptionally potent three flame true fire. In less than 2 seconds, it was reduced to ashes. Having gauged its strength, Chen Ming swiftly charged at the remaining cat demons, swiftly reducing their numbers by more than half. Even the enhanced cat demons remained fundamentally cat demons. This single fact made defeating Chen Ming utterly unrealistic. The battle began swiftly and ended just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, only the last cat demon remained. This one, Chen Ming had deliberately spared. After shattering its limbs, Chen Ming ignored its agonized screams, tossing it aside before joining Yang Zishu at the well in the center. As they approached, the words collectible appeared above the well water. Harvest. Without hesitation, Chen Ming began the collection process. Ding! Congratulations, player, on obtaining Cat Demon Holy Water X4. Note: Cat Demon Holy Water cannot be obtained with a 100x multiplier. As he collected, the well water instantly dried up, quickly transforming into an abandoned, parched well. Seeing the system reward notification, a flicker of understanding passed through Chen Ming's eyes. He hadn't been wrong. This well water was indeed the holy water capable of lifting the cat demon clan's curse. But only 4 drops from a well full of water? Was that even possible? Without dwelling on the question for long, Chen Ming took out 2 drops and handed them to Yang Zishu. They knew little about this so-called cat demon clan curse. Who knew when they might be separated? Better to keep a little on each of them. After stowing the sacred water away, the pair approached the cat demon, who was still wailing in agony. Stop howling. Don't bother. No one's coming to save you. Screaming yourself hoarse won't do a thing. Chen Ming kicked the creature lightly, his voice growing colder. Keep howling, and I might consider knocking out your teeth one by one. At those words, the cat demon instantly fell silent, its eyes brimming with terror as it stared at Chen Ming. Spill it. Tell me everything about this place. Chen Ming demanded directly. Will you let me go after I tell you? Seeing that Chen Ming needed something from him, the cat demon's will to survive reached its peak. Fine. As long as you answer my questions truthfully, I promise not to harm you and let you leave safely. Agreed. For the sake of its own life, the cat demon spilled everything it knew. The cat demons here were indeed different from those outside. The most significant difference lay in their respective statuses. The inner demons held higher status, akin to nobility within the cat demon clan. They didn't need to venture out for food every so often. Other demons brought them provisions, along with sacred water from the clan to drink. Nourished by the holy water over time, their power naturally grew stronger. Chen Ming then inquired about the location of the cat demon treasury. Unfortunately, though he was nobility, he was the lowest-ranking noble and had no access to the secrets of the cat demon clan's upper echelons. This left Chen Ming feeling a pang of regret. As for the scattered cat demon settlements in the surrounding area, their numbers were quite substantial. Chen Ming committed each location to memory. Each settlement yielded cat demon holy water, and naturally, more of this substance was always welcome. The cat demon spoke until his throat was parched. After relaying everything he could possibly share, he looked at Chen Ming with hopeful eyes. Chen Ming ignored the gaze and rose immediately, walking off in another direction. The next instant, several ice arrows shot through the air, piercing the creature's body completely before it dissolved into a black mist and vanished. The black mist here behaved differently. Instead of dispersing in one direction, it was directly absorbed by the earth. This instantly dashed Chen Ming's plan to replicate his earlier method. Let's go, next location. Glancing at the regional chat interface, Chen Ming saw numerous players already storming the gate guarded by the night cat demons. A sense of urgency welled up within him. They needed to capitalize on their early entry advantage. They must stockpile enough cat demon holy water. Meanwhile, on the other side, hundreds of players advanced several hundred meters further, but compared to earlier, they now looked battered and bruised. Many bore fresh wounds. Captain, these players hold little value now. Let's accelerate our charge through. Exactly. We've come this far, the exit can't be far now. Ling Hanley's squad blended in with the crowd, swinging their weapons to attack and avoid drawing too much attention. Their bodies were stained with blood. Of course, most of that blood belonged to the nightcat demons. Their own injuries were minimal. Ling Hanlei scanned the surroundings, then nodded firmly. Let's go. The player's pace was slowing steadily. If this continued, they might well be trapped here too. Better to break out sooner rather than later. As the words left his lips, the pent-up psychic energy of Ling Hanley's squad erupted. A dense wave of attribute skills swept forward, swiftly clearing a large open space. Seizing the opportunity, they swiftly broke away from the group and plunged headlong into the swarm of Dark Knight cat demons. The players behind them froze for a moment at the sight, then followed with remarkable unison. Is that Ling Hanlei? Turns out we really needed him and his crew to step up at the last moment. How do they still have so much mental energy left? Could they have been holding back this whole time? Ling Hanlei, wait for us. We can barely keep up. Haven't you figured it out yet? Ling Hanlei and the others never intended to take us out with them. We were just being used earlier, carrying them this far for nothing. What? Then shouldn't they be leading us out? The players finally caught on, inwardly cursing Ling Hanlei and the others for their betrayal. Yet their bodies remained stubbornly obedient, charging forward behind the group. As for the stragglers falling behind, what did that matter to them? In that moment, the very concept of teamwork became a complete joke. Chapter 125, The Melee begins. 20 minutes later, Ling Hanley's squad finally spotted a glowing exit and rushed out en masse. Once outside, they didn't pause but continued forward, squinting against the glare. Standing still made them easy targets for being trampled by players behind them. Seconds later, more and more players poured out of the cave. Those in front, just as they tried to stop, were shoved forward by the relentless pressure from behind. Those who had managed to escape couldn't help but let out loud exclamations of relief. The next instant, a sudden crash echoed through the air. A series of agonized cries followed, piercing the ears of every player. As their eyes adjusted to the light, they hurriedly looked back. They discovered the exit hole had been completely sealed shut. Those who had been standing there moments before were crushed flat, dead as a doornail. SSSSH. Witnessing this scene, the surviving players couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. They never imagined that after leaving the Dark Knight cat demon's lair, another ambush would lie in wait. Several players had been crushed into meat paste. Shui Cheng scanned the remaining players. Everyone, tally how many are left. After a quick headcount, they discovered their numbers had plummeted from over 300 to just 192, not even 200 remained. Captain Shui, over 20 players are still trapped inside. Should we try to move this fallen rock and free them? One player noticed distress calls in the regional chat and volunteered the question. Most players present dismissed the idea outright. Move the fallen rock to rescue other players? Like hell they would. Their stamina was already low. Instead of wasting time moving rocks, they'd be better off resting longer to recover their energy. Rescue? They're stuck because they were too slow. It's not anyone else's fault. Exactly. Why did we make it out while they didn't? Shouldn't they reflect on whether they've been slacking off in their training? That doesn't seem right. We went through this ordeal together. Abandoning them like this, isn't that a bit cruel? Oh? You want to save them? Let me remind you, if you move those boulders, they might escape, but what about the nightcat demons? They'll come out too. In our current state, can we handle them? That single sentence instantly silenced any lingering compassion among the players. The mere thought of facing that horde of Night Stalkers again sent shivers down everyone's spine. No player wanted to face that many nightcat demons again. Without these players' assistance, the 20+ trapped players perished instantly. In their final moments, they unleashed a torrent of curses in the zone chat, cursing every member of those players' families. But this had no effect whatsoever on the other players. It was all ignored. After a brief rest, Ling Hanley's squad broke ranks and set off ahead of the main group. Seeing this, some players tried to follow, only to be deterred by Ling Hanley's icy glare. They slunk back, resigned to staying with the main group. Meanwhile, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu had already gathered 16 drops of Cat Demon Clan holy water. But now they too faced trouble. Perhaps because they had been too reckless, making no effort to conceal their movements along the way. Hundreds of cat demons now pursued them from behind. Most of these were noble cat demons, with a smaller number of noble fluorescent cat demons mixed among them. The sheer numbers made direct confrontation too risky, so Chen Ming and his group chose to make a swift escape. Brother Chen, look ahead. Being unfamiliar with the area, their escape route was completely random, lacking any discernible pattern. Now, a large number of minotaurs appeared before them. There were over 40 of them. It was clear these minotaurs bore numerous wounds, indicating they had just endured a fierce battle. Chen Ming's group had been making quite a commotion, so the minotaurs naturally noticed them immediately. First, they focused on the two figures at the front, Chen Ming and his companion. Upon seeing these two puny figures, they dismissed them outright. Tauran were not only stubborn, but also held themselves in high regard. Soon, their attention shifted to the large number of cat demons following behind. Instantly, their eyes turned red. As the saying goes, enemies meeting face to face only intensifies their hatred. So many of their kin had fallen at the hands of those Night Stalkers just moments ago. Now, this group of felines had walked right into their trap. Roar! With a deafening roar, the minotaurs charged forward in a frenzied rush.
Chen Ming and Yang Zishu were at the forefront.
Follow me.
Chen Ming sensed the Minotaur's killing intent wasn't directed at him.
Grabbing Yang Zishu, he darted aside.
Some Minotaurs spotted them and tried to swat them down, but Chen Ming dodged every blow with ease. Facing the Minotaur's attacks, Chen Ming refrained from retaliating. His strategy was simple: dodge whenever possible and endure when evasion failed. He knew that as long as he didn't strike back, the Minotaurs wouldn't focus their attention on him. Soon, the sounds of battle erupted behind them as the two tribes clashed. The Minotaurs fought with sweeping, powerful blows, while the cat demons relied on their agility to weave in and out of the fray. Having successfully evaded the cat demon's pursuit, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu didn't linger long in this area, quickly moving further away. Only after confirming no felines or Minotaurs were in pursuit did Chen Ming breathe a sigh of relief.
Thank goodness I didn't have the Minotaur Slayer skill. Otherwise, I'd have been skinned alive just now.
Yang Zishu glanced at the regional chat interface. Bro Chen, look at the regional chat. The remaining players are organizing a second wave of charges. The further we go, the more crowded this area will get. The player group had only made 2 charges so far. The first attempt by Chen Ming and Yang Zishu hadn't been broadcast publicly, leaving everyone else in the dark. Then came the second attempt, led by Scorching with Ling Hanlai providing backup. They managed to slip through. Their success alerted the remaining players to the specifics. Sure enough, the remaining players gathered together, preparing to charge as a group. The third wave faced far less pressure after all, numbers truly mattered. At the very least, there were over 1,000 of them. They could advance gradually by deploying attribute and skill attacks in waves. Upon seeing this news, Chen Ming remarked indifferently, our players are about to break through. The main forces of the Minotaurs and Traians should be arriving here soon too. A massive 4-way battle is about to begin. The Night Stalker cat demon's lair served as the first barrier. Beyond this initial gate lay the outer perimeter, a vast area where minor skirmishes between the 4 major races occasionally flared. But once you enter this inner zone, the territory starts to shrink. Conflict between the 4 major factions is inevitable here, and the frequency of battles will definitely increase. We must find the passage to the next zone before the main forces arrive. Chapter 126, Elite Minotaur Warriors. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu pressed deeper, scavenging the cat demon tribe's holy water along the way. News of the cat demon clan's holy water had already spread like wildfire. It was the players led by Scorching who had exposed it. Upon reaching a cat demon gathering point, they swiftly subdued the creatures with their numerical advantage, only to discover the sacred water shortly after. After collection, only 4 drops remained. This was nowhere near enough to share among over 100 players. To get a share, players began fiercely competing with each other, refusing to back down. The result was the player group splitting up entirely, each forming smaller squads to search for the cat demon holy water. After all, this was the treasure that could guarantee their safe exit from the dungeon. So now, over 100 players had completely split up. Even though Scorching tried desperately to keep them together, their numbers dwindled from over 100 to just a dozen or so. This clearly demonstrated that the cat demon clan's holy water grew increasingly precious the further one ventured. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. After clearing another cat demon clan gathering point, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu didn't leave immediately. Instead, they found a nearby area to settle down for the night. Night brought greater dangers, and after an exhausting day, though their mental energy had recovered somewhat, they still felt utterly drained. After eating the dinner they had prepared in advance, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu took turns keeping watch and sleeping. This was when the drawback of having a small team became apparent. Chen Ming took the first watch through the night without incident. When Yang Zishu awoke to take the second watch, disaster struck at 5 in the morning. The sound of battle erupted from the gathering point not far from them. Screams of players mingled with the chaos. Yang Zishu's senses instantly sharpened. Hesitating briefly, he didn't wake Chen Ming but instead peered through the cover toward the commotion. Through the flickering flames, she could see a small squad of players locked in combat with 3 Minotaur warriors. Though the players had one more member, they were undeniably at a disadvantage. The 3 Minotaur warriors attacked relentlessly, like tireless machines. Especially the leader, he wasn't fighting barehanded. He wielded a massive iron axe. The axe was monstrous in size. Even the slightest contact would undoubtedly inflict severe injury. Among the 4 players, 1 was already wounded, and the remaining 3 were struggling to hold their ground, clearly unable to last much longer. I never expected the Minotaurs to have such formidable fighters among them. I thought they were all just a bunch of bare-handed brutes. Just as Yang Zishu was debating whether to rush in to help, a voice sounded beside her. She turned her head to see Chen Ming. How did you wake up? The commotion over here is far too loud. How could anyone sleep? Chen Ming sighed helplessly, his gaze fixed intently ahead. These players won't hold out. That Minotaur warrior's physique and strength stats are too formidable. Player attacks can't even break through his defenses. Should we intervene? Yang Zishu could tell Chen Ming was intrigued by the Minotaur warrior and asked proactively. After a moment's thought, Chen Ming shook his head. No need. These players aren't our concern.
If they want to survive, they can abandon their injured comrade and leave.
After all, while the Minotaur warrior is powerful, his speed is a major weakness. In short, the moment of truth had arrived. Sure enough, as the three players gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, their mindset shifted. They wanted to retreat. The four players had only come together temporarily. Some of their original teammates had perished in the Nightcat demon's lair.
If they could bring themselves to abandon their former allies, why risk their lives for mere strangers they'd met by chance?
As the first player fled, the remaining two hesitated little before scrambling to escape elsewhere, abandoning the gravely wounded player behind. Seeing this, the player's face contorted with utter despair.
He knew he was done for.
Sure enough, when the three Minotaur warriors realized they couldn't catch the fleeing player, their gazes turned to him. As the axes swung down from above, the player's resistance crumbled like paper, and he was instantly slain. Chen Ming stretched lazily, drawing his dragon-slaying holy spear.
Let's go. It's our turn to shine. These three Minotaur warriors were far too close for comfort.
Sooner or later, they would be discovered.
Better to strike first than wait to be caught.
As the pair emerged at the edge of the gathering spot, all three Minotaurs turned their heads simultaneously.
Two more human creatures?
They really aren't afraid of death. The lead Minotaur warrior let out a savage grin and strode forward, intent on taking Chen Ming and Yang Zishu down immediately.
Pierce the sun.
Swinging his spear, Chen Ming charged head-on at the Minotaur warrior, using Piercing Sun as his vanguard.
Spear and iron axe collided.
In an instant, Chen Ming felt immense force surge through him, sending his entire body reeling backward. This was the first time he had ever been defeated in a direct confrontation.
The old ox's strength was formidable.
Quickly withdrawing, Chen Ming decisively changed his approach.
The initial clash had served to gauge the opponent's strength.
Now that he understood, there was no need to confront the enemy's advantage with his own weakness. Using the divine wind step, Chen Ming swiftly danced around the Minotaur warrior, constantly harassing him. The wounds on his opponent's body gradually multiplied. Chen Ming's strategy was simple: inflict more wounds, increase blood loss, and weaken the opponent's reaction speed. What he hadn't anticipated was that as the blood flowed more freely, the Minotaur's speed and strength surged dramatically.
Growing bolder with each blow? Fiery holy fist.
Chen Ming whipped his left arm into a rapid arc, coalescing a fiery dragon that lunged toward his opponent. The Minotaur warrior met the fiery dragon head-on, swinging his massive iron axe down with a crushing blow. The fire dragon shattered cleanly in two under the immense force. Just as the Minotaur believed he had shattered the skill and charged forward again, the freshly split flames began to stir once more, coiling around the Minotaur at its center. As the flames clung to his body, the Minotaur roared in agony. The flames seared his flesh in wounds a torment few could endure. If this had happened to a player, they would likely have fainted from the agony long ago.
Die. Crescent moon.
As the sacred dragon spear sliced through the air, a gaping wound appeared on the Minotaur's chest. Through the wound, one could even see the bones and organs within. The Minotaur staggered backward in agony, desperate to create distance and flee. But Chen Ming had already prepared.
The air trembled.
A razor-sharp air blade erupted from the wound, tearing through his insides and shredding his organs.
Death. Chapter 127, Noble Horn.
The remaining two Minotaur warriors were significantly weaker and were swiftly dispatched by Yang Zishu, dead as a doornail. After confirming no further danger, Chen Ming opened the system interface and discovered that slaying this Minotaur warrior had directly increased his points by 800.
That was enough to redeem a silver grade item. Clearly, encountering this battle axe-wielding Minotaur warrior was worth the fight.
The points really piled up fast.
Harvest. Ding. Congratulations, player, on obtaining Noble Horn X1 after 100x amplification.
Noble Horn Diamond Grade, when sounded, reduces skill mana cost by 50% and increases skill damage by 20% for all party members within earshot.
Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. What a great item.
The increased skill damage is nice, but the real value lies in reducing mana consumption. Since entering the dungeon, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu had been fighting non-stop. Their mana reserves were often stretched thin. This single feature alone made Chen Ming reconsider his earlier stance. He still needed to find teammates.
Having one more person could lighten the pressure on both him and Yang Zishu.
This noble horn did help extend their party's endurance slightly. As for the two Minotaurs, they had gathered two treasures that could rapidly restore mental energy better than nothing. After resolving the battle, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu returned to their previous resting spot to continue recuperating. As the sun rose, the players entered their second day within the dungeon. By early morning, messages flooded the zone chat interface. The outer perimeter is no longer safe. Hordes of catfolk are purging players.
We've mobilized all remaining players to assault the Nightcat lair. Don't let any Treants or Minotaurs slip by either.
Killing them grants massive bonus points faster than taking down cat demons.
Tauren are pure trouble. We just encountered them, no warning, they charged straight at us. Worst part? They stick like glue, impossible to shake. They're still tailing us now. We're at coordinates.
Nearby players, contact me, let's take them out together.
The minotaurs aren't so bad, you can spot them early and prepare. It's the treants that are the real pain in the ass. Last night, our squad was resting against a tree when it suddenly came to life in the middle of the night and attacked us. If I hadn't reacted fast and blocked most of the hits, our whole squad would have been wiped out by now. The cat demons inside are even stranger, their strength is several times greater than those outside. Have you noticed how the temperature keeps dropping as time passes? Has anyone found the cat demon tribe's treasure vault? After a night's rest, the players regained their energy. The more combative ones began seeking out fights everywhere, while those less inclined to battle but eager for treasure scoured the area for cat demon holy water and clues to the treasure vault. Events unfolded exactly as Chen Ming had anticipated. The four major factions descended into complete chaos. Clashes erupted everywhere. Chen Ming frowned as he reviewed the intelligence reports. Is something wrong? Yang Zishu couldn't help but ask upon seeing Chen Ming's expression. Chen Ming sighed. There is a problem, a major one. On the surface, all four factions are fighting each other. But look deeper. Where are we? The cat demon clan's stronghold. Their first line of defense has been breached by the other three races. Logically, the cat demons should be panicking. Yet they remain eerily calm. Yang Zishu grasped the implication instantly. You mean the cat demons are plotting something behind the scenes? They want us, the minotaurs, and the treants to fight each other, weakening our forces. Exactly. Chen Ming nodded slowly. Let's go. We'll push deeper today. Even if the cat demon clan has tricks up their sleeves, they definitely won't hide too far back. That would be far too risky for them. After reaching agreement, the two continued onward. After a night's rest, both had fully recovered to peak condition. With the aid of healing bandages, Yang Zishu and Chen Ming's injuries had fully healed. Simultaneously, their mental strength, honed through relentless training and bolstered by a pot of sunlight spirit leaves brewed overnight, had elevated their intelligence attributes. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Within the cat demon clan. Honorable Elder, we have prepared everything as you instructed. Soon, every enemy who dared invade our cat demon clan will be utterly annihilated. A cat demon with a sleazy appearance spoke up, his face brimming with flattery. Before him stood none other than the revered one, an old acquaintance of Chen Ming and the others. After 2 consecutive failed investments in players, the revered one had completely lost faith in them. A bunch of useless fools could never accomplish anything great. He then turned his attention to the local indigenous races. After a brief comparison, he ultimately chose the cat demon clan. The Minotaur tribe was nothing but a bunch of muscle-bound stubborn brutes, fiercely xenophobic and utterly unwilling to heed the revered one. The treants were even less promising, nothing but trees, making communication a hassle. Only the cat demon clan, slightly weaker in power, seemed manageable. With the cat demon clan's assistance, the revered one's power recovered by half. This efficiency pleased him greatly. Now, learning that several races sought to attack the cat demons, he made multiple arrangements. The current situation outside was entirely his doing. He intended to permanently trap all 3 invading factions, transforming them into nourishment for his own recovery. The revered one spoke coldly, pay special attention to those array focal points. Should any of them falter, it will severely disrupt the entire formation. Rest assured, revered one. I've stationed numerous elite warriors from our clan there. Whoever dares to breach it will be held off long enough for our reinforcements to arrive and encircle the invaders. Revered one, you need only wait to absorb all these intruders as nourishment. Excellent, excellent. It was well worth the effort to elevate you to clan chief of the cat demons. Once this matter is successfully concluded, I shall help you break through your limitations and advance to platinum rank. Thank you, revered one. The cat demon standing to the side spoke excitedly, his face brimming with fervor. Platinum tier combat power. If he truly achieved this breakthrough, the remaining hardliners within the cat demon clan would have no grounds for resistance. Then, he would become the undisputed leader of the entire cat demon clan. What they failed to notice was a peculiar cat demon lurking behind a tree nearby. Every word was etched into its memory before it swiftly vanished into the distance to relay the news. Within 2 hours, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu encountered 5 battlefields, overwhelming each one with their absolute power. Players might narrowly escape with their lives, but members of other factions met certain death, their heads severed from their bodies. Chapter 128, Beating Them to the Punch. This gathering spot seems a bit unusual, huh? Yang Zishu and Chen Ming stood together, gazing into the distance. About 100 meters ahead lay a cat demon clan gathering point. There are quite a lot of cat demons here, Chen Ming remarked, noticing the unusual scale of this gathering. Previous cat demon gathering points typically held around 20 to 30 members, rarely exceeding that number. But this one? Over 50 cats. That was nearly double the size of other gathering points. No. Something's wrong. Just as Chen Ming was about to continue forward, his pupils contracted slightly. He hurriedly stopped Yang Zishu. The numbers don't add up. Look over there in the distance, there are still quite a few cat demons hidden in the shadows. Hearing Chen Ming's words, Yang Zishu hurriedly looked in that direction and indeed saw over a dozen shadowy figures constantly moving about. And that was only what she could see. Now there might be even more lurking inside. This gathering spot is suspicious. Yang Zishu instantly understood. The cat demon clan had mobilized such a large force to protect this area. Even a fool could guess that this gathering point held great importance to them. What should we do? 50 cat demons were already a significant force, and now there were hidden ones too. Worse still, they had no idea how many more lurked in the shadows. This made it even harder to strike. Chen Ming pondered for a moment before speaking in a grave tone, "Attack. The more vital this place is to the cat demon clan, the more we must strike." They were all at peak condition now. There was no need to worry about whether they could win or not, they just had to go for it. Though these cat demons were nobles and slightly stronger, they were still within their capabilities. Agreed. Yang Zishu responded decisively. Both gripped their weapons, ready to strike. Golden streams of light surged around Chen Ming, while dozens of ice arrows materialized around Yang Zishu. Just as they prepared to unleash all their skills, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 4 players burst in from the side, charging straight toward the cat demon stronghold. Someone had beaten them to it. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu exchanged a glance before silently dispelling their skills. They retreated stealthily, creating distance, and began observing the situation from afar. "Ha! Isn't that Ling Hanlai? I never expected it to be him. Looks like they're after the cat demon clan's holy water." Yang Zishu instantly recognized the man charging at the forefront. Ling Hanlai. A figure as renowned in the region as Chen Ming himself. Hearing this, Chen Ming perked up. This was his first encounter with Ling Hanlai, and he was particularly curious about the man's strength. Now, dense flames raged to Ling Hanlai's left, while extreme cold encircled his right. The cat demon blocking his path quickly crumbled. They weren't even worthy of a single exchange. Next came his 3 teammates. Their strength placed them among the absolute elite within the player community, and dealing with these cat demons was child's play for them. Yet compared to Chen Ming, the gap was vast. If you were to face those 3 players, would you be confident? Chen Ming glanced at Yang Zishu beside him and asked doubtfully. Truthfully, despite spending so much time together, he didn't fully grasp the extent of Yang Zishu's abilities. Yang Zishu fixed her gaze on the 3 players, deliberated for a moment, and replied calmly, "1-on-1, I win for sure. 1-on-2, I'm confident I can prevail. 1-on-3, I can hold them off and protect myself, I won't lose." Chen Ming's eyes lit up at this assessment. So, if his team encountered Ling Hanlai's squad, even with fewer members, they still had a chance to win. Though he hadn't witnessed Ling Hanlai's full power unleashed, he felt confident they could secure a decisive victory. At that moment, Ling Hanlai's squad was nearing the final stages of their purge. Over 50 cat demons had been slaughtered, leaving fewer than 10 remaining. They were on the verge of being utterly annihilated. Kill. Just as Ling Hanlai prepared to retrieve the sacred water of the cat demon tribe located at the center of their gathering point, a shrill voice pierced his ears. Dozens of cat demons materialized before him, charging to attack. "Captain, something's wrong. There are still many cat demons around us. We seem to have fallen into a trap." A teammate on the flank spoke up, his position now swarming with cat demon warriors. The other 2 teammates, who had been clearing the remaining cat demons, were forced to retreat as well. They stared warily ahead. The number of cat demon warriors far exceeded their expectations. The 4 teammates quickly huddled together. Ling Hanlai's expression grew icy. "Everyone, stay calm. They're just a bunch of ordinary noble cat demons. Their strength isn't that formidable. Humans, slaughter them all." No sooner had he spoken than several figures stepped out from the crowd. These feline demons were entirely snow white, starkly contrasting with their surroundings and appearing even more noble and robust. "Noble glow cats. Old Han and I will handle the luminous cat demons. You 2 eliminate all the other cat demon warriors, then come assist us." Ling Hanlai issued his orders swiftly. He understood that in this situation, they had to break through from one side. Judging by the battlefield analysis, the noble luminous cat demons were undoubtedly formidable. The only option was to break through from the other side. Got it. His 3 teammates weren't the type to hesitate. They sprang into action according to Ling Hanlai's orders. Chen Ming, wanting to keep the entire battle in view, deliberately climbed the large tree beside him. Before climbing, he had carefully checked that the tree beneath his feet was not a dead tree spirit, so there was no danger. Surveying the entire battlefield, Chen Ming's expression grew increasingly grave. He realized the cat demon tribe hadn't yet revealed all their lethal moves. 5 luminous cat demons were exposed, but from Chen Ming's vantage point, he could clearly see 10. Indeed, 5 more luminous cat demons lurked in the shadows, biding their time for a surprise attack. Now it all hinged on whether Ling Hanlai and the others would falter after breaking through the stalemate. If they did, it would be a fatal blow. Boom! A massive pillar of fire erupted on the battlefield, instantly knocking 2 glowing cat demons off their feet as they failed to dodge in time. The one who struck was Ling Hanlai. After unleashing the fire column, Ling Hanlai's guard dropped momentarily. In that instant, a white figure flashed past, a cold gleam flashing across his back.
Ling Hanlai felt a chill on his back and immediately dodged sideways, but his reaction was still a split second too slow. 2 gashes tore open his back, blood gushing rapidly from the wounds. He was wounded. Rolling swiftly across the ground to evade a second strike, Ling Hanlai ignored the searing pain in his back. Instinctively, he channeled his energy to form an ice shield before him, barely managing to block the attack. Before he could catch his breath, the 2 fluorescent cat demons he had knocked away earlier closed in once more, launching a coordinated assault. This sequence unfolded with blinding speed, almost in the blink of an eye. His 3 teammates had no time to offer support. Watch out! There are more hidden fluorescent cat demons behind us. Chapter 129, The Unfortunate Ling Hanlai Squad. What? Upon hearing this, the 3 teammates' hearts raced with alarm. Their eyes darted around the surroundings, wary of the imminent appearance of the fluorescent cat demon. Just then, 2 white figures streaked past once more. The 3 teammates instantly tensed, their eyes locking onto the movement. When they saw the targets of these 2 glowing cat demons attack, their expressions turned grim. Earlier, they had all been worried the luminous cat demons would ambush them, their hearts in their throats. But now, to their shock, these 2 glowing cat demons were targeting Ling Hanlai. No! Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 rushed toward Ling Hanlai. Ling Hanlai was the strongest among them. If anything happened to him, the 3 of them would be no match for the remaining cat demon tribe. At that moment, Ling Hanlai looked utterly miserable. Earlier, he'd been surrounded by 3 glowing cat demons. Now, 5. Even he was now in grave danger. His injuries were steadily mounting. Break! Having barely repelled 2 cat demons, Ling Hanlai could no longer hold back as the remaining 3 charged forward. He knew clearly that if this continued, his life would be in grave danger. Flames and ice coalesced into a square-headed halberd, its red and blue hues intertwining. Ling Hanlai's body now bore 2 distinct hues. From Chen Ming's vantage point, however, the stubborn defiance etched across Ling Hanlai's face was unmistakable. The agony required to wield this skill must be immense. As the halberd swung, one of the 3 charging fluorescent cat demons was pierced through, while 2 others were gravely wounded. Before the 2 fallen creatures could hit the ground, Ling Hanlai launched a swift attack, targeting the remaining 2 unscathed fluorescent cat demons. He had only recently mastered this new skill, and its duration was fleeting. Every second counted. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 5 luminous cat demons were slain, 3 were gravely wounded, and 1 lay on the ground, utterly incapacitated, its last breath hanging by a thread, ready to vanish at any moment. Phew! After dispatching these 5 luminous cat demon nobles, Ling Hanlai slowly withdrew from his heightened state. He now resembled someone freshly pulled from water, gasping for breath as his entire aura gradually faded. However, with the opening he had created, his 3 remaining cat demon teammates could easily suppress the rest together. Watch out! As he stood weakly in place, watching the battle unfold before his 3 teammates, a scene unfolding at his side made his pupils contract in shock. He instinctively shouted the warning. Unfortunately, his ally's reaction was half a beat too slow. Or perhaps, with Ling Hanlai having turned the tide, his guard had dropped slightly, leaving him completely unaware that he had already fallen into danger. A massive fireball now streaked toward him from his right rear. Time was too short to dodge. Escaping would risk a fatal hit. He had to block it head-on. The thought flashed through his mind in an instant. He hurriedly raised both arms to shield himself. Sparks flew as flames instantly engulfed his entire body. Ling Hanlai intended to close in, but before he could act, 2 more attacks struck toward him. Beyond that, the shimmering figures of cat demons reappeared all around him. More of them. The other 2 players faced similar fates. Just as they gained a slight advantage, they were countered once more. Assemble! Ling Hanlai hadn't anticipated such a multitude of gathering point tactics. Without hesitation, he urgently shouted to his squad members. He then consumed a treasure to restore his mental energy while retreating. By the time the 4 squad members regrouped, their conditions had deteriorated to the absolute worst. Especially the player scorched by flames. 50% of his skin was burned, his entire body swaying precariously, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Cat demon warriors gradually emerged from the surrounding area. A quick glance revealed their numbers had swelled to nearly 100. This time, alongside the ordinary cat demons and fluorescent cat demons they'd encountered before, 2 additional fire attribute mutant noble cat demons appeared. The battle had escalated to a whole new level. Why are there so many cat demons at this gathering point? This is ridiculous, one player cursed under his breath. Up until now, they had cleared 4 cat demon gathering points, each time with smooth sailing and effortless slaughter. Ling Hanlai took a deep breath. My condition is dire. Continuing this fight carries too high a risk of casualties. We should find a way to retreat. He knew his squad had met their match this time. The top priority now was to get everyone out safely. Captain. Before they could react, the player beside them, his footsteps unsteady, spoke slowly. I don't think I'll make it out this time. I'll cover for you. You go. No. We leave together. Ling Hanlai declared decisively in an instant. He had already endured the loss of a teammate once. This time, he refused to abandon his comrades under any circumstances. Without giving the other a chance to argue, he struck decisively, repelling the 2 glowing cat demons ahead while slaying 3 or 4 ordinary cat demons in the process. The remaining 3 players fell silent, forced to grit their teeth and follow. In the distance, Chen Ming and the others witnessed the entire scene. Yang Zishu watched Ling Hanlai charging forward relentlessly and couldn't help but remark, "This Ling Hanlai really is just as the regional chat interface described. He places immense importance on brotherhood. Even at this point, he still refuses to abandon his teammates. Useless," Chen Ming remarked coldly. "Once this wave of cat demon reinforcements arrives, they'll have no chance of escape. And there's a big prize waiting for them outside." Exactly. Due to their angle and the cat demons blocking their view, Ling Hanlai and his group had no idea about the bigger picture. Now, 2 seemingly new mutant cat demons appeared in the center, possessing extraordinary strength. But on the periphery, 2 more mutated cat demons and 4 fluorescent cat demons lurked, the final straw that would break the camel's back. Thankfully their squad got here first. Otherwise, we'd be the ones trapped in the middle now, Yang Zishu said, a hint of relief in his voice. "Get ready. It's our turn to make our move." Chen Ming's eyes flickered. From the very beginning, he had never abandoned his plan to take down this gathering point. If initially he'd merely considered it a slightly stronger defensive position, now this gathering point had taken on a sinister quality in his eyes. This settlement was definitely suspicious. The more suspicious it seemed, the more determined he was to uncover the truth. Ling Hanley's squad had conveniently uncovered all the hidden enemies lurking around the perimeter, which would ease the pressure on him during the confrontation. Good. Yang Zishu's gaze darted swiftly to the fluorescent cat demons. These were the opponents she had chosen for herself. As for the mutated cat demons? Naturally, they were Chen Ming's responsibility. Thanks to the votes from Clever Little One, Yang San, I Am the Great Yellow Brother, and Delicate Mango playing Mahjong. Chapter 130, Alone. At that moment, under Ling Hanley's lead, the 4 charged through layer upon layer of obstacles. As the escape route finally came into view before them, hope surged in everyone's eyes. Fireball spell. A hoarse voice commanded as several fireballs materialized rapidly ahead of them, hurtling straight toward Ling Hanlei at the front. Ling Hanlei was nearly spent, his reflexes dulled. Dodging now was almost impossible. Get out of the way. In that critical moment, the burn-scarred player surged forward, shoving Ling Hanlei out of harm's way at the last second. Propelled by the force of the shove, Ling Hanlei narrowly evaded the fireball's onslaught, crashing heavily to the ground. Ignoring the pain, he frantically glanced back at his previous position. His teammate was now completely engulfed in flames, his eyes slowly fading. A second later, he collapsed backward, lifeless. As the system notification of his teammate's death flashed through their minds, Ling Hanlei felt as if 1,000 arrows pierced his heart. His teammate had died to save him. You two, get out of here. The danger wasn't over yet. Ling Hanlei urgently turned his gaze toward the other 2. But what he saw shocked him. Both teammates had already charged a considerable distance forward, nearly breaking through the obstacle. Witnessing this scene stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. Logically, he should have been overjoyed that his teammates had escaped, but the fact that they showed no intention of rescuing him left a bitter taste in his mouth. Oh well. At a time like this, every person who could escape was a blessing. The thought barely crossed Ling Hanley's mind when several white streaks of light suddenly flashed past the 2 players on the verge of breaking free. The next second, 2 jets of blood spurted forth as both players' throats were slashed open, killing them instantly. They hadn't managed to escape after all. Ling Hanley's mouth fell open, his face frozen in utter shock. Why were there still fluorescent cat demons? This was no match for a single-player squad. His gaze swept the surroundings, revealing more and more cat demons closing in. A ruthless glint hardened in Ling Hanley's eyes. Even if he died, he would tear a chunk of flesh from these cat demons before his final breath. Whoosh! 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 Just as he prepared for his final desperate struggle, a piercing whistling sound cut through the air. In the next instant, over a dozen cat demons near the outer perimeter were pierced clean through, killed instantly. Even 2 of the fluorescent cat demons sustained injuries. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu seized the crucial moment precisely when all the cat demons' attention was fixed on Ling Hanlei at the center. Seizing this opening, they flawlessly executed a backstab. Boom! Amidst the roar of a fiery explosion, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu charged into the cat demon horde. Though their numbers were few, their coordination showed no sign of confusion. Chen Ming's gaze was unwavering as he charged straight toward the mutated cat demons, intent on taking them down as swiftly as possible. Yang Zishu provided cover fire alongside him. Whenever a fluorescent cat demon approached, she cast spells to immobilize it, preventing it from closing in. Ordinary cat demons were dispatched with a casual kick. The surrounding cat demons were instantly drawn away. At the last moment, Ling Hanlei drained every last ounce of spiritual energy from his body, coalescing an icy shield around himself to seal himself within, ensuring his safety. After a token attack, the surrounding cat demons turned their attention toward Chen Ming and his companion. The immediate danger was averted. Having been trapped on the inner perimeter, Ling Hanlei hadn't seen which player had intervened.
He knew full well that the cat demons here were exceptionally powerful. Ordinary players stood no chance against them and wouldn't last long. He had to recover his strength quickly. If those players were defeated, he might just have a chance to escape. With this thought, he began healing his wounds and restoring his mental energy. At that moment, Chen Ming and the mutated cat demons had already clashed. All the mutated cat demons possessed fire attributes, which were completely countered by Chen Ming. Their flames meant nothing to Chen Ming. As the three-flame true fire ignited within his body, their fireballs struck Chen Ming only to be completely absorbed, their power reduced to near nothing. Moon slash. With no worries about his back, Chen Ming threw himself entirely into the offensive. Now these four mutant cat demons were in for a world of pain. Unable to fight back and unable to flee, they could only frantically command the surrounding cat demons to help block Chen Ming. Quickly send word back. We can't hold out much longer. Where are the reinforcements? They're taking far too long. Looks like we're the closest reinforcements. The others are too far away, not sure if they're even coming. Without reinforcements, what the hell are we fighting for? Run! The four mutated cat demons quickly assessed their dire situation. Realizing their lives were on the line, they had no intention of lingering. They scrambled to make their escape. With these four mutant cat demons fleeing the battlefield, the remaining cat demon tribe swiftly collapsed. Their own squad leaders had fled. If blame were assigned, it would fall squarely on the squad leaders. They wouldn't be implicated. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu didn't pursue them further. They were far more intrigued by the gathering point itself. After confirming no hidden cat demons lurked nearby, they walked toward the center of the gathering spot. Midway, they spotted Ling Hanlai encased within an icy shield. Chen Ming stepped forward and tapped the shield. Come out. We've driven off the entire cat demon clan. Hearing a player's voice, Ling Hanlai inside the shield opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Chased away? How could it happen so quickly? Hadn't they just arrived? Could this be a trap? But that doesn't make sense either. He had already been at a disadvantage. If it were a plot by the cat demon clan, it would be completely unnecessary. After a moment's thought, he dispersed the ice shield surrounding himself. Soon, he noticed the two figures standing before him. Chen Ming. In an instant, Ling Hanlai recognized the man's identity. Ling Hanlai had kept an eye on Chen Ming, powerful, mysterious. He never expected to encounter him in a place like this. No wonder he'd managed to repel so many cat demons in such a short time. Chen Ming gave a slight nod, quickly assessing his condition. You should bandage your wounds and recover. I don't think the cat demon clan will abandon this gathering point so easily. They could return at any moment. Right. Ling Hanlai wasted no time, sitting down immediately to begin his recovery. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu swiftly passed by him, heading straight for the center of the gathering point. The moment they reached the center, they noticed what set this gathering point apart from other locations. At its heart, not only was there cat demon holy water, but a jet black orb also floated mid-air. Occasionally, dark mist would surge inward toward it. Chapter 131, Soul Extinguishing Orb. If I'm not mistaken, that black mist seems to be the essence of cat demons after death, Yang Zishu remarked calmly. Chen Ming had observed it too, his expression grave. This black orb is peculiar. What puzzles me is why the cat demon clan would sacrifice their own kind to form it. Are you suggesting this orb wasn't created by the cat demon clan themselves? Yang Zishu's eyes widened at the suggestion. But that didn't make sense. If it were truly as Chen Ming suspected, the cat demon clan should despise the sphere. Why would they guard it? She had already collected the sacred water from this cat demon tribe, 6 drops in total, just 2 more than the previous gathering point. Yet their defensive strength had multiplied several times over. Therefore, what the cat demons were protecting wasn't the holy water at all, it was this black orb. Forget it. I'll try destroying this orb. Chen Ming couldn't be bothered to ponder further. If it was strange, he'd just destroy it once and for all. With that thought, he approached the black orb wielding the dragon-slaying holy spear, preparing to thrust it directly at the sphere. At that very moment, a message popped out from the black orb. Collectible. Ha! It can actually be collected. At this realization, Chen Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he selected collect. The next second, the jet black orb vanished from before him, appearing within Chen Ming's system space. Soul Extinguishing Orb, Diamond Grade, an exclusive treasure of the Soul Clan. Non-Soul Clan members cannot use it. When activated, it absorbs the soul energy released when creatures die from drinking soul extinguishing water, storing it within the orb for its owner to absorb. Note, the soul extinction orb is already claimed and cannot be used. Note, the soul extinction orb has synchronized your location to its owner. After reading the description, Chen Ming instantly grasped several crucial points. First and foremost, an exclusive artifact of the Soul Clan. Damn it, so he didn't even have the qualifications to use this diamond grade treasure. However, this indirectly confirmed Chen Ming's earlier suspicion. The ones orchestrating everything here weren't the Cat Demon Clan, but members of the Soul Clan. He surmised that the Cat Demon Clan must have struck a deal with the Soul Clan, which is why they were being exploited. An item with an owner? revealing his location? Chen Ming remained unfazed by either concern. At this stage, his power far surpassed that of other players, and few could pose a threat to him. Besides, he was eager to see what these so-called Soul Clan members look like. How did that black orb just vanish? Yang Zishu, standing nearby, couldn't help but widen her eyes. She was certain she hadn't seen Chen Ming make a move. Why was it gone in an instant?
Chen Ming didn't hide anything, explaining everything about the soul-extinguishing orb and the Soul Clan to her. After hearing this, Yang Zishu looked utterly astonished. So, in this instance, besides the 4 major factions, there's also a Soul Clan? No. If I'm not mistaken, the Soul Clan likely isn't very large. It's highly probable they've merged with the Cat Demon Clan, forming an alliance. Chen Ming voiced his conjecture. If our location's exposed, hiding won't help now. They'll stop at nothing to reclaim that soul extinction pearl. Yang Zishu had previously thought that after such a major heist, the Cat Demon Clan wouldn't let it go easily. They'd definitely send people to settle the score, and they could find a safe place to lie low. Now it seemed that plan was no longer viable. With their location exposed, endless ambushes were inevitable. Rather than constantly guarding against potential enemies, it was better to take the initiative and fight their way through. Count me in. The Cat Demon Clan slaughtered my comrades, this debt must be repaid. Just as they prepared to depart, Ling Hanley's voice echoed from behind them. Chen Ming slowly turned to face him, first catching sight of the resolute expression on his face. After a moment's thought, he nodded slightly. Alright, but if you're joining us, you'll have to follow our lead. He understood Ling Hanley's character and nature. He knew the man wasn't the cold, ruthless type. On the contrary, he placed great importance on loyalty and camaraderie, making him a valuable ally. Plus, his strength was undeniable. Even Yang Zishu couldn't claim absolute certainty of defeating him. Such a person following them wouldn't slow them down. Agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Hanlei agreed outright. In his view, it was only right. Chen Ming was stronger than him, and he had no complaints about taking orders from him. The trio pressed deeper into the depths. Meanwhile, deep within the Cat Demon Clan's lair, the revered one slammed his fist into the cat demon who had come to report, his face twisted with fury. He whipped his head around to glare at the cat demon beside him. Didn't you say it was foolproof? Why did the enemy breach one of the defenses? Now my treasure has been stolen by others. The cat demon beside him trembled violently under the interrogation, his face a mask of despair. Honorable Elder, it's not my fault. I deployed numerous elite fighters. The original invading players were nearly wiped out. Who could have foreseen 2 players at peak strength suddenly appearing? They forced our entire cat demon force into retreat. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Are you saying those 5 players slaughtered the garrison, then decimated 2 waves of reinforcements? And they even escaped safely in the end. The cat demon's head drooped completely. He wanted to slap himself now. If only he hadn't been so absolute earlier, he might still have some wiggle room. The revered one suppressed his rage and spoke coldly, dispatch reinforcements. Whatever it takes, retrieve that treasure. As for other areas, reinforce them. Especially the tree spirit tribe, assign more personnel to monitor them. Once my plan is fulfilled, it will be the end for these 3 tribes. Yes, sir. The cat demon felt a wave of relief wash over him and hurried out to make the necessary arrangements. Watching the figure retreat, the venerable one narrowed his eyes. A 2-man squad. Could Chen Ming be you? If it truly is you, I swear I won't let you off this time. Prepare to face my judgment. He was a man who held grudges. Chen Ming had repeatedly thwarted his plans. Given the chance, he would eliminate this potential threat at any cost. Closing his eyes, he felt the other party gradually approaching his location. A slight sense of relief washed over him. If the other had fled with the soul-extinguishing pearl, the Cat Demon Clan would have struggled to retrieve it. But now that the other had come willingly, it suited him perfectly. As Chen Ming lifted a corner of the veil shrouding the Cat Demon Clan and Soul Clan's secrets, the long-dormant Cat Demon Clan finally sprang into action. Hordes of cat demons began sweeping outward in a massive sweep. Chapter 132, Targeted by All. In the regional chat interface. Has anyone else noticed how much more frequently we're encountering cat demons today? What's going on? I get the feeling the Cat Demon Clan is searching for something, or someone. Something's definitely wrong. Our squad is heading deeper to investigate. Any squads interested in joining us? Our squad is currently following a group of minotaurs deeper into the area. The Traiants are also pushing deeper. They just encountered our squad, briefly tested us, then abandoned us to continue confronting the cat demons. Something's definitely wrong within their ranks. The more chaotic it is, the more likely there's treasure or opportunity inside. Our squad's charging in first. With the catfolk's unusual movements, both players and minotaurs and Traiants alike sensed an extraordinary atmosphere. All parties silently began advancing deeper into the forest. The Cat Demon Clan suddenly found itself under joint assault from the 3 major factions. Fortunately, thanks to their earlier reserves of strength, the cat demons now found themselves holding their own against all 3 factions simultaneously. From an omniscient perspective, the cat demon clan had split into dozens of groups, each holding back the advance of one of the three factions.
As time wore on, the cat demon tribe's defensive lines gradually contracted.
Facing all three factions simultaneously, the pressure they bore grew heavier with each passing moment. They risked a complete collapse.
Meanwhile, on Chen Ming's side,
Chen Ming and his companions encountered unprecedented resistance.
Hordes of cat demons charged toward them with reckless abandon.
Endless waves. They were given no chance to catch their breath.
Brother Chen, this can't go on. They'll wear us down and kill us here eventually.
Yang Zishu watched the approaching cat demons, his face heavy with concern. Every so often, 3 or 5 of these cat demons would appear, charging at the trio with reckless abandon. Among them were not only ordinary ones, but also fluorescent cat demons and mutated cat demons. The pressure on Chen Ming and his companions was immense. Chen Ming quickly assessed the condition of his 2 companions.
Yang Zishu was barely holding on, though his mental energy appeared severely depleted.
Ling Hanlai, on the other hand, was in far worse shape. The freshly bandaged wounds on his body had reopened, blood already staining the healing bandages crimson once more. His entire complexion had turned slightly pale, and it was clear he was relying solely on sheer willpower to endure.
This earned Ling Hanlai Chen Ming's respect.
From the start of the battle until now, Ling Hanlai had not uttered a single complaint, nor had he even considered retreating.
Let's go. Chen Ming didn't insist either.
He understood the situation. Having activated the Soul Clan's soul-destroying pearl, the Cat Demon Clan would never let him go. Pressing forward would be nearly impossible. It was better to retreat and seek another opportunity.
Crescent moon. Earth-shattering. Illusory wood forest.
Chen Ming and Yang Zishu struck swiftly, unleashing a barrage of attacks that instantly engulfed the Cat Demon Clan before them, completely severing their connection to the enemy. Seizing this opening, the trio swiftly retreated. Chen Ming flashed to Ling Hanlai's side, retrieved a diamond-grade pill from his system space, and proactively offered it. Take this.
I won't be able to look after you during our escape.
Without a word, Ling Hanlai snatched the pill and swallowed it whole, not caring whether Chen Ming might have poisoned it. His sole thought now was to survive and slay more cat demons. The trio sped backward at full speed. Of course, their retreat wasn't haphazard, it was purposeful. Chen Ming was following the coordinates Scorching had posted in the regional chat interface. Scorching, aiming to break through the cat demon tribe's defenses faster, had rallied numerous players to gather together and turn the tide. He could leverage their numbers to temporarily hold back the pursuing cat demon forces.
As for how Scorching and the others felt, what did that matter to Chen Ming and his group?
They were merely responding to the call to join forces. As for the cat demons trailing behind, they had no idea. As Chen Ming and his group attempted to flee, a chorus of shrieks erupted from the cat demons, who then charged madly after them. Those enchanted by the illusion wood forest stood frozen in place, quickly trampled to death by the stampede.
This is never ending. Yang Zishu glanced back and saw over a dozen cat demons still trailing behind. With their constant warnings, the cat demon army behind them wouldn't lose their way, allowing them to precisely bite to death those in their wake. 10 minutes passed in a flash. Soon, a group appeared before Chen Ming and the others. Damn it! Upon recognizing the group, Chen Ming's expression darkened. He swiftly changed course, steering toward another direction.
Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai dared not hesitate, swiftly following suit. Vines swiftly emerged from their original position, then surged toward Chen Ming and his companions with frenzied speed. The tree spirits above Chen Ming's head, upon spotting him, launched their attacks as if confronting their most bitter enemy. The tree spirit tribe favored a methodical approach, having buried numerous vines beneath this area. Now, as Chen Ming's group moved, they had to watch not only for vines behind them but also for those suddenly bursting forth from the ground. Fortunately, this ordeal did not last long. The pursuing cat demon tribe finally collided with the tree spirits. Initially, the Traiants underestimated the cat demon tribe's numbers, assuming only a dozen or so remained and preparing for an easy victory. But seconds later, a massive wave of cat demons appeared before them. The cat demon clan now adhered to a strategy of crushing everything in their path. No matter who stood in their path, they crushed them with overwhelming force. Thus, the tree spirits were scarcely a blip on the demons' radar. The two sides clashed almost immediately. At first, the Traiants managed to hold off the cat demons' onslaught with their home field advantage, even slaying nearly 10 of them. Unfortunately, the tide turned completely when the mutated cat demons joined the fray. The mutated cat demons' flames struck the tree spirits' vines, instantly setting them ablaze. As the flames spread, the tree sprites' fortifications crumbled at an alarming rate. The Trent's advantage vanished completely. The remaining vines were severed by the combined efforts of the surviving cat demons. Without the vine support, the tree spirits were like sharks without teeth, utterly defenseless. They were swiftly slaughtered by the cat demons. Soon, with the Traiants no longer blocking their path, the cat demons resumed their pursuit of Chen Ming and his companions. However, thanks to the Trent's delaying tactics, a considerable distance had already opened up between the two sides. The cat demons could now only track Chen Ming's group by scent and pursue accordingly. Ha! Minotaurs! After a series of evasive maneuvers, Chen Ming and his companions unexpectedly stumbled upon a group of over 20 minotaurs. Seeing them, Chen Ming's first thought was, perfect. More allies to help hold off the cat demons behind us. Run! I have the title of Minotaur Slayer. Roar! Chapter 133, Scorching's moment in the spotlight. As the Minotaur's eyes turned blood red, Chen Ming couldn't help but glance back at Ling Hanlai, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. How could he have forgotten this? He carried both the Tree Spirit Slayer and Cat Demon Slayer titles. Though the final Minotaur Slayer title wasn't his, the player bearing that title was right beside them. Run! With no other choice, Chen Ming led the two others to change direction once more, heading off in another direction. Fortunately, the Minotaur's agility wasn't particularly high. Despite its immense strength, it posed little threat to Chen Ming and his companions. The moment Chen Ming vanished from their sight, they halted only to hear a deafening roar erupt behind them. Minutes later, the cat demons swept past, continuing their charge forward, leaving behind a trail of blood and severed limbs, a scene of extraordinary carnage. On the other side, Scorching surveyed the over 300 players rallying to their side once more, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Look at that! His influence was still formidable. He was certain neither Chen Ming nor Ling Hanlai could match his prestige. Brother Shui, we just discovered Ling Hanlai's squad suffered heavy losses. Aside from their leader Ling Hanlai, every other player in his squad is dead. At that moment, one of the players suddenly spoke up. The news instantly captured the attention of every player present. Ling Hanlai's squad nearly wiped out again? Could it be that Ling Hanlai was cursed to bring misfortune to his teammates? Does being on his team mean facing certain death? Ling Hanlai split off from us right after we entered. From the direction they were heading, it seemed they were charging straight for the core. Looks like they ran into some fierce ambush from the cat demon tribe. What do you think? Could Ling Hanlai have fallen too? Damn! If even Ling Hanlai falls, how can we possibly defeat those cat demons with our strength? What's there to fear? We have strength in numbers, it'll be fine. Most players now wore expressions of dismay, especially those who had previously competed for spots in Ling Hanlai's squad only to be rejected. Now, upon hearing this news, their faces were filled with relief. Thank goodness they hadn't been chosen back then, otherwise, they would be the ones dying this time. Upon hearing this, a subtle gleam flashed in Scorching's eyes. Excellent! If Ling Hanlai truly perished, only Chen Ming would remain as a threat within this region. If Chen Ming's luck failed him and he perished in this dungeon, then Scorching would become the most powerful and respected player in the entire region. The thought of being praised by all players in the future made Scorching's lips curl upward in an uncontrollable smile. Brother Shui! Our vanguard team discovered a special cat demon gathering point up ahead. The number of cat demons inside is unusually high. Looks like there might be something incredibly valuable in there. Just then, a small squad of players rushed back. Hearing this, the players who had been discussing matters promptly cast Ling Hanlai aside. In their eyes, whatever incredible treasure awaited was undoubtedly far more important than Ling Hanlai. Where? Scorching's interest was piqued. In his mind, with so many players now, what place could be out of reach? Could the cat demons possibly outnumber them? Follow me. The vanguard squad leader led the way ahead, with Scorching and all the players following behind. Soon, a gathering point for cat demons appeared ahead of them. From their vantage point, the gathering spot held no fewer than 100 cat demons. Something was definitely off. Maybe there really was treasure inside. Guys, the treasure's right there in that gathering spot. Charge! Kill the cat demons and grab the loot. With numerical superiority on their side, Scorching didn't bother to think twice, he simply ordered the charge. The players, already bursting with anticipation, charged forward like hungry wolves, hurtling straight toward the gathering point ahead. Over 300 players charging together created a commotion powerful enough to make the earth tremble 3 times. The cat demons within the gathering point naturally noticed immediately. Though outnumbered, they bared their fangs and charged at the players. Just as Scorching assumed the players would crush these cat demons with their overwhelming advantage, a massive wave of cat demons suddenly appeared from the distance, immediately pouncing toward the players. The players reacted swiftly, dispatching a portion of their forces to meet the threat head-on. The moment contact was made, the battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Ordinary noble cat demons had little impact and fell quickly. Several players, caught off guard, had their throats slit by the fluorescent cat demons and died horribly on the spot. Then, mutant cat demons took command, unleashing a barrage of fireballs at the players. Fortunately, the players had numerous countermeasures. As the fireballs approached, they unleashed a barrage of elemental skills into the air, preventing even the most numerous fireballs from crossing the line. The number of mutant cat demons was simply too small. After a brief moment of chaos, the players gradually regained their footing. Steadily and methodically, they swiftly cleared away these cat demons. Only when Scorching saw the battle tilting decisively in their favor did he begin advancing from the rear toward the fray. Steady as she goes. The first to be slaughtered were the cat demons guarding the gathering point. Not a single one was left alive. The remaining cats were numerous, but they couldn't break through for the time being. Seizing this moment, Scorching advanced to the center of the gathering point. His eyes burned with greed as he gazed upon the black soul-destroying orb at its heart. A diamond-grade treasure. Clearly extraordinary. However, after collecting it and reading its description, his expression shifted from excitement to fury. Damn it! This soul-destroying orb can only be used by members of the Soul Clan. For us players, it's just a piece of junk. If not for needing to maintain his image in front of the crowd, he would have smashed it on the ground. Glancing up at the stares of the surrounding players, Scorching hastily pulled out the soul-destroying pearl and handed it around. This thing is useless. What a waste of effort coming all this way. What rotten luck. Every player who saw the soul extinction orb's description wore expressions of utter contempt. What a piece of junk. Diamond grade but unusable. Scorching took advantage of the moment to glance at the cat demon tribe launching a fierce assault in the distance, a hint of confusion creeping onto his face. This treasure is only usable by the soul tribe. Why are these cat demons fighting so desperately? Could it be that the current leader of the cat demon tribe is actually from the soul tribe? Hey! My soul-destroying pearl. Just as Scorching pondered, a player's startled cry suddenly rang out. His hand remained suspended in midair, still in the posture of holding the soul extinction orb, only now, the orb itself had vanished. Following the collective gaze, he hurriedly looked in another direction. 3 new players had appeared there and he recognized 2 of them instantly. Chapter 134, Deflecting the Blame? I'm only doing this for their own good. Chen Ming? Ling Hanlai? What are you doing here? Scorching couldn't help but blink in surprise. According to intelligence, shouldn't they both already be deep within the cat demon clan's core territory? Why had they suddenly appeared here? What made him feel even more uneasy was that the 2 players he considered the greatest threats to himself had now joined forces and stood together. A wave of crisis washed over him. Chen Ming glanced at Scorching, who was still staring blankly, and waved dismissively. Don't worry. We're just passing through. We won't bother you. We'll leave right now. With that, he prepared to leave with Ling Hanlai and Yang Zishu. Wait. Before Chen Ming could take a step, the player from earlier quickly interjected, if you're leaving, give me back that soul-extinguishing pearl. Chen Ming shrugged indifferently. The soul-extinguishing pearl can only be used by the Soul Clan. It's useless in your hands. Better to leave it with me. You're not losing anything anyway. Brother Chen, hurry up. The cat demon pursuers will be here any minute. Yang Zishu, standing slightly behind and to the left, spoke in a voice only the 3 of them could hear. Let's go. Without waiting for the others to protest, Chen Ming led the 2 of them away without looking back. They now possessed 2 soul-destroying pearls. The thought of the cat demon clan discovering this and intensifying their pursuit was too terrifying to contemplate. Watching the trio's receding figures, the crowd of players wore expressions of deep dissatisfaction. The so-called strongest players in the region. All talk, no action. Too scared to fight other races, so they come here to bully us. Honestly, that Ling Hanlai squad deserved their miserable end. Anyone who gets close to scum like that is asking for trouble. From their recent team up, Ling Hanlai seems to have joined Chen Ming's squad. Is this supposed to be a powerhouse alliance? Alliance my ass. 3 players total? How can they compare to our numbers? With Ling Hanlai's reputation for cursing his teammates to death, do you think he'll curse Chen Ming too? Could happen. The murmurs of players drifted into his ears, filling Scorching with utter satisfaction. In his view, Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai had painted themselves into a corner. Previously, their reputation among players had been quite favorable. After this incident, their standing in the players' eyes had plummeted. Wasn't this the perfect moment for him to step into the spotlight? Ahem. Everyone, don't be too upset. That soul-destroying pearl was useless to us anyway, what harm in letting them have it? This incident gives us a chance to see Ling Hanlai and Chen Ming's true colors. Be wary of them in the future. Whoosh! 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 As Scorching spoke, the surrounding area suddenly filled with the sound of rapid footsteps and whistling air, as if something was approaching at breakneck speed. Numerous players noticed the commotion and hurriedly looked toward the source of the sound. The next moment, a large group of cat demons burst forth, led by nearly 20 glowing feline creatures. Deep gratitude. Scorching couldn't help but widen his eyes before urgently shouting, everyone, attack together. Block them. After uttering these words, he proactively unleashed his skill, hurling it at the glowing cat demons charging straight toward them. The remaining players reacted instantly, unleashing their skills to halt the demons' advance. Unfortunately, the noble fluorescent cat demons proved exceptionally formidable under sunlight. Even Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai had suffered heavy losses at their hands before. These players, acting hastily, were even less effective. Out of nearly 20 luminous cat demons, only 3 were successfully blocked. The rest had already charged into the player group. The quicker players drew their weapons to block the attacks, while the slower ones met their end instantly. As these luminous cat demons breached the players' defenses, the entire battlefield descended into complete chaos. Players began fighting in small, scattered groups, each fending for themselves. While the frontline fluorescent cat demons proved formidable, the ordinary noble cat demons trailing behind were relatively easier for players to handle.
They quickly inflicted heavy casualties. Unfortunately, this wave of cat demons seemed endless. Even now, more kept pouring out.
Scorching fought while keeping an eye on the situation over there, his face heavy with concern.
Were the reinforcements of this cat demon clan this formidable?
Their numbers were simply absurd.
But why? This is just a gathering point, isn't it? Hadn't they ever seen cat demons reclaim lost gathering points before?
Why are these cat demons fighting so desperately this time, charging forward relentlessly, even fearing death?
Is there something different? Different.
The soul-destroying pearl. Scorching couldn't help but widen his eyes, his gaze fixed on the spot where Chen Ming and the others had vanished. No wonder Chen Ming and the others looked so weary and rushed. They barely stopped to exchange a few words before departing in such a hurry. They must have known in advance that a large number of cat demons were pursuing them. If that was the case, didn't that mean they, the players, were essentially serving as free mercenaries for Chen Ming and his crew?
Damn it! Break through! All players, organize a breakout! Everyone, push forward now!
Scorching gritted his teeth and barked the order, immediately taking command. In truth, his words were entirely redundant. Which player valued their life? The moment things turned sour, everyone had already begun to lose heart. Many had already begun breaking out, desperate to retreat.
In the distance,
Chen Ming and his two companions stood atop a tree, surveying the distant battlefield.
Watching the intense battle unfold, Ling Hanlai couldn't help but whistle in astonishment. Isn't this a bit unkind?
He understood these players' personalities well, which was why he'd rejected their earlier requests to form a team. Yet he'd never imagined he'd inadvertently divert the danger elsewhere, letting those players cover for him. Now, watching them fall one by one, his mind was in turmoil.
Chen Ming, standing nearby, glanced at him and remarked indifferently, "Why is it unethical? We're clearly doing a good deed." A good deed? Hearing those words, Ling Hanlai couldn't help but widen his eyes. How could this be considered a good deed? Good enough to send players to their deaths? Of course. Are we bringing them cat demons? Absolutely not.
We're bringing them massive point rewards. Those who died were simply too weak, they have no one to blame but themselves.
Regardless of anything else, if these players can escape this crisis, their points will skyrocket. Chen Ming delivered this line with utter sincerity. After hearing this, Ling Hanlai actually found it somewhat reasonable. It seemed to make sense, after all. For powerful players, it was like picking up points for free. This was far quicker than hunting down cat demons themselves to earn points. Chapter 135, Cat Demon Clan retreats across the board. After fighting for so long, Chen Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Despite the players seemingly preoccupied with escape plans, sheer numbers proved an undeniable force. The Cat Demon Clan had suffered immense losses. If not for the fluorescent cat demons and mutant cat demons holding the line, the players might have broken through their defenses entirely. Meow. Just as Chen Ming debated whether to retreat further, a sharp cry echoed from the distance, instantly reverberating across the entire battlefield. Hearing this cry, Chen Ming and countless players felt their very souls tremble. The Cat Demon Clan's supreme being? Soon, the surrounding cat demons began retreating at breakneck speed. Witnessing this, the players dared not interfere, instead maintaining vigilant defense while preparing their defenses. Before long, every cat demon in front vanished without a trace. Only then did Ling Hanlai snap out of it, they just ran off? From their perspective, the players were disorganized and fighting individually. Victory for the cat demon tribe seemed inevitable. Why abandon the fight at this critical moment? Chen Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The cat demon tribe must be facing tough times now. By committing so many forces to hunt us down, their strength on the other two battlefields inevitably weakens. The Minotaur tribe and Treyant tribe aren't weaker than the players, in fact, they're far more troublesome. In terms of raw strength, the players weren't weak among the four major factions, they could even rank among the top. But their flaws were simply too glaring. First and foremost, they all fear death. This single flaw alone ensures players rank dead last among the four major factions. A hint of speculation flashed across Yang Zishu's face. Do you think the Minotaurs and Treyants might have snatched the soul-destroying pearl too? It's possible. Upon seeing this second soul-extinguishing orb, Chen Ming surmised that there must be more than just a few. The retreating catfolk were most likely heading to protect other soul-extinguishing pearls. Let's go. Now that we've used these players, we can seize this chance to push deeper. I suspect it won't be long before we meet those Soul Clan members. How exciting. Chen Ming glanced at the players recuperating, then decisively pursued the cat demon tribe's retreating path. Yang Zishu and the others hurried to follow. Logically, Ling Hanlai, now surrounded by so many players, could easily break away from Chen Ming and join the player group. But he didn't. The recent battle had made him see too clearly. Joining this group of players would undoubtedly earn him immense popularity, but what then? A free enforcer. Someone they could abandon at any moment to cover their retreat. What was the point?
Better to stay behind Chen Ming and the others, at least that felt reassuring. After all, since he'd met Chen Ming, he hadn't yet witnessed the full extent of his power. This shrouded Chen Ming in an aura of mystery in his eyes. It made him instinctively follow. Meanwhile, deep within the cat demon clan, the revered one sensed the third soul extinguishing orb begin to move. He knew immediately that another soul extinguishing orb had been stolen. This enraged him so much he could have smacked the cat demon beside him to death with a single blow. Is this what you meant by retrieving the lost pearls? Now we've lost one and gained two more. Is this the result of your efforts? He possessed only a few of these soul extinguishing pearls and had never dared to use them lightly before. He had only retrieved them now to absorb more soul energy and unleash his greater power. But the outcome was utterly unacceptable. He hadn't even absorbed the soul energy yet, and already 3 soul-destroying pearls were lost. He had only prepared 8 in total, nearly half were gone. Honorable Elder, we did our utmost. It was those despicable, shameless tree spirit tribe from the netherworld. They ambushed our gathering point while I had deployed the main force to pursue the previous soul gem. Otherwise, with their meager strength, how could they possibly have snatched the soul gem from us? The cat demon spoke with righteous indignation, his heart boiling with hatred, wishing he could tear those tree spirits limb from limb. The revered one snorted coldly. Since matters have come to this, retrieve every single soul gem except the one under my guard. And do it swiftly. He no longer trusted the cat demon clan to hold their ground against all 3 factions simultaneously. They might end up being led by the nose, resulting in even greater losses of soul extinguishing pearls. Better to retrieve them all and wait within this stronghold for the 3 factions to draw near. Once he absorbed their soul energies, he could certainly trap every invader. If he could absorb the soul energies of all 4 factions, his power should unlock nearly 30% more potential. Then, his first act would be to seek vengeance against Chen Ming. He would turn that bastard into a desiccated corpse, condemning him to eternal torment. Yes. Hearing this, the cat demon hurried off to make arrangements. After the other departed, the revered one gazed at the massive bronze doors not far behind him. Old king, you won't escape. Sooner or later, the entire treasury of your cat demon clan will be mine. Indeed, behind him lay the cat demon clan's treasury. Unfortunately, the vault required the blood of the cat demon king and their ancestral token to unlock. The cat demon king had previously fallen to him and was now fleeing with a portion of his clan. Closing his eyes, he began absorbing the soul energy from the soul-destroying pearl before him, enhancing his own power. A day passed swiftly. As the cat demon clan retreated further, the 3 major factions accelerated their advance. This time, under the revered one's command, the cat demon clan abandoned all gathering points except their main city. They concentrated all forces within that central stronghold, waiting for the other 3 factions to draw near. Chen Ming and his 2 companions did not advance excessively. After moving forward for a while, they deliberately halted their progress. They had already sensed an unusual atmosphere. If I'm not mistaken, the cat demon clan, or rather, those soul clan folk, are desperate. Withdrawing across the entire front line like this, they're forcing everyone into a decisive battle. Along the way, Chen Ming and his companions encountered several groups of minotaurs and treants, yet they hadn't seen a single cat demon. This was utterly unreasonable. After all, this was the cat demon clan's dungeon, they should have been the most numerous here. Yang Zishu sighed. So much time has passed, yet no word of the cat demon treasure vault has surfaced. It must lie deep within their domain. We might even have to defeat both the cat demons and the soul clan before we see it. Their squad had come specifically for the treasure vault, yet they hadn't even found it and had already fought the cat demons multiple times. Ling Hanlai, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke urgently upon seeing a message. It seems players have located the cat demon clan's final lair. The coordinates have been released and all players are converging there. Should we go? Go! Chapter 136, a sacrificial lamb delivered right to our doorstep. How could Chen Ming miss out on such excitement? Now that all players had gone there, it was only a matter of time before the Minotaur and Treant tribes followed suit. This meant other areas held no value. The focus was now squarely on the final battle. After finalizing their next steps, the trio began taking turns resting and keeping watch. With Ling Hanlai joining them, the burden of guard duty was shared and significantly eased. The night passed without incident. The night remained relatively peaceful, clearly indicating that everyone was converging on the final destination, with no one seeking trouble elsewhere. The next morning, after breakfast, Chen Ming and the others set out once more. After a night's rest, Ling Hanlai had fully recovered to peak condition. To aid his recovery last night, Chen Ming had even procured over a dozen gold-grade healing bandages from Zhang Qilin. He kept the extras, thinking they might come in handy today. Along the approach, Chen Ming encountered numerous players. Upon seeing the trio, these players instinctively fell into step behind them. Chen Ming and his companions did not directly shoo them away, allowing them to trail behind. They also encountered minotaurs and treants. Upon seeing Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai, the minotaurs glared furiously, and several even seemed poised to attack. Yet, as if constrained by some unspoken rule, nothing happened. After a tense standoff, the minotaurs voluntarily retreated. It appeared the Minotaur and Treant tribes had also learned of the Cat Demon tribe's main city and were concentrating their forces there to confront them. This meant Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai could take a slight breather. By the time the trio reached their coordinates, it was already afternoon. A large crowd of players had gathered here, scattered in small groups. Chen Ming took a quick glance and estimated the number to be no less than 1,000. Many more were still on their way, meaning the numbers would likely swell once the battle erupted. Upon seeing Chen Ming and his companions, many players nearby hesitated briefly before voluntarily stepping back. Yesterday's events, analyzed by the cunning Scorching, had painted Chen Ming and his group as utterly despicable villains who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Many players had received the news, and now their gazes toward Chen Ming and his group shifted, filled with fear that they might suddenly approach and snatch away their treasures. Chen Ming! Just as the trio found a relatively open spot to rest, a voice filled with arrogance rang out. When Chen Ming and his companions looked up, they found themselves surrounded by a large number of players closing in, blocking off every possible escape route. Leading the group was none other than Scorching. Scorching's face was now etched with righteous indignation. Chen Ming, yesterday you snatched a soul-destroying pearl from us and even had us help block your pursuers. Don't you owe us an explanation? As he spoke, a flash of anger crossed Scorching's face. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Chen Ming and his group had taken all the benefits, while they were left to face all the hardship. The surrounding players nodded in agreement. It seemed clear that if Chen Ming didn't comply, they wouldn't let it go. Hearing this, Chen Ming raised an eyebrow, his expression oddly amused. Are you sure you want that soul-destroying pearl? Of course. Scorching failed to detect the peculiarity in Chen Ming's tone. To him, it seemed Chen Ming was finally forced to concede. This only made his expression grow more arrogant. No problem. Without another word, Chen Ming handed over the 2 soul-extinguishing pearls in his possession. One was taken from you yesterday. The other is compensation. Is that acceptable now? 2 diamond-grade soul-extinguishing pearls. A flicker of greed crossed Scorching's face, but with so many players watching, he couldn't show it. He put on a righteous front. Since you're being so sincere, we'll reluctantly forgive you. Let's go. Led by Scorching, the players surrounding them all quickly dispersed. However, this incident caused Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai's standing among them to plummet. Many players deliberately moved closer to Scorching, eager to cultivate a relationship with him. After the crowd dispersed, Ling Hanlai, standing nearby, looked utterly perplexed. Why did you give him both soul-extinguishing pearls? One of them was something we fought tooth and nail to obtain. His team had nearly been wiped out trying to seize that soul-extinguishing pearl, yet Chen Ming had handed it over so easily. Ling Hanlai found it hard to accept. Chen Ming shrugged indifferently. So what? They can't use the soul-extinguishing pearls anyway. Besides, do they even have the guts to keep them? Upon hearing this, Yang Zishu instantly understood. You mean the Soul Clan won't let go of the soul-extinguishing pearls? Scorching was the scapegoat you sacrificed. Exactly. Chen Ming's gaze drifted as he nodded decisively. This was his first time hearing about the Soul Clan, and his knowledge of them was minimal. Without understanding their true capabilities, it would be difficult to counterattack if ambushed. Rather than risk it, he'd rather have Scorching and the others clear the path ahead. That way, he could better confront those so-called Soul Clan members when the time came. Understood. Upon hearing this explanation, Ling Hanlai's dissatisfaction vanished without a trace. Great men don't get bogged down by trivialities. The Soul Extinction Pearl would remain in Scorching's possession. In stark contrast to their quiet discussion, Scorching's side was buzzing with excitement. Only Brother Shui could do it. One word from him stared Chen Ming into handing over the treasure. So badass. Chen Ming? I used to think he was a powerhouse, the leader of our area. Turns out he's just a cowardly weakling not even worthy of tying Brother Shui's shoes. And that Ling Hanlai of all people to follow, he chose that coward. He'll never amount to anything. Brother Shui, from now on, wherever you point, I'll strike. Whatever you say goes. Exactly. Brother Shui, we'll follow your lead from now on. You're the new leader of our territory. Flattery poured into Scorching's ears like free compliments. Outwardly polite, inwardly he was already grinning from ear to ear. Who says inspirational quotes are harmful? Why did it sound so sweet to his ears? Amidst the waves of flattery, Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai faded into insignificance in his mind. Scorching raised a hand and pressed downward. Soon, the player's flattery gradually subsided until it stopped entirely. Scorching spoke with righteous conviction. Before the dungeon began, Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai abandoned us, leaving everyone deeply disappointed. Ultimately, you chose me as your leader, and I will never betray your trust. This time, I will lead you all out of this dungeon safely and sound. Yes. In that moment, Scorching's popularity reached its peak. Chapter 137, The Cat Demon Clan Shall Never Be Enslaved. Outskirts of the Cat Demon Clan stronghold. According to intelligence gathered by the players, the Treant clan occupied the left flank, the Minotaur clan held the center, and the players were positioned on the right. At this moment, the Treants on the left had swiftly spread their vines across the entire area.
To anyone unaware of the situation, it would appear as though they had stepped into a lush, verdant forest. At the heart of this forest stood a towering ancient tree, its height piercing the clouds. Guarded by countless treants, it stood like a king among trees. The minotaurs in the center were numerous, their numbers matching those of the players, roughly 1,500 in total. Leading them was a burly minotaur chieftain clad in black armor and wielding a silver battle axe. He was the leader of this minotaur expedition and the tribe's legendary victorious general. After comparing both sides, appeared united, yet each harbored their own hidden agendas. As time passed, it was around 3 in the afternoon. As a series of stirring bugle calls sounded, the players' expressions instantly tensed. As the earth began to shake violently, everyone hurriedly looked toward the source of the noise. They could see numerous minotaurs charging forward to attack the cat demons. Is this the start of the battle? This is way too sudden. Those minotaurs are crazy. The moment the horns sounded, they all charged. Perfect. Let these foolish minotaurs clear the path for us. Once they've swept away the obstacles, we'll swoop in and reap the rewards. No. The treants seem to be moving too. Look at that green vine tide spreading across the left flank. Whoa. Why are both tribes moving at once? Did they get some kind of tip-off? Then we can't linger here either. We might miss our chance. The players watched the battlefield unfold, murmuring among themselves. They knew this great battle would come, but they never expected the minotaurs and treants to strike at the same time. They certainly didn't believe it was a coincidence. Either both tribes had discovered something and acted impulsively, or they had joined forces. Soon, the gaze of countless players focused on Scorching. After all, he was their leader. Scorching didn't rush into a decision either, summoning several capable players for consultation. With unanimous approval, the players' action plan was officially adopted. They would engage in battle. They didn't want to miss this opportunity. In their view, with the cat demon clan facing a joint assault from the 3 major factions, defeat was inevitable. The later they joined the fray, the fewer points they would earn, and that was not what they wanted to see. Put simply, the players Scorching had gathered prioritized their own interests above all else. Everyone, fortune lies before us. Follow me into battle. With that, Scorching led the charge himself. The stronger squads followed closely behind. With their lead, the remaining players roared and charged toward the cat demon tribe's main city ahead. With that, all 4 factions had fully engaged in the battle. Chen Ming and his 2 companions weren't idle either. They blended into the crowd and began closing in, though they held back, staying well behind the front lines. In Chen Ming's estimation, the Minotaur and Treant tribes were almost certainly allied. Players venturing deep into enemy territory alone would suffer heavy losses if they didn't take this seriously. In the distance, the revered one stood atop the summit. After observing all 3 factions begin their movements, he slowly lowered the 5 soul extinguishing pearls before him. Though he hadn't absorbed all the soul energy within, it was more than enough for him. His power had been further enhanced. Engage the enemy. With a sweeping gesture from the Venerable One, the impatient cat demon tribe surged forward, splitting into 3 groups to confront the 3 major factions. These 3 groups had been strategically planned in advance. For instance, the cat demon force confronting the treants was primarily composed of fire elemental mutant cats, while the minotaurs faced ice elemental mutants. The players were met by fluorescent cats. The first clash was against the Minotaur tribe. Their tactic was pure, unthinking charge. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained. Soon, as over a dozen ice walls rose and hundreds of ice arrows flew, the Minotaur tribe's advance was forced to slow. This was the cat demon tribe's stronghold, where mutated cat demons were exceptionally numerous. Their strength was even greater than the ones encountered outside earlier. The treants on the other flank also suffered heavy sniping. As the sea of fire spread, the first wave of vines covering the treants area was instantly ignited. They had no choice but to abandon that section of vines and prepare for the next assault. Surprisingly, the players were faring the best. Their opponents were the glowcat demons, numerous indeed, but the players charging at the forefront were the most formidable among them. Under Scorching's leadership, the glowcat demons had already suffered over 30 casualties. However, as they advanced deeper, the number of cat demons appearing around them grew steadily. Veterans like Scorching deliberately concealed their strength, feigning fierce combat with the luminous cat demons while actually letting other players charge ahead to clear the path. The players in the rear were blinded by the lure of points, desperate to slay every cat demon in sight and claim more rewards. Chen Ming and his 2 companions, trailing behind, instantly saw through Scorching and the others' scheme. They couldn't help but marvel at the tactic. Was this really leading the charge? They'd barely finished the first wave before retreating into the center of the players. What a clever tactic. They weren't in a hurry, and Chen Ming and his companions were even less so. After all, the Soul Clan hadn't made their move yet. They weren't in the least bit hurried. While the fierce battle raged within the cat demon capital, another group emerged outside the city walls. This group consisted entirely of cat demons. What set them apart was the hatred burning in their eyes as they stared at the main city. Leading them was an older cat demon. Today is our finest chance to reclaim the capital. Follow me to slay those Soul Clan invaders. Our Cat Demon Clan shall never be slaves. This elder cat demon was none other than the Cat Demon Clan's former king. Earlier, the revered one had appeared, swaying a contingent of cat demon troops to attack them. They had no chance to mount a counterattack and were forced to flee the main city with a portion of their kind, secretly gathering strength. Now that the opportunity had arrived, they were determined not to let it slip away. King, what of those invaders? Those who dare invade the main city of my Cat Demon Clan must all be executed. Priest, I entrust this matter to you. Please cast curses upon them all. Rest assured, the main city is my domain. I am prepared. Then let us begin. The high priest of the Cat Demon Clan chanted obscure incantations. As time passed, an eerie, terrifying atmosphere enveloped the Cat Demon Clan's main city. The curse descends. Chapter 138, The Cat Demon Clan's Curse. Ding. Player detected under Cat Demon Clan curse. Overall strength reduced by 10%. Simultaneously, a system notification sounded in every player's mind. Hearing this sound, players engaged in combat felt a portion of their physical strength being drained away, causing them to panic. Especially upon seeing the curse mark upon themselves. The players grew even more panicked. They had fought the Cat Demon Clan for so long without encountering curses, leading many to dismiss the threat, believing that as long as they didn't deliberately court death, they wouldn't be cursed. But now it was clear that was not the case at all. This curse was inescapable. What the hell? How did I get cursed? You're cursed too? Your strength dropped by 10%, right? How do you know? Could it be that you've also? I'm cursed too. Damn it, I don't have any cat demon holy water on me right now. Does anyone have some? I'll pay top dollar for it. I don't want to be trapped in this dungeon forever. Where the hell is the Cat Demon Clan holy water? The players, who had been howling moments ago, were now utterly panicked. With their very lives at stake, they abandoned the fight and scrambled to retreat. In an instant, the area they had just conquered was effortlessly reclaimed by the Cat Demon Clan. Scorching and his group reacted swiftly, immediately taking a drop of Cat Demon holy water to dissolve the curse. When they met the gazes of other players, their answers were unanimous. Gone. Just one drop. This outcome was hard for the other players to accept. As chaos spread among the players, Scorching's eyes darted around. Listen up, everyone. This is the Cat Demon Clan's main city. How could there not be holy water here? Follow me into battle. We'll definitely find the life-saving holy water. His words sparked a flicker of hope in the players' eyes. Right. All Cat Demon Clan gathering points have holy water. How could the main city be an exception? But since it's called holy water, there can't be much of it. First come, first served. After a moment's hesitation, the players unleashed their full force, charging toward the Cat Demon Clan with a deafening roar. Even the revered one, positioned far behind, noticed the commotion. Leading the charge, he saw Scorching waving his arms wildly, frantically directing the charge. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from him. The soul-extinguishing orb. This was the very person who had stolen his soul-destroying pearl. And now he dared to show his face before him. At this thought, the venerable one snorted coldly and vanished from his spot in the next instant. Behind them, Chen Ming and the other two immediately swallowed the Cat Demon Clan's holy water. Since they were positioned farther back and the players' attention had been drawn to Scorching, no one noticed them. Brother Chen, why do I feel like Scorching is lying? He definitely has more than one drop of Cat Demon holy water. Yang Zishu-eyed Scorching, who looked like a big shot, with no trace of goodwill. That's inevitable. Chen Ming spoke slowly. Someone like Scorching definitely has backup plans. I suspect he has more than one drop of Cat Demon holy water in his system space. Do you guys have enough? I've got 3 more drops here. Ling Hanlai overheard their conversation, assuming they were running low on Cat Demon holy water, and immediately offered. Chen Ming waved him off. Keep yours. We've got more than you do, if anything. Each gathering point yielded 4 drops of holy water. Ling Hanlai's 4-person squad could only share 1 drop each. But unlike Yang Zishu, Chen Ming and his partner each received 2 drops. Their system spaces now held a full 10 drops. They couldn't possibly use it all. The players are pumped up now. Hopefully they can break through the Cat Demon Clan's defenses in one go and find their treasure vault. Yang Zishu watched the colorful skills flying everywhere ahead, his face brimming with anticipation. Chen Ming, however, narrowed his eyes slightly. Pushing so hard now is too early. Not very rational. The battle had barely begun. What would happen if the players unleashed their full power now? Countless cat demons would be slain, only for more to flood in to replace them. Meanwhile, the pressure on the Minotaur and Treant tribes would ease considerably. By then, those factions would be steadily advancing. What would the players have left to compete for? The 3 of them could see this, and Scorching and the others surely could too. Yet they showed no intention of speaking up to stop it. What did the lives of other players matter to them? Besides, without the Cat Demon holy water, what difference would it make if they couldn't leave this dungeon? It would be no different from death. They might as well die with some purpose. Look! 10 o'clock.
At that moment, Ling Hanlai, standing beside them, suddenly spoke up. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu instinctively looked over, spotting a dark figure swiftly closing in on the group of players.
The target. Scorching. A Soul Clan member?
Chen Ming's expression instantly grew grave upon recognizing the target, his gaze fixed intently on the dark figure. At that moment, Scorching was in the midst of the crowd, engaging in a half-hearted battle with two fluorescent cat demons.
That's right. He was literally coasting through the fight. The two glowing cat demons were no match for him. He casually parried their attacks while keeping a watchful eye on the entire battlefield. Meow. Just as he spotted some players retreating and was about to shout for them to hold their ground, the two glowing cat demons suddenly let out a furious roar and charged recklessly toward him. His words froze on his lips. Looking for death. Did those two think he wasn't acting because he feared them? With that thought, he struck decisively. With overwhelming power, he swiftly dispatched both glowing cat demons. Before he could catch his breath, alarm bells rang in his mind as a palpable threat of death filled his consciousness. Guard! Daring not to be careless, he hastily retrieved a scroll from his system space and shouted aloud. In the next instant, the scroll transformed into a beam of light that enveloped his entire body. Thud! The moment the defense solidified, a vicious attack struck his left rear. Seizing the moment his opponent was blocked, Scorching swiftly pulled away to create distance. After landing, he glanced back at the attacker and discovered it was a figure cloaked in black. The commotion quickly drew the attention of numerous players nearby. The Revered One. For players in the area where Chen Ming had been, even those who hadn't seen the Revered One in person had seen numerous photos of him in the regional chat interface. Especially the footage of his battle with Chen Ming remained vivid in many players' minds. What Revered One? How dare you ambush me? You're asking for death. This was Scorching's first encounter with the Revered One, and his face was twisted with fury. If not for his quick reflexes, he would have been dead already. His squad members immediately surrounded the Revered One, their faces twisted with murderous intent. To think he dared charge in alone, utterly reckless. I don't care what kind of honorable one you are, you die today. Chapter 139, The Soul Clan Revered One. As soon as Scorching spoke, the surrounding players struck first, unleashing their skills toward the Revered One. Feeling the feeble skills around him, the Revered One sneered with disdain. You think these petty tricks can harm me? Shatter! As his right fist slammed into the air, an invisible energy radiated outward from his fist, obliterating every skill it touched. Before the players could react in shock, the force slammed into them with brutal impact. Without exception, every player struck was sent flying backward, many spitting blood from their mouths. One strike, and several players were injured. Scorching forcibly suppressed the restless blood surging within him, scrambling to his feet. The look in his eyes as he gazed at the Revered One had changed. Why was he this powerful? How could a single individual block the combined attacks of so many players? His teammates weren't weak, they were well-known figures in the entire region. Yet they'd suffered such a crushing defeat. Who the hell are you? Why are you targeting me? Scorching wasn't stupid. He could tell the other party was targeting him specifically. But why? He had been extremely discreet, hiding himself so well that the other party should have found him nearly impossible to detect. The Revered One's cold voice echoed in the player's ears. You took what was mine. If I don't kill you, who else would I kill? Die. For such insignificant ants, the Revered One saw no point in wasting words. Ending this battle swiftly and taking the soul extinguishing pearl to strengthen his own power was the priority. Scorching now recalled how Chen Ming had handed over the soul extinguishing pearl without hesitation, even giving him an extra one. Earlier, he'd been smugly pleased, never imagining this was the other party digging a pit for him. He now wanted to explain, but the Revered One had no interest. All he wanted now was to reclaim his soul extinguishing pearl. What are you all standing around for? Help me. Scorching had blocked the Revered One's attacks twice in a row, feeling as if his bones were about to shatter. He urgently called out to the surrounding players for help. The players exchanged glances, their faces etched with fear. They weren't fools, they could see the Revered One was targeting Scorching. If they intervened now, they'd surely earn the Revered One's wrath. That would only invite trouble. With that thought, they silently raised their weapons in unison, then, without a second glance, they charged into the cat demon tribe. They were busy, okay? They simply had no time to spare. Captain, hurry up and give that soul extinguishing pearl back, a member of Scorching's team urgently called out. In his view, why fight so desperately over a useless treasure? Scorching snapped to attention, hastily retrieving the soul extinguishing pearl before flinging it wildly in all directions, determined to offload this hot potato. Sure enough, the moment the soul extinguishing pearls appeared, the attacking reverend paused. He then deliberately abandoned his pursuit of Scorching and charged straight toward the two soul extinguishing pearls. Those orbs contained a substantial amount of soul energy, he couldn't risk any mishaps. Whoosh! Just as he was about to seize the two soul extinguishing pearls, dozens of streaks of blue and golden light shot toward him from the distance. The venerable's face paled. He dared not take it lightly, urgently raising his hand to disperse the attacks. However, his intervention forced him to halt his advance. He could only watch helplessly as others seized his soul-destroying pearls. Scorching gave you a chance, but you blew it. You chickened out after just a few rounds? By the way, revered one, you're actually a member of the Soul Clan? Why didn't you mention that earlier? The player now holding 2 soul extinction pearls was none other than Chen Ming. They had been lurking nearby, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Chen Ming's words reached Scorching's ears, and to him, it felt like outright insult. But soon, a faint smile appeared on his face. He hadn't expected Chen Ming to be so audacious to dare lay hands on this powerful being's treasure. He couldn't wait to see Chen Ming torn to shreds by the revered one. But what he couldn't grasp was the latter part of the statement: did Chen Ming not have prior dealings with the revered one? At that moment, the venerable one's gaze locked onto Chen Ming, his eyes blazing with boundless fury. Very well. It all made sense now. No wonder his plans kept going awry, no wonder his soul-destroying pearl had been snatched away. It turned out he'd crossed paths with that calamity, Chen Ming, once again. He realized that whenever Chen Ming appeared, he was invariably struck by misfortune. This time, he would stop at nothing to ensure Chen Ming remained here forever. We meet again. I was planning to purge all intruders from this place before seeking you out, but it seems you've come to me of your own accord. The revered one's words carried a hint of excitement and murderous intent. Chen Ming shrugged. I've heard that line of yours many times before. And what was the result? Have you ever managed to kill me? In the end, you always ended up as my defeated foe. At first, I was quite intrigued by this Soul Clan. But now that I know it's you, my interest has waned considerably. The Soul Clan isn't all that powerful, is it? They can't even defeat me. How embarrassing. Scorching, standing nearby, looked utterly astonished. That such a terrifying entity was actually defeated by Chen Ming? Just how formidable was this man's power? 2 sentences, straight to the heart of the venerable elder. How could he possibly tolerate this? Die. The venerable master lost his composure, swinging both hands to unleash 2 palm strikes that rapidly closed in on Chen Ming. Each strike carried the cat demon's shrill screech, capable of warping one's mind. Words were words, and chaos was chaos, but Chen Ming wasn't about to gamble with his own life. The moment the venerable one struck, the smile on Chen Ming's face froze, transforming into utter solemnity. He could sense that the venerable one's power was vastly stronger than before. So many vengeful spirits? Then purify them all. Chen Ming's eyes flashed with cold intent. Blazing holy fist. The flames of the sacred flame fist coalesced into 2 blazing tigers, charging upward from below to strike the 2 palm prints. Boom! Accompanied by an explosive roar, the clashing attacks collided midair before erupting into a fiery explosion. The next instant, 2 figures burst forth. On the left, the black-robed venerable figure charged forth, enveloped by countless vengeful spirits. On the right, Chen Ming, clad in fiery armor and wielding the dragon-slaying holy spear, stood firm, his core fueled by the threefold true fire. They collided, separated, and collided again. As the number of collisions increased, so did their intensity. Pierce the sun. Soul slash. They parted once more, both unleashing their ultimate skills simultaneously as their momentum reached its zenith. Surrounding players felt the aftershocks of the clash, not a single one daring to approach within inches. They sensed that even without engaging in combat, merely being caught in the attack's residual shockwaves would inflict injury. They were simply not in the same league. Scorching's eyes nearly popped out of his head. No one had warned him that Chen Ming possessed such terrifying strength. The memory of standing right in front of Chen Ming and unleashing his ultimate ability earlier made his entire body tremble. Chapter 140, 3 battles, 3 victories. The methods of the revered one were far more numerous than Chen Ming had imagined. Beyond the vengeful spirits, he could actually wield other attributes in battle. But their destructive power was limited. Far less terrifying than when he himself unleashed the wrathful spirit battle. Through these exchanges, Chen Ming had grasped the revered one's overall combat strength and rhythm. With that understanding, he would show no mercy. As their bodies separated after colliding, Chen Ming swiftly retrieved a blood surge pill and swallowed it. Energy surged through his limbs as he gripped the dragon-slaying holy spear and charged forward, his speed markedly faster than before. This change did not escape the venerable one's notice. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, 5 soul annihilation pearls reappeared. Then, a vast number of vengeful spirits poured out from the soul-destroying pearls. Instantly, the heavens and earth changed color. The once clear sky became shrouded in an endless sea of vengeful spirits. Their wails filled the air, unsettling the mind. Many players with lower intelligence attributes were caught off guard and fell victim instantly. In their dazed state, the cat demon clan seized the opportunity, striking them down with devastating blows. How utterly unnerving. Chen Ming's brow furrowed slightly as the speed of the dragon-slaying holy spear in his hand increased. However, bolstered by the vast horde of vengeful spirits, the revered one's soul clan skills also saw a significant surge in power. Soul bind. Countless vengeful spirits coalesced into chains, piercing toward Chen Ming. Moon splitter. Chen Ming sensed the binding intent within these soul chains. If trapped by them, his movements would be severely hampered, leaving him rooted to the spot, defenseless against the onslaught.
The sacred dragon spear swept swiftly through the air, unleashing the moon-splitting strike.
The soul chains hurtling toward him shattered completely. Even the souls within were ignited instantly. Gather!
The Venerable One didn't expect this skill to truly restrain Chen Ming. It was merely to buy himself more time to cast his next ability. At his command, the surrounding vengeful spirits rapidly coalesced, wailing as they closed in on Chen Ming. Trouble! Chen Ming could sense a thick layer of negative status effects emanating from these vengeful spirits.
While being struck by them wouldn't cause physical injury, the hidden debuffs would make him suffer terribly.
Air Slash.
Sun Piercer. Trapped on all sides, fending off every attack was impossible.
His only option was to breach one area and fight his way out.
Right now, Chen Ming chose the very center. Behind him stood the Revered One. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king.
The source of this chaos was the Revered One. Take him down, and these vengeful spirits wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. Two swift air-slicing strikes cleaved open a gap before him. Seizing this opening, Chen Ming spun out with the dragon-slaying holy spear in hand, moving with blinding speed. Alas, no matter how swift he was, he couldn't destroy every vengeful spirit in his path. A few still slipped through the net. These stragglers clung to Chen Ming's body, beginning to cloud his mind. Fortunately, Chen Ming had anticipated this and swiftly took defensive measures. He forcibly suppressed his negative status effects, his gaze fixed intently on the Revered One behind him.
Compound Bow.
Seeing the Venerable One avoid direct confrontation, Chen Ming wouldn't give him that chance. Gripping his compound bow, he drew two elemental arrows and fired them swiftly. One was imbued with the element of gold, the other with the element of wood. Ultimate attack and ultimate control. A blinding golden light streaked across the sky, converging madly upon the venerable figure. Following the golden light, countless wood element vines, condensed from the essence of nature, closed in on him. The Venerable One's lips twitched slightly. He hadn't expected Chen Ming to have such a move up his sleeve. He dared not take it lightly. With a heavy heart, he summoned every remaining vengeful spirit from the soul-extinguishing orb, forming a defensive barrier before him. As the golden light swept through, every spirit it touched was utterly annihilated. Fortunately, the sheer number of souls, piled densely before the Venerable One, shielded him from the golden light's threat. But no sooner had one wave subsided than another surged forth. The wood attribute vines from behind had caught up, sealing off every possible escape route for the Revered One.
Chen Ming.
I'll turn you into a soul pet someday. Just you wait. The Reverend knew full well that if he were truly trapped by these vines, escape would be even more difficult. Though he could still gamble that his vengeful spirits would take down Chen Ming first, there was also the risk that these vines would tear him limb from limb. For the sake of his grand scheme, he couldn't afford to gamble. He retrieved a jade talisman from his storage space and tore it to shreds. His entire body was enveloped in spatial energy, vanishing from the spot a split second before the vines could wrap around him. With the Venerable One's escape, the vengeful spirits, now masterless, ceased pursuing Chen Ming and hovered motionless in midair. Glancing back at the lingering spirits, Chen Ming retrieved the two soul-extinguishing pearls. In the next instant, all the vengeful spirits entered the soul-extinguishing pearls. This effect seemed quite promising. Now, these two soul-extinguishing pearls stored a vast number of vengeful spirits. Who knew if he could use them to enhance his 10,000 souls banner someday? That would require testing later. Glancing at the spot where the Venerable had vanished, Chen Ming couldn't help but whistle in astonishment. That old codger truly possessed an extraordinary collection of treasures, especially life-saving artifacts one after another. It was downright excessive. It seemed he absolutely had to master a spatial skill. Next time he encountered the old man trying to escape, he'd cast a spatial technique to forcibly interrupt him and take him down immediately. The numerous players behind them were now utterly dumbfounded. To their eyes, the clash between Chen Ming and the Revered One resembled an Ultraman battling a monster. It was simply beyond their comprehension. The two elemental arrows Chen Ming fired later were especially outrageous. The entire sky was blanketed in attacks. For any one of them, facing that skill meant only one outcome: death. Shui Chang was utterly disheartened. With Chen Ming's strength, even 20 of him wouldn't be enough to scratch the surface. How could he have provoked Chen Ming earlier? It was like dancing on the edge of a knife. Ling Hanlai, standing slightly behind them, stared wide-eyed. He whispered to Yang Zishu beside him, "Has Chen Ming always been this powerful?" Yang Zishu shook her head slightly upon hearing the question. Seeing her reaction, Ling Hanlai finally exhaled in relief. Right. How could he have been this formidable all along? If he had been, what fun would it be for the rest of us players? But then, the next second, Yang Zishu spoke up. This isn't even his full power yet. If he unleashes his full strength, the destructive force should be far greater than this. Yang Zishu knew full well how many treasures Chen Ming still had in reserve. Among the items gathered from those beasts and resources were several one-time use magical artifacts with ferocious attack power. If Chen Ming unleashed them all at once, even a venerable at peak strength would struggle to withstand it. For a moment, Ling Hanlai stood frozen in shock. Chapter 141, The Cat Demon Clan's Influence. Chen Ming clapped his hands and returned to the pair. Seeing Ling Hanley's eyes nearly bulging from his sockets, he couldn't help but wave his hand dismissively in front of him.
What's wrong with this kid? Why does he look so dazed?
Ling Hanlei snapped back to reality, his eyes brimming with excitement as he looked at Chen Ming.
How did you get so strong? Hearing this, Chen Ming shrugged. What's the big deal? I've always been this formidable. Why all the fuss? The Soul Clan crisis may be over, but that doesn't mean the battlefield will cease. The Cat Demon clan still numbered quite a few. The players' battles had never truly ended. But judging by the current situation, the Cat Demon clan's defeat was only a matter of time. Without their revered leader commanding them, the Cat Demon clan's elite forces were limited. Surveying the battlefield before him, Yang Zishu stroked his chin thoughtfully. I had assumed the Cat Demon clan's main city harbored other exceptional, formidable cat demons. It seems that wasn't the case after all. Across the entire battlefield, the strongest combatants were the mutated cat demons. The rest were rather ordinary. Glancing at the players steadily advancing forward, Chen Ming simply sat cross-legged on the ground and began restoring his mental energy. Reaching the core area would take some time, and he couldn't afford to waste it.
This interval was perfect for fully restoring his condition. While the Cat Demon clan currently lacked competitive edge, the other two races still posed significant threats in Chen Ming's estimation. Especially their leaders both possessed extraordinary power. While Chen Ming recovered, Ling Hanlei and Yang Zishu stood guard beside him, preventing other players from approaching. Song Qing, however, had thrown himself into the fray against the Cat Demon clan immediately after Chen Ming's battle with the revered one concluded. He hurriedly distanced himself from Chen Ming, fearful of drawing the enemy's attention. As time wore on, the Cat Demon clan suffered heavy losses, with countless cat demons falling instantly. By this stage, the defending cat demons were utterly panicked. If this continued, death was their only fate. Half an hour later, when the players encountered the Minotaur and Treant tribes, everyone's movements slowed as they warily eyed each other. They were united against the Cat Demon clan, but they were also competitors. After all, they were all after the Cat Demon tribe's treasure vault. Soon, the four factions froze in place. Mutual wariness prevailed, and no one wanted to fire the first shot. The players first turned their gaze toward Chen Ming. Seeing he had no intention of stepping forward to lead them, they reluctantly shifted their focus to Song Qing. Song Qing had been hunted down by the revered one and looked rather bedraggled, but ultimately, his strength was formidable, at least stronger than any of these players. Song Qing cleared his throat, then glanced at Chen Ming. Satisfied that the latter had no objections, he relaxed. Everyone, restore your psychic energy as much as possible. The moment any of them dare attack us, we'll focus all our firepower on them and show them we're not to be trifled with. Song Qing spoke quickly, his plan straightforward: adapt to any situation with a fixed strategy. The players naturally had no objections. They left a group of players in better condition to guard against surprise attacks, while the rest began restoring their mental energy, preparing for the upcoming battle. Soon, the restless Minotaurs grew impatient with the stalemate. Their leader, a warrior wielding a silver axe, stepped forward and scanned the area. Who dares to fight? His words instantly captured everyone's attention. Numerous players immediately rose to their feet, ready for battle at a moment's notice. Soon, over by the Treants, the ancient sky-piercing tree slowly emerged from the Treant army. This was the first time it had revealed itself to everyone's sight. Its trunk was exceptionally thick, wrapped in heavy vines that reinforced its defenses. Beyond that, vines danced wildly around it, each one vastly exceeding the length and weight of any other Trent's vines. The Cat Demon tribe, however, remained largely still. Finally, a fire-type mutant cat demon reluctantly stepped forward, its lack of confidence evident even from its appearance. Now it was the player's turn. Logically, Song Qing should have stepped forward to challenge. But after witnessing the strength of the revered one in Chen Ming, Song Qing had lost all courage and chose to retreat into hiding. I'll go. Chen Ming remained silent, but Ling Hanlei, standing beside him, spoke decisively. Most players had been fixated on Chen Ming, nearly forgetting that Ling Hanlei, ranked second in the region, stood right beside him. With Ling Hanlei representing the player faction, the players finally felt somewhat reassured. At least on paper, they weren't weak. Meow. Just as Ling Hanlei stepped forward, a shrill meow suddenly pierced the air. The next instant, figures abruptly materialized from behind. Everyone instinctively turned to look, only to discover that the newcomers were none other than the Cat Demon clan. Now the player group, the Treant tribe, and the Minotaur tribe found themselves sandwiched in the middle. What's going on? Why are there Cat Demon tribesmen appearing from behind? Weren't all the cat demons supposed to be inside the main city? Where did these ones come from? Something's off. The moment these new cat demons appeared from behind, the ones in front seemed panicked, not delighted. Could it be that the Cat Demon clan is also divided into factions? This group doesn't seem particularly large, but there appear to be quite a few mutated cat demons among them. They seem significantly stronger. The leader's wearing a crown. Could it be the Cat Demon King? The players were also thrown off by this scene. The main reason was that this group of cat demons had appeared far too suddenly, catching everyone completely off guard. The Minotaur and Treant tribes lacked such keen insight.
Instinctively believing they'd fallen into the cat demon tribe's trap, their nerves instantly snapped taut. Without giving any chance for communication, the Minotaur warriors roared and charged first. They didn't just target the cat demons, they locked onto everyone. That's right, they didn't care which faction stood before them. If you weren't one of their own kind, they attacked. The Traiants were much the same. Vines spread rapidly outward from the Traiants at their center, launching indiscriminate attacks. With both tribes initiating the assault, chaos erupted across the entire battlefield. Players could no longer remain neutral, caught between the two forces and forced to fight back. A massive melee erupted. Chen Ming opened his eyes and began surveying the situation. When he saw the two groups of cat demons fighting each other, his eyes lit up. Wow, 5 factions fighting within the main city? This is getting wild. The fiercest fighting raged at the central battlefield. Minotaur warriors, ancient tree sprites, Ling Han Lai, and a golden-furred cat demon. As for the glowing cat demon pushed out earlier, it had already been smashed to death by a Minotaur warrior's axe. The power gap was simply too great. Chapter 142, Escort the Lord. Yang Zishu frowned as she surveyed the chaos unfolding everywhere she looked. This is too chaotic. What should we do? She had no idea who to target now. She couldn't possibly slay every single enemy. That would be ridiculous. Chen Ming scanned the entire battlefield, his gaze quickly locking onto the crown cat demon king. The others might not know the vault's location, but surely the king would? With that thought, Chen Ming led Yang Zishu toward the cat demon king. Numerous cat demons guarded the king's vicinity. Among them was a type Chen Ming hadn't seen before. When they were 50 meters from the cat demon king, they finally caught his attention. Charge! Chen Ming wasn't one to play by MOG's rules. Once spotted, he'd fight openly. He refused to believe these cat demons could surpass the strength of an honorable elder. Yang Zishu, positioned behind him, was already prepared. The moment Chen Ming's command echoed, 2 ice shields surged forward, colliding with and knocking back over a dozen cat demons. Those on the flanks attempting to close in were trapped within the illusions of the phantomwood forest, losing consciousness. Seizing this opening, Chen Ming closed the distance at breakneck speed. The cat demons guarding the king moved. A uniform horde of mutated cat demons. Among them, besides the fire type and ice type mutated cat demons they had already fought, there was another type. Earth type. This earth type was quite unique. Its ranged attack involved condensing massive earthen blocks to hurl at enemies. Chen Ming estimated that getting hit by one would easily break at least 2 ribs. Beyond that, this earth type mutant cat demon possessed an utterly insane skill. It could coat its body in thick earthen armor, significantly boosting defense at the cost of agility. Chen Ming engaged 2 of these earth-armored mutant cat demons in combat, and his first impression was sheer toughness. Breaching that defensive armor head-on would come at a hefty cost. With the other 2 elemental cat demons providing ranged fire from the rear, ordinary fighters would be overwhelmed. Once flustered, they would inevitably expose weaknesses. Unfortunately for them, they'd encountered Chen Ming this time. If I can't overpower them head-on in the short term, then I'll take out the mutated cat demons in the rear first. Air slash. 2 lightning-fast air slashes shot forth, hurtling straight toward the mutant cat demons. Just as he thought he could easily dispatch several of them, the air slashes abruptly halted mid-flight, as if hitting some kind of barrier. Another expert. Chen Ming's gaze immediately locked onto the peculiar cat demon beside the cat demon king. If he hadn't misjudged it earlier, it was this cat demon who had suddenly intervened, blocking his air slash. Truly worthy of a king. He's surrounded by so many powerful allies. Brother Chen, leave these 2 cat demons to me. Just as Chen Ming was still pondering how to break the stalemate, Yang Zishu's voice rang out beside him. In the next instant, Yang Zishu, enveloped in icy energy, charged at the 2 earth-type mutated cat demons. Seeing this, Chen Ming decisively let go and turned to charge at the cat demon king. You have some nerve. The cat demon king showed no fear upon seeing Chen Ming charging toward him alone. Surrounded by numerous mutated cat demons and a priest at his side. With this lineup, he truly didn't believe Chen Ming could break through alone. Block him. At the cat demon king's command, the surrounding mutated cat demons unleashed a barrage of attacks. Icy arrows and fiery balls rained down relentlessly upon Chen Ming. The commotion was deafening. The cat demon tribe's priest wasn't idle either, waving his staff as he began chanting incantations. A dense mist began to condense around him. Blazing War General. Chen Ming's gaze swept over these attacks without hesitation. He immediately imbued himself with the 3-flame true fire. With its aid, the fire and ice attribute attacks from the mutated cat demons became utterly ineffective against him. Only the earth-type mutant cat demons posed a threat, but even they didn't warrant much concern from Chen Ming. The earth blocks they unleashed were indeed potent, but their speed was slow. He had ample time to evade them. Thus, the cat demon king could only watch helplessly as Chen Ming closed in. Water. Just then, the cat demon priest finally finished chanting his incantation. Endless water elements rapidly enveloped Chen Ming. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Even if Chen Ming had wanted to dodge, he couldn't evade such a dense downpour. With each drop landing on his body, Chen Ming felt his limbs grow heavier and heavier. What a move!
Chen Ming narrowed his eyes, watching the cat demon tribe priest in the distance. A spell capable of altering the weather. That level of power was no small feat. Moreover, this rain didn't just cover him. Anyone from other factions who got hit would be affected to some degree.
What formidable crowd control! Coalesce! The cat demon priest's abilities weren't limited to this. The raindrops merely restrained the enemy. His true killing move was yet to come. Water currents rapidly coalesced, condensing into a transparent water spirit. As its sapphire blue eyes opened, the water spirit unleashed a torrent of water at Chen Ming. Earth-shattering!
Facing such a barrage of attacks, Chen Ming's expression remained unchanged. Dozens of earth spikes erupted from the ground, blocking the attacks while simultaneously striking the opponent from multiple angles. The raindrops only reduced Chen Ming's agility attribute. They had nothing to do with the strength of the spell. The water spirit, devoid of consciousness, knew only to attack relentlessly. Soon, it was pierced through and dissolved into mist, vanishing from its spot. Meanwhile, two mutated cat demons that failed to dodge in time suffered severe injuries, losing their ability to fight.
Curse! Descend! The cat demon priest's expression remained unchanged as an eerie glow appeared on his staff. An endless black light descended upon Chen Ming. No matter how Chen Ming dodged, he couldn't escape this black light. Instantly, Chen Ming's overall strength plummeted by 30%. So this curse was your doing all along? Then I certainly cannot let you live.
Chen Ming charged forward, swiftly consuming the cat demon clan's holy water mid-charge to restore his condition. Facing the mutated cat demon's assault, he chose a direct frontal breakthrough. If he had been willing to engage in magical duels with these cat demons before, he certainly had no time for that now. He had to slay this cat demon priest. After all, the priest was the sole threat to his safe exit from this dungeon.
Protect the king!
Seeing Chen Ming closing in to within 20 meters, the usually composed cat demon king finally panicked.
Chapter 143, The Crown Key.
As the cat demon king's voice echoed across the battlefield, the cat demon general locked in combat with the ancient tree spirit froze momentarily. He then decisively abandoned his opponent and charged backward.
Did I say you could leave? Ling Hanlai was currently locked in combat with the Minotaur warrior. What could he do? With a title like his, the Minotaur tribe naturally harbored murderous intent toward him. Yet even in combat, he kept a watchful eye on the entire battlefield. Seeing the cat demon general retreating to aid his comrade, there was no way he'd let him interfere with Chen Ming. A spear of fire and ice shot forth, aiming straight for the general's back. Sensing the lethal intent behind him, the cat demon general was forced to slow his advance and turn to defend. You're asking for death.
The first to erupt in fury wasn't the cat demon general, but the Minotaur warrior. He was the foremost warrior among the Minotaurs, his strength ranking among the very best in the entire tribe. Aside from those few ancient veterans, he was the undisputed leader of the new generation. Now his opponent wasn't focusing solely on him, but was distracted by another threat.
This felt like an insult.
With that thought, his biceps bulged as he swung his silver axe toward Ling Hanlai. Ling Hanlai divided his attention, first rapidly conjuring a dual-element shield before him, then using his agility to create distance while keeping an eye on the cat demon general's situation. The cat demon general barely parried the strike.
His gaze fixed on Ling Hanlai, he realized he was now locked in the opponent's sights.
The slightest movement would invite an unrelenting barrage of skills.
Since you won't let me leave, I'll eliminate you first.
A general of the cat demon clan in this position was no indecisive fool. With a shrill cry, he lunged toward Ling Hanlai. Seeing this, Ling Hanlai's heart instantly leapt into his throat. His situation was now extremely perilous. Enemies closed in from both sides, while a tree spirit lurked menacingly in the distance.
The slightest opening would invite their intervention.
Yet he harbored not a shred of regret. From the moment he intervened to block the cat demon general, he had prepared to face three foes alone. Illusory wood forest. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. The charging cat demon general halted abruptly, eyes unfocused, clearly ensnared within an illusion. Seizing this opening, Ling Hanlai could now focus entirely on battling the Minotaur warrior.
Leave him to me.
Yang Zishu's eyes flashed coldly as he gripped his bone-crushing hammer, his killing intent palpable. As the cat demon general regained his senses, the path for him to provide backup was completely sealed off.
The battle erupted once more.
The ancient tree spirit hadn't gained any advantage either.
Just as it had slain two reckless minotaurs, the Minotaur warrior forcibly dragged it back into the fray. The three fought separately, relentlessly striking at the other two sides. Boom! A piercing explosion drew the attention of many players. Turning his head, he saw that Chen Ming had already breached the barrier conjured by the cat demon tribe's priest and charged right up to the cat demon king. The cat demon priest now appeared utterly drained. The spells he had cast had taken a tremendous toll. Especially that massive curse he had cast earlier. It had drained nearly half of his spiritual energy. After battling Chen Ming for so many rounds, he could finally hold on no longer. Huff! Chen Ming exhaled heavily. Though he appeared to have the upper hand, it was entirely due to the support of his treasures.
Consecutive confrontations with the revered one, the mutated cat demons, and the cat demon priests had drained his spiritual energy relentlessly. Replenish, drain, replenish.
The toll was immense.
Were it not for his astonishing willpower, he might have collapsed on the spot long ago. As the distance closed, only the cat demon king remained standing before Chen Ming.
Ha!
When he was 3 meters away from the king, he sensed a peculiar energy emanating from the crown atop the king's head. This crown seemed like a valuable treasure. The cat demon king, noticing Chen Ming's gaze, hurriedly shielded his crown with both hands, panic evident on his face.
You, if you stop now, I can give you vast resources. Gold grade, platinum grade resources, anything you choose. The cat demon king offered a hefty sum outright, hoping to persuade Chen Ming to back down. Gold grade, platinum grade resources.
The surrounding players' eyes lit up upon hearing this. To them, these were nothing short of treasures.
Among all these players, how many actually possessed gold tier resources?
Most were silver grade.
Now that platinum grade resources had appeared, how could they not be tempted? Songqing's face darkened.
If Chen Ming acquired more platinum tier resources, his strength would surge dramatically. Songqing's hopes of surpassing Chen Ming would be dashed. Just as many players assumed Chen Ming would agree, he sneered coldly, "Are you trying to give handouts to beggars? You have the nerve to offer platinum tier resources? Besides, capture you, and your cat demon clan's entire treasury becomes mine.
Isn't that far more valuable than a mere portion?"
As the words fell, the cat demon king's smile froze solid on his face. He hadn't expected Chen Ming to refuse so decisively. Realizing Chen Ming had no intention of letting him off, he steeled his resolve, decisively removing his crown and smashing it to the ground. With a sound of flesh being pierced, the sacred dragon spear shot through the cat demon king's body. Chen Ming caught the crown as it crashed to the ground.
Thanks for the heads up. This crown must be the key to unlocking the cat demon treasure vault, right?
Chen Ming had held back precisely to wait for the enemy to make a desperate move and reveal a weakness. Now that he knew the crown held such significance, this so-called king had become utterly useless.
With the cat demon king's demise, the cat demon tribe's combat strength plummeted. Hordes of cat demons were slaughtered outright. The cat demon general locked in combat with Yang Zishu couldn't escape either.
Distracted, he was struck directly in the head by Yang Zishu's bone-shattering hammer, his skull crushed, and he fell dead on the spot.
Go!
With the crown secured, Chen Ming no longer needed to conceal himself. He bellowed and charged deep into the heart of the cat demon tribe. The moment he grasped the crown, the precise location of the cat demon tribe's treasury appeared in his mind, nestled deep within their innermost sanctum.
Yang Zishu instantly understood and hurriedly followed.
After Ling Hanlai unleashed a burst of power, repelling the Minotaur warriors and ancient tree spirit vines, he too abandoned further combat and pursued Chen Ming.
As for the players? Needless to say, the cat demon tribe's treasury, what player entered this dungeon without setting their sights on it?
The players who had previously been coasting along, appearing to struggle through the fight, now charged forward with renewed vigor, sweeping aside all obstacles in their path. The Minotaur warrior and ancient tree spirit both locked their gaze on Chen Ming, urgently leading their respective tribesmen in pursuit.
Chapter 144, Ending the Chaos. Soon, following the crown's guidance, Chen Ming arrived before a bronze door.
According to the crown's hint, the cat demon tribe's treasure vault lay beyond. His gaze quickly settled on the recessed area in the center of the bronze door.
Stepping forward, he placed the crown into the hollow. It fit perfectly.
The next instant, the bronze door began to tremble. With a shrill screech, the massive doors swung open to either side. Once the gap was wide enough for one person to slip through, Chen Ming darted inside. Only after Chen Ming entered did the players behind him scramble to follow, their faces twisted with greed as they surged inside. A flash of light erupted before him, revealing a vast array of treasures. He was positioned at the outer perimeter of the treasure vault, where everything within sight was bronze grade, truly low in value.
Even with the hundredfold enhancement, they could only reach gold grade quality. Pretty trashy.
Without lingering long at the periphery, Chen Ming charged deep into the vault at top speed. Of course, he still collected everything within reach into his system space, abandoning anything slightly out of reach.
As for the numerous players trailing behind Chen Ming, their attitude was entirely different.
The bronze grade treasures Chen Ming dismissed quickly became the objects of their fierce competition. Some players even came to blows over the loot.
Upon entering the second chamber, a small pool appeared before Chen Ming.
It was only about 10 square meters in size.
Cat Demon Clan Holy Water.
Chen Ming paused only briefly before sweeping his hand to collect dozens of drops of the holy water. He then pressed onward. This holy water had a single, limited effect. It could only lift curses placed by the Cat Demon Clan. Beyond that, it was utterly useless. Therefore, collecting more was pointless. Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai followed behind, mimicking his actions. They casually took a small amount and continued on.
The Cat Demon tribe's treasure vault was quite large, yet not overly immense.
It was divided into 3 secret chambers. The first chamber held mostly bronze grade treasures, with a few silver grade items scattered about. The second chamber contained the cat demon clan's holy water, and near the water pool lay some silver-grade treasures.
Unfortunately, these treasures were scattered too widely, gathering them all would take considerable time.
The third chamber was where Chen Ming now stood. Here, the treasures were scarce, only a handful of gold-grade items and 2 platinum-grade treasures in total.
Chen Ming collected them all.
Truth be told, the cat demon clan ranked among the weaker races in the Dark Valley Great Forest, lacking exceptional strength. These 2 platinum-grade treasures were practically their clan's most prized possessions. The gold-grade treasures were also stored away, rarely used, and now they all fell into Chen Ming's hands.
Ding! The cat demon clan's treasure vault has been fully explored.
Players free from the cat demon curse may now exit the instance.
Note, players wishing to leave the instance may open the system interface and select Leave Instance. They will be transported directly back to their vehicle. Note, upon returning to your vehicle, invincibility will be removed. Note, the instance has concluded.
Points are now fixed, and players can no longer earn points.
Please redeem rewards in the exchange shop promptly.
The 24-hour time limit applies. Points will vanish after expiration. As Chen Ming collected all these treasures, the system prompt echoed simultaneously in every player's mind.
The instance has ended.
Before Chen Ming and his group could depart, a flood of players poured in from behind. Upon seeing the third secret chamber was empty of treasures, no one voiced discontent.
Come on, it's Chen Ming right there. Who dared provoke him?
Besides, their expedition wasn't entirely fruitless. Many players still wore satisfied expressions. Not only had they earned a substantial amount of points, but they'd also gathered considerable resources in the first secret chamber earlier. Once they converted these into combat power, their strength would undoubtedly rise further.
The Minotaurs and Traians have gone berserk. Everyone, run for your lives. Just then, a player sprinted in from behind and shouted urgently. Without another word, he immediately exited the instance. As he vanished, Minotaurs and Traians appeared in the passageway behind them. Instead of attacking each other, both tribes now directed their full fury toward the players. The players, who had been scrambling for treasures, had already exhausted most of their stamina. Now, facing these Minotaurs and Traians, they were utterly helpless. Bye-bye, everyone. Wait. I still haven't broken the cat demon clan's curse. Does anyone have any cat demon clan holy water? I've got some cat demon holy water left. Trade me some resources for it, or you'll be stuck here forever. Damn it, this cat demon holy water has no other use. Why keep it? Who says it's useless? Without the holy water, you'll be trapped here forever. Lazy, I saw you grab a bunch of holy water earlier. Give me a drop. Share a drop? Are you kidding me? Bring spirit coins to buy it. Many players who had broken their curses immediately jacked up their prices. After making their demands, they wisely avoided putting themselves in danger and simply left the dungeon. After all, players inside and outside the dungeon could trade freely. Those without holy water had no choice but to buy it from them to survive. The remaining players were stunned. With enemies right in front of them, why would they waste time trading for holy water? That'd be suicide. The problem was, they had no choice. Chen Ming and his 2 companions, positioned at the innermost edge, surveyed the chaotic scene. With a sweeping gesture, Chen Ming flung the last of his cat demon holy water into the fray. This is all I have left. Take it if you're skilled enough. With that, Chen Ming also chose to leave. He had originally intended to briefly check the available rewards, but with the other 2 factions interfering, he lost all interest. Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai followed suit, flinging their holy water into the fray before departing immediately. The players, upon seeing the holy water, pounced madly. Those who snatched it down quickly consumed it and exited the instance at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, only about 20 unlucky souls remained behind. They tried to negotiate with the players who had the holy water, but the Minotaurs and Traians gave them no time. They charged straight through, slaughtering over 20 players in an instant. As a flash of light appeared before him, Chen Ming safely returned to his 100-ton king. The treasure-seeking rat instantly darted over. Only after confirming it was Chen Ming did it relax. Ding! Before Chen Ming could even step out of the vehicle, a friend request notification chimed. Seeing it was Ling Hanlai reaching out, he accepted without hesitation. They had fought side by side as comrades in arms, and Chen Ming was willing to extend this courtesy. But the next second, Ling Hanlai's message caught Chen Ming's attention. Ling Hanlai, Brother Chen, would you consider accepting this lonely soul? Chapter 145, Necromancer. Chen Ming had previously considered adding Ling Hanlai to his squad. But given that Ling had twice served as squad leader himself, Chen doubted he'd deign to join a squad led by Chen. So he hadn't brought it up. Unexpectedly, Ling Hanlai had now brought it up himself. Rather than accepting immediately, he chose to share the news with Yang Zishu first. After returning to her RV, Yang Zishu came to Chen Ming's 100-ton king. Upon hearing the news, Yang Zishu expressed no objections. Ling Hanlai was no pushover, and his character was one of loyalty and honor, a player she was happy to accept. As for other players' claims that Ling Hanlai was a team killer, neither Chen Ming nor Yang Zishu paid it much mind. With the matter settled, Ling Hanlai became the 3rd member of Chen Ming's squad.
After sharing their locations, Ling Hanlai, whose vehicle was positioned further back, assured them he would arrive as quickly as possible. With the squad matters settled, Chen Ming turned his attention to his loot. The quantity of treasures he had obtained from the Cat Demon clan's treasury was substantial. After the hundredfold increase, the golden grade treasures were too numerous to list individually. Being of limited use, they were simply stashed away in storage. The focus was on the following treasures. First was the first one. Cat Demon Ancestral Blood 100x Enhanced, advanced to Taotie Essence Blood X1. Upon seeing the word Taotie, Chen Ming's breathing grew slightly ragged. One of the 4 great fiends. Savage in nature, peerless in combat prowess, ferocious and insatiably greedy. Every detail screamed terror. According to the classic of mountains and seas, the Taotie symbolized greed. But the final note made Chen Ming fall silent. Players cannot consume the blood essence of the Taotie. TSK. Looks like the unhatched Divine Beast Egg will get lucky again. Speaking of the 5 elements Divine Beast Egg, it still showed no signs of movement. It seemed the energy was insufficient, failing to meet the criteria for hatching. Hopefully, with the aid of this Taotie Essence Blood, it will finally hatch. Dripping the Essence Blood onto the egg, it was swiftly devoured by the 5 elements Divine Beast Egg and vanished without a trace. The 5 elements Divine Beast Egg trembled briefly before settling back into stillness. Still no use? Chen Ming was momentarily at a loss. His attitude toward the 5 elements Divine Beast Egg remained relatively positive. He'd leave it to fate. The second treasure was a martial arts technique. Originally the fluorescent cat demon skill, Flash Stealth, it had been amplified 100-fold and transformed into a spatial type skill. Spatial Flash Diamond Grade. Upon use, the player can instantly appear at any visible location. Note, when the current space is sealed, the player's positioning may deviate during blink teleportation. Note, mental energy consumption accumulates with consecutive uses. Here it comes. Finally. The spatial attribute skill he'd been longing for. Reading this description made Chen Ming feel utterly satisfied. Teleportation. This is it. Next time he encounters that venerable one, the moment the opponent even thinks of fleeing, he can instantly teleport right beside them and forcibly interrupt their escape. This skill had to be learned. The third treasure was an item that boosted the 4 primary attributes. Its effect was to randomly boost any 4 attributes by a total of 10 points. After this period of tempering and the enhancement from various treasures, Chen Ming's 4 core attributes had reached. Chen Ming. Constitution, 72. Strength, 78. Intelligence, 81. Agility, 77. These 4 attributes alone would absolutely crush every player in the region. Just as Chen Ming was feeling quite satisfied, the 4th treasure caught his eye. Vehicle Self-Defense Counterattack System Blueprint. Its effect matched its name exactly. It enabled autonomous counterattacks when the vehicle came under fire. And this wasn't just any counterattack, it was an elemental counterattack. When constructing and installing this system, one could select various elemental types: fire, ice, even advanced elements like space or wind. Reviewing the construction requirements revealed they were indeed demanding, but for Chen Ming's current capabilities, they posed no significant challenge. The main reason is the sheer abundance of treasures stored in his warehouse. After a quick search, he gathered all the required materials in no time. As for the attribute, Chen Ming chose poison. The poison attribute crystal was obtained from that crawling sandworm. After a 100-fold enhancement, it had reached diamond grade, more than sufficient. After completing the construction, Chen Ming realized this system wasn't a one-time item. In other words, he could arrange a set for his teammates as well. With this in mind, he proactively asked Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai. Yang Zishu selected the wind attribute, while Ling Hanlai chose the ice attribute. Each had its own advantages and disadvantages. After swiftly constructing the systems, Chen Ming traded one to each of them. This significantly boosted the defensive capabilities of Chen Ming's squad. The 5th treasure was truly extraordinary: a scroll. Originally a spell scroll of the Cat Demon Priest, it contained the priest's curses and all other spells. After a 100-fold amplification, this Cat Demon Priest spell scroll transformed into a necromancer's spell scroll. Just by its name alone, it signaled a significant leap in tier. Necromancer Scroll Epic contains all spellcasting abilities mastered by necromancers, involving extensive death attributes. Note, casting death attribute skills in conjunction with the banner of 10,000 souls may yield unexpected results. Note, learning death attribute spells carries a risk of losing control to dark forces. Players should exercise extreme caution. Note, the necromancer profession is fraught with danger. Exercise extreme caution when casting spells and avoid revealing your identity. Epic. Necromancer. And it's the prestigious death attribute. This looks incredibly powerful. But after reading the subsequent description, Chen Ming's brow furrowed, a look of gravity settling on his face. Risk of losing control. That alone was terrifying. If one truly succumbed to madness, awakening would be incredibly difficult. Never mind anything else in this entire region, there was likely no one who could stop him, unless he encountered a race even more formidable than those dwelling in the vast forests of the Shadow Valley. As for the final point, Chen Ming was utterly baffled.
Could it be that the death sorcerer profession itself would bring danger upon him? Forget it. He hadn't even started learning yet, identity didn't matter. After stowing these away, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu began strategizing how to maximize their points. Their points were substantial, especially since Chen Ming had earned massive bonuses for slaying the Cat Demon King and the priest. Chen Ming's points had now reached the threshold for exchanging diamond-grade treasures, while Yang Zishu fell slightly short but could easily afford platinum-grade items. Now they needed to consider what they lacked. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Zishu voiced her thoughts. I want to exchange for a wind attribute skill. Ice attribute damage is relatively low, and wood attribute skills are mainly for restriction. I'd like a wind attribute skill with stronger offensive power, or one that complements my ice attribute skills. Chapter 146, The Supreme European Emperor. Upon hearing Yang Zishu's words, Chen Ming instantly understood her concern. He began searching for options that met her requirements. Soon, they selected 3 martial arts techniques. Gale Seal Platinum, the player compresses wind elements before them. At peak intensity, they channel the character Wind as a seal, unleashing a sweeping attack with vast coverage. Windbreaker / Platinum compresses vast amounts of wind energy while infusing other elemental attributes, condensing into a devastating slash. Its speed is so immense it defies the naked eye. Tornado Platinum Grade gathers all surrounding wind attributes into a violent whirlwind. Upon release, the tornado sweeps across a fan-shaped area at extreme velocity. These 3 martial arts techniques each possess distinct strengths and weaknesses. The first, Gale Seal, is an area of effect skill with broad coverage essential for clearing minor foes. Its drawback is that it may be less effective in one-on-one combat. This skill made the cut primarily because Chen Ming planned to handle powerful opponents while Yang Zishu cleared surrounding weaker Karamis. The second, Windbreaker / maximizes single target damage and synergizes with ice attributes. Its drawbacks are high mana consumption and limited range. The third, Tornado, is Chen Ming's favorite. Though it targets a fan-shaped area, its coverage and speed are impressive. While its damage may seem insufficient at first glance, that's far from the truth. This tornado could synergize with Yang Zishu's ice arrow. By harnessing the tornado's wind speed to carry the ice arrow, the basic tornado could be transformed into a full-blown blizzard. After explaining the pros and cons to Yang Zishu, she unsurprisingly chose the final tornado. With Yang Zishu's martial arts skills settled, it was now Chen Ming's turn to face a headache. Was he lacking martial arts techniques? Not at all. For martial arts, he had the 13 styles of breaking the army, having only mastered the second style so far. He knew it would take a long time to learn the rest. As for spells, he'd just acquired the Necromancer's spell scroll, which contained a vast array of spells waiting for him to unlock. His focus would undoubtedly be on that for the foreseeable future. As for resources, he did lack them, but not critically. The resources currently stored in his system space will sustain him for quite some time. Exchanging for 2 high-level resources would actually hinder his progress, as his current weakness limits his absorption capacity. Soon, an item caught Chen Ming's eye. Random Attribute Entry X1. This option was unique. It didn't have a fixed price but instead required all of the player's points. The more points you have, the greater your chance of getting a good random attribute. Simply put, it was gambling. With good luck, you could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. With bad luck, however, you'd be in for a world of sorrow, randomly obtaining a bronze tier attribute that might even stack a debuff on yourself. But for Chen Ming, it seemed to come with a guarantee. Even if he gets a bronze tier attribute, it'll be amplified 100-fold to reach gold or platinum tier. While not exceptionally useful, it's definitely a positive boost. That's the absolute worst case scenario. Imagine if luck smiled upon him randomly getting a platinum or diamond tier item, then applying a 100-fold boost. That would be. The more Chen Ming thought about it, the more his eyes refused to leave that entry. Go for it. Chen Ming stopped agonizing over it. With a resolute click, he selected Redeem. He refused to believe his luck could be that bad. After all, he was a player with luck points. As his points instantly reset to 0, a large spinning wheel appeared before Chen Ming. As the wheel spun rapidly, Chen Ming's breathing grew tense. When the pointer finally settled on the diamond tier section, Chen Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Now it was all about the 100-fold multiplier. Ding! Congratulations! Player has obtained the golden legendary trait, Supreme Luck. Following the Elemental Emperor, Chen Ming obtained another golden legendary trait. Judging by the name, however, it seemed unrelated to combat. Supreme Fortune Emperor. Equipping this grants the player guaranteed wins in all gambling endeavors, channeling all good fortune onto them. Henceforth, all choice prompts before the player will automatically transform into fill-in-the-blank questions. Whoa! This trait! Why couldn't I have had this back on Blue Star? Winning every bet. If this could be used on Blue Star, theoretically, Chen Ming could go from an ordinary person to the nation's richest overnight. Of course, that's just in theory. On this continent, the greatest use Chen Ming could imagine for it would be opening treasure chests. Whatever he desired, the treasure chest would yield it no worries about ever lacking anything. Chen Ming was quite satisfied with this ability.
Standing nearby, Yang Zishu saw Chen Ming's uncontrollable grin and knew immediately that he must have exchanged for the item he wanted. Quite the haul. After tallying his haul, Chen Ming couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He owed all these rewards to the Cat Demon clan. Without them, would he have gotten so much? Yang Zishu didn't ask what Chen Ming had obtained. She knew that if he wanted to share, he would tell her. If he didn't, asking would only make things awkward between them. There are quite a few players trading in the regional exchange right now. Want to see if there's anything you need? Yang Zishu had been keeping an eye on things and had even made a trade herself. The items these players obtained might not be high level, but with such a large number of players, you never knew which lucky one might have acquired exactly what they needed. For instance, Yang Zishu had exchanged for a wind-stabilizing orb. Imbued with wind elemental energy, absorbing it would aid her in practicing the tornado spell. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming didn't immediately open the exchange. Instead, he prioritized opening the regional chat interface. Knowing these players well, he was certain that if anyone had truly obtained something valuable, they'd be flaunting it in the zone chat immediately. He moved the message to the top of his unread list. Anyone looking to buy Cat Demon Clan Holy Water, contact me ASAP. What's going on? Seriously not coming out? Not a single player has contacted me yet. Where is everyone? They can't just leave this Cat Demon Clan Holy Water stuck with me, right? I fought hard to snatch over 10 drops. I deserve some profit. You bunch of bastards. All you care about is making money. The players inside are all dead. It's all your fault, you jerks. You didn't even need the Cat Demon Clan Holy Water, yet you snatched up so much. How is that any different from indirect murder? So what? How is that our fault? They were too weak to get any. They were just sitting on their wallets. They deserve to die. Damn it, I was counting on making a killing. Guys, I got a rare drop, a platinum tier martial skill. Jealous? I've got a platinum tier sword technique too, but my weapon's a broadsword. Swapping for same tier gear only freeloaders, don't bother. Got a gold tier artifact that boosts all 4 stats. Swap for a gold tier martial skill. DM me if interested. Ha, my luck is the best. As they say, a craftsman who wants to do his job well must first sharpen his tools. I got a platinum tier weapon, so satisfying. Holy crap. A platinum tier weapon? What type is it? A long sword? I'd give everything I have for it. Not trading. Just keep drooling over it. I'll remember you. Don't ever let me catch you in the Shadow Valley Great Forest. Chapter 147, Ice and Fire. A platinum tier weapon. This left Chen Ming inwardly astonished. If he remembered correctly, Yang Zishu's bone-shattering hammer was only a platinum-grade weapon. With the bone-shattering hammer's overwhelming power, Yang Zishu had crushed countless enemies of comparable strength. Yet now, that advantage seemed poised to be erased. Still, in Chen Ming's view, this player's approach was rather foolish. While platinum-grade martial arts were indeed rare, luckier players could still obtain them. Several players in the entire region possessed such skills. Were other players envious? Of course they were, but with so many players around, the pressure was shared. But this platinum tier weapon was different. Currently, he was the only one in the entire region known to possess it. Other players had naturally suspected Chen Ming and Yang Zishu's weapons, but the two had never publicly verified them. Coupled with their undeniable strength, players dared not harbor ill intentions. But this player, even if he has some skill, he can't hold off the entire player base. If Chen Ming's guess is correct, it won't be long before this platinum tier weapon changes hands. Rather than letting someone else profit from it, why not? With that thought, Chen Ming proactively sent a private message to the player, inquiring about the type of weapon they wielded. Sure enough, the player's reply came shortly after. Big shot Chen Ming. You want to trade with me? I want 2 platinum tier weapon skills in return, or we can discuss it in person. The reply drew a cold laugh from Chen Ming. What a bold demand. Platinum tier martial arts were the absolute pinnacle at this stage of the game, possessed by fewer than 10 players. And this guy? He's demanding 2 right off the bat. Forcing himself to stay calm, Chen Ming replied, fine. First tell me the type of weapon, then I'll consider the trade. After sending this message, Chen Ming casually selected 2 martial skill files from his system space and forwarded them. Platinum tier martial arts were starting to feel a bit beneath Chen Ming now. Moreover, the attributes of these martial arts were rather ordinary, 1 fire attribute and 1 earth attribute, both inferior to the skills Chen Ming currently possessed. Naturally, they had been left unused. Upon seeing the 2 martial arts manuals Chen Ming promptly sent, the other party was fully convinced of his sincerity in the trade and decisively replied, my platinum grade weapon is a spear. Data. A spear? Chen Ming's interest waned as he read the 2 characters. It was the same as his. His own dragon-slaying holy spear was a diamond-grade weapon, undoubtedly far superior to the other party's platinum-grade weapon. Still, since the other party had already sent the spear's data, he didn't mind taking a look. The spear was named Ice and Fire Duality. After reading the brief description, a peculiar look flashed in Chen Ming's eyes. This feels tailor-made for that guy Ling Han Lai. This was too absurd.
The ice-fire duality contained both ice and fire elements within it, and its usage conditions were extremely demanding. The wielder must master both ice and fire attributes simultaneously.
No wonder the other party was willing to trade it 9 times out of 10, it was useless to him. After a moment's thought, Chen Ming reconsidered his approach. Initially, Chen Ming's plan was simple: find out what kind of platinum-grade weapon the other party possessed. If it was something he needed, he'd seize an opportunity to snatch it right from them. But now his perspective had shifted. This ice-fire duality could genuinely boost Ling Hanli's power. If luck wasn't on his side and the player was too far away, by the time he arrived, the opponent might already have been torn apart by other players. Then who would end up with the weapon? Who knows? After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Ming decisively opted for a direct trade. The opposing player was naturally delighted. His gamble was a risky move, betting that another player would covet his platinum-grade weapon and seek a trade. If no deal materialized, he'd have to go into hiding for the foreseeable future. After the trade succeeded, he immediately posted in the regional chat, "The platinum-grade weapon has been traded to Big Shot Chen Ming. Players still inquiring about me need not contact me further." To prove his innocence, he even posted screenshots of his chat with Chen Ming in the regional chat, deliberately avoiding showing the 2 platinum-tier weapon skills. Witnessing this, many players in the area couldn't help but sigh, reluctantly suppressing their own ambitions to seize the weapon. They were no match for Chen Ming. Chen Ming's expression grew increasingly cold upon seeing this. What a clever move. Not only did he profit from the trade, but he also tried to pin the blame on me. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Without hesitation, he posted a message in the regional chat, "I traded 2 platinum-tier martial arts techniques for this platinum-tier weapon. It is currently not for sale." While it appeared he was informing all players he wouldn't trade platinum-tier weapons, his true intent was to reveal that the other party now possessed 2 platinum-tier combat skills. Players who saw the message felt their hearts sink once more. If the platinum-grade weapon was out of reach, then these platinum-grade martial arts techniques weren't bad either. And 2 of them at that. The player who posted it was stunned. He'd been gloating over his clever scheme, but now he'd just dug himself into a hole. When he tried to seek protection from Chen Ming, he discovered he'd already been blocked and deleted. It was over. After handling that situation, Chen Ming immediately initiated a trade request with Ling Hanli. Listed for sale was precisely that platinum-tier spear. Ling Hanli, who was driving on the other side, saw the trade request from Chen Ming and was startled. While driving, he'd been keeping an eye on Chen Ming's messages in the regional chat and knew the other party had traded for a platinum-grade weapon. But he never imagined Chen Ming was offering it to him. His first thought was, "I can't accept this." He hadn't even met up with Chen Ming yet. He had already accepted a priceless autonomous vehicle defense system earlier, which had made him feel quite awkward. Now a platinum-tier weapon was being offered. But just as he was about to send his refusal, his gaze inadvertently swept over the spear's description. This time, he couldn't tear his eyes away. He finally understood why Chen Ming had traded him this spear. This spear was simply too perfect for him. With a stomp of his foot and a clenched jaw, Ling Hanli accepted it. After the trade succeeded, Ling Hanli simply replied with a brief thanks in the private chat with Chen Ming. Yet in his heart, he had already fully committed to Chen Ming. He resolved that from now on, no matter what battle came, he would charge to the front. Otherwise, he felt he'd betray the resources and opportunities Chen Ming had provided him. After browsing the exchange for a while longer, Chen Ming lost interest. He called Yang Zishu to join him in completing today's daily tasks. They found a spacious spot to park and began practicing the 13 techniques of breaking the army. His mastery of Split Moon was nearing the minor achievement stage. Once he reached that level, he could learn the 3rd form of the 13 forms of breaking the army, called Falling Star. He practiced for 2 solid hours before Yang Zishu called him for dinner, forcing him to stop. After dinner, Chen Ming didn't continue practicing with the spear. Instead, he retrieved the necromancer's spell scroll. Necromantic attributes. He was quite envious of it. Mindful of the risk of losing control, Chen Ming calmed his mind, banishing all distracting thoughts. After instructing Yang Zishu and the treasure-seeking rat to stay clear, he slowly unfolded the scroll before him. As the scroll unfolded, a torrent of information flooded Chen Ming's mind like a free-for-all. As time passed, the death attributes surrounding Chen Ming began to grow increasingly potent. Yang Zishu, who had been communicating with the wind attribute in the distance, suddenly opened her eyes and looked toward Chen Ming with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. Treasure Mouse, who had been dozing off after eating its fill, suddenly felt its hackles rise. It hurriedly hid behind Yang Zishu, peeking out with a small head to watch Chen Ming. After a long while, as Chen Ming absorbed vast amounts of information and knowledge about necromancers, the surrounding undead attributes gradually calmed. Simultaneously, a pink lotus-shaped mark appeared on Chen Ming's forehead, flickering 3 times before vanishing. From this moment onward, Chen Ming had formally embarked upon the path of the necromancer. At that very moment, in a sacred Buddhist sanctuary 10,000 miles away from the Shadow Valley Great Forest, over a dozen high-ranking Buddhist monks awoke from their slumber. The necromancer lineage has resurfaced. Disciple, lead the charge. Eliminate it before it gains strength.
Sever the threat at its root. Chapter 148, The Peculiar Quartet. Late at night, Yang Zishu emerged from her cultivation state. After this period of cultivation, she had gained preliminary mastery over the tornado technique. As for the blizzard, she still needed time to experiment. Looking up outside, Yang Zishu's expression grew slightly grave. The terrifying aura emanating from Chen Ming had not diminished, it had grown even stronger. It seemed he had reached a critical moment in his cultivation. Just as she was about to prepare a late-night snack, a chilling, deathly aura emanated from Chen Ming. Upon sensing it, Yang Zishu felt her own breathing grow labored. But the real shock was yet to come. The next instant, within a 10-meter radius centered on Chen Ming, trees and grass began withering rapidly, transforming the area into a barren wasteland. As Chen Ming slowly opened his eyes, the suffocating aura around him gradually dissipated. Chen Ming felt his mental power return to its peak, his face filled with horror. Truly worthy of a necromancer, even his first spell was this formidable. The first spell was named Dirge of Desolation, Withered Souls. After casting this spell, it could silently drain all energy within the area to replenish one's own spiritual power. Crucially, this skill incurs no mana cost. It had a 1-hour cooldown. However, casting this spell carries the risk of losing control, making it a terrifying trump card. After learning this spell, Chen Ming sensed that the necromancer's second spell was beyond his current capabilities. He estimated he'd need to reach over 100 intelligence attribute points before mastering it. Brother Chen, are you okay? From a distance, Yang Zishu watched Chen Ming standing motionless since rising and couldn't help but ask. Chen Ming snapped back to reality, shook his head, then glanced at the time. It was already 4 a.m. He hurried back to his vehicle. Who would have thought that a brief moment of cultivation would lead him straight to this hour? Back in the cargo container, he first took a shower in the bathroom. By the time he emerged, Yang Zishu had already prepared a simple late-night snack. After devouring it in no time, they each went back to rest. The next day, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu were jolted awake by the roar of the vehicle's engine. Quickly getting up, Chen Ming glanced at the time, just past 10 in the morning. He dressed and stepped out of the cargo container. Not far from them, 4 vehicles were converging, maintaining a very safe distance from Chen Ming and his group. As Chen Ming appeared, the players observing from behind were utterly dumbfounded. How could their luck be so terrible? They actually ran into Chen Ming. With Chen Ming's 100-ton behemoth blocking the road, getting past him wouldn't be easy. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and get out of their vehicles. Yang Zishu also arrived upon hearing the news. As the entire opposing group revealed themselves, even Chen Ming couldn't help but show a look of surprise. 3 women and 1 man. And crucially, 2 of them were twins. This pair? Yang Zishu, however, sensed something off about the 4 of them. They appeared to be a squad, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that the other 3 women's gazes kept drifting toward the man. What puzzled her most was how strikingly similar the auras emanating from these 3 women felt. As they drew closer, the man in front spoke first. Big shot Chen Ming. I'm a huge fan of yours. My name is Chao Yuan. Could I get your autograph? In an instant, Chen Ming's eyes widened in shock, and the words on the tip of his tongue were abruptly cut off. Fan? Autograph? Had players' perceptions of him really reached this point? Surely not. Chen Ming's mouth twitched slightly. Seeing the other person's expression, the refusal on the tip of his tongue dissolved into a nod. After signing his name in the designated spot, Chao Yuan exclaimed dramatically, "Thank you, Chen Ming. I'll treasure your autograph when I get home." All right. This was Chen Ming's first time encountering such a situation, and he could only describe it as rather peculiar. After storing the autograph in his system space, Chao Yuan spoke again. Bro Chen Ming, we still haven't finished our daily quest. Could you? His gaze shifted to Chen Ming's 100-ton colossus. His meaning was crystal clear. He wanted Chen Ming to move the 100-ton king out of the way. Before Chen Ming could respond, Chao Yuan suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. He quickly changed tack. My memory. How could I make you exert yourself for nothing, Chen Ming? Take a look inside here. If you see anything you need, just take it. Mid-sentence, numerous treasures appeared before Chao Yuan, including several gold-grade items. Judging by appearances, it seemed as though he had emptied every treasure from his person. Chen Ming, of course, had no interest whatsoever in these items. Simply put, their grades were far too low. No need for the items. You guys go ahead. Chen Ming waved dismissively, then moved the 100-ton king slightly to the side, clearing enough space for a vehicle to pass. Chen Ming's initial plan had been to seize all their supplies, but he hadn't anticipated this reaction. This left him utterly speechless. Especially when they laid out every last item they possessed, Chen Ming recognized their sincerity. Given that, what harm was there in letting them pass? Thanks a ton, Chen Ming. After expressing his gratitude repeatedly, Chao Yuan drove his vehicle, leading his teammates one by one through the checkpoint. Within 2 minutes, the 4 vehicles gradually vanished from their sight. Brother Chen, this Chao Yuan. Yang Zishu, who had remained silent until now, spoke up slowly. He was a bit too polite, wasn't he?
Chen Ming's tone returned to its usual calm.
There's definitely something off about that squad. Then why did you let them go?
Yang Zishu had initially thought Chen Ming had been charmed by Chao Yuan's constant idle talk and fan-like behavior. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Chen Ming still had his wits about him.
I was merely curious.
The three female players in the rear all seemed off. They appeared to revolve around Chao Yuan, but I sensed something unnatural about them. Their eyes held confusion.
It felt like they were being manipulated.
This was the part Chen Ming hadn't figured out. Since Chao Yuan passed by their position and would likely stay ahead of them, following him might reveal his methods. He was genuinely curious about Chao Yuan's methods of manipulating people.
Of course, it was merely curiosity. Nothing else crossed his mind. Oh, where's Ling Hanlai?
Chen Ming turned to head back and prepare lunch when he suddenly remembered they had another team member.
He asked instinctively. Yang Zishu had earlier noticed Ling Hanlai's message in the squad chat interface. Around midnight yesterday, he was still half a day's journey away from us. We should be able to meet up with him tonight. Chapter 149, The Divine Beast Xuanwu.
Chen Ming was quite satisfied with Ling Hanlai's pace.
The distance clearly showed he'd headed straight for them after leaving the instance yesterday. Should we wait for him? Yang Zishu asked doubtfully. Chen Ming pondered for a moment. Let's complete our daily quests first. He can rest immediately after we meet up. Alright. After finalizing their plans for the day, Yang Zishu went to prepare lunch.
After lunch, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu each started their vehicles and set off. While driving, Chen Ming focused most of his attention on the regional chat interface. Since the last instance concluded, the power gap between players in the region had widened once more. After all, only a fraction of the region's players participated. While many perished within the dungeon, those who survived had invariably grown stronger. This formidable power fueled a rapid expansion of their ambitions. Weaker players were slaughtered, resources plundered, and the regional chat interface was now filled with nothing but complaints. In the past, Chen Ming might have felt sympathy for such situations. But now, all he could think to say was, survival of the fittest. The victor reigns supreme. Why do these players wield such power to run rampant here? Did they get it for free? Not at all. They forged this power step by step through their own efforts. So, Chen Ming usually just shrugged off these reports with a laugh. However, during this cursory scan, one name truly stuck in his mind.
Guan Muji.
This individual acted with extreme arrogance. Any player he encountered either met their end or had their skin flayed off. Many frustrated players were now hurling insults at him in the regional chat. Guan Muji, you coward. You only dare bully us. If you've got the guts, go rob Big Shot Chen Ming and his crew. Everyone, if you encounter Guan Muji's squad, run immediately. The only way to survive is to hand over all your supplies. Girls have it worse, they risk losing not just their belongings, but their bodies too. I just saw them snatch 2 female players from a squad and outright kill 2 male players. Guan Muji's ride is a big Mercedes, super flashy. Run if you spot it. Wait. Look, Guan Muji's profile picture has turned gray. What? It's true. Their entire squad's avatars have gone gray too. The avatars of the female players they took are still lit up. Could it be some big shot took issue with Guan Muji's actions and stepped in to rescue those girls? Who is it? I need to thank them for getting this revenge for me. Chen Ming's attention was now completely captured. One second he was being condemned by countless players, and the next Guan Muji was dead? This was bound to grab the attention of other players. Guan Muji had caused such widespread panic, his strength must be formidable. Few player teams could eliminate him and his entire squad like this. And judging by the situation, Guan Muji's team never even appeared from the start. What did that imply? They died quickly. It seemed there were still masters in this area that Chen Ming didn't know about. The daily quest's 100-kilometer requirement was completed swiftly. As previously discussed between Chen Ming and Yang Zishu, the two would wait at the original location for Ling Hanlai after completing their daily tasks. But just as Chen Ming parked the vehicle, the treasure-seeking rat in the passenger seat suddenly leaped up, dashed out, and sprinted toward the cargo compartment in the rear. Chen Ming froze for a moment before following suit. He knew the treasure rat's temperament, such sudden urgency meant something was definitely wrong. Yang Zishu, who was in the camper van on the side, saw the treasure rat and Chen Ming and got out to approach them. Soon, the 2 men and 1 mouse arrived at the cargo compartment behind the 100-ton king. Inside, Chen Ming was immediately drawn by a peculiar aura. Following the scent, Chen Ming soon noticed the 5 elements divine beast egg. The 5 elements divine beast egg was gently swaying. Above its mouth, the shell had developed several new cracks. It was about to hatch. Is it about to hatch? Seeing this, Chen Ming's eyes couldn't help but light up. The 5 elements divine beast egg. Earlier, to help it break free, he had spent quite a few treasures. Was it finally about to bear fruit? With that thought, Chen Ming first motioned for Yang Zishu and the treasure-seeking rat to leave the cargo container and wait for him outside. He had read relevant science articles before. Many animals instinctively regard the first creature they see after hatching as their mother. If he left them here and the five elements divine beast opened its eyes to see someone other than Chen Ming, that would be disastrous.
Crack. The hatching process wasn't particularly swift. After waiting roughly 2 hours, a crisp cracking sound emanated from the distant egg. Chen Ming immediately moved closer. Sure enough, a new crack appeared at the top, gradually widening. It's happening. As the crack grew wider, the eggshell finally gave way, shattering completely. The next second, a tiny little head poked through the opening. At a glance, Chen Ming instantly recognized the creature before him. A turtle head. One of the 5 elemental divine beasts Xuanwu. Legendary for possessing ultimate defensive power. After the little Xuanwu head emerged from the eggshell, it didn't crawl out immediately. Instead, it began slowly nibbling at the broken shell, bit by bit. Chen Ming, however, showed no impatience, simply watching intently. The 5 elements divine beast egg was quite large. Just consuming the shell alone took the little Xuanwu 2 hours. After finishing the shell, the little Xuanwu seemed to sense something. It shuffled slowly over to Chen Ming and began rubbing its tiny head against his hand, looking exceptionally affectionate. At this point, how could Chen Ming not understand? It was done. He extended a finger, initiating the contract. As a flash of light passed, a bond formed between Chen Ming and the little Xuanwu. Nickname, unnamed. Species, black tortoise. Talents, absolute defense, devour. Constitution, 12. Strength, 9. Agility, 3. Intelligence, 7. Xiao Xuanwu's complete profile appeared before Chen Ming. The most crucial aspects were 2 innate talents. First, absolute defense and epic tier ability inherent to all members of the Xuanwu clan. Interestingly, the second talent was devour. This was acquired after Xiao Xuanwu absorbed the essence blood of the Taotai, allowing it to rapidly enhance its 4 core attributes through consumption. Looks like I've raised a glutton. As for the subsequent mental attributes, due to its newborn state and relatively weak power, the 4 primary attributes were comparatively low. But those 3 points in agility truly left Chen Ming utterly stunned. Truly worthy of a tortoise. Chapter 150, Ling Hanley's Arrival. After establishing a connection between man and turtle, a faint message echoed in Chen Ming's mind. Meeting the Xuanwu's gaze, Chen Ming's expression shifted with a hint of speculation. You're not hungry again, are you? To his surprise, the miniature turtle nodded in understanding. Damn it! Seems the devouring talent is already taking effect. Fortunately, the little Xuanwu was still at the bronze tier combat strength, capable of consuming anything. Chen Ming didn't shortchange it, pulling out a large amount of silver-grade beast meat and placing it before it. Feeling the energy radiating from the meat, the little turtle first nudged it with its tiny head before slowly crawling over to nibble at it in small bites. Seeing the little black tortoise settling down, Chen Ming called the man and mouse waiting outside to come in. Yang Zishu, who had been waiting impatiently, hurried inside. Her gaze immediately landed on the tiny creature. Is this the divine beast? Looks like a Xuanwu? That's right. Chen Ming made no attempt to conceal it. He had already informed them earlier that it was one of the 5 elements divine beasts. What else could this turtle be but Xuanwu? Yang Zishu crouched nearby, watching it eat slowly, astonishment etched across his face. It's just been born and it's eating this much? Is that even possible? It should be fine. Chen Ming admitted he wasn't entirely sure. Without the ability to devour, he wouldn't have brought out such a large quantity of meat. How amazing! Such a tiny body can eat so much. Under Yang Zishu's gaze, Xuanwu had already swallowed a piece of meat larger than itself, and crucially, it hadn't stopped eating even now. Through the system interface, Chen Ming could clearly see Xuanwu's 4-dimensional attributes steadily increasing. Witnessing this, Chen Ming felt astonished. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Xuanwu surpassed Chen Ming in all 4 attributes through mere consumption. How wonderful! No need for combat or cultivation to boost strength, just eating would suffice. After about an hour, the Xuanwu finally ceased its feeding, leaving behind the remaining 1/5 of the food. It curled up nearby, seemingly digesting the energy it had absorbed. After all, it was newly born. Even with its innate devouring talent, its digestion was still slower than its consumption rate. Once its breathing stabilized, Chen Ming didn't linger long. He left the cargo container and began cultivating martial arts and spells. With the Elemental Emperor talent active, the more spells he cast, the stronger he grew. Around 6 in the evening, the roar of an engine echoed as an off-road vehicle rapidly approached from behind. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu were already waiting there. The SUV pulled up smoothly beside their vehicle. A figure pushed open the driver's door and stepped out. It was Ling Hanlei, who had rushed here for 2 days straight. Upon seeing Chen Ming and Yang Zishu, Ling Hanley's expression finally relaxed. He had finally found his people. Let's eat first. Though Ling Hanlei and Chen Ming had coordinated operations many times before, this marked their first meeting on this continent and the first time their vehicles had gathered together. Chen Ming promptly arranged a feast. Hearing this, Ling Hanlei didn't hesitate and followed suit. When he entered Chen Ming's cargo hold and saw the feast spread across the entire long table, his eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg.
I'd heard some players mention how extravagant your meals were, but I didn't take it seriously. This time, though, it really knocked me for 6. During the extreme heatwave, Chen Ming had made a fortune selling his food creations, and his reputation had naturally spread among the player community. When the servers merged later, players from Chen Ming's original region shared the news, though it didn't draw much attention from others. Cooking well offered no advantage whatsoever on this continent where survival was everything. This was a widely accepted truth among most players. Ling Hanlai was no exception. But this time, it had proven him utterly wrong. Who said cooked food was useless? At a glance, he saw no ingredients below platinum grade. No exaggeration, he estimated this meal would easily fetch over 1,000 spirit coins if sold. Enough chatter, dig in. This is to welcome you back. Normally we wouldn't go this lavish. Chen Ming waved off his astonishment without a second glance. Once seated, the three began eating voraciously. The ingredients used in this meal were exceptionally rich. Even Chen Ming saw his physical constitution increase by 1 point after finishing, let alone the other 2 players, who each gained 3 attribute points. During the meal, Yang Zishu had already shared the most basic information about the squad with Ling Hanlai. After some time to digest it, Ling Hanlai fully accepted the reality that he had latched onto a super powerful ally. Previously, he'd viewed Oleg as someone strong in combat. Now, it became clear that Chen Ming's team wasn't just formidable in battle, they also far surpassed other player teams in every other aspect. Ha! What's this? After dinner, Ling Hanlai noticed the treasure-seeking rat and the black tortoise nearby. This is Treasure Seeker Mouse. Its ability lives up to its name. It can seek out treasures and is highly sensitive to nearby valuables. It helped us acquire quite a few treasures earlier. The little turtle beside it is named Swallow. Brother Chen just adopted it as a pet. It carries the bloodline of the black tortoise. Yang Zishu introduced them immediately. Tuntin was the name Chen Ming had just given the little Xuanwu. The name came from its voracious appetite. A mouse that automatically seeks out treasures, and a little turtle with Xuanwu bloodline. Ling Hanlai appeared calm on the surface, but inside, his mind was already churning with immense excitement. Truly worthy of Chen Ming's team, even their pets were utterly mind-blowing. That night, the 3 of them didn't press on. After a brief period of cultivation, they went straight to sleep. With Ling Hanlai's arrival, they wouldn't need to rush through daily quests tomorrow. They could press forward and hunt for more treasures. After all, they couldn't just keep that treasure-seeking mouse around without putting it to use, could they? The next day, when Chen Ming awoke, Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai were already up, preparing breakfast. Brother Chen, something's up. Yang Zishu spoke urgently upon seeing him. Check the regional chat. That Guan Muji guy just died yesterday, but today a super mysterious and powerful player squad popped up. Lots of squads got attacked, many players died. All traces of sleep vanished from Chen Ming's eyes. He immediately opened the regional chat interface and saw the player count in the upper right corner had dropped by over 100 overnight. This area was primarily inhabited by cat demons, minotaurs, and treants. The cat demons were practically extinct, and the other 2 tribes had become much more low-key after their defeat in the dungeon. Players had been relatively safe these past few days, with fewer than 20 deaths the night before last. Yet today, the death toll had skyrocketed 6 or 7-fold. Something was definitely wrong here. Chapter 151, The Wreckage of the Big Run. The regional chat channel was still filled with panic. What's going on? Why is the zone suddenly so unstable? Which bastard is going on a killing spree this time? If I catch you, I'll skin you alive. It might not even be players. It's been peaceful for days now. Could be other creatures from the Shadow Valley forest approaching and ambushing these players. That seems unlikely. If they encountered other beasts, wouldn't the players at least be able to send messages? For it to be this silent and prevent players from communicating, it's highly probable it's one of our own kind. I have a lead. I traded with a player yesterday. After the transaction, he mentioned encountering several women, then went offline. This morning, his profile picture was already grayed out. Women? When did women become so powerful? Anyway, if you see any women, send a message. We're tracking down these players today, no matter what. After reading these messages, Chen Ming's face was utterly baffled. What kind of logic is this? How did it all end up involving women? Are there many female players in this entire region? Not many. But there are some, roughly a quarter of the total player population. These female players either stick together in groups or attach themselves to stronger male player squads. They're quite scattered. How could there possibly be large groups of female players gathering together? Chen Ming didn't dwell on the matter. As long as they were players within their region, they definitely knew his strength. As long as they weren't foolish, they wouldn't dare attack them. After breakfast, the trio set off in their respective vehicles. The previous 2 days had passed without incident, but with events unfolding constantly, they finally encountered something amiss. After an hour's drive, they stumbled upon a battlefield. Yes, a battlefield. The highway was the epicenter, with significant destruction radiating outward. From the forests flanking the road, they could faintly make out scattered debris from wrecked vehicles. The trio stepped out of their vehicles. Ling Hanlai narrowed his eyes at the half-shattered door closest to them.
If I'm not mistaken, the fighting here didn't last very long. My guess is it happened yesterday.
Hearing this, Chen Ming and the others showed no change in expression. Battles erupted daily across this continent. Encountering remnants of combat was hardly unusual.
Hey! Look at this!
Just as the trio prepared to get back in the car and continue their journey, Yang Zishu's peripheral vision caught a piece of metal sheeting in the woods. She quickly walked over. Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai slowed their pace at the sound. Soon, Yang Zishu carried the metal plate over. Most conspicuous was the emblem still visible on the metal, the three-pointed star of Mercedes-Benz.
This looks like a Mercedes-Benz?
I had one back on Blue Star. The material and emblem placement are identical, Ling Hanlai remarked, frowning.
A Mercedes? Yang Zishu looked up sharply. If I recall correctly, Guan Muji, the one who was slain yesterday, drove a Mercedes. Could it be that Guan Muji's squad was the one slaughtered here? This finally piqued Chen Ming's interest.
Through deductions by some players, Guan Muji's squad's strength had been roughly estimated, top-tier silver-grade combat power. They were undoubtedly among the strongest in the entire zone. This meant that ahead of Chen Ming and his group lay a force far more formidable than Guan Muji's squad. Ling Hanlai suddenly spoke up as if struck by an idea. Could it be that the team that slaughtered Guan Muji's squad is the same player's squad that ran rampant across the area last night? Once this question was raised, Chen Ming couldn't find a single point to refute it. After all, how many truly powerful players could there possibly be? Are there opportunities on this continent? Yes. But they were exceedingly rare. If he wasn't mistaken, this suddenly emerging squad must have just gained a new opportunity, resulting in a massive boost to their strength.
Interesting.
Chen Ming chuckled softly.
In that case, they must be ahead of us. We'll simply pursue them all the way. Guessing wouldn't get him anywhere.
Rather than wasting time here, it was better to go directly and uncover their identities. Upon hearing this, Ling Hanlai and Yang Zishu instantly nodded in agreement.
Exactly.
With their strength, they could easily subdue whoever was causing trouble. The trio set off again in their respective vehicles, this time moving considerably faster.
Meanwhile,
a small player squad was slowly making their way along the highway toward their destination. Although the creatures in this area seemed calm, they were forced to slow down for safety. This way, if anything happened, they'd have enough time to react. Leading the way was a tanker truck. The tanker appeared large but was surprisingly light, the reason being simple: the tank behind it was empty. The player driving the tanker was chatting with his teammates when suddenly, a large tree crashed down to his right front. The tremendous noise startled him, and he immediately brought his vehicle to a halt. The other members behind him were forced to stop as well.
Something's up.
After a moment of hesitation, several players got out of their vehicles. They gathered together and began moving toward the site of the incident. The area wasn't far from the highway, and forcing their way through could lead to accidents. They preferred to eliminate the danger before making a decision. As they drew nearer, the sounds of combat began to echo from ahead. Soon, as they rounded a large tree, the battlefield ahead came into view. Over a dozen creatures were locked in combat on the battlefield. One side was a familiar foe to the players: the Minotaurs. The other side, however, was something they hadn't encountered before: a giant serpent. Its size was exceptionally large, and its length was downright absurd. Even the shortest ones measured at least 10 meters.
What's going on?
Why are there suddenly so many snakes? One player exclaimed in shock upon seeing the scene. They'd encountered many snakes in the Shadow Valley Great Forest before, but the longest ones were only 3 or 4 meters long. While highly venomous, they were weak in combat.
Once the players figured out how to handle them, fighting them became straightforward. This is bad news. I'll snap a photo and post it in the regional chat to alert everyone.
Then we'll drive our vehicles straight over there.
These pythons don't look like they're messing around. In that brief moment, 2 minotaurs had already fallen.
The remaining minotaurs were all wrapped up by pythons, their deaths only a matter of time. Just as they finished snapping and uploading the photo, a massive serpent head emerged from the foliage above their heads. It flickered its tongue, staring intently at the 4 figures' backs.
Chapter 152: The Astonishingly Powerful Giant Python. In the regional chat interface.
When the photo of the giant python battling the minotaurs surfaced, players were utterly stunned. They had expected the system wouldn't let them rest for too long, but they never imagined the new enemies would attack another race before even targeting them. This was truly bizarre.
A giant python? Its strength seems to be a bit stronger than the minotaurs. Only marginally stronger.
They're still quite manageable for us.
True. In this vast Shadow Valley forest, have we not encountered countless snakes? We've got plenty of experience dealing with them. Still, we can't be careless.
Their sheer size alone means one careless mistake could get us bitten to death by these pythons. Look, the player who sent that message just now, their avatar has gone dark.
Could it be?
Hiss. Not just him, his entire squad wiped out. Upon seeing the pythons, the group didn't take it too seriously. Having encountered other snakes earlier, their tolerance had clearly grown. Still, the deaths of these players served as a wake-up call for some. At that moment, Chen Ming and his group were also discussing the matter.
Pythons. This truly caught Chen Ming off guard.
After all, snakes were ubiquitous here. To put it mildly, he had casually slain no fewer than 20 small snakes in the past few days, highly venomous yet extremely weak. He had assumed that the absence of larger pythons for so long meant the dense forest only harbored small, low-tier snakes. But now it seemed the snake population had both species diversity and significant numbers. Upon learning of the snake's presence, he distributed some realgar powder to his two teammates. He had used this powder before, and it proved remarkably effective against these venomous snakes. Upon smelling it, the snakes would typically choose to detour, daring not to approach. As they pressed forward, Chen Ming and his companions' brows furrowed deeper, their battle stances readying. Along their path, they encountered numerous wrecked vehicles. Indeed, the wreckage of the Mercedes-Benz they'd encountered earlier was merely the beginning. Further along lay numerous other wrecked vehicles, all belonging to different squads. This indicated that a formidable player organization must lie not far ahead.
Why an organization rather than a squad?
Earlier, at a battlefield, Chen Ming and his companions had discovered an unusually chaotic array of footprints, not just numerous, but representing over 10 distinct types. Yet the number of vehicles present at the scene was only 3, sometimes even just 2 types. This suggested that some players from those squads might not have perished, but instead joined forces to form an exceptionally powerful player organization. Now Chen Ming wanted to see who possessed such charisma to rally such a massive force. As dusk approached, Chen Ming and his crew finally got a hit. The treasure rat, which had been perched on the passenger seat of Chen Ming's 100-ton truck, suddenly let out a shrill squeak and pointed toward Chen Ming's right front. Treasure! Chen Ming instantly reacted and began slowing the vehicle to a stop. After parking, the trio followed the treasure mouse's lead and cautiously approached the indicated direction.
Was there treasure along the way?
Of course there was. Unfortunately, their luck ran out. The team ahead of Chen Ming's group had already beaten them to it, leaving them empty-handed. As for this particular treasure, it lay quite a distance from the highway. Without the treasure rat, it would have been nearly impossible to discover its location. The 3 humans and 1 mouse forged a new path through the thick undergrowth.
Hold on.
Just as they were about to get close, Chen Ming suddenly called out, pulling Ling Hanlai back from his focused advance. Ever since Ling Hanlai joined their squad, he had always charged ahead first in every operation. Forced to halt, Ling Hanlai turned to look at Chen Ming. Chen Ming remained silent, instead pointing his finger toward the treetops ahead. Following his gesture, they saw a giant python coiled around the tree trunk ahead. Its long belly rose and fell rhythmically, clearly digesting its meal. Their approach had been relatively quiet, failing to draw the serpent's attention. Ling Hanlai's face darkened instantly. Had he kept charging forward just now, the inevitable outcome would have been a surprise attack from the serpent. He might have been swallowed whole in a single gulp, without even a chance to fight back. So it's giant serpents guarding this treasure chest.
Should we try to catch them off guard?
Yang Zishu spoke in a low voice as ice elements began to gather around them. Chen Ming sensed the atmosphere around them, his tone tinged with resignation.
I'm afraid this time, it's not up to us.
Prepare for battle. The next moment, a distinct rustling sound grew louder around them, the unmistakable sound of reptiles moving. Simultaneously, the previously sluggish python coiled around the tree trunk abruptly raised its head. A pair of malevolent eyes fixed intently on Chen Ming and his companions. Clearly, it had detected their presence long ago.
Such keen senses?
Ling Hanlai felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze, his face filled with apprehension. Soon, numerous pythons began surging out from all around them, each one exceptionally thick and massive. Their appearance alone made it clear these pythons were not to be trifled with. Chen Ming took a deep breath before swiftly drawing his dragon-slaying holy spear.
Attack! This is the perfect chance to test these pythons' strength. Yang Zishu, already poised and ready, immediately unleashed her ice arrows.
Though her ice arrow skill level wasn't high, years of practice had honed it to near perfection, making it quite deadly.
Just as she thought she could easily pierce the scales of one python, an unexpected turn of events occurred.
The targeted python, sensing the arrow's approach, violently whipped its head forward, smashing the ice projectile.
In an instant, the ice arrow shattered into pieces. What? Witnessing this, Yang Zishu couldn't help but freeze in shock.
This was the first time her ice arrow had failed, and it hadn't even inflicted the slightest damage.
These pythons are incredibly powerful. Ordinary spells likely won't break through their defenses.
Chen Ming's face was now filled with gravity. Ling Hanlai, however, refused to believe it. Let me take them on.
I just don't buy it. How strong can mere beasts be?
With that, Ling Hanlai charged forward, flames and ice surging between his hands. Seeing him charge forward, the 2 pythons blocking his path moved swiftly, opening their gaping maws to strike at Ling Hanlai.
Get out of my way! Ling Hanlai roared, unleashing waves of crimson and azure energy toward the 2 serpents. Chapter 153, Weakness. Boom!
The 2 energy blasts collided with the snakes with the force of a meteor striking Earth, erupting in a deafening roar. Just as they thought they'd easily disposed of the 2 giant pythons, the struck serpents burst out of the explosion and charged straight toward Chen Ming and his companions. Outwardly, these 2 colossal serpents appeared completely unharmed.
Is that right? Ling Hanley's face mirrored young Zishu's utter bewilderment.
Had he unleashed this attack on the Minotaur warrior, the opponent would have either died or been gravely wounded, certainly losing all combat capability. But when it struck the two pythons, it didn't even pierce their outer scales, merely leaving some marks.
Something's wrong. I keep feeling like these snakes' skin can reduce spell damage. This time, Chen Ming observed with extreme precision. When Ling Hanley's two attacks struck the snakes, their skin actually shimmered with a peculiar glow. Magic attack reduction. This made both Ling Hanlei and Yang Zishu frown.
Their most potent skills relied on magic. If the python could truly weaken spells, it would effectively diminish their combat effectiveness.
Hiss. After this brief stalemate, the surrounding pythons could no longer contain themselves.
Flicking their forked tongues, they fixed their gaze on their respective targets, their eyes glowing with a blood-red hue. Swish! In the next instant, all the pythons launched their attack. Their speed was astonishing, and their coordination was flawless. Each snake targeted its prey's weakest point, aiming for a single, lethal strike.
Chen Ming wasn't one to sit idly by. Wielding the dragon-slaying holy spear, he charged forward.
Rather than standing still and waiting for these giant serpents to close in, he chose to take the initiative and force a breakthrough. Knowing that magical attacks were ineffective against the giant serpents, he swiftly shifted his strategy.
If magic wouldn't work, what about martial arts? Pierce the sun. No time to hesitate.
The tip of the dragon-piercing holy spear spun rapidly, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it charged straight toward the giant serpent before him. The serpent ahead seemed to sense the threat from this attack, instinctively shifting sideways while simultaneously thrusting its massive head toward Chen Ming, attempting to forcibly interrupt his strike. Crash! Sunpiercer struck squarely on the right side of the serpent's head. As the spearhead spun rapidly, the serpent's right cheek suffered a severe wound. Its scales were torn apart, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. It worked! These pythons have high magical defense, but their resistance to martial arts isn't diminished. You can fight them with martial techniques. Chen Ming quickly called out a warning, glancing back at the two already locked in combat with the pythons. Yang Zishu wielded her bone-crushing hammer, delivering blow after blow to the serpent's body. While the hammer appeared to leave no visible marks on the serpent's surface, it inflicted internal damage. The intense pain caused the serpent to writhe violently. Beside her, Ling Hanlei wielded the ice-fire duality, a weapon Chen Ming had traded for him. Without it, Ling would have been forced to fight these serpents barehanded, undoubtedly far more disheveled than he appeared now. Moon Splitter. Chen Ming had just repelled one serpent when another's gaping maw closed in on him. He didn't dare hesitate, sweeping his blade out in a swift horizontal strike. Thud! The distance between them was too close. The giant serpent, believing Chen Ming had no time to react and that its bite could swallow him whole, made no attempt to dodge. This caused Chen Ming's crescent moonstrike to land directly within the serpent's throat. Blood gushed forth in a torrent. Even as Chen Ming rolled away to create distance, his body was still splattered with blood. When Chen Ming looked back at the creature, its body had shifted from violent tremors to minor twitches. Moments later, it fell completely still. Above it, the words "ready to harvest" appeared. Dead already? Their weak spot is their mouth. Chen Ming instantly grasped the key and revealed the giant python's vulnerability. Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlei immediately altered their tactics, deliberately drawing closer to the giant snakes. They baited them into opening their mouths to strike, then seized the opportunity to deliver devastating blows. Once their weakness was exposed, these giant snakes, no matter how hard their shells, were no match for Chen Ming and his companions. Before long, every giant serpent lay motionless on the ground, utterly defeated. Among the three, Chen Ming had slain the most serpents and expended the most martial arts techniques, leaving his mental energy significantly depleted. Yang Zishu had slain the fewest, relying entirely on the overwhelming power of his bone-shattering hammer. His mental energy remained relatively intact, though his body was splattered with blood just like Chen Ming's. The worst off was Ling Hanlei. Ling Hanlei had been thrust into the jaws of one giant serpent with the force of ice and fire. The excruciating pain drove the serpent into a frenzy. As it thrashed violently, it accidentally slammed into Ling Hanlei. Caught completely off guard, Ling Hanlei was struck without warning. Fortunately, his injuries weren't severe, and he would fully recover after half a day of rest. Damn! These giant pythons are ridiculously powerful. I nearly bit off more than I could chew. Ling Hanlei's words carried both lingering fear and relief. The fear stemmed from nearly meeting his end twice, while the relief came from joining Chen Ming's squad. Had he remained with his previous team, they likely would have perished multiple times by now. Yang Zishu rinsed the blood from his skin with clear water, his gaze sweeping over the giant serpent carcass nearby. Once you discover their weak points, these beasts are manageable. But their power far surpasses that of the Minotaur and Treant tribes. Players who encounter them will almost certainly suffer heavy losses. Even the three of them, prepared and aware, had struggled against them. Other players would fare far worse. After the battle ended, the treasure rat emerged from a secluded corner. It swiftly gathered all the corpses before its bag and continued toward the treasure chest. Chen Ming and his companions feared any survivors might threaten the treasure rat's safety, so they immediately followed.
Upon reaching their destination, 2 golden treasure chests sat beneath a large tree.
These were the very treasures they had come for. The giant python guarding the 2 golden treasure chests had been dealt with by Chen Ming and his companions. With no danger remaining here, they let the treasure rat lead the way as they began their return journey along the original path. After they departed, a small snake emerged from the tree behind the treasure chest's original spot. It glanced human-like in the direction Chen Ming and the others had left before swiftly slithering away into the distance.
Thank you all for your votes. Starting tomorrow, updates will begin with 3 chapters daily.
Additionally, every 200 gold votes will unlock 1 extra chapter, no upper limit.
The more votes, the more updates. Chapter 154, The Supreme Realgar Stone.
As they returned to the vehicle, Chen Ming had just opened the cargo compartment at the rear of the 100-ton king when a petite figure appeared before them.
All 3 focused their attention there simultaneously. It was Chi-Chi.
But Chi-Chi's current size left them all speechless. Yesterday it was palm-sized, but now it was several times larger. Yang Zishu stepped forward in disbelief, gently stroking the little head peeking out.
Chi-Chi, how did you grow so big in such a short time?
Chen Ming snapped back to reality, immediately opening the system interface to check Chi-Chi's current 4-dimensional attributes. What he saw was astonishing.
Chi-Chi's 4 core attributes had all skyrocketed.
Even its weakest stat, agility, had reached a solid 15, while all others were above 20. Quite impressive.
Not bad, not bad.
All those resources invested in Chi-Chi hadn't been wasted. The feedback was quite positive.
Of course, Chen Ming understood that such rapid daily progress wasn't sustainable.
Yesterday's rapid growth was most likely due to Chi-Chi's initially low base stats combined with the high-grade resources he provided, naturally making absorption twice as effective with half the effort. Chi-Chi ignored Yang Zishu's caresses and slowly crawled over to rub against Chen Ming. In its eyes, only Chen Ming could bring it a sense of security and warmth. Chen Ming gave its little head a gentle pat before returning it to the food pile to continue eating. He then retrieved the treasure rat's pouch. After all, it contained numerous python carcasses and 2 gold-tier treasure chests. After a 100-fold enhancement, the python carcasses yielded diamond-grade snake meat. Consuming it granted players a chance to increase their poison resistance. Beyond that, he also obtained 3 venom sacs. Each was diamond-grade, containing deadly venom. Any creature that came into contact with even a trace of it would meet certain death. Reading the description, Chen Ming's face lit up with satisfaction.
He now had another trump card up his sleeve.
When facing troublesome enemies, he could simply toss out a poison sac, guaranteed to catch them off guard.
Next came 2 gold-grade treasure chests.
Opening the first one first, after the Hundredfold Boost, Chen Ming successfully obtained a treasure useful for his current situation. Supreme Realgar Stone Diamond Grade. When placed on the player's vehicle, the Supreme Realgar Stone slowly emits a special scent that envelopes the player's mount.
Any snake below Diamond Grade cannot approach.
This chest had been snatched from a group of venomous snakes, so obtaining an item that countered their venom made perfect sense. For an item that enhanced vehicle safety, Chen Ming naturally welcomed more of them and placed it aside immediately. Sure enough, when the Supreme Realgar Stone was placed inside the cargo box, a faint, subtle fragrance began to emanate from the stone. Players found the scent pleasant, but for snakes, it was lethal enough to kill them outright. As the scent spread, the trio could clearly see it envelop not only Chen Ming's 100-ton king but also encompass the surrounding areas. It seemed the Supreme Realgar Stone affected not just a single vehicle but an entire area.
This worked out well.
Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai could park their vehicles right beside Chen Ming's 100-ton king, ensuring they too remained within the stone's protective zone and avoided venomous snake attacks. The first treasure chest proved to be a lucky start. Chen Ming shifted his focus to the second chest.
Open it directly. Toxic Arrows X100. Platinum-grade arrows infused with multiple toxins, along with side effects like paralysis.
However, in Chen Ming's eyes, the most crucial aspect of these poison arrows was precisely the variety of toxins. For players, multiple toxins would require several antidote pills to neutralize. Players currently held limited supplies of antidotes, and their consumption would skyrocket when confronting the giant python later. Chen Ming didn't distribute these poison arrows to the other 2. Since he himself wielded a compound bow, giving them to Yang Zishu and the others would serve little purpose. Overall, the haul was quite satisfactory. As evening approached, Chen Ming and the others decided against pushing forward. They parked the 3 vehicles close together, ate their meal, and prepared to rest. With Ling Hanlai's arrival, Yang Zishu had returned to her RV to rest these past 2 days, choosing not to sleep in the cargo box with Chen Ming. Lying on his bed, Chen Ming opened the regional chat interface to search for clues. Specifically, information about the group of players ahead of them. During dinner, they had already set their sights on these players for the next 2 days. Having taken down several player squads in succession, they were bound to be loaded.
Resource-based loot wasn't worth mentioning, it might not even catch Chen Ming's eye. But the vehicle cores they possessed were precisely what Chen Ming's group desperately needed.
Yet the messages flooding the regional chat interface were clearly not unfolding as Chen Ming had anticipated. Guys, we ran into giant pythons today. These things are brutal, 4 or 5 of them. Our whole squad took down 2 and then bailed.
No way we could handle them. Let me tell you, straight running won't save you. Those giant snakes will absolutely catch up. Exactly.
These giant snakes hold grudges, and they seem to have special markings.
Once the surrounding snakes catch your scent, they'll come after you relentlessly. That dangerous? Surely not? We were just about to rest.
I scattered plenty of realgar powder around the vehicle, but I don't know if it'll work.
Tested and ineffective. Realgar powder only works on ordinary venomous snakes. These powerful giant pythons aren't affected by it. I've already slain 2 giant pythons.
I can tell you for certain their skin reduces the effectiveness of elemental attacks.
Everyone, try not to use spells when dealing with them.
Clearly, many players had already engaged the giant pythons and uncovered some information about the python tribe. Some of these discoveries were actually useful to Chen Ming. For instance, after slaying a giant python, its aura would cling to the player's body. Based on this aura, nearby giant pythons would launch attacks against them. They'd slain numerous giant serpents today. 9 times out of 10, they were Mark II. Tonight, with the realgar stone guarding them, the giant serpents probably wouldn't cause trouble. But tomorrow, when driving, the convoy would inevitably spread out.
In that case, some vehicles would definitely come under attack.
However, after browsing through the posts, he noticed that while these players all claimed to have slain giant pythons, none of them mentioned the creature's weaknesses. It seemed they had simply overwhelmed their opponents through sheer combat force, which was utterly absurd.
Chapter 155, Chao Yuan.
The night passed quickly, and the next morning, Chen Ming was roused by Yang Zishu. Following Yang Zishu out of the cargo container, they heard rustling sounds emanating from the surrounding thickets long before they drew near. The giant pythons had indeed followed the scent, but now, protected by the realgar stone's odor, they dared not approach. They could only slither around the perimeter.
This is how things are now. If we don't resolve this, we won't be able to leave.
Yang Zishu spoke slowly, his face grave. After observing for a moment, Chen Ming determined the giant pythons wouldn't attack. He waved decisively, no rush.
Let's eat first. Once we're full, we'll deal with them.
After saying this, he deliberately took out the snake meat obtained yesterday and walked into the kitchen to start cooking, aiming to maximize the hatred level. Sure enough, as the aroma of the snake meat wafted out, the surrounding giant pythons grew increasingly agitated. A series of rustling sounds emanated from the forest, sounding particularly jarring.
Ling Hanlai and Yang Zishu watched the scene with guarded expressions, fearing the pythons might burst out at any moment.
About half an hour later, Chen Ming and the others sat down to enjoy their breakfast. While eating, Chen Ming kept a watchful eye on the situation outside. Now surrounded in the center, sounds came from all directions, indicating the giant pythons had encircled them tightly.
Breaking out would be difficult, they had to eliminate the threat beforehand.
After finishing their meal, the trio instantly shifted into combat mode.
Chen Ming was the first to strike.
His blazing holy fist rapidly coalesced into a fiery dragon in midair, then lunged toward the jungle on the left.
Just as it neared the foliage, the entire dragon exploded, its flames instantly engulfing the entire area. There was no other way.
Chen Ming had no idea where the giant pythons were hiding.
This was the only method to force them out or destroy their hiding spots.
As it turned out, this decision proved correct. Beneath the intense flames, even the pyro-resistant giant pythons hiding within found their defenses stretched thin.
Soon, several giant serpents emerged before the group.
Once exposed, dealing with them became far easier. As always, Ling Hanlai charged at the forefront. Wielding his dual-element weapon, he unleashed an attack that instantly engulfed the 2 serpents at the very front. With this opening created, the remaining serpents posed little threat. However, their numbers this time were greater than before. Fortunately, they knew the serpents' weaknesses, and after a brief skirmish, the fight became quite manageable.
After nearly an hour, they finally subdued every last one of the giant serpents.
After a quick cleanup of the battlefield, Chen Ming and his 2 companions activated their vehicles and set off toward their destination.
Meanwhile, on the other side,
the 2 groups of players gathered together, facing off against each other.
Both groups were distinctly unique.
One group was dominated by players sporting long, slender legs and strikingly eye-catching outfits, cosplayers, mature women, schoolgirls, and more, creating a stark contrast to the dangerous atmosphere of the Shadow Valley Great Forest. Opposite them stood 4 players, 3 men and 1 woman, all drenched in sweat, their foreheads glistening with beads of perspiration.
What the hell is going on? Why can't I send messages? Why are so many women gathered here? What's going on? Something's off. Very, very off. Maybe we should run. Look at them, do you think they'll let us go?
The 4 players communicated silently. As the standoff dragged on, the pressure in their hearts grew heavier and heavier. There was no way out. The other side numbered over a dozen, and several of the female players were exceptionally skilled. Just as the standoff reached a stalemate, a figure stepped out from behind the group of girls.
The 4 players' attention was instantly drawn to the figure.
When they saw it was a male player, they were stunned.
Wait, is that him?
If Chen Ming had been here, he would have recognized the figure immediately. It was Chao Yuan, the very player who had crossed their path earlier. "Who the hell are you? Why are you blocking our path?" One of the players mustered his courage and spoke up quickly. Chao Yuan ignored him, fixing his gaze instead on the female player among the four. "Hey! I'm talking to you. Where are you looking?" The player, noticing Chao Yuan hadn't glanced at him once, grew visibly annoyed. As if suddenly snapping out of a trance, Chao Yuan turned his gaze toward the player, his eyes filled with icy coldness. "Kill!" As the word left his lips, the female players surrounding him moved in unison, their attacks converging on the three male players before them. Faced with these sudden attacks, the three male players scrambled to defend themselves, resorting to every trick in their arsenal. Unfortunately, the numerical disadvantage was simply too great. As the second wave of skills descended, two of the male players ultimately couldn't withstand the onslaught and fell dead. Now only the last male player remained, struggling desperately, his body covered in wounds. "Shao Dai, run!" The male player knew that in his current state, escaping was impossible. He had made up his mind he would buy time for his teammates. The moment his words fell, a blade pierced through his body, tearing clean through his chest. The male player looked down in disbelief. When he saw the blade had been thrust from behind, his eyes filled with confusion as he slowly collapsed. Now, all three male players were dead. Chao Yuan, standing to the side, clapped his hands with a smile. "Well done, well done. Welcome to our family." The female player named Xiao Dai stepped forward slowly, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, young Master Chao." "No, no, no. From now on, call me Master." Chao Yuan was displeased with the title, a flicker of anger crossing his face. "Yes, Master." Only upon hearing Xiao Dia's soft, sweet voice did Chao Yuan nod in satisfaction. Just as Chao Yuan finished clearing the battlefield and claimed all the players' loot for himself, one of the female players hurried forward. "Master, I sense a player squad approaching from behind." "Oh?" Chao Yuan was well aware of these female players' abilities. The one standing before him now specialized in perception. He hadn't expected a player squad to appear behind them. After all, he had left behind numerous remains along the way. Typically, players encountering such remains would immediately post them in the regional chat to share with others. Yet, up until now, he hadn't seen any such messages. This meant the pursuing squad was exceptionally powerful. Who could it be? Could it be? Chao Yuan suddenly recalled the player squad he'd encountered earlier, a look of gravity crossing his face. He hoped it wasn't them. Otherwise, he was in for trouble. Chapter 156, Bewitchment. Brother Chen, something's up ahead. Since Chen Ming's 100-ton king contained realgar stone that emitted radiation, he drove it in the middle of the convoy. Ling Hanlai was currently leading the way at the front. Upon receiving Ling Hanlai's report, Chen Ming signaled everyone to slow down. Thanks to the elevation difference, Chen Ming could partially see the situation from his driver's seat. Before them lay yet another battlefield ruin. Unlike before, this battlefield wreckage actually contained other people. Was this an encounter? Chen Ming's heart immediately leapt into his throat. After a moment's thought, he instructed the others to park the vehicle behind the wreckage. He then stepped out and prepared to approach the area to assess the situation. Ling Hanlai and Yang Zishu immediately entered combat readiness. As both sides drew nearer, they could clearly see each other's positions. When he saw that the other side was entirely female players, a hint of surprise flashed across Chen Ming's face. So it really is an alliance of female players? There are quite a lot of them. It was Yang Zishu who first noticed something amiss. No, look at their outfits. They're not normal. They're actually a bit risque. Regular girls would never wear stuff like this. Hearing her, Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai noticed the same thing. Schoolgirl uniforms were easier to explain, plenty of people like those. But lace-trimmed stewardess outfits, nurse uniforms, and office lady attire revealing nearly half a breast? These didn't look like something decent girls would wear. And don't forget their current predicament. Something was wrong. There was definitely something seriously wrong here. With that thought, Chen Ming spoke up quickly. "Come out. What kind of skill is hiding behind a bunch of women? Hey, why are you guys driving so fast? I've been going full throttle to avoid you for ages. Why did you have to catch up?" Chao Yuan's icy voice echoed from behind, and he slowly emerged, flanked by two female players dressed in maid outfits. "It's you!" Chen Ming's eyes widened in shock at the sight of him. Damn it, he hadn't counted on it being Chao Yuan. There was no way around it. Chao Yuan had always acted cautiously around him before, never giving off any signs of being particularly powerful. But who could have imagined this? The player who had just slaughtered several player squads one after another was Chao Yuan. He'd seriously misjudged this situation. "Brother Chen Ming, to be honest, I didn't want to fight you guys either. But now that you've uncovered my secret, I certainly can't let you leave unscathed." Chao Yuan's tone grew colder with every word. True, Chen Ming and his group were powerful, but that didn't mean his side was weak. They held the numerical advantage, and he had backup to ensure the gap in strength wouldn't be too great. Moreover, he had set his sights on the sole female member of Chen Ming's squad. Yang Zishu. The last time he encountered Yang Zishu, he'd felt an intense attraction.
Unfortunately, the timing was wrong back then. He hadn't been strong enough yet, and acting rashly would have made him easy prey for Chen Ming to crush like a roadkill. But this time was different. He was fully prepared and utterly confident in taking down Chen Ming and his group. Chen Ming gripped the dragon-slaying holy spear, his expression cold. Enough talk. Let's fight. Before Chen Ming could react, Ling Hanlai charged forward wielding the Icefire Duality Spear, leading the assault. Kill! At Chao Yuan's command, the numerous female players who had been waiting in readiness surged forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks from their various weapons. Ling Hanlai dared not take it lightly. He swung the Icefire Dual Heaven swiftly, channeling two streams of energy that shot out rapidly. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as both sides' attacks collided and annihilated each other. But it wasn't over yet. Over a dozen female players surged forward, instantly surrounding Ling Hanlai. Ling Hanlai's individual strength was indeed superior to theirs. Taking on 5 opponents wasn't too much of a problem. But now, their numbers were overwhelming. Coupled with the bizarre array of weapons wielded by these female players, Ling Hanlai had to tread carefully. Behind the fray, Chen Ming narrowed his eyes at the scene. Something about these female players felt deeply unsettling. He couldn't believe these female players didn't know his squad's reputation. Upon hearing their squad's name, players' first reaction should be fear. Yet now, Chao Yuan's single command had driven them to charge forward without regard for their own lives and with utter decisiveness. Something was definitely off. His gaze darted to Chao Yuan, only to find the man's attention wasn't on the battlefield at all. It was fixed on him, or rather, on Yang Zishu. Chen Ming hurriedly looked over and saw Yang Zishu staring straight at the man too, her pupils gradually dilating. This is bad. Something's terribly wrong. Chen Ming strode forward, thrusting his body between them. His line of sight blocked, Chao Yuan was forced to withdraw his gaze, fixing his eyes on Chen Ming instead. Bro Chen Ming, your reflexes are seriously quick. Too bad I'm still one step ahead. As the words left his lips, Chen Ming felt a bone-chilling coldness pierce his back. Without hesitation, he darted to the opposite side. His reflexes were indeed swift, but his position was far too close to Yang Zishu. His left arm was inevitably grazed by the ice arrow. He instantly executed the divine wind step to create distance, glancing back at Yang Zishu only to find her gaze had shifted. The sharp intelligence that had once shone in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a blank, vacant stare. So that was the problem. Chen Ming instantly understood why so many female players followed Chao Yuan. He had the power to manipulate them. Damn it! Chen Ming cursed inwardly. He should have realized this much earlier. If he had, his current predicament wouldn't be so dire. Yang Zishu was no pushover, and Chen Ming dared not seriously injure him. With that in mind, his attacks were bound to be hesitant and half-hearted. On the other side, Ling Hanlai's peripheral vision swept across the distant battlefield, and his heart sank to the bottom. With Chen Ming pinned down by Yang Zishu and Chao Yuan lurking menacingly nearby, it seemed the only way to break the stalemate was to force an opening through him. Passive defense was no longer an option. He had to take the offensive. With that resolve, Ling Hanlai's body split along a central axis, unleashing 2 surges of extreme elemental energy. Fire and ice. The sudden eruption of power sent the surrounding female players flying backward. The next instant, crimson and azure flames erupted across his entire body. In an instant, he transformed into a super warrior, beginning to ruthlessly sweep away the female players around him. After being knocked back, the female players scattered to different positions. Ling Hanlai seized this opportunity to slay 3 female players in quick succession. In this situation, there was no mercy for the weak. If they weren't killed, it would be their own fault. Chapter 157, Overwhelming Lightning Attribute. On the other side, Chen Ming and the others also noticed the situation unfolding here. Chao Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. The last time he encountered Chen Ming's squad, there were only 2 people. Ling Hanlai hadn't been there. Thus, Ling Hanlai was now a complete wildcard. Without Ling Hanlai, he and Yang Zishu, along with these female players, could definitely take down Chen Ming. But now this wildcard had appeared. Earlier, it seemed they could still suppress the enemy, but now it appeared they might not be able to hold them back. No way. These were all the cauldrons he'd painstakingly gathered. He couldn't let Ling Hanlai take them all. I'll take you on. Chao Yuan materialized a Fong Tian halberd in his hand. He hadn't wielded it since his power had grown, and facing Ling Hanlai now made him eager to test its might. Seeing Chao Yuan charging toward him, Ling Hanlai welcomed the opportunity. Without Chao Yuan lurking menacingly nearby, Chen Ming could certainly restrain Yang Zishu at top speed. Moreover, Ling Hanlai had his own pride. While he knew he wasn't a match for Chen Ming, he held no fear for any other player. He even felt confident he could defeat Yang Zishu. This Chao Yuan who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, he'd never even heard of him before. How formidable could he possibly be? Facing the incoming assault, Ling Hanlai wasted no time, unleashing his dual ice and fire technique to meet the attack head-on. The 2 forces collided instantly, thunder and flame clashing with ice in a frenzy of explosions. Indeed, Chao Yuan wielded not the most basic elemental attributes, but the far more destructive thunder attribute. A single collision was enough to extinguish every trace of Ling Hanley's underestimation. So powerful. That single thought now dominated his mind. Chao Yuan never expected that the four-dimensional attributes he'd cultivated over so many days couldn't take down Ling Hanlei immediately. His face was filled with astonishment. Thanks to the dual cultivation technique he'd acquired these past days, his four attributes had nearly doubled. He believed his current strength would allow him to effortlessly sweep aside any player. Even Chen Ming wouldn't be his match. But reality had just delivered a harsh slap across his face. Forget Chen Ming, he couldn't even take down Ling Hanlei immediately. This outcome was hard to swallow. Had he truly been that weak before? Break! Chao Yuan roared, unleashing a torrent of thunder energy that erupted from his spear in all directions. Thunder rapidly coalesced midair into the form of a giant bird, which then plunged forward toward Ling Hanlei. Ice Fire Celestial Wolf. Ling Hanlei dared not take it lightly. The flames and ice attributes surged violently across his body, coalescing on the ground into a colossal wolf imbued with both elements. He charged head-on into the thunderous bird. The Thunderbird and the giant wolf clashed fiercely, creating a spectacular scene. As these two elemental attacks collided, Chao Yuan and Ling Hanlei wasted no time lingering. Both sides continued their assault from below. As time wore on, Ling Hanlei found himself gradually being pushed back. There was no other reason. The thunder attribute was simply too overwhelming. Though Ling Hanlei wielded two attributes, he was steadily overwhelmed by the thunder. Moreover, he noticed that as the battle progressed, Chao Yuan's mastery of the lightning element was actually growing stronger. What did this signify? His lightning element was also something he had only recently mastered. He wasn't even operating at full strength yet. Given this, the longer the fight dragged on, the more he would inevitably suffer. In stark contrast, Chao Yuan now moved as if unopposed. Seeing his advantage grow, the intensity of his attacks steadily increased. Ling Hanlei. You dare call yourself the region's second-ranked player? Your strength is nothing to write home about. Chao Yuan shouted while attacking, his momentum surging to its peak. Ling Hanlei didn't retort at the taunt, instead gritting his teeth and pushing through. Focus fire on him. Chao Yuan wasn't one to play fair. Earlier, he'd merely tested how strong he truly was now. With his power confirmed, he immediately called out to the female players around him to join the fray. The stalemate shattered completely, leaving Ling Hanlei struggling to respond. Die! Surrounded by so many players, Chao Yuan finally seized Ling Hanlei's weakness and struck swiftly, bringing his Fong Tian halberd crashing down toward Ling Hanlei's back. Get out of the way! At that critical moment, Chen Ming suddenly burst forth from the side. His dragon-slaying spear seemed to come alive, swiftly blocking the path of the halberd. The two weapons collided violently. Chao Yuan's fatal strike was completely blocked. What? Chao Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. His fatal strike had been blocked so effortlessly? Pierce the sun! Chen Ming gave him no time to hesitate. His dragon-slaying holy spear thrust forward with unmatched force. Facing this strike brimming with murderous intent, alarm bells rang in Chao Yuan's mind. He dared not take it lightly and hurriedly withdrew. With Chen Ming joining the fray, Ling Hanlei's crisis was finally resolved. After landing, Chao Yuan instinctively glanced toward Yang Zishu. Seeing Yang Zishu now bound by several massive vines and already unconscious, he couldn't help but curse inwardly, calling him a useless piece of trash. Had Yang Zishu held out just a little longer, the outcome would have been entirely different. With Ling Hanlei incapacitated and only Chen Ming remaining, he was confident he could take them down. But now the battlefield had spiraled beyond his expectations. If things went badly, this time, he would be the one to fail. Leave him to me. You handle the rest. Chen Ming fixed his gaze on Chao Yuan. He had already restrained Yang Zishu long ago, spending the entire time trying to help him regain his senses. Yet every attempt had ended in failure. He knew deep down that restoring Yang Zishu to his former self hinged entirely on Chao Yuan. Killing him might just restore Yang Zishu to normal. Ling Hanlei didn't insist, nodding in agreement. He knew he was no match for Chao Yuan. Now persisting in battle would only invite further suffering. He turned and charged directly at the female players. Chao Yuan stared intently at Chen Ming before him, his expression grave. Though he had defeated Ling Hanlei, the region's second-ranked player, facing Chen Ming, the region's strongest combatant, still left him uncertain. After all, only they truly understood the vast chasm between first and second place. That single shot from Chen Ming had already pushed his guard to its absolute limit. Hand over the method to break the confusion, and I might consider letting you die with dignity. Chen Ming's cold voice cut through the air. Killing Chao Yuan outright was definitely the worst option. After all, no one knew if the players under the spell would return to normal after his death. Chapter 158, The Furnace Vessel. Ridiculous. Chao Yuan sneered. Do you really think that's possible? This was his ultimate trump card. How could he possibly reveal it so easily? Especially to a top-tier player like Chen Ming. If his methods were exposed, he'd undoubtedly face relentless targeting. Seeing the conversation going nowhere, Chen Ming wasted no more words.
The dragon-slaying holy spear in his hand shot forward like lightning, piercing straight toward Chao Yuan.
Thunderbolt! Chao Yuan instantly felt the pressure surge. His Fangtian halberd erupted with dazzling thunderous energy.
Facing lightning-type power head-on for the first time, even Chen Ming couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart.
This thunder was simply too overpowering.
The energy carried an aura capable of obliterating everything in its path. Fortunately, he could discern that Chao Yuan's thunder prowess wasn't particularly exaggerated. While terrifying in appearance, its actual power was only at the gold rank, nothing especially extraordinary.
Pierce the sun.
In a one-on-one fight, piercing sun was still the best choice. It dealt the highest single target damage.
Boom!
The two collided with blinding speed. After honing the 13 breaching techniques over recent training, Chen Ming's mastery of piercing sun had significantly improved, dealing far greater damage than before.
Chao Yuan's strike, though radiating thunderous energy across his Fangtian Hua Ji, revealed a glaring flaw. The power remained dispersed rather than concentrated. While visually impressive, this approach severely weakened its effectiveness. Chen Ming's dragon-slaying spear struck the front edge of the Fangtian halberd, shattering Chao Yuan's attack outright before swiftly driving him back. This marked the first time Chao Yuan had been defeated in direct combat today. His heart sank. His own explosive thunder assault was utterly no match for Chen Ming. Come again!
Chen Ming gave his opponent no chance to recover, pressing his advantage relentlessly.
Now that he understood Chao Yuan's true capabilities, dealing with him became much easier.
The flaming warrior's armor instantly enveloped him. Thunder was powerful, no doubt, but it still fell short compared to his 3 flame true fire.
After all, elements vary in quality. Who's afraid of whom? At this point, Chao Yuan knew full well that escape was impossible. That left only one outcome: battle. Wielding the thunder, Chao Yuan believed he could outmatch Chen Ming in a direct confrontation.
Thus, their clash was head-on and uncompromising. On the other side, Ling Hanlai had already defeated all the remaining female players through sheer strength, killing 2 and knocking the rest unconscious. Of course, he wasn't in the best shape either, covered in wounds. Looking up at the battlefield where Chen Ming and Chao Yuan clashed, a sense of urgency surged within him. He had always believed himself to be the second strongest in the region, but the sudden emergence of Chao Yuan made him realize there were still those more powerful than him here. It seemed he would need to focus on strengthening himself in the coming period. Air slash.
After repelling his opponent once more, this time Chen Ming didn't wait for a counterattack.
He launched a direct assault. With the air trembling, 2 wind blades shot out swiftly, heading straight for Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan hadn't anticipated such a sudden move from Chen Ming. Caught off guard mid-air, he forced his body to twist, but wind attribute attacks might not deal the highest damage. Their speed, however, ranked among the top 3.
This time, Chao Yuan narrowly dodged the wind blades, but his Fangtian Huaji spear was not so fortunate.
The wind blades collided with the halberd, unleashing tremendous force that sent it flying through the air before crashing violently to the ground.
Exactly.
From the start, Chen Ming hadn't intended to severely wound his opponent with air-slicing attacks. Instead, he aimed to knock their weapon away, drastically limiting their counterattack options. Sure enough, after crashing to the ground, Chao Yuan's first instinct was to rush toward his Fangtian Huaji, desperate to retrieve it. How could Chen Ming give him that chance? His entire body transformed into a razor-sharp blade as he charged forward. Fiery Holy Fist. A fiery dragon surged forth, its target unmistakable, the Fangtian Huaji lying on the ground. If Chao Yuan insisted on retrieving his weapon, he would inevitably be struck by the magma dragon forged from the sacred flame fist. The consequences were clear: touch it, and death or injury awaited. Sure enough, after a moment's hesitation, Chao Yuan gritted his teeth and transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting sideways. This was no simple evasion. He intended to return to his vehicle and make a clean getaway. By now, he understood all too well the vast chasm between himself and Chen Ming. Especially in terms of skills, Chen Ming's abilities consistently caught him off guard, far surpassing his own in both destructive power and other aspects.
If not now, then when? Did I say you could leave?
Ling Hanlai, who had been watching from the sidelines, sprang into action the moment he saw this. With a flash, he blocked the path directly in front of Chao Yuan's vehicle.
Get out of my way. Unlike Chen Ming, Chao Yuan felt no panic upon seeing Ling Hanlai now. A defeated foe, what was there to fear?
Alas, he had vastly overestimated his own strength.
His earlier dominance over Ling Hanlai had been entirely due to the power of the Fangtian Huaji spear. Now, facing Ling Hanlai's dual ice and fire assault unarmed? That was nothing short of courting disaster. After all, the ice-fire duality was a platinum-grade weapon, its inherent energy terrifying in itself. Thunderbolt palm. Ice-fire duet. This time, luck deserted Chao Yuan. The thunder on his palm was instantly engulfed and suppressed by the flames and ice. His entire body was sent flying, crashing violently to the ground. Rising once more, Chao Yuan's face darkened to a terrifying shade of grim. He knew deep down that if things went wrong, he might truly meet his end here. Come on. Seeing Chen Ming steadily closing in, Chao Yuan knew that if he didn't act now, he was finished. With that thought, Chao Yuan bellowed at his vehicle.
In the next instant, a small furnace cauldron shot out from the vehicle, emanating an extremely peculiar aura. Its speed was blindingly fast. Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai had no chance to intercept it. As the furnace landed in Chao Yuan's hands, a hint of madness flashed across his face. You want to know how to lift their curse? Here it is. As his words faded, a black mist poured from the furnace in his hand, enveloping his entire body. Within the fog, blinding bolts of lightning flickered, lending an air of profound mystery. Upon witnessing this, Chen Ming realized that Chao Yuan's mastery of lightning attributes was most likely learned from this very furnace. Evidently, this cauldron was a treasure in its own right. As Chao Yuan's aura surged, Ling Hanlai, standing nearby, could no longer hold back. He swiftly swung his ice-fire duality sword forward, rushing to interrupt the enhancement of his power. Chapter 159, Falling Star. Get lost. Chao Yuan's gaze was entirely fixed on Chen Ming, observing Ling Hanlai solely through peripheral vision. The moment he detected Ling's movement, Chao Yuan roared, unleashing a bolt of thunder from his mouth. It shot toward Ling Hanlai's head with blinding speed. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as a defensive barrier materialized before Ling Hanlai. The thunderbolt struck the barrier and slowly dissipated, yet Ling Hanlai was still sent flying by the immense force, crashing to the ground in a heap. Ling Hanlai's expression turned utterly grave. Had it not been for his protective artifact saving his wretched life just now, he would have been obliterated. But this also revealed a crucial truth: Chao Yuan's strike had been powerful enough to kill him outright. Otherwise, it would never have triggered the artifact. How had his opponent grown so powerful? Leave him to me. Just as Ling Hanlai was still pondering his next move, Chen Ming suddenly spoke up, his expression utterly serious. Yes, serious. This was the first time Ling Hanlai had ever seen Chen Ming display such an expression while facing another player. Even when fighting him directly, Chen Ming had never worn such a look. What did this signify? In Chen Ming's eyes, Chao Yuan was now a player worthy of unleashing his full strength against. Indeed. Instead of launching an immediate attack, Chen Ming's first move was to pull out a blood surge pill and swallow it. His opponent's lightning attribute had been forcibly amplified to terrifying levels. Since he was slightly inferior in elemental power, he could only seek to regain the upper hand through his four-dimensional attributes. He refused to believe that this furnace vessel could truly enhance Chao Yuan's strength by a full 100%. Chen Ming, prepare to die. Chao Yuan's attack didn't keep Chen Ming waiting long. His current strength was still too weak to control the furnace vessel for extended periods. Prolonged use would cause his mind to suffer attacks from the vessel, turning him into its slave. As his words echoed, dazzling bolts of thunder erupted from his body. If Chen Ming was a blazing war general, then Chao Yuan at this moment could truly be called a thunder war general. The thunder surging from his body was no ordinary lightning, it was purple. Earth-shattering and sky-shaking. Chen Ming stomped his right foot into the ground. Instantly, countless earth spikes burst forth from the soil, hurtling toward Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan didn't even flinch at the sight of these spikes, charging straight forward. How could mere earth spikes possibly halt thunder capable of obliterating everything? Before Chao Yuan even touched them, the earth spikes were shattered by the surging thunder. Pierce the sun. Chen Ming never expected earth-shattering thunder to actually harm his opponent. Casting this spell was purely to block Chao Yuan's vision. The true killing blow lay concealed behind in Pierce the Sun. By the time Chao Yuan smashed the last earth spike, Chen Ming's spear had close to within 5 meters. At this distance, it would reach him in the blink of an eye. Boom! The two collided violently. Beyond their physical impact, the elemental properties coursing through them clashed as well, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated outward from the combatants at breakneck speed. Within that shockwave lay flames, ice, and thunder. Its impact was formidable. Surrounding trees shattered instantly, grasses obliterated. The giant pythons concealed within the foliage all surfaced. Ling Hanlai, standing to the side, saw these giant pythons concealed among the trees and was startled. These giant serpents were far too cunning. When they first clashed with Chao Yuan and the others, there were no giant serpents in the vicinity. Their sudden appearance now meant only one thing: these serpents had just arrived. They had slowly approached while everyone's attention was focused on the battlefield during the clash. Had the battle not escalated further, these serpents likely would have waited until the very last moment to strike. What a perfect example of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the bird behind. The beasts of the Dark Valley Great Forest truly possess remarkable intelligence. Realizing their presence had been detected, the surrounding giant snakes shed their camouflage, revealing their true forms one by one. What he saw sent a chill through Ling Hanlai's heart. Among these giant pythons lurked a truly terrifying colossus. How big? Its body nearly encircled the entire battlefield. Ling Hanlai made a rough estimate: its length was easily 50 meters. The longest they'd encountered before was only 20 or 30 meters. Now this one had doubled that length. These giant pythons certainly held grudges. He was about to call out to warn Chen Ming, but when he turned his head, he saw Chen Ming and Chao Yuan locked in another fierce clash. Both were so engrossed in their battle that they were oblivious to their surroundings, let alone the giant pythons swarming around them. Damn it!
Did that mean he was now the only one left to fight all these giant pythons? No choice.
In this moment, he had to grit his teeth and step forward.
Did Chen Ming, locked in combat at the center of the battlefield, not know about these giant pythons? Of course not.
The moment the opponent appeared, he had noticed. After quickly assessing Chao Yuan and the exceptionally powerful giant serpent, he concluded Chao Yuan posed the greater threat. Therefore, he planned to deal with Chao Yuan first before tackling the giant serpents.
As for Chao Yuan,
he had only one thought now, to slay Chen Ming, and nothing else mattered.
Moon Slash. Chen Ming's attacks grew increasingly fierce.
Like a stubborn plaster, he clung relentlessly to Chao Yuan, denying him any chance to retreat.
As long as he couldn't create distance, Chao Yuan couldn't unleash his full lightning attribute power.
Get the hell out of here.
Chao Yuan quickly grasped Chen Ming's intent, a hint of impatience flickering across his face. He realized he was losing control over the cauldron's corrosive influence.
If he couldn't slay Chen Ming within 2 minutes, the cauldron would fully take control of him. Even if he won, he would no longer be himself. The more anxious he grew, the more likely he was to show a weakness. Finally, after 3 more exchanges, Chao Yuan inevitably showed an opening. Having waited so long for this chance, how could Chen Ming let it slip away? He leapt skyward with blinding speed, then brought the dragon-slaying holy spear crashing down. Chao Yuan was still reeling from his previous attack, unable to steady himself. Facing this strike, he could only brace for the impact.
Boom! As their weapons collided, a violent shockwave erupted from the tail end of the dragon-slaying holy spear.
In the next instant, the ground collapsed 3 zhang around Chao Yuan, forming spiderweb-like cracks. This marked the first time a player had ever caused damage to the highway.
Snap!
With a crisp sound, Chao Yuan's arms fell limp, his bones shattered. This strike was the 3rd technique of the 13 techniques of the Broken Army, Falling Star. Performing this technique in Chen Ming's current state was already a stretch. This time, it was only possible with the aid of the Blood Surge Pill, which doubled his strength attribute, meeting the requirements for execution.
Chapter 160, the first demonstration of spatial leap.
Without his arms to support himself, Chao Yuan was utterly incapacitated. Now Chao Yuan understood clearly, defeating Chen Ming in his current state was nothing short of a pipe dream. The moment his mental focus faltered, the black mist instantly erased his consciousness. His pupils dilated and glazed over. He had become nothing more than a puppet for that furnace vessel. Upon seizing control of Chao Yuan, the cauldron did not immediately seek to kill Chen Ming. Instead, it planned to flee. There was no other choice. Chao Yuan's body was now in far too poor a condition. Staying meant certain destruction at Chen Ming's hands. Did I say you could leave? The Blood Boost Pill's enhancement also included agility attributes. Chen Ming charged forward like a ghostly apparition, his speed astonishingly swift. Simultaneously, the dragon-slaying holy spear in his grasp thrust forward once more. Pierce the sun. Just as the sacred dragon spear was about to strike its target, a cloud of black mist suddenly surged from the furnace cauldron, rushing toward Chen Ming. At their current proximity, Chen Ming had no chance to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the black mist surged into his body. The immediate reaction was a numbing sensation throughout his entire body. The next second, he collapsed onto the ground. The piercing sun attack in his hand was forced to halt abruptly. Lying on the ground, Chen Ming felt his mind grow hazy. Even struggling to stand up proved difficult. Soon, he understood the true horror of the black mist. It was fighting him for control of his body. Get out of me! Chen Ming concentrated all his mental energy to swiftly envelop the black mist that had infiltrated his body, beginning to devour it bit by bit. Surprisingly, devouring the black mist even slightly boosted Chen Ming's intelligence attribute. The entire process took Chen Ming roughly 10 breaths. By then, the possessed Chao Yuan had reached his vehicle and, driven by instinct, began to operate it. Tornado. Ice arrow. Blizzard. Just as Lin Hanley's attacks were forcibly blocked by a dark mist, a sharp command suddenly rang out. The previously still air began to tremble violently, its flow speed intensifying to epic levels. Additionally, the surrounding temperature steadily dropped. Soon, a tornado-like whirlwind saturated with ice attributes appeared before Chao Yuan's vehicle. Chao Yuan's vehicle had only just begun moving, its speed barely noticeable. Now caught in the grip of this blizzard, it had no strength left to fight back. In less than 2 breaths, it lost all forward momentum. The vehicle was completely trapped by the blizzard. On top of that, frost began to form all over the vehicle. Such was the power of the blizzard. Chen Ming had already recovered and stared in astonishment at the blizzard before him. He noticed Yang Zishu beside him, who had regained her senses. Though still bound by vines, this did not hinder her from casting spells. This blizzard was actually an idea he had suggested to Yang Zishu, and now she had successfully researched it. The sheer scale of this area of effect damage was downright absurd. To put it mildly, the surrounding giant serpents suffered heavy losses. Some had their bodies torn apart by the blizzard itself, others were pierced through by the ice spikes embedded within the storm, and the worst were frozen solid on the spot. Boom! After raging for a full minute, the blizzard erupted violently. Chao Yuan's level 2 vehicle was destroyed beyond repair, rendering even a single step forward impossible. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming hurried over to Chao Yuan's vehicle. Inside, Chao Yuan was gasping for air, barely clinging to life. Ironically, the furnace vessel beside him actually attempted to escape. A single slap sent it crashing back inside. Earth-shattering. 5 earth spikes shot out, trapping the furnace spirit within. No matter how it struggled, escape was impossible. Once Chen Ming had subdued the opponent, he turned to find Chao Yuan already transformed into a cold corpse. He summoned the treasure-seeking rat lurking in the distance to disrupt the battlefield, then immediately set Yang Zishu down. Together with Ling Hanlai, they formed a triangular formation. Chao Yuan was dealt with, but giant serpents still swirled all around. True, the blizzard had just opened a gap, but the strongest one remained unscathed. It had to be said, the creature was incredibly lucky. It had coiled its body just before the blizzard struck, perfectly avoiding the path of the sweeping storm. Leave that big one to me. You handle the rest. Move fast. Chen Ming harbored no affection for these giant serpents. They didn't learn the good things, choosing instead to imitate fishermen, and they didn't even possess the strength for it. With that, Chen Ming vanished from his spot. In the next instant, he traversed 50 meters and materialized beside the colossal serpent. His dragon-slaying holy spear, enveloped in the 3-flame true fire, pierced toward its target at lightning speed. It all happened far too suddenly. Before the serpent could react, Chen Ming had already struck. As the spear pierced its body, Chen Ming executed the divine windstep, moving with blinding speed. The razor-sharp spearhead tore through the python's skin, causing blood to gush out violently. As excruciating pain assaulted its brain, the colossal serpent finally snapped to awareness, writhing in agony with a blood-curdling scream. Its 50-meter-long body thrashed wildly, crushing fellow pythons and trees in its path. Just as it seemed Chen Ming would be crushed, his body vanished once more. When he reappeared, he was back at his original standing position. Surveying the severely wounded colossal serpent, Chen Ming wore a look of satisfaction. This was his first time using spatial leap. So far, the results seemed quite promising. However, the mental energy consumption was indeed quite substantial. He had originally intended to save this skill for Chao Yuan, but the sudden intervention of these giant serpents, coupled with Yang Zishu's blizzard sweeping the entire battlefield, made him change his mind. In the end, he decided to reserve it for the giant serpents. Yang Zishu and Chao Yuan moved swiftly too. The surrounding giant snakes were no match for them and were quickly swept away. With the crisis averted, Chen Ming and his 2 companions gathered inside the cargo hold of the 100-ton king. I genuinely don't remember anything from just now. When I regained consciousness, I was already restrained. Yang Zishu wrapped healing bandages around herself while trying to recall her previous state. Sis Yang, you have no idea how terrifying you were back then. Attacking Brother Chun from behind like that, if he hadn't reacted fast, he would have been seriously injured. Ling Hanlai, who had also been watching the situation, looked visibly shaken. He himself had been at a disadvantage then. If Chen Ming had also been taken down, their squad would have almost certainly been wiped out here. Chen Ming swallowed another fruit to restore his mental energy. Do you remember what state you were in back then? Hearing this, Yang Zishu began to recall carefully. I just exchanged a glance with that Chao Yuan. When I opened my eyes again, I was already behind. An exchange of glances. That must have been when Yang Zishu was successfully bewitched by Chao Yuan. It must be connected to that cauldron. With that thought, he retrieved the ancient, jet-black furnace. After struggling for several minutes, the furnace settled into stillness and could be stored within the system space. Seeing this, Chen Ming decided to bring it back directly. Chapter 161, The Union Thunder Cauldron. The moment the cauldron appeared, Ling Hanlai, standing nearby, couldn't contain himself. I feel like all this is connected to that bizarre cauldron. That thing is downright weird. As he spoke, he instinctively backed away, keeping a safe distance from the cauldron. Having nearly perished at its hands, he felt he was developing a phobia toward the cauldron. Placing his hand on the cauldron, Chen Ming saw a portion of its information appear before him. Union Thunder Cauldron Diamond Grade contains potent thunder attributes. Players may learn to harness them at a cost. Note, each use of the Union Thunder Cauldron requires the energy of male-female intimacy as a medium. Note, forced use without a medium risks possession by the cauldron. Use with extreme caution. Note, refining the Hahuan Thunderstrike Cauldron grants the seduction skill. When gazing at someone of the opposite sex, there is a 10-90% chance of success. Success rate is influenced by the user's appearance and luck. Note, the more abundant the medium energy, the more thunder spells the player can master. After reading this detailed description, Chen Ming couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Good heavens, this continent truly has every bizarre and extraordinary thing imaginable. A diamond-grade artifact, and its activation condition is actually a love ritual. No wonder Chao Yuan was hunting down female players everywhere all to activate this cauldron. Recalling Chao Yuan's appearance, certainly not as handsome as you gentlemen readers, but still above average for a man, no wonder his seduction success rate was so high. Truth be told, Chen Ming was now intrigued by this furnace vessel. Why?
The thunder attribute is simply too overpowered and formidable. If he could master it, his power would skyrocket. Alas, the price was truly enormous. Remember, Chao Yuan had over a dozen female players by his side. Even with that many players supporting him, he only grasped the most basic aspects of the lightning attribute. To fully master the lightning element within the furnace vessel? I dare not imagine how much union energy that would require. Seems this idea will have to be shelved for now. To dispel the doubts of the other two players in the squad, Chen Ming shared the information about the furnace cauldron with them as well. Upon seeing the details, their reactions diverged. Ling Hanlai couldn't believe such a twisted contraption existed. Yang Zishu, however, flushed slightly. What did this mean? Was Chen Ming planning to use this furnace cauldron with her? Fortunately, she didn't have to dwell on it for long, as Chen Ming promptly stowed the furnace away. The group resumed sorting through the remaining treasures. Among them, Chen Ming actually discovered a rather useful item. Radar jammer platinum grade. Players within a designated radius centered on the jammer cannot use the chat interface. This had been confiscated from Chao Yuan's vehicle by the treasure-seeking rats. No wonder so many players had perished without any news reaching the outside. This contraption was the culprit. But now it had fallen into Chen Ming's hands for free. Chen Ming also obtained a crucial reward from that colossal python. Snake butterfly incense platinum grade, when lit, causes giant serpents to mistake players for their own kind, preventing attacks. It might seem useless at first glance, but under certain conditions, it's an absolute game changer. There were 5 in total, and Chen Ming gave 1 each to Yang Zishu and the others. After organizing the newly acquired resources, Yang Zishu tugged at Chen Ming's sleeve. "Brother Chen, look outside." Chen Ming instinctively looked up at her prompting and spotted several female players standing not far away. They were the unfortunate souls previously deceived by Chao Yuan. Ling Hanlai hadn't killed them during their fight but had only knocked them unconscious. Now awake, they stood dazed, surveying their surroundings. As a woman, Yang Zishu hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to briefly recount what had transpired. Hearing how they'd been deceived by Chao Yuan, coupled with the outfits they now wore, they instantly understood they'd been defiled. Ling Hanlai observed the female players and quietly asked Chen Ming, who stood nearby, "Brother Chen, what do you plan to do with these female players?" Chen Ming shot him a glance before speaking slowly. "Their vehicles were destroyed without exception. On this continent, being without a vehicle is practically the same as death." At this point, Ling Hanlai understood Chen Ming's meaning perfectly well. These female players had no path forward except death. Chen Ming and his group certainly wouldn't carry such dead weight. Even if other players wanted to take them in, it would only be to use them as outlets for their frustrations. They'd never truly care for them. Thus, ever since Chao Yuan had deceived them, their fate had been sealed. On the other side, Yang Zishu was clearly sharper than Ling Hanlai. After laying out the facts for the female players, she retrieved a dagger from her system inventory and placed it on the ground. Then, turning away without a second glance, she strode toward Chen Ming and his companion. After such an intense battle, they were ready to relax properly. Ling Hanlai's earlier suggestion of hot pot had already received unanimous approval. The trio paid little attention to the female players lingering behind. After so many hours of gameplay, player deaths had long become commonplace to them. Especially for this trio, their current strength and status came from slaying countless players. All the hot pot ingredients had been meticulously selected by Chen Ming, and the broth was a yin-yang pot. Just as the first batch of beef slices began to simmer, a female player covered head to toe in blood approached from the distance. In her hand was the dagger Yang Zishu had discarded on the ground. When she appeared, Chen Ming and the others visibly froze. Glancing sideways toward the direction she came from, Chen Ming saw that all the other female players there were dead. Yang Zishu frowned slightly. Hadn't her gesture been obvious enough? She had dropped the dagger intending for them to take their own lives, sparing them further suffering. Had they misunderstood? Before she could speak, the blood-soaked girl standing on the outer edge volunteered, "My name is Blue Eagle. My combined 4-dimensional attributes exceed 200 points, and I can cook. I'm familiar with all major culinary traditions." Chen Ming remained unmoved, shaking his head slightly. "A total of 200 points across all 4 attributes is practically useless to us. You'd only slow us down. Plus, you don't have a vehicle, so you can't join us." Chen Ming's squad did indeed need one more player, but that didn't mean he'd waste a precious slot carelessly. Blue Eagle didn't back down. She knew deep down that Chen Ming's team was her last chance. If they didn't take her in, she would die. After a second's hesitation, she retrieved an item from her system space. "This is a slave contract. I'm willing to sign it." A slave contract. This was even more extreme than the master-servant contract Chen Ming had obtained earlier. After all, slaves could be abused at any time and weren't allowed to fight back. At that moment, Chen Ming truly began to see this woman in a new light. Chapter 162, Blue Eagle. Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai had never seen such a contract before. Upon learning its tyrannical terms, their eyes widened in shock. Both then turned in unspoken agreement, fixing their gaze on Chen Ming as they awaited his decision.
After a moment's contemplation, Chen Ming turned his gaze to Yang Zishu. She used the dagger you gave her to carve out a bloody path. Signed the contract with her. Without this slave contract, Chen Ming would never have agreed to her request. But with this contract in place, taking her on seemed like a decent deal. If nothing else, he wouldn't have to cook for himself anymore. Agreed. Yang Zishu trusted Chen Ming implicitly and agreed without hesitation. She then raised the slave contract, imprinted her mark upon it, and handed it to Blue Eagle. Having already made up his mind, Lan Ning was mentally prepared for this moment. Without hesitation, he accepted it. As her blood dripped onto the slave contract, the agreement was sealed. Lan Ning became Yang Zishu's slave. Glancing at the bloodstains on her body, Yang Zishu gestured toward the bathroom inside the cargo hold. Go wash up over there. Come find us after you're done. Understood. Lan Ning was clearly a woman of action. Upon receiving the order, she promptly headed off to carry it out without a moment's hesitation. Soon, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. Chen Ming and the others weren't fazed by the scene. They carried on eating and drinking as usual. As for the bloodshed? For players who'd crawled out of piles of corpses, it didn't faze them in the slightest. Once Blue Eagle finished showering, the trio invited him over to join their hotpot feast. They also took the opportunity to assess his specific capabilities, what skills and attributes he possessed. Only with a comprehensive understanding could they better coordinate their actions during future battles. Blue Eagle possessed wood and metal attributes. His primary element was metal, while wood served a support role. However, her support style differed from Yang Zishu's wood attribute. Yang Zishu's wood skills focused on control, like vine restraints and the illusions of the phantom wood forest. But Blue Eagle's is different. Her wood element focuses on healing. When Blue Eagle described this ability, even Chen Ming couldn't help but perk up. Injuries were practically a daily occurrence for their squad. Even he couldn't guarantee he'd emerge unscathed from every battle. Previously, they relied on healing bandages for recovery. Now, with a skilled healer supporting them, their squad's sustained combat capability would be significantly enhanced. After finishing their meal, Chen Ming and the others restored their health to about 70 or 80% before setting off again. As before, they advanced forward with the Supreme Realgar Stone at the core of their efforts. That afternoon, just as Chen Ming and the others were about to rest after completing their daily tasks, a message from a player ignited the emotions of the entire group. Dingijian, guys, I just got a system notification. I've reached the core area of the Shadow Valley Great Forest. Our player group will now attract the attention of every race within the forest. The core region of the Shadow Valley Great Forest. The attention of all races. This news didn't look like anything good. But it did indirectly confirm Chen Ming's earlier suspicions. The Cat Demon Clan, Minotaur Clan, and Treant Clan they encountered earlier were, frankly speaking, among the weaker races in the Shadow Valley Great Forest. Therefore, their previous location had been confined to the outer periphery of the Shadow Valley Great Forest. If he hadn't misread the situation, this time the road through the Shadow Valley Great Forest would cut straight across the entire forest. With over a month remaining before the catastrophe challenge descends, it seemed players would be busy for quite some time in the central region of the Shadow Valley Great Forest. It made sense, really. The races in the heart of the Shadow Valley Great Forest couldn't be weak. What? There's a central region? Isn't it even more dangerous there? Brother One Sword, could you share your coordinates so we can see how far away that place is? Yeah. If it's far, we can relax a bit. But if it's close, we need to prepare early. He said we'd attract the attention of every race in the Shadow Valley Great Forest? Are you kidding me? If we get targeted by all those terrifying races together, do we even stand a chance? Obviously not. I have a suggestion. The stronger players in the area could lead the way. With their strength, they could definitely fight a path through. Following behind them would reduce our risk. Why should we risk our lives charging ahead for you? Because you're stronger. Those with greater ability should shoulder more responsibility. Got it? Asshole, get lost. As the messages flashed by, Dingijian still shared his location. Chen Ming naturally opened the corresponding location and quickly discovered that the other party's position wasn't actually very far from his squad. About 300 kilometers. At the very latest, they could reach the central region of the Dark Valley Great Forest within 3 days. Yang Zishu noticed this development and immediately sought Chen Ming's opinion. Logically, their team was strong enough that arriving early would definitely give them an advantage. The central region was clearly far more dangerous, but with greater risk came greater reward. Yang Zishu had made a rough calculation. If the three of them pushed at full speed, they could reach it tonight. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Ming slowly shook his head. The heart of the Deep Valley Forest is full of unknowns. Charging straight in like this will only put us at a disadvantage. Isn't Dingijian's group already in the central area? Let them scout out the situation first. We'll drive our vehicle to about 100 kilometers away and assess the situation then. After much deliberation, Chen Ming opted for caution. Recklessness could easily lead to disaster. Moreover, he noticed several player squads in the regional chat were already within 100 kilometers of the core zone. Even if they didn't enter today, they'd inevitably have to push through tomorrow at the latest.
By then, intelligence would inevitably trickle back.
With this in mind, Chen Ming and his group restarted the vehicles they had parked earlier. At the same time, many powerful player squads also began their advance. Weaker squads, however, were utterly cowed. This was precisely why the gap in strength between these player squads kept widening. The stronger squads seized every opportunity to enhance their capabilities, leading to ever-increasing power. In contrast, weaker squads retreated with each encounter, never gaining the strength to advance. As one side gains and the other loses, the gap in strength between player squads only widens. Moreover, while weaker players may seem safer, this is far from the truth. After all, on this continent, strength is paramount. Without strength, death is inevitable. Chapter 163, Bearing Their Fangs. That night, while Chen Ming and his companions were training, they detected another player squad approaching from behind. Upon drawing near, the group noticed other players ahead and slowed their pace. Especially upon recognizing Chen Ming as their leader, the group exchanged a brief greeting before hastily departing. Chen Ming was still honing the third technique of the 13 techniques of breaking the army, Falling Star. During his daytime battle with Chao Yuan, he had forcibly unleashed Falling Star with the aid of the Blood Surge Pill, deepening his understanding of the technique. He sensed that only a thin barrier separated him from mastering Falling Star completely. Breaking through this barrier would unlock its full potential. Ling Hanlai and Yang Zishu were similarly focused on their training. As for Blue Eagle, considering his relatively weaker abilities, Chen Ming selected two would attribute skills for him, both primarily defensive in nature. It was foreseeable that the enemies encountered in the central region of the Dark Valley Great Forest would be formidable. By then, the trio would have no time to spare for Blue Eagle. She would have to fend for herself. Late at night, after finishing his work, Chen Ming noticed in the regional chat that numerous player squads had already arrived, announcing they would begin the official exploration of the central region of the Shadow Valley Great Forest tomorrow morning. However, no dire news had yet emerged from the core area, suggesting it might not be as dangerous as anticipated. Chen Ming didn't dwell on it and headed back to rest. Treasure Rat and Blue Eagle took the night watch. The night passed safely. Several player squads passed by during the night, but upon recognizing Chen Ming's vehicle, they dared not disturb him and slowed to a crawl as they skirted past. The next day, in the central region of the Shadow Valley Great Forest, players began their official exploration of the area. Contrary to expectations of a fierce confrontation, players instead stumbled upon a treasure. It was that kid Dingy Jian again. They discovered a tree laden with golden grade fruits and harvested a large quantity of these high-value fruits. This sight made many player squads green with envy. Gold-grade resources weren't as rare as before. Many players had already exchanged points for them earlier. Precisely because more players had used them, everyone knew just how effective these gold-tier resources were. That's why players were now so eager to get their hands on them. Many player squads that had been holding back immediately set off for the central area. Their thoughts were unanimous. Who cares about the danger? Let's grab resources first. With so many player squads entering, does that mean ours will be the first to get attacked? When Chen Ming woke up, Ling Hanlai relayed all this information to him. Hearing this, Chen Ming's eyes flashed with excitement. Players had actually spent the night safely in the heart of the Shadow Valley Great Forest. That was unreasonable to begin with. It seemed none of the major races in the Shadow Valley Great Forest wanted to fire the first shot. Now it all hinged on which race the players would encounter first. Once the fighting began, the other races would inevitably join in. That would be the most perilous moment. Without exaggeration, this is the players' final celebration. After dinner, we're moving out. Even so, Chen Ming still planned to approach proactively. The battle in the Shadow Valley Great Forest is unavoidable. It's also the player's inevitable path. There's no escaping it. Given that, it was better to strike first. Upon hearing this, Ling Hanlai's hands moved with lightning speed. In the past, when leading his own team, he'd been filled with anxiety in such dangerous situations, worried he wasn't a match for the threat, worried he couldn't protect his teammates. But since joining Chen Ming's squad, he'd become much more cheerful. Not a match? No problem. Chen Ming was always there to back him up. So now, when confronted with these perilous areas, his first instinct wasn't to retreat, it was to charge headlong into the fray. After a quick meal, Chen Ming's squad set off once more. This time, the situation changed. Ling Hanlai drove his off-road vehicle at the front, followed by Chen Ming's 100-ton king in the middle. Yang Zishu sat in the passenger seat, while Treasure Rat was tossed into the back seat. Bringing up the rear was Blue Eagle driving the RV. Yang Zishu was finally free to use both hands. Soon, as they drew nearer, they could see numerous traces of players who had passed along both sides of the highway. Since this area was relatively close to the heart of the Shadow Valley Great Forest, players had already begun eagerly searching for resources here. Consequently, this place had been completely stripped bare. The Treasure Rat remained completely still. Brother Chen, something seems to have happened. Yang Zishu, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly spoke up. He had been keeping an eye on the regional chat interface. Ding Yijian encountered the native inhabitants of the Shadow Valley Great Forest.
Yang Zishu said in a low voice.
According to him, they're ape-like creatures with formidable strength. Not only can they move nimbly throughout the forest, but they're also highly intelligent.
They'll be a real pain to deal with. Gorillas. Primates like apes were indeed tricky opponents.
It was well known that the Deep Valley Great Forest was thick with trees and vines, an environment practically tailor-made for gorillas.
Add their high intelligence to the mix, and conventional tactics won't suffice to eliminate them. Worse still, they might even turn the tables and attack us.
Looks like Ding Yijian provoked a bunch of creatures he shouldn't have.
How are they holding up now? Chen Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Even he would struggle if ambushed by these gorillas. Ding Yijian's squad was likely far worse off. Ding Yijian is critically injured. He and another squad member are fleeing in a vehicle.
The other two teammates have fallen. Yang Zishu relayed the intelligence gathered from the regional chat interface to Chen Ming. After hearing this, Chen Ming understood exactly what it meant. Escaping in a vehicle was never a good sign.
Remember, this highway only allows forward movement, no retreat.
Their so-called escape was actually a continued push deeper into the heart of the Yogu Great Forest.
And with such reckless abandon? How could this possibly end well? And indeed, that's exactly what happened.
Ding Yijian's avatar turned gray within about 10 minutes, meeting a gruesome end. His death served as a wake-up call for players trapped in the core zone. Their enemies were gradually baring their fangs.
What the hell is going on?
Chen Ming, who was driving, suddenly spoke up, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yang Zishu, sitting in the passenger seat, instinctively looked up and saw nearly 10 vehicles gathered not far ahead on their path, completely blocking the highway. At that moment, Ling Hanlai, who was ahead, sent a message asking Chen Ming what to do.
Chen Ming replied helplessly, "What else can we do? They've blocked the road completely. We can't get through. Let's get out and check it out." Chapter 164, Foreseeing the Attack.
Chen Ming and the others got out one by one, approaching the vehicles with their weapons drawn. Peering over the vehicles, they finally got a clear view of the situation.
It wasn't 2 squads gathered here, but 3.
Both sides were now locked in a standoff.
8 against 4.
Judging by the intensity radiating from both sides, however, the 4-player squad seemed to be the ones brimming with confidence.
"Captain, they're the ones who stole our loot.
We spotted it first, but they ambushed us out of nowhere.
If I hadn't reacted fast, we'd be separated by life and death right now."
"Captain, I saw it clearly. The treasure he snatched was at least gold grade. It's worth a fortune." Within the 8-person squad, 2 members approached their respective captains and whispered. A treasure no less than gold grade. There was no way they could let it go easily.
With their side now outnumbering the others, they could potentially use their numerical advantage to reclaim the treasure.
The 2 captains exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. One of them stepped forward. "Gentlemen, stealing my squad's treasure and bullying my squad members, this matter won't be left unresolved."
"Oh?"
The 4-person squad showed no surprise at this.
One effeminate-looking man raised an eyebrow. "And what exactly do you intend to do about it?" "Simple. Hand over that treasure you just acquired. Consider it compensation for the mental distress inflicted on our squad members." "Moral damages?"
As he spoke, the effeminate man shifted his gaze to the player who had survived the earlier ambush.
"Since he's dead, I suppose we don't need to pay that compensation, right?"
At this, alarm bells rang in the minds of the numerous players present. The squad leader's pupils contracted slightly, as if anticipating something.
He whipped his head around urgently. "Get out of the way." Unfortunately, by the time he reacted, his squad members hadn't anticipated the enemy could harm them from such a distance. They hadn't even considered dodging.
In the next instant, a sharp spike pierced through the asphalt, impaling the player's body. The other players around them stared wide-eyed at the scene, their faces frozen in horror. The player who had been standing right beside them just a second ago was now dead. They couldn't comprehend it. The effeminate man in the distance grew increasingly cold. "Letting you dodge once was my mistake.
This time, I'll make up for it."
After a stunned silence of 2 seconds, the remaining 7 players all shifted their gazes toward the effeminate man. A hint of fear flickered deep within their eyes. The captain at the front snapped out of his shock, his face flushed with rage as he glared at the effeminate man before him. What was the difference between this and Ting on his face? If he couldn't demand an explanation now, how could he ever establish authority within the squad again? Not to mention holding his head high in the district. Therefore, he could not back down this time, no matter what. Die. Who dared rush to the heart of the Shadow Valley Great Forest in such a short time? Only the toughest of the tough. No more stalling or hesitation, he charged straight in. With his attack, the battle was ignited in full force. The players from both squads now had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow suit, even if they didn't want to fight. Both sides clashed swiftly. Chen Ming and the others watched the battlefield intently from the rear.
Ling Hanlai couldn't help but shake his head. This guy just talks too much. This is the Dark Valley Great Forest, what's the point of reasoning with them? If you want their treasure, just grab it.
Now look, we've lost a team member, weakening our forces. Yang Zishu's gaze remained fixed on the effeminate-looking man. He was currently holding his own against 3 players single-handedly, showing no signs of panic or confusion, only effortless mastery. This guy's no pushover. He anticipates every enemy move with precision. Seems like he's got some real skill. It probably has to do with the traits or talents he acquired, but his raw combat strength is still lacking. Once he faces opponents with vastly superior power, things won't be so smooth sailing. Chen Ming instantly saw through his core weakness. This technique of anticipating opponents' attack patterns was indeed clever. Against players of the same tier, it was undoubtedly lethal, granting a massive advantage. But against truly formidable opponents, this predictive ability becomes rather useless. After all, even if he anticipates it, he might not be able to block it. Defeat would still be inevitable. On the current battlefield, this talent would be a game changer. Sure enough, as time passed, the 3 players surrounding the ethereal man sustained multiple injuries, while he himself remained unscathed. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Ling Hanlai felt an itch in his hands. Could it truly be that miraculous? Chen Ming, standing beside him, immediately noticed his subtle gesture. If you wanna go, just go. Alright. With Chen Ming's nod of approval, Ling Hanlai could no longer hold back. He immediately charged toward the front lines of the battlefield. His arrival instantly drew the attention of numerous players. Especially that effeminate man. Ling Hanlai could sense the other was targeting him, setting off alarm bells in his mind. From his perception, the pressure Ling Hanlai exerted far surpassed that of the other 3 players. Without hesitation, he swiftly sidestepped the 3 players and dodged to the side. During the evasion, Ling Hanlai's fist practically grazed the man's face, yet somehow failed to inflict any damage. How could he dodge that? Ling Hanlai's curiosity grew even stronger. He abruptly halted his forward momentum, drew his Icefire duality weapon, and only then continued closing in on his opponent. The effeminate man steadied himself and looked up at Ling Hanlai with determination. Ling Hanlai, I didn't provoke you. Why did you attack me? He knew deep down that Ling Hanlai was different from other players. This was a genuine threat to his safety. And the odds were stacked against him. He was likely no match for this man. Ling Hanlai charged forward while speaking. I just want to see if your talent is really that exaggerated. Cut the crap. Let's fight. In that instant, the effeminate man felt a chill run down his spine. He never imagined this would be the reason he caught the other's attention. Truly, his talent was both his blessing and his curse. As Ling Hanlai's attacks closed in, the effeminate man abandoned all else, frantically dodging in the direction predicted by his own talent. Soon, he realized the problem. Ling Hanlai's attacks were far too relentless. Evading them completely was incredibly difficult, let alone counterattacking. That was an impossibly daunting task. Moreover, as time passed, Ling Hanlai's attacks grew increasingly fierce, leaving him almost no room to maneuver. Chapter 165, Reaching the Central Zone. Several players watching from the sidelines instinctively breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing their ally targeted by Ling Hanlai. This guy's too damn unlucky. The 3 of us ganging up on him, and we're the ones getting pushed back. Yeah, it feels weird. Every single one of our attacks seems to just graze him. His luck is unreal. Haven't you 2 figured it out yet? He possesses some kind of extraordinary talent that lets him anticipate our attacks a split second early. That's how he's managing to hold his own against us. Without that talent, he'd have been dead long ago. What do we do now? This is Chen Ming's squad. Ling Hanlai alone is overwhelming him, and Chen Ming is standing right beside him. Maybe we should just leave. With Team Chen Ming here, that gold grade treasure won't be coming our way. Agreed. If we get a chance, we run. Run my ass. Haven't you seen where Chen Ming is? He's right next to our vehicle. Do you really think we can leave safely without his permission? The players exchanged glances, their faces heavy with tension. If facing that effeminate man earlier had made the 3 of them feel immense pressure, then confronting Chen Ming now made any thought of resistance impossible. He was simply no match for them. Little did they know that with Chen Ming's heightened hearing, every word of their discussion was clearly audible to him. Chen Ming had absolutely no interest in these players. Had Ling Hanlai not wanted to meet that effeminate man, they wouldn't have gotten involved in this fight. Of course, intervening posed no problem. He was confident he could take down every single player present. Ah! At that moment, a piercing scream erupted. Despite the effeminate man's innate ability to anticipate attacks, his reaction was still a split second too slow, allowing Ling Hanlai to seize the opportunity. As blue and red flames of ice and fire flashed, the effeminate man's arm was torn clean off and hurled away. The outcome was now decided. Ling Hanlai watched the effeminate man clutching his arm on the ground and couldn't help but shake his head. Your talent isn't up to par either. Boring. After speaking, he retrieved the dual-element weapon into his system space and promptly returned to Chen Ming's side, choosing not to finish off his opponent. Seeing Ling Hanlai return, Chen Ming fixed his gaze on the other players. Now, make way for me. At his command, all present players sprang into action. As vehicle after vehicle began moving, a passage was swiftly cleared. Efficiency was the name of the game. Once the passage was confirmed wide enough for the 100-ton king to pass, Chen Ming decisively turned and climbed aboard his colossal machine.
His squad set off once more.
From start to finish, they remained utterly unfazed by the so-called golden grade treasure.
It was commonplace junk in their circles. What was there to pay attention to?
Only after Chen Ming's squad had moved far away did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief.
Soon, however, the atmosphere grew tense once more.
Before Chen Ming's squad arrived, they seemed no match for the effeminate man. But now that Ling Hanlai had cleared the path for them, and the effeminate man had lost an arm and suffered severe injuries, this seemed like good news for them.
Kill! With a player's furious roar, the battlefield erupted once more. This time, however, the outcome of the battle was about to take a different turn.
The battle raged on for over half an hour. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of fallen players, and only two remained standing.
One of them was the effeminate man.
Gritting his teeth, the effeminate man staggered forward and retrieved the golden grade treasure lying on the ground. He had thrown this golden grade treasure out when the opposing team first joined forces.
The moment it appeared, the two squads that had been allied instantly split apart.
Neither wanted to hand over the golden grade treasure. The effeminate man seized his chance and eliminated every member of both teams. Of course, he himself was now gravely wounded. Ling Hanlai, the grudge we share today I shall repay 10-fold, 100-fold, in the days to come.
The effeminate man's voice was venomous as a snake's, his face consumed by rage. Meanwhile, on the other side,
Chen Ming's team finally reached the central region of the Dark Valley Great Forest. The number of players here was noticeably greater. Though everyone had reached the core area, they all understood that the deeper they ventured, the greater the danger and the higher the risk of death. Therefore, players mainly concentrated their activities at the border between the central and outer zones, hoping to scavenge supplies in this area.
In the squad chat interface,
Ling Hanlai initiated a message, "Brother Chen, I've spotted several players over here.
Should we flush them out?" Upon recognizing Chen Ming's squad, these players immediately chose to hide, unwilling to confront them.
From the higher vantage point of the 100-ton king, Chen Ming had a broader view. Glancing casually at the players, he replied, "Ignore them.
We'll keep moving forward. Advance another 10 kilometers. If we don't encounter any enemy factions, we'll rest here." Without delay, Chen Ming's squad pressed deeper into the territory. This scene was quickly posted to the regional chat interface by players lurking in the shadows. Chen Ming's squad is here. They're pushing straight through. Perfect. I never feel secure when other player squads lead the way. Only when big shot Chen Ming takes the lead can all obstacles be cleared. Enough said. Our squad's following big shot Chen Ming's lead to charge forward. You lot can wait here. Further ahead should be that guerrilla's territory. Isn't it too dangerous to rush in recklessly? We'll have to go deep eventually. Now we've got a pro leading the way, what are you complaining about? Sure enough, upon seeing the chat logs, many player squads were jolted awake. Staying here today was safe, but what about tomorrow? The daily quest spans 100 kilometers. Tomorrow, they'd still have to take risks. With a powerful ally to lean on now, the dangers they'd face later would be somewhat reduced. Soon, through the rearview mirror of the 100-ton king, Chen Ming spotted numerous vehicles trailing far behind his squad. Yang Zishu beside him relayed the message from the regional chat interface to Chen Ming. After hearing this, Chen Ming sneered coldly, "Let them follow. But who ends up in front, who ends up behind, and who gets attacked first, none of that is certain." The 10-kilometer journey passed in an instant. Following Chen Ming's instructions, his squad parked their vehicle beside the highway, leaving half the road clear for other players' vehicles to pass. The players behind them weren't stupid either. Seeing Chen Ming's squad stop, they followed suit. Once they confirmed Chen Ming and his group weren't planning to leave today, they got out and began searching the surrounding area for resources. Chapter 166, The Guerrilla Strikes. Time slipped by. The sky gradually darkened. With Blue Eagle joining the team, Chen Ming had effectively resigned from his role as cook. Now, he could devote more energy each day to mastering his skills. The trailing group of players had also reached a temporary agreement, pledging not to attack one another without cause. The scene appeared remarkably harmonious. Yet every player present knew this harmony was only skin deep. When danger struck, their so-called agreement would prove utterly fragile. For dinner, Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai suggested grilled meat. The grill, a platinum-grade item, had been collected earlier by Chen Ming. Blue Eagle stood to one side, skillfully grilling the meat. To ensure a truly satisfying feast, Chen Ming specifically stipulated that the ingredients for this barbecue must be no less than diamond grade. Additionally, Lanning was fully stocked with spices like cumin powder. As the aroma spread, the players gnawing on meat in the rear nearly drooled. Many player squads already had decent meals. After so much development, quite a few squads could easily cook simple dishes or stir-fry vegetables. But with so many players gathered together, simplicity was the priority. Everyone tacitly agreed to stick to meat dishes, just enough to fill their bellies. Who would have thought they'd run into Chen Ming's team? Only Chen Ming's elite squad could pull this off. This meal is seriously top-notch. Is that all? Knowing Chen Ming's squad, this is just their baseline standard. Exactly. Every meal they make is a feast, and the ingredients aren't half bad either. The cheapest stuff they've sold before was gold grade. Too bad the prices are so steep. Otherwise, I'd buy all 3 meals from them every day. Expensive ingredients and high prices are reasonable. The players gazed longingly at Chen Ming and his group, desperately hoping they might spare them a little. But none dared approach to beg. They'd been trailing behind Chen Ming's squad all along, essentially riding on his coattails. Chen Ming's magnanimity in not kicking them out was already incredibly generous. They dared not push their luck. Ha! Did any of you just see a dark shadow flash by on the right? A player seated off to the side felt a shadow dart past his peripheral vision and spoke up in surprise. Hearing this, the players beside him instinctively glanced sideways. 2 even turned on their vehicle headlights to scan the area, but found nothing. The tense players instantly slumped back into their seats. The player who had bounced back up from the ground couldn't help but sneer, "You're already this jumpy just after entering? Wait till the enemies in the central zone show up, you'll scare yourself to death before they even get close." The player who had seen the shadow still frowned, trying to recall if he had truly seen it. It was definitely there. Why can't I see it now? Whoosh! Just as the players relaxed their guard, over a dozen stones flew out from both sides of the forest. The sharp whistling sound made every player's heart skip a beat. Enemy attack! Before the cry had even faded, the stones plummeted from the sky, crashing squarely onto the players' vehicles. One unlucky soul was struck directly in the body, instantly suffering severe injuries. As the stones fell, the players immediately entered combat mode. Simultaneously, a series of loud noises erupted from the forests on both sides. The next second, a dozen gorillas charged out, hurtling straight toward the players. Realizing they had no retreat, the players gritted their teeth, gripped their weapons, and prepared to fight. The air soon filled with the clamor of battle cries. Up ahead, Chen Ming and his companions, who had been grilling meat, heard the commotion and quickly set aside their skewers. Chen Ming first assessed the situation of the numerous players behind them, then his gaze swiftly scanned the forests flanking his squad. Can't even enjoy a meal without being interrupted? What rotten luck! A flash of anger crossed Chen Ming's face. Food was the foundation of life, and he had been looking forward to a proper meal tonight. Yet someone had the audacity to interrupt him? They must be severely punished. Moreover, he could sense hidden gorillas lurking on both sides of his squad. Sure enough, it was the same old routine. The gorillas on both sides started with rocks, hurling them at Chen Ming and his group. Though their numbers were slightly fewer than the rocks facing the rear players, their timing was impeccable, striking suddenly while Chen Ming and his group were focused on the rear players. Earth-shattering! These rocks weren't just aimed at the people, some were heading straight for the vehicles. Chen Ming wasn't about to stand by and watch their vehicles get destroyed. Dozens of earth spikes shot out rapidly, enveloping Chen Ming's vehicle and the others. Move freely! After uttering these 4 words, Chen Ming charged headlong toward the nearest gorilla. Ling Hanlai followed closely behind, refusing to be outdone. As Yang Zishu charged out, he specifically instructed Blue Eagle beside him to stay behind and protect the vehicle. Blue Eagle's combat strength was still somewhat lacking. While his 4-dimensional attributes had improved slightly after those 2 meals, the gains were quite limited. At best, he was on par with the players in the rear. The strength of these ambushing gorillas was unknown, so it was safer for Blue Eagle to stay in the rear. Chen Ming, now charging at the forefront, had already encountered 2 gorillas ahead. The moment they clashed, Chen Ming understood why Ding Yijian had warned these gorillas were troublesome. The reality proved him right. Not only were these gorillas incredibly strong, but they also fought in coordination. As Chen Ming clashed with the first gorilla, their bodies collided. While the gorilla's strength was undeniable, Chen Ming clearly held a slight edge. But it was only a slight edge, not enough to defeat the gorilla quickly. Before either side could gain the upper hand, another gorilla decisively charged into the fray from the side. Its target was clear, Chen Ming's legs. They aimed to incapacitate him. Air slash. Chen Ming wasn't about to give them that chance. Several wind blades shot out rapidly, heading straight for the gorilla. The gorilla never anticipated such a monstrous skill from Chen Ming and was struck directly. The result? The gorilla's chest was torn open by the wind blades. Blood poured out in a torrent as it collapsed, utterly defeated. The surrounding gorillas, witnessing this, suddenly roared in fury. A faint energy aura enveloped them. To put it plainly, the gorilla battling Chen Ming showed a noticeable surge in strength. Chen Ming estimated it had gained at least 2 points in strength. Is that even possible? Chen Ming's heart sank instantly. If these gorillas could enhance themselves without limit, dealing with them would become quite troublesome. No way! He had to test this out. Otherwise, facing more gorillas later would leave him at a disadvantage. Chapter 167, The Gorilla Clan's Response. With this thought, Chen Ming shed all pretense. With the 3 flame true fire enveloping his body, he charged toward the gorillas, the dragon-slaying holy spear in hand. His strategy was simple: go all out. With Chen Ming unleashing his full power, these gorillas were no match for him. The gorilla that had been locked in a struggle with him moments before was instantly engulfed by the 3 flames true fire. The outcome was obvious: its fur ignited in an instant. It was dead within 10 seconds. The remaining gorillas sensed danger and tried to flee, but it was already too late.
Chen Ming pushed his speed to the absolute limit, weaving wildly among the gorillas. Meanwhile, Ling Hanlai unleashed a frenzied assault of ice and fire. The death toll among the gorillas was rising at an alarming rate. Simultaneously, the light rings on the remaining gorillas gradually rose. However, Chen Ming keenly observed that these light rings weren't rising indefinitely, they had limits. They were capped. At most, they could be enhanced to 5 layers. 5 layers might not seem like much, but the combined 4-dimensional attributes add up to a total of 40 points. 40 points. After the enhancement, their strength was completely different from before. If Chen Ming hadn't been so powerful, dealing with them would have taken considerably more effort. The battle between Chen Ming and his team lasted several minutes before finally concluding. The main reason was that fewer gorillas were assigned to their side, and combined with Chen Ming's team's formidable overall strength, dealing with them appeared relatively effortless. Meanwhile, the players in the rear were left feeling utterly helpless. Initially, they had handled the gorillas with ease. But after several gorillas fell, the survivors went berserk, their strength becoming eerily potent. Within moments, player casualties exceeded 3. Most of the remaining players were now injured. How can these gorillas suddenly boost their strength like that? This is totally unrealistic. Stop complaining. There are less than 10 left, let's finish them off. Damn it, are you blind? Can't you see I'm being flanked by 2 of them? Get over here and help me. Can't help you, bro. We've got enemies here too. We gotta deal with these first. Fine, none of you will help, huh? Then I'll just die right in front of you all. There's a gap on the right, who's covering it? We can't let the right flank fall. If it breaks, everyone's vehicles will be exposed. The battle on the players' side raged on for a full hour before finally ending. After this battle, the players were utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. But they dared not waste a moment now, all focusing on recovering their strength, fearing more enemies might arrive. After all, this wasn't the first time enemies had attacked consecutively, and everyone's guard remained firmly up. Only now, while recovering, did the numerous players find time to check on Chen Ming and the others ahead. What they saw was a scene of scattered gorilla corpses all around them. Not even the vehicle near Chen Ming's squad had been touched. Damn it, why were there so few gorillas attacking Big Brother Chen Ming's group? You call that few? They only had a handful of people. We had over 20 players on our side, and we nearly got wiped out by a dozen gorillas. Judging by their condition, they must have finished the fight a while ago. As expected of the top squad in the region, that efficiency is seriously impressive. Exactly. I was stunned when I saw it. After Big Boss Chen Ming and Big Boss Ling Hanlai charged in, most of the gorillas over there were already dead. Was following them really the right call? In just this short time, we've lost 4 players already. Our numbers are dropping way too fast. That's obvious. Even if we hadn't followed Chen Ming in today, we'd still have to enter tomorrow. Without him drawing fire for us, do you really think we could hold our ground on our own? Enough talk. Get your injuries treated and repair the vehicles. We absolutely must get them operational before tomorrow. The players no longer felt the excitement they had when entering the central area earlier. What remained was nothing but solemnity. It was clear the central zone of the Shadow Valley Great Forest was far more troublesome than they'd imagined. Players rushed to repair their vehicles. While the stones themselves had no level, their sheer weight was overwhelming. Some smaller vehicles were crushed outright. Fortunately, repairs could be performed directly through the vehicle status in the system space, eliminating the need for manual labor. All it required was the expenditure of resources. Of course, repairs took time. Only after this period elapsed could the vehicles be fully restored. During this time, players couldn't board their vehicles and had to remain outside. In stark contrast to the commotion over there, Chen Ming's squad had gradually settled into a peaceful rhythm. Some cultivated, others slept, all was peaceful. Late at night. Deep within the vast forest of the Shadow Valley lay a section densely packed with towering trees reaching into the clouds. But that wasn't the most eye-catching feature. The real peculiarity lay in the small huts perched atop these trees. Particularly striking were the enormous huts nestled within the treetops, each guarded by gorillas visible inside. Thud! At that moment, a violent thud echoed through the air. In the next instant, dozens of figures burst out from huts in all directions, charging straight toward the central treehouse. Additionally, hundreds more gorillas approached from the surrounding area, though their status was lower, so they could only wait beneath the great trees. Atop the central canopy, a towering figure sat at the head of the assembly, flanked by numerous burly gorillas standing before him. The strongest humans have arrived. All 30 plus of our comrades sent out to probe have fallen in battle. Not a single one returned. Within their tribe, strength reigns supreme might determine status. This tribal chief was the mightiest among all gorillas, and before him stood the top 50 warriors of the entire tribe. What? We must avenge our fallen brothers. Where are they? I'll lead men to crush them now. Those puny humans actually dared to attack our kin? I'll make sure this ignorant human scum meets the same fate as those players before them. I suggest we hold our ground. Other tribes are watching, and many are waiting for us and the humans to weaken each other. Amidst the gorilla's clamor for vengeance, one suddenly spoke up, his opinion starkly at odds with the others. Facing the others' puzzled stares, he explained slowly, not far ahead lies the territory of the Forest Serpent clan. From what I understand, there's bad blood between them. Chapter 168, The Arrival of the Giant Serpent Clan. The next day, Chen Ming and his companions packed up and set off again. This time, they drove much more cautiously, fearing enemies might suddenly appear from the sides. The players behind them followed at a leisurely pace. Throughout the entire morning, they encountered not a single enemy. This left many players utterly perplexed. Logically, after suffering such heavy losses yesterday, the gorillas would surely be eager for revenge today. After all, the gorilla tribe clearly seemed like a race that valued honor and loyalty. Even Chen Ming couldn't help but frown. This doesn't make sense. Although the gorillas yielded little meat when harvested, they were elite monsters capable of dropping valuable loot, which he quite favored. Yang Zishu, sitting in the passenger seat, frowned deeply. Brother Chen, do you think the gorillas might have decided we're too tough to handle? Maybe they're letting us go so they can focus on future players instead. Unlikely. The gorilla clan isn't like other races. They're bound to hold a grudge against us. The fact they haven't shown up yet means they're probably brewing something nasty. Chen Ming was clear in his mind. None of the races in the central region were simple, they certainly wouldn't let them off so easily. Yang Zishu nodded. Then we'll just have to take it one step at a time. Squeak! The treasure-hunting rat in the back suddenly let out a series of urgent squeaks. Chen Ming and Yang Zishu's attention snapped to it instantly. The treasure rat darted its gaze back and forth across the forest edges, then began frantically gesturing in front of Chen Ming and Yang Zishu. Distracted by the rat's frantic gestures, Chen Ming immediately signaled Ling Hanlai to pull over. Something must have happened. Otherwise, the treasure mouse wouldn't be reacting this strongly. As Chen Ming's team came to a halt, the players behind them also slowed down and stopped. At this moment, Yang Zishu finally grasped the meaning conveyed by the treasure-seeking mouse. Are you saying there are many giant pythons on both sides? Upon hearing this, the treasure rat nodded frantically, then deliberately gestured with an exaggeratedly thick hand motion to indicate an enormous, terrifying creature had arrived. Once Chen Ming understood the creature's identity, he calmed considerably. He instructed Blue Eagle and Ling Hanlai to maneuver their vehicles closer to his 100-ton king. Now all three vehicles were under the protection of the supreme Realgar stone. Sure enough, through the treasure-seeking rat's gestures, Chen Ming and the others learned that the giant serpents on both sides had bypassed them, heading straight for the players behind. Witnessing this, Chen Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Glancing at the rear players through his rearview mirror, a hint of pity flickered in his eyes. The giant serpents the players had encountered earlier had emerged from the central zone. Now that they had reached the central zone, the sheer number of giant serpents was undoubtedly staggering. Acting rashly would surely lead to trouble. It was better to wait and see what kind of resistance those players would encounter. To prevent them from crumbling at the first sign of trouble, Yang Zishu thoughtfully relayed this information to the numerous players in the rear. Upon receiving the news, the rear players were utterly stunned. The once quiet convoy instantly erupted into commotion. Soon, players hurriedly pushed open the doors and got out, preparing for battle. Staying inside risked surprise attacks damaging their vehicles, forcing them to spend massive resources on repairs later. The players instinctively gathered together, scanning their surroundings. Could Yang Zishu be lying to us? Where are these giant snakes? Yeah, look at them. They stopped, but none of them are getting out. Aren't they afraid the giant snake will attack them? Shoo! I think I just heard some faint rustling sounds. No way. Could it really be here? Left. Right side too. With two sharp shouts, the players' nerves instantly snapped taut. Following the directions pointed out by the two players, the others soon spotted something amiss on both sides. Playing tricks. One player couldn't hold back any longer. Flames gathered in his fists, and he slammed them violently into the woods on one side. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn there. As the flames fell, a patch of ground burst into flames. The giant python hiding within was forced out, twisting its massive body frantically. This was undeniable proof enemies lurked all around. Hiss! Accompanied by a piercing hiss, a swarm of giant snakes burst out from the surrounding jungle on both sides, charging straight toward the players at breakneck speed. Witnessing this scene, the players felt as if facing a formidable foe. They had initially thought that a dozen giant snakes would be easier to handle than those gorillas, but seeing the sheer number of these serpents now, their thoughts changed completely. This wasn't just a dozen or so. There must be close to 50 of them. The enemy was formidable, but the players had no retreat. They had no choice but to steel themselves and charge forward. A major battle was about to erupt. Chen Ming and the others had also dismounted from their vehicles, standing within the protective sphere of the supreme Realgar stone. They glanced back toward the rear. Seeing the players swallowed layer upon layer by the giant serpents, Ling Hanlai couldn't help but gasp. So many giant serpents. Looks like the players are really in for it this time. Yang Zishu scanned the entire battlefield. But none of them matched the description of that enormous serpent the treasure rat mentioned. They all seem pretty similar in size.
Doesn't that mean it hasn't made its move yet? The fact that it hasn't struck by now clearly shows it's targeting us.
Chen Ming surveyed the silent forest around them, his tone detached. They'd clashed with the giant serpent tribe more than once or twice. The enemy surely knew just how formidable their squad was. That's precisely why they'd assigned their strongest fighters to focus on them to prevent them from intervening in the rear battle. Unfortunately, these giant serpents didn't realize that even if every player in the rear were wiped out, Chen Ming and his team wouldn't bat an eyelid. After all, this was the heart of the Shadow Valley Great Forest. Players who chose to venture here had already prepared themselves for death. Ling Hanlai narrowed his eyes. This group of players isn't weak either. There are several squads within this entire area that are somewhat well known. I don't believe they wouldn't have a backup plan. When Ling Hanlai had led his own squad before, as the captain, he naturally had some understanding of the other squads in the area. Of course, only those squads whose strength he recognized as a genuine threat were worthy of his attention. Among these player squads, there were indeed teams like that. They might appear suppressed by the giant serpents now, but what about in reality? These players were cunning and calculating. They wouldn't unleash their full strength until the very last moment. Especially their long-cherished trump cards, they wouldn't part with them lightly. Only when truly pushed to the brink of life and death would they be forced to play them. Boom! A sudden explosion echoed across the battlefield, causing the surrounding giant serpents to pause momentarily, clearly startled. Chapter 169, Redirecting the Disaster Eastward. What's going on? Ling Hanlai couldn't help but widen his eyes. They're going all out right from the start? As the dust settled, Chen Ming and his men immediately climbed atop the 100-ton cargo container, scanning the battlefield. The moment they looked, Chen Ming and the others spotted the problem. At the center of the battlefield, a giant serpent, entirely crimson, appeared. Here it comes. A fire attribute giant serpent. Sure enough, among the creatures in this central zone, many possessed elemental attributes. The players over there hadn't anticipated a fire attribute giant serpent at all, getting caught completely off guard. Two players standing too close were instantly gravely injured. But it wasn't over yet. Chen Ming and his group quickly located two more elemental giant serpents. It seemed these players were in for some trouble on this expedition. As time dragged on, the players grew increasingly impatient. There was no way around it, they were outnumbered, and these giant serpents were native to this area. They held the advantage in terrain and everything else. Their only advantage? Every player had mastered an elemental attribute. On the other hand, while some giant serpents possessed elemental attributes, their numbers were sparse, only a handful here and there. But if things continued like this, the players were bound to suffer losses. When faced with mortal danger, the mind races into overdrive, desperately seeking any means to survive. Soon, some players noticed Chen Ming and his group. It was impossible to miss them standing atop the 100-ton behemoth, they were quite conspicuous. When they saw that not a single giant python was near Chen Ming and his group, these players completely lost it. Why aren't giant snakes attacking Chen Ming's group? We're the ones fighting them. It's true. Chen Ming's group is ahead of us. Logically, they should be the primary targets. How did it turn into us covering for them? Could the giant snakes actually be distinguishing between strong and weak opponents? Who cares about that? Chen Ming and his crew are just waiting to laugh at us. Instead of letting them watch from the sidelines, let's drag them into the fight. Exactly. Everyone, clear a path forward. I've observed these giant serpents, their target is us, not our vehicles. Staying away from the vehicles is actually protecting them. Not many players shared this mindset, only a small minority. The rest of the players retained their rationality. They knew full well that Chen Ming's squad wasn't something they could afford to provoke. If they angered Chen Ming and his crew, the consequences would be far more terrifying than these giant snakes. But as these determined players deliberately charged forward, the players' battle circle began to widen. Those who couldn't keep up were in for a world of trouble. Originally, they only had to deal with enemies charging from 2 directions. Now, they had to contend with 3 directions, or even more. The pressure surged instantly. For this very reason, the trailing players had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow the charging group. Staying behind would have meant facing overwhelming pressure. Of course, 2 squads remained tightly grouped together, refusing to leave their vehicles even for a moment. Both squads possessed formidable strength. Even facing enemies outnumbering them by 1.5 times, they remained completely unfazed, handling the situation with ease. Moreover, they still held numerous trump cards up their sleeves, giving them ample confidence. In the distance, atop the 100-ton king, Ling Hanlai watched as the battlefield began to encroach upon their position, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. These players are getting bold. At his side, Yang Zishu immediately drew his bone-shattering hammer. Are they trying to divert the danger eastward? Could these giant pythons be even more terrifying than us? Chen Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a casual glance at the approaching players before actively searching for the giant serpent lurking in the surrounding area. Sure enough, his scrutiny revealed something amiss. Its sheer size was overwhelming. Though its body was earth-toned, it stood out conspicuously in the lush forest.
Earth yellow? Could it be earth attributed?
The thought flashed through Chen Ming's mind, lodging itself firmly in his consciousness.
He mentally prepared himself, ready to face whatever came next.
Indeed, he had already steeled himself for a head-on confrontation. There was no other choice.
While it seemed the creature couldn't find an opening to attack them now, what about later?
Chen Ming understood clearly, while the giant python couldn't reach them, they couldn't escape this place either.
They might survive today, but what about tomorrow? Would they still be able to complete their daily tasks?
So clashing with this giant serpent was only a matter of time. As the distance between them closed, Chen Ming and the others could even make out the expressions on the other players' faces.
Ling Hanlai finally couldn't hold back. I'll go. We can't let them get any closer. They'll threaten our vehicle soon. Enough talk. Let's do this.
Chen Ming had long been mentally prepared for battle. At his command, his companions charged forward without hesitation. This time, with the protection of the supreme Realgar stone, no one needed to stay behind to guard the vehicle.
Even Blue Eagle joined the fray, helping to fend off the giant serpents.
The battle was about to erupt.
Yang Zishu was the first to strike. With so many giant serpents, charging in wouldn't give them much of an advantage. Instead, she immediately unleashed the illusory wood forest.
Instantly, several giant serpents were trapped within the illusion. Seizing this opening, Ling Hanlai channeled dual elemental energies and swept through the serpents, swiftly slaying two in an instant. Just as he prepared to strike the third serpent, a fire attribute giant serpent charged from the distance, spewing fiery projectiles from its maw. Seeing this, Ling Hanlai had no choice but to slow his offensive and switch to defense.
Ling Hanlai and his group's sudden intervention quickly drew the attention of numerous players and giant serpents. Many players sneered inwardly. Still hoping to stand by and watch the spectacle? What we're doing is dragging you into the fray. Boom!
Just as many players assumed Chen Ming's team would swiftly subdue the giant serpents, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Caught off guard, many players struggled to stay upright, nearly tumbling to the ground.
Remember, this is a battlefield. The slightest mistake could be seized upon by their opponents. In an instant, several players were bitten by the giant serpents, their wounds glowing green. These giant serpents were all venomous.
But compared to that, Chen Ming's attention was fixed on the towering, sky-obscuring figure.
Holy crap, this giant serpent's body was far larger than he'd imagined. Chapter 170, Earth Serpent. An Earth Attribute Giant Serpent. Earth Serpent.
Its terrifying length exceeded 30 meters, towering as high as a 10-story building and radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Simply witnessing the Earth Serpent's appearance caused players' intelligence attributes to drop by 3 points.
They were utterly terrified. What the hell is this? How can there be such a massive serpent? The worst part is this thing wields elemental energy. How are we supposed to fight it? Earth Attribute. Its defense is maxed out. A giant snake this size is already tough enough to handle, but now it's got Earth Attributes boosting it? Damn, dealing damage to it just got way harder. Look. It seems this serpent isn't targeting us, it's going after Ling Hanlai. Could it have been lurking nearby all along, aiming for Chen Ming's team from the start? If that's the case, it's perfect. Just don't come after me. Are you stupid? Who do you think it'll go after once it wipes out Chen Ming's team? Big brother Chen Ming, big brother Ling Hanlai, goddess Yang Zishu, you guys gotta pull through. Hurry up and slay this giant serpent.
The players' expressions changed faster than turning pages. One moment they were complaining that Chen Ming and the others hadn't been attacked by the giant serpent, the next they were piling all the pressure onto Chen Ming's team, hoping they could save the players from this crisis. Ling Hanlai, realizing he was now the target, wore a look of grave concern. The dual energies of ice and fire surged wildly from the heaven and earth dual energy in his hands. The immense pressure emanating from this earth serpent was overwhelming. If Ling Hanlai didn't handle this properly, he might very well fall here. Not far away, Yang Zishu immediately abandoned the serpent before her and rushed over to assist Ling Hanlai. Ice fire cleaving heaven slash. Blizzard. Facing formidable foes, Ling Hanlai and Yang Zishu unleashed their most powerful techniques without hesitation. The first to strike was Ling Hanlai's slashing attack. From the opposite side, the slash appeared to be divided into two types, one fire attributed, one ice attributed, but that was not the case. The two outermost slashes were merely superficial attacks, lacking true potency. The true killing blow of this martial art lay in the third and final slash. This third strike contained both energies simultaneously, ice and fire. This strike was inherently unstable. Upon contact with an enemy, the slash inflicts initial damage. Immediately afterward, the repelling forces of the fire and ice energies collide, triggering an immense explosion. As for the blizzard, that goes without saying. Yang Zishu's spell, currently possessing the widest attack range and greatest destructive power, could easily engulf the entire body of the Earth Serpent. Facing their combined assault, the Earth Serpent refused to go down without a fight. With a furious roar, over a dozen massive boulders materialized around its body, hurled one after another toward Ling Hanlai. The first two slashes from Ling Hanlai were blocked by this maneuver.
The third slash, less than 3 meters from the earth serpent, couldn't hold out either and detonated completely. Fortunately, the blast's radius directly engulfed the earth serpent's position. When the shockwaves finally dissipated, a vivid red and blue wound now marred the serpent's scales, starkly visible. However, both Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai could tell that this skill hadn't inflicted particularly severe injuries on the opponent. Sure enough, the next second, the earth serpent charged forward once more. Go! Yang Zishu, who had been ready all along, suddenly shouted. In an instant, the blizzard rapidly coalesced. Surrounding players watched the scene unfold, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. In their minds, Chen Ming was the undisputed top player in the region, possessing terrifying strength. Next came Ling Hanlai, the man who could be mentioned in the same breath as Chen Ming. As for Yang Zishu, he had always been a minor player in everyone's eyes. Many players had previously mentioned in the regional chat that Yang Zishu was merely Chen Ming's sidekick, his rapid improvement entirely dependent on Chen Ming's guidance. But now it seemed. Yang Zishu wasn't exactly weak after all? At the very least, that spell he just cast looked terrifying. As the blizzard rapidly swept forward, the giant earth serpent ahead seemed to sense danger. It immediately coiled its massive body and channeled earth elemental energy to fortify its scales, attempting to withstand the spell. There was no way around it. The blizzard's coverage was simply too vast, and combined with its massive size, evasion was impossible. Boom! A thunderous impact echoed as the blizzard slammed unimpeded into the earth serpent. For a moment, violent winds raged through the air, and ice crystals scattered like snowflakes across the ground. Though many players were still engaged with the giant serpents, their attention was partially drawn to this scene. Once the earth serpent fell, the remaining giant serpents would be no threat at all. Hiss! Unfortunately, before the frost could settle, a particularly wretched cry pierced the explosion's epicenter. The sound was filled with agony, and the expressions of the surrounding players darkened. Such an extravagant spell failed to slay the earth serpent? Just how resilient was this creature? If they were to attack it themselves, they likely wouldn't be able to inflict any effective damage on this colossal earth serpent. Yang Zishu's face had turned pale. That blizzard had channeled every ounce of her spiritual energy. It was essentially her finishing move, yet its destructive power still fell short. Now, the other players could finally see the state of the earth serpent. Its body bore numerous new blue wounds, looking utterly pitiful. Yet, it was undeniably still alive. You should go rest first. Within this area, the serpent poses no threat to you. Blue Eagle, escort her back. Chen Ming stepped forward, the dragon-slaying holy spear in hand. Blue Eagle, who had just slain a giant serpent nearby, immediately obeyed the order and rushed over, escorting Yang Zishu toward the 100-ton king. As for Ling Hanlai, though that martial skill had drained much of his spiritual energy, it hadn't left him incapacitated. Seeing Chen Ming approach proactively, he instantly understood the situation. He decisively shifted his target, charging straight toward the other elemental giant pythons. Having just been ambushed by that damned fire attribute giant python, he wasn't one to take losses lying down. This grudge had to be settled now. The earth serpent now fixed its gaze on Chen Ming, sensing an intense aura of loathing emanating from him. It felt as though this man had slaughtered countless of his kin. Blazing War General, activate. Chapter 171, Swift Execution. Thanks to the groundwork laid by Ling Hanlai and Yang Zishu earlier, the earth serpent had already sustained significant injuries. With that, Chen Ming saw no reason to delay further. He unleashed his full power from the very start. As the three-flame true fire blazed. In the next instant, Chen Ming vanished from his original position. Spatial leap. When he reappeared, he was already beside the earth serpent. The earth serpent was startled, instinctively attempting to fortify its defenses. But how could it possibly match Chen Ming's speed? In an instant, Chen Ming's sacred dragon spear tore a gaping wound through its body. This gash was far larger than the wounds inflicted by the previous two attackers. The three-flame true fire cared for nothing else, burning wildly and relentlessly corroding the wound, seeking to inflict further devastating damage. The earth serpent let out a pained hiss before its entire body began thrashing wildly. Its rage meter skyrocketed. Hiss. With a piercing, shrill hiss, Chen Ming felt the gravitational pull on his body suddenly intensify. Even when using the divine wind step, his speed was restricted. Damn it, he'd underestimated his opponent who knew they had such tricks up their sleeve? Boom! The earth serpent gritted its teeth against the pain coursing through its body. After hardening its form once more, it plunged directly toward Chen Ming, intent on crushing him flat. Chen Ming's expression hardened as he swiftly raised his hand, unleashing two razor-sharp wind blades. Air slash. The two wind blades shot out, leaving deep gashes on the earth serpent's body. However, the earth serpent was in mid-descent. Even though the attacks caused it pain, its downward momentum not only failed to slow but actually accelerated. Under the force of gravity, it was too late for Chen Ming to escape using the divine wind step. With no other option, he resorted to spatial leap to evade the attack. Two consecutive spatial jumps drained Chen Ming of a significant amount of mental energy. After evading the opponent's gravitational magnetic field, Chen Ming wasted no time closing in once more. Fiery Holy Fist. Golden Rain. 2 attacks poured down relentlessly upon the colossal earth serpent. Though these attacks appeared to be casually unleashed, that was far from the truth. He had pre-calculated the trajectory of each strike. They struck the giant earth serpent's wounds with pinpoint accuracy. The damage was now doubled. The pain radiating throughout its body caused the earth serpent to tremble uncontrollably, each movement accompanied by excruciating agony. Pierce the sun. Moon splitter. Falling star. 3 consecutive breaker army techniques unfolded relentlessly upon the dragon-slaying spear in Chen Ming's grasp. As time passed, the earth serpent's wounds multiplied, its blood flowing wildly. Finally, utterly drained of strength and resistance, it fell to Chen Ming's decisive strike. In truth, the earth serpent relied primarily on defense, possessing only mediocre offensive skills, making it relatively easy for Chen Ming to handle. Its deadliest tactic was combining gravitational force with its sheer body weight to crush opponents. If one were pinned beneath the colossal serpent, the outcome would be dire. Unfortunately for it, Chen Ming's spatial jumps ensured it never got that chance. Direct harvesting. As the harvesting effect took hold, the earth serpent before Chen Ming vanished instantly from its spot, its rewards directly absorbed into the system's spatial storage. Since Chen Ming hadn't yet left the battlefield, he didn't immediately check the details. With the most troublesome threat dealt with, Chen Ming scanned the remaining battlefield and instantly lost interest. The more powerful attribute-type giant serpents had all been cleared out by that Ling Hanlai fellow, not a single one remained. As for the ordinary giant serpents that remained, while they possessed decent strength, they could still be slain if players were willing to invest a bit more time. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to return directly to the 100-ton king. He had no desire to deal with these players. They had previously tried to kill them, why should he now help him? With this thought in mind, Chen Ming didn't forget to call Ling Hanlai back from the ongoing battle. Ling Hanlai was currently in the heat of battle, but upon seeing Chen Ming's message, he forced himself to suppress his inner thoughts and decisively withdrew, returning to his own squad. The 3 of them were still severely drained of mental energy. Chen Ming had less than 20% of his mental energy left, while Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai were completely drained. After assigning Blue Eagle to prepare food, the trio began meditating in place to replenish their mental energy. The players in the rear no longer approached. The more troublesome and difficult to deal with members of the giant python tribe had already been cleared out by Chen Ming's squad. The remaining giant pythons were nothing but prey in their eyes. Slaying these beasts yielded valuable loot, and with luck, they might even obtain golden grade treasures. Just one drop would be a huge profit. Therefore, the players not only stopped advancing toward Chen Ming's team but even began to distance themselves. After all, if Chen Ming and his crew set their sights on the giant serpent's spoils, they wouldn't dare refuse them even if given 100 chances. They'd just have to watch helplessly as Chen Ming claimed it all. The battle raged on for over an hour. The last few giant serpents, wounded, fled the scene at breakneck speed. The players had the urge to pursue, but none dared to do so. The central region of the Dark Valley Great Forest was fraught with danger. Rushing in recklessly to pursue them could easily lead them into the giant serpent tribe's trap, putting them in grave peril. They could only let the giant pythons escape. Even so, they had made a killing this time. Once the crisis passed, the players gradually relaxed and began reviewing the earlier battle. 2 more players died this time, and 3 others are recovering from severe injuries. At this rate, we might be wiped out entirely before even clearing the central zone. Don't worry about manpower. Plenty of new players entered the central zone today. They'll definitely help spread the firepower. Did you notice how Chen Ming handled that earth-colored giant python during the fight just now? I saw it. Brother Chen Ming can use flash. You saw it too? I thought I was seeing things before, but now it's clear that Blink is real. Blink? Who could possibly defend against that? Why overthink it? With our current strength, Big Shot Chen Ming doesn't even need such high-tier skills to deal with us. He could crush all of us players effortlessly while laughing. The battle between Chen Ming and the Earth Serpent was far too conspicuous, naturally drawing the attention of many observant individuals. News of Chen Ming's teleportation ability spread like wildfire. Chen Ming showed no intention of stopping it. What difference did it make if these players knew? Could they possibly threaten him? They were dreaming. Chapter 172, Chaos in the Shadow Valley. After Chen Ming and the others returned to their vehicle, Chen Ming immediately began inspecting the treasures that had dropped from the giant Earth Serpent. The first item that caught his eye was a spell. The gravity field previously wielded by the Earth Serpent had been amplified 100-fold, directly upgrading into a gravity domain. Yes, a domain. Mastering this skill allowed the caster to generate a super gravity domain centered on themselves. Moreover, the scope of this domain would continuously expand as the player's proficiency with the spell increased. Awesome stuff. Remember, Chen Ming had just been severely hindered while performing the Divine Wind Step within the gravity magnetic field. For other players, such restrictions would undoubtedly be even more severe. Without hesitation, Chen Ming activated it and began to comprehend its essence. When Yang Zishu and the others saw Chen Ming starting to master the spell, they instinctively gathered around to guard him and protect his focus. Half an hour later, Chen Ming successfully grasped the gravity domain. Fortunately, Chen Ming had previously mastered the Earth attribute spell, Earthshaker. This prior knowledge significantly sped up his grasp of the gravity domain. Only after truly learning the spell did Chen Ming fully grasp its nature. The gravity domain proved far more formidable, and its growth potential was limitless. When combined with his elemental emperor trait, its enhancement would only accelerate. Upon reaching the mastery stage, Chen Ming would be able to spread the entire gravitational magnetic field across every visible area. Conversely, the mental energy consumption would gradually increase as well. After examining the first treasure, Chen Ming shifted his attention to the second artifact. It was a row of 10 spikes. They were called soul-extinguishing nails. Once driven into an enemy's body, they could restrain the opponent's soul, pinning it to the spot. The soul would be unable to control the physical body to move, making the effect quite monstrous. Unfortunately, these soul-extinguishing nails were single-use treasures. They were rated diamond grade. Against diamond grade enemies, the duration of restriction would be greatly reduced. Against enemies above diamond grade, the nails would be practically useless. Still, it seemed like a pretty decent treasure for now, something to keep up one's sleeve. Chen Ming showed no stinginess with the 10 soul-binding nails. Claiming he held them all in his grasp, he produced 6 and distributed 3 each to Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai. After all, both had contributed greatly during the battle against the Earth Serpent. The subsequent rewards were rather mundane, so Chen Ming didn't waste much time on them. After finishing their meal, the trio immediately retired to rest without further ado, intending to resume their journey once fully recovered. The regional chat interface buzzed with renewed activity. As time passed, more and more players formally entered the central zone. Players following closely behind Chen Ming's squad saw these updates and immediately began flooding the chat. Hurry up and join us. Follow Big Shot Chen Ming and you'll get your share. Image. Holy crap, all these giant python corpses? That must mean tons of loot. Bro, drop us the coordinates. We're heading over right now. They wouldn't be that generous, right? Why aren't they just splitting the loot themselves? Calling us over like this? I can't shake the feeling they're up to no good. Check the active player list, several avatars just turned gray over there. Some of them were among those guys earlier. Yeah, they're charging right into the thick of it. How could the enemies in the central area not attack? Are they trying to send us in as cannon fodder? Bull. Fortune favors the bold. Do you expect us to spoon feed you? If you want to get stronger, earn it yourself. I'm going. I'll do whatever it takes to level up. Next month we face that frigid cold, gotta prepare early. Persuaded and tempted by many players, quite a few from the rear began rushing forward at full speed toward them. As these players gradually arrived, the rear group's numbers actually swelled considerably compared to their original size. This was actually quite normal. Previously, players had viewed the central area as far too dangerous. This fear had left everyone too intimidated to even consider any strategies. But now it was different. Players were seeing tangible benefits. With so many python slain, a thought began to take root in many players' minds: I could do that too. That's why the number of players in the rear has started to gradually increase. Ding! The Valley Uprising is about to commence. All players, prepare yourselves. Valley Uprising, the tranquil Great Valley Forest will be thrown into chaos as player hordes pour in. The delicate balance will be shattered. Outer region races will attempt to invade the central zone, meddling to bolster their own power. Central races will bare their fangs, striving to elevate their own status. Note, players must survive amidst the clashes between major races and safely traverse the central region of the Shadow Valley Great Forest. Note, in the chaos of the Shadow Valley, players as outsiders to the Shadow Valley Great Forest will be viewed with hostility by all races. Exercise extreme caution against enemies from every faction. Note, treasure drop rate plus 50%, player power plus 20% during the Valley Uprising. At that moment, a sudden electronic tone echoed in every player's mind. After reading the announcement, the players' expressions became utterly priceless. The chaos of the Shadow Valley. The conflict extends beyond the central region. Even outer region races will join the fray. This situation has truly spiraled into chaos. Players now bore the grudges of all races. Hardly welcome news. Of course, the system remained relatively rational. To balance the gap between players and other races, it specifically boosted the player's strength. A 20% boost might not seem like much, but players knew full well that percentage-based power increases were rare, indeed a true stroke of luck. After all, this was the first time the system had proactively boosted players previously. It had only enhanced their enemies. Many players immediately began testing their skills and spells. They quickly discovered their power had undergone a quantum leap. This is awesome. With this power, if I run into those giant serpents again, I can easily slay them without taking a scratch. With this much power, we don't have to fear those races anymore. I say we just charge straight through. Ideally, we should unite to destroy one race's stronghold. Paired with that 50% loot drop rate, we'll be flying high. Don't get carried away. You don't seriously think the races in the central zones are pushovers, do you? In my opinion, we were just too weak before the system couldn't stand watching us suffer, so it boosted our power. Now that we're stronger, we're probably on par with those races. You're right. We should hurry and escape while they're busy fighting each other. Getting through this central zone is the top priority. Chapter 173, Miasma Forest. At that moment, Chen Ming and the others were also jolted awake by the sudden alert sound. Chen Ming frowned slightly as he read the displayed message. On the surface, it seemed like the player's strength had increased, but what was the reality? He knew full well that since entering this central region, the players had only encountered weaker races. Even that giant earth serpent they'd fought earlier probably didn't rank high among the giant serpent tribe. It appeared to be a clash between races, and the players might even get lucky and snag a bargain. But what was the reality? He understood that the players were now in grave danger. Clashes between races were fought with relentless ferocity. If that were the case, any player caught in the crossfire would suffer devastating losses. From this, Chen Ming could deduce that the greatest peril of this journey through the Shadow Valley Great Forest wasn't the final natural challenge, but the very chaos unfolding before them in the Shadow Valley. This is a bit of a problem. Brother Chen, this seems to be working in our favor. A 20% power boost? Our squad's strength will completely outpace everyone else now. Ling Hanlai burst in from outside, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He was speaking the truth. A percentage-based strength boost. Chen Ming and his group were already quite powerful to begin with. Now, with such a massive boost, they would absolutely be in a league of their own among the player base. But Chen Ming never once considered these players worthy opponents. They weren't worthy. Chen Ming's voice was cold as ice. We're almost done with today's daily quest. Let's finish it first, then stay put and wait for the right moment. We absolutely must investigate the battles between the races in the central area. Only by grasping the enemy's movements could the players leverage the situation to seize a sliver of hope. Seeing Chen Ming's stern expression, Ling Hanlai immediately dropped his playful demeanor. Agreed. Without further words, Ling Hanlai agreed immediately. Soon, Chen Ming's squad set off once more. The players trailing behind noticed the situation and urgently called for everyone to follow. Despite their own strength and capabilities, they still regarded Chen Ming's squad as the strongest force. They were determined to keep pace with them no matter what. As the players began their advance, the myriad races of the Shadow Valley Great Forest also stirred into action. Every race that had secured a foothold in this central region had fought tooth and nail to get there. Irreconcilable conflicts between some races had long simmered beneath the surface. Now, spurred on by the system, these tensions erupted into open hostility, shattering any remaining facades of peace. War erupted between the races. However, despite being called the Central Region, the Shadow Valley Great Forest was vast. The sounds of battle didn't reach the players' ears directly. After spending nearly an hour completing their daily quests, Chen Ming parked the 100-ton king and plunged deep into the forest on the left with Ling Hanlai. They sought to uncover useful intelligence. Chen Ming had anticipated that their current location was precisely the territory of the Giant Serpent clan. The Giant Serpent clan and their group were now locked in a deadly feud. His objective this time was to identify who the Giant Serpent clan's enemies might be. If they encountered a faction they hadn't previously engaged, they would first need to assess the opponent's strength. After all, any faction currently engaging the Giant Serpent clan likely had territories not far from this area. Players might find themselves facing that clan next after crossing the Giant Serpent clan's domain. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will win 100 battles. Leaving Yang Zishu and Blue Eagle to guard the vehicle, Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai pushed their speed to the absolute limit as they set off. Before departure, Chen Ming also deliberately rubbed realgar powder onto his clothes, slightly reducing the chance of giant python attacks. Brother Chen, are we just searching aimlessly like this? Isn't this approach too inefficient? After following for over 10 minutes with no results, Ling Hanlai couldn't help but ask. Chen Ming's gaze darted around the surroundings. Don't worry. Finding them isn't difficult. We're heading in the right direction now. It just depends on how far the Giant Serpent tribe's lair is from us. To address Ling Hanlai's lingering doubt, Chen Ming pointed toward the ground ahead on the right. Ling Hanlai moved closer. The moment he saw the skid marks on the ground, he instantly understood. Turns out Chen Ming had already figured out a way to track them. These giant serpents were massive, inevitably crushing shorter shrubs as they moved. By using these flattened areas as clues, they could deduce the creatures' positions. If they followed the direction and the tracks grew sparser, it meant they were heading in the wrong direction. After all, the closer they got to the Giant Serpent tribe's lair, the more traces left by their gliding would appear. Reaching an area with relatively dense traces, Chen Ming leapt directly onto a nearby tree. He first scanned the tree for any hidden creatures, confirming no danger before scanning the distance in the direction of the tracks. Soon, a forest filled with toxic miasma came into view. The forest lay about 2 kilometers from their current position, not an exceptionally great distance. Of course, he was observing from a height advantage and couldn't clearly see the situation within the toxic mist forest. But Chen Ming had a hunch the Giant Serpent tribe's lair he sought was definitely over there.
Opening the system's built-in map, Chen Ming marked the location of the toxic mist forest based on his current position as the starting point and the direction he was facing. He then immediately shared the information on the squad chat interface. After completing these tasks, Chen Ming leapt down from the giant tree. Did you find it? Ling Hanlai had clearly seen the coordinates shared in the squad chat. Chen Ming nodded slightly. That area is filled with toxic miasma. Most races couldn't stay there for long. Only these giant serpents, having absorbed these toxins year after year, have accumulated such potent venom within their bodies. Should we sneak over and check it out now? With a target in sight, Ling Hanlai shed his earlier despondency, his face now brimming with excitement. With his overall strength boosted by 20%, he'd been itching to test his current power. These giant serpents seemed like perfect sparring partners to him. No way. Chen Ming flatly refused without hesitation. It's too early to act now. If the system notification is accurate, trouble for the giant serpent tribe is inevitable. We can consider taking advantage of the chaos then. Besides, that area is filled with toxic miasma. We need thorough preparation before entering, otherwise, we'll be at a severe disadvantage. Chen Ming remained relatively level-headed, unwilling to act rashly. He intended to wait it out. Hey! Brother Chen, what if we share these coordinates with those players? With their greedy natures, they might just target the giant serpent clan. Chapter 174, Gravity Domain. Chen Ming paused, then nodded slightly. All right. He knew exactly what these players were like. They'd pounce on any advantage the moment it appeared. With Chen Ming's approval, Ling Hanlai immediately broadcast the information. Once the coordinates of the giant serpent tribe's lair were exposed, it quickly sparked intense discussion among numerous players. Who knew the giant serpent clan's lair was this close to us? No wonder we've encountered so many giant serpents. This is way too close. If the giant serpent clan wanted to ambush us, they could be here in an hour. This is too dangerous. We must get out of here immediately. Leave? The entire central area must be in complete chaos right now. Thinking of leaving is just a pipe dream. But that's better than staying here to die, right? Now that we know their location, why can't we strike first? Let's go straight for the heart of the matter. Right, that makes sense. Why wait for them to come to us? We can turn the tables and attack them first. You've got to be kidding. That's the Serpent Clan's lair. It's a minefield of danger. How could we possibly defeat them? What if we're not alone? Soon, after much discussion among the players, the situation began unfolding exactly as Chen Ming and the others had predicted. According to the system's earlier warnings, the giant Serpent Clan was undoubtedly their sworn enemy, though the timing of the decisive battle remained unknown. However, given their current distance, if the giant Serpent Clan did engage in battle, they should be able to receive news from their vehicle's location. Ling Hanlai and Chen Ming didn't linger long. After gathering the necessary information, they swiftly returned to their vehicle's location. With this development, they felt no urgency whatsoever. They sat tight, waiting for the giant Serpent Clan to stumble. In the afternoon, Chen Ming began relentlessly honing his spells, particularly the newly mastered Gravity Domain. This was his first domain skill to date. Once combined with his spatial leap ability, his advantages would be amplified infinitely. To test the current power of his Gravity Domain, Chen Ming specifically summoned Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai to give it a try. Their verdict, agility attributes suffered severe suppression, roughly 30%. The other three attributes remained unaffected. 30%. That was already quite staggering. Moreover, it was important to note that this percentage would change as Chen Ming deepened his understanding of the gravity field. The deeper his grasp of this gravitational domain, the greater the percentage would become. That evening, Chen Ming and his companions dined rather lavishly, opting for Western cuisine. This was naturally thanks to Blue Eagle's culinary skills. Chen Ming had attempted it himself before, but the outcome was obvious: a complete failure. It simply didn't capture the authentic flavor. This time, Blue Eagle took charge personally, and Chen Ming provided her with every missing utensil she needed. And now, here they were, savoring steak and sipping red wine, pure bliss. In that moment, Chen Ming felt exceptionally satisfied with his earlier decision to accept Blue Eagle's offer. With Blue Eagle around, at least when it came to eating, Chen Ming and the others were thoroughly satisfied. According to Blue Eagle, she had mastered aspects of most culinary traditions, though some she'd only scratched the surface of and needed more time to explore. Chen Ming and his companions were exceptionally pleased with this outcome. What Blue Eagle called the basics was their peak. It even surpassed their expectations by a wide margin. After dinner, the player base expanded once more, rapidly approaching 50 members. Though this number seemed small compared to the total players in the region. But it was no exaggeration to say that the players present could easily rank among the top 100 in the entire region. Just as many players thought the day would pass peacefully, a deafening roar echoed rapidly from the distance. Many players present heard the commotion. Instantly dropping whatever they were doing, they rushed out and gathered together. Chen Ming's squad was no exception. They leapt from their vehicle, faces taut with alertness as they stared toward the source of the sound. Ling Hanlai stared in that direction, his pupils contracting slightly.
If I'm not mistaken, that should be the location of the giant serpent clan. Judging by that commotion, something major must have happened. Chen Ming's expression grew grave as his gaze fixed intently on the horizon.
According to the initial plan he and Ling Hanlai had devised, they would wait for the giant serpent clan to encounter trouble or come under attack, then swoop in to take advantage of the chaos. But now, the situation differed from their expectations. The issue was timing. It was deep into the night, the sky dim and gloomy. Players fighting in such darkness would inevitably struggle. Even he couldn't guarantee he'd clearly see every enemy. If ambushed, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, the giant serpent clan wouldn't be hindered by the darkness. Ling Hanlai's face lit up with hope at first, but then he seemed to grasp the problem too.
He looked anxiously at Chen Ming. Brother Chen, what should we do now? Chen Ming's gaze grew intense. Wait. Ha?
Ling Hanlai's eyes widened in disbelief. He'd expected Chen Ming to suggest charging straight ahead or at least gathering light-emitting treasures first. Who would have thought Chen Ming would choose to abandon the plan outright? Noticing his confusion, Chen Ming shrugged helplessly.
There's no way around it.
In this environment, rushing in now would only lead to us getting nothing.
Better to abandon it than risk everything.
Besides, if my guess is right, that's the giant serpent tribe's lair.
Since it's their base, the forces guarding it must be strong. They might fight all night and still not decide the outcome. We'll wait until dawn tomorrow, then approach. If we get the chance, we strike immediately.
Hearing Chen Ming's reasoning, Ling Hanlai saw no reason to object and readily agreed. With the plan finalized, Chen Ming and his group immediately returned to their vehicles to get some rest. Meanwhile, the players gathered in the distance engaged in heated debate. Some suggested scouting the area, but the majority dismissed the idea outright, deeming nighttime operations far too perilous.
Look, it seems Chen Ming and his crew have given up too. They're all heading back to their vehicles now. One player, unwilling to engage in the debate. Instead, they simply used Chen Ming's team's actions in the distance as a reference point. The key was to follow behind that way, you couldn't go wrong. Upon hearing this, the surrounding players instinctively looked toward Chen Ming's team's location. Sure enough, no one was in sight. The players fell completely silent. If even the big shot Chen Ming wasn't going, why the hell would they? Without Chen Ming's squad clearing the way, they stood no chance against those giant pythons. Chapter 175, Reconnaissance. Throughout the night, sporadic sounds drifted in from the distance, indicating the battle was still ongoing. Fortunately, the players' worst fear, the fighting spilling over to their side, didn't materialize, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Still, many players hadn't slept well after a night of constant tension. If it weren't for their decent constitution stats and the four-dimensional attributes, they would have been in a state of exhaustion by now. Chen Ming stretched lazily, sitting up on his bed. Glancing at Chi-Chi, who was sprawled beside him, he couldn't help but shake his head. Man, you're growing way too fast. You're already as big as a basketball, aren't you? Chen Ming's task for Chi-Chi was simple: continuously devour treasures and resources to enhance its four-dimensional attributes. After days of cultivation, Chi-Chi's average four-dimensional attribute points had reached 40. It wouldn't be long before Chi-Chi achieved another breakthrough in its four-dimensional attributes. Noticing Chen Ming looking at him, Chi-Chi couldn't resist nudging Chen Ming with his head. Chen Ming naturally responded, patting the little creature's head before rising to head outside. By the time he emerged from the cargo container, Ling Hanlai and Yang Zishu were already waiting there. Seeing Chen Ming emerge, Ling Hanlai quickly briefed him on the current situation. I just went to take a look from a distance. I noticed a corner of the toxic mist forest has been damaged, and faint sounds of tearing and biting still drift over from that direction. The battle doesn't seem to be over yet. Chen Ming nodded slightly. This outcome matched his expectations. The giant serpent tribe wouldn't be defeated so easily. Yang Zishu chimed in, but the commotion now is much fainter compared to last night. They might be halfway through or nearing the end. Oh? Chen Ming raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, those players probably won't just sit around waiting to die, right? What are they thinking? Well, they naturally want to move up whenever they get the chance. When I was heading back just now, I saw two squads of players heading toward the spot I'd been observing earlier. They must have their eyes on that area too. While they waited here for an opening, most other players were likely doing the same. Now that the chance was right before them, no one wanted to let it slip away. Do we know which race is attacking the giant serpent clan now? After finishing his wash-up, Chen Ming suddenly realized he still didn't know the enemy's background and couldn't help but ask. This stumped Ling Hanlai. Our observation point is still quite a distance from the battlefield. We couldn't make out the details clearly, so we still don't know their identities. How about I sneak over and take a look later? It was Yang Zishu beside him who spoke up after a moment's thought. If what you said earlier is true, that the poisonous mist hasn't been destroyed, only damaged in one corner, then it means the attackers are also highly poisonous. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fight the giant serpent clan within the poisonous mist without suffering heavy losses. That makes sense. Chen Ming nodded instinctively. That was indeed another angle to consider. Still, he resolved to take Ling Hanlai with him after breakfast to sneak over and investigate.
While they were still eating breakfast, a small squad split off from the rear player group and cautiously approached. When they were about 50 meters away, Chen Ming and the others sensed their presence. Ling Hanlai immediately put down his chopsticks and bowl, stepping forward to greet them. After brief exchanges, Ling Hanlai revealed their purpose in the squad chat. These players were representatives sent to ask if Chen Ming's group intended to take action against the giant serpent tribe. In an instant, Chen Ming and the others understood the players' reasoning. Without Chen Ming's group providing backup, even with their combined forces, they likely wouldn't be able to take down both tribes. Worst case, they might suffer total annihilation. Once he grasped their intentions, Chen Ming didn't mince words. He replied in the squad chat, have them send scouts to identify which race is currently engaging the giant serpent clan. They must provide us with actionable intelligence. Otherwise, they won't be joining us in the next phase. The exploration phase was the most vulnerable to ambushes, since no one knew the enemy's true strength. Without advanced precautions, vigilance inevitably lapses. If Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai went to investigate together, they'd inevitably face attacks too. It was still quite dangerous. Now that these players had come knocking, Chen Ming didn't hesitate to assign them a task. After relaying this message to the opposing players, Ling Hanlai turned and walked away without waiting for their response, denying them any chance to ask further questions. The players dared not approach further, forced to return with this intelligence. When they relayed the news to the wider player community, it quickly sparked heated debate. Chen Ming and his crew are treating us like cannon fodder. Who doesn't know how dangerous this reconnaissance mission is? We could lose our lives. Exactly. Why aren't they going themselves? What gives them the right to send us? If we don't go, we'll have to face those two races on our own. We'd still need intel on the other race first. We can't just charge in blindly. That'd be suicide. True. We'll have to scout them out eventually. Might as well give Chen Ming and his crew some face. Having them escort us will at least boost our safety a bit. Since everyone's on board, let's assign people now. Prioritize agile players with specialized scouting abilities. Additionally, players not participating in the reconnaissance should contribute resources to those going. After all, they're risking their lives for us. Agreed. Our squad has no objections. Then let our squad go, provided you give us extra resources and antidote pills. Under Chen Ming and the others' watchful eyes, a player's squad quickly split off from the group and began moving toward the poisonous mist forest. Seeing only 4 people, Ling Hanlai couldn't help but shake his head. They dare go with just that many? Their guts are bigger than usual. I hope they can bring back some useful intel, or else it'll be another waste of time. Someone had already claimed the quest for them, so Chen Ming didn't dwell on it further. Transmitting intelligence shouldn't be difficult in theory. If they encountered unfamiliar beasts, they could simply take photos and send them to the regional chat interface. Whether they could escape back afterward would depend entirely on their individual skills. Chen Ming reclined in a nearby wicker chair, waiting for news to come back. Chapter 176, Forest Black Spider. The Shadow Valley Great Forest, a poisonous miasma forest. This was the carefully selected lair of the giant serpent clan. This area was perpetually shrouded in miasma. The giant serpents constantly absorbed the toxic vapors within the poisonous mist to strengthen themselves. Many races dwelling in the central regions found no effective counter to this miasma. Thus, even when feuding, they avoided direct incursions into the toxic mist's forest. But this time, they faced a battle for the very survival of their race. Their adversaries were equally venomous creatures, utterly immune to the toxic miasma. After 2 consecutive clashes, both sides had tacitly retreated to recuperate. Yet the air was thick with tension, and a third major battle could erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, 4 players were slowly approaching the toxic mist forest from a nearby location. They were the scouts sent by the player group to assess the situation. Captain, this is way too risky. I say we shouldn't have taken this job, one player in the squad said bitterly. It's too late to say that now. We're almost there. Hopefully, the giant serpent tribe and the other race are focused on each other right now. That way, we can get close without drawing too much attention. Everyone, if anything feels off, run immediately. If anyone gets left behind, I won't come back for them. The final words came from the squad leader himself. His decision to volunteer for this mission stemmed from his own calculations. Having spent the past 2 days with these players, he had gained insight into their capabilities. They were formidable. Then he had witnessed the superpowered Chen Ming firsthand. He knew the gap between himself and these players was simply too vast. To bridge the gap between himself and the others, he had no choice but to take greater risks. For instance, this time, in order to boost his strength as quickly as possible, he demanded quite a few benefits from those players. He roughly calculated that these combined resources could boost his 4 core attributes by around 10 points. This represented a substantial leap forward. His objective was clear, his own survival was paramount this time. He would rescue his teammates if possible, but if it meant sacrificing himself, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 squad members instantly turned grave. They could tell their leader wasn't joking, he was dead serious. This meant they might genuinely be abandoned. Amidst this heavy atmosphere, the player squad drew ever closer to the toxic mist forest. Upon reaching the forest's outer edge, strands of toxic gas began seeping into their lungs. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance and immediately swallowed the antidote pills they had brought. Only after confirming through the squad interface that none had been poisoned did they continue moving inward. It's so quiet. Upon stepping into the toxic mist forest, they encountered neither the enemies nor corpses they had anticipated. However, the surrounding area was littered with damaged trees and grass, clearly evidence of a brutal battle that had taken place here earlier. But where had all the bodies gone? Keep moving deeper. Without bodies, they couldn't confirm the enemy's identity. The squad leader had no choice but to grit his teeth and lead them deeper. As they left this area and pressed deeper into the forest, a dark figure gradually materialized on a large tree behind them, hanging upside down from the tree. Had they glanced back then, they would have seen the true form of another race. Unfortunately, their nerves were stretched taut, leaving no room for such thoughts. Swoosh! About 100 meters further in, a white figure suddenly plummeted from above. The players, nerves already on edge, reacted instantly. Without hesitation, they instinctively scattered in all directions, scrambling to evade the white figure's attack. After 2 rolls on the ground, they scrambled to their feet, their eyes fixed on the spot where they had been standing. The squad leader spotted a white spiderweb there and immediately began to suspect the identity of the other species. Sure enough, moments later, numerous dark spiders emerged from all directions. Their eyes glowed a blood-red light, making them look especially terrifying. Captain, we're surrounded. No wonder they can survive in this poisonous forest. These spiders must be deadly too. Watch out for their webs, they seem to be coated in poison. The 3 players' expressions darkened instantly. The sheer number of black spiders weighed heavily on them. Especially when that blood-red glow fell upon them, sending chills down their spines. The squad leader reacted first, run. What are you waiting for? Even as he shouted, he didn't forget his mission, snapping photos of the surrounding spiders and immediately posting them in the regional chat. Then he began frantically fleeing. The Black Forest spiders wouldn't let them escape so easily. Soon, strands of white spiderwebs began closing in on the group. Seeing this, the 4 players dared not linger, scrambling frantically to evade the attack. Unfortunately, the webs closed in from all directions, leaving them with very little room to maneuver. Soon, one of the players was trapped by the web. The moment he was caught, he instantly lost the ability to move. The webs were sticky and incredibly resilient. The player tried every trick in the book but couldn't break free. With no other choice, he was forced to call out to his teammates for help. Save me. Help. Don't abandon me. But his teammates had no energy left to spare for him. They were barely managing to save themselves. Especially the squad leader, who moved with lightning speed. He was already nearly 50 meters away. Hearing the cries, he didn't pause for a moment and continued rushing toward the distance. Witnessing this, the trapped player's spirit was utterly crushed. Fortunately, the forest black spiders didn't make him struggle for too long. The nearest one leapt down from a large tree, raised 2 of its legs, and thrust them downward with a sudden, violent stab. In an instant, the player's skull was pierced clean through, ending his life completely. Now only 3 players remained. As the forest black spiders deliberately narrowed their encircling perimeter, the 2 players lagging behind found themselves in even greater peril. They were about to be completely cut off. Just then, one of the 2 lagging players steeled himself, grabbed the player beside him, and shoved him forward with all his might. The 2 forest black spiders blocking their path instinctively raised their legs, piercing the player's body. Seizing this opening, the player skillfully dodged the obstruction and made a swift escape. Chapter 177, Seizing the Moment. Chen Ming's squad location. The moment the photo appeared, Ling Hanlai spotted it immediately. Brother Chen, the other species looks like spiders. Judging by their appearance, they're definitely venomous. Prompted by his observation, Chen Ming opened the regional chat interface. After scrolling through a few messages, he indeed spotted the black spider posted by that player. Chen Ming narrowed his eyes. They appear to have taken over a section of the toxic mist forest. That player's squad had some bad luck, stepping right into that area. After saying this, he also caught sight of the discussions below. From their exchanges, he learned that the scouting party had already lost 2 members in quick succession, leaving only 2 players now desperately fleeing for their lives. Seeing this, Chen Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Those black spiders didn't seem particularly slow. It would be quite difficult for these 2 players to escape from them. Sure enough, not long after, another player's avatar faded away. Only the squad leader remained. Confirming from the zone chat that the survivor was heading back their way, Chen Ming alerted his squad members to prepare for battle. He feared the black spiders might pursue them all the way, which would inevitably lead to a fierce battle. Fortunately, Chen Ming's fears didn't materialize. Soon after, a player came rushing over from the direction of the toxic mist forest, looking utterly disheveled. He then plunged straight into the crowd of players. None of the players focused on him, but rather on what lay behind him. After waiting a moment to confirm the black spiders weren't pursuing, everyone gradually relaxed their guard.
Under the barrage of questions from the other players, the sole surviving squad leader recounted everything he had witnessed about the black spider's abilities. There were essentially 3 points. First, the white spider webs released by the black spiders possessed powerful restraining abilities. Once trapped, it was extremely difficult to break free. Second, the black spiders possessed remarkable agility and blinding speed. Had he not relied on 2 speed-enhancing artifacts from his collection, he would have certainly fallen victim to them. Third, the black spider's legs were razor-sharp, easily piercing through their defenses. His last teammate had perished due to the second and third points. The enemy lacked agility-enhancing artifacts, possessing only protective talismans. As a result, shortly after breaking out of the encirclement, they were caught by the forest black spiders pursuing from behind. When they attempted to summon defenses to protect themselves, those defenses were effortlessly shattered by the black spiders. He met a gruesome end. Hearing this, the players collectively felt a sense of unease. High speed, powerful attacks, and control abilities. This was essentially an enhanced assassin. The crucial point was their sheer numbers. Though only 1 photo existed, the player had mentioned witnessing more than 20 at the time. This was surely just a fraction of the total. The real number would be far greater. By far. This left many players hesitant. Setting aside whether they could even handle these forest black spiders, once they dealt with them, the giant serpent clan would be waiting behind. The pressure was mounting. Now, they could only watch Chen Ming's team's actions. With this in mind, they specifically dispatched a small team of players to approach Chen Ming and his companions, relaying the intelligence about the forest black spiders. Upon hearing the news, Chen Ming and his group immediately dismissed them. Then, Chen Ming, accompanied by Ling Hanlai and Yang Zishu, began moving toward the toxic mist forest. Indeed, Chen Ming had never abandoned his intention to join this battle from the start. In truth, he had a broader perspective than the other players. Battles were erupting everywhere in the central region of the Shadow Valley Great Forest. On the surface, it seemed the players had lucked out, staying out of the fray. But only Chen Ming understood the truth. The players were actually in a precarious situation. When other races erupted into battle, what was their greatest fear? It was inevitably that while they were engaged with their enemies, another race might suddenly intervene, disrupting everyone's plans. And the only ones capable of such interference were naturally those races currently idle and not engaged in combat. And that, of course, meant the players. Now, if the players joined the battle between the Forest Black Spider tribe and the Giant Python tribe, the other races would relax. Otherwise, seeing the players doing too well, they would definitely send someone over to cause trouble for them. For Chen Ming, proactive offense held absolute priority over passive defense. Of course, taking the initiative doesn't mean they just charge in headlong. Timing is crucial when joining mid-battle. The players in the rear ranks tensed instantly upon seeing Chen Ming's squad depart. After brief discussions, numerous player squads decided to follow Chen Ming's team's lead. They claimed it was to prevent Chen Ming's team from fighting alone, but everyone knew the real reason. These players weren't about to let any opportunity slip by. After all, the lesson that following Chen Ming's squad meant a share of the spoils was already deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Soon, Chen Ming's squad led the large group of players back to the previous observation point, where they began monitoring every movement within the toxic mist forest ahead. This time, Chen Ming didn't deliberately distance himself from the other players. He understood clearly that this was absolutely a group operation, not an individual battle. Relying solely on his team, it would be difficult to influence the front lines. Therefore, leveraging external forces was essential. Seeing Chen Ming and his group halt, the other players dared not advance recklessly. One by one, they stopped, waiting for Chen Ming's further commands. They waited for over an hour. Just as many players began frowning and complaining, a hissing sound finally echoed once more from the toxic mist forest ahead. The players present recognized this sound all too well. After all, it had echoed throughout the entire night last evening. The forest black spiders and the giant serpent tribe were fighting again. Only now did the other players realize that Chen Ming had been waiting for an opportunity. Without Chen Ming needing to say a word, all players instinctively drew their weapons, preparing for battle. Some more impatient players were ready to charge in, but were pulled back by their squadmates. Are you kidding me? How could they act prematurely when big shot Chen Ming hadn't made his move yet? As all eyes focused on Chen Ming, he remained unfazed, calmly pulling out a drink and sipping it. What's the rush? The battle had just begun, and it would take time for the fighting to escalate. Rather than rushing in now and getting caught in the crossfire, it's better to wait a bit longer. As for what the other players were thinking, he couldn't care less. Can't wait? If they can't wait, let them go ahead on their own. He wasn't stopping them. Chapter 178, Joining the Battle. This wait stretched on for half an hour. The players exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Ming's strength was simply too overwhelming. They dared not challenge him, left only to wait idly. Boom! At that very moment, a deafening explosion echoed through the depths of the Shadow Valley Great Forest. The attention of all the players instantly focused on the source. Chen Ming, who had been slacking off, immediately perked up. It was time. Go!
Chen Ming dashed forward the moment he spoke, followed immediately by Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai, who had been poised and ready. Seeing Chen Ming finally take action, the other players were filled with wild excitement. They raised their weapons and gave chase. With over 50 players participating, the operation was no small affair. As they drew closer, all players simultaneously swallowed their antidote pills. Once immune to the toxins within the poisonous mist, they no longer had to worry about it affecting their abilities. Of course, this didn't mean a single antidote pill could grant permanent immunity to all toxins. Within this toxic mist forest, the air was saturated with poison. Therefore, the antidote pills had a limited duration of effectiveness. Each pill only protects a player from contamination for 10 minutes. Once that time passes, they become vulnerable to the toxins in the mist again. As they stepped into the toxic mist forest, the sounds of battle between the giant serpent clan and the forest black spider clan soon echoed from the nearby forest. The players' hearts instantly leapt into their throats. Minutes later, the battlefield came into view ahead of them. The scene was even more intense than Chen Ming had imagined. The first sight that met their eyes was corpses. Both giant serpent clan members and forest black spiders lay scattered among them. Without exception, the serpent clan corpses bore numerous holes pierced by spider legs, wounds oozing copious amounts of blood. The forest black spiders bore numerous bite wounds, some with legs torn clean off. This clearly indicated the battle had been extremely fierce. The players' arrival was quickly spotted by the surrounding warriors of both tribes. After dispatching their own foes, they immediately began charging toward the players. Kill! By this point, Chen Ming's command was unnecessary. Witnessing this scene, the players could no longer hold back, charging forward with fierce cries. Don't assume they were excited by the sight of these enemies. They were eyeing the corpses littering the ground. These corpses were all resources players could loot. To the players, these corpses were free resources. With a bit of luck, they might even yield gold tier resources. For this very reason, the players now charged forward like mad dogs. Chen Ming, accompanied by Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai, didn't charge straight in. Charging in now would make them easy targets for concentrated fire. It was better to wait for the second wave. As for the corpses on the ground, they held little significance for Chen Ming. They were just ordinary beast corpses. Even with a hundredfold resource boost, the quality wouldn't be particularly high. Moreover, ordinary beasts posed no challenge to them. There was absolutely no need to expose themselves to the danger of being surrounded right now. The players charging at the forefront were indeed reaping substantial rewards, with some individuals securing over 5 corpses each. These corpses represented invaluable resources for them. However, they had charged too quickly and now clashed with the giant serpent tribe and the forest black spiders. Players facing the giant serpent tribe found it relatively easy. After all, they'd fought them many times before and understood their weaknesses. Moreover, the players' strength was now enhanced. The 20% boost gave them an overwhelming advantage over the giant serpent tribe. It was the players facing the forest black spiders who now found themselves in a tricky situation. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat the forest black spiders, but rather that they still didn't know the spiders' weaknesses. Furthermore, the sight of the earlier player squad nearly wiped out by the forest black spiders had instilled a sense of dread in them. Especially when the black spiders began spewing silk, players grew frantic, dodging wildly. However, as time passed, the players finally began to figure out ways to counter the forest black spiders. These black spiders possessed formidable attacks and high agility, but their defenses were truly weak. Silver-grade weapons could easily pierce their defenses and inflict heavy damage. Even lower-tier bronze weapons could inflict damage on them. This is the weakness of the forest black spiders. Low health and poor defense. Upon discovering this weakness, the previously restrained players finally unleashed their full potential. They unleashed fierce attacks against the forest black spiders. They swiftly mowed down a swath of enemies. The commotion finally drew the attention of the elite warriors from both the giant serpent clan and the forest black spider clan. The main battlefield between the giant serpent clan and the forest black spider clan was quite expansive, while the area where the players intervened was relatively peripheral. Frankly, victory in this sector wouldn't sway the overall battle's outcome, so few elite fighters focused their attention here. But the commotion the players were now creating was simply too loud. Skills of all elements flew wildly in every direction, blindingly conspicuous. Speaking of which, it must be noted. Fire attribute attacks in this environment surprisingly didn't trigger explosions. This might be due to the continent itself. Otherwise, once fire skills were unleashed, this toxic forest might have been blown to smithereens in a chain reaction. Of course, this situation works in Chen Ming's favor. Many of his techniques rely on fire attributes. If he couldn't use them, it would affect his strength. Whoosh! Just as the players were reveling in their slaughter, convinced this operation would yield a bountiful harvest, 2 figures charged into their ranks from opposite directions. They were the elite warriors of the giant serpent clan and the forest black spider clan. The giant serpent clan sent forth a massive serpent, its entire body gleaming silver. The sudden attack startled 3 players. The 3 players dared not take it lightly, immediately unleashing their spells or martial arts to defend themselves. The result?
Their attacks merely left faint white marks on the serpent's gleaming silver scales. They failed to inflict any meaningful damage. Instead, they were sent flying by the serpent's counterattack. Mid-air, they could hear the cracking of their own bones. The gap in power was staggering. Then came the forest black spiders. A lightning-fast black spider appeared. Before the targeted player could react, it pierced through their body, killing them instantly. Surrounding players were horrified and immediately concentrated a barrage of attacks toward it. Unfortunately, its agility was simply too high. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from its original spot. Chapter 179, The Three-Patterned Black Spider. Observing the battlefield, Chen Ming furrowed his brow and turned to Ling Hanlai beside him. You pick one? Ling Hanlai's gaze immediately locked onto the gleaming silver giant python. Leave that serpent to me. With that, he charged toward the silver serpent. He understood his own strengths clearly. The silver python seemed to have only slightly stronger defense beyond that. He didn't perceive anything particularly formidable about it. Moreover, the dual ice-fire attributes within his ice-fire duality technique combined to form a potent advantage against such heavily defensive foes. Moreover, the other forest black spider clearly possessed extremely high agility. Such high agility made it difficult even for him to track its movements. Under these conditions, initiating a fight would only put him at a disadvantage. So rather than risk being toyed with like a dog by the black spider, he'd be better off dealing with that silver python. Alright. I'll handle the other one. Purple Book, you stay here and control the situation. If Ling Hanlai or I run into trouble, step in to help us. Got it. Yang Zishu was well versed in this kind of operation and agreed decisively. Once ready, Chen Ming charged straight toward the forest black spider, the dragon-slaying holy spear in hand. What made this black spider unique was its markings. The patterns on its body were far more intricate than those of ordinary forest black spiders. 3 patterns stood out particularly prominently. To distinguish it easily, Chen Ming mentally dubbed it the 3-pattern black spider. At that moment, the 3-pattern black spider was unleashing its full fury before the assembled players. Had one player not possessed a method to slow its speed, the 3-striped black spider would have claimed at least 5 or 6 lives by now. Seeing Chen Ming charging toward them, the surrounding players reacted as if they'd spotted a savior, promptly clearing the battlefield for him. Now free from control, the 3-striped black spider naturally locked onto Chen Ming, the closest target. Without hesitation, it launched its attack. Seeing this, Chen Ming felt not a hint of panic. Previously, his agility would have been inferior to the spider's, making it difficult to handle. But now, with his 4 core attributes boosted by 20%, his agility had reached a terrifying level. As the spider's leg was about to strike him, Chen Ming moved like a ghostly apparition. His speed was so blindingly fast that to the surrounding players, he appeared frozen in place. The spider leg then pierced straight through his body. Witnessing this, the players couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. A single thought echoed in their minds. The strongest player in our zone just died? But this confusion didn't last long. In the blink of an eye, they saw Chen Ming appear airily on the other side, thrusting the dragon-slaying holy spear at the 3-mark black spider from an utterly unreasonable angle. Sensing danger, the 3-mark black spider frantically raised its legs, narrowly evading Chen Ming's strike before darting backward. Chen Ming, of course, wouldn't let it escape so easily. He charged forward immediately, closing in relentlessly. The two collided violently. To the other players watching, it appeared as 2 dark shadows repeatedly collided and separated. They couldn't make out the details of the battle between the 2 combatants. Holy crap, Chen Ming is absolutely brutal. I thought Big Brother Chen Ming had stumbled into a Waterloo earlier, but now I see I was just narrow-minded. This must be thanks to the system's 20% boost. Otherwise, even Chen Ming couldn't match that black spider's agility. If Chen Ming can't keep up, does that mean you can? Cut the chatter. Haven't you noticed the enemy numbers are growing? Get over here and help. After a collective sigh of admiration, the players plunged back into the fray before them. The players were sensible enough to recognize their numerical disadvantage. Instead of charging recklessly forward, they held their ground in this sector. Any enemies that approached were swiftly dealt with, while those farther away were simply ignored, left to slaughter each other. Chen Ming followed the 3-patterned black spider deeper into the fray. Enemies from the giant serpent tribe and forest black spiders kept appearing around him, but before they could react, the pair swiftly passed them by. Where the hell is this guy leading me? After several rounds of pursuit, Chen Ming finally grasped the other's intent. But he didn't back down. Mainly, he wanted to see what other powerful opponents lurked among these forest black spiders. Even if he wasn't their match, he could always escape at the first opportunity. Whoosh! Sure enough, another black figure darted out from the side, charging straight toward Chen Ming. Chen Ming's vigilance was already at its peak. The moment the figure appeared, he reacted instantly, darting sideways to evade. By the time he landed, 2 3-patterned black spiders had materialized before him. He'd expected reinforcements, but it turned out to be one of his own kind. Just as he prepared to strike, another 3-patterned black spider materialized behind him. 3 against 1. This was the enemy's true killing move. Divine Wind Step.
Surrounded, Chen Ming showed no sign of panic. His feet executed the divine wind step as he moved swiftly, initiating collisions with the 3 striped black spiders. But soon, Chen Ming realized he had underestimated these 3 striped black spiders. Their strength was comparable, but their coordination was exceptional. Just as he prepared to focus his fire on one to eliminate it and create an opening, the other 2 3-marked black spiders launched frenzied attacks against him. Faced with this storm of attacks, Chen Ming had no choice but to retreat, missing his chance to strike. "You forced my hand." As the third attack forced him back once more, Chen Ming's expression darkened instantly. These 3 patterned black spiders were relying solely on their speed, weren't they? What if he could slow them down? Gravity field. A dense energy radiated outward from Chen Ming, instantly throwing the 3 patterned black spiders surrounding him into panic. As the gravity field descended, their agility was drastically reduced. Previously, both sides possessed comparable agility attributes, making their speed nearly identical. But now, under the influence of the gravity field, the gap in their agility attributes widened dramatically. Without hesitation, Chen Ming charged forward. Sun Piercer. The 3 patterned black spider, locked in place, instinctively tried to dodge. Unfortunately, its speed was now significantly slower. To Chen Ming, its speed was no different from that of an ant. With a flash of cold steel, the 3 patterned black spider was pierced clean through. Chapter 180, 5 Striped Black Spider. As the first 3 striped black spider fell, the remaining 2 panicked instantly. Their first instinct was to flee. But trapped within the gravitational field, escape was impossible. Chen Ming swiftly dispatched the remaining 2 3 striped black spiders using the same method. Only after finishing them did Chen Ming withdraw his gravity field. Feeling the drain on his mental energy, he couldn't help but sigh. This gravity field was powerful, but the mental energy drain was simply too great. Now, only about 40% of his spiritual energy remained within him. If he were to sustain the gravity field for even a little longer, the drain would only grow worse. Having dealt with the 3 striped black spiders that had confronted him, Chen Ming surveyed his surroundings and realized he now stood near the very center of the entire battlefield. Surrounding him were nothing but giant serpents and forest black spiders, not a single player in sight. Damn it! In just a moment, they'd all fled this far. Without hesitation, Chen Ming activated the divine wind step and charged outward. Venturing alone into this chaos carried significant risk. He needed to reunite with the other players first. Once he was with them, whether they fought or fled, it would be easier to handle. Along the way, he didn't forget to kick every beast he passed to death. Just as his gaze caught sight of a small group of players, a powerful attack suddenly struck from his side. Instantly, alarm bells rang in Chen Ming's mind. The attacker's speed was simply too fast. Moreover, it was a preemptive strike. Chen Ming was moving at breakneck speed, making it nearly impossible to abruptly alter his trajectory on such short notice. In less than half a second, Chen Ming vanished from his original position. Spatial leap. After successfully evading the attack, Chen Ming immediately focused his attention on his opponent. Finally, he could see who his opponent truly was. Another forest black spider. Unlike before, this one bore 5 black patterns. Judging solely by the markings, Chen Ming knew this 5-patterned black spider was undoubtedly far more formidable than the 3-patterned one he'd faced earlier. Damn it! Had he been targeted? Chen Ming's expression grew increasingly grave. From the spider's earlier attack alone, it was clear its agility surpassed his own. Things were getting complicated. He immediately retrieved 2 fruits and swallowed them. After a moment's thought, he also took out the blood surge pill. The previous 2 fruits were meant to restore spiritual energy. His mental energy had been depleted far too quickly. As the blood surge pill took effect, Chen Ming's 4 core attributes surged upward. His enhanced 4-dimensional attributes doubled once more. An unprecedented surge of energy coursed through Chen Ming's entire body. The overwhelming power filled him with unshakable confidence. "You dare ambush me?" Chen Ming roared furiously, then charged forward with lightning speed. His speed far surpassed anything before. Before the 5-patterned black spider could react, Chen Ming was already upon it. This was absolute dominance. Boom! Chen Ming delivered a direct strike with his blazing holy fist, slamming it into the spider's body. The 5-patterned black spider wasn't just more agile than the 3-patterned black spider, it was a comprehensive upgrade in every aspect. The 3-patterned black spider was identical to ordinary forest black spiders, seemingly devoid of any defense, instantly killed by any piercing weapon. But with the 5-patterned black spider, this weakness was clearly addressed. A layer of black armor now covered its surface. Chen Ming's blazing holy fist collided with this armor, momentarily halting before the immense force carved an extremely deep fist imprint into it. The entire 5-marked black spider was then sent flying backward. A single round of utter domination. SSSSH. The 5-patterned black spider let out a pitiful cry, its gaze toward Chen Ming now filled with sheer terror. In a single round, it had been utterly defeated. Without hesitation, it urgently sought reinforcements from the stronger members of its own kind. Among the forest black spiders, the 5-patterned black spider held a relatively high status, belonging to the upper echelons.
Its call for help was swiftly answered, and a 7-patterned black spider, who commanded a territory, arrived immediately. Within the forest black spider clan, the 7-patterned black spider held a position akin to a general, capable of commanding a territory. Among the forest black spider army attacking the giant serpent clan this time, there were only 3 7-patterned black spiders. The one Chen Ming now faced was one of them. More experts? Upon seeing his opponent, Chen Ming's face showed no panic, only a growing eagerness. Come on. The effects of the blood surge pill were fleeting. Chen Ming wasn't about to stand idly by waiting for the enemy to strike. His choice was to take the offensive. Like a ghostly apparition, he began closing in on the 7-patterned spider. As for the 5-patterned spider, it had already tucked its tail between its legs and fled. It knew staying behind would be utterly useless. Better to keep its distance, lest it incur the opponent's wrath and be casually dispatched later. Bang! The one-sided battle Chen Ming had anticipated didn't materialize. This 7-patterned black spider proved far more formidable than he'd imagined. Its agility even managed to keep pace with his own doubled agility stat. No wonder players were granted the 20% boost to their 4 core attributes. These foes were simply too formidable. To put it plainly, the 7-patterned black spider alone could easily wipe out every player in the area. Blazing War General. Air Slash. Gravity Field. Facing such a formidable foe, Chen Ming wasted no time and unleashed his full arsenal. He had to take it down quickly, or once the blood boost pill wore off, it would surely flee. As the gravity field spread out, the 7-patterned black spider was clearly affected. However, Chen Ming estimated that the opponent's power reduction was nowhere near 20%, not even 10%. This was tied to his mastery of the gravity field. The blood surge pill only boosted a player's 4 core attributes. It did nothing to enhance their mastery of spells or martial arts. Yet even this mere percentage of reduction proved absolutely critical to the entire battle. The previously even standoff instantly shifted in Chen Ming's favor. After 2 rounds of combat, the 7-patterned black spider also realized it was being affected. It immediately changed its tactics, shifting from an all-out offensive to a more defensive stance. Clearly, it was attempting to wear down Chen Ming over time. For Chen Ming, this was utterly unacceptable. Pierce the sun. Falling star. Chen Ming steeled his resolve, squeezing every last ounce of remaining spiritual energy from his body. First came Sun Piercer. Pierce the Sun boasts tremendous single-target burst damage, and its startup is the fastest, perfect for the current fast-paced combat. The subsequent Falling Star was the killing blow Chen Ming had meticulously prepared for his opponent. Chapter 181, The Hard-Fought Battle. The 7-patterned black spider felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from Chen Ming's 2 attacks, its heart trembling for a moment. It urgently channeled its energy, causing an additional layer of luster to appear on its black armor, clearly reinforcing its defenses. Immediately after, eerie green flames erupted from its armor. Chen Ming witnessed this spectacle without so much as a flicker of his eyelids. Fire attribute. Since mastering the Blazing War General, he had feared no one. The 3 flame true fires swiftly enveloped the enemy. As the flames of both sides intertwined, Chen Ming's 3 flame true fire acted like a cat encountering a mouse, frantically devouring the opposing flames and beginning to voraciously consume their energy. Then, the sun-piercing strike descended swiftly. The 7-patterned black spider raised its 8 spider legs to block the attack. Amidst the intense grinding sounds, the black armor plating on those 8 legs began to crack and crumble. Their dazzling luster gradually dimmed. At the same time, the intensity of Chen Ming's sun-piercing strike also began to wane. After a moment of stalemate, Chen Ming withdrew proactively. The sun-piercer had nearly shattered all its defenses. The final blow would come from Falling Star. Chen Ming's right foot slammed heavily into the ground, propelling his entire body skyward. Holding the sacred dragon spear, he plunged straight downward. Boom! A violent explosion echoed. The area centered around the 7-patterned black spider collapsed instantly, the earth cracking open in a spiderweb-like pattern. As the dust settled, countless eyes turned toward the scene. Just as Chen Ming believed his opponent was dead, a tremendous force suddenly erupted from the dragon-slaying holy spear in his hand. No! Chen Ming wasted no time in pulling back, frantically dashing away. When he glanced back at his opponent, Chen Ming's heart sank. The 7-patterned black spider's markings now radiated an eerie energy, appearing utterly terrifying. Moreover, he could sense that the spider's aura had grown immensely powerful. It was going all out. It was indeed not going to be so easy to slay it. Chen Ming sighed, then checked the remaining duration of the blood surge pill within him, less than 2 minutes. He couldn't hesitate any longer. Even if he couldn't defeat it within these 2 minutes, he had to severely cripple it, render it incapable of threatening him. With that resolve, he charged forward. Falling Star. From a distance, Chen Ming leapt high into the air. Mid-air, the gravity field activated instantly, pinning him down so he couldn't move. The 7-patterned black spider's markings glowed brighter now, especially its legs, which were now covered in eerie blue flames. Seeing Chen Ming about to launch an attack against it, this time the spider did not passively defend but chose to strike first. Several spider legs lunged toward Chen Ming. Just as the two were about to collide, Chen Ming, mid-air, vanished without a trace. Spatial leap. The next second, Chen Ming vanished completely. The 7-patterned black spider, having risen halfway to meet Chen Ming's attack.
Now, with Chen Ming suddenly vanishing before its eyes, it instantly panicked. When Chen Ming reappeared, he materialized directly beneath the 7-patterned black spider's body, still holding the falling star skill in his hand.
Boom! A violent explosion echoed through the air.
A massive gash tore open in the black spider's abdomen. Its black armor offered solid defense, but it didn't cover the abdomen, allowing Chen Ming to exploit a major weakness.
The outcome was decided. As the 7-patterned black spider collapsed, the surrounding forest black spiders fell into complete panic. They stared at Chen Ming in terror before scattering wildly in all directions. Even their general had fallen to Chen Ming's spear. How could they dare attack him now? Their only thought was to flee as quickly as possible.
Seeing this, Chen Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Thank goodness.
His spiritual energy was now depleted, barely holding on at less than 10%.
Continuing the fight would have been disastrous.
This was the perfect opportunity to return to the player group and rest. With that thought, he dragged his weary body toward the other side. Hiss! Before he could take 2 steps, a swarm of pythons slithered swiftly toward him, instantly encircling Chen Ming without warning.
Damn it!
Seeing these giant pythons eyeing him menacingly, Chen Ming's heart sank instantly.
He hadn't expected that just after driving off the forest black spiders, another giant serpent tribe would appear out of nowhere. This was truly never-ending.
Scanning his mental energy reserves once more, Chen Ming realized he lacked the confidence to safely retreat on his own. It seemed he'd have to call Yang Zishu for backup. The very moment this thought crossed his mind, 2 figures materialized before him.
A golden giant python.
The serpent didn't immediately approach but instead observed Chen Ming from a distance, surrounded by several other giant pythons. Clearly, it too had witnessed Chen Ming decisively slaying several high-ranking forest black spider elites and now harbored some apprehension toward him. Their current encirclement was a gamble that Chen Ming was merely fighting with his last ounce of strength.
Chen Ming's brow furrowed slightly, completely abandoning the idea of summoning Yang Zishu.
Yang Zishu was indeed formidable, but at best she was on par with those silver-scaled giant pythons. Against this golden-yellow colossus, she would be slightly outmatched. Not to mention the swarm of giant pythons surrounding them. Calling her over would only put Yang Zishu in grave danger too. Roar! Just as Chen Ming silently swallowed a spirit-restoring treasure and prepared to charge out at all costs, the forest black spiders that had departed earlier returned once more. Seeing their leader, Chen Ming's expression darkened completely. Was this really necessary? Before him now stood another 7-patterned black spider. Just as Chen Ming pondered whether these 2 tribes would clash first, the 2 tribes answered his question with action. After a mere exchange of glances, the 2 clans' strongest warriors seamlessly shifted their focus to him. Great! He was now regarded as a thorn in the side by the elite warriors of both tribes. His chances of escaping were now less than 10%. But that didn't mean Chen Ming would surrender without a fight. If both clans' elites wanted him dead, then he'd prove them wrong by refusing to die. Hiss! Roar! As the commanders of both tribes simultaneously ordered the attack, the giant serpents and forest black spiders surged forward, closing in on Chen Ming with frenzied ferocity. The scene was nothing short of ironic. In other battle zones, the giant serpents and forest black spiders were still locked in a frenzied slaughter, both sides nearly blinded by bloodlust. Yet here, on Chen Ming's side, these 2 tribes were forced to unite against him. The sheer number of enemies closing in was overwhelming. Given Chen Ming's current state, he would likely be torn apart by the surrounding foes even without the intervention of those 2 formidable figures. Chapter 182, Necromantic Spells. Dirge of Sorrow, all flesh withered. At this point, Chen Ming had no other choice. This was his last remaining path. As Chen Ming murmured the incantation, a deathly aura emanated from his body, spreading wildly outward. Enemies closing in swiftly froze in terror upon sensing this aura. After all, the death attribute was one of the most formidable attributes. Needless to say, even without taking action, this aura alone was enough to suppress all petty foes. Before long, under their stunned gazes, the corpses on the ground began to rapidly disintegrate. In the blink of an eye, they turned into desiccated husks, some even reduced to bare bones scattered across the earth. Beyond that, even the grass and trees on the ground lost their vitality, gradually withering as their energy vanished entirely. The toxins within the air's poisonous miasma were completely absorbed, all converted into spiritual power and energy within Chen Ming's body. The entire process appeared overwhelmingly domineering and awe-inspiring, yet it had actually taken only 2 breaths from start to finish. When Chen Ming opened his eyes again, a hint of bloodlust flickered within them. His spiritual energy was fully restored, and his 4-dimensional attributes continued to climb. This was the power he had gained by absorbing all life within the area centered on himself. Kill! Feeling this familiar power surge through him, Chen Ming charged forward. Gone was the spent force of moments before. Now he was a god of war, charging into the ranks of both tribes and unleashing a frenzied slaughter.
The forest spiders and giant pythons didn't even get a clear look at Chen Ming before being instantly slain. The golden giant python and the 7-patterned black spider at the rear were both stunned. According to their initial plan, after several intense battles, Chen Ming's condition should be severely weakened, presenting them with an opportunity to eliminate him outright. Thus, they had arranged for their kin to advance, surrounding Chen Ming. They planned to pounce the moment he showed the slightest opening, striking him down with a decisive blow. What they never could have imagined was that Chen Ming's feeble aura vanished without a trace, followed immediately by a frenzied power surge. Watching their kin being slaughtered without mercy, the two high-ranking commanders could no longer sit idly by. With a furious roar, both plunged decisively into the fray. Without a word, they began their coordinated assault on Chen Ming. It was almost comical. Just moments before heading to Chen Ming's side, they had been locked in a fierce battle, both sides fighting with such intensity that their blood was boiling. Now, however, they had laid aside their hostilities to unite against Chen Ming. Facing their combined assault, Chen Ming's expression remained eerily calm. The dragon sweeping holy spear in his hand swept out swiftly. Moon Splitter. The sacred dragon spear swept forward with terrifying momentum. The two powerful figures, who had charged forward with such speed moments before, now scrambled backward in utter disarray. They sensed the threat of death emanating from this single strike of the moon-splitting technique. Again! Chen Ming, seeing his opponents evade his strike, had no intention of letting them off so easily. Originally positioned farther back, he couldn't press too deeply. But now they were practically offering themselves up. For Chen Ming, this was an absolute golden opportunity, one he wouldn't let slip away. The golden giant python was the first to strike. Though large in size and seemingly agile, it was still considerably slower compared to Chen Ming and the 7-patterned black spider. Pierce the sun. The dragon-slaying holy spear spun rapidly, its tip forming a terrifyingly potent miniature vortex. Though minuscule in appearance, it radiated an energy so formidable it seemed capable of piercing through anything. Sensing the attack's ferocity, the golden serpent roared furiously and lashed out with its tail, aiming to smash Chen Ming away. It had calculated precisely. If Chen Ming refused to abandon his assault, he would be struck by its serpentine tail without fail. Both would suffer devastating losses. Ultimately, it would only benefit the 7-patterned black spider nearby. He was certain Chen Ming would recognize this and voluntarily abandon his assault. After all, while it appeared he was now allied with that 7-patterned black spider, what was the reality? The moment Chen Ming fell, they would turn on each other without hesitation. A deadly enmity now bound them. Unfortunately, the final outcome far exceeded his own expectations. Chen Ming charged straight at him with his spear raised, as if he hadn't even noticed the tail. He seemed determined to take them both down with him. Damn it! The golden python's heart raced with alarm. In this critical moment, it urgently spat around, plumped snakepill from its mouth. The moment it emerged, it channeled its energy to form a protective barrier before itself. Boom! With a violent collision, Chen Ming's dragon-slaying holy spear struck the defense. The barrier held for a second before shattering completely. In the next instant, the dragon-slaying holy spear streaked past the opponent's body, leaving a long, deep gash in its wake. Despite the pain, the golden serpent glared at Chen Ming with wide eyes. Using the power of its inner core, it had bought a second to dodge the vital strike. But if Chen Ming were struck by its tail, he would be gravely injured. Alas, just as its tail was about to strike Chen Ming, the next second, Chen Ming vanished from his original position. His attack missed entirely. The spatial leap proved effective once more. When Chen Ming reappeared, he was already standing before the 7-patterned black spider. It must be understood that this lament of sorrow, withered souls, was not a one-time effect. It possessed a persistent effect. Indeed, Chen Ming's current ferocity relied entirely on this necromantic spell. His purpose in slaying so many warriors of the two tribes earlier was quite straightforward: to slay them and absorb the energy within their bodies. So despite unleashing countless martial arts and spells, Chen Ming remains at peak strength. In this state, Chen Ming could unleash his full power without worrying about mental energy depletion. Of course, he cannot sustain this state for too long. After all, remaining in this state for too long could lead to spiritual energy backlash. If he succumbs to demonic possession, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gravity field. Spatial flicker. Chen Ming already had a battle plan in mind for the 7-patterned black spider: first suppress it with the gravity field, then unleash full firepower. Simultaneously linking in spatial jumps, he couldn't imagine this 7-patterned black spider surviving his assault. Sure enough, as his combo struck, the spider was forced to activate the patterns on its body surface, struggling desperately to resist. Chapter 183, Overwhelming Execution. Useless. Chen Ming felt the energy within him gradually beginning to overflow, his face filled with gravity. Daring not to delay, he executed another spatial leap, this time materializing directly before the 7-patterned black spider. Falling star. This time, the dragon-slaying holy spear not only carried an unstoppable momentum, but also carried the attribute of death. Its destructive power was off the charts. The 7-patterned black spider frantically raised its several legs, covered in black armor, attempting a final resistance.
But clearly, with its strength, blocking Chen Ming's full power, lethal strike was extremely difficult.
A piercing sound echoed through the air.
The 7-pattern black spider ultimately failed to withstand the frenzied Chen Ming. Pierced clean through, Chen Ming then exerted a sudden, brutal force.
The once arrogant 7-patterned black spider was torn clean in two.
Having dealt with this threat, Chen Ming instinctively turned his gaze toward the other golden yellow giant python. Under Chen Ming's intense stare, the golden python was filled with panic.
A voice suddenly echoed in its mind, "Run now. Staying here means certain death."
Remember, when he faced the 7-patterned black spider earlier, though he hadn't been injured, he hadn't gained any advantage either. This indicated the gap in their strength wasn't vast. Now that Chen Ming could effortlessly slay the 7-patterned black spider, dealing with this serpent shouldn't be too difficult either. Unfortunately, even the 7-patterned black spider was faster than Chen Ming.
Its mediocre speed was utterly laughable.
Chen Ming flashed twice through space, materializing directly before it. By the time the spider registered the threat, the sacred dragon spear had already pierced one of its eyes. In the next instant, Scorching 3 flame true fire ignited upon Chen Ming's body, then surged through his dragon-slaying holy spear directly into the golden giant serpent's body. Hiss! The golden serpent trembled violently as even a trace of the 3 flame true fire touched its scales.
The power of the 3 flame true fire was overwhelming, even its golden scales couldn't withstand the ignition.
Seizing the opportunity presented by its agonized struggle, Chen Ming delivered the finishing blow with falling star, combining it with the 3 flame true fire to pierce the golden serpent's skull clean through. As the creature died, Chen Ming's mind stirred. He swiftly harvested both corpses. Without pausing to inspect the rewards, Chen Ming immediately exited the Lament of Sorrow, withered soul status. As the buff faded, Chen Ming's 4 core attributes returned to normal levels. However, the spiritual energy within his body was far from depleted, roughly 40% remained. Is this the true power of necromancy? It's utterly absurd. Chen Ming gasped for breath, his face etched with shock. He had sensed the spell's extraordinary power while studying it, but that understanding had remained theoretical. He'd never witnessed it in action. This casting of Dirge of Sorrow, Withered Souls was, in fact, his very first time wielding necromantic magic. As a trump card, it proved exceptionally potent. But the side effects were equally outrageous. His mind was now in utter chaos, filled with countless murderous thoughts. Fortunately, he had managed to snap out of it in time, preventing those thoughts from consuming him. He sensed that if he succumbed to this murderous state, he would almost certainly succumb to madness. By then, reclaiming control of his own body would be exceedingly difficult. At that moment, all the giant serpents and forest spiders surrounding Chen Ming had fled without exception. None dared approach, no matter what. Especially the forest giant serpent tribe. They had already suffered the loss of 3 5-pattern black spiders and 2 7-pattern black spiders at Chen Ming's hands, a devastating blow. In contrast, the giant serpent tribe fared slightly better, having only lost 1 golden giant serpent, with no other major casualties. With no one interfering, Chen Ming welcomed this outcome. His mental energy was strong now, but his mind was still filled with the urge to kill. If he continued to strike down enemies from both tribes, he might slip back into that state, and trouble would inevitably follow. Earlier, when Chen Ming pursued that 5-pattern black spider, he had largely separated from the other players. Consequently, few had witnessed his formidable display on the battlefield, where he had consecutively slain several powerful foes.
Seeing Chen Ming's reaction, the players instinctively assumed he had slain the escaping 5-pattern giant python. They didn't delve deeper into the matter. Ignoring the players battling the 2 tribes' elite nearby, Chen Ming walked straight over to Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai. Ling Hanlai, seeing Chen Ming return later than himself, beamed with pride. "Brother Chen, I've already slain the giant serpent. This time, I was much faster than you." In Ling Hanlai's memory, this was the first time he'd ever beaten Chen Ming, and the grin on his face was impossible to hide. But before Chen Ming could speak, Yang Zishu, standing to the side, noticed something amiss with him. Logically, that 5-pattern black spider shouldn't have been a match for Chen Ming. With his strength and decisiveness, he should have dispatched it long ago. Yet, the battle had dragged on until this late hour. Moreover, Chen Ming now looked rather battered. It looked like he'd been through several fierce battles. Yang Zishu frowned and asked, "Did you get ambushed?" Chen Ming waved it off. "I'm fine. Just a few stronger enemies than usual. I took them all down in the end." Hearing this, Ling Hanlai's smile froze completely on his face. He had believed his own strength had improved, allowing him to gain the upper hand against Chen Ming. Of course, the black spider Chen Ming had fought was exceptionally swift and troublesome, which was why he had managed to edge out a victory. But now he learned that Chen Ming hadn't just slain one, he'd slain multiple. Moreover, Ling Hanlai caught the implication in Chen Ming's words that he had faced a coordinated attack from several formidable foes. Any foe deemed strong by Chen Ming must far surpass the silver-scale giant serpent he himself had slain. Sigh. He really was dreaming. How dare he imagine he could slay enemies faster than Chen Ming? After exchanging a few brief words, Chen Ming saw no reason to linger. He intended to return directly to his vehicle to rest. Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai, assuming Chen Ming had uncovered crucial intelligence, followed without question. The attention of numerous players had actually been fixed on the other party ever since Chen Ming returned. The moment he departed, they immediately noticed. Without any coordination, the players instinctively began retreating. They decisively withdrew from the battlefield, heading straight for their vehicles. They now regarded Chen Ming as their anchor. Wherever he went, they followed. Chapter 184, The Ancient Emperor's Bell. Only after returning to the interior of the 100-ton king did Chen Ming's nerves gradually relax. He fetched a teacup, brewed himself some tea, and as he drank, the murderous thoughts in his mind gradually dissipated. The cargo hold of the 100-ton king felt like a relatively safe space in Chen Ming's subconscious. Earlier on the battlefield, corpses and blood were everywhere, and the scent of blood hung heavy in the air. These constant stimuli had overwhelmed his cerebral cortex, making it impossible to suppress the murderous thoughts in his mind. Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai noticed Chen Ming's unusual state and dared not approach to disturb him, choosing instead to wait at a distance. Once the thoughts were suppressed, Chen Ming took a shower and returned to his usual state. Seeing him emerge, Ling Hanlai and Yang Zishu relaxed upon confirming his return to normal. Ling Hanlai quickly approached, "Brother Chen, not long after we left, those players followed us back." Also, the conflict between the giant serpent clan and the forest spider clan suddenly ceased. The battlefield seems to have returned to calm now. Ling Hanlai had spotted the returning players and investigated while Chen Ming was showering. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming showed no trace of surprise. To him, this was only natural. The forest spider clan had suffered far too heavy losses this time. Having lost so many elite fighters, they absolutely couldn't afford to engage the giant serpent clan any further. After all, that was the giant serpent clan's stronghold, not theirs. "Brother Chen, tell us what happened to you." Seeing both tribes suddenly begin their retreat, Ling Hanlai couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Moreover, he sensed that Chen Ming was undoubtedly connected to this development. Chen Ming saw no reason to hide anything from his team members and briefly recounted his earlier encounter. When they heard that Chen Ming had consecutively slain 3 5-pattern black spiders, 2 7-pattern black spiders, and a golden giant python, Ling Hanlai and Yang Zishu both couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. From their perspective, Chen Ming hadn't been gone for very long. Yet in such a short span, he'd managed to slay so many formidable foes in succession. Though Chen Ming made it sound effortless, both of them understood the reality. These two types of enemies were undeniably formidable. Take the 7-patterned black spider, for instance. Even the 5-patterned black spiders were notoriously agile, their speed so swift that the two of them struggled to track their movements at peak velocity. The 7-patterned black spider would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Its agility would be correspondingly higher. If they were tasked with confronting this 7-patterned black spider, there was a high probability they would be instantly defeated. They might not even know from which angle the enemy launched their attack. Ignoring the shock etched on their faces, Chen Ming waved his hand, retrieving the rewards for slaying those enemies from his system space. The 5-patterned black spider likely still fell within the gold tier combat power range. But the subsequent 7-patterned black spiders and that golden giant python absolutely surpassed the tier 9 times out of 10, they were platinum grade combat power. Resources dropped by platinum tier combatants would surely be platinum tier at the very least, right? Not to mention Chen Ming's 100-fold enhancement. The final treasure he obtained was bound to be exceptional. Sure enough, the very first treasure caught Chen Ming's attention, making his eyes widen in astonishment. Ancient Emperor Bell Epic, a supreme artifact wielded by the ancient human race's former emperor. It contains a trace of the ancient emperor's aura and possesses abilities such as control and defense. An epic tier artifact right off the bat. A flicker of excitement flickered across Chen Ming's face. All his earlier struggles over there had not been in vain. Even resorting to that necromantic spell in the end, risking his very life. Now it all seemed worth it. Chen Ming summoned the ancient Emperor Bell. The moment the small bell appeared, a colossal aura erupted from him, spreading wildly outward in all directions. Even the players behind him felt the terrifying pressure. Under this pressure, many players found thoughts of submission surfacing in their minds. This filled the gazes of many players toward Chen Ming's team with sheer terror. This terrifying pressure is coming from Chen Ming and his crew? There wasn't this terrifying aura earlier. Could it be that Chen Ming and the others obtained a supreme treasure on the previous battlefield? It must be that when Chen Ming or Ling Hanlai slew those elite monsters of the two tribes, the rewards they received after the kills went straight into their pockets. No one noticed at the time. If that's the case, I can only say they earned it. Those rewards came from their own kills. Don't forget, when we faced those elite monsters, we nearly perished. True. They earned such treasures through their own strength, something we can't replicate. Doesn't this oppressive aura feel like it's forcing us to submit? Exactly. I wonder what kind of treasure Chen Ming and his crew got their hands on. What's the point of wondering? Even if it is a treasure, what does it have to do with us? Are you guys actually going to try and steal Chen Ming's stuff? Regarding Chen Ming and his group acquiring yet another valuable item, most players shared similar sentiments, indifference mixed with envy. Other thoughts were few and far between. The reason was quite simple. Previously, players had been consumed by envy and resentment toward Chen Ming and his group, wishing they could take their place. But as time passed, their attitudes gradually shifted. Simply put, Chen Ming had consistently proven himself superior, and players had grown accustomed to it. Moreover, upon reaching the heart of the Shadow Valley Great Forest, players finally realized the vast gap between themselves and other races. To stand against these races, they needed a powerhouse player to lead the charge. As the strongest among them, Chen Ming naturally took the lead without hesitation. And in every battle, Chen Ming truly charged to the forefront, helping them eliminate the greatest threats. He never exploited weaker players by claiming superior strength to monopolize all resources. Instead, he let them compete for these resources themselves. These actions alone rapidly elevated Chen Ming's standing among the players. While distant players harbored such thoughts, those closer to Chen Ming like Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai were suffering even more. Were it not for their formidable willpower, they would have collapsed to their knees long ago. Standing nearby, Chen Ming noticed their flushed faces and promptly suppressed the ancient Imperial Bell's oppressive aura. As the pressure faded, Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Chen, what the hell was that? I almost couldn't hold back and started kneeling." Ling Hanlai's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Chapter 185, Frozen Guardian. Chen Ming held up the golden bell in his hand. "If I recall correctly, this should have dropped from that golden giant serpent. It's called the Ancient Emperor Bell, a rather powerful magical artifact." After hearing this, Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai didn't press further. They didn't need to know its abilities, the name alone revealed its extraordinary nature. An ancient emperor. Chen Ming closed his eyes, carefully examining the mysteries of the Ancient Emperor Bell. As an epic tier artifact, Chen Ming's current strength was insufficient to fully harness its power, preventing him from unleashing its true potential. According to his investigation, he could currently only utilize two of the Ancient Emperor Bell's abilities. These were Guardian and Suppression. He was not yet qualified to master the more profound abilities. However, even these two abilities alone were exceptionally formidable for Chen Ming. First, Guard. When Chen Ming channels the Ancient Emperor Bell at full power, its volume rapidly expands, enveloping him within its protective shell. According to Chen Ming's understanding, the Ancient Emperor Bell could withstand attacks one tier higher than its user. This meant that as a gold tier combatant, Chen Ming could now withstand attacks from platinum tier powerhouses. And this defense wasn't limited to a single strike. It could withstand all attacks from a platinum tier powerhouse. However, this protection had a flaw. While protected within the Ancient Emperor Bell, Chen Ming is unable to move, which can prove fatal in certain situations. Of course, overall it's definitely beneficial. Next comes Suppression. Like protection, Suppression can subdue enemies one tier higher than the user. In other words, as long as the enemy is a platinum tier combat power, the Ancient Emperor Bell can completely suppress enemies below diamond tier beneath it. Of course, it merely suppresses them, it does not kill them outright. Chen Ming had already figured out this skill's potential. It could be used to divide the battlefield. When facing overwhelming numbers, it proved to be a highly effective tactic. Keep in mind these are merely the most basic abilities of the Ancient Imperial Bell. The skills unlocked later will undoubtedly be even more extraordinary. After stowing away the Ancient Emperor Bell, Chen Ming turned his attention to the second treasure. This treasure had dropped from the 7-patterned black spider. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a shield. Another magical artifact? He placed his hand on the shield to examine its properties. Frostguard Epic, forged from 10,000-year-old mystic ice, it possesses sentience. When its master is attacked, Frostguard will automatically manifest to defend against the assault. A faint chill spread through Chen Ming's hand, but shock now dominated his expression. His shock stemmed not from its epic rarity, but from its description. It possessed sentience. It could automatically defend its master against attacks. This meant that in future battles, he could focus more energy on offensive maneuvers, with the Ice Guardian providing a safety net for defense. If this were truly possible, he'd have less to think about during combat and feel more at ease. He decisively performed the blood-binding ritual. The moment Chen Ming felt a connection form with the Icy Guardian before him, it trembled slightly before transforming into a streak of blue light that shot directly into his arm. Chen Ming instinctively looked down and saw a small blue shield emblem appear on the upper part of his right arm. Pretty amazing. Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai blinked in surprise at the sight. That shield looked pretty magical too. To test the shield's capabilities, Chen Ming called Ling Hanlai to leave the cargo container. Once they reached an open area, he instructed Ling Hanlai to attack him. After confirming Chen Ming wasn't joking, Ling Hanlai didn't draw his weapon either. Instead, he swung his fist straight at Chen Ming. Facing Ling Hanlai's attack, Chen Ming didn't even blink an eye, nor did he make any defensive gestures. This sight made Ling Hanlai hesitate. Still not blocking? If he didn't block now, his fist would smash right into him. Just as he contemplated pulling back his attack, a flash of blue light appeared once more. Before he could discern what it was, his fist collided with something solid. When he looked ahead, he saw a shield materialize directly in front of his fist. What was going on? Ling Hanlai couldn't help but widen his eyes.
He hadn't seen Chen Ming make a single move, nor had he sensed any energy fluctuations emanating from him. Lowering his fist in confusion, the blue shield before him sensed no further threat and swiftly transformed back into a blue light, vanishing into Chen Ming's body.
The shield can defend itself?
The exchange also allowed Ling Hanlai to discern the peculiarity of this shield.
Chen Ming nodded slightly. I just gave it a quick look.
This shield should be able to withstand ordinary platinum-grade attacks, but it probably won't hold up against some of the more powerful platinum-grade assaults. In terms of defense, it certainly didn't offer the same sense of security as the ancient Emperor Bell.
However, the Frost Guardian was undeniably more flexible.
It could only be said that each had its own merits.
Hearing Chen Ming's acknowledgement, Ling Hanlai felt a pang of envy. He was genuinely envious of items that could automatically aid in defense.
His combat style relied on head-on confrontations. This made him highly vulnerable to injury. If he had a magical artifact that could automatically assist in defense, it would greatly reduce his pressure. Unfortunately, it belonged to Chen Ming, and he wouldn't ask for it after all. Chen Ming had faced far tougher battles than he had. The third treasure was a supreme-grade resource, and a relatively rare spatial attribute at that. This proved quite useful for Chen Ming at his current stage.
Chen Ming had little interest in enhancing ordinary attributes anymore, only these more formidable attributes captured his attention.
Next came the rewards dropped by those 5 patterned black spiders. 2 of them were particularly suited for Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai, so Chen Ming handed them over without hesitation. The player's side couldn't rely solely on him to carry the load, so cultivating Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai was crucial. As for the third resource reward, he handed it to Chi-Chi. Now everyone had time to focus on their own tasks, quietly building up their strength.
Time slipped away swiftly.
Before they knew it, evening was approaching. Chen Ming had used this extended period to fully absorb the supreme-grade spatial resource, deepening his understanding of spatial attributes. He also sensed that his comprehension of spatial leaps had reached a bottleneck. If he could overcome this barrier, his spatial leap skill would reach the minor achievement stage. Currently, it was still only at the introductory level.
Then there was the ancient Emperor Bell.
After prolonged study, he could now wield it with ease, unleashing 2 skills simultaneously with a single thought.
Chapter 186, The Giant Serpent Clan's Night Raid. As dusk fell, Chen Ming instinctively scanned his surroundings as darkness enveloped the environment.
To be honest, he wasn't entirely sure about the current stance of the Forest Black Spiders and the Giant Serpent clan. After all, he had slain powerful members of both clans today. He didn't believe these 2 tribes wouldn't seek revenge. Now it was just a matter of when they would come for him.
Hopefully not tonight.
Visibility was poor after dark, and both the Giant Serpent tribe and the Forest Black Spiders blended into the shadows.
With nightfall as their ally, dealing with them would be a real headache for players.
Unfortunately, the more he worried about something, the more likely it seemed to happen. Just as Chen Ming thought this, the treasure-seeking rat that had been wandering outside suddenly froze in place before scrambling frantically back into the cargo hold of the 100-ton king. The commotion was so loud that Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai, not far away, were startled awake by its behavior, forced to break their meditation. Ling Hanlai watched the treasure rat cowering deep inside the cargo container and couldn't help but roll his eyes.
What the hell is it up to in the middle of the night?
Having joined Chen Ming's team relatively recently and being preoccupied with driving, Ling Hanlai hadn't had much opportunity to learn about the treasure-seeking rat.
However, Yang Zishu and Chen Ming instantly understood.
Without a word, Chen Ming slammed shut the cargo door of the 100-ton king, then activated all the lights surrounding the vehicle.
As the lights flared on, the entire area was instantly illuminated. But that wasn't all.
He immediately activated the 100-ton king's headlights as well. Noticing Ling Hanlai still standing motionless beside him, Yang Zishu urgently warned, "Enemies are approaching.
Turn on all the lights, otherwise we'll be at a disadvantage." Enemies.
Ling Hanlai's heart tightened at the words.
Without hesitation, he swiftly activated every light-emitting device on his vehicle.
Soon, a large area centered around Chen Ming's vehicle was illuminated. The sudden burst of light immediately caught the attention of numerous players behind them.
Why did Chen Ming and the others turn on all their headlights? That's such a waste. Something feels off about this.
Who cares? Whatever Chen Ming and the others do, we just follow suit.
It won't waste much fuel anyway. Do we really need to turn them all on over here? It'll be too bright. Who's gonna sleep then? Then just turn on some of them. What's so hard to decide? No good. Chen Ming just announced in the regional chat that enemies are closing in around us. What? Everyone, turn on the lights immediately. All lighting systems, activate.
At first, the players didn't think much of it, assuming Chen Ming and the others had suddenly turned on their headlights to chase away the darkness.
But after receiving Chen Ming's warning, the players instantly tensed up. Headlights flashed on immediately. Keep in mind, nearly 70 vehicles were gathered here. Once every player activated their lighting equipment or methods, the area was instantly illuminated as bright as day. Even the players themselves needed a moment to adjust to the brightness. Yet under this intense illumination, enemies lurking in the shadows had nowhere to hide.
The enemies that appeared differed from what Chen Ming had imagined. Chen Ming had expected that after dealing heavy blows to the forest black spider tribe during the day, they would be consumed by hatred. He anticipated they would send a massive force to hunt him down, seeking vengeance for their fallen kin. Instead of the forest black spiders, he was confronted by the giant serpent tribe. The players in the rear were the first to come under attack, with massive pythons surging out from all directions. Although the players activated their vehicle lights at the last moment, exposing the giant serpents, time was far too short. By then, the giant serpent clan's encirclement was complete. The players realized they had merely brought this assault forward. Besides the ordinary giant serpents, 2 dazzling silver pythons appeared among the players' foes, extremely formidable. To deal with these 2 silver-scaled pythons, the players had no choice but to split into 2 squads, with 4 players each surrounding and attacking 1 silver-scaled python. Though seemingly outnumbered, the 8 players were barely holding their ground. There was still a significant gap in strength between them and the silver-scaled serpents. Fortunately, these weren't the 3 striped black spiders. Their agility and speed weren't overly exaggerated, leaving the players some room to fight back. Had this ambush targeted forest black spiders instead of the giant serpent clan, the players would have fallen far faster than they were now. While the fierce battle raged on their side, Chen Ming and his group weren't idle either. Shrouded by the aura of the supreme realgar stone, ordinary giant pythons couldn't approach Chen Ming and his group. But standing before Chen Ming and his companions now were 2 golden-hued giant pythons. These were clearly elite members of the giant serpent clan. Could the supreme realgar stone affect them? Yes. But only to a limited extent. Precisely because of this, they dared to approach Chen Ming and his companions. When these golden yellow colossal serpents appeared, Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai felt their blood nearly freeze within their veins. Its sheer power was evident at a glance. They stood no chance against it. Chen Ming's face was equally grave. Though his condition had recovered to 90%, he couldn't guarantee he could take down both golden giant serpents alone. Still, he had a plan. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming retrieved the ancient emperor bell he had obtained today. He directed its pressure directly at one of the golden giant pythons. Suppression. As his intent transmitted, the ancient emperor bell swiftly suspended itself in midair. Its volume rapidly expanded before gradually descending to envelop the serpent. The golden giant python felt immense pressure emanating from the ancient emperor bell. It instinctively tried to flee, but its body was now immobilized. It couldn't move at all. In the end, it could only watch helplessly as it was suppressed within the ancient emperor bell. Its companions, upon seeing the ancient emperor bell, launched repeated attacks. Unfortunately, these assaults proved utterly ineffective against the bell. Both golden giant serpents possessed platinum-level combat strength. Limited by their own power, their assaults failed to make even the slightest dent in the ancient imperial bell. As one was subdued, Chen Ming and the others focused their attention on the last remaining serpent. "Cover me from the flanks," Chen Ming declared, taking a deep breath before charging forward with the dragon-slaying holy spear in hand. Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai understood the stakes of this battle. They couldn't afford to lose. Their transport was right behind them. There was no escape. They had no choice but to fight with gritted teeth. Fortunately, Chen Ming shouldered the greatest burden. They only needed to seize the right moment to provide flanking support, which would ease their pressure somewhat. Chapter 187, The Frozen Guardian Strikes. The lone golden serpent, seeing Chen Ming charge toward it, immediately abandoned rescuing its comrade and instead turned its attack on Chen Ming. Its comrades were trapped by Chen Ming. If it could take him down, perhaps it could rescue its own kind. As it opened its massive jaws, a cloud of poisonous mist erupted, hurtling straight toward Chen Ming. Chen Ming frowned at the sight of the mist and swiftly retrieved an antidote pill, swallowing it. Behind him, Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai were equally swift. With the antidote pill as his safeguard, Chen Ming faced the toxic mist head-on without flinching, plunging straight into its midst. Pierce the sun. Chen Ming's speed surged as the dragon-slaying holy spear in his hand aimed straight for the creature's head. The golden giant python's reaction wasn't slow. Seeing Chen Ming closing in, it whipped its massive head toward him. The head had been reinforced, boasting astonishing defense and attack power. Unsurprisingly, the dragon-slaying holy spear collided head-on with the serpent's massive head. The violent collision sent the serpent flying sideways. Chen Ming was also sent flying by the recoil. Air slash. While still midair, Chen Ming's attack followed closely behind. Simultaneously, the 2 flanking allies wasted no opportunity, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the golden serpent's body, capitalizing on its momentary vulnerability. The golden serpent landed and began to form its defenses. The next instant, Yang Zishu's illusory wood forest arrived. The sudden illusion shattered all its defenses. This golden giant serpent possessed combat strength at the platinum tier, whereas Yang Zishu was currently only at the gold tier. The restrictions imposed by his illusory wood forest were not particularly severe. The illusion lasted less than 2 seconds. Yet in those 2 seconds, the golden serpent had no time to erect any defenses. By the time it regained its senses, the attack had already struck before it. Boom! As several flashes of light erupted, the golden python's injuries grew increasingly severe. As the light faded, the damage inflicted by Yang Zishu and Ling Hanli's attacks proved limited. After all, the gap between them was still considerable. Nevertheless, this did not mean their attacks were ineffective. Overall, they still served their purpose. They had inflicted some damage, leaving numerous blue-red marks on the golden serpent's scales. Of course, the most severe damage came from Chen Ming's air-cutting technique. As Chen Ming's mastery deepened, the destructive power of his air slash now far surpassed its previous form. A section of the golden python's back was now torn open. Though the wound itself wasn't enormous, it bled continuously, effectively weakening the creature. The effect was quite significant. Again! Having landed a successful strike, Chen Ming pressed forward, his feet dancing in the divine windstep. In his view, this golden serpent proved far easier to handle than the 7-patterned black spider. As long as its agility wasn't exceptionally high, even slightly superior attributes in other areas offered room for maneuver. And now, it seemed to be exactly that. Spotting Chen Ming charging once more, the golden serpent opened its gaping maw again. A golden orb of light appeared within its jaws. Chen Ming's gaze fell upon the golden orb, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. He sensed an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from it. Sure enough, in the next instant, countless beams of golden light erupted from its mouth, hurtling straight toward Chen Ming. Damn it! The instant the golden streams appeared, a familiar sensation flickered through Chen Ming's mind. This golden stream of light resembled the golden rain he himself had cast. The difference lay in quantity. The golden streams before him could cover an entire area. No way to fight it head-on. Plus, the golden light speed was simply too fast. Chen Ming was forced to activate Spatial Leap to evade. When he reappeared, he was already before the golden serpent, swinging his sacred dragon spear to strike it down once more. But this time, the golden serpent seemed hardly surprised by Chen Ming's sudden close-range assault. A sense of foreboding instantly flashed through Chen Ming's mind. Sure enough, in the next instant, 2 golden beams shot out from the serpent's eyes. The distance between them was far too close for Chen Ming to dodge in time. At the critical moment, the Ice Guardian suddenly materialized, positioning itself directly in front of Chen Ming. It successfully blocked the 2 beams of golden light. The instant Chen Ming saw the Ice Guardian materialize, all his worries vanished. Falling star. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous collision, the golden serpent was slammed directly into the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Using the recoil force, Chen Ming swiftly created distance. Seeing Chen Ming retreat, Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai instantly understood it was their turn to shine. Skills and spells flew forward without restraint. At this moment, they didn't need to worry about the depletion of their spiritual energy. Should their spiritual energy dip below 50%, they would immediately consume spiritual energy restoring pills or fruits to replenish it. Roar! Under relentless assault, the gravely wounded golden serpent surged forward once more. Its current state was utterly pitiful, covered in wounds, the most severe being the damage to its head. Chen Ming's falling star had struck it squarely on the crown, inflicting devastating damage. Viewed from above, a gaping hole was visible in its skull. It's still alive. Watching it rise once more, Ling Hanlai was losing his composure. In his mind, how could it show no reaction whatsoever after all the attacks the 3 of them had unleashed? It was still as lively as ever. He couldn't fathom how Chen Ming had single-handedly slain that golden serpent earlier. But by now, Chen Ming had noticed something amiss. Outwardly, the golden serpent seemed perfectly unharmed, but was that truly the case? He sensed this was merely a final, desperate flurry, a last gasp of life. He had to finish it off in one go. With that thought, Chen Ming charged forward decisively, gritting his teeth as he lunged at the serpent once more. With the icy barrier protecting him, the golden serpent couldn't harm Chen Ming unless it unleashed a barrage of consecutive skills. After a moment of dizziness, the golden serpent had regained some clarity. According to the tribesman, Chen Ming possessed a teleportation skill. The serpent had been constantly guarding against it, and its gamble had indeed paid off. Yet the final outcome left it far from pleased. The killing move it had prepared for Chen Ming had been effortlessly blocked, while it had suffered a devastating blow instead. Why hadn't they told it earlier that Chen Ming also wielded a shield? These damned comrades, not a single one of them was reliable. Chapter 188, Joint Assault. As Chen Ming charged forward once more, the golden serpent had no choice but to grit its teeth and continue the fight. To be honest, the experience of battling this golden serpent now was vastly different from their previous encounter. Last time, Chen Ming was under the effects of necromantic spells, with all his stats maxed out. Facing the golden serpent, he was utterly dominant, not even needing to worry about it attacking him. After all, spatial jumps could be cast infinitely back then. But this time was different. Without the enhancement of necromantic magic, Chen Ming's mental energy was finite. He had to ration its use carefully. Currently, he had about 40% of his mental energy remaining. Fortunately, from the previous 2 rounds of attacks, Chen Ming had become familiar with the golden giant serpent's attack patterns, and now he felt more confident in dealing with it. Gravity field. Having chosen to take it down in one go, Chen Ming decisively unleashed his full power. First, he spread out the gravity field, beginning to restrict the opponent's agility attribute. Once its agility was reduced, the golden giant serpent would be even less able to dodge skills, forced to confront Chen Ming head-on.
Pierce the sun. Falling star.
Chen Ming began frantically squeezing out his last reserves of mental energy, utterly disregarding the wave of weakness washing over his mind. Sensing mortal peril from Chen Ming's dual assaults, the golden serpent fought back with frenzied ferocity, unleashing a barrage of attacks that slammed toward Chen Ming relentlessly. At the critical moment, the Frost Guardian surged forth once more, stepping in to help Chen Ming fend off the onslaught. This allowed Chen Ming to focus all his energy on confronting the golden serpent. Standing to the side, Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai recognized this as Chen Ming's final push to finish the opponent. They immediately concentrated their firepower. Before unleashing her attack skill, Yang Zishu first cast Illusory Wood Forest to disrupt the serpent, buying Chen Ming precious extra time.
Boom!
A thunderous collision echoed as the golden serpent's head was torn open by a massive gash. Seizing this opening, Chen Ming channeled the three flame true fire, the core power of the flame warrior, directly into the serpent's mind. The moment the three flame true fire truly entered the enemy's mind, the outcome was sealed. The golden serpent thrashed its body frantically, trying to expel the three flame true fire from its mind. Alas, all its efforts proved futile. After struggling for 4 or 5 minutes, the golden serpent finally ceased all signs of life. Chen Ming stepped forward, confirmed the opponent was in a harvestable state, and finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Harvest immediately.
After harvesting, Chen Ming didn't immediately check the rewards. Instead, he returned to the vicinity of the 100-ton king to recover his strength.
Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai followed closely behind.
Though they hadn't faced the golden serpent head-on, they hadn't slackened their guard on the flanks. Their skills rained down relentlessly, draining their spiritual energy at an extraordinary rate. All three rested, while Blue Eagle stood guard nearby. Blue Eagle hadn't joined the battle earlier. Frankly, their strength was too weak. Even if they had attacked, the damage inflicted on the golden giant serpent would have been minimal. Conversely, if the golden serpent had attacked them, Ling Hanlai and Yang Zishu might have managed to fend it off to some extent. Blue Eagle, however, was another story. He could have easily been killed outright. Of course, this was only relative. If placed among the numerous players in the rear, Blue Eagle's current strength would undoubtedly rank among the top. During this period, Blue Eagle had consumed no shortage of high-tier food while with Chen Ming and the others, allowing his 4-dimensional attributes to rise quite rapidly. While Chen Ming and the others were recovering their strength, the players in the rear also seized an opportunity to break through the defenses. It wasn't so much finding an opportunity as 3 players suddenly unleashing their survival trump cards. The 2 bright silver pythons were critically wounded by these attacks and then killed outright under the concentrated fire of the players. Without the interference of these 2 bright silver pythons, the remaining giant serpents posed little threat to the players. The players began systematically clearing the remaining giant serpents. Taking advantage of this moment, the players finally turned their attention to Chen Ming's squad. Their eyes widened in astonishment when they spotted a massive golden ancient bell seated not far from them. How did this huge bell suddenly appear?
What's going on? I just noticed it too. Does anyone else sense a familiar aura emanating from this ancient bell?
It feels like that incredibly powerful artifact from earlier.
So this bell is the treasure Chen Ming got? I know.
While we were fighting the giant serpent tribe, Chen Ming and his team encountered 2 golden giant serpents. Their power seemed incredibly exaggerated. Now, one has been slain by Chen Ming and his team working together, and the remaining one is trapped beneath this ancient bell.
It took Chen Ming and his team to kill it? What kind of monster is this? Damn it, I was planning to go take a closer look. Hearing that makes me too scared to go near it. If that monster suddenly breaks free, I'd be in big trouble. You weren't eyeing that ancient bell, were you?
Forget about getting your hands on brother Chen Ming's stuff, you'd be risking your life. The players immediately quieted down. After dealing with the giant serpents, they began healing on the spot while keeping an eye on Chen Ming's group.
This ambush left over a dozen players severely injured, though thankfully none had perished.
Through their previous cooperation in the toxic mist forest, the players had gradually developed an understanding. When facing the giant serpent tribe or the forest black spiders, they would watch each other's backs, ensuring no player perished. At this stage, the loss of any single player would weaken their collective strength. Serious injuries, however, were less critical. With the players' current strength and healing capabilities, full recovery was entirely possible given sufficient time. They made it through the night unscathed. After restoring their strength, Chen Ming and the others chose to rest rather than release the golden giant python for battle again. Their mental energy had recovered, but the relentless battles from morning to night had left everyone utterly exhausted. When Chen Ming awoke the next morning, he felt refreshed all over, especially mentally. Opening his personal interface, he discovered his intelligence attribute had increased by 1 point. Though a single attribute point might seem insignificant, it was significant enough for Chen Ming. He could now sense that his 4-dimensional attributes were improving at a slower pace. Only resources of a higher tier could help his 4-dimensional attributes improve rapidly. Opening the cargo bay, the ancient imperial bell was the first thing that caught his eye.
On either side of the 100-ton king, Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai were both ready. Let's go. Deal with these last stragglers first. We'll eat after we've finished them off. Chapter 189, Taking the Initiative. Half an hour later, the last golden giant serpent lay utterly dead.
Armed with last night's experience, Chen Ming and his team now handled the fight with far greater ease.
Nevertheless, the battle remained exceptionally fierce.
Hearing the commotion, numerous players from the rear rushed out of the gathering point, their eyes fixed intently on the battlefield ahead.
Even after the battle concluded, the players remained in a state of shock. Holy crap, that golden python's power was insane.
It was nothing like the silver-scaled serpent we fought last night.
So what if it was powerful? It still ended up dying at the hands of Big Brother Chen Ming and his crew.
Thank goodness Big Brother Chen Ming and his crew held off the strongest enemy for us. Otherwise, that golden giant serpent would have wiped us all out.
It's for the best.
With Brother Chen Ming leading the charge, we only have to deal with the weaker ones. I heard one of last night's two bright silver giant pythons dropped a gold grade treasure. They even played their trump card.
Guess that's their payback. Last night it was the giant serpent clan. Could today be the turn of the forest black spider clan? Regardless, after that marathon battle last night, my strength has genuinely surged. Unlike the stunned players, Chen Ming and his companions remained utterly unfazed.
They hadn't taken that golden giant python seriously at all.
To be honest, the rewards this time were rather ordinary, both resource-based, going to Yang Zishu and Blue Eagle respectively.
This battle had made one thing clear: Chen Ming's individual strength alone wasn't enough. The rest of his squad needed to be cultivated quickly. By mid-morning, Chen Ming and the others had halted their advance, waiting for the two to fully absorb the resources.
At lunchtime, Ling Hanlai wore a grave expression.
I scouted the observation points this morning and found no conflict between the two tribes. It seems the forest black spider tribe remains unaware of the serpent tribe's severe losses. During yesterday's daytime battle, the forest black spiders had lost 2 7-pattern black spiders, a significant casualty rate. Precisely because of this, the forest black spiders had voluntarily retreated yesterday, fearing the giant python clan would wipe them out completely. But who could have predicted that last night, the giant serpent tribe suddenly launched a surprise attack on the player group? In the end, all their elite forces were trapped and wiped out, while the ordinary giant serpents also suffered heavy casualties.
Chen Ming pondered for a moment. If they can't break the stalemate, then they'll have to rely on us. He didn't believe the forest black spiders would abandon their offensive. Ling Hanlai instantly grasped the implication in Chen Ming's words. You plan to lead the players into the toxic mist forest? Then lure out the forest black spider tribe? But isn't that far too risky? Don't worry. They won't last until we reach the inner regions. Those black spiders will likely lose patience while we're still on the outskirts. Chen Ming felt confident about this point.
After all, in the eyes of the forest black spiders, the giant python clan was their prey.
They absolutely wouldn't allow the players to beat them to it. Yang Zishu nodded at first, then shook her head.
We're fine with that, but the players might not agree. After all, we could easily bypass this area now, eliminating any risk of player deaths.
Human nature is unpredictable. Every player who's managed to trail behind them this far is undoubtedly formidable.
Such players weren't fools, they would definitely weigh the pros and cons.
Ling Hanlai pondered for a moment. We can gamble on their greed. Yesterday's battle yielded many valuable loot drops for players. Let's bet they'll covet the treasures dropped by these two enemy tribes. Chen Ming nodded slowly. True, this area is safe for now. But further ahead, we'll inevitably encounter new races. When that happens, players lacking strength won't stand a chance. Rather than courting death, we should use the giant serpent clan and forest black spiders as stepping stones. Soon after, Yang Zishu broadcast their plan to the regional chat channel. The numerous players in the rear naturally caught wind of it immediately. By the time Chen Ming and the others finished dinner, the players had largely settled their discussions. The decision was made: go for it. The players had been somewhat conflicted when making their decision, but after several players clearly analyzed the pros and cons for everyone, they still wanted to strengthen themselves first. Learning the players would join, Chen Ming felt relieved. Let's go. We need to move faster, return sooner, then continue our journey by vehicle. We can't skip the daily quests. Leaving Blue Eagle to clear the table, Chen Ming led Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai out first. Players who had been monitoring Chen Ming's squad immediately spotted their movements. Big shot, Chen Ming's team has moved out, we need to pick up the pace. With that call, numerous players sprang to their feet and immediately gave chase. Having made their decision to take this risk, they were determined to push through to the end. This time, the players didn't linger at the observation point. Instead, they bypassed the area entirely, heading straight for the toxic mist forest. As they drew nearer, Chen Ming made sure to create as much commotion as possible. Their objective this time was to lure the forest black spiders to them, not to actually engage the giant serpent tribe in battle. Earth-shattering. When it came to making noise, none of Chen Ming's spell skills could match Earthshaker. Soon, rows of earth spikes rapidly burst from the ground, then furiously thrust forward. For a moment, the earth itself seemed to tremble in their wake.
The distant forest black spider clan was drawn to the commotion immediately, swiftly dispatching scouts to investigate.
Simultaneously, the giant pythons dwelling within the toxic mists forest began surging outward. Before long, the players encountered these colossal serpents. Without a word, both sides plunged straight into battle. Many players had suffered losses in the previous night's skirmishes with the giant serpents. Now, seeing them again, they gritted their teeth in fury and launched their attacks. Of course, some more level-headed players acted quickly, ordering others not to venture too deep into the toxic mist forest, advising they engage the enemy only at the outer perimeter. The clamor of battle soon echoed across the entire battlefield. Only ordinary players were engaging now. Chen Ming's squad showed no intention of joining the fray. Their targets weren't these noobs. No matter how many noobs they slaughtered, the rewards remained limited. Rather than squandering their energy on these ordinary giant pythons, it was wiser to conserve strength for the bigger threats ahead. The players hadn't yet breached the enemy's outer defenses, so the Serpent clan's elite hadn't appeared yet. Once the Forest Black Spider's elite forces arrived later, the Serpent clan's elite would surely be unable to sit idly by. Chapter 190, Tripartite Standoff. Kill. The battle cry echoed across the entire battlefield. Several Forest Black Spiders lurking in the shadows immediately relayed this news back to their base. Sure enough, upon receiving this intelligence, the Forest Black Spider's high command could no longer sit idly by. They had paid a heavy price to secure this toxic miasma forest. They absolutely could not accept others plucking this ripe fruit from their grasp. Driven by this resolve, the Forest Black Spider army charged straight toward the toxic mist forest. By this point, the players were already in a killing frenzy. The reason was simple. They could now reliably dispatch these giant serpents without taking damage. They were eager for more to come, so they could slaughter every last one and earn even more rewards. Brother Chen, something's up. Chen Ming stood to the side, surveying the battlefield ahead. Suddenly, Ling Hanli's voice echoed from above him. Hearing this, Chen Ming's heart instantly leapt into his throat. He swiftly climbed up the large tree where Ling Hanli was perched. Looking in the direction Ling Hanli pointed, he could indeed see numerous dark shapes approaching at breakneck speed. These forest black spiders were far more impatient than he had anticipated. Order the players to retreat. Chen Ming assessed the distance between the two sides. The forest black spiders were already moving swiftly. They could reach the battlefield in under 2 minutes at the latest. If the players waited until then to retreat, it might be too late. They could get caught between the two tribes, and the cost of escaping would be enormous. Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai immediately issued the order. The players locked in combat snapped to attention at the command and began a deliberate retreat. The rewards were important, no doubt, but under these circumstances, their lives mattered far more. 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Just as the players emerged from the toxic mist forest, a massive swarm of forest black spiders surged out from the side. Spotting the enemy, the players' nerves instantly tightened. However, contrary to their expectations, the forest black spiders did not immediately swarm forward. Instead, they halted midway, seemingly observing the battle between the players and the giant snakes. The giant serpents, noticing the forest black spiders' arrival, dared not pursue further and were forced to retreat. For a moment, a three-way standoff formed, each side wary of the others. Hiss! The stalemate was broken by the arrival of a 7-patterned black spider. The forest black spiders had planned to wait until the players and giant serpent clan were locked in combat, then move in afterward to pick up the scraps. But now it seemed neither the players nor the giant pythons would grant them such an opportunity. A wasted trip? No way. Having come this far, they had to fight before leaving. Driven by this thought, the 7-patterned black spider slowly emerged from the rear, its face twisted with murderous intent. As its cry echoed through the air, before Chen Ming could even leap down from the tree, the giant python tribe responded first. Another golden giant python appeared, but unlike the one Chen Ming had fought earlier, this one bore even more vivid patterns. Moreover, it seemed to possess not just one elemental attribute. Besides metal, it seemed to possess ice attributes too. The two powerful adversaries locked eyes the moment they met, sizing each other up. After about half a minute of mutual scrutiny, both sides tacitly shifted their attention to the crowd of players. The implication was clear: they wanted to see if any player dared challenge them. If not, they would undoubtedly make the players their first targets. Chen Ming understood this implication immediately and leapt down from the tree. Given the players' current state, they couldn't fight both races simultaneously. He had to step forward. As Chen Ming landed, he immediately felt 2 pairs of eyes fixed on him. Facing those gazes, Chen Ming refused to back down. He glared right back. With the emergence of the strongest individuals from all 3 races, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Chen Ming adhered to the strategy of no move until the enemy moves. He understood clearly that whoever made the first move would easily become the target of concentrated fire from the other 2 sides. Now it was a matter of who would lose their composure first. Roar! The golden giant python struck first, roaring furiously as it lunged toward the 7-patterned black spider. Its instincts told it that this 7-patterned black spider posed a greater threat than Chen Ming. Opening its jaws, thousands of golden streaks of light were poised to strike.
Under the watchful eyes of Chen Ming and the 7-patterned black spider, the golden light erupted outward in a frenzied surge. Not all of these streams were directed at the golden python, many were aimed squarely at Chen Ming.
The enemy clearly didn't want Chen Ming interfering. Chen Ming's nerves remained taut.
Since the enemy's primary target wasn't him, he had ample time to maneuver.
He executed the divine wind step, evading them with ease.
As for the 7-patterned black spider on the other side, its agility and speed were already maxed out. The moment the golden streaks appeared, it had already shifted to another position. Thousands of golden streaks struck the ground, instantly kicking up clouds of dust. Using the dust as cover, the 7-patterned black spider began moving swiftly. Its target was the golden giant serpent. How dare it attack first? It would strike back no matter what. The golden serpent sensed the piercing whistling sound approaching from its flank and decisively swung its tail, concealed behind its body. As the tail whipped out swiftly, the 7-patterned black spider, caught off guard, abruptly altered its attack trajectory. They had learned from their battles with the giant serpent clan. Though the serpent clan lacked their agility and speed, they possessed formidable health and defense. Their strike might only inflict minor damage on this golden giant python, but if that tail landed on them, it would almost certainly be a devastating blow. If he were incapacitated, the tribe members following behind would become cannon fodder. Therefore, he forcibly shifted his target to the golden giant serpent's tail.
You want to cripple me with your tail? Then I'll pierce right through it. A piercing, grating sound echoed through the air.
The golden serpent's tail bore a fresh wound, yet the 7-patterned black spider was still caught in the tail's momentum, sent flying backward, and slammed hard onto the ground. The moment they were sent flying, Chen Ming's attack followed relentlessly. Amidst the golden rain, air-slicing blades surged forth.
It swept madly toward both targets. Boom! Chen Ming's attack was utterly unexpected.
They could only muster the most basic defense before being forced to endure the full brunt of the blow. Both sides were sent flying instantly.
Nice! The numerous players standing behind Chen Ming couldn't help but cheer aloud upon witnessing this scene. Chapter 191, The Three-Flame True Fire Spear. Though it appeared to be a three-way battle, every player understood that victory for any one side would spell danger for the other two. The risk was high, but the reward was nothing to sneeze at. If Chen Ming could take down these two, then the giant python and the forest black spiders present would all become their prey. At this thought, the players' eyes gleamed with anticipation. Some even began cheering for Chen Ming, fearing he might lose. Roar! Hiss!
The golden giant python and the 7-patterned black spider snapped to attention, their gazes fixed on Chen Ming, filled with pure hatred. Their attacks on each other had only inflicted minor wounds, and with both injured, it amounted to neither having suffered any real damage. But now, Chen Ming had suddenly ambushed them, and this deeply annoyed them. Moreover, Chen Ming was clearly in the best condition among the three of them. He couldn't be left alive. With that thought, without exchanging a word, they both charged at Chen Ming simultaneously. Chen Ming had long anticipated such a turn of events. The moment the 7-patterned black spider charged forth, Chen Ming decisively crushed the blood explosion pill in his mouth. Before he could even sense the energy surging within him, he urgently swung his dragon-slaying holy spear to block the attack before him. Boom! Immediately afterward, a collision sound rang out precisely. The attacker was none other than the 7-patterned black spider. Its agility and speed were simply too swift. Had Chen Ming not instinctively defended himself, those spider legs would now be embedded not in the dragon sword spear, but deep within his own body. The consequences were obvious: either immediate incapacitation or severe injury. Whoosh! 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 Blocking the 7-patterned black spider's attack didn't mean safety. The golden giant python's attack followed immediately. Hundreds of golden streaks of light shot straight toward Chen Ming's back. Chen Ming's situation was dire, pinned down by the 7-patterned black spider in front, unable to move, while a lethal strike closed in from behind. Chen Ming's initial reaction was to draw the dragon-slaying holy spear and retreat in another direction. But he soon realized his plans couldn't keep up with the situation. When its attacks failed to inflict significant damage on Chen Ming, the 7-patterned black spider decisively changed tactics. It wrapped its spider legs tightly around the dragon-slaying holy spear, preventing Chen Ming from pulling it free. Damn it! Chen Ming cursed under his breath, then decisively abandoned the sacred dragon spear, using a spatial leap to escape. Boom! The next instant, golden light descended, hurling a figure violently through the air. It was none other than the 7-patterned black spider. The spider had hooked Chen Ming's dragon-slaying holy spear with its legs, certain the warrior would never abandon his weapon. But he never could have imagined. Chen Ming had made his decision in an instant. Now, with Chen Ming gone, it meant he was directly exposed to the attack of the golden stream of light. Crucially, he had no defenses. The 7-patterned black spider was now in a pitiful state. Large sections of its body were severely damaged. It was gravely wounded. It was barely clinging to life, on the verge of collapse at any moment. The moment Chen Ming appeared, he immediately searched for his dragon-slaying holy spear. He quickly spotted it lodged beside the spot where the 7-patterned black spider had fallen. What he didn't know was that the moment his gaze locked onto it, the golden giant python nearby had spotted it too. Both parties sprang into action almost simultaneously. While slithering around, the golden serpent unleashed skill attacks at Chen Ming, relentlessly obstructing his approach to the dragon-slaying holy spear. Facing these assaults, Chen Ming dared not confront them head-on and was forced to evade. This meant he wasn't getting much closer to his dragon-walking holy spear. When he was about 15 meters away from the dragon-slaying holy spear, he had no choice but to halt. By then, the golden serpent had already arrived beside the spear, glaring at Chen Ming with predatory intent. Witnessing this scene, the players behind him completely lost their composure. Damn, that's shameless. Not only are they 2 against 1, but they're using such dirty tricks. It's all that damn 7-patterned black spider's fault. Teaming up with that golden giant serpent. Now look at him, badly injured and reduced to a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, dragging brother Chen Ming down with him. This is bad. Losing his weapon will definitely weaken big brother Chen Ming. He's in danger now. Hold on, the fight isn't over yet. Maybe big brother Chen Ming can still crush them. It's not that simple. As long as that golden python keeps circling around the spear, brother Chen Ming will be completely helpless. The battle isn't over yet, and you're already writing him off. I believe big brother Chen Ming has other tricks up his sleeve. Everyone, prepare yourselves. That 7-patterned black spider is practically out of the fight now. With only big brother Chen Ming and that golden giant python left, the moment either one is eliminated, we all move in. The players' earlier excitement had vanished, replaced by worry and tension etched across their faces. Their fear wasn't that Chen Ming would lose and fall. They feared that if Chen Ming lost, they themselves wouldn't stand a chance against that golden giant python and would perish here. In their minds, Chen Ming's standing paled in comparison to their own survival. Chen Ming composed himself, drew a deep breath, and his expression hardened. You don't seriously think I'm incapable of fighting without the sacred dragon spear, do you? As his words fell, intense flames began to blaze from his body. Flame warrior. Beyond the 3 flame true fire enveloping his body, a spear forged from the very essence of the flames now materialized in Chen Ming's grasp. Chen Ming had indeed tested this spear before, and its power was formidable. Its drawback, however, was equally obvious. The rate at which it drained his mental energy accelerated rapidly, making it unsuitable for prolonged combat. But clearly, Chen Ming had no such concerns at this moment. After dealing with that golden giant serpent, the remaining foes were mere small fry, hardly worth worrying about. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger himself, the remaining players would sweep them all away. The golden serpent watched as Chen Ming materialized yet another spear, its mind reeling. It had believed itself the ultimate victor, only to discover Chen Ming still held a trump card. Without hesitation, it launched another offensive. Chen Ming, of course, faced the onslaught without fear. The gravity domain spread out first, thoroughly suppressing the opponent's agility attribute. Simultaneously, Chen Ming struck swiftly. The 3 flame true fire spear in his hand spun rapidly, hurtling straight toward the golden giant serpent's head. Pierce the sun. Boom. The 2 collided once more. Empowered by the blood boost pill, Chen Ming sent it flying with overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground. But it wasn't over yet. Chen Ming spared no mental energy, closing the distance with a spatial leap. Falling Star. Chapter 192, The Red-Skinned Gorilla. Boom. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the golden serpent was embedded deep into the ground. A spiderweb pattern of cracks radiated outward from its body. Is the outcome decided? The players watching from behind fell silent at the sight. There was no helping it. Chen Ming had delivered an overwhelmingly powerful impact. Just a moment ago, Chen Ming had appeared to be at a disadvantage, his situation looking decidedly perilous. The next second, he delivered a stunning reversal. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds, leaving the players no time to react. By the time they snapped back to reality, the golden giant serpent lay motionless on the ground. Chen Ming glanced down at the golden serpent's crushed skull at his feet, a hint of relief washing over his face. With both tribes' strongest fighters now dealt with, he should be safe for the time being. The rest could be left for the other players to handle. With this thought, Chen Ming proceeded to harvest the golden serpent before him. As the gathering succeeded, the voices of the other players reached Chen Ming's ears. Bro Chen Ming, that 7-pattern black spider doesn't seem to be dead yet. Hearing this, Chen Ming instinctively glanced toward where the spider had fallen earlier. Sure enough, it was now struggling to rise. True to its platinum tier strength, its vitality was remarkably resilient. Unfortunately for it, Chen Ming had caught up. He wasn't about to waste any more time and prepared to finish it off with air slash. Just as he began to gather his air slash, 2 massive boulders suddenly hurtled toward him from the distance, both heading straight for him. Without hesitation, Chen Ming decisively redirected his air slash toward the 2 massive boulders. With 2 loud clangs, the massive boulders were sliced clean through and crashed to the ground. At that very moment, a figure streaked across the distance at breakneck speed, then plummeted downward. The final landing spot wasn't Chen Ming, but the 7-patterned black spider. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the 7-patterned black spider's head was blown apart. Chen Ming watched the scene unfold, his eyebrows involuntarily raising. This sudden enemy was no stranger, it was the forest gorilla clan they had encountered before. After dispatching the 7-patterned black spider, the gorilla muscular, exaggerated, and entirely crimson fixed its gaze on Chen Ming. Gore! The red-skinned gorilla roared furiously, then charged straight at Chen Ming. Still within the effects of the blood rage pill, Chen Ming feared no opponent. Since the gorilla had initiated the attack, he showed no sign of panic. The two quickly locked in a fierce struggle. Compared to the forest black spiders and the giant python tribe, this red-skinned gorilla clearly possessed higher intelligence. This was most evident in its combat prowess. The red-skinned gorilla possessed formidable grappling skills and hand-to-hand fighting abilities. Even with Chen Ming's advantage in 4-dimensional attributes, he found himself completely outmatched in combat techniques. Consequently, Chen Ming found himself scrambling to respond. This is getting troublesome. Chen Ming's heart instantly sank. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Not only was the effect of the blood surge pill about to wear off, but crucially, even while it lasted, Chen Ming couldn't finish off his enemy. No, he had to retreat. Following the red-skinned gorilla, a massive horde of forest gorillas charged in, their numbers overwhelming. Their arrival threw the entire battlefield into utter chaos, shattering the previous stalemate between the three sides. A chaotic, unprecedented 4-way melee erupted. The players were somewhat better off. Their primary concern was survival, so they didn't charge forward. They remained in a position where they could retreat at any moment. But the other three tribes faced a different reality. The forest black spider tribe suffered the worst fate. These forest gorillas had charged directly from their direction, leaving them trapped between three opposing forces. Attacked from all sides, their casualties mounted rapidly. The most ferocious were the forest gorillas. They now targeted the red-skinned gorillas, fiercely following their own tribe's strongest warriors. The scene descended into chaos. After being driven back once more by the red-skinned gorillas, Chen Ming finally abandoned further combat. He diverted his attention to send a message in the regional chat, retreat. He then began attacking the red-skinned gorilla from a distance, deliberately pulling back while firing. Among the numerous players scattered in the distance, some had already noticed Chen Ming's message. Upon seeing the order to retreat, the players had no intention of staying behind. One by one, they began to quickly fall back, preparing to withdraw. If Chen Ming himself was fleeing, why would they linger any longer? After a quick feint, they began fleeing toward the rear. Yang Zishu was even more ruthless. To prevent enemies from the other three tribes from pursuing, she directly conjured a blizzard to suppress them. The immense energy made the enemies from the three clans shiver in fear, unwilling to engage head-on. They scrambled to dodge. This provided immense opportunity for the players to escape. As the players were about to vanish from sight, Chen Ming dropped all pretense. His gravity field spread out instantly, making the red-skinned gorilla opposite him feel as if his legs were chained, making movement difficult. He then hurled the flame spear forged from the three-flame true fire in his hand. Boom! The red-skinned gorilla had no chance to dodge, raising both arms to brace against the impact. As the explosion erupted, when it looked up again toward Chen Ming, where was he? Unable to see Chen Ming, he frantically scanned his surroundings. Soon, he spotted Chen Ming's figure beside the 7-patterned black spider he had just slain. Chen Ming had already retracted his dragon-slaying holy spear and proceeded to harvest the 7-patterned black spider. In Chen Ming's view, this 7-patterned black spider was his strategic victory, rightfully his spoils of war. The red-skinned gorilla had merely delivered the finishing blow. No, it wasn't even a finishing blow. It was stealing the kill. That's right, the other guy stole his kill. Reclaiming the spoils now was only fair. Huff! The moment he finished collecting, Chen Ming heard the red-skinned gorilla charging furiously toward him, as if Chen Ming had snatched away its most precious possession. Seeing it charge like this, Chen Ming's expression didn't waver. He vanished in an instant with 2 consecutive spatial jumps. In the blink of an eye, the red-skinned gorilla realized Chen Ming had vanished from just ahead. No matter how hard it sensed, it couldn't detect his location. He understood perfectly well Chen Ming had fled. His prize had been snatched away. Fueled by this realization, he began to attack the remaining members of the other 2 tribes with frenzied ferocity. Chapter 193, Emergency Evacuation. Chen Ming's 2 consecutive spatial jumps had completely drained the last remnants of mental energy from his mind. But this allowed Chen Ming to successfully catch up to the retreating players and leave the battlefield. Chen Ming's sudden appearance drew the attention of numerous players. Upon seeing his deathly pale face, shock rippled through the crowd. When had they ever seen Chen Ming looking so utterly defeated? As for any player suddenly attacking Chen Ming now, that was absolutely out of the question. Every player present understood clearly, if Chen Ming died, they would likely fail to successfully traverse the central region of the Shadow Valley Great Forest. Therefore, instead of scheming to kill Chen Ming and seize his position, players were now intensely focused on ensuring his safety. Any player foolish enough to attack Chen Ming at this moment would surely face the combined fury of the entire group. Unconcerned with the stares of others, Chen Ming swiftly retrieved a fruit and swallowed it, barely restoring a sliver of his spiritual energy. He then followed Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai toward the 100-ton king. Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai immediately noticed Chen Ming's unusual state. Without a word, they shielded him between them, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Any player foolish enough to charge forward at this moment would face their merciless retribution. Fortunately, the players present were relatively sensible, and everyone returned to the convoy without incident. After returning to the convoy, Chen Ming rested briefly before calling Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai to drive the vehicle forward. This was no place to linger. He'd fled at such speed that the red-skinned gorilla had likely failed to notice him. However, the players hadn't taken great care to conceal their movements during their retreat. If that red-skinned gorilla followed the direction of the players' retreat, it would surely track down Chen Ming and his companion's current location. In his current state, Chen Ming was no match for it. If it truly came, he could only fight back with necromantic magic. That was not an outcome he desired. Therefore, his choice was to depart immediately and leave this area. He could use this opportunity to complete his daily quests. Seeing Chen Ming's squad depart, the numerous players behind them couldn't sit still any longer. Whether they were eating or recovering from injuries, they immediately returned to their vehicles and drove them to follow closely behind Chen Ming's team. They knew one thing for certain: under no circumstances could they stray from Chen Ming on this journey. The 100-kilometer drive passed without incident. The primary factions in the players' current area were the same three they had previously clashed with. Their attention was now fully absorbed by the frontline battles, leaving them no inclination to engage the players' convoy. Only after covering the 100 kilometers did the players finally find time to rest. Even Chen Ming felt as if his brain were being pricked by needles, an excruciating discomfort. This was the aftereffect of excessive mental energy depletion. It would only fade once his mental reserves recovered sufficiently. Chen Ming's squad gathered inside the cargo hold of the 100-ton king to recover their mental energy and tend to their injuries. Ling Hanlai had been at the forefront of the battle, slaying numerous enemies and securing a portion of the resources. However, having pushed too far into enemy territory, he had sustained some injuries, though all were minor. "Brother Chen, what you predicted has come to pass," Ling Hanlai exclaimed the moment he stabilized his wounds. Glancing at the regional chat interface, Chen Ming and Yang Zishu immediately turned their attention to him. Ling Hanlai explained proactively, "Shortly after we left, 2 weaker player squads driving their vehicles passed through our previous location to complete daily quests. They encountered that red-haired gorilla's attack. Both squads were wiped out. Before dying, they managed to relay this news." Hearing this, Chen Ming shook his head. His suspicions were confirmed that Red-furred ape truly held a grudge. Fortunately, they were now a considerable distance from the toxic mist forest, making it highly unlikely the creature would pursue them. Yang Zishu understood this logic too and didn't dwell on it for long. Her current concern lay elsewhere. "We've already traveled a considerable distance from the toxic mist forest. I estimate we're nearly out of the giant serpent clan's territory. Continuing forward means we'll likely enter the domain of other races soon. When that happens, we'll probably face new enemies." Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai both nodded instinctively upon hearing this. Intelligence was crucial to them. Knowing ahead of time which race's territory lay ahead would greatly aid their planning and opportunity seeking. Ling Hanlai pondered for a moment. "Why don't we stick to our usual approach and have the players in the rear scout ahead? They've done it before and should have experience." The suggestion seemed reasonable, but Chen Ming shook his head immediately. "It's difficult. When we sent them to scout the toxic mist forest before, we barely knew the area. Under those conditions, the scouting party nearly suffered total annihilation. This time, we have no intelligence at all. Sending a player squad forward would be tantamount to suicide. They definitely won't agree." Chen Ming knew full well that even if he threatened them with force, the players might agree outwardly, but would they actually go scout ahead? Not very realistic. Most likely, they'd agree, then find a safe spot up ahead to rest. That would only waste his and the others' time. "In that case, we'll have to go ourselves. We'll take it step by step." Ling Hanlai had no better solution and could only say this. Chen Ming nodded slightly. "That's the only option. Rest today and focus on strengthening yourselves as much as possible. I still have plenty of resources here, you can take them for now." From the recently slain 7-patterned black spider and golden giant python, Chen Ming had also obtained quite a few valuable items, including resources that boosted various attributes. The rewards this time were quite decent, including a fruit that increased a player's maximum mental energy. The importance of mental power goes without saying, it's the foundation of a player's combat effectiveness. After dividing the spoils, everyone began their cultivation. After 2 days of combat, Chen Ming realized he had encountered bottlenecks in many of his skills.
Breaking through these barriers would undoubtedly elevate his strength to a new level. While they recuperated, the poisonous mist forest where they had fought earlier lay strewn with corpses. At the very center stood a figure, holding a corpse in hand. Had Chen Ming and the others been present, they would have instantly recognized the creature in its grasp as none other than the red-skinned gorilla. Chapter 194, Ice and Fire Imbalance. The following noon, Chen Ming was forced to withdraw from his cultivation state. By now, he had elevated both his air-cutting and blazing fire warrior techniques to the minor mastery stage. He had originally intended to advance his spatial leap technique as well, but after hours of relentless effort, he felt he was always just a hair's breadth away from breaking through. No matter how hard he pushed, the breakthrough remained elusive. Chen Ming surmised that a crucial opportunity was still missing. Either a spatial artifact would aid his breakthrough, or he might achieve it by forcibly activating spatial leap in a critical moment. Though not entirely perfect, Chen Ming was reasonably satisfied. Both Air Slash and Blazing War General were now his primary combat techniques. Among them, Air Slash had been directly enhanced from 2 wind blades to 8. The quantity had quadrupled. Crucially, Chen Ming could now control the trajectory of these wind blades with his own intent. This meant that whenever he desired, he can simultaneously command all 8 wind blades to converge on an enemy from multiple directions. Next came the Blazing War General. The Blazing War General still utilized the familiar 3-flame true fire. Chen Ming had attempted to unleash the Blazing War General before, noticing that the changes in his own 3-flame true fire didn't appear significant, merely a denser, more concentrated flame. Yet Chen Ming immediately noticed a crucial difference. When he now unleashed the Blazing War General, a phantom figure would appear behind him. This phantom wore armor and wielded a spear. When Chen Ming attacked, the phantom would follow suit, striking with power that matched his own. In other words, when he unleashed the Blazing Warrior technique henceforth, he would no longer fight alone. The phantom figure behind him would now assist in battle. This was utterly extraordinary. Of course, the price for this power boost was a massive increase in the mental energy required to cast Blazing Warrior, nothing like what it had been before. The drain was far greater. Fortunately, the treasure that raised his mental energy ceiling provided aid. Compared to yesterday, Chen Ming's total mental energy had increased by 5%. Though 5% may seem insignificant, it's enough for Chen Ming to cast Piercing Sun or Splitting Moon one additional time. It was a solid improvement. As Chen Ming stepped out of the cargo container, Yang Zishu and Blue Eagle were already preparing lunch. Glancing around and noticing Ling Hanley's absence, Chen Ming couldn't help but ask, "Where's Ling Hanlei?" Upon hearing this, Yang Zishu instinctively pointed toward the distant off-road vehicle. "That guy hasn't come out yet. Looks like he's making a big haul." Oh, Chen Ming's eyes lit up at the news. He'd been out longer than Chen Ming had been training. Ling Hanlei must be breaking through a bottleneck too. Chen Ming held Ling Hanlei in considerable regard. If he could balance the ice and fire energies, the destructive power unleashed would be nothing short of formidable. However, the risks were glaringly obvious. How to balance the ice and fire attributes? If he failed to achieve proper equilibrium, Ling Hanley's body wouldn't withstand the strain. He could easily explode and die. With this thought, Chen Ming quickly washed up. Noticing that Yang Zishu and the others still needed time to prepare lunch, he used the interval to head over to Ling Hanley's SUV to check on his condition. Peering through the window, Chen Ming quickly spotted Ling Hanlei seated in the back seat. His face was half crimson, half indigo, looking like a dual-element ice-fire child. But Chen Ming soon spotted something amiss. The blue area was steadily spreading outward. If it continued expanding, it would completely overwhelm the red zone. At the same time, cold sweat trickled down Ling Hanley's face, and a look of pain crept onto his features. The worst-case scenario had unfolded. The ice and fire forces hadn't fully balanced yet. Ling Hanlei was clearly forcing the two elements into equilibrium, striving to restore their equal footing. Yet it was evident that the ice attribute held a distinct advantage. No wonder he'd been struggling with his cultivation for so long. This was the source of his trouble. Chen Ming pondered briefly before swiftly returning to his 100-ton king. He retrieved an unsoaked sunlight spirit leaf, brewed a simple tea, and hurried over with the cup in hand. Among Chen Ming's many treasures, the sunlight spirit leaf was one of the milder fire attribute items, perfect for this situation. Returning to Ling Hanley's off-road vehicle, he found Ling Hanley's condition had deteriorated even further. Nearly 70% of Ling Hanley's face was now blue, with the red areas almost completely suppressed. Once the blue completely gained the upper hand, the ice attribute within Ling Hanlei would spiral completely out of control. The consequences ranged from severe injury and drastically reduced power to, at worst, death. Witnessing this, Chen Ming knew this was a critical moment. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and held the tea brewed from the sunlight spirit leaf to Ling Hanley's lips. Ling Hanlei sensed the gesture and slightly parted his lips. Seizing the moment, Chen Ming poured the sunlight spirit leaf tea into his mouth. As the sunlight spirit leaf tea entered Ling Hanley's body,
The fire element within him gradually stabilized its footing, then began to suppress the ice element. From Chen Ming's perspective, he could see the blue hue on Ling Hanlai's face gradually diminishing while the red gradually increased. It worked! Ling Hanlai immediately sensed the shift in his internal energies and seized the opportunity, channeling his fire attributes to counter the ice. Once the two elements reached equilibrium, Ling Hanlai decisively restrained the excess fire energy. Huff! Ling Hanlai abruptly opened his eyes, still panting heavily, a lingering sense of dread still clinging to his heart. He had come so close to bidding farewell to this world. Recalling the sudden surge of fire energy, he instinctively turned to Chen Ming beside him. Brother Chen. Thanks to you. Otherwise, I'd have been in real trouble this time. Chen Ming waved it off and probed instead. What happened? Why did your energy suddenly go out of balance? He didn't believe Ling Hanlai was unaware of the consequences such an imbalance could bring. Hearing Chen Ming bring it up, Ling Hanlai gave a bitter laugh. Yesterday, I obtained an ice attribute resource from battle and tried to absorb it to boost my strength. But I didn't expect the ice energy to be so potent it shattered my balance completely. If you hadn't intervened, I really would have lost my life. Though Ling Hanlai hadn't slain any high-tier enemies yesterday, he'd cut down numerous foes, looting plenty of items from their corpses. How are you feeling now? It was a blessing in disguise. Harnessing that power broke through the bottlenecks in several of my ice and fire skills. My strength has advanced another step. Chapter 195, Mysterious Powerhouse? After confirming Ling Hanlai was unharmed, Chen Ming and the others returned to the cargo hold of the 100-ton king. By then, Yang Zishu and Blue Eagle had finished preparing lunch. Seeing them approach, Yang Zishu asked curiously, what just happened? Earlier, she had noticed Chen Ming return only to rush off again, holding a cup of water. It had seemed urgent, so she hadn't asked questions. Now that it seemed resolved, she took the initiative to ask. Ling Hanlai didn't hesitate to explain. Upon learning Ling Hanlai had nearly died from energy imbalance, Yang Zishu's face filled with concern. So it seems coexisting ice and fire attributes is incredibly difficult. Of course, ice and fire are inherently opposing elements. They'll inevitably clash within the body. But conversely, once you master the balance between the two, the skills you unleash will far surpass those of a single element. Ling Hanlai offered the explanation. He had considerable authority on the matter. Previously, within his own territory, his strength hadn't been among the top tier. At best, he was upper middle level. At that time, he only mastered the fire attribute. Then, after a dungeon run, luck brought him into contact with the ice attribute. To enhance his strength, he ultimately chose this more perilous path, cultivating both ice and fire attributes simultaneously. Initially, neither elemental energy was particularly strong, so they didn't repel each other. This allowed Ling Hanlai to master both elements swiftly. By fusing these two elements, his power surged dramatically. He soon rose to prominence in his region, becoming the top practitioner there. However, as his power grew, he began to realize the immense risks of his chosen path. But it was too late to turn back now. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue down this path. Let's eat first. I'm starving. Chen Ming cut off their conversation, plopping down at the table and waiting for the meal to begin. They had been training since yesterday and hadn't eaten a thing during that time, so now they were starving. At his prompting, the two couldn't stand there any longer. They quickly sat down and began eating. After just a few bites, Yang Zishu suddenly seemed to remember something. Brother Chen, while you guys were still training this morning, it seemed like some news came in from the player's side. HM? Chen Ming instinctively looked over. Did that red-haired gorilla start ambushing the players behind us? We're too far away, and we can't retreat. There's no way we can help. No. Yang Zishu shook his head solemnly. It is about the red-haired gorilla, but not him blocking the players behind us. It's that the red-haired gorilla is dead. Dead? Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai both gasped in unison, utterly taken aback. After all, they had witnessed the red-haired gorilla's strength firsthand, especially Chen Ming without the blood boost pill. He was absolutely no match for it, and now he was being told the creature was dead? Who killed him? Chen Ming pressed urgently. Yang Zishu shook his head slowly. We don't know who killed it. According to those players, they were of average strength, belonging to the second tier of players. They heard about the many battles erupting in the toxic mist forest, so they went over this morning hoping to pick up the scraps. That's when they discovered the red-haired gorilla had perished in the toxic mist forest. The toxic mist forest? Could it be that a powerful member of the giant serpent clan intervened and killed him outright? Ling Hanlai grasped the implication instantly. Despite the players and forest black spiders advancing aggressively, they hadn't even penetrated the core of the toxic mist forest. All engagements had been confined to its outer perimeter. Yang Zishu opened the regional chat interface and forwarded the image she'd seen that morning to the squad chat. Look at the wound on this red-haired gorilla's neck. It kinda looks like a handprint.
Doesn't seem related to the giant serpent clan or the forest black spider clan. Upon her reminder, Chen Ming and Ling Hanlai immediately noticed it. They exchanged a glance, their expressions turning grave. It was indeed a handprint. This meant that besides them, there were other players whose strength could match or even surpass that red-haired gorilla. Chen Ming, who had personally fought the red-haired gorilla, knew its formidable strength all too well. The realization that an enemy he hadn't been able to defeat had been taken down by someone else sent a chill down his spine. Brother Chen, when did such a powerhouse appear in our region? Could it be that players have been hiding their strength all along? Ling Hanlai asked uncertainly. After a few more glances, Chen Ming decisively averted his gaze. It's normal. The player community is full of hidden talents. One more powerful player is acceptable. Now that their whereabouts are exposed, it's only a matter of time before we cross paths. Now that they had left the toxic mist forest, they could no longer monitor its interior. Further speculation was futile. Our priority now is to press forward. Today's 100 kilometers should take us out of the giant serpent clan's territory and into the next race's domain. We must be vigilant against ambushes. Chen Ming's words snapped Yang Zishu and the others out of their preoccupation. They nodded in unison, acknowledging his point. After lunch, Chen Ming and his companions had fully recovered to peak condition. They started their respective vehicles and prepared to depart. This time, Chen Ming's 100-ton behemoth led the way at the forefront. As they were about to leave the giant serpent clan's territory, the effects of the supreme Realgar stone became negligible. Having the 100-ton king lead the way proved more effective. As Chen Ming's group set off, the player convoys waiting behind them also began moving. News of their departure that morning had naturally drawn the attention of numerous players. Many players believed the mysterious powerhouse was stronger than Chen Ming. After all, they had witnessed the earlier scenes where Chen Ming was being overwhelmed by that red-haired gorilla. In their minds, Chen Ming's strength was inferior to that of the red-haired gorilla. However, after some heated debate, the players ultimately concluded that following behind Chen Ming was the safer option. They dared not gamble on the mysterious powerhouse behind them being willing to intervene and protect them. Thus, once Chen Ming's squad set off, the players followed without hesitation. The long convoy began its journey deeper into the Yogu Great Forest. After driving nearly 70 kilometers, a sudden, strange noise erupted from the previously quiet forest on both sides. Chen Ming and the others slammed on the brakes immediately, their eyes darting back and forth between the sides of the road. Yang Zishu, seated in the passenger seat, furrowed her brow. Are we encountering the next wave of enemies already? I heard sounds coming from both sides just now. Could we be surrounded? Chapter 196, Road Blocked. Chen Ming's face darkened upon hearing this. This was precisely his greatest fear. If they were truly surrounded, things would get complicated. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the door, and stepped out. His gaze scanned the forests on both sides, searching for anything amiss, but found nothing unusual. Finally, he pulled the treasure-seeking mouse out, hoping it could help him sense any enemies nearby. However, the treasure rat shook its head repeatedly, indicating there was no trace of any presence nearby. Logically, he should have relaxed once he knew they were safe. But Chen Ming didn't. That sound was simply too jarring. Chen Ming was certain he hadn't misheard it. Something was definitely wrong. Either the intruder could evade the treasure mouse's scent, or they hadn't yet approached their convoy, meaning the sound wasn't directed at them. At that moment, Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai also stepped down from the vehicle. Seeing Chen Ming at a loss, Ling Hanlai volunteered. I still remember the approximate direction the sound came from. Should I go check it out? No way. Chen Ming refused without hesitation. Sending a lone player out now would be extremely dangerous. But we can't just stay stuck here. We haven't even finished today's daily quests yet. Ling Hanlai's face was grave. If the daily quests were done, they could choose to stay put and wait out the night. But with the quests still incomplete, they had to push forward no matter what dangers lay ahead. Meanwhile, the players behind them were also getting off their mounts. They had heard the sound too and were now engaged in a heated discussion. What's there to think about? Those are definitely voices of other races. It could very well be a warning to us if we proceed any further. We'll face their attack. So what do you suggest? Stop moving? But what about the daily quest? Failure means certain death either way. We have no choice but to keep moving. Failing the daily quest means instant death. But if there are other races ahead, even if we get attacked, we still have a fighting chance. Exactly. I still believe we should take control of our own lives, rather than gamble on the daily quest not killing us. Everyone, calm down. Let's wait for Chen Ming's squad to make their move. We'll follow their lead. Truth be told, the players were already losing their composure. This had become apparent the moment they stepped into the heart of the Shadow Valley Forest. Though Chen Ming had never gathered with them or issued orders directly, all present instinctively regarded him as their anchor. Soon,
Chen Ming showed them the outcome through his actions.
After a moment of hesitation,
Chen Ming decisively pushed open the door and got into the vehicle.
Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai followed closely behind. The convoy set off once more. Seeing this,
the players naturally didn't want to be left behind and hurried to follow.
This decision came as no surprise to anyone, or rather, it was something everyone had anticipated. However,
compared to their previous pace, this time the convoy moved noticeably slower. It was clear that Chen Ming and his group were now on high alert. As they advanced further, a cacophony erupted directly ahead of Chen Ming and his group, a dense, eerie din that sent shivers down the spine. The moment the noise began, Chen Ming deliberately slowed down until the vehicle came to a complete stop. With a persistent sound source now present, they could proceed to investigate thoroughly. Before Ling Hanlai could speak, Chen Ming signaled the squad to advance together. The players trailing behind were sensible enough to recognize their own weakness and refrain from rushing in unnecessarily. After all, if danger arose, Chen Ming and his companions could rely on their agility to escape unscathed. With their low agility stats,
they might not even manage to flee in time.
Moreover, they were disciplined enough not to approach Chen Ming's vehicle in his absence.
In fact, they even volunteered to guard it. Meanwhile,
on the other side, Chen Ming and his group continued to approach the source of the sound they had been tracking.
Soon, two opposing factions engaged in fierce combat appeared ahead of them. Upon seeing these two forces,
Chen Ming and his companions instantly grew solemn. This is trouble. Why are these two races here in the Shadow Valley Great Forest?
Judging by the sound,
the battlefield spans a vast area.
Their numbers must be considerable.
Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai's faces twisted with bitterness as immense pressure weighed heavily on their hearts. Before them, two races were locked in fierce combat, the Forest Ant Clan and the Forest Rat Clan. Yes, it was a battle between rats and ants.
To be honest,
these two groups bore some resemblance to each other, both numerous,
small in size, and relatively weak individually.
Logically, Chen Ming and his group should have felt some relief upon seeing them slaughtering each other,
thinking they could pick up the scraps.
But this time, Chen Ming and his companions didn't harbor such thoughts.
The reason was simple.
The very center of their battlefield lay directly on the highway they needed to traverse.
In other words, these two tribes had blocked their advance route. Moreover, every player needed to pass through this very spot to complete their daily quests.
Why don't we just drive our vehicles straight through in one go?
Ling Hanlai couldn't help but suggest, staring at the dense throng. No way.
Chen Ming rejected the idea immediately.
There are simply too many of them. Even if my 100-ton behemoth could plow through,
your vehicles wouldn't keep up. And with such overwhelming numbers, if our vehicles get blocked midway, we'd be stuck between a rock and a hard place.
The consequences would be unimaginable. Then what do we do now?
Ling Hanlai acknowledged the logic, but glancing at the battlefield before them, he felt utterly stumped.
Chen Ming took a deep breath. What choice do we have? They're blocking the highway. We must clear it. Rally the players behind us. We absolutely must reclaim this road.
Agreed.
Yang Zishu agreed immediately,
then opened the regional chat interface and uploaded all the information they currently had.
Players monitoring the regional chat interface in the rear noticed immediately.
When they saw the images filled with swarming ants and rats, their expressions turned grim. When they saw Yang Zishu's subsequent call for all players to come help clear the road, their expressions changed repeatedly.
Any clear-eyed observer could tell this operation was extremely dangerous. It could easily cost them their lives. Chapter 197, United Assault. Guys, what are we supposed to do? Are we really going to fight thousands of enemies? We'll probably be worn down before we can kill them all. Rats and ants? Are all the races in the heart of the Shadow Valley Great Forest this troublesome? This is hopeless. They're fighting right on the road.
There's no way around it. We have to take this route.
My vehicle can take the sides without damaging the chassis. Maybe I can find a safer route. Are you out of your mind? Both sides are clearly their territories. If you dare drive your vehicle through, those enemies will devour you alive. Nothing works. What exactly do you want me to do? What else? Answer the call. Head over there to help Chen Ming's squad clear out these enemies. Fight your way through. Everyone, hurry up. Completing the daily quest takes time too. As the last words fell, over 20 decisive players broke ranks from the convoy. Wielding their weapons, they began rushing forward along the highway, clearly heading to support Chen Ming and his group. While the rest were still debating, someone took the lead. This caused the remaining players to waver. This domino effect caused more and more players to break ranks and head toward the reinforcement. Seeing their numbers dwindle, the remaining players grew fearful of being ambushed if they stayed behind. With a determined stomp and gritted teeth, they followed suit. By this point, all players had joined Chen Ming's group. Soon, a large number of players rapidly closed in from behind, coming into Chen Ming and the others' line of sight. Big shot Chen Ming. We're here to help you. Bro Chen Ming. Point and we'll shoot. There are way too many of them. Are we even enough?
The moment the players arrived, they saw rats and ants tangled together ahead.
The sight was far more shocking than any photograph could convey. Many players had braced themselves mentally during the journey, anticipating a formidable foe. Yet witnessing it firsthand still sent shivers down their spines.
Once all players were ready, Chen Ming wasted no time. Move out. The moment those two words left his lips, Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai charged forward, plunging headfirst into the fray. Any rats or ants they touched were instantly killed. It was worth noting that these ants weren't the familiar size most people knew. They were significantly larger. They were roughly the size of a palm. The rats had also grown in size, each stretching nearly half a meter in length, looking utterly exaggerated. The players in the rear, having chosen to come, naturally saw no reason to retreat. They followed Ling Hanlai and Yang Zishu into battle. With the players' forceful entry, the delicate balance between the forest ant tribe and the forest rat tribe was shattered. Chaos began to unfold across the entire battlefield. Awesome! After a swift wave of attacks, one player suddenly roared in excitement. Numerous corpses littered the ground around him. Ever since stepping into the heart of the Shadow Valley Great Forest, he hadn't experienced such exhilarating combat. Previously, his opponents were either evenly matched or slightly weaker than him. But now, any player could utterly crush any forest cannibal rat or forest ant. According to Chen Ming's estimation, the combat strength of these forest cannibals and forest ants equaled Silver Tier, the weakest tier of Silver Tier. That was precisely why the players could slaughter them so effortlessly. But this player's smile quickly faded. After slaying over a dozen forest ants in succession, nearly 100 more began closing in on him the very next second. True, their individual strength was weak, but as the saying goes, quantity brings about a qualitative change. The player had no choice but to grit his teeth and engage. As he unleashed skill after skill, their numbers began to dwindle sharply. Yet for everyone he killed, more enemies appeared. Soon, he found himself exposed to the forest ants. The forest ants seized the opening, especially those closest to him, leaping up and sinking their jaws into his arm. Their overwhelming bite force sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through his entire body. The sudden onslaught of agony made his entire body tremble violently, forcing him to halt the weapon he had just swung. It was this very moment of stiffness that ultimately cost him his life. Without the weapon to block them, the remaining forest ants attacked again, even faster than before. By the time the player managed to tear the forest ant from his arm through sheer willpower, it was already too late to mount any defense. He could only watch helplessly as the forest ants sank their jaws into his flesh, bite after bite. Soon, he was completely submerged within the swarm. The next second, his avatar turned gray. This scene was witnessed by many players, leaving them stunned. Earlier in the toxic mist forest, the battle had appeared fierce, but what was the reality? The player side had suffered only limited casualties, especially during the second encounter where no one had even died. At most, they'd been injured. But this time? How long had it been since the last battle? Yet now a player had suddenly fallen. The players' expressions instantly turned grave. Everyone, don't fight separately. Try to stay together and coordinate to take them on. As one player offered this advice, the group urgently banded together for their own survival. At this moment, everyone understood clearly, if they didn't take this seriously now, they might be the next unlucky soul swallowed by the rat horde or ant swarm. Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai chose not to push deeper into the madness. Back to back, they began pounding the enemies closing in from all sides. Far behind them, Chen Ming confirmed the pair were temporarily safe before his gaze darted across the battlefield ahead. Since the battle began, Chen Ming had remained stationary. His objective differed from the others. He understood that simply eliminating these foot soldiers was useless. The key was to identify the leader among them. Once that leader was eliminated, the remaining grunts would inevitably collapse. Soon, as the commotion caused by the players grew louder, the high-ranking members of both tribes finally noticed Chen Ming and his group. They promptly dispatched some of their own high-ranking members to guide their respective tribesmen in countering Chen Ming. Chen Ming's eyes immediately locked onto several unusual enemies. These were precisely the commanders he had been desperately searching for. Chapter 198, Thunder War Ants. First among the forest cannibal rats was one of striking appearance. This rat stood out immediately. Unlike the others, its body wasn't black but a striking purple. Moreover, its two front teeth were exceptionally sharp. After locking onto his target, Chen Ming hesitated no longer. He swiftly closed the distance using the divine wind step. Wherever he passed, Chen Ming swept his dragon-slaying holy spear with lightning speed. Moon Cleaver. As the sacred dragon spear swept through, a large number of man-eating rats were sent flying. Not far away, Yang Zishu and Ling Hanlai also noticed Chen Ming. Exchanging a glance, they instantly understood each other's thoughts. Phantomwood Forest. All enemies within Yang Zishu's vicinity were instantly drawn into the illusionary realm, freezing in place. Seizing the moment, Ling Hanlai beside him swiftly swung his dual blades of ice and fire. Boom! 2 slashes shot forward, targeting the direction Chen Ming was advancing. As the ice and fire energies erupted violently, a large number of forest cannibals fell instantly. Chen Ming seized this opening, swiftly passing through the remaining forest man-eating rats as they closed in. This unseen boost significantly increased his speed. The purple rat was now just ahead of him. The purple rat noticed Chen Ming closing in at high speed. It let out a shrill scream, and the surrounding forest man-eaters went berserk, swarming toward Chen Ming in a frenzied attack. These rats seemed utterly fearless of death, charging in wave after wave. Even Chen Ming found himself scrambling, struggling to handle the onslaught. Spatial leap. The distance between Chen Ming and the purple man-eating rat was now extremely close. Chen Ming had no intention of letting such a prime opportunity slip away. He vanished from his original spot without hesitation. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above the purple rat. Now, the terrifying 3-flame true fire blazed upon Chen Ming's body. The dragon-wielding holy spear in his hand, enveloped in the 3-flame true fire, crashed downwards with tremendous force. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure slowly materialized behind Chen Ming, radiating an aura of immense authority. Falling star. Boom! Accompanied by a massive explosion, Chen Ming's spear struck the purple man-eating rat directly. Before the purple man-eating rat could react, it was instantly obliterated by Chen Ming's spear. The surrounding man-eating rats were caught in the blast, with the shockwave instantly killing dozens more. The surrounding forest man-eating rats fell into brief chaos upon witnessing their commander's demise. Just as Chen Ming thought his tactic had worked, a shrill screech pierced the air once more. The panicked forest rats fell silent once more, quickly resuming their earlier orderly formation. Damn it! Chen Ming cursed under his breath. Their reaction speed was simply too fast, leaving him no chance at all. Finding himself alone amidst the swarm of forest man-eating rats, Chen Ming's expression instantly turned grim. He swung his dragon-slaying holy spear wildly, desperately trying to break through the encirclement. The sound that had just echoed was too distant. Chen Ming knew it was utterly unrealistic to charge through in one go. He had no choice but to abandon the attempt for now, preparing to break out and regroup with the other players before formulating a new plan. The other players had also noticed Chen Ming's predicament. Under Yang Zishu's coordination, they began actively moving to assist him. After about 10 minutes, Chen Ming successfully broke through the encirclement. The moment they received him, the players swiftly retreated backward, hastily creating distance to resume their positional warfare. When will this fighting ever end? Yeah, these forest rats and ants are just too damn numerous. Look at all these corpses piling up, but you can see their numbers haven't budged an inch. Stop complaining. Fighting is our only option now. We've already made enemies with these 2 tribes, they won't let us pass. Instead of wasting breath, let's focus on taking down more enemies. Even Chen Ming, the big shot, retreated. Do we really stand a chance? Everyone, stick together as much as possible. Don't rush when advancing. We'll push forward step by step. We won't have any problems. While the players debated frantically, Chen Ming sat cross-legged in the rear, restoring his depleted mental energy. He knew this battle would be brutal. He had to keep himself in peak condition. Of course, his focus wasn't entirely on recovery. Part of his attention remained fixed on the battlefield, constantly monitoring the overall situation. If any high-ranking members of those 2 races showed their faces, he would pounce on them immediately and tear them to pieces. Perhaps because Chen Ming had abruptly struck down that purple rat, no other high-ranking members had appeared since, or rather, Chen Ming hadn't detected any. Nevertheless, the players' progress remained solid, advancing steadily. They had already slain thousands of enemies. Amidst this, the Forest Rat Clan and Forest Ant Clan continued attacking each other, seemingly oblivious to the players' threat. Would this never end? Chen Ming's expression darkened slightly. Their time was precious after all. Once the path was cleared, the vehicles still needed to pass through. But under these circumstances, clearing the path completely was proving exceedingly difficult. Moreover, as time dragged on, the players' mental energy was steadily depleting. If their mental energy depleted completely, they wouldn't be able to advance any further. Worse still, the territory they just seized might be snatched right back. Boom! Just as Chen Ming pondered how to break the deadlock, a thunderous roar erupted from within the forest ant tribe. The next moment, under the gaze of countless players, a colossal figure abruptly materialized and charged headlong toward the opposing forest rat-eaters. Here it comes! Excitement flashed across the players' faces. Yes, excitement. Though most players felt overwhelmed by the sheer size of the giant forest ant, knowing they were no match for it, they had grown numb from slaughtering these grunts, their weapons swinging mechanically. Now that a high-ranking enemy had appeared, it was time for Chen Ming to step in. If Chen Ming could eliminate this elite foe, the conflict between the 2 tribes would surely collapse on its own.
The giant ant charged into the swarm of forest man-eating rats, suddenly radiating a blinding blue light. In the next instant, thunderous bolts erupted from its body, inflicting heavy casualties on the surrounding rats. Those closest were instantly fried into charcoal. In contrast, the man-eating rat's attacks had no effect whatsoever on the Thunder War ant. The disparity in tiers was simply too great. Very well. I refuse to believe the forest man-eating rats elite can sit idly by. Chapter 199, The Unsealed Power of the Revered One. Sure enough, the moment Chen Ming's thought formed, the ground behind the Thunder War ants suddenly caved in. The next second, a thick-shelled earth-eating rat, clad in earth-colored armor, burst forth. As it burst through the earth, numerous forest ants tumbled into the deep pit below, their life completely extinguished. The moment they met, both sides charged straight at each other. There was no technique involved, just the purest, most primal clash and slaughter. The Thunder War ants unleashed a barrage of thunderbolts, relentlessly pounding their opponent. Unfortunately, every bolt was absorbed by the thick earth-eating rat's ochre armor. The lightning flowed along the armor and finally merged into the earth. Seeing their attacks fail, the Thunder War ants showed no sign of discouragement. Their entire bodies radiated intensely brilliant lightning as they charged forward once more. The Earth-Eater rat hadn't retreated a single step since the start. Whenever a piece of its thick earthen armor broke off, a large amount of soil would rise from the ground to fill the gap, restoring its defenses. The two collided with blinding speed, then opened their jaws to tear into each other. While this battle lacked the dazzling spectacle of their earlier clash in the toxic mist forest, its sheer intensity proved far more captivating. As these two colossal beasts locked horns, the foot soldiers of both tribes visibly quieted down. They then began retreating to the sides, adopting an air of sounding the retreat. The players were naturally delighted by this turn of events, hastily retreating to one side to recover while watching the battle unfold ahead. Chen Ming stood at the very front, his gaze fixed intently on the two combatants. No need to guess, both were genuine Platinum tier combatants. Although Chen Ming's enhanced four-dimensional attributes now reached Platinum tier strength, he was still slightly inferior overall. However, with the Blood Surge pill in his possession, it was impossible to say for certain who held the upper hand. Chen Ming held back from attacking his two opponents immediately. He planned to let them fight for a while longer before finishing them off. He'd employed this tactic numerous times before, and it had never failed him. As time passed, half an hour later, wounds began to appear on the bodies of the two powerful warriors, and their aura gradually began to wane. Chen Ming retrieved a Blood Surge pill and placed it in his mouth. He did not crush it immediately, instead waiting for the opportune moment to bite it apart and enter the fray, shattering the delicate balance. The players showed no signs of urging him on. Everyone could see that these two warriors hadn't yet reached their weakest state, and intervening now could still lead to unforeseen complications. Finally, when the Thunder War ants channeled another bolt of lightning to strike the earth-devouring rat, Chen Ming spotted his chance. Without hesitation, he struck. Air slash. His target was the thick earth man-eating rat engulfed in lightning. He then charged toward the Thunder War ant at full speed, unleashing the blazing holy fist. A fiery dragon surged forth with terrifying might. Boom! Caught off guard by the ambush, neither creature had time to react before being struck directly. The thick-furred man-eating rat was instantly gravely wounded by the 8 air-slash attacks. The Thunder War ant wasn't faring much better either, now sporting a large, severe black wound on its body. Just as Chen Ming breathed a sigh of relief, convinced his assault had been flawless, a black beam suddenly shot toward him from the distance, targeting his very heart. Sensing the incoming attack, the frozen guardian concealed within Chen Ming reacted instantly, transforming into a streak of light that blocked the strike from behind. The black streak collided directly with the Ice Guardian. The Ice Guardian trembled slightly before the black streak gradually dissipated into nothingness. Another expert, Chen Ming's gaze immediately darted toward the origin of the black streak. The moment he recognized the figure, murderous intent nearly overflowed from his eyes. Standing in the distance was none other than the Revered One. The Revered One, noticing Chen Ming's gaze, wore a cruel smile. "We meet again, Chen Ming." Chen Ming snorted coldly. "I thought you'd hide for the rest of your life. How could that be? You've been constantly on my mind. I've been itching to tear you limb from limb, shatter every bone in your body." The Revered One's face twisted with madness as he spoke. "Then let's fight." Chen Ming struck first, instantly casting aside the Thunder War ants and earth-devouring rats. In Chen Ming's eyes, only the Revered One existed now. He knew clearly that only one of them could survive this confrontation. Having let the man escape death countless times before, this time he was determined to leave him behind forever. Facing Chen Ming's assault, a sneer touched the Revered One's lips. With a sweeping gesture of his massive hand, a violent gale erupted without warning, sending Chen Ming crashing backward. Its speed matched Chen Ming's own charge. Chen Ming scrambled to regain his footing, his face etched with solemnity and gravity.
The revered one's power had undergone a truly earth-shattering transformation since their last encounter.
His current power was undeniably that of a genuine platinum-tier combatant.
No wonder he sought them out, it seemed he had achieved another breakthrough in power. Seeing Chen Ming frozen in place, the revered one assumed he was intimidated by his spell.
With haughty arrogance, he declared,
"You defeated me before because my power was sealed. Now that nearly 80% of my power is unleashed,
slaying you will be effortless."
He had been quietly working to break his own seals all this time.
Fortunately,
his persistence paid off when he finally discovered an extremely valuable resource, allowing him to break through several layers of seals at once. Now that his power had surged back to the peak of platinum tier,
he couldn't wait to hunt down Chen Ming and finish him off. Power unsealed.
Chen Ming finally understood why the revered one's strength had been periodically increasing. It turned out his true power had been sealed.
Now that it was unlocked, this situation was indeed tricky.
But while the revered one had grown stronger during this period,
hadn't Chen Ming's own power also increased? Since you've broken martial ethics by unsealing your power, don't blame me for doing the same. With that declaration,
Chen Ming decisively swallowed the blood surge pill hidden in his mouth.
The next instant, Chen Ming's four-dimensional attributes doubled.
In terms of these four attributes alone,
Chen Ming now stood absolutely equal to the revered one. The revered one was taken aback by Chen Ming's move. Chen Ming possessed sealed power too? How could that be possible?
He hadn't sensed any sealing power within Chen Ming before.
Unfortunately,
Chen Ming gave him no time to ponder. The blood surge pill had a limited duration, and the battle needed to be resolved swiftly.
Air slash. Pierce the sun.
As Chen Ming charged forward,
8 powerful wind blades shot out like lightning, streaking straight toward his opponent.
The venerable master witnessed this and swiftly conjured a defensive barrier,
blocking all the incoming wind blades.
He then transformed his fist into a claw and lunged toward Chen Ming.
Chapter 200, Earth-Shattering Battle.
Chen Ming felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from those claws.
Without hesitation, he swiftly altered his attack trajectory mid-air, darting sideways to evade. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp enough to narrowly evade the claw. Regaining his footing,
Chen Ming locked eyes with the venerable one.
"So it was you who slew that red-haired ape yesterday?"
The claw marks felt strangely familiar to him. The venerable one made no attempt to conceal it.
"That's right. It was me.
That creature was too bothersome. It dared to attack me while I was merely passing by, so I crushed it with a casual flick of my hand." He spoke as casually as if he'd crushed some insignificant object.
Hearing this, Chen Ming's heart instantly grew heavy. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of the venerable one's power.
"Come again," the venerable one roared, rapidly gathering a jet of black light in his hand,
preparing to fire it directly at Chen Ming.
Chen Ming's gaze instantly hardened as the armor of the blazing war general began to envelop his body. The opponent's power was overwhelming. He had to focus every ounce of his attention. The numerous players below watched the scene unfold,
their faces filled with bewilderment. What the hell is going on? What's going on? Wasn't Big Brother Chen Ming crushing those two racial elites? Where did this black-robed guy come from?
Looks like he's got a grudge against Big Brother Chen Ming.
You don't recognize him? That's the revered one, an old rival of Big Brother Chen Ming. In their previous battles, he was soundly defeated every single time. Who'd have thought he'd dare challenge Big Brother Chen Ming again? Did Lord Chen Ming always win? Right now,
I feel like this revered one might actually be stronger than Lord Chen Ming.
I get that feeling too, but I'm definitely still rooting for Big Brother Chen Ming.
This so-called revered one gives off a sinister vibe. He's clearly no good.
Look above them. Something's happening."
As the last player suddenly spoke up,
everyone's attention was drawn upward. Chen Ming and the revered one,
positioned at the center of the battlefield,
also sensed something amiss. A heavy, oppressive weight descended upon them.
Before they could pinpoint the source of this oppressive weight, a massive golden magic formation suddenly materialized above their heads.
From within the formation, waves of Buddhist chants began to emanate. Something was terribly wrong. Without a moment's hesitation,
Chen Ming and the Reverend unleashed their attacks skyward,
directing them straight at the golden formation. Boom!
Accompanied by two massive explosions,
the golden formation overhead visibly weakened.
Feeling the oppressive weight on his body ease slightly, the venerable roared,
"Whoever is meddling, show yourself, Amitba." At that moment, a Buddhist chant echoed from the side, followed by a young monk striding swiftly toward them. Upon seeing him,
the venerable one's brows knitted together.
"Where did this bald-headed donkey come from?
I am a disciple of the Immaculate Buddhist sect.
I have entered the mortal realm to slay the heir of the necromancer. If this monk is not mistaken, you, layman, are precisely the target I seek." As the disciple spoke,
his gaze fixed intently on Chen Ming.
Chen Ming's heart sank.
He never imagined such a terrifying being would be targeting him, and it was all because of his identity as the necromancer sorcerer's heir. This was trouble.
In contrast,
The venerable master couldn't help but laugh aloud upon hearing this. Chen Ming, you die today. He alone might not be able to take down Chen Ming directly, but with this so-called Buddhist disciple, it would be no problem. Yet the moment the words left his mouth, the Buddha's son's gaze shifted to him. All members of the Soul Clan deserve death. This monk has encountered you today and shall carry out heaven's will. Great! That single sentence completely crushed the Venerable One's plans for an alliance. The Venerable One's face darkened instantly as he fixed his gaze on the Buddha's disciple. Fine. You bald-headed donkey brought this upon yourself. Die. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Venerable One struck decisively, flicking 2 streaks of black light from his hand that shot straight toward his opponent. Chen Ming followed suit, his air-slash technique surging forward. The threat posed by this Buddha's son was simply too great. He had to be taken down first. Shatter. Facing the 2 fierce attacks, the Buddha's son kept his hands pressed together without moving an inch, uttering only a single word, shatter. In the next instant, both attacks shattered into nothingness. Chen Ming and the Venerable's pupils dilated in shock. So powerful. Suppress. But it wasn't over. The monk spoke again. As the word seal fell, the golden formation above began descending, pressing down upon the 2. Baldy, you forced my hand. Seal, open. The Reverend roared furiously. The next second, the aura radiating from his entire body surged violently, forcibly amplified. With 80% of his power now unlocked, he possessed the ability to temporarily break the seal. The urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. Chen Ming glanced up at the descending formation, then swept his arm wide. The ancient Emperor Bell shot forward, soaring straight toward the sky. Clang! As the ancient Emperor Bell expanded, it firmly blocked the formation, halting its descent. With the array's threat neutralized, the Venerable swiftly moved, charging directly toward the Buddha's disciple. This time, the Venerable's attack power was several times stronger than before, forcing even the Buddha's disciple to take it seriously. The 2 clashed fiercely, locked in an intense battle. Chen Ming, standing to the side, wore an expression of cold detachment. His current strength was insufficient to intervene in their battle, but that didn't mean he was without means. Dirge of sorrow, all beings wither. Consider the staggering number of fallen from the Forest Ant clan and Forest Rat clan here. Now, all these corpses transformed into energy for Chen Ming, fueling his frenzied power surge. The aura emanating from Chen Ming surged relentlessly, reaching an unimaginable height. The Venerable Elder and the Buddha's disciple, locked in fierce combat, immediately noticed the situation unfolding here, their expressions turning grave. The revered one never imagined Chen Ming possessed such a technique. The surge in power was truly outrageous. The Buddha's disciple, meanwhile, was stunned that Chen Ming had mastered necromancy so swiftly. The sheer power Chen Ming was now unleashing felt like an immense threat. Kill! Chen Ming roared with fury, vanishing from his position in the next instant. Spatial leap. When he reappeared, he was already beside the 2. The dragon-slaying holy spear in his hand hurtled toward them. The revered one and the Buddha's son were startled. They urgently summoned their defensive artifacts, barely managing to block Chen Ming's strike. Gravity field. Chen Ming's assault showed no signs of stopping. The most crucial element in casting the gravity field was mental energy. As long as one's spiritual energy remained sufficient, the gravity field could persist indefinitely. Currently immersed in the state of dirge of sorrow, withered souls, Chen Ming had no need to worry about his spiritual energy depletion. It's no exaggeration to say his mental energy was replenishing faster than it was being drained. Impressive! In the blink of an eye, the Buddha's disciple and the Venerable One were instantly suppressed. Falling star. Chen Ming's primary tactic was relentless, chained attacks, leaving the 2 no chance to breathe. His skills and spells were executed in seamless succession, one seamlessly transitioning into the next. Faced with this spectacle, the numerous players below were utterly dumbfounded. The gap was just too huge. I thought Chen Ming was in trouble. No match for those 2. Turns out I was just ignorant. Bro, Chen Ming actually had this hidden move up his sleeve? Now he's crushing those 2. His power is just insane. Holy crap. I feel like we're just ants to them. They could crush us anytime. Is this really platinum tier? They feel like terrifying diamond tier beings to me. Diamond tier. I'm only gold tier. This gap is insane. The players were filled with awe. The battle didn't last long. Under Chen Ming's relentless assault, injuries began to appear on both opponents. The revered one, having failed to dodge in time, had his left arm pierced clean through by Chen Ming, ultimately disintegrating into a mist of blood. The other Buddha's disciple now suffered internal injuries, several of his magical treasures shattered by Chen Ming's relentless assault. 13th style of the army breaker, 4th style, tracing snow. Chen Ming roared, and a sudden chill emanated from the dragon-slaying holy spear in his hand. The dragon-wielding holy spear spun at its absolute limit, its true form now too swift for the naked eye to follow. This martial technique was aimed squarely at the revered one. A chill gripped the revered one's heart, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his face. Soul-poisoning needle. This was his ultimate trump card. A sinister soul-destroying needle rapidly coalesced, then shot toward Chen Ming. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, Chen Ming vanished from his original position. No! How could he have forgotten about the opponent's spatial leap ability? A flash of dread crossed the venerable one's mind, but Chen Ming gave him no second chance to react. Reappearing behind his opponent, Chen Ming thrust his spear through the man's chest, slaying him instantly. After disposing of the venerable one, Chen Ming executed another spatial leap, charging straight toward the Buddha's disciple. At that moment, the Buddha's son was enveloped in a protective aura of Buddhist relics, shielding him completely. Yet under Chen Ming's relentless assault, the defensive barrier formed by the relic began to buckle under the strain. Break! Chen Ming unleashed the blazing war general technique. Intense three-flame true fire rapidly gathered upon his dragon-slaying holy spear. Simultaneously, another phantom figure materialized behind him. As the spear descended, the defense formed by the sacred relic shattered completely. The Buddhist disciple attempted to dodge, but Chen Ming amplified the psychic output within his gravity domain, causing the gravitational force to surge once more. Under the immense gravitational suppression, the Buddha's disciple's body trembled violently, completely losing any chance to evade. The spear pierced straight through his body, ending his life. After dispatching these two foes, Chen Ming immediately exited the necromancer state. The energy within him began to recede like a tide. Fortunately, he had acted decisively. Had he continued fighting, death would have been his own. With both of them eliminated, the forest ant tribe and forest rat tribe on either side were utterly cowed by the sheer terror of his aura. Now that the battle was over, they dared not show their faces. Chen Ming gathered all the relics from the two fallen foes. After amplifying them 100-fold, they would become even more powerful tools at his disposal. With these treasures' aid, Chen Ming's strength advanced further. The foes within the Shadow Valley Great Forest would no longer stand a chance against him. Moving forward, Chen Ming leveraged his legendary talent to continuously enhance his strength, cultivate his influence, and steadily grow, safely navigating one calamity after another. The end.